Inside the main tent of a temporary camp on the war-torn Yinshan battlefield in the Land of Fire, a stern-faced man in his late 30s addressed Madara and Izuna, Uchiha. Young Chief Madara, young Chief. Izuna, now that our clan leader and Butsuma Senju have perished together, we cannot let ourselves be consumed by grief. Our top priority must be to withdraw our forces safely back to our homeland. This man was Uchiha, second in strength only to the clan head, Taijima Uchiha, and also his trusted deputy. Just 2 days ago, the Uchihas and Sunjas had clashed in a devastating battle. The two greatest leaders of the Warring States era, Taijima Uchiha and Butsuma Senju, had both fallen in combat. Now, the two clans' camps were separated by scarcely a few dozen miles. The situation was tense, and another conflict could erupt at any moment. Uchiha was keenly aware of the peril they faced, which was why he insisted on an immediate retreat to bring their people back home and allow them to recover. Yet, the young Madara, barely past 20, responded calmly. I fear the Senju will not let us leave so easily. His concern instantly resonated throughout the tent. Someone echoed, young Chief Madara is right. Another sighed, both our clan leaders may have fallen, but right now, we Uchiha are at a disadvantage. Others voiced their worries. I doubt the Senju will miss this opportunity. Some even speculated, if we retreat, they'll surely throw everything they have into pursuing us. Indeed, judging by the recent battle, the Senju clan clearly held the upper hand. The Uchiha's greatest fear was that, during their retreat, the Senju would launch a relentless pursuit, leaving them in a dangerously vulnerable position. Madara turned to his younger brother, Izuna, who had remained silent all this time. Izuna, what are your thoughts? At that moment, Izuna was overwhelmed with panic. He had never imagined he'd be transported into the world of Naruto, much less into such a war-ravaged era. If given a choice, he would have much preferred the uneventful days of Boruto Uzumaki's time, days filled with nothing more demanding than playing video games. But reality offered no such escape. Rubbing his temples, Izuna finally spoke. It's already late. Let's all get some rest for now. We'll discuss this again first thing in the morning. The senior members of the Uchiha clan gathered in the main tent were left speechless, completely unprepared for Izuna's unexpected proposal. An elite Uchiha Jonin spoke up anxiously. We may not have much time. The Senju clan across from us is likely preparing to attack. We must make a decision quickly. At that moment, Madara suddenly voiced his support for Izuna. No, Izuna makes sense. Hashirama. No, Senju Hashirama is someone I know very well. Now that Senju Butsuma has passed away, and even though Senju Kamama remains, Hashirama's position within the Senju clan has grown immensely important. After the fierce battle the day before yesterday, both the Senju and Uchiha are completely exhausted. If we were to fight again now, casualties would be several times higher than usual. Given his character, he would never choose this moment to launch a surprise attack. Tonight, we'll go with Izuna's suggestion. Everyone, get some rest, and we'll make our decision tomorrow morning. Seeing that Madara had made up his mind, the others reflected carefully and found his reasoning sound. One by one, they left the main tent and returned to their own quarters for the night. When only Madara and Izuna remained, Madara asked, Izuna, is there something you want to discuss with me privately? Izuna felt a bit helpless. He had only just crossed over into this world and wanted to clear his thoughts. But to Madara, it seemed as if he wanted a private conversation. Since Madara had already asked, Izuna decided to go along and brought up a fitting topic. Brother, you've awakened it as well, haven't you? That power. During the meeting, Izuna had quietly examined himself and discovered he had awakened the Uchiha clan's most powerful ability, the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original story, Uchiha Obito once deceived Uchiha Sasuke, claiming that Madara and Izuna had killed their closest friends to obtain this power. But in truth, Madara and Izuna should have awakened it after witnessing the death of their father, Uchiha Taijima, just as Obito and Kakashi did after witnessing Rin's death. Madara's expression shifted slightly as he asked, Izuna, you too? Izuna closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened them again. The three tomo in his pupil spun and finally transformed into a pattern resembling the character for person. Madara also closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his Sharingan had shifted from the usual three tomo to the distinctive long-arched Mangekyo pattern. Both brothers had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara, confused, covered his eyes with his hand. What exactly is this new Sharingan? Izuna speculated. I believe that only by personally witnessing the death of a loved one does the three tomo Sharingan evolve into this new form. I plan to call it the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara nodded thoughtfully. Mangekyo Sharingan. That name fits well. Izuna suggested. Let's spend the night getting familiar with the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tomorrow, we can discuss strategies for dealing with the Senju clan. After pondering for a moment, Madara agreed. Then, the two of them returned to their own tents. To think that, a translucent panel appeared before Izuna's mind's eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. At the top of the screen, he noticed something intriguing. The golden finger referred to him as player, which couldn't help but remind Izuna of his past experiences. He had originally been playing an online game themed around Naruto, and had dozed off with his face pressed against the keyboard. When he woke up, he found himself in this entirely new world. Could this golden finger be connected to the game he'd played before? Wind release. Pressure damage. Learned. B-rank wind release. Wind release. Tornado hurricane. A-rank wind release. Requires 54 skill points. Wind release. Wind killing array. A-rank wind release. Requires 50 skill points. Wind release. Rasengan. A-rank wind release. Requires 66 skill points. Lightning release. Ground walk. Learned. C-rank lightning release. Lightning release. Ground explosion. B-rank lightning release. Requires 26 skill points. Lightning release. Gratitude wave. B-rank lightning release. Requires 22 skill points. Lightning release. Thunder tiger rampage. B-rank lightning release. Requires 26 skill points. Izuna stared for a moment, then immediately examined his mind and discovered a new interface. A skill tree, just like in the game. Every mastered ninjutsu was marked with a note, for example, wind release, pressure damage, learned, lightning release, ground walk, learned, fire release, majestic destroyer flame, learned. Behind every ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu he had already mastered, there was a higher-level skill yet to be unlocked. Just like in the game, unlocking these advanced techniques required spending skill points. In the Warring States era, the variety of ninjutsu was nowhere near as abundant as in the later days of the Hidden Leaf Village, and there was no complete sealed jutsu scroll compiling them all. Each ninja clan actually possessed a limited set of techniques. Clans like the Uchiha, Senju, and Sarutobi did have a wider range of ninjutsu, but in reality, the Uchiha only had S-rank techniques in their fire release. For other elemental releases, high-level techniques were rare. Almost none surpassed A-rank. Suddenly, Izuna remembered something important. He reopened the skill tree and navigated to the Kekkei Genkai section. Sure enough, the screen displayed Sharingan, acquired. Mangekyo Sharingan, acquired. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, locked. Requires 300 skill points and an additional condition, the blood of a close relative. Evolvable, Rinnegan, locked. Required skill points unknown. Unlocking condition unknown. If that's the case, this should resolve the side effects caused by the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Seeing this information, Izuna finally let out a sigh of relief. Though he and Madara Uchiha had only just met in this lifetime, from the memories of his body, he could feel the deep bond between brothers. He had no wish for their relationship to be torn apart by matters concerning their eyes. With this reassurance, he could temporarily set aside worries about the Mangekyo Sharingan's negative effects. Izuna decided to first address the issues related to ninjutsu. Aside from the fire release techniques common to the Uchiha clan, he also possessed the abilities of lightning and wind nature. As a result, the skills branches for water and earth release had remained dormant and unavailable. Unless he awakened the Rinnegan and gained access to all 7 chakra natures, these two kinds of ninjutsu would remain locked away. Although Izuna yearned deeply for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, seeing that it required a daunting 300 skill points, while he currently had a meager 80. Displayed in the corner of his screen, he could only give up for now. Those 80 points, it seemed, were left over from in-game purchases in a past life. If this were an era of peace, Izuna wouldn't mind taking his time to slowly accumulate skill points. But now, in an age of war, with the Senju clan liable to attack the Uchiha stronghold at any moment, time was a luxury he could not afford. In the end, Izuna decided to exchange his points for an A-rank wind release technique. Wind release. Rasengan. Among all the ninjutsu he could currently unlock, this offered the best value for his investment. After the exchange, Izuna felt a warm surge of energy flow through his body. Not only that, he had become the first in the entire Uchiha clan, perhaps even in this era, to master such a novel technique. Immediately, a new prompt appeared in the skill tree interface. Wind release. Rasengan, acquired. Wind release. Rasen Shuriken, locked. S-rank wind release, requires 100 skill points, condition. Sage Chakra, projectile capability required. At that moment, a thought struck Izuna. He could transcribe these ninjutsu onto scrolls, allowing other members of the Uchiha clan to learn them as well. For example, Madara Uchiha possessed fire, lightning, and water chakra natures. This newly acquired wind release technique might prove useful for him, too. However, with the Uchiha currently locked in a stalemate with the Senju, arguably even at a disadvantage, Izuna decided to set this idea aside for now. The most pressing matter was still to prepare for a sudden attack from the Senju at any moment. He spent the entire night studying the newly acquired ninjutsu and the powers of his Mangekyo Sharingan. At dawn the next day, inside the main tent of the Uchiha camp, more than a dozen high-ranking clan ninjas, including Izuna and Madara, gathered together. Today we must decide who will cover the retreat. A middle-aged ninja, a peer of Taijima Uchiha, said gravely. I believe we should have the wounded cover our retreat. Our clan has suffered heavy losses, and we must prioritize protecting those who are still able to fight. Is that really appropriate? Those injured are clan members who fought bravely for our family. Sending them to cover our retreat is no different from sending them to their deaths. We have to put the survival of the entire clan above all else. If there is no other choice, we must be prepared to make such sacrifices. Sacrifice may be unavoidable. If the situation becomes critical, perhaps they could use Izanagi to buy us time, but the price for that. The leaders quickly split into two camps. One group insisted on sending the wounded to cover the retreat, even if it meant resorting to the forbidden technique Izanagi, to hold off the Senju attack. The other group argued that an elite unit should cover the retreat instead, while evacuating the wounded as quickly as possible. The division between the two sides made the meeting tense and fraught. At this moment, Izuna spoke up. If we force the wounded to risk their lives covering our retreat, what will the next generation think of us when they hear of this? His words brought silence to the room. One of the middle-aged jonin who supported sending the wounded spoke with a note of frustration. But if we lose our elite fighters, the Uchiha will be in an even worse position and will never be able to stand against the Senju again. At present, the Uchiha were already at a disadvantage compared to the Senju. In the original story, Madara Uchiha lagged behind Hashirama and the Senju clan both in personal strength and overall power, which is why they were always suppressed. Izuna's words had their merit, but the concerns of those who disagreed were not unfounded. The Uchiha truly could not afford any more losses. Let me do it. Izuna stepped forward, arms crossed over his chest, his expression resolute and confident. Izuna, are you sure? Madara immediately looked worried when he heard Izuna volunteer. After all, this was nearly a suicide mission. Don't worry. Don't forget the new power we possess, Izuna replied, glancing at Madara. The others exchanged looks, but didn't pay much attention to this so-called new power Izuna mentioned. At this point, what concerned them most was how to deal with the relentless pursuit of the Senju. Since Izuna, the young clan leader, has volunteered, we should send an elite squad to support him, suggested one of the Uchiha jonin. If Izuna was personally leading the rear guard, there was no way they could let him go with only the wounded and weak. He had to be backed by their most elite force. Otherwise, regardless of Izuna's wishes, Madara would never allow such an arrangement. After a thorough discussion, it was finally decided that Izuna would lead two squads, totaling about 140 members, composed of elite jonin and a handful of chunin, to cover the rear during the retreat. Meanwhile, Madara and the other senior shinobi would escort the wounded and the rest of their people back to their clan's territory. A deafening roar split the air. Just as the decision was made, a tremendous explosion erupted outside. Izuna and the others rushed out of the command tent, while Madara, frowning, called out in a commanding voice, "What's happening out there?" A Uchiha shinobi responsible for intelligence appeared before Madara in a blur of motion, dropping to one knee and reporting, "Sir, Senjiyuma has launched an assault with nearly 500 men from the entrance of Yanshan Gorge." Senjiyuma, an elite of the Senju clan, whose strength was nearly on par with Senju Butsuma, and the uncle of both Hashirama and Tobarama. Just as Uchiha was the right hand of Uchiha Taijima, Senjiyuma held the position of deputy clan leader among the Senju. Now that Senju Butsuma had fallen, Senjiyuma was the strongest force the Senju could field. Of course, this was only because Hashirama and Tobarama had not yet reached the heights of their future power. For now, at this moment in time, his presence was even more intimidating than Hashirama's. What's more, he had brought 500 shinobi with him this time. This was no simple pursuit. This was an all-out attempt to annihilate us. Izuna, your opponent this time is Senjiyuma. I'm afraid the men you have won't be enough. Let me handle this one. Madara's protective instincts surged forth. He had not yet become the legendary Uchiha Madara who would one day shake the shinobi world, and he still treated enemies of Kaga-level power with caution and wariness. Senjiyuma is leading the attack. Izuna frowned deeply. This surprised him. He had expected Tobarama to be the one leading the assault. After all, surprise attacks were Tobarama's specialty. Suddenly, As if struck by a realization, Izuna turned to Madara and asked, "Brother, what's the situation on the Taiyang Mountain Path?" The Taiyang Mountain Path was the only route back to the Uchiha territory from their current location. "That path is being guarded by Uchiha Izuna of the rear guard unit," Madara replied. Izuna fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, then said, "Brother, the plan has changed. I'm heading to the mountain path immediately. You stay here and delay Senji Yuma as long as possible." "Izuna, what's going on?" Not only Madara, but the other clansmen also looked at him in confusion. This was supposed to be their moment to retreat. Why was Izuna suddenly launching an attack instead? "There's no time to explain. Remember, our goal is to buy time, not to win. And unless there's no other choice, do not use those eyes. No matter what, you must remember this." Before the last word left his lips, Izuna vanished with a flicker, speeding toward the Taiyang Mountain Path and disappearing from sight in an instant. "Clan head Madara, what should we do now?" A middle-aged jonin turned to Madara for instructions. Madara replied without hesitation, "Follow Izuna's plan. Everyone who isn't injured will come with me. We'll hold off Senju Yuma." But many of the clansmen still hesitated. After all, Izuna had changed the plan so suddenly. His decision was difficult to read, and no one could quite grasp his true intentions. Madara swept a cold gaze across the hesitant crowd. "Do as I say." Silently, his Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life. Even for an average jonin, it would take more than 2 days of non-stop travel to reach the Taiyang Mountain Road from the front lines. But after last night's systematic strengthening, Izuna's stamina and endurance had soared. He made it to his destination that very night. As soon as he set foot on the mountain pass, the sounds of fierce battle echoed from ahead. Izuna narrowed his eyes. His judgment had been right all along. At the Uchiha encampment on the Taiyang Mountain Road, there were actually just over 30 defenders. This place was far too close to the clan's territory. For a century, there had never been any danger. No enemy had ever managed to threaten the Uchiha stronghold. Not even the Senju had achieved that. Of course, the Uchiha had never broken into the Senju's home, either. At this moment, Uchiha Zan, a veteran jonin of over 50, now at the peak of his strength, stood face to face with a ninja clad in deep blue armor. All around them lay fallen Uchiha clansmen, some so gravely wounded they could not move, others already lifeless. The ninja confronting Zan was none other than the future second Hokage of Konohagakure, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Zan gasped for breath, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. "Haha, I underestimated you. I never imagined you'd slip past so many sensory ninja and infiltrate this place without a sound." Tobirama's voice was as cold as ice. "The Uchiha clan is far too arrogant. Now, let me cut off your final escape route with my newly developed jutsu." Before his words had faded, Tobirama vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Uchiha Zan. He snatched up a special kunai inscribed with sealing runes from the ground and launched a sudden attack at Zan's back. Flying Thunder God, Execution / Fire Style, Dragon Flame, Song Technique. Just as Tobirama was about to strike, four blazing dragon heads of fire roared down from above, lunging at him. Caught off guard, he was forced to veer aside, dodging at the last second as the spot where he'd stood was consumed by searing flames, leaving nothing but charred earth. "You're as treacherous as ever, Tobirama." Hearing the sound, both Tobirama Senju and Uchiha Zan instinctively turned towards source. There, standing atop the Uchiha encampment's watchtower on Mount Taiyang, was Izuna. No one had noticed his arrival. With his right hand forming a seal, a faint, knowing smile played at his lips as he fixed his gaze on Tobirama. "Attacking where your enemy is most unguarded. That's just like you," he said. Izuna remembered clearly that at this point in time, Tobirama was said not to have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet the recent battle had proven otherwise. Not only could Tobirama use this jutsu, but it seemed he had long kept it as a hidden trump card, saving it for a day like today. Tobirama let out a cold snort, his tone frosty. "The feeling is mutual. You actually saw through my plan." In truth, Tobirama had developed the Flying Thunder God technique months before, but it kept it secret, never once revealing it. In combat, to him, it was a hidden weapon, reserved for the perfect moment, to seize the Uchiha's throat in one decisive strike. For centuries, Mount Taiyang had served as the Uchiha's unbreakable fortress, never breached by any outsider. Yet this long-standing security had bred overconfidence. Most of their forces had been dispatched to the front lines, leaving the mountain's defenses perilously thin. Under normal circumstances, not even a Kaga-level ninja could slip past the Uchiha's heavy defenses and infiltrate their camp on Mount Taiyang unnoticed. But Tobirama, with his flying thunder god technique and his innate gifts as a sensory ninja, could accomplish feats beyond the reach of most. He was born with extraordinary sensory abilities, surpassing even Hashirama Senju in this field, and could read the ebb and flow of an entire battlefield with ease. At his peak, he could instantly sense the exact number of enemy forces arrayed against him. Relying on his own power, he launched a surprise attack, shattering the last of Uchiha Izun's defensive line, an outcome that seemed nothing short of miraculous. Victory was within reach. Once he seized the stronghold, he could join forces with Senju Xiongjian at the front, his elder brother Hashirama, and Vice Chief Tobirama himself, to strike the Uchiha from both front and rear. If all went well, even if the Uchiha were not entirely wiped out, they would be dealt a crippling blow, losing, once and for all, their ability to challenge the Senju. Yet Izuna's sudden appearance struck a jarring note in Tobirama's plan. Uchiha Izuna, too, was taken aback by Izuna's arrival and shouted, "Young Chieftain Izuna, weren't you still on the front lines?" Izuna leapt down from the watchtower and replied, "Uncle Jean, withdraw for now. See to the wounded. Tend to any clansmen who still draw breath." Izuna called him Uncle Jean because Jean and Taijima were of the same generation. Wiping the blood from his brow, Jean helped two wounded but still breathing Uchiha Jonin to their feet, murmuring a warning, "Be careful. That man's jutsu is extremely dangerous." Uchiha Izuna's strength was originally on par with Tobirama Senju's, and he was even more experienced in battle. However, the Flying Thunder God technique was an exceedingly powerful jutsu, capable of allowing its user to strike down opponents far above their own level. Though some unexpected variables have appeared, it doesn't really matter anymore. Recovering from his brief shock, Tobirama regained his composure, drew a fresh Flying Thunder God kunai, and said, "As long as I capture you, I'll have the perfect bargaining chip to negotiate with the Uchiha." The two had already clashed numerous times in the past. Tobirama knew Izuna's strength well, and was confident that, with the Flying Thunder God technique, there was no chance of defeat. "How confident you are," Izuna responded coldly. The three tomo in his eyes spun rapidly, then shifted into an entirely new form, resembling three vertical lines that together formed the shape of a person. "What is this? A Sharingan form I've never seen before?" Tobirama's heart trembled, but he remained calm. With a single hand sign, he summoned a colossal wave, over 20 meters tall, crashing forth behind him. Water style, water shockwave. Ninja from the Warring States period possessed far greater power than their descendants. Even the lowest-ranked shinobi of this era were stronger than most of the Chunin in Naruto's time. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Izuna pressed his hands together, took a deep breath, and unleashed a torrent of fire from his mouth, its scale matching Tobirama's mighty water jutsu. A thunderous roar erupted as fire and water collided, sending up a massive cloud of steam and a shockwave that tore through the Uchiha camp, scattering tents and the bodies of fallen clansmen alike. A pity. Their eyes could still be reused, though the eye transplant techniques of this era were not yet fully developed. Izuna pondered silently. Though such methods were brutal in the Warring States period, they were all too common. Suddenly, Tobirama's presence vanished from the battlefield. In less than a second, he reappeared 10 meters above Izuna's head, suspended in midair. The impact of their earlier high-level jutsu clash had blasted Tobirama's Flying Thunder God kunai into the sky. One of these kunai happened to be directly above Izuna, and Tobirama seized the chance to teleport to that precise spot. "Got you." Tobirama's voice was a low, tense whisper, but he couldn't have known that in the instant he vanished with the Flying Thunder God technique, Izuna's left eye, his Mangekyo Sharingan hidden beneath his bangs, began whirling rapidly, a movie-like vision flickering in its depths. In that vision, Tobirama disappeared from his original spot using the Flying Thunder God, reappeared overhead, and unleashed a hand-signless water style, Heavenly Weep from above, striking directly at Izuna's head. Just as the vision faded, reality caught up. Tobirama, high above, sprayed a downpour of water needles from the sky, pelting toward Izuna's head like a torrential storm. Water style, Heavenly Weep. Izuna swiftly drew a scroll from the ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh and pressed his palm against it. Instantly, a torrent of kunai and shuriken shot out. Nearly invisible threads were entwined around these weapons, so fine they were almost impossible to see with the naked eye. In a split second, Izuna gripped one of the threads between his teeth, swung his hands to manipulate the line, and violently flung the weapons into the air. Whoosh! Whiz! The kunai and sunban clashed midair, producing sharp, ringing sounds before dissolving into sprays of water and fragments of metal that vanished into the air. The Uchiha Shuriken technique. Tobirama Senju's eyes narrowed slightly. But what truly stunned him was that Izuna had precisely anticipated the path of his attack. How could that be possible? This was the first time Izuna had ever witnessed his flying Thunder God technique. Suddenly, Tobarama's vision blurred. Amidst the iron shavings that should have been shattered by the collision, new shuriken materialized as if conjured from thin air. The centers of these shuriken were threaded with fine lines, arcing in a wide curve as they hurtled toward his flank. So, there were hidden shuriken within the shuriken themselves. It was the Uchiha clan's shadow shuriken technique. Tobarama refused to believe he would be struck so easily. In an instant, he vanished from midair. This was no ordinary body flicker. It was the flying Thunder God technique once more. Now, the battlefield was littered with countless custom-marked kunai for the flying Thunder God. Even the predictive power of the Sharingan could not deduce which kunai Tobarama would appear beside. Perhaps, the flying Thunder God had been created by Tobarama precisely to counter the Sharingan's ability to foresee attacks. Yet within Izuna's left Mangekyo Sharingan, the premonition played out again, as vivid as a scene projected on a movie screen. Tobarama appeared the 9 o'clock position, right beside a flying Thunder God kunai embedded in a broken tree, launching a high-speed attack using the advanced water release, Severing Wave. The scene shifted back to Izuna, who glanced toward 9 o'clock and spotted a broken tree about 200 meters away, with a flying Thunder God kunai stuck in its trunk, just as he had foreseen. Without waiting for Tobarama to appear, Izuna made his move first. He dashed toward the shattered tree, chakra coalescing in his right hand into two cerulean orbs the size of fists, each wreathed in razor-sharp wind blades and accompanied by a shrill, slicing wind. It was wind release, Rasengan. Though Izuna had yet to awaken Sage Chakra and could not hurl the Rasengan, it remained a high-level, a rank wind release jutsu. As Izuna closed in on the broken tree, Tobarama materialized in a flash, one hand poised to form the seals for water release, Severing Wave, only to be met head-on by Izuna's wind release, Rasengan. What? Tobarama was shocked, but years of combat experience allowed him to narrowly tilt his head aside. Even so, the wind release, Rasengan, grazed his cheek and shoulder, leaving him with fresh wounds. Blood gushed from his face and shoulder, as most of the Rasengan's force missed its intended target. Wounded, Tobarama Senju immediately invoked the Flying Thunder God technique once more, vanishing in an instant and reappearing 500 meters behind Madara's right side, at a spot where another Flying Thunder God kunai lay embedded in the ground. With a deafening crash, Madara's Rasengan obliterated the shattered tree where Tobarama had stood, splintering it to pieces. A few seconds later, Madara emerged from the swirling smoke, frowning as he muttered under his breath, "The Flying Thunder God, as troublesome as ever." At this moment, Tobarama's mind was even more unsettled. How could this be happening? By all logic, the Sharingan's predictive abilities shouldn't be able to anticipate the instantaneous movements of the Flying Thunder God. Could it be the power of Madara's new Sharingan? Madara felt a stabbing pain in his left eye and instinctively covered it with his hand. Damn it, after only a brief use, as I was already protesting. This ability came with far too many limitations. The power in Madara's left eye was the ability to foresee the future. Much like Katakuri's advanced observation haki in One Piece, it allowed him to glimpse moments ahead, a near-perfect counter to teleportation techniques like the Flying Thunder God. But Madara hadn't expected that even such brief use would cause his eye such searing pain. "I have no desire to drag out a fight while my eye feels like this," he growled. Clapping his palms together, then tightening his fists, Madara lunged toward Tobarama. "Let's settle this quickly." Lightning release, ground surge. Electricity erupted from Madara's fists, accompanied by a sharp crackle of thunder, the current racing along the ground toward Tobarama with blinding speed. Tobarama froze for a split second. The Uchiha clan usually excelled at fire release, and Madara himself should have been more adept at wind release than lightning release. Lightning release had always been Uchiha Izuna's specialty rather than Madara's. "But this level of lightning release doesn't impress me in the slightest," Tobarama replied coldly. With a steely glare, he brandished 3 Flying Thunder God kunai in each hand and hurled them with flawless precision, scattering them in all directions. He vanished from sight, nimbly sidestepping Madara's lightning attack. A rapid series of impacts burst through the air. In the next instant, 6 versions of Tobarama appeared in midair, each grasping a levitating Flying Thunder God kunai. It turned out that, in the moment of disappearing, Tobarama had also used the Shadow Clone technique. Water release, Severing Wave. Razor-sharp streams of water spiraled around the Flying Thunder God kunai, and the 6 Tobaramas streaked forward in flashes of blue light, so swift that even the Sharingan could barely track their movements. let alone follow them. In the blink of an eye, the six figures had surrounded Madara, the kunai in their hands wreathed in water blades, each one striking at a vital point: throat, heart, waist, legs. A resounding clang of metal echoed through the battlefield, causing all six Tobaramas to pause for a fraction of a second. Focusing their gaze, they saw the tips of their special flying Thunder God kunai had already snapped off. These small fry that Sasuke Uchiha dealt with are nothing like this. Looks like I have no choice but to use that. Izuna's voice was laced with irritation. Tobirama Senju frowned as he looked over, realizing that Izuna's body was now shrouded in a protective layer of white, rib-like bones. In the next instant, a massive skeletal arm sprang from the ribcage, its palm ablaze with searing black flames. Susanoo, Amaterasu. The skeletal arm swung down violently, launching a fierce assault against Tobirama. With his left eye, Izuna could glimpse into the future. With his right, he unleashed the black flames of Amaterasu. When both eyes opened together, he could invoke the ultimate power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. This was the true might of Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna hadn't expected that. Even after gaining such overwhelming strength, he would still be forced to use Susanoo when facing Tobirama Senju. He recalled how, in the original story, the mighty Madara Uchiha was constantly suppressed by Hashirama Senju. It made him wonder if this world was truly fated for the Senju clan to surpass the Uchiha. But there was no time to dwell on these doubts. Now that Susanoo had been unleashed, if he still failed to capture Tobirama, Izuna felt he would have no face to continue this fight. The silvery white Susanoo revealed only its ribcage and arm, yet the black flames of Amaterasu continued to roar on its palm. Worse still, the blue armor on Tobirama's right shoulder had caught fire, the black flames spreading with alarming speed. What kind of jutsu is this black fire? Tobirama exclaimed in shock, seeing the flames on his armor licking dangerously close to his cheek. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning a wall of water to encircle himself, and doused his shoulder with torrents. Yet, no matter how much water he poured, the black flames refused to be extinguished. Instead, they flared even more fiercely. His clothes were already burned through, and a fierce, scorching pain seared across his skin. Without a moment to spare, Tobirama tore the entire sleeve from his left arm, barely managing to save it. "Have you finally shown an opening?" Izuna's cold voice rang from behind, sending a chill down Tobirama's spine. "Try to use the Flying Thunder God again." Izuna spoke once more. Tobirama clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "He's seen through my intentions again?" But regardless of whether he'd been discovered, he had no other choice. He had to try once more. Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Susanoo's chakra blade came crashing down with a thunderous roar, the spot where Tobirama had just stood was utterly annihilated. Yet he himself had already vanished in a flash, thanks to the Flying Thunder God. Almost at the same moment, another arm sprouted from Susanoo's body. Summoning this new limb drained even more chakra and Mangekyo power from Izuna, making Susanoo's attacks all the more formidable. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the air. In the palm of the newborn skeletal arm, 3 Magatamas spun furiously, then with a sudden motion, were hurled toward the right and back. That was precisely where and when Tobirama Senju had just revealed himself. Faced with the sudden onslaught of the Yasaka Magatama, even Tobirama, hailed as the swiftest in the ninja world, found himself unable to dodge in time. With no other option, he raised his Flying Thunder God kunai and braced it before him in a desperate attempt to block the attack. A thunderous crash rang out. The outcome was clear. Tobirama's body was struck with tremendous force, sent soaring over 20 meters into the air before crashing heavily down to the ground. He coughed. As he landed, a large crater formed beneath him, and blood spattered from his lips. There was no time to wipe it away. Tobirama's mind raced. "Damn it, I didn't expect Izuna to have grown this strong. Looks like retreat is my only option now. Have you forgotten? You're standing in Uchiha territory." Izuna's words had barely faded when several shadows suddenly emerged from the darkness. Leading them was Uchiha Jan, who had just finished securing the survivors. On either side of him stood a pair of Uchiha Jonin, battered but still able to fight. "Seize him." Uchiha Jan gave the order in a low voice. The 2 Jonin sprang into action, gripping Tobirama's arms tightly from both sides. Izuna, ignoring the bloody tears streaming from his right eye, began gathering all the Flying Thunder God kunai scattered around them. Skill points, 54. Izuna glanced at the glowing screen only he could see, noting the skill point count with a slight arch of his brow. After exchanging points for the wind style, Rasengan, he had been left with 14 points. Now, by defeating Tobirama, he had gained another 40. Even though Tobirama had yet to reach his peak, his strength was already at Kaga level, and yet the reward felt meager. After all, Izuna had been forced to use his most powerful techniques, Susanoo and Amaterasu, to finally overcome him. At this rate, would he go blind before ever awakening the eternal Mangekyo? Young clan leader Izuna. Uchiha Izuna strode over, brimming with excitement. The two jonin escorting Tobarama wore expressions of exhilaration and awe. If you hadn't arrived to support us in person, we might have been wiped out. And to think we've captured Tobarama Senju alive. He's one of the top 5 elites of the Senju clan. Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. Don't celebrate just yet. Without warning, Izuna drove his fist into Tobarama's abdomen. Tobarama's eyes bulged wide, and a moment later, he slumped into unconsciousness, eyes rolling back. Izuna calmly withdrew his fist and said, he's a master of hand-sealless ninjutsu. We can't afford to let our guard down for a second. Uchiha Izuna nodded, but pressed on. Young clan leader Izuna, how did you know this man would come to ambush our camp at Mount Taiyang? I'll explain that after the war is over. For now, the most important thing is to bring him to the front lines. He'll be our bargaining chip in negotiations with the Senju clan. With those words, Izuna took Tobarama Senju from the two jonin, issuing an order. You two stay here and guard the camp. I'll personally escort Tobarama Senju. Yes, sir. All three answered in unison. Although Uchiha Sensei's status within the clan was second only to Izuna's, his demeanor now was that of a subordinate, such as the authority that true strength commands. It was difficult for Izuna not to feel murderous intent toward Tobarama Senju, the very man who would one day kill him in the original story. But, with the memories of the original Uchiha Izuna now fused into him, he understood perfectly well that killing Tobarama now was out of the question. Tobarama was far too important to the Senju clan. If he were to die here, the Senju would stop at nothing to launch an all-out assault. In their current state, the Uchiha simply couldn't withstand such an onslaught. So, for now, Tobarama could only serve as a hostage for negotiation. No rash moves could be made. Gripping Tobarama by the scruff of his collar, as if hefting a rabbit, Izuna raced toward the Yunjian battlefield. He'd barely covered a third of the distance when Tobarama gradually regained consciousness. As the scenery of trees blurred past, Tobarama's pupils contracted sharply. He turned to glare at his captor, gritting his teeth and muttering in a low voice, Uchiha Izuna, don't even think about escaping with Flying Thunder God. Izuna replied coolly, still carrying him effortlessly through the forest. I've already ordered my men to destroy all your kunai. Those new eyes of yours, is it your new power? Tobarama realized he had no way to break free at the moment. He was likely to become a bargaining chip in negotiations between Uchiha and Senju. Unable to change his predicament, he decided to probe Izuna for information, hoping to learn as much as he could. You're unusually talkative today. That's not like you, Izuna suddenly remarked. What? Tobarama frowned, entirely at a loss as to Izuna's meaning. Izuna merely smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly, before picking up the pace, hurrying on toward the Yunjian battlefield. At the Yunjian battlefield, on one side stood the Uchiha clan, marked by their iconic fan emblazoned with flames. On the other stood the Senju, famed for their immense chakra reserves. These two most powerful ninja clans of the Warring States period once again faced each other across the battlefield, a scene that had played out for centuries. The air trembled with violent explosions as fire, water, and lightning-style jutsu clashed in a deadly dance, leaving the ground strewn with the wounded and the dead. Most of the battlefield was engulfed in chaotic melee, but two areas had become the stage for single combat. The reason was simple. The fighters in those two places were so formidable that no one else dared come near. To be caught up in their struggle would almost certainly mean death. On one battlefield stood Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who would later be hailed as the twin heroes of the shinobi world. Elsewhere, the current strongest members of the Uchiha and Senju clans, Uchiha and Senju Shionjin, were locked in fierce combat. Uchiha was the uncle of Madara and Izuna, while Senju Shionjin was the cousin of Senju Butsuma. Hashirama and Tobarama addressed him respectfully as uncle. Both men were well past 40, their abilities having reached the absolute pinnacle. No further improvement possible, yet they remained paragons among all shinobi. At that moment, the 20-something Hashirama surged into the air, his right fist wrapped in blue chakra that burned like fire, and hurled a powerful punch at Madara. This was the precursor to what would later become Tsunade's monstrous strength. Yet, because Hashirama's future with style would prove overwhelming, his astonishing prowess in taijutsu was often overshadowed. Madara raised the Uchiha clan fan from his back, bracing it horizontally before his chest to block the blow. A thunderous crash erupted. The rock beneath Madara's feet shattered instantly, and his legs sank half a foot into the earth. Madara's Sharingan eyes spun rapidly with 3 tomo. His left hand quickly formed the tiger seal. Fire style, dragon flame, song technique. For colossal dragons of fire surged forth at almost point-blank range, roaring toward Hashirama. Hashirama's gaze sharpened at the sudden attack. Chakra surged from his left hand as he swung out, shattering the A-rank fire-style jutsu head-on. Madara took the opportunity to retreat, widening the distance between himself and Hashirama. Madara, let it go. The outcome of this battle is already clear, Hashirama urged, his tone calm and sincere. Don't kid yourself, Madara shot back coldly, though inwardly he pondered. As much as I hate to admit it, without my newly awakened eyes, I'm no match for Hashirama. But, unbidden, Madara recalled the words Izuna had left him before departing. Big brother, unless you have no other choice, don't use the Mangekyo Sharingan. At this point, Madara still didn't understand the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he knew, with his temperament, he would likely use it, regardless of the cost. But because these words came from his dearest brother, Izuna, Madara had kept this trump card hidden, never using it lightly. In a swift motion, a dark silhouette appeared behind Madara. It was Uchiha Izuna. Madara, are you all right? Yuya asked, his tone weary as he stood back-to-back with Madara, alert to their surroundings. A thin trail of blood slipped from Yuya's forehead, running down his cheek and chin before dripping onto his neck. Only 2 seconds later, Senju Shionjin arrived, coming to stand side by side with Hashirama. I'm fine, Madara replied curtly, lowering his voice. Did you notice? Tobirama isn't on the battlefield. Although Tobirama Senju had not yet reached the peak of his power, he was already among the top 5 strongest within the Senju clan. In a battle of such importance, it was only natural for him to be present. At the same time, the conversation between Hashirama Senju and his uncle, Shionjin, mirrored the doubts that plagued the Uchiha side. Uncle Shionjin, it's strange, isn't it? I haven't seen Izuna Uchiha anywhere on the battlefield, Hashirama said with a furrowed brow. It is strange, but right now, we can't afford to worry about that, Shionjin replied, his tone tinged with confidence. Besides, the tide of battle favors us. If Tobirama's surprise attack succeeds, we might finally bring an end to the centuries-long war between the Senju and Uchiha. Shionjin's faith in Tobirama's plan was unwavering. Tobirama was already the most gifted sensory ninja the Senju had produced in centuries. Merely by standing on the battlefield, he could sense the numbers on both sides. Now, with his newly developed Flying Thunder God technique, Shionjin believed that Tobirama could move freely, even in and out of the Uchiha's most heavily guarded defenses. With this thought, Shionjin's eyes grew ever more resolute. He gripped his tachi tightly. Hashirama, let's push harder. If we break through the Uchiha's front lines and coordinate with Tobirama, we're sure to deal the Uchiha a devastating blow in this battle. All right, Hashirama responded. Though kind-hearted by nature, he was not so naive as to misjudge the situation. At most, he might spare any Uchiha ninja who surrendered, but nothing more. A cough broke the tension on the other side of the battlefield. Uchiha coughed softly, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Madara's eyes widened in alarm. Are you all right? It's nothing, just an old wound from our last fight flaring up again. Besides, Senju Shionjin isn't in much better shape himself, Yuya replied, forcing a faint smile as he wiped the blood away. Madara quickly scanned the battlefield, his jaw clenched tight in determination. Silently, he thought, there's no other way left. Forgive me, Izuna. At that moment, the tomo in Madara's eyes spun rapidly, fusing and reshaping into a 3-pointed, triangular ring. What kind of eyes are those? Hashirama, who had been watching Madara closely, was the first to notice the change in his Sharingan. What unsettled him even more was the cold, overwhelming chakra radiating from Madara's gaze. Hashirama, from this moment on, I will fight with everything I have, Madara said in a low voice, as his chakra surged the long hair. Behind his head whipped wildly in the wind, signaling his readiness to unleash the full might of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. But at that critical moment, a sudden voice rang out, freezing everyone in their tracks. All Senju, cease fighting. If you don't want to see him die, stop now. It was Izuna's voice. Madara and the others all had the same immediate thought. Just like the Senju shinobi, they instantly turned to look in the direction the voice had come from. They were atop a rocky outcrop about 7 or 8 meters high on the right rear side of the battlefield. Izuna stood at the very peak. With one hand, he gripped Tobirama Senju firmly by the back of his collar. making sure that the hundreds of Uchiha and Senju shinobi below could see him clearly. Senju shinobi, cease your attack at once, or I will kill him right here and now. Izuna repeated his warning, his voice echoing over the battlefield. How could this happen to Lord Tobirama? Wasn't Lord Tobirama supposed to be on a secret mission? How did he end up captured by Uchiha Izuna? The Senju shinobi stared in shock at the unfolding scene, unable to believe their eyes. On the Uchiha side, shock gave way swiftly to a surge of joy. So that's where Lord Izuna went. He was out capturing Tobirama's Senju. This is perfect. Now the tide of battle has completely turned in our favor. Lord Izuna is truly remarkable. Tobirama's been captured? Impossible. Senju Yuma, who had just moments ago placed all his faith in Tobirama's strategy, now stood frozen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Not even the Uchiha could have predicted Tobirama's plan, and even among the Senju, few truly knew what he intended. With Tobirama's near-invincible flying Thunder God technique, Senju Yuma had always believed that not even the previous clan leaders, Uchiha Taijima or Senju Butsuma, could have captured Tobirama so easily. Although Uchiha Izuna and Tobirama Senju had always been close in strength with the Flying Thunder God, Izuna should not have been a match for Tobirama at all. Yet the reality was before them. Tobirama Senju was now Izuna's captive. Madara's pupils narrowed slightly, then the corners of his lips curled into a proud smile. So you went after Tobirama Senju? Well done, Izuna. Now, the entire situation has turned completely on its head. Izuna, let Tobirama go. We can negotiate anything you want. Senju Hashirama, who loved his brother dearly, immediately shouted up in desperation. As for Senju Yuma, a Kaga-level shinobi, he didn't hesitate at all. In a flash, he vanished from his spot and reappeared directly above Izuna and Tobirama. His katana arced downward in a swift, deadly strike aimed straight at Izuna's head. This instantaneous movement technique was already approaching the high-speed maneuvers that the Uchiha would become famous for in the future. But in this age of warring states, Senju Yuma was not the only formidable ninja present. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Takuya, who stood behind Madara, darted through the air and appeared right next to Yuma. His kunai, coated in wind chakra, was hurled with pinpoint accuracy at Yuma's katana. Yuma's blade swung to parry the attack. The sharp clang of metal rang out as kunai met katana, sending a burst of sparks scattering into the air. The kunai was finally knocked away, and a distinct crack appeared on the blade of the katana. At the same time, the two Kaga-level shinobi landed on either side of the rocky outcrop where Izuna and Tobirama were standing. Izuna's eyes turned cold. In a flash, he drew a kunai and, without hesitation, plunged it into Tobirama's shoulder. Blood gushed forth, staining Tobirama's blue armor crimson. Even with his formidable endurance, he couldn't suppress a low, pained gasp. Lord Tobirama! The Senju shinobi cried out in alarm. Izuna Uchiha, what are you trying to do? Senju Yuma's eyes were bloodshot with rage. This is merely a warning. If you dare make another reckless move, the next injury will ensure Tobirama Senju never has descendants. A dangerous smile curled on Izuna's lips as he issued his arrogant threat to Yuma. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating satisfaction. You bastard! Hashirama roared, his anger echoing across the battlefield. Everyone, lay down your weapons. Hashirama's shout carried an invisible force, silencing the chaos in an instant. Hundreds of shinobi, both Uchiha and Senju, were awed into stillness by his overwhelming presence. Izuna glanced at Hashirama, secretly shaken. Truly worthy of being the future god of shinobi. He already commands such pressure. Even with all his strength, Izuna couldn't help but feel a hint of apprehension toward Hashirama. After all, this was the man who had always kept Madara Uchiha in check. Izuna, state your terms. Hashirama struggled to contain his fury, doing his best to speak calmly. It's simple, Izuna declared loudly. After this battle, the Senju clan must compensate the Uchiha for all economic losses, withdraw from every territory west of Yinshan they've occupied, and sign an agreement not to wage war against the Uchiha for the next 5 years. The moment these demands were voiced, an uproar broke out among the Senju ranks. Many Senju shinobi shouted their outrage on the spot. Izuna Uchiha, you're shameless. Don't agree to his terms, young Lord Hashirama. We should all strike together and rescue Lord Tobirama. To them, Izuna's demands would force the Senju clan to pay an unbearably steep price. Even Tobirama, now subdued, couldn't help glaring furiously at Izuna. He spoke in a cold voice. You're being utterly outrageous, Izuna Uchiha. Izuna shot back without yielding, And you, who is always launching sneak attacks, what right do you have to accuse me? His kunai pressed tightly against Tobarama's throat, a clear warning to every Senju not to make a rash move. His meaning was unmistakable. Let's see who acts faster, me or your rescue attempt. Fine, I agree. Wait, give us one night to discuss it. Hashirama Senju, deeply concerned for his brother's safety, was just about to agree when Senju Xiongjian suddenly cut him off. With a loud voice, he declared, before we make our decision, you're not to harm Tobarama. Otherwise, the entire Senju clan will fight to the bitter end with the Uchiha. Despite the threat in Xiongjian's words, Izuna remained calm. He did not lash out at Tobarama, but instead replied levelly, agreed. You have one night to decide. With that, he exchanged a look with Madara. Madara gave a nod of affirmation, then raised his voice and commanded, all troops, withdraw to camp. And so, in the midst of Izuna's capture of Tobarama, the fierce battle between the Uchiha and Senju clans was forcefully halted. This was also the first formal meeting of four giants of their era, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama. Night fell upon the Uchiha camp, pitched in the shadow of Cloud Mountain. To prevent Tobarama from escaping, Izuna stood guard outside the cage himself, his attention unwavering. Both men, one inside, one outside the prison, remained silent, weighed down by the heavy atmosphere. After a long while, Uchiha entered the cell and said, Young Chief Izuna, you should get something to eat. Let me take over for a while. Izuna rubbed his stomach, already feeling the hunger gnawing at him, and nodded before leaving the dungeon. Not long after, a chunin from the Uchiha brought him a steaming bowl of soup made from wild vegetables and boar meat. Young Chief, Izuna. Thank you. No need to thank me. If you hadn't saved me today, I'd probably already be dead on the battlefield, the chunin said, his face filled with admiration. Izuna noticed that one of the chunin's eyes had lost its light and turned pure white. He frowned and asked, Did you use Izanagi? Izanagi was a forbidden technique within the Uchiha, so powerful it could twist reality itself. Even among clansmen, its use was strictly limited. The Uchiha chunin covered his blind left eye with a hand and offered a rueful smile. Yes, but compared to losing my life, giving up an eye is a small price to pay. After a brief exchange, the chunin departed. Izuna sat casually on a stone slab, savoring the meat soup, which had been seasoned with a pinch of salt. For this war-torn era, such a meal was already considered a feast. Izuna. At that moment, Madara approached. Ah, brother, Izuna replied, and the two sat facing each other. We really owe you for today. If you hadn't stepped in, who knows how many more of our clan would have been lost. It was hard to imagine this was the same man who would one day become known as the demon of the shinobi world. Yet, as Hashirama would later recall through Edo Tensei, before Izuna's death, Madara was someone who cared deeply for his family. It was only after everything that followed that he began to change. In the end, he set foot on a path from which there was no return. Big brother, did you just try to use your Mangekyo Sharingan? Izuna asked. Like Hashirama Senju, he could sense the chilling chakra emanating from the Mangekyo. Madara shrugged, offering a wry smile. I hate to admit it, but without the Mangekyo, I'm no match for Hashirama. Yet, he quickly regained his confidence, his voice firm. Even if there are side effects, I'm sure I can use this power to defeat him. Next time we fight, I won't lose. You'll still lose. Izuna thought to himself. Although he had only witnessed the latter half of the battle, he had already seen enough of the clash between Madara and Hashirama. Hashirama had not yet fully awakened his wood release, but even now, wounds on his body were healing automatically through the power of wood release chakra. That alone was an obvious sign. Izuna concluded that Hashirama would soon awaken his wood release in full. When that happened, Madara would be completely suppressed. Still, Izuna didn't shatter his brother's last shred of confidence. He simply listened in silence. At that moment, Madara changed the subject. But do you think the Senju will agree to the terms you proposed? No, Izuna replied without a hint of hesitation. From his perspective, the Senju clan would never agree to withdraw from the territories they had seized from the Uchiha at Yun Mountain. As for compensating the Uchiha for all their losses and a 5-year truce, those demands were certainly impossible. The Uchiha and Senju had been at war for over a century. There had never been so much as half a year of peace between them. Madara sounded a bit surprised. Then why did you even bother making those demands? Izuna sighed quietly in his heart. For all his strength, Madara was clearly lacking when it came to politics and human relations. No wonder he'd ultimately been outmaneuvered by Tobarama, who wasn't even as strong as he was. And when he left the Leaf, not a single Uchiha followed him. It's about raising the stakes, Izuna explained patiently. It's like selling vegetables at the market. You start with a high asking price, not actually expecting to get it. The other side haggles, you both make concessions, and in the end you settle on something both parties can accept. War negotiations work the same way. Madara listened, still a bit confused and struggling to grasp this kind of strategy. His way of thinking was far more straightforward. When he saw an enemy, he thought only of direct confrontation. Izuna shrugged, unconcerned that Madara didn't understand. Just as Izuna had predicted. At that very moment, on the other side of Yin Mountain, in the Senju encampment, a heated debate was underway. Led by Senju Yuma and Hashirama himself, more than a dozen of the clan's top leaders were fiercely arguing over the terms Izuna had put forward. For such an important figure as Tobirama Senju, agreeing to a temporary ceasefire with the Uchiha for his safety was almost an inevitable choice. However, to fully accept all the conditions proposed by Izuna was simply out of the question. After nearly 3 hours of deliberation, the Senju leadership finally decided to adopt a compromise suggested by Senju Yuma. Hashirama Senju frowned and asked, "Will the Uchiha accept these terms?" Yuma patted Hashirama on the shoulder and said, "You still lack experience in politics." Although Izuna set his demands very high, he never expected us to agree to everything. This is just part of his negotiation strategy. He's waiting for us to bargain. Hashirama, though more politically astute than Madara Uchiha, still asked in confusion, "Is Izuna really that thorough in his calculations?" Yuma let out a cold chuckle. That little fox may not be as forceful as Madara, but he's every bit as shrewd as his father, Taijima Uchiha. What's more, he actually managed to capture Tobirama. Who knows how he pulled that off? A thought flickered in Hashirama's mind. Could it be that Izuna's strength has now surpassed Tobirama's? The next morning, the Uchiha and Senju clans assembled once again on the battlefield at Mount Kyumo, where the air still carried the metallic scent of yesterday's fierce fighting. "Did you bring what we asked for?" Uchiha Takeya asked in a deep, solemn voice. Though the future belonged to the pairs of brothers, Madara and Izuna of the Uchiha, and Hashirama and Tobirama of the Senju, for now, the highest authority and seniority in both clans rested with Uchiha Takeya and Senju Yuma. Thus, it was natural that the negotiations were once again led by these two elders. At Takeya's words, Yuma produced 2 scrolls, then asked, "Where is Tobirama?" Takeya shifted slightly to the side, and Izuna appeared, escorting Tobirama Senju. His expression was calm as he said, "We'll release him after the agreement is signed." "Tobirama," Hashirama called out anxiously. "Don't worry, brother. I'm fine," Tobirama replied. Takeya and Yuma sat down across from each other on 2 roughly made chairs. Unrolling the scroll, Yuma laid out the detailed terms of the truce. The agreement had 3 main points. 1. The Senju clan must withdraw from the land west of Mount Kyumo and return all Uchiha territory previously occupied. 2. The Senju must compensate the Uchiha for 20% of their losses in this campaign. 3. Both sides shall observe a 2-year truce, during which neither party is permitted to set foot on the other's land. After glancing over the terms, Uchiha Takeya raised an eyebrow. Compared to the conditions we first put forward, this agreement is quite the reduction, isn't it? Except for the first proposal, the second and third terms clearly undermine the Uchiha's interests. What originally demanded full compensation was now reduced to only 20%, and the 5-year truce was shortened to just 2 years. Senju Yagama replied coldly, "You never actually expected those conditions to be accepted, did you?" In reality, war reparations were usually paid by the defeated to the victors. If the fighting continued, the Senju clan was very likely to win. The Uchiha had simply gotten lucky, managing to capture Tobirama as a hostage, and now they wanted the Senju to pay full compensation. That was sheer wishful thinking. Uchiha Ie and the other hardliners grew cold and stony-faced, while the Senju side responded with equally fierce and hostile glares. With centuries of hatred between them, both sides were already at the breaking point, ready to clash at any moment. 20% compensation, then 20%, Izuna spoke up at that moment, but the truce must be extended to 3 years. This, Senju Yagama began to reply, but Izuna ignored him and turned his gaze directly to Hashirama. On the surface, the truce period seemed fair to both sides. But in truth, the longer the peace, the greater the advantage for the Uchiha, and the less benefit for the Senju. In this battle, the Uchiha had suffered heavier losses. It was like 2 wounded beasts. Naturally, the one most gravely injured would crave more time to recover before the next fight. Hashirama clearly hadn't expected Izuna to throw the question to him so suddenly. As he hesitated, Izuna cut in again. "Do you remember what you and my brother said to each other by the lakeside 10 years ago?" Both Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju grew solemn at these words. Back then, They had met without knowing each other's true identities and made a vow together to build a village of peace. But now, weighed down by the burdens of clan hatred and the pressures of war, they had no choice but to stand as enemies. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Hashirama's heart was filled with complicated emotions. He lifted his head, taking a deep breath, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears. "Big brother, don't let him fool you," Tobirama called out anxiously. He, too, had witnessed that lakeside vow, but he understood better than anyone the kind of tactics Izuna preferred to use. This was a classic ploy, playing on emotions to garner sympathy. Simple as it was the most effective strategy against someone like Hashirama. And sure enough, after a long, steady breath, Hashirama declared resolutely, "I agree to Izuna's proposal. Our clan indeed needs time to recover as well." Lord Hashirama, young Chief Hashirama. A wave of outrage swept through the Senju ranks, many faces twisted with anger. But Hashirama only shook his head. "My decision is final. There's no need to say more." A faint smile curled at the corner of Izuna's lips as he called out, "Since Hashirama Senju has given his word, let's sign the agreement." "Izuna Uchiha, you despicable man." Tobirama Senju, still bound by Izuna, ground his teeth in frustration. Izuna merely let out a cold, dismissive laugh in response to Tobirama's anger. "Despicable, are we? And what makes you any better?" As the second in command of the Senju clan, Senju Yuma had initially wanted to object, but when he saw the unwavering resolve in Hashirama's eyes, he understood. Deep down that this young man was destined to become the future of the Senju. Not wishing to stand against him, Yuma ultimately acquiesced to Hashirama's decision. With both clan leaders, Taijima Uchiha and Butsuma Senju, now gone, the agreement was signed by their respective deputies, Uchiha Gakuya and Senju Yuma. Once both sides held a scroll stamped with signatures and handprints, Hashirama could hardly contain his eagerness. "The agreement is signed. Now, can you release Tobirama?" Under normal circumstances, Izuna would have insisted, "Withdraw from Yinshan first, then I'll let him go." But recalling how he had already outmaneuvered Hashirama earlier, this time Izuna chose to give Hashirama some dignity. He immediately released Tobirama from his restraints. Tobirama hurried back to the Senju camp, his expression dark. "I'm sorry, everyone," he said. Everything had escalated to this point because he'd been captured. "It's all right. Anything can happen on the battlefield." Hashirama reassured him at once, his voice full of concern. "Let's return home," Yuma added. "This wasn't your fault, Tobirama. The enemy was simply too cunning." The two great ninja clans had agreed to a 3-year truce. For the next 3 years, the entire shinobi continent would know a rare period of calm. With Yinshan as the dividing line, both sides began their retreat to their respective territories. The deaths of Taijima Uchiha and Butsuma Senju also signaled the imminent rise of new clan leaders. To outsiders, it seemed obvious that Gakuya Uchiha and Senju Yuma, as deputy leaders, would take charge of their clans. It should have been that way. In the Uchiha camp at Yinshan, the clan shinobi were busy clearing the battlefield. They gathered weapons, leftover rations, cloth, and other supplies, preparing to take them back home, ever ready for the next outbreak of war. Among their burdens were also the bodies of fallen comrades. They, too, would be returned home to their waiting wives and children. Izuna found Madara sitting alone and asked, "Brother, why are you here by yourself?" Since the truce had been signed, Madara had remained silent, arousing Izuna's curiosity. Madara looked at Izuna and, after a brief silence, said, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect that Hashirama would still remember the things from our childhood." More than a decade had passed since those days. Izuna paused, then shrugged, already turning to leave. He had no interest in the bond between Indra and Azura, those eternal rivals, nor did he have any wish to understand it. But just as Izuna was about to turn away, Madara suddenly called out to him and asked, "Izuna, do you think it's really possible to build a village where all ninja can live together?" That question was so out of character for you. Izuna almost blurted that out, but instead, he replied offhandedly, "Let's focus on finding a way to resolve the hatred between the Uchiha and the Senju first." Just that one issue alone was enough to give Madara a headache. To resolve the hatred between the two clans? How could that even be possible? Never mind centuries of grudges. Just within his own family, his father, brothers, and countless relatives had died at the hands of the Senju. And it was the same on the other side. Hashirama's father, brothers, and kin had all lost their lives to the Uchiha as well. Izuna cast a glance at Madara, who had fallen deep into thought, then turned and walked away. The wings of this butterfly he had become were already stirring up a storm. At the very least, one thing was certain. In the original tale, the Uchiha had never been granted this chance to catch their breath and recover. Arriving in this era, for Izuna, was perhaps a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Though this was arguably the time in the world of Naruto when lives were worth the least. Yet, Izuna's timing could not have been more precise. He arrived just as Uchiha Taijima had died, and his predecessor had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. In this way, having little emotional attachment to Uchiha Taijima, he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan without any pain. After returning to the clan compound, leaving other matters aside, the first and foremost task was naturally the funeral for Uchiha Taijima. Within the Uchiha territory, an area as vast as a small county, every household had recently hung up strips of white mourning cloth. In the mourning hall, the only two close kin, Uchiha Madara and Izuna, knelt in mourning attire before the coffin. Other clan members, heads bound with white ribbons, came forward one after another to offer incense and pay their respects. As they finished, passing by the two brothers, they would leave words of condolence. Stay strong, you must carry on, you are the hope of the Uchiha, and similar expressions of comfort. Throughout, Izuna kept his head bowed, lest anyone notice the lack of grief on his face. Madara, in contrast, furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze locked on the coffin. According to the customs of the Warring States period, children mourned their deceased parents for 3 days before the burial. Gone was the troublesome ancient rule from Izuna's previous life, where mourning lasted 3 years. In these turbulent times, surviving 3 years was itself uncertain. Once the final burial rites were completed, the white ribbons remained on their heads, but there was no longer any need to keep vigil by the coffin. A few days later, as Izuna passed by Madara's residence, he asked the maid at the door, "Is my brother home?" Within the clan, the maids, servants, cooks, and other staff were mostly commoners who had sought refuge with the ninja clans, unable to survive the chaos of the world. Some were also the last descendants of small ninja clans wiped out in war. The maid replied, "Young clan leader Izuna. Young clan leader Madara has been going out early every morning these days and doesn't return until almost dusk." Izuna's eyes flickered thoughtfully. He nodded, "I see. Thank you for your hard work." With that, Izuna walked away without looking back. Izuna-sama is truly kind. Watching Izuna's retreating figure, the maids at the door whispered among themselves. Indeed, it's not that Lord Madara isn't a good person, but he just feels hard to approach. I heard it was all thanks to Lord Izuna that the recent battle ended. Yes, my husband, who's in charge of transporting supplies, said if not for Lord Izuna, they would have perished in the Taiyang Mountains. After leaving Madara's residence, Izuna did not seek out his brother, but instead went to find Uchiha Kai. Uchiha Kai was of an even older generation than Uchiha Taijima. He was a rare survivor in the Warring States era, a chaotic time when the average life expectancy barely reached 30, and making it to 60 was nothing short of miraculous. Now, he held the position of the third elder of the Uchiha clan, overseeing the growth and development of the new generation of ninja. In those days, the Council of Elders was nothing like what people might imagine, merely officials sitting behind desks, stamping documents, and holding endless meetings. Though their age kept them from the battlefield, they still summoned every last bit of strength to share in the burdens of their clan. Uchiha Kai, in essence, was akin to a future-era ninja academy principal. He was a teacher. Nearly every Uchiha ninja in their childhood had benefited from his guidance, earning him immense respect within the clan. It was this reputation that had once made him the clan leader. At this point in time, the idea of a school didn't exist. It was simply a matter of studying. Children under the age of 10 would spend 10 hours each day in a designated area in the northwest of the clan grounds, learning and training in ninjutsu. After Uchiha Taijima's death, the children continued their studies as usual, each now with a white ribbon tied around their heads, just like Izuna. In fact, if anything, they studied even more diligently than before. In this recent battle, the Uchiha had lost a staggering 30 jonin, elite jonin, and even top-level jonin combined. The loss of chunin and jinin wasn't even factored in. It was, without question, the most devastating blow the Uchiha had suffered in decades. And this was despite Izuna thwarting Tobirama Senju's attempted ambush. In the original story, the Uchiha clan had mostly failed to stop this attack, which only widened the already significant gap between them and the Senju. In other words, the original Madara Uchiha had inherited a burning hot potato. As the children gathered at the school, about 200 Uchiha youths assembled on the training grounds, awaiting a speech from Uchiha Kai and his fellow instructors. These instructors were either elderly or had suffered lifelong injuries that kept them from fighting. "I'll be blunt," Uchiha Kai began. "The sacrifices brought upon us by this battle are beyond imagination. Among the fallen, I am certain, are your parents, your older siblings, your friends. The future of the Uchiha rests on your shoulders. His speech continued, lacking the persuasive, almost evangelical tone of the future third Hokage's Will of Fire addresses. Though his words were veiled, his meaning was clear: vengeance. As Uchiha Kai finished speaking, the sound of applause echoed from the back, sharp and steady, filling the air. Both the teachers and the 200 children turned to see who was clapping. Is that young clan leader Izuna? Lord Izuna? Both adults and children were taken by surprise. Izuna then stepped forward to stand beside Uchiha Kai. Facing the children, he offered a gentle smile. Elder Kai speaks the truth. The future of the Uchiha is in your hands. Lord Izuna, thank you for saving my father. At that moment, a boy of about 6 years old, his hair bristling like a hedgehog, stood up and bowed deeply to Izuna at a full 90 degrees. Immediately after, a little girl around 8 years old also rose to her feet, bowed, and called out, "Thank you for saving my uncle." One after another, more children stood up from the ground, bowing in gratitude. Izuna had captured Tobarama Senju and brought an end to the war, earning the highest of honors. It was no exaggeration to say that he had saved the lives of all his clansmen. Unlike Madara, who always wore a stern expression, Izuna smiled and waved his hand, gesturing for the children to sit back down. "If you really want to thank me," he said half-jokingly, "then hurry and grow up so you can protect this old relic in the future." His playful words sent ripples of laughter through the youngsters. Uchiha Kai, standing off to the side, asked, "Izuna, what brings you here today?" He was 2 generations senior to Izuna, so there was no need for honorifics. "Elder, I've developed 2 new jutsu. I've already written them down, and I hope they can be added to the clan's jutsu archive. I'd also like to teach them to these children," Izuna replied, taking 2 scrolls from the ninja tool pouch at his waist and handing them to Uchiha Kai. Newly developed jutsu? Uchiha Kai, along with several nearby Uchiha shinobi, were all taken aback. To be able to create original jutsu was, without a doubt, enough to have one's name etched into the proud history of the Uchiha clan. "I'd like to ask, Izuna, what rank are these jutsu?" As he accepted the scrolls, Uchiha Kai couldn't help but inquire. "They're B rank and A rank jutsu." The moment Izuna gave his answer, the place erupted in a flurry of excitement. For Izuna's age, he was already considered mature for a ninja. But as a creator of new jutsu, he was almost unbelievably young. Uchiha Kai and the others had assumed, at most, these would be C-rank techniques. Never did they imagine an A-rank jutsu. Under the students' wide-eyed, astonished gazes, Izuna turned and smiled. "Everyone's had their chakra nature tested, right? Raise your hand if you have lightning nature chakra." Among Uchiha shinobi, lightning chakra was the most commonly awakened element after fire. Sure enough, as soon as Izuna finished speaking, 70 or 80 hands shot up among the more than 200 children. Izuna nodded. "You're in luck. I'll demonstrate these 2 techniques for you. And for those who don't have lightning nature, don't be discouraged. One day, I'll develop more new jutsu for you as well." A chorus of delighted shouts broke out. "Wow! Hooray! Hooray! Long live Lord Izuna!" The students with lightning nature chakra leapt up in excitement, cheering and celebrating, their joy uncontainable. Meanwhile, the others could not help but hang their heads in disappointment. After all, these were B-rank and even A-rank jutsu. It was well known in the clan that jutsu of B rank or below were freely available to learn. Ninjutsu ranked A or higher can only be learned by those who have made significant contributions or have achieved the status of jonin. This serves to motivate the clan's shinobi to push themselves even harder. After all, if you're too weak, there's really no need for you to learn advanced jutsu. For those stuck at the peak of chunin, A-rank techniques may remain forever out of reach. Now, these children haven't even officially become ninja, yet they're about to learn an A-rank jutsu. How could they not be overjoyed? Behind them, a jonin from the Uchiha clan with a crippled right foot whispered to Uchiha Kaido, "Elder, is this really all right?" They all understood the rules. There was no doubt that Izuna's actions bordered on violating the clan's strict taboos. Uchiha Kai caught on to some of Izuna's intentions and shook his head. After all, Izuna is the creator of these techniques. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. Over 200 students followed Izuna to a ninjutsu training field outside the clan city gates. Facing a row of straw targets set up for shuriken practice, Izuna turned sideways to address the group. The first technique is a B-rank lightning style. It doesn't require many hand seals. Most of you probably haven't awakened your Sharingan yet, but you should still be able to manage. With that, Izuna began forming hand seals at a pace slow enough for even the youngest to follow. The order of the seals is as follows. After completing several seals, Izuna, much like when performing the Great Fireball technique, brought his right hand to the corner of his mouth. Lightning style, wave of gratitude. A sharp crackling filled the air. Dozens of thread-like arcs of lightning twisted together, surging from Izuna's mouth and lancing toward the distant straw targets. Halfway through, the lightning split apart, each strand veering off in a different direction. Just like the Uchiha clan's unique shuriken throwing technique, which can bend and change course mid-flight. There was a series of thunderous explosions, one after another. And in an instant, 3 training dummies were blasted to pieces, reduced to nothing but fragments. Incredible. A brand new lightning style, never before seen in the Uchiha clan. Both teachers and students gasped in awe. Izuna lowered his right hand from his mouth and said, "Although the hand seals aren't difficult, this technique's true challenge lies in the manipulation of chakra's form. It might seem daunting at first, but once you master it, you'll benefit greatly. With enough practice, you can even combine this move with water style, making it even more powerful." Pausing for a moment, Izuna continued, "The next technique is an A-rank jutsu. Without the Sharingan, it will be hard for you to master, but let me show you anyway." Izuna extended his left hand, knelt on one knee, and began forming hand seals. This time, there were even fewer seals than for the lightning style. Wave of gratitude. Only 3 in total. Ox, rabbit, monkey. Even without the Sharingan, you can remember these. In the next moment, everyone could feel the high concentration of chakra forming visibly in the palm of Izuna's outstretched left hand. At the same time, no one knew when his eyes had changed. They were now the 3-tomo Sharingan. "The first requirement for this technique is an extraordinary level of physical strength," he declared. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning burst from the center of his left palm. A sharp, crackling sound filled the air. The piercing cry of electricity echoed, as if the screams of 1,000 birds erupted at once. Uchiha Kai, once a Kaga-level powerhouse, gazed intently at the scene and explained in a low voice, "A massive amount of lightning-nature chakra is concentrated in the left hand, producing a thrusting ninjutsu that stimulates the body's vitality." Suddenly, Izuna pushed off with his right foot, his entire figure darting forward like a streak of black lightning. The crackling electricity was followed by a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves and debris flying in all directions, with countless fragments of shattered stone mixed in. Everyone instinctively raised their arms to shield themselves against the flying stones and the forceful winds. After half a minute, as the shockwaves finally subsided, they looked up again, and the sight before them left them utterly stunned. On the face of a rocky mountain, Izuna's left hand reached forward, and in the mountainside, a cavity had been blasted open, one as large as a grand estate. Amazing! Among the students, a child's voice trembled as cold sweat trickled down his face. "The name of this technique is Chidori." Izuna's indifferent voice drifted from up ahead. So amazing." A boy, stunned for several seconds, suddenly burst out in excitement, as if he'd been injected with pure adrenaline. "That's incredible. Absolutely incredible, Lord Izuna." Within moments, the other children caught on and began shouting in unison. "I've never seen such a powerful lightning release before. I have to master Chidori one day. Why? Why can't I use lightning release? This is so unfair. Long live Lord Izuna." Behind the elated students, even Uchiha Kai couldn't help but wipe cold sweat from his brow. At last, a grin tugged at his lips as he muttered, "A thrust as fierce as 1,000 birds crying out, Chidori, what a fitting name." Just then, the sound of swift movement cut through the air. A few armored Uchiha shinobi arrived in a flash, using the body flicker technique. They turned to Uchiha Kai and asked, "Third Elder, we heard a tremendous commotion from this direction. Has something happened?" At this time, the concept of a police force didn't yet exist. These men were known as the Uchiha Guard, direct subordinates of Second Elder Uchiha Teizo. Uchiha Kai gave a relaxed smile and nodded toward Izuna. "No need for alarm. It's only a ninjutsu demonstration." The 3 guards froze for a moment, then instinctively turned their gaze toward Izuna. When they saw the massive cavity, at least 6 or 7 meters tall and 3 meters deep, they couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. What kind of ninjutsu could unleash destruction on such a scale? After returning from a Yinshan battlefield, Izuna was astonished to discover that his skill points had increased from 54 to 104. In other words, by completing the signing of a ceasefire agreement, he had gained 50 skill points. That was even more than defeating Tobarama Senju when he first reached Kaga level. It was only then that Izuna remembered. Skill points weren't obtained solely by defeating enemies. Achieving certain special feats could also grant them. For example, completing unique quests from NPCs, discovering rare resources, or reaching the lofty accomplishment of becoming Hokage. All of these could grant varying amounts of skill points. And signing the 3-year peace agreement between the Uchiha and Senju was the first time in Uchiha history. Earning as many as 50 skill points for this was completely understandable. With 104 skill points, he could unlock S-Rank ninjutsu. Yet, just as Izuna was eyeing some overpowered techniques with great longing, a more crucial matter occurred to him. That was the death of Taijima Uchiha, and the question of who would become the next clan leader. According to tradition, when the clan leader died, the deputy leader would succeed him. After all, the position of clan leader wasn't an imperial throne passed down by bloodline alone. With Taijima Uchiha's passing, it should have been Uchiha Yuya who took over. In the original story, it was likely that Uchiha Yuya became the clan leader, and after his death, Madara succeeded him. It wasn't as if, upon Taijima's death, Madara immediately rose to the position. But Izuna had no intention of waiting around. He planned to use this clan assembly to help Madara become the clan leader straight away. And to compete with Uchiha Yuya, who was nearly twice his age, strength alone wouldn't be enough. Experience and military achievements were even more important. Nearly all the middle-aged shinobi over 40 in the clan sided with Uchiha Yuya. Since that was the case, Izuna set his sights on the new generation. Apart from the students themselves, more accurately, he focused on their parents' generation. Those aged between 25 and 35, peers of Izuna and Madara. Yes, in fact, Izuna and Madara were contemporaries of these students' parents. During the Warring States era, much like ancient times in China, people usually married and had children at 14 or 15. The purpose was to raise new generations of fighters, ensuring that if you fell on the battlefield, there'd be someone to fill the gap. The average age of these children's parents was around 25. For Izuna and Madara, being 20 years old and still unmarried and childless made them outliers. Thinking about this, Izuna felt a surge of emotion. Who would his future spouse be? That wasn't something he could force. Even if he desired it, there were plenty of single beauties in the Uchiha clan he could choose from at will. All in all, in the end, Izuna chose to spend his points on 1 B rank and 1 A rank ninjutsu. He intended to use them as political capital to support both himself and Madara. Even though Izuna had already taught these Uchiha students the method of forming hand seals and the basic principles of these 2 jutsu. They were, after all, B-rank ninja techniques, far from something one could master in a short time. But soon, Izuna noticed that several promising students were already beginning to show the rudimentary form of the lightning release. Thankful wave. You two, what are your names? Izuna approached a boy and a girl practicing side by side and asked from behind them. Hearing his voice, the 2 students, neither older than 10, turned around immediately, responding with a mix of nervousness and excitement. Why yes, Lord Izuna. My name is Uchiha Zonlien, and I'm practicing the jutsu you taught us. I'm Uchiha Yuzuki. Gee, good day, Lord Izuna. After committing their names to memory, Izuna gave them a faint smile. Keep practicing. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the 3rd elder, or come to me. It's no trouble. Wouldn't that be bothering you too much? Both Uchiha Zonlien and Uchiha Yuzuki were overwhelmed by the attention. Their parents were both chunin, just ordinary ninja. To them, Izuna was an unattainable figure. Hearing their concern, Izuna chuckled again. It's rare for us to be at peace these days. I have some free time. Besides, the future of the Uchiha clan rests on your shoulders. Zonlien was moved to tears, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Lord Izuna, I swear that one day, I will give everything for the Uchiha clan. No, for you. And I will too. Yuzuki hastily chimed in. Izuna smiled quietly, then turned away to observe the other students training. In a more secluded corner of the training ground, Izuna noticed a student practicing alone, about 10 years old. Lightning release, thankful wave. A sharp crackle sounded as several thin, hissing bolts of lightning shot from his mouth. But instead of scattering and changing form as intended, they veered off course and crashed uncontrollably into a nearby tree. Even so, it was already enough to be called genius. Too much force, like a child wildly flinging shuriken. The student turned in surprise at the words. Lord Izuna. Izuna crossed his arms over his chest. The true power of this technique lies in control. It's different from the explosive force of the great fireball. You need a much subtler grasp of chakra, like when you first learned to use chopsticks as a child. Thank you for the guidance, the student replied, scratching his head, a little embarrassed. What's your name? I'm Uchiha Kwanai, and my father is Uchiha Yuya. Uchiha Yuya, the current deputy clan leader. Izuna paused for a moment, realizing why the boy's features seemed so familiar. But Uchiha Yu is already over 40. isn't he? Judging by this kid's age, his father must have been in his 30s when he was born. Compared to Madara and Izuna, those two 20-something bachelors, that's even more impressive. Keep training, don't let your bloodline down. With just these words, Izuna turned and left. Yes. Uchiha Kwanai, who was somewhat withdrawn by nature, replied with a single word. Yet a note of admiration still crept into his voice. Izuna only spent 2 days at the Uchiha clan's private academy, but the news of him developing both B-rank and A-rank ninjutsu was already spreading like wildfire across the clan grounds. Many young parents in their 20s came in person to the gates of Izuna's residence, hoping to thank him face-to-face, but all were politely turned away. Even so, they held this favor close to their hearts. And as Izuna checked the skill points in his system, he found the number had jumped from 17 to 40. As he suspected, his actions had real significance, and judging by how much it increased, the impact ran deep. It was already close to half the points he'd received from negotiating the ceasefire agreement. Young clan leader Izuna, young clan leader Madara, also left early this morning. A new day had begun. Izuna once again arrived at Madara's residence, only to receive the same answer as before. He paused in thought, then nodded and turned away. Far from the Uchiha clan grounds, dozens of miles away, at the border between Uchiha and Senju territory, a mountain cliff rose from the clouds. From up here, the view was vast. The dense forest below stretched endlessly at their feet. Uchiha Madara stood atop that cliff. 10 years ago, it was here that he'd first met Senju Hashirama. It was also here that Hashirama first shared his vision, to build, starting from this very spot, a village where all ninja clans could live in harmony. I knew you'd be here. A familiar voice sounded from behind. Without turning, Madara replied, Izuna, is that you? While the Uchiha higher-ups are busy currying favor, you have the leisure to come here and reminisce? Izuna walked over and sat beside Madara, his legs dangling off the edge, swinging idly in the air. Madara's brows knit together in mild irritation. Izuna shook his head in exasperation, his foolish big brother, whose brain seemed to grow muscle instead of sense. Uchiha Taijima and many of the clan's strongest have fallen in battle. Now, the Uchiha leadership was restless. The most elite Jonin and above vied in secret for the newly emptied positions, including the role of clan head itself. Izuna was involved as well. He'd spent precious skill points to trade for lightning-style jutsu he was not good at, just to teach it to the younger students. And Madara? He would come here every day to dwell on memories with Hashirama, ignoring the clan's affairs entirely. No wonder that, when he betrayed Konoha in the future, with all his prestige, not a single person was willing to follow him. Thinking about it carefully, the situation over on the Senju side seemed strikingly similar. Hashirama Senju was also something of a political fool, relying entirely on Tobirama Senju to play the tough guy. But unlike Uchiha Itachi, Izuna hadn't yet blurted out that classic, melodramatic line, "My foolish older brother." Instead, he simply said, "The highest-level clan meeting is about to begin, and you know as well as I do, big brother, what the clan's top priority is right now, don't you?" The position of clan head. Madara, not so oblivious as to understand nothing, immediately replied, "It's almost certain that Uchiha will be the next in line, right? The same must be true for the Senju. They'll probably have Senju Shionjin succeed, and then you, the eldest son of the former clan head, together, with Hashirama, will serve as the new leaders. After some time, the two of you will formally take over as heads of your respective clans." At this point, Izuna shrugged with a wry smile. The resemblance is honestly uncanny. One has to admit, the tacit bond between Indra and Azura, those legendary comrades through the ages, was being vividly echoed in the friendships of Madara and Hashirama, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. But things are different now. Big brother, you should take over immediately. Madara's heart stirred at that. He didn't argue, and it was clear he was tempted by the idea. After a long silence, Madara finally asked, relying on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, the Mangekyo Sharingan was the only asset he currently had that could rival Uchiha Yuya for the position of clan head. "And you have me." Izuna stood up, dusting off his trousers with a gentle slap, and smiled. "Did you really think, in the past half-month while you've been lost in your memories, that I've just been doing nothing?" Madara looked at Izuna in surprise, and after a moment said, "Izuna, why do I get the feeling you're becoming more and more like Tobirama? There's a certain depth to you now." To be honest, as a devoted older brother, he still wished his little brother could remain more innocent. Izuna rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to answer. It had been about 20 days since the funeral for Uchiha Taijima and the others, and only now had the post-war chaos, both large and small, finally been sorted out. At last, the Uchiha clan was beginning to settle into a rare period of peace. At the same time, the clan meeting officially began. Early that morning, Izuna received word and headed to the Grand Hall at the heart of the Uchiha compound. Only ninja of Jonin rank or higher were qualified to participate in this meeting. Dozens of Jonin were seated in the lower section, while the upper seats on either side were reserved for the high-level decision-making council. Among them sat Uchiha Izuna, the current deputy clan head, and Uchiha Izuna, a shadow-level powerhouse of Taijima's generation, who had fought Tobirama Senju in the Taiyang Mountains and only narrowly escaped defeat by the Flying Thunder God technique, saved by Izuna himself. Uchiha Sora, a peer of Uchiha Taijima, did not take part in the previous battle at Yinshan. Instead, he was responsible for defending the northwestern border, and he too was a master of Kaga-level strength. There were also a handful of elites from the same generation as Izuna and Madara, among them their cousin, Uchiha Izuna, whose skills had reached the peak of Jonin. With the clan leader deceased, the highest authority within the clan now rested with the three elders. Among the three elders was Uchiha Hai, who also served as the principal of the clan's academy. The second elder, Uchiha Tianzong, oversaw the security of the clan's territory, a role akin to the Uchiha police force of the future Hidden Leaf. The grand elder, Uchiha Kuji, father of Uchiha Izuna, was in charge of war logistics, dispatch and distribution of provisions and weapons, as well as handling all post-war affairs, big and small. When Izuna arrived, Madara was already there. After a brief nod to Izuna, the two seated themselves on the cushions reserved for the decision-making council. Sitting beside Izuna, Uchiha Izuna leaned in and whispered, "Izuna, if Brother Madara wants to compete for the position of clan leader, do you think he has a real chance?" Compared to Uchiha Izuna, who was twice his age, the younger Uchiha Izuna was still more inclined to support Madara, whom he had known since childhood. Of course, there was another reason. Just a few days ago, his 4-year-old son, Uchiha Wuin, who was now learning ninjutsu, would often brag about Izuna's impressive feats at the academy. They say children are easily influenced by their parents, but in truth, the choices parents make are often driven by their children's wishes. Izuna offered a calm smile. Wait and see. Once everyone had arrived, the grand elder Uchiha Kuji cleared his throat, stroked his beard with his right hand, and announced, "With everyone present, I declare the first clan council since clan leader Taijima's passing officially begun." Izuna exchanged a glance with Uchiha Izuna, who sat across from him. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Uchiha Izuna spoke up, "Grand Elder, the urgent matter before us is to choose a new clan leader. I think everyone here is well aware of this." Uchiha Kuji nodded in satisfaction at these words. After all, Uchiha Izuna was his son, and he would naturally be pleased if his son became the next clan leader. However, what surprised Uchiha Kuji, and indeed most of those present, was when Uchiha Izuna continued, "I have also heard of Madara's extraordinary valor on the battlefield at Yinshan, and how Izuna's efforts have bought valuable rest for our clan. Therefore, I propose that Madara, the eldest son of clan leader Taijima, succeed as the next clan leader, and that Izuna be promoted to deputy clan leader." Uchiha Izuna's proposal startled many of the clan's senior members, especially those over 40. As a high-ranking officer in charge of the Taiyang Mountain Fortress defenses, Uchiha Izuna had never made his political stance clear. By rights, given his generation, he should have supported Uchiha Izuna, who was his contemporary. Elder 2, Uchiha Tianzong, whispered into Uchiha Senju's ear, "In the previous battle, Uchiha Izuna barely escaped death at the hands of Senju Tobirama. It was Izuna who saved him." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded, as if everything finally made sense. Uchiha Izuna had always been a warrior uninterested in politics. Now that Izuna had saved his life, it was only natural that he be inclined to support his benefactor's side. With the clan leader dead, the position of vice leader also needed to be filled anew, for the vice leader's role was essentially that of the clan leader's right hand. The vice leader worked in tandem with the clan head, their authority fluctuating according to the leader's will. So, if Madara were to become the new clan head, then Izuna would certainly be the best fit to assist him. As for Uchiha Izuna, he would naturally be assigned to another important position. About that, I still believe it would be better for Izuna to lead. There's no doubt that young Master Madara is an excellent candidate for the next clan head. The objection came from a man in his late 30s or early 40s, a middle-aged shinobi named Uchiha Kong, commander of the Northwest Border Defenses. He was a bit younger than Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Izuna, yet his strength was on par with the top jonin, and he was a member of the decision-making council. Seniority is important, yes, but right now, what matters most is strength. We all witnessed young Master Izuna's performance last time, and his teamwork with young Master Madara was nothing short of flawless. Uchiha Izuna couldn't hold back and spoke up, If young Master Madara becomes clan head and young Master Izuna serves as vice head, together, they could lead the Uchiha clan back to its former glory. Your point only proves that young Master Izuna is well suited to be vice leader, but whether young Master Madara should become clan head is still up for debate. As the discussion grew more heated, the third elder, Uchiha Hai, suddenly shouted in a booming voice, "Enough! Do you realize where you are? This is the Uchiha clan's highest council." Instantly, the room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Compared to the other elders, Uchiha Hai was usually more amiable, but it was precisely such a person whose sudden anger carried the greatest weight. The Grand Elder, Uchiha Singji, spoke after a moment's thought. "Third Elder, do you have something to add?" Uchiha Hai stood up, no longer content to sit, and declared, "From the Battle of Yinshan, we have all witnessed Izuna's brilliance in strategy. Not only did he safeguard our most critical stronghold at Mount Taihang, but he also secured precious time for our clan to recover. As vice leader, I believe there is no room for objection." No one voiced any opposition to Izuna's appointment as the new vice leader. In many ways, the vice leader could be seen as the mastermind in times of war. The position demanded the sharpest mind, and on that, there was no debate. Well then, the question is simple. Yuya or Madara? Who should be the clan head? Uchiha Hai, his tone unwavering, continued, "There are advantages to age, but youth brings its own strengths as well." Well, isn't that simple then? What the Uchiha clan needs now are the capable, not simply the wise. At this point, even a fool could understand Uchiha Kai's meaning. If that's the case, then let's settle it with a match. Whoever wins becomes the clan leader. After all, no matter which side ends up leading, both the traditionalists and the youth faction can list a whole array of advantages. So, let's go with the most straightforward solution. The strong take the lead, and the defeated hold their tongues. Quanah mused silently. While there is certainly some infighting in today's Uchiha, it's still far better than how things were when the third Hokage ruled Konoha. Though everyone is still pursuing personal gain and power, at least the ultimate goal for all is the survival and continuation of the clan. It's nothing like the era under Hiruzen Sarutobi. Take Danzo, for example. How many times did he secretly scheme and struggle for the Hokage's seat? Even when Konoha was facing annihilation during Pain's assault, the majority of Root's forces simply stood by and did nothing. That was no longer internal conflict. It was an outright coup. Well said, Elder. Quanah finally spoke, and, as the next-in-line deputy clan leader, his words immediately drew everyone's attention. I don't wish to argue from a personal standpoint, but this truly is the best way. With both Uchiha Kai and Quanah voicing their opinions, Madara, destined to become the Shura of the shinobi world, finally clenched his fists, rose to his feet, and declared, "Then let all our clansmen bear witness." The aura of the shinobi world's demon was beginning to reveal itself. Are they really going to fight? A shock rippled through the crowd. Elders, the council, even the many Uchiha Jonin below, all were taken aback. Given Uchiha Yuya's age, he'd likely reached his peak, yet he was still within a ninja's golden years. Madara, meanwhile, was young and brimming with potential. If everyone had a bet, most would still give the edge to Uchiha Yuya. Uchiha Kai had always been neutral, but Quanah's recent actions had swayed him slightly in Quanah's favor. But truth be told, he wasn't convinced Madara could actually defeat Yuya. Aside from Quanah, only Uchiha Jan showed such confidence. He had witnessed the might of Quanah's Mangekyo Sharingan firsthand, and if Madara possessed similar power. What do you think, Yuya? Uchiha Kai turned to look at Uchiha Yuya. Yuya's desire for the clan leader seat was nothing like Danzo's obsession with becoming Hokage in later years. But that didn't mean he didn't want it. With all the elders and the future deputy clan leader expressing their wishes, it seems I have little reason to refuse. Yuya answered with a tone that was half formal, half earnest. The Grand Elder Uchiha dared not show any favoritism toward his own son, his expression remaining calm and composed. Very well, the selection battle for clan leader shall take place in the training grounds. Prepare the protective barrier. Both sides must be careful not to harm each other. Regardless of the outcome, the future of the Uchiha rests on your shoulders. Uchiha training grounds. Word quickly spread that Uchiha Yuya and Uchiha Madara would duel to decide the next clan leader. The news sent a shockwave through the clan. Once the barrier Nin had finished setting up the protective wards to prevent any accidents, every clan member who wasn't urgently occupied rushed over to witness the duel. Who do you think will win? Behind Izuna, a cluster of genin and chunin who had rushed over began whispering among themselves. Lord Yuya, Lord Yuya, it has to be Lord Yuya, right? More than 90% of them gave the same answer. I think so too. With young Master Madara's talent, He should be able to surpass Lord Uchiha in another 5 years. But right now, he's still a little short. But I've heard that young Master Izuna has already been confirmed as the next deputy clan leader. Congratulations are in order. With Lord Izuna's cunning and strength, it's only natural. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Izuna remained silent, though inwardly he thought, that's only if he doesn't use the Mangekyo. During the Warring States era, only the Uchiha brothers Madara and Izuna awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. While the condition for awakening, it was said to be killing one's closest kin, or, more accurately, experiencing the agony of a loved one's death, there must have been another requirement: innate talent. Otherwise, in that brutal era, so many Uchiha witnessed the deaths of their dearest. So why was it that only Izuna and Madara awakened the Mangekyo? In the original story, Tobarama Senju claimed to have witnessed the technique Izanagi. It's now clear that he must have seen it from Izuna. As for Madara's Mangekyo ability, it remains an unsolved mystery. But now, in this very duel, Madara will surely reveal the power of his Mangekyo. Izuna was keen to see it for himself. At that moment, in the center of the training ground, Madara and Uchiha faced each other in combat. Madara wielded a scythe and a great war fan ablaze with fire. Uchiha brandished a Tachi sword. Begin! Grand Elder Uchiha Yukino waved his hand and called out. In the next instant, both their eyes sharpened, their three-tomo Sharingan gleaming. At the same time, both vanished from sight, turning into streaks of black as they reappeared more than 10 meters above the ground. A sharp clang rang out as their weapons collided, accompanied by a shower of fierce sparks. Clang! 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 The two dark silhouettes darted across the training ground at speeds even the Sharingan struggled to follow. Each time they clashed, a burst of sparks and a shockwave rippled through the air. Their taijutsu is evenly matched. In that very instant, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The first to make a move, using ninjutsu, was Madara. Forming a hand seal with one hand, he unleashed the C-rank fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. In less than the blink of an eye, he swept his right-hand war fan, instantly doubling, no, more than doubling, the power of his attack. This little boost is nothing to write home about. Uchiha Izuna replied coolly, his katana wreathed in a thin blade of wind. With a flash of his blade, he effortlessly sliced the phoenix flowers into pieces. He possessed both fire and wind chakra natures. Wind-style techniques were the specialty of the Shimura clan. In his early years, Uchiha had faced them in battle and, using his Sharingan, copied their signature technique. He'd been using it ever since, so much so that he wielded it even better than the Shimura ninja themselves. That was just an appetizer. Don't get impatient. On the other side, Madara suddenly spoke, his hands moving in a rapid flurry of seals. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Arrow. In the next breath, he switched seals. Lightning style, Grateful Wave. The fire jutsu melted into the lightning, and it was as if countless electric serpents surged through the sea of flames, a single strike unleashing a large-scale offensive jutsu, easily reaching beyond a rank. That's the lightning-style jutsu invented by Izuna. As expected, Madara has already mastered it. Uchiha Kai's expression changed in surprise, but he quickly understood and couldn't help glancing at Izuna. As deputy clan leader, Izuna would surely bring even more surprises to the clan in the future. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Arrow. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. Uchiha wasn't about to be outdone. He unleashed two chakra natures in a single breath as well. His wind and fire jutsu complemented each other perfectly, though his wind technique was only C-rank. It couldn't be helped. In this era, every clan's collection of ninjutsu was limited. Even a great clan like the Uchiha had, beyond their fire style, few jutsu above B rank. When Hiruzen Sarutobi became the third Hokage, the vast array of jutsu in the Forbidden Scroll and the hundreds of techniques he himself had mastered were all the result of generations of accumulation. Boom! Two techniques, each far surpassing A rank and verging on S rank, collided with explosive force. Uchiha Kai's face darkened, and he barked, "Anyone below Chunin, fall back 100 meters." Even with a barrier in place, such terrifying power was bound to cause accidents, and this battle was only just beginning. A deafening roar shook the air. After about 15 seconds of this epic clash, the tides began to turn. On Uchiha's side, strain was starting to show. Maintaining two chakra natures wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. The burden on his chakra was immense. On the other hand, Madara maintained both lightning and fire styles with remarkable ease. Not only that, but the power of his jutsu continued to rise, threatening to break through from A rank to S rank. At that moment, several people, including Izuna, noticed a change in Madara's eyes. What had once been the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan had transformed into a unique, circular pattern formed by interlocking arcs. The Mangekyo Sharingan. He now possessed the abilities of the Mangekyo. Wind style Gale Wall. Even as he found himself at a disadvantage in their clash, on the verge of being struck by Madara's ultimate technique, Uchiha gritted his teeth and unleashed a new wind-style jutsu. A protective barrier rose from the stone tiles at his feet, forming a shield that bought him precious time to dodge Madara's devastating attack. Yet, the sleeve on his right arm was burned to tatters, exposing the scorched flesh beneath. So this Mangekyo ability is... Izuna activated his own three-tomo Sharingan, closely observing the chakra flow within Madara's body. That power, it came from Madara's left Mangekyo. The fusion of lightning style and fire style was seamless, not only reducing chakra consumption, but also amplifying their combined might. Izuna recalled that, in the future, Madara would also wield the unique Kekkei Genkai born from mixing lightning and water styles, Storm Release. Moreover, he was the first and only person to transplant Hashirama cells on his own and, through his own efforts, evolve his Sharingan into the Rinnegan. Unlike Sasuke, who relied on the Sage of Six Paths intervention for such power. This showed that Madara excelled at the art of fusion. That was the ability of his left eye. While not as direct in combat as Izuna's own Amaterasu, it was perfectly suited for developing and researching new ninjutsu. Meanwhile, on the other side, a blade of wind once again formed along the edge of Yuya's katana. In a heartbeat, flames erupted along the blade as well. Wind and fire merged, transforming his weapon into a terrifying chakra sword, reminiscent of a legendary blade wielded by Susanoo. By Izuna's generation, the focus had shifted more towards ninjutsu battles. But in the days of Uchiha Taijima and his peers, both kenjutsu and ninjutsu were practiced in tandem. For this reason, when it came to swordsmanship, Yuya was now considered the foremost in the entire clan. "I'm coming, Madara." As Yuya's words fell, he vanished in an instant. With a body flicker technique, he appeared at Madara's right flank. A single slash swept forth. Madara's right Mangekyo narrowed. A thunderous explosion tore through the air. With one strike, a third of the Uchiha training ground was utterly destroyed. The barrier-maintaining shinobi poured their chakra into their technique, barely containing the shockwaves from spreading further. What overwhelming power! Lord Yi truly is at the pinnacle of his prime, murmured an Uchiha Jonin in awe. Does this mean the outcome has been decided? Another Chunin asked. No. At that moment, Uchiha Taijima and the others activated their own three-tomo Sharingan. Izuna muttered to himself. Is that the ability of his right eye? He dodged it. Yuya's attack, a slash with the force of an S-rank jutsu, had been completely evaded by Madara. It's true that the technique packs immense power, but if it doesn't hit, it's meaningless. By now, Izuna had already figured out the abilities of Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan. The left eye was an auxiliary type, designed to aid chakra fusion and conserve chakra. This ability would later help Madara develop Storm Release by blending lightning and water release, and even played a decisive role in awakening the Rinnegan. The right eye, on the other hand, granted the same brief precognition as Izuna's, allowing a glimpse into the immediate future. This wasn't surprising. After all, Itachi and Sasuke, another pair of Uchiha brothers, shared a Mangekyo ability in common, Amaterasu. So, it was hardly odd that Izuna and Madara would share a Mangekyo power as well. Izuna also understood now why, after being reincarnated with Edo Tensei, Madara never used his Mangekyo abilities. It wasn't that he hadn't used them. He simply hadn't announced them. Both abilities were the kind that, without explanation, left enemies utterly clueless. Against a Kaga-level powerhouse like Uchiha Yuya, famed for his mastery of kenjutsu and ninjutsu, Madara's right eye ability, the same future sight as Izuna, rendered Yuya's skills useless. This power was practically the bane of all taijutsu and close combat ninja. Secret art, Fire Stream Gale Turn. Several times, Uchiha Yuya's ultimate moves were effortlessly dodged by Madara, leaving Yuya struggling to remain calm. With his Mangekyo active, Madara's right eye vividly revealed the future. He saw Yuya swinging his blade at Madara's left side, but that was just a feint. Yuya would use a wind release clone as a distraction, hide his left hand, and aim a kunai for a sneak attack at Madara's abdomen. The very next second, just as Madara's right eye had foreseen, Uchiha launched his attack from the left. A barely perceptible smirk played at the corner of Madara's mouth as he raised his scythe to block. A deafening crash echoed as the ground of the training field buckled and cracked under the impact. "You're caught, Madara." Ecstatic, Uchiha used his wind release clone as cover and, with his other hand, drove a kunai toward Madara's abdomen. He had no intention of driving the blade through Madara. Just drawing blood would be enough to prove his strength and claim the position of clan leader. Yet in that moment, Madara let out a distinctly pronounced laugh. A sudden chill ran through Yuya, filling him with an ominous sense of foreboding. Chidori. Madara's voice came soft and calm, just 2 words. Instantly, a wild, sizzling surge of silver-white lightning exploded from his other hand. The lightning arced and snapped like an untamed beast, lashing out in every direction. Yuya's left hand, poised to strike, was seized by a surge of numbness, his grip faltering, the kunai clattering to the ground. That's another ninjutsu invented by Izuna. Many of the Uchiha onlookers were stunned. Though the battle in the center was between Madara and Uchiha Yuya, Izuna's presence was so formidable that no one could ignore him. Chidori was a technique Izuna had gifted to Madara just a few days ago. Now, the technique Madara displayed was even more reminiscent of Chidori's stream. Of course, it only appeared that way on the surface. At this moment, Madara was simply using his overwhelming chakra to unleash the lightning of Chidori in a spectacular eruption, making it look strikingly similar to Chidori's stream. In truth, using Chidori in this manner would inevitably cause harm to one's own body. Even so, it was enough. He seized upon the brief opening that Uchiha Yuya had just revealed. Madara raised his right foot and, with a swift motion like kicking a soccer ball, sent the kunai that had slipped from Yuya's hand flying through the air. The razor-sharp kunai skimmed past Yuya's face, leaving a bloody line in its wake. Fire style. But it wasn't over yet. Despite the dire situation, Uchiha Yuya still attempted to form hand seals and launch a counterattack. However, Madara was faster. Although both had been struck by Chidori, it was, after all, Madara's own jutsu. He could at least mitigate the damage he took. Lightning style, Grateful Wave. Though named as a lightning style technique, Madara had already fused this move with water style. With the numbing force of lightning and the obstructive power of water combined, this B-rank ninjutsu strength soared close to that of an A-rank. With a resounding crash, before Yuya could finish his technique, Grateful Wave slammed into the armor on his abdomen. The impact of water jutsu, coupled with the paralyzing surge of lightning, rendered him momentarily immobile. Madara spun his scythe, pressing the blade against Yuya's neck. Feeling the cold steel at his throat, Uchiha dropped to one knee, struggling to force out his words, I've lost. Witnessing this, Uchiha Koyuki, Yuya's father and the clan's elder, let out a heavy sigh. Uchiha Kai announced in a booming voice, a new clan leader has been born. The entire clan erupted in celebration. The power Madara had displayed even won over those who had previously supported Yuya. Even Izuna couldn't help but smile. Though there were individual interests at play, ultimately, everyone bore the Uchiha name. They were of one heart. There would not be the scheming and internal strife that plagued the clan after the founding of Konoha. It was exhausting, but also brought a certain comfort. Thus, with Madara as clan leader and Izuna as his deputy, the matter was settled, an unchangeable fact. After tending to the minor wounds of the two combatants, the clan's leaders returned from the training grounds to the main assembly hall. The succession ceremony was set to be held in a week on an auspicious day. Now, during this time of truce, there was room for a touch of ceremony. Meanwhile, over in the Senju clan's domain, their own succession ceremony was already underway. Senjuma stood atop the succession dais, with Hashirama at his left as deputy, listening to Yuma's oath and the cheers of the gathered clan members below. Tobirama's Senju, ever the doting younger brother, whispered softly, "Big brother, if you want to compete for the position, it shouldn't be a problem." He had no real objections to Senju Yugen succeeding as clan leader, but as someone deeply attached to his brother, he naturally hoped Hashirama would take the role. Hashirama, hearing this, smiled and replied in a low voice, "I'm not the type who insists on being the leader. Maybe supporting from the sidelines suits me better." Tobirama knew his brother's temperament all too well. Pushing the matter further would only upset Hashirama. So he fell silent, standing off to the side, thinking to himself, on the Uchiha side, Uchiha Takeya will likely take over as clan head, with Madara as deputy. But why is it that I find Izuna even more dangerous than Madara himself? It's worth noting that Tobirama was a true politician, whose sharp intellect in Konoha's future politics would one day even overshadow his formidable strength. If even he found Uchiha Izuna dangerous, then there could be no mistake. No matter what, the current state of affairs between the Uchiha and Senju clans was as follows. Uchiha, Madara as clan head, Izuna as deputy head. Senju, Yugen as clan head, Hashirama as deputy, with Tobirama's position unchanged. After all, his miscalculation had caused the Senju to suffer losses. For the first time in his life, Madara had actually managed to get ahead of Hashirama. Yet, who could say how long this advantage would last? During the ceasefire, time seemed to move sluggishly, and the ceremonies for the new successors became ever more elaborate. On an auspicious day, a brand new platform was specially constructed for the succession ceremony. There were ritual baths, offerings to ancestors, and a mountain of other tedious formalities. It wasn't just Madara who had to go through this. Izuna, as deputy head, was just as involved. After 3 full days of ceremonies, it was finally time for the last step, the oath. Yes, just like when Tsunade was inaugurated as the 5th Hokage, standing atop the Hokage building, swearing her vow to the villagers of Konoha below. With Madara's personality, he was hardly the sort for grand speeches. Izuna couldn't imagine what his brother might have said in the original story when he inherited the position. But now that he was here, it was no big deal. Standing on a new succession platform, Madara faced thousands of Uchiha clansmen, as well as a sizable number of non-Uchiha auxiliary workers from the farming and labor divisions. After clearing his throat, he spoke out in a loud, steady voice, just as Izuna had taught him the night before. Today, as I, Uchiha Madara, assume the position of clan leader, I want to say just one thing to everyone. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire of Uchiha will burn on. The shadow of that flame will shine upon our clan, nurturing new leaves to sprout. Indeed, these were lines that would one day be used by Sarutobi Hiruzen in his famous speech. Though here, Izuna had taken them, given them his own twist, and handed them to Madara. And as it turned out, the speech was surprisingly effective. The people of the clan below, especially the youth under 20, listened with shining eyes, as if they had glimpsed a broad road leading straight to peace. Long live Uchiha! Long live the clan leader! The flames of Uchiha will illuminate the entire Warring States era. It began with the first, then the second, the third. Soon even the refugees taken in by the Uchiha, and the common folk who tilled the land and forged iron, joined in, raising their arms in jubilant cheers. What kind of profound words could that boy Madara come up with? Standing in the shadowed corner of the successor's platform, Elder Uchiha Yukino and the other elders fixed their gaze on Madara's back, unable to help but mutter quietly in their hearts. When his eyes caught the figure of Izuna, standing in Madara's left, he was momentarily taken aback, and a suspicion surfaced quietly within him. Once the succession ceremony concluded, Madara wasted no time. He immediately gathered the senior members of the clan. The very next morning, he was already preparing to convene the first high-level meeting since becoming the new clan leader. Even as clan leader, there was still an endless list of matters demanding his attention. At dawn, he shed his battlefield armor and donned a thick, formal robe that embodied gravity and respect, then entered the council hall once more. Where once he sat among the decision-making council, Madara now occupied the seat reserved for the highest authority, the clan leader's throne. Izuna, as he had wished, now sat at Madara's left, the place of the deputy clan leader, symbolizing his role as the chief aide. Today, I formally assume the position of the new head of the Uchiha clan. If anyone has any proposals that would benefit our people, speak freely and without reservation. Now that Madara had become clan leader, his presence had subtly shifted, like a blade returned to its sheath, yet with its sharpness still flashing from time to time. The first order of business, naturally, is to assign duties. Second Elder Uchiha Tianzong spoke up. The battle at Yinshan claimed many lives. Besides the previous clan leader, many of our brothers in key positions also fell. We must fill these posts swiftly to ensure the clan's continued function. Though the jonin below felt sorrow for the many fallen comrades, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, this meant opportunities for advancement. Of course, last night, I already discussed the candidates for each position with the 3 elders and the council. If anyone has concerns, speak up now. As he spoke, Madara produced a list and began to read. Steward, Uchiha. Intelligence and Reconnaissance Squad, Uchiha. He continued, reading out a long list of positions and their new appointees. There were hardly any objections, for these decisions truly reflected each person's merit and abilities. There was no favoritism or backdoor dealings. And finally, the post of chief supervisor at the Yinshan camp, Uchiha. At this last appointment, everyone fell silent for a moment. From Yinshan, the very border between the Uchiha and Senju territories, and one of the Uchiha clan's most crucial garrisons. The highest commander previously stationed there had fallen in battle, so it was only natural to send an expert to take his place. However, though the position held great authority, it also came with significant hardship. This, too, made sense. Serving there meant living with your nerves on edge every day, always ready to fend off a sudden attack from a Senju. Still, it was also a place where one could easily earn merit. You could say it was a post marked by high rank, high reward, and high risk. For a moment, many of the Jonin began to question this decision in their hearts. Was Madara deliberately pushing Uchiha Yuya, his former rival for the clan leader's seat, into danger? Or had Yuya volunteered himself for the task? But Madara wasn't finished speaking yet. He went on, "Additionally, I announced that Elder Uchiha Singji, due to his advanced age, will now enter a semi-retired state. Uchiha Yuya will serve as the elder-in-waiting." With these words, the Jonin who'd been harboring doubts finally understood and couldn't help but think to themselves that the old fox, Uchiha Singji, certainly knew how to play his cards. Since his son could not become clan leader, he had begun maneuvering him toward the position of elder instead. After all, Singji himself was well past 60. Given the average lifespan in these war-torn times, he didn't have many good years left. All right, Madara concluded, the vacant positions have been reassigned. Now let's move on to the next topic, the future direction of the Uchiha clan. He set down the roster and shifted the conversation forward. The third elder, Uchiha Kai, proposed, "We must make good use of the 3-year truce with the Senju, avoid all conflict, and focus on cultivating our younger generation." Everyone nodded in agreement at this suggestion. The Uchiha were indeed warlike, but they weren't mindless like scions, fighting simply for the sake of battle, indifferent to death. Right now, the clan was battered and worn. They needed time to recover and rebuild. Yet Madara's expression grew subtly complicated. He had just become clan leader, and by tradition, he ought to make a bold show of strength, set the tone with a few sweeping changes. Perhaps conquer a minor clan, to demonstrate his prowess as the new head. When Uchiha Taijima ascended to leadership, he had immediately launched a northern campaign, swiftly capturing 2 small ninja clans and cementing his authority. This fleeting complexity on Madara's face did not escape Izuna's notice. But Izuna only smiled faintly, betraying nothing unusual. At the end of the meeting, Izuna introduced a system that would become common in Konoha's future academy. Except here, it wasn't one Jonin mentoring 3 students. The Uchiha didn't have that many Jonin to spare, and actually had many more students needed on the battlefield. So, one Jonin would take on 9 students, training them in both learning and real combat. The Land of Fire had yet to be founded. The entire ninja world was still dominated by numerous warlords governing their own territories. They hired samurai and ninja to do what they themselves could not. Though many of the systems seen in later generations hadn't yet taken shape, the practice of taking on missions had already begun. Even without a war to fight, this could serve as a live training exercise for the students' cultivation. After signing a truce with the Senju, and with Madara and Izuna successively taking up the roles of clan leader and vice leader, the Uchiha entered a brief period of recuperation. But knowing Madara's temperament, stepping into office without making a bold statement made it difficult to keep the senior members in check. Even after he defeated Uchiha Yuya with the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, the situation remained unchanged. With open conflict off the table, Izuna decided to take action himself. Once he became vice leader, he earned a handful of skill points. Not many, but enough to exchange for a few C-rank or 2 B-rank ninjutsu. He brought these out, expanding the clan's collection of scrolls, and outwardly claimed the techniques were jointly developed by him and Madara. Though these measures were less effective than suppressing outside enemies, they were at least enough to silence Yuya's diehard followers for the time being. As for the claim that the new techniques were developed together with Madara, the clan members privately saw through it, though none spoke up. They knew perfectly well what kind of ninja Madara was. Learning ninjutsu posed no difficulty for him whatsoever. But developing new jutsu was another matter entirely. It required a unique insight into chakra and considerable experience. Only a genius like Izuna, who had created the Chidori to complement the Sharingan, had the talent to develop such techniques. Still, since Izuna himself said so, no one dared disrespect the authority of the 2 clan leaders. Once elevated to high office, a flurry of responsibilities naturally followed. Even though Izuna had been an ordinary person in his previous life, he now had to shoulder part of the burden. Financial affairs, mission assignments, border security, a mountain of issues awaited his attention. Every morning, as soon as he woke up, there was a pile of work waiting for him. He used to read time travel stories where the protagonist always had a wise spouse or a loyal follower to handle these matters. Why was he not so lucky? As time slipped by, word of the temporary truce between Uchiha and Senju gradually spread throughout the warring states. Naturally, this caused a great stir across the ninja world. Though it was only temporary, such an event was unprecedented in shinobi history. Information during the Warring States period traveled nowhere near as fast as it would in the era of the 5 great nations. It wasn't until half a month after news of the truce spread that word of the new clan leaders reached the ears of other ninja clans. The Senju were now led by Senju Ujina as the new clan leader, with Senju Hashirama as vice leader. That came as no surprise. Everyone had expected as much. But the situation with the Uchiha left everyone dumbfounded. Madara Uchiha had become clan leader. Izuna Uchiha was the vice leader, and the man everyone thought would succeed as leader, Uchiha, had been reassigned to garrison duty at the Yinshan camp. What on earth was going on? Yuya Uchiha was still alive, so why was Madara the one to inherit the position? The ones most invested in this matter, naturally, were the Uchiha's archrivals, the Senju clan. As for his old adversary Uchiha Madara becoming clan leader before him, Senju Hashirama didn't feel much discontent or jealousy. His reaction was pure curiosity. Big brother, what do you make of it? Senju Tobarama sat cross-legged across from Hashirama and asked. Hashirama took a sip of tea, folded his arms across his chest, and replied with a slight pout. Well, the most straightforward explanation would be that Madara's strength has already surpassed Uchiha Yuya's, wouldn't you say? It sounded like an offhand, almost careless answer, but on closer thought, it was probably the most likely. The Senju had plenty of their own affairs to manage, and after chatting for a while longer, Tobarama returned to his own residence. A withered leaf drifted in through the window, coming to rest on the windowsill in Hashirama's room. Casting a sidelong glance, Hashirama noticed the potted plant placed there for decoration and sighed. Autumn is coming. But without war, things should be much better this year. As his words faded, Hashirama brought his hands gently together. A soft green glow began to envelop the wilted plant. Amazingly, new buds began to sprout from the yellowed branches. At the Izuna residence, it was dinner time. The quiet sound of water drops echoed from the garden corridor outside. A breath of autumn wind drifted into the room. Madara, sitting across from Izuna, took a rare moment to savor 2 sips of sake and even allowed himself a smile. When was the last time we actually had the time to sit down and drink together like this? Izuna popped a sushi roll into his mouth, the corners of his lips quirking slightly. I honestly don't remember. He did remember, though. It was at least before Uchiha Taijima passed away. He'd served as deputy clan leader for nearly 4 months now, and only tonight did the 2 brothers finally have time to share a drink. That alone spoke volumes about how busy things had become. I want to see the 3rd elder today. That new teaching method of yours is pretty interesting, Madara said, raising his cup for another sip. With this approach, the Uchiha will only grow stronger. No matter how many times Madara spoke words like these, Izuna always felt a flicker of surprise. The reincarnated Senju Hashirama would often say that Madara used to be someone who longed for peace, someone full of hope. Izuna had never truly believed it, until, hearing such words from Madara himself, he began to realize it might be true after all. In the original story, it was Izuna's death, the opposition led by Tobarama and others, and the secret machinations of Black Zetsu that finally drove Madara into darkness. By the way, now that you're clan leader, shouldn't you be thinking about your own future a little? I heard the 3rd elder has a niece. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, Izuna couldn't help but tease Madara. You know, Sasha's kid is already 5 years old. Madara, usually stoic as ever, couldn't help but show a trace of awkwardness. Well, there's no rush. What about you? As he spoke, Madara deftly tossed the question back to Izuna. Izuna propped his cheek in his hand. In his view, getting married at 30 was hardly late, especially since, in this era, marriage was mostly about carrying on the family line. But as for Izuna himself, he wanted to find someone he truly liked. Of course, if she happened to be beautiful, all the better. The brothers continued their idle conversation, exchanging remarks that held little real substance. Suddenly, the very Uchiha Sashu they had just been talking about appeared in the nearby corridor, arriving in a flash. Clan leader, deputy clan leader. Uchiha Sashu dropped to one knee in salute. Oh, Sashu, want to join us for a meal? Izuna glanced over, half joking. There's trouble, Sashu replied, his face tense and serious, any trace of humor gone. He gritted his teeth and delivered the urgent news. The Western garrison has received word from Lord Ku, led by the Hagoromo clan. With the alliance of the 4 northwestern clans, they're advancing on the Uchiha's northwest border. At this, even Madara's hand paused, chopsticks hovering over his plate. For 5 seconds, silence reigned. Then Madara rose, sleeve flicking with authority, and barked, "Summon all clan members of Jonin rank or above. To the council hall now." "Yes, sir." Uchiha Sashu vanished in an instant, using the body flicker technique. The Hagoromo clan. How bold they are. Madara's face grew dark and menacing as he muttered to himself. Glancing sidelong, he saw Izuna hurriedly stuffing the remaining pieces of sushi into his mouth. A vein twitched on Madara's forehead. "What are you doing?" Izuna swallowed the last bite. "Who knows when we'll get to eat something this good again?" Madara stared, then suddenly snatched up his own plate and wolfed down the rest of the sushi in one go. "If these rats think they can take advantage of the Uchiha in crisis, I'll tear them apart myself." In the Uchiha Council Hall, every Jonin-level ninja and above in the clan had already gathered. Compared to the last time, when the clan leader was chosen, there were noticeably fewer people. After all, nearly every Jonin had been called back for that event. Now, though, Uchiha and Uchiha Ku, among others, had already been dispatched to guard the border outposts. "What's going on? Why the sudden meeting?" No idea, but the messenger looked grim. "We only just finished our truce with the Senju 3 months ago. Is something happening again?" "Pipe down. Having 3 months of peace was already more than we could ask for." The Jonin below murmured quietly among themselves. Thud! The doors of the council hall swung open, and Madara and Izuna strode quickly inside. "Clan leader, deputy clan leader," the gathered Uchiha greeted in unison. Madara waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. He then took the clan leader's seat and nodded to Uchiha Sashu. Standing on the other side, Uchiha Sashu nodded in return, unfurled a map on the table, and pointed to the northwest area of the Uchiha territory, drawing several circles with his pen. "We've just received word from Lord Kuda at the northwest defense post. The Hagoromo clan, together with the Fuma, Watanabe, Saito, and Onikawa ninja clans, are advancing on our northwestern outpost and have set up camp." "What?" "The Hagoromo and the Fuma as well. That old fox, Hagoromo Masanari, dares to take advantage of us? Didn't he suffer enough 10 years ago?" An uproar of righteous indignation swept through the clansmen below. If the Uchiha and Senju were the two most powerful families of the Warring States period, then the Hagoromo could at least count as a first-rate clan. But after their crushing defeat a decade ago at the hands of Uchiha Taijima, the Hagoromo had been pushed to the very bottom of the first-rate ninja clans. No one had expected that, barely 10 years later, with Madara newly appointed as clan head, the Hagoromo would return, ready to stir up trouble once again. We haven't yet found out their true motives, but honestly, do we even need to investigate? The second elder, Uchiha Taijima, huffed and glared, his mustache bristling with anger. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. The answer was as clear as day. They were here to take advantage of crisis. Although the battle at Yinshan had been forcibly halted, word of the Uchiha's narrow escape from defeat had been spreading like wildfire across the Warring States. For the Hagoromo, who already had old grudges with the Uchiha, this was an opportunity too good to miss. As for the other 4 clans, they were hardly any better. Or to put it another way, in this era of warring ninja clans, none of them could be called innocent. After all, the Uchiha and Senju held the richest lands and resources. If the Senju were the ones weakened, these same clans would surely attack them without hesitation. It's just as the saying goes, pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Izuna rubbed his temples. This situation reminded him of the history he once studied, the scene of many nations uniting to crusade against Qin during the Warring States period. "Deputy clan leader, what should we do now?" Uchiha Sashu turned to ask Izuna. After more than 3 months of growing influence, Izuna had become something of a Zhuge Liang within the Uchiha. Everyone from the elders down to the ordinary clansmen looked to him for guidance. "Avoid battle." Izuna spoke calmly, then added, "Defend the city and avoid fighting." If it were Madara making the decision, he would have likely said, "We'll charge out and wipe them out to the last man." Yes, we should avoid battle and take this time to recover. A clansman below immediately voiced agreement, but then worry crept into his tone. "But what about the Senju to our east?" At the mention of the Senju, everyone in the hall fell silent. The news that the 5 clans are closing in to besiege the Uchiha won't take long to reach the ears of the Senju, either. When that happens, will they simply sit idly by? Impossible. If I put myself in their shoes, if the Senju were facing such dire straits right now, I wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, either. I draw my blade and charge in at once. A ceasefire agreement? That's nothing more than a piece of paper. I'll lead the reinforcements to the northwestern front myself. Izuna spoke up. Of course, we can't let our guard down against Yinshan either, but until the Senju make their move, let's not be hasty. We'll wait for word from Yuya. For now, this is all they could do. Now that Madara is clan leader, he can no longer recklessly rush to the front lines. Besides, he needs to remain in the clan's territory, ready to face the Senju to the east, who could attack at any moment. Back at the estate, he changed out of the robes he'd worn for the past few months, and put on his black tunic and crimson armor once more. When Izuna had finished his preparations and was about to set out in the middle of the night, he found Madara waiting for him at the gate. Izuna, it seemed like you didn't finish what you wanted to say at the meeting. Izuna shrugged with a smile. The Senju won't make a move. Madara frowned deeply, and after a moment's hesitation, replied, That can't be, can it? It was a golden opportunity. If you put yourself in their position, there's no reason not to strike while the iron's hot. At least on the surface, Hashirama, the Senju's deputy clan leader, would never agree to send troops. Izuna was placing his bet on Hashirama. With that guy around, at least for now, the Senju wouldn't dare openly take action. You trust Hashirama that much? Izuna couldn't help but get goosebumps at that. Somehow, the way Madara said it sounded a bit odd. It's not trust, it's calculation. You already have a plan for dealing with Hagoromo? Madara pressed on. To be honest, I don't. Izuna was completely frank this time. For now, all he could do was wait until he arrived and adapt to whatever strategy the enemy employed. Madara bit his lip hard, then managed to squeeze out a few words. Be careful out there. Of course. The Uchiha's northwestern border camp, commanded by Uchiha Kuu, a contemporary of Uchiha Taijima, as the highest-ranking officer. It took Izuna and his unit 2 days and 1 night to arrive. Though it was called a camp, in reality, it was built around the ruins of a crumbling stone fortress. A handful of merchants and civilians lived here as well. During the Warring States period, there were only 2 places that could truly be called prosperous. First, the ancestral lands of the great shinobi clans. Second, the capital cities ruled by feudal lords and guarded by ninja. As Izuna led his squad into the city, he had only just set foot inside the main gate when 2 Uchiha ninja, moving with blinding speed, appeared before him. Deputy clan leader, Lord Kuu has been awaiting your arrival, the 2 said, kneeling on one knee. After 2 days and 1 night of relentless travel, fatigue inevitably crept in, yet at this moment, no one dared, nor even entertained the thought of resting. Within the city, nestled against the mountains, was a stone temple that had been recently repaired. It was here that Uchiha Kuu, whom they had not seen for over 3 months, arrived and greeted. Izuna, no, now you're the deputy clan leader, aren't you? Chief Kuu, what's the situation? Izuna asked. Izuna raised his hand, signaling Uchiha Kuu to dispense with the formalities. Ah, it's urgent. Hagoromo Masanari, that bastard, really is hell-bent on revenging that grudge from 10 years ago. Letting loose a string of curses, Uchiha Kuu unfurled the map, ready to brief Izuna and the others on the current state of affairs. To ordinary ninja clans, the enemy force would already seem terrifying, but from the tone in Uchiha Kuu's voice, he didn't seem all that concerned. The more crucial reason was that the Uchiha were currently weakened. Otherwise, they would have already stormed out to show their true might. With the Uchiha's current strength, this alliance of 5 clans is not to be underestimated, a jonin who accompanied Izuna reported. Lord Kuu, during our journey here, did you discover anything new? Last night, we intercepted some news. Hagoromo Masanari still isn't satisfied with the 5 clans. He wants to pull in the Ino Shikacho alliance, turning it into an 8-clan coalition to swallow up our Uchiha lands in the northwest. At these words, everyone's expression in the hall changed. The Ino Shikacho naturally referred to the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans. Individually, their fighting strength barely qualified as second-rate. Yet, almost inexplicably, when the 3 united, they could wield the power of a top-tier ninja clan. For decades now, these 3 clans had stuck together, banding for mutual protection. Their territory was carved out in the far west, and rarely did they take part in wars. As a result, their presence among the warring ninja clans was not particularly strong. So, have Ino Shikicho agreed? Izuna asked. Uchiha Kuu replied. From the intelligence we intercepted, the Ino Shikacho are still hesitant. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuna declared, prepare to attack. Those present were taken aback. Someone immediately spoke up. Deputy clan leader, didn't you say we should avoid open conflict? The situation has changed, Izuna replied. The alliance of 5 had already been a thorny problem. If the Ino Shikicho joined the fray, things would become far more complicated. Their top priority now was to prevent the Ino Shikicho from joining the 5-clan alliance. Ultimately, those clans were simply afraid of getting dragged into a war they couldn't win. If that was the case, then the Uchiha would take the initiative, showing them that even a weakened Uchiha was not to be trifled with. They would frighten the Ino Shikicho into staying out of this mess. This battle must restore the Uchiha name. Let those bastards think twice before making a move. Uchiha Kuu roared, finally venting the fire that had been bottled up inside him. About 30 li northwest of Uchiha Stone Fortress lay the encampment of the 5 Clans Alliance. This was where the alliance had stationed its troops. The proposal to attack the Uchiha had come from Hagoromo Masanari, and since the Hagoromo clan was the most powerful, it was only natural for him to serve as the alliance leader. Inside the main tent, Hagoromo Masanari sat at the head of the table, while on either side of him sat the clan leaders, Kazama Setsuna of the Kazama clan, Watanabe No of the Watanabe clan, Saito Tadao of the Saito clan, and Oniakawa Yakichi of the Oniakawa clan. But tonight, their gathering over drinks was not for revelry, but rather to honor a distinguished guest, Nara Enkaku. He had been sent as an envoy from the Ino-Shikicho alliance, making him a coveted ally for Hagoromo Masanari and his peers. Ordinarily, given the strength of his own clan, Hagoromo Masanari wouldn't give much thought to the Ino-Shikicho. But now, facing off against the Uchiha, he was eager to bolster their fighting force in any way possible. Clan leader Hagoromo, I must confess, I'm not much of a drinker. This will have to do for me, Nara Enkaku said with a wry smile, raising a hand to politely refuse another toast. Like the future Shikamaru, he wore his hair in a high ponytail. Hagoromo Masanari set down his cup and smiled in return. Very well, I won't press you further. But, Mr. Enkaku, when you return, please make sure to tell the three leaders of the Ino-Shikicho that now is the best chance in a century to swallow the Uchiha whole. Yes, I'll be sure to relay your message, Nara Enkaku replied, nodding repeatedly. Inwardly, though, his thoughts were a world apart. Despite appearances, the situation was not so dire. After all, the Uchiha were one of the top clans of the Warring States era. They wouldn't be so easily destroyed. Suddenly, a series of deep, resonant bell tolls rang out, instantly sobering the 5 clan leaders, whose faces had been flushed from the wine. Everyone fell silent and alert. They all knew what that sound meant. An enemy attack. Sure enough, a ninja from the Kazama clan soon hurried into the hall, dropped to one knee, and reported, "News! The Uchiha have assembled around 200 men and are advancing toward us." Nara Enkaku's eyes narrowed instantly as a surge of alarm washed over him. 200? That must be nearly half the Uchiha's fighting force in the northwest. Hagoromo Masanari's intoxication vanished in an instant. Rising from his seat, he let out a cold laugh. The Uchiha truly are madmen, taking the initiative to attack. At a time like this, most ninja clans would choose to defend their fortresses and recuperate, but the Uchiha could never be judged by ordinary standards. They were, after all, madmen. Clan leader Hagoromo, allow our Oniakawa clan to take the vanguard, declared Oniakawa Yakichi, his confidence swelling. Although he was the weakest of the 5 clan leaders in terms of combat prowess, the combined strength of the 5 clans alliance filled him with boldness. With such a hot-headed youth leading the charge, Ueno Masanari naturally saw no reason to object. He immediately declared, "Very well. Then let Chief Onikawa strike the first blow in our conquest of the Uchiha, leading 600 shinobi into battle." He sent forth a force 3 times the size of the Uchiha's contingent in a single move. Just like Izuna, Ueno Masanari hoped to set an auspicious tone with this opening clash. At the same time, he wanted to show Nara Enkaku, the envoy, the true might of the 5 clans alliance. Unlike the mountainous eastern front where they once fought the Senju, the western region was a wide-open plain, stretching as far as the eye could see. Here, there was no place for cunning stratagems. The battle would be a direct collision of strength against strength. Sheer numbers would decide the advantage. And so, the outlook was unfavorable for the Uchiha. While Ueno Masanari and the others watched from the observation platform at the rear, taking in the scene from afar, on the flat battlefield, Izuna stood at the very front of 200 Uchiha clansmen, clad in his crimson armor. The one at the front is an Uchiha Sora. Saito, the chief, stood in the center of their formation, using sensory ninjutsu to survey the battlefield. He frowned. Yes, that's the newly appointed vice chief of the Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna, explained a reconnaissance shinobi from the Ueno clan. So Uchiha Takuga has stepped down? Chief Saito opened his eyes, a sly smile curling his lips like a fox's. Very well, let's see what he can do. Our side outnumbers them 3-1. Vice Chief, enemy numbers, visually confirmed at around 600. A Uchiha scout appeared at Izuna's right shoulder in a flicker of motion, reporting crisply, "The one leading them is Onikawa Yakichi, chief of the Onikawa clan." Onikawa Yakichi. Izuna's eyelids twitched. From Sora's earlier briefing, this man was only considered an elite jonin, and yet he dared to take the vanguard. Did he truly think the Uchiha were so easily bullied? With that thought, Izuna raised his right hand high. In an instant, the clansmen behind him all opened their eyes in unison. From the observation platform opposite, Ueno Masanari and his companions suddenly felt as if the enemy ranks blazed with a sky full of crimson, ominous stars. Whoosh! The next moment, Izuna brought his hand down with a sharp motion, stirring up a gust that swept across the field, igniting the first sparks of battle. I am Onikawa Yakichi, chief of the Onikawa clan, and the one leading the Uchiha. Yakichi, at the head of the 5-clan alliance's 600 shinobi, was just about to announce himself, when Izuna abruptly swept his right hand forward. With an earth-shaking roar, all 200 Uchiha warriors charged at once, their black uniforms surging ahead. From afar, they looked like a shadowy tide, crashing forward with unstoppable force. Oomph! The Uchiha really are a clan of lunatics. Onikawa Yakichi spat disdainfully, his voice cold. He had been hoping to put on a show for the allied army, yet now, all thoughts of bravado vanished as the Uchiha stormed forward. After all, his own clan was the weakest among the 5 clan leaders. Even if they managed to carve up the Uchiha territory, his clan would likely receive the smallest share in the end. That was why he had proposed to take the lead, hoping to earn merit in battle. Water style, flowing severance. Lightning style, grateful wave. Wind style, spiral series sphere. Izuna's wind style Rasengan, combined with the water and lightning styles from his clansmen on either side, instantly merged into an S-rank, large-scale, tri-elemental jutsu of devastating power. Looking out over the battlefield, it was as if an unstoppable natural disaster was about to swallow everything. Defend! Onikawa Henjichi shouted in a low voice. The front line retreated more than 10 meters at once, allowing the second line of shinobi to take their place. In an instant, dozens of hands pressed against the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Dozens of massive stone walls, enough to reshape the terrain, rose up in an instant, forming a formidable barrier in front of the 5 clans' allied forces. A thunderous rumble followed. The Uchiha's 3-element combination jutsu pushed against the earth walls for about 5 seconds before finally merging, shattering, and tearing them apart. Although much of the force was neutralized, the resulting shockwave still swept across the battlefield like a tornado, stinging the skin of Onikawa Henjichi and his men on the other side. Don't look into their eyes. Keep the fight at a distance, as much as possible. Onikawa Henjichi might not have been the strongest, but he excelled at analysis. Besides, everyone in the warring state's era knew of the Uchiha's fearsome Sharingan. At his command, roughly 200 shinobi from the allied clans, having completed their hand seals, charged in from the flanks, ready to unleash their jutsu. It was clear they had worked out this tactic before the battle. The Earth-style users formed the central defensive core. Once their defense held and an opening appeared, the flanking units would launch a barrage of ninjutsu assaults. Fire-style, searing engraving. Wind-style, sickle weasel. Water-style, blade gathering. Each of the 5 clans had their own unique techniques, and the diversity of jutsu made the sky above the battlefield erupt in a colorful display, like fireworks in the night. At first glance, it was dazzling. At second glance, one could sense the deadly threat it posed. The ground shook as a relentless bombardment of jutsu rained down, making the entire plain tremble beneath the onslaught. Thick smoke and haze spread across the battlefield, obscuring the view so much that Onikawa Henjichi and his men could barely make out the situation around them. Next unit, go. Don't let the Uchiha get close. Onikawa Henjichi continued to issue his orders, unwilling to give the Uchiha even a moment to catch their breath. Even though they were outnumbered 3-1, the Uchiha could not be underestimated for a second. With a roaring surge, countless Uchiha shinobi burst forth from the smoke and chaos. Meanwhile, the second wave of ninjutsu bombardment from the allied forces was already prepared. Advance! Just as Onikawa Henjichi was about to give the signal again, a sudden, earth-shaking crash erupted behind him. Something had just come crashing down from the sky. Caught off guard by shock, Onikawa Yakichi turned his head, only to see that, for some reason, Izuna had suddenly descended from the sky, landing right behind him. Even Hagoromo Masanari and the others watching the battle from the rear were stunned. From their vantage point, it was clear that Izuna had flanked them, launching himself from the sky on the back of an Uchiha summon, a ninja hawk, to land behind Onikawa Yakichi. But hadn't Uchiha Izuna been fighting all along at the front lines of the Uchiha army just moments ago? How had he suddenly managed to control a ninja hawk and appear in midair? Amaterasu. Blood streamed from Izuna's right eye as the pitch-black flames of annihilation erupted, devouring everything in his line of sight, including Onikawa Yakichi, one of the 5 clan leaders. AR. Help, help. Somebody help. Hurry, use water style. Somebody, use water style to assist. As chaos swept through the ranks of the 5 clans coalition, Izuna gave a cold, dismissive smile. Shutting his right eye, he spread his hands wide. In the next instant, as he began to form a wind-style Rasengan, he opened his right eye once more. The flames of Amaterasu wrapped around the Rasengan. It may not be perfect, but it's more than enough for the likes of you. With a Rasengan wreathed in Amaterasu flames in each hand, Izuna struck at the enemy ninja, flanking him on the left and right. Scorch style, Amaterasu Rasengan. A thunderous roar erupted. The sheer power of this unquestionable S-rank jutsu tore a bloody path straight through the heart of the 600-strong shinobi force. First, the shadow clone jutsu dulled their senses, followed by a surprise attack with the summoned beast, and finally, Izuna cleared the way with his ultimate moves, Amaterasu and Rasengan. This was his strategy. Using such a technique against an elite Jonin-level clan leader felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but Izuna knew he had to intimidate the coalition of 5 clans. If that meant wielding an oversized blade, so be it. Fire style, majestic dragon fire technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, incinerating ash. In the next moment, the Uchiha forces surged into the very heart of the coalition army. With their signature mastery of fire style, the battlefield was transformed into a sea of flames in less than half a minute. Follow the vice clan leader. Charge! Witnessing Izuna's overwhelming display of power, the Uchiha warriors surged forward with newfound courage, all fear forgotten as they raced to claim the heads of their foes. To be honest, Izuna desperately wanted to clutch his right eye and call for a medical ninja. The pain was excruciating. No wonder, in the future, Sasuke would nearly go blind after storming the 5 Kage summit in just a single day. But he couldn't do that now. He absolutely couldn't reveal the weakness of his Mangekyo Sharingan at this moment. Instead, he had to show that the Mangekyo brought him no ill effects, that he could continue to wield its power without pause. Opening his right eye once more, he recalled the flames of Amaterasu from Onikawa Yakichi's charred corpse. Izuna then bent down, and with a kunai, severed the head of Onikawa Yakichi, whose flesh had been burned away by Amaterasu until little more than a scorched skull remained. The 5 Clans Alliance is nothing special. The head of the chief of the Onikawa clan is now in my hand. Izuna held high the scorched head, sending a shudder through the hearts of the allied troops behind him. Uchiha Sora seized the moment, raising his hand and shouting, "Deputy Chief, please continue to lead the charge. We swear to follow you to the death." A thunderous cheer erupted from all the Uchiha soldiers, their arms raised high. At the rear, sweat trickled down Hagi Masanari's face, while the chief of the Fuma clan squinted and spoke in a low voice. "Clan. Chief Hagi, the Uchiha are full of fighting spirit right now. There's no need for us to suffer needless casualties for nothing." Hagi Masanari hadn't expected to be so thoroughly humiliated by Izuna in the very first battle. Looking into the distance at that young face streaked with blood and tears, Hagi Masanari felt a pressure even heavier than what he had experienced years ago when facing Uchiha Taijima. "Retreat." With gritted teeth, he spat out the order, and without hesitation, the 5 Clans Alliance turned and withdrew. "Advance. Take down as many as you can." Izuna roared like a demon unleashed. Although he ordered pursuit once the enemy began to retreat, he had already issued secret orders before the battle began. That shout of advance was just a bluff, a show of bravado to make it seem like he feared no one. In truth, the pursuit was brief, and soon after, Izuna began pulling his troops back. That's right. Everything was a ruse to deceive Hagi Masanari and his people, leading them to misjudge Uchiha's true strength. Damn it! Only after making sure there was no one around did Izuna press a hand to his right eye, unable to stop himself from cursing. "Deputy Chief." Uchiha Sora was startled by the sight and called out, "Someone! Medical ninja, hurry!" The few medical ninjas in the Uchiha ranks rushed over, placing their hands on Izuna's right eye and channeling medical chakra to heal him. But all they could do was dull the pain. There was no way to ease the damage to his vision caused by the Mangekyo. "That's enough. Stop the treatment," Izuna said, rising to his feet. "Let's return to the city." "Deputy Chief, you led us to a resounding victory in your first campaign. The clan's triumph is nearly within reach." One of Uchiha Sora's subordinates, Jonin Uchiha Izuna, flattered him eagerly. "Are you blind?" Izuna replied coldly. "That was just to fool them, nothing more." After regrouping, the whole army moved swiftly to defend Stone City. Izuna wore a grim expression. "We have to find a breakthrough soon. I can't keep this up for long." Uchiha Izuna looked thoroughly embarrassed. Uchiha Sora gave his shoulder a solid slap and said, "Idiot, you tried to flatter him and ended up making a fool of yourself. Next time, be smarter." Izuna forced a bitter smile and shrugged his shoulders, following the main force back to the Stone City base. Along the way, he couldn't help but ask, "Deputy Chief, about your new Sharingan. Uchiha Sora's face was equally grave. According to the clan leader, it comes with intense side effects. It seems there are all sorts of limitations when using it. Uchiha Izuna let out a sigh. What a pity. If only it could be used without end. Thus, Izuna's first battle as vice clan leader came to a close. For 2 days, the coalition of 5 clans, led by the Hagoromo clan, made no move at all. In other words, Izuna had achieved his goal of intimidation. However, the scale of the enemy forces was staggering, and that alone weighed heavily on Izuna's mind. Damn it, at the very least, couldn't I have been sent here after the founding of Konoha? Of course, complaints were just that, complaints. Whatever had to be faced would have to be faced. Thanks to the reconnaissance team's Sharingan, Uchiha Izuna was able to bring back intelligence to Izuna almost immediately. Although Onikawa Yakichi was dead, the Onikawa clan did not withdraw from the coalition. Instead, his younger brother, Onikawa Kenji, was appointed as the new clan leader and continued preparations against the Uchiha. Meanwhile, the total strength of the 5-clan alliance was coming into focus. All told, around 2,300 fighters had been committed to this war. This figure was gathered after their initial victory. As for Izuna's side, they barely mustered 500 people. The room was Spartan, just a single cot and a desk. Izuna sat at the desk, bathed in candlelight, quietly pondering his strategy. It was nearly impossible to request reinforcements from the clan. The Senju in the east could attack at any moment. Although Izuna was confident that Hashirama Senju would not make a move, right now Hashirama was only the Senju's vice-clan leader. The clan leader, Senju Yugen, and his younger brother, Senju Tobarama, were not to be underestimated. Now, the only way forward was to further increase his own strength. With that thought, Izuna once again opened the system's skill tree. A shimmering screen appeared before him. Player, Uchiha Izuna. Level, Kage. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning. Kekkai Jinkai, Mangekyo Sharingan. Skill points, 72. He had almost enough skill points to exchange for an A-rank jutsu, but Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was out of the question. 300 skill points. For that, even seeing the end of this war wouldn't be enough. A distant promise won't save a burning house. Izuna needed to make a choice, and fast. Suddenly, Izuna noticed a particular technique. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, B-rank locked. 80 skill points required. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, second stage. A-rank locked, skill points required. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, third stage. S-rank locked, skill points required. The initial Flying Thunder God technique, the very one Senju Tobarama used for his sneak attack on Mount Taiyang, was rated as B-rank. It enabled instant movement by marking a special kunai with a Genjutsu formula. But it allowed only single, one-way jumps, making it rather limited in use. The A-rank Jutsu, Flying Thunder God second stage, allows for multiple instant teleportations in a single move, making its range broader and its use far more flexible. Minato Namikaze modified the original Flying Thunder God technique developed by Tobarama Senju, earning himself the title of the Yellow Flash. The third stage of the Flying Thunder God can even set up a barrier, transferring any attack that occurs within it. Both Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju used this technique to even redirect ultimate attacks like the Tailed Beast Ball. Although the original Flying Thunder God was only ranked as a B-level technique, its practical value far surpasses most A-rank and even S-rank jutsu. At the mention of the Flying Thunder God, Izuna couldn't help but think of Tobarama Senju. At this point, that guy probably hasn't earned the nickname the fastest shinobi in the world yet. If Izuna could master the Flying Thunder God too, wouldn't he be competing with Tobarama for that very title? Suddenly, inspiration struck Izuna like a flash of lightning. Wait a second. Using the same jutsu as Tobarama Senju, he pondered for a while, then abruptly stood up and spread a map across his desk. Red ink marked the locations of the 5-clan alliance camps. He had long thought that the situation, with 5 clans joining forces to attack the Uchiha, was reminiscent of the Warring States period in his previous life, when multiple nations allied against Qin. If that's the case, how did Qin manage to escape adversity and unify the realm in one decisive stroke? The answer was surprisingly simple: sowing discord among the enemy. After all, an alliance's strength lies in unity. Once that bond is broken, there's little left to fear. Someone, bring Minister Sora to me, Izuna called out. The guard by the door responded immediately, yes, Deputy Clan Leader. In just a few minutes, Uchiha Sora hurried in. Deputy Clan Leader, you summoned me late at night. What is it that requires my attention? Sora asked as he entered Izuna's room. Have a seat first, Izuna gestured. Once they were seated across from each other, Izuna began, the reason I've called you here tonight is to ask you a few questions. Oh, Sora's brows knitted slightly. I'm all ears. 10 years ago, the Hagoromo clan became enemies with us Uchiha. That much I know. But do the other 4 clans have a blood feud with us as well? No, they don't, Sora replied, which is why I was so surprised when Hagoromo Masanari managed to unite the 4 other clans and press in on us. So, in other words, the Fuma and the other 4 clans are acting purely out of self-interest. Sora nodded in agreement. That's very likely. Their clan territories lie to the southwest, arid lands that have long coveted our fertile Uchiha soil. I doubt this desire is anything new. After a brief pause, Sora continued. Meanwhile, the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans are situated in the northwest. While their lands aren't as rich as ours or the Senju's, they're not lacking either, which is probably why they haven't rushed to get involved in this conflict. Of course, what truly matters is their fear of the power of our Uchiha clan. In his previous life, Izuna had always struggled in school, but history was one subject that genuinely fascinated him. Throughout the annals of war, examples of alliances being undermined by schemes and stratagems are countless. Take, for instance, the Warring States period, when the state of Qin stood alone against the combined forces of 6 other states, or during the Three Kingdoms era, when Cao Cao shattered the alliance of Ma Chao and Han Sui, both victories achieved through sowing discord among the enemy ranks. According to Uchiha Sora's account, the Fuma, Saido, and other clans had often clashed in the past, mostly over the struggle for food and resources. The other 4 clans had only banded together out of greed for the Uchiha's fertile lands, spurred on by Hagoromo Masanari's manipulations. Izuna was confident he could find the right moment to break apart their fragile alliance. For now, the Ino Shikacho trio hadn't shown any intention of marching out from their territories, so there was no immediate cause for concern. Yet less than 3 weeks after the initial battle, the coalition of 5 clans found their courage once again. They launched attack after attack, but each time, the Uchiha drove them back in defeat. During these clashes, although Onikawa Yakuchi was slain by Izuna, the Onikawa clan did not withdraw from the alliance. Instead, they swiftly appointed Yakuchi's younger brother, Onikawa Kenji, as their new clan leader. In today's battle, even Hagoromo Masanari, the leader of the coalition, personally joined the fray. Although he only entered during the latter stages of the fight, there was no denying his power. He was on par with the Kage. Without using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Izuna was unable to finish him off. Right before the end of today's battle, at the culmination of their final exchange, Izuna clearly heard the old fox Hagoromo Masanari mock him. That power of yours, seems you can't use it continuously, can you? The drawback of the Mangekyo had been exposed. Though Izuna had anticipated this, it still left a sour taste in his mouth. The enemy will likely attack with even greater frequency from now on. Tell everyone to be on their guard. After returning to camp, Izuna gave his orders to Uchiha Sora. Yes, sir. With a nod, Uchiha Sora dragged his blood-soaked body out of the tent. Izuna then brought up his system's skill tree. Current skill points available, 86. This would be enough. All this time, what Izuna had been waiting for was the Flying Thunder God technique. With a single thought, the translucent numbers on the screen shifted. The 86 in the skill points column dropped rapidly to 6. At the same time, the previously dimmed row for the Flying Thunder God technique brightened up, especially the first tier. Flying Thunder God technique, B rank learned. Flying Thunder God, second stage, A rank locked, requires 40 skill points. Flying Thunder God, third stage, S rank locked, required skill points. An A rank Flying Thunder God for only 40 skill points? Izuna was momentarily stunned, but quickly came to terms with it. The requirements for learning the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, aside from skill points, also included having already mastered the basic Flying Thunder God jutsu. In other words, the total needed was actually 120 points. Knock knock. Just as he'd grasped the Flying Thunder God, a knocking sounded at the door. Come in. Creak. The old wooden door swung open, releasing a sound so harsh it seemed to set one's teeth on edge. Uchiha Izuna entered, cradling a small wooden box in his arms, and spoke quietly. Deputy Clan Leader, here are the things you requested. Thank you for your trouble. Set them down and go get some rest. With his back to Izuna, Izuna busied himself with the Flying Thunder God kunai he had just retrieved from his system space. Deputy Clan Leader, these things you wanted. Before Izuna could finish, a sudden chill swept through the room. Flustered, he stammered, forgive me, I'll take my leave. Thud. The wooden door closed again. Izuna lifted the lid of the box. Inside lay an orange, single-eyed whirlpool mask and a pitch-black cloak. After donning both, he glanced at his reflection in the window. Yes, that was right. This was exactly the disguise Uchiha Bito would wear in later years under the alias Tobi. Poof! Forming a cross sign with his hands, He conjured a thick cloud of smoke, and another Izuna appeared in the room. The shadow, clone jutsu. He didn't expect to need it, but it was best to have a backup, just in case. Whoosh! In the next instant, Izuna flung open the window and hurled the flying thunder god kunai with all his might, sending it soaring over a mile through the air. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood, and almost simultaneously reappeared high above the ground, right where the kunai had landed, hundreds of meters in the air. Buffeted by fierce winds, Izuna grinned with excitement, grabbed the midair kunai, and threw it forward again. Vanish, reappear, vanish, reappear. In just a few seconds, he had left the Uchiha camp far behind. Even for a Jonin-level ninja, traveling from Uchiha's northwest stone fortress would take at least 3 days. But with the flying thunder god's power, Izuna arrived by dusk of the very next day. Looking down from the cliff, he saw banners marking the canyon's edge, emblazoned side by side with 2 different clan crests. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan. The reason both crests appeared on the same banner was simple. Like the Inoshikacho trio, these families shared an alliance. Their alliance was long-standing and solid, so much so that they placed both crests on a single flag, a symbol of their unity and mutual support. Together, the 2 clans' combined strength could rival even the Hyuga clan, second only to the twin giants of the Warring States era, Uchiha and Senju. Or perhaps, even surpass them. It wasn't out of the question. So, does this mean that the fates of Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Danzo Shimura were intertwined all the way back in the Warring States era? Inside, Madara Uchiha, wearing the swirling mask that once belonged to Obito, couldn't help but let out a derisive snort. He tossed a flying thunder god kunai into the air, then vanished without a trace. At that moment, within the allied Sarutobi Shimura clan compound, Furuhashi Sarutobi and Keizo Shimura, the respective chiefs of their clans, sat face to face, sharing a quiet dinner. Furuhashi, right now the Hagi clan, is leading a coalition of 5 clans to attack the Uchiha's northwestern border. The Senju to the east could strike at any moment. Don't you think it's the perfect opportunity for our 2 clans, too? Keizo Shimura poured his old friend another cup of sake, a calculating glint in his eyes. His meaning was clear. Why shouldn't they seize the chance to profit from chaos? Yet, perhaps fate had a hand in things. Furuhashi Sarutobi and Keizo Shimura, grandfathers to Hiruzen and Danzo, shared a relationship much like that of their descendants. Though both were part of the alliance, Furuhashi belonged to the cautious camp. He preferred to keep the Sarutobi neutral toward both Uchiha and Senju, careful not to make enemies on either side. Keizo, in contrast, was aggressive, always hoping for the Sarutobi and Shimura to surpass the Senju and Uchiha, dreaming their clans would become the strongest in the land. Don't underestimate the Uchiha, Keizo. Furuhashi took a sip of his sake and said, "It's still uncertain whether the Senju and Uchiha will actually clash. They only signed a ceasefire agreement less than half a year ago." Keizo scoffed. "That's just a piece of paper. As the Uchiha's sworn enemies, do you really think the Senju will let such a golden opportunity slip by?" A sudden, thunderous crash split the air just as Keizo finished speaking. The roof beams splintered and collapsed, and a kunai embedded itself squarely in the center of the tatami floor. In the same instant the kunai struck, a dark silhouette materialized in the hall. "Who goes there?" More than 20 Sarutobi and Shimura shinobi from outside rushed in at once. Furuhashi and Keizo instantly shifted into fighting stances. "My name is Taka. My name is Taka." When devising this plan and assembling the disguise, Madara had modeled himself on Uchiha Obito. If that was the case, he might as well make things easier and use all the aliases Obito once adopted. Every warrior from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans stood at the ready, their eyes riveted on the intruder. When the dust finally settled, they could see their enemy clearly at last. Though in truth, there wasn't much to see. He was cloaked in a black robe that hid even his hair, and his face was concealed by a bizarre, swirling, single-eyed mask. Even his voice was unmistakably altered, chakra channeled into his throat to render his words unrecognizable. "Taka." Furuhashi Sarutobi murmured the name under his breath and exchanged a weighty glance with Keizo Shimura. Both men shook their heads, indicating they had never heard of such a person. But for someone to break through their proud clan grounds single-handedly and make it all the way here, this was no ordinary individual. Ninjas aren't supposed to reveal their surnames, right? Izuna half-joked. "Oomph." Shimura Keizo snorted coldly and waved his hand. 8 Shimura clan ninjas drew their blades, forming a circle that enclosed Izuna in the center. "Don't be hasty, clan leader Shimura. I've come sincerely to discuss cooperation with your alliance. Admittedly, my way of entering was a bit rough, But honestly, it was the only way. Despite these words, the wariness on Shimura Keizo's face did not lessen in the slightest. Instead, Sarutobi Koga stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Is that right? What is it you want?" Clan leader Sarutobi Koga. How refreshing it is to meet someone who speaks openly. Izuna spread his arms, feigning excitement. "I come representing the 4 northwestern clans, who recently allied with the Hagoromo clan. I'm here on a secret visit, seeking an alliance between our 4 clans and the Sarutobi and Shimura clans." The 4 northwestern clans? The wilds of the Northwest were home to many small and medium ninja clans. But if it was those working with the Hagoromo, there could only be 4. Fuma, Saito, Watanabe, and Onikawa. Is he really from one of those clans? It was said that their strongest clan leaders barely reached the upper Jonin level. Where had this formidable figure come from? Haven't you already joined forces with the Hagoromo clan? Now you claim to represent the 4 clans in seeking an alliance with us. Shimura Keizo clearly didn't believe a word Izuna said. "I say I represent the 4 clans precisely because this is being done behind Hagoromo Masanari's back." Izuna's voice, altered with chakra, carried a note of resentment. "Hagoromo Masanari made a pact with us. The agreement was that after conquering the Uchiha's northwestern lands, his clan would take half, and our 4 clans would split the rest. Such terms are unacceptable to us, so here's our proposal." Izuna's voice suddenly sharpened. "We ask that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans join us in dealing with the Hagoromo clan. Together we'll divide the resources of both Hagoromo and Uchiha." Sarutobi Koga's eyes widened in surprise, while Shimura Keizo's suspicion only deepened. "Let's say, even if by the wildest stretch of imagination, what you say is true, why not approach the Senju? They jump at the chance to fight the Uchiha." With this, the surrounding ninjas instantly understood and became even more guarded toward Yin. Clan leader Shimura, you guessed right, but it's a pity. I already approached the Senju. While their leader, Senju Yuma, was quite tempted. The deputy leader, Senju Hashirama, strongly opposed the idea and nearly tried to capture me. With no other choices left, I've come to you. Izuna waved his hand dismissively, his head hanging in feigned dejection. Senju refused? How is that possible? A gasp of shock rippled through the hall. Until this moment, everyone had assumed the Senju were merely biding their time, waiting for the right opportunity. It was inconceivable that they would abstain from this war. Could this masked man be lying? Hard to believe, isn't it? But the new deputy clan leader, Hashirama Senju, is just such a man. Izuna continued. Now, with the Uchiha facing their twilight, and Hagoromo letting his guard down against our 4 clans, the chances of success are higher than ever. I hope both of you will join us in forging a new future together. I can't stay much longer, or Hagoromo Masanari will grow suspicious. When there's another chance, I'll come and pay my respects to the 2 clan leaders in person." With that, Izuna prepared to take his leave. Wind style, vacuum, iron cannon. A visible blast of wind, as large as a hot air balloon, tore through the air in a sudden attack. As the clan most skilled in wind style during the Warring States period, the A-rank technique unleashed by Shimura Keizo already rivaled Izuna's own lethal wind style, Rasengan. But the masked man vanished in an instant. After the vacuum iron cannon shattered half the Grand Hall, he reappeared out of nowhere, as if nothing had happened. Shimura Keizo was stunned, muttering to himself, "Body flicker technique? No, he didn't even form any hand seals, and I couldn't sense a ripple of chakra. What on earth?" Sarutobi Furukawa narrowed his eyes from the side. "Is this some kind of spatial movement?" "Such hot tempers, clan leader Shimura. As I said, you may be a great clan, but this is no way to treat an envoy. Don't you think that's a bit much?" As his words faded, the masked man's shadow disappeared once more, leaving only a final message lingering in the air. "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The Senju will not make a move." When all was calm again, Shimura Keizo asked in a low voice, "Furukawa, what do you think?" At the very least, his last words ring true. To verify his claims, we only need to watch whether the Senju take action. All the ninja clans of the Warring States believed without a doubt that the Senju would not let this opportunity slip by. They would surely tear up the truce and declare war on the Uchiha. But if, as this kite claimed, the Senju truly did not go to war, then his offer to cooperate with them might just be genuine. After a moment of contemplation, Shimura Keizo asked, "If what he says is true, Furukawa, do you think we should act?" Sarutobi Furukawa moistened his dry, cracked lips, knowing full well his comrade was clearly tempted. About 5 miles outside the Sarutobi and Shimura clan territories, a kunai was embedded in the trunk of a locust tree. A fleeting shadow appeared. Izuna retrieved the kunai and removed his mask. The temperament of Ashura's descendants makes them perfect tools to exploit. He would never actually approach the Senju clan in person as Kite. Not to mention that place is teeming with top-tier fighters. Even relying solely on the Flying Thunder God technique, it would have been impossible to move so freely as he had this time. This alone made it clear. The technique must never be exposed in front of the Senju. Indeed, Izuna had no intention of using this move on the front lines. He would only employ it under his Kite persona. Yet, at this very moment, even Izuna himself did not foresee that this decision would set off a storm so fierce, even he would struggle to contain it. After nearly 3 days spent darting back and forth between the Uchiha Stone Fortress and the Sarutobi and Shimura clan territories, using the Flying Thunder God, Izuna finally relaxed once he realized the enemy had not launched an attack during his absence. The first thing he did upon returning to his room was collapse into a deep, heavy sleep. He needed to restore the enormous amount of chakra he'd spent recklessly using the Flying Thunder God. Izuna had left behind a shadow clone precisely to avoid suspicion, in case Ueno Masanari suddenly launched an attack and discovered his absence from the clan. Even if the chances were slim, this plan could not tolerate the slightest misstep. He slept for nearly 20 hours before finally waking. And even then, it wasn't of his own accord but because someone came to rouse him. Thankfully, it wasn't war that awaited him, but rather a message sent by Madara via a ninja hawk. As always, the letter inquired about Izuna's condition on the battlefield and the toll on his Mangekyo, as well as the strategies being debated within the clan for dealing with the Senju. Izuna had never told his kin that the Senju would definitely not make a move. While he trusted Hashirama to keep his word, Senju Yukin and Senju Tobarama were another matter entirely. For them, pulling tricks behind Hashirama's back was entirely within the realm of possibility. He needed to remain vigilant. Meanwhile, far to the east of Uchiha territory, beyond the Cloud Mountains, within the Senju compound, the Senju clan was in the midst of a raucous family council. All ninja of Jonin elite rank and above had been summoned. This meeting had been called by the clan leader, Senju Yukin, and its purpose was clear, a declaration of war against the Uchiha. Now is the best time to strike the Uchiha. One Senju elite Jonin declared eagerly. Izuna Uchiha is far off on the northwestern front, taking a considerable portion of their forces with him. If the intelligence is correct, and the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans have joined in as well, then even more Uchiha strength will be drawn westward. That would leave their main base right for the taking. We could have won last time, if it hadn't been for that damned Izuna Uchiha. It's just a pity he's so far away in the northwest this time, or we'd finally have our revenge. The Senju Jonin below all voiced their support for war. At the same time, they tacitly avoided any mention of a ceasefire agreement. Though Senju Kuma sat at the head seat reserved for the clan leader, his gaze kept flickering towards Senju Hashirama, who occupied the vice chief's position to his left. Senju Tobarama felt a wave of unease churning in his heart. At that moment, a top-ranking Senju Jonin spoke up, seeking direction. Clan leader, let us declare war on the Uchiha. The battle left unfinished at Yinshan. It's time to settle that score. When Hashirama remained silent, Yukuma paused in contemplation before finally speaking. Everyone, since all of you and the elders share this view. Wait! A deep, forceful voice burst forth, each word squeezed through clenched teeth. Hashirama, who had been silent until now, suddenly commanded the attention of everyone present. A quiet sigh of relief escaped the hearts of many. If only, they thought, Hashirama could have stayed silent until the meeting ended. We have a 3-year truce with the Uchiha. Hashirama spoke each word deliberately, his tone unwavering. Vice Chief, that's just a piece of paper. What did you say? The Jonin who tried to retort shrank back, nearly losing his composure as Hashirama's shout thundered through the hall. Throughout his life, Hashirama had lost his temper so rarely it could be counted on one hand. Tobarama remembered. The last time Hashirama was this angry was when their younger brother, Wakin, had died. That is not just a piece of paper. It is our promise to the Uchiha. Hashirama's voice rang out. If we break our word, the Uchiha will never trust us again. He had never given up on his dream of building a village where all ninja could live in harmony, side by side, with the Uchiha. That was why the truce with the Uchiha meant more to him than to anyone else. If the Senju tore up the agreement now, seeking an alliance with the Uchiha in the future would become almost impossible. Why should we care if the Uchiha trust us or not? Below, many Senju, ninja, silently grumbled in their hearts. But seeing Hashirama's flushed face and the intensity in his eyes, not a single person dared voice their objections aloud. Not even Tobarama or Yukuma, the clan leader himself. Yet Hashirama had underestimated the depth of hatred bred by centuries of conflict between the two clans. Even under his pressure, someone stood up. "Forgive me, Vice Chief. Even for you, this is something I cannot bear." The speaker was an elite jonin, perhaps 35 years old, a fierce scar carved down his right cheek. He stood, eyes bloodshot, and a single tear traced the line of his scar. "My 10-year-old child died at the hands of the Uchiha. I swore I would avenge him. I will not let this chance slip by." Once the first person stood, courage began to ripple through the room. One after another, more rose from the tatami mats, unwilling to remain seated. "Vice Clan Leader, my husband was paralyzed 8 years ago in the war against the Uchiha. Even now, he still cannot stand. My 2 younger brothers and my father all died at the hands of the Uchiha. I never saw my parents' faces. It was my uncle who raised me, but he was killed in the Battle of Yinshan." In the span of just half a minute, nearly 70% of the seated Senju Jonin sprang to their feet in unison. Senju Hashirama's silver teeth trembled. Even for him, facing a situation like this made it nearly impossible to remain calm. So, even Big Brother might. Tobarama Senju thought to himself in silence. He, too, favored tearing up the treaty and waging war against the Uchiha. Though this was somewhat cruel to Hashirama, it was the outcome he desired. Yet Tobarama had clearly underestimated Hashirama's resolve to form an alliance with the Uchiha and build the village together. "It seems the hatred you've all carried runs deep." As he spoke, Hashirama rose from his cushion. "Very well. Anyone who wishes to break the alliance, follow me to the training grounds." "Hashirama, what are you planning?" Senju Kamama asked in astonishment. "It doesn't matter how many of you there are. If you want to go to war with the Uchiha, you'll have to defeat me first. If any of you manage that, I'll never stand in your way again." Hashirama lifted his chin and declared in a clear voice, "Tobarama, Uncle Kamama, you can join in too if you like." "Are you out of your mind?" For a moment, everyone couldn't help but think this to themselves. Right now, at least 80% of the Senju clan's shinobi wanted to tear up the agreement and go to war with the Uchiha. That was over 1,000 ninja. And yet Hashirama was saying, "Come to me all at once." If that wasn't madness, what was? What was even more astonishing was that as Hashirama spoke, Kamama and the others could almost sense that he truly had the strength to back up his words. Senju Clan, Training Grounds. Wood style, birth of the world of trees. With a low, deep cry, the entire Senju compound trembled. Hashirama's chakra surged forth in a tidal wave, powerful and unending, continuing for more than half a minute before finally subsiding. Over 1,000 Senju shinobi stared in utter shock at the scene at the center of the training grounds. The grounds had been utterly transformed, becoming a colossal jungle of massive vines, each dozens of times larger than any ordinary tree. Hashirama stood atop one of the enormous vines at the center, hands pressed together, as if he were a god descended to earth. And all around, if one looked closely, you could spot Senju ninja caught and tangled among the vines. Though Hashirama had declared that anyone wishing to break the alliance could challenge him, the opposition wasn't so disrespectful as to swarm him all at once. In the end, a team of about 50 elite jonin stepped forward to face Hashirama. With such a force, they felt certain victory was within their grasp. But what truly caught the entire Senju clan off guard was that Hashirama Senju had saved a trump card for last. With a sudden, never-before-seen would-release technique, he managed to overwhelm nearly 50 elite jonin in a single stroke. While the element of surprise played a part, without overwhelming power as a foundation, no amount of trickery could have accomplished such a feat. Anyone else object? If not, let's move on, Hashirama said in a deep, commanding voice. The 1,000-strong crowd of Senju shinobi fell utterly silent, as if the air had frozen. The devastating spectacle of the deep forest emergence just moments ago, and the training ground now transformed beyond recognition, said more than words ever could. "Tobarama, what do you think?" Senju Yumikan whispered to Tobarama, who stood at his side. "Let's just do as Big Brother says this time." Tobarama replied with a resigned sigh. He could tell from the look on Hashirama's face that resistance was futile this time. Yet after witnessing the terrifying might of the wood release, Tobarama couldn't suppress a secret thrill. With such power at their command, they now had another ace up their sleeve against the Uchiha. There was no doubt about it. The rest of the Senju felt the same as Tobarama, a mix of disappointed resignation and a budding sense of hope. Who would have thought that Vice Clan Chief Hashirama had grown so powerful? Even if they missed this opportunity, victory would surely be within their grasp in the future. Seeing that no one raised further objections, Hashirama finally withdrew his chakra, calling the vines back into the earth, giving the Senju shinobi another dazzling spectacle to remember. Incredible! Yumikin thought to himself in awe. At this rate, I'll be stepping down as clan chief and handing over the reins in less than 2 years. Unbeknownst to the Senju, Izuna Uchiha remained entirely in the dark about these events. That night, he once again donned his swirling Uzumaki mask and draped himself in the same voluminous black robe that concealed even his hair. This time, the one he intended to deceive, no, to lull into complacency, was none other than his primary adversary, Hagoromo Masanari. That surname, Hagoromo, always made Izuna involuntarily think of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Yet after multiple clashes, he had never found the slightest trace of Otsutsuki blood within the Hagoromo clan. It must be nothing more than a coincidence, he concluded. The encampments of the five-clan alliance weren't mixed together, but rather set up side by side. After all, these shinobi clans had clashed many times before. For now, they were bound together by common interest, but that was a fragile thing. Even sharing meals and quarters could spell trouble. One could easily find themselves sitting across from the very person who had killed a friend or family member. Clan leader, it's time for your meal. Inside Hagoromo Masanari's tent, a logistics officer entered, carrying a roasted leg of meat and a steaming bowl of soup. Masanari, still poring over the map on his desk, merely murmured, "Just leave it," and went back to studying the terrain. No one knew how much time had passed before Masanari finally looked up, reaching for the soup. He took a sip. It had long since gone cold. "Clan Chief Hagoromo, your efforts are tireless." A sudden voice broke the silence. Instinctively, Masanari Hagoromo's eyes narrowed as he hurled the soup bowl in his hand toward the source of the sound. With a sharp crash, the bowl shattered. In the corner of the right-hand tent, a masked man had somehow appeared without warning. As the bowl flew at him, he calmly raised a gloved hand and, with the back of it, effortlessly smashed the bowl to pieces. "Who are you?" Masanari demanded. Even as he spoke, he was already preparing to call for the ninja guard stationed outside the tent. "I wouldn't shout for help if I were you," the masked man warned, his tone calm but cold. "If the 4 families of the Fuma clan catch wind of this commotion, everything will be over." This remark made Masanari furrow his brow in deep concern. After a brief hesitation, he refrained from calling out and instead spoke in a chilly voice. "Don't try to change the subject. Who are you? And how did you get in here?" "If I'd meant to harm the head of the Hagoromo clan, I would have done so while you were studying the map just now," the masked man replied, his tone almost teasing. "Call me Kite. As for my surname, well, that's something I can't disclose for now." As he spoke, Kite raised his right index finger, pointing directly at Masanari. "But truly, you can afford to lower your guard a little. I'm on your side." But Masanari was no naive fool. As the head of his clan and a shinobi of Kaga-level skill, he would never trust a stranger so easily. In the tumultuous Warring States era, no one rose to the rank of clan leader, no matter how small the clan, without exceptional cunning and vigilance. The 4 clans, Fuma, Saito, Watanabe, and Onikawa, are deeply dissatisfied with their share of the spoils after the war, Kite continued in a raspy voice. They've already sent envoys in secret to form an alliance with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans in the northeast. Their plan is to deal with Uchiha Izuna and his men first, and then come for the Hagoromo clan. He paused, his voice growing colder. "If that happens, there will be 2 great clans left for them to carve up. That's why I've come, to stop them." "That's impossible," Masanari blurted out, his eyes wide with disbelief. Throughout history, whether in times of war or peace, betrayal has always been the most hated and intolerable offense. The future village's abhorrence of rogue ninjas was just a natural extension of this sentiment. "Impossible?" Kite let out a mocking chuckle. "Clan head Hagoromo, think carefully. Is it really so unlikely?" The sneer in Kite's voice made Masanari knit his brow even tighter. Masanari's original plan had been this. After conquering the Uchiha's northwestern territory, the Hagoromo clan would claim 40% of the spoils, while the remaining 60% would be divided equally among the other 4 clans. On the surface, it would seem the Hagoromo clan was getting the lion's share, but in Masanari's mind, this was only fair. After all, he prided himself on the Hagoromo clan status, on par with the Hyuga and just beneath the Uchiha and Senju. In his eyes, they deserved nothing less. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He quickly asked, "So, did the Sarutobi and Shimura agree to this?" For decades, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had maintained a neutral stance toward both the Uchiha and the Senju, much like the Ino-Shikucho alliance. It had been many years since they'd taken sides in any conflict. Furukawa is still on the fence, watching to see how things unfold. "But Keizo, he's quite tempted by the offer," Kite replied, a note of disdain coloring his words. Feather-Robe Masanari felt a stir in his heart. This mysterious masked man had addressed the clan leaders of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans by their given names, rather than their full names. Did this mean he knew them personally, or perhaps shared some close connection with them? I don't have concrete evidence yet. I came here mainly to give you a warning, Chief Featherrobe. Be wary of the 4 clans under your command. As Izuna spoke, he dissolved into a shadow and vanished from sight, his voice trailing off in a mosquito's whisper. I can't be away for too long. Once the masked man had completely departed, Featherrobe Masanari suddenly spoke. Nagiasu, did you hear all that? From behind the curtain where Izuna had stood, a man of about 30 stepped out, clad in armor bearing the crest of the Featherrobe clan. This was Featherrobe Nagiasu, the clan's foremost jonin and captain of Masanari's covert security force. Though the Featherrobe clan lacked the bloodline limits of the Uchiha or Hyuga, they, like the Senju, possessed their own unique strengths. The distinct feature of the Senju was their astonishingly vast reserves of chakra. Hashirama Senju, in particular, seemed to possess a bottomless well. On the battlefield, his chakra was seemingly inexhaustible. The Featherrobe clan, on the other hand, was renowned for their extraordinary sensory abilities. Their gift for sensing was remarkable, most notably their exceptional hearing. While Nagiasu's overall strength had not yet reached Kage level, his sensory prowess was second to none, easily rivaling even Tobarama Senju's. The masked man's final words, as faint as the buzz of a mosquito, had nonetheless reached his ears. Chief, that man just said he can't be away for too long. Can't be away for too long. Can't be away for too long. Masanari repeated the phrase, turning it over in his mind, then looked up. With your sensory skills, you still couldn't detect how he appeared? Nagiasu replied, it wasn't any standard body flicker technique. It was a new kind of ninjutsu. By the time my senses picked him up, he was already inside the tent. He's certainly no ordinary enemy. Nagiasu, who do you think he is? At the question, Nagiasu narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. My guess is he's from either the Shimura or Sarutobi clans. In that instant, a glimmer of realization flashed across Masanari's eyes. So you think so too? The masked man had addressed Sarutobi Furuhiko and Shimura Keizo simply as Furuhiko and Keizo, suggesting a familiarity between them. And before he left, he had muttered about not being able to stay away for too long. The most likely reason was that he belonged to one of those 2 clans. He'd come here on his own, and needed to hurry back before Sarutobi Furuhiko and the others discovered his absence. But if he really is a man of Sarutobi Shimura, why would he share this information with us? Heiori Niasu asked again, still puzzled. After pondering for a long while, Heiori Masanari replied slowly, perhaps he is from the faction opposing Sarutobi Furukawa and Shimura Keizo. Chief, do you mean? Internal strife within the ninja clans is hardly uncommon. That masked man could very well be one of those within the Sarutobi Shimura clan who opposes the current leaders. By giving us such important intelligence, he's trying to use us as a tool to bring down Sarutobi, Furukawa, and Shimura Keizo. At this point, Heiori Masanari shook his head again. But all of this is just our speculation. For now, all we can do is wait and watch how things unfold. What about the 4 Fuma clans then? Heiori Masanari's eyes grew sharp. Be constantly on guard. We cannot afford the slightest carelessness. Understood. What Heiori Masanari and his men did not know was that after leaving the Heiori camp, Izuna did not immediately depart from the allied 5 clans encampment. Instead, he turned back, using the Flying Thunder God technique to quietly infiltrate the Oni River clan's camp, the one nearest to Heiori's. Unlike Heiori Masanari, who was busy working out strategies, the new Oni River chief, Kenji, having just succeeded Onikawa Yakuchi, was busy with other pursuits. He was embracing a rather attractive, voluptuous kunoichi, occasionally indulging in activities best left unspoken. Chief Onikawa, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. A raspy voice suddenly echoed in the room, sending a chill down Kenji's spine and making him instantly wilt. Pathetic. No wonder he's only at the elite jonin level. Izuna sneered to himself. Who are you? Kenji jumped to his feet. His first thought wasn't to pull up his trousers, but to snatch up the sword resting on the table. Relax. I'm on your side. I have something to tell you. Something that concerns not just the Oni River clan, but all 4 clans of the Northwest. It was only after Izuna returned to his own chamber in the stone fortress that he finally removed his mask. That Heiori Masanari. By now, he must be at least 80% certain I'm someone from the Sarutobi clan. Thinking of this, a sly smile curled at the corners of Izuna's mouth. He had spoken deliberately to lead Heiori Masanari on. But this was only the first step. If he wanted to lure these ninja clans, his prey, fully into his web, he still had some time to wait. On the 3rd day around noon, the season had long since turned to autumn. No matter how tough one trained their body, in the end, flesh is still flesh. When the autumn wind blew, even the strongest couldn't help but shiver. Deputy Chief, we've intercepted intelligence from the Ino-Shikecho alliance. The three clans have rejected Hayori Masanari's proposal to form an alliance. The Uchiha scout who came to report couldn't hide a trace of delight in his voice. The fact that the enemy's numbers hadn't grown was undoubtedly good news for their side. But Sarutobi and Shimura are watching us like hungry wolves. This thought lingered in Izuna's mind, though he didn't say it aloud. His covert activities as Kite were a secret even from Uchiha Madara, let alone the other clan shinobi. Afterward, Izuna went out to gather intelligence, scouting the vicinity of the 5 clans' allied forces camp. Word reached him that after being refused by the Ino-Shikecho alliance, Hagoromo Masanari had shown little outward anger. Izuna could understand this reaction. After all, thanks to Kite's machinations, Masanari was already growing suspicious of the 4 clans. He could barely keep his current allies in line. Adding 3 more to the mix could spell chaos. Report. At that moment, another scout flickered into view before Izuna in a blur of speed. Deputy Chief, Hagoromo Masanari himself, is leading 500 enemy troops in an assault. It had been 2 months since they arrived at the northwestern stone fortress, and enemy attacks had become as routine as mealtimes. Relay my orders, the same as always. Defensive formation, avoid engaging unless necessary. Izuna waved his hand, giving the command. Yet the kneeling scout hesitated, failing to respond with the usual crisp, "Yes, sir." After a brief pause, the scout lifted his head. "Deputy Chief, it's been over 2 months. Apart from the first battle, we've kept to defensive tactics. Shouldn't we, perhaps finally go on the offensive?" Izuna did not answer. He simply raised his chin and fixed the scout with a calm, commanding gaze from above, his eyes cool and steady. Even without using the Sharingan, his stare alone made the scout break out in a cold sweat. I'll convey your orders at once." With that, the scout vanished again in a swirl of leaves. "A pack of restless fools," Izuna muttered darkly. "Just 2 months, and their patience has already run dry. With such little endurance, how could they hope to defeat the Senju of the forest?" The Uchiha had earned their madman reputation among the warring clans precisely because of their reckless, desperate fighting style. Yet here, at the northwestern stone fortress, under Deputy Chief Uchiha Izuna's command, for 4 straight months, aside from an initial fierce clash upon their arrival, the Uchiha had fought the enemy only once in earnest. In the months since, through dozens of skirmishes large and small, Izuna had insisted his clan adhere to a strategy of evasion and minimal engagement. This left the 5 clans' allied forces, led by the Hagoromo clan, unable to breach the fortress, and both sides locked in an exhausting stalemate. Within the stronghold, the Uchiha numbered about 400. Izuna's policy of avoiding direct confrontation was starting to wear thin on many. In private, his clansmen grumbled that they should strike out and take the initiative instead of cowering within the walls like turtles. The frustration was nearly unbearable. However, just as these murmurs were spreading throughout Stone City, Izuna issued another order. Anyone who engages the enemy without permission will be executed. The moment this command was given, the entire army fell silent and solemn. No one dared to bring up the idea of taking the initiative to attack again. Yet, even though Izuna used his authority as vice-clan leader to temporarily silence the restless clansmen, a new problem soon emerged. It was already apparent from this morning's breakfast. The portions had clearly shrunk. Even his own meal as vice-clan leader had been cut back, so it went without saying that the rest of the clan fared no better. After breakfast, Uchiha Sora immediately came to Izuna's room to report on the shortage of food supplies. "How much longer can we hold out?" Izuna asked. The wrinkles on Uchiha Sora's face twitched as he hesitated, then replied with a bitter expression, "About a month, maybe." "Was everyone's ration reduced today?" Izuna pressed. "Yes. If we continue this way, we should be able to stretch our supplies for another half a month." "I plan to keep reducing rations going forward," Sora replied. Izuna pondered for a moment before saying, "No, keep everything as it was. As for this morning's smaller portions, tell everyone it was because the kitchen accidentally spilled the rice during meal prep." Uchiha Sora was taken aback. "Vice-clan leader, if we do that, we won't last much longer. Didn't you just say we still have a month's worth?" Izuna's eyes narrowed. "We have to end this war within a month." "End the war in a month?" Uchiha Sora's eyes widened in disbelief. This war had already dragged on for half a year, yet neither side had made any real progress. Their losses were nearly even. This was all due to Izuna's strategy of avoiding direct confrontations. While the Uchiha hadn't lost many people, the Hagi side was in much the same state. But what surprised everyone most was that, in all these months, the Senju clan had yet to make any move. Even so, Madara and the others never let their guard down against the Senju, not for a single moment. Perhaps the Senju believed the Uchiha hadn't been worn down enough, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. After Uchiha Sora left, Izuna took out his black cloak and the spiral mask, muttering to himself, "It's been half a year already. Surely, you've finally made up your minds." Disguised once again as Yuan, Izuna opened the system's skill tree for the first time in half a year. Skill points, 35. Although it was wartime, Izuna had barely fought on the front lines these past 6 months. Most of his time had been spent directing formations and commanding troops, so his skill points had grown at a pitifully slow pace. What little he had gained mostly came from outwitting the great clan leaders like Hagi Masanari. The next evening, much like 6 months before, the two clan leaders, Sarutobi Furuhashi and Shimura Keizo, sat facing each other, sharing a meal that, though not luxurious, was hearty and abundant. For the past 6 months, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans have kept themselves out of the conflict. Unlike the Uchiha, who are embroiled in tense warfare and suffering severe food shortages, they could afford to eat heartily, their meals reflecting their relative prosperity. "You two clan leaders seem to be in high spirits tonight." A raspy yet familiar voice broke the calm. This time, neither man reached for his weapon as they might have before. Instead, they simply waved their hands in a relaxed manner, signaling the ninja guards standing around the hall to remain at ease. From the dim corner of the great hall, Izuna emerged slowly, his voice low and grave. "On the battlefield, we have to make do, soaking bits of dough in water just to fill our stomachs." Sarutobi Furukawa gestured to the roast rabbit on his table and said, "If you don't mind, you're welcome to join us. But with that mask on, I doubt you could eat anything anyway." Izuna's tone remained calm, as ever. "Still, we're lucky to have even dough left to eat. At this rate, the Uchiha may soon have nothing but tree bark for sustenance." A collective change swept over everyone's faces. Shimura Keizo's eyes lit up. "Are you saying the Uchiha are about to run out of food?" "It's absolutely reliable intelligence." Sarutobi Furukawa frowned. "You managed to obtain intelligence from the Uchiha? Of all the shinobi clans, theirs is by far the hardest to infiltrate. Indeed, the Uchiha's Sharingan, even the most basic form, makes them masters of gathering intelligence and preventing information leaks. It had taken the other clans ages to learn even major news, such as Madara and Izuna's appointments as clan leader and deputy, let alone something as critical as a food shortage. If it were true, such news would be under the strictest of lockdowns. "I investigated personally," Izuna replied. At that, Sarutobi Furukawa fell silent, speechless. Given Izuna's uncanny mastery of the body flicker technique, it was certainly possible, no, highly probable, that he could slip into Uchiha territory and uncover such secrets. "So, what is it you want from us?" asked Shimura Keizo. "I've discovered something else," Izuna continued. "About 5 days from now, there will be a shipment of food sent out from the Uchiha compound. This is their lifeline. Without it, Uchiha Izuna and his people will be in dire straits." He spread his hands wide. "I've also managed to uncover the route, but to intercept it without alerting Izuna's watchful eyes will be exceptionally difficult. That's why I've come to ask the Shimura and Sarutobi clans for help to burn this shipment. Secondly, our own supplies are running dangerously low. Since you've enjoyed a year of peace without war, I'd like to request that you lend us some of your grain. These two matters, consider them our pledge of loyalty for the Six Clans Alliance." When Izuna spoke of the six clans, he referred to the Fuma, Saito, Watanabe, Onikawa, Sarutobi, and Shimura. The Hagoromo had already, in Izuna's words, become the enemy. At that time, once the Uchiha run out of food, their strength will be greatly diminished. After we and the Hain clan capture Stone Fortress, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans can send supplies to support us, and then we'll take down the Hain as well. By this point, Izuna's voice was brimming with excitement. Such vast territories, within reach and so easily taken. Don't the two clan leaders find it tempting? Sarutobi Kakawa drew in a sharp breath, while Shimura Keizo could no longer contain himself. He stood up and asked, "To burn the Uchiha supply convoy, how many men would we need for that?" Behind his mask, Izuna's face was alight with joy. It worked. The rice that had been sown half a year ago was finally ready for harvest. After Kite revealed to Sarutobi Kakawa and Shimura Keizo the route for Uchiha's grain convoy 5 days from now, he departed. Looking at the route marked in red on the map, the masked man's words rang true. From the 5 clans' allied battlefield, circling around Uchiha Izuna's well-guarded stone fortress to launch a surprise attack would be nearly impossible. By comparison, attacking from the Sarutobi and Shimura side would be far easier. "Are we going through with this, Keizo?" Sarutobi Kakawa furrowed his brows. "This is a golden opportunity, Kakawa." Shimura Keizo's eyes glinted with cunning. "And not just that, Once the Hain are eliminated, we can take care of the other 4 clans as well. Sarutobi Kakawa's face changed dramatically at these words. What are you suggesting? Keizo just flashed a sly smile and replied, that man called Kite is too dangerous. With his mastery of space-time techniques, he can come and go as he pleases even among our own clan. We must uproot their entire faction. Shimura Keizo's scheme was both sinister and ruthless. He planned to first accept Kite's proposal, ally with the 4 clans of the Northwest, and eliminate both Uchiha Izuna's forces and the Hain clan. Then, when it came time to divide the spoils, he would turn on the 4 clans as well. In Izuna's previous life, there was a saying for this, a thief robbing other thieves. If Izuna were here, he'd surely marvel that Shimura Danzo's ancestor was every bit the cunning old fox. But of course, all this depended on whether things truly unfolded as planned. Keizo, isn't this a bit much? Sarutobi Kakawa hesitated. Unlike Keizo, who would do anything to achieve his goals, Kakawa still held onto some measure of principle. Kakawa, you're too naive. If you don't wish to take part, just stand aside and watch. The Shimura clan will handle this ourselves. Back in his clan's territory, Izuna discovered that his skill points had shot up from 35 to 55 in one go, filling him with delight. It seemed his success in tricking Shimura Keizo had yielded rich rewards. Without delay, Izuna invested his new skill points into unlocking the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. His skill points quickly dropped from 55 to 15, but the skill tree itself underwent a transformation. Flying Thunder God technique, B rank mastered Flying Thunder God second stage, A rank mastered Flying Thunder God third stage, S rank locked, requires 80 skill points. The second stage of Flying Thunder God, further developed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, builds upon the original technique created by Tobirama Senju. It boasts even greater speed and agility, making it not only a formidable sword technique, but also adaptable for use in conjunction with ninjutsu. Feeling the transformation in his mastery of the Flying Thunder God, Izuna instinctively clenched his fist and grinned menacingly. Not bad at all. Just knowing that my technique surpasses Tobirama's gives me an inexplicable thrill. Inside the Uchiha compound, although half a year had passed without any movement from the Senju clan, the Uchiha remained ever vigilant, maintaining their defenses from the cloud-covered mountains, alert at every moment. Clan leader, Lord Izuna has a confidential document, and he insists that I deliver it to you personally. Uchiha Ise knelt on one knee before Madara, withdrawing a small scroll from his robes. Ordinarily, the task of delivering messages would fall to the Uchiha's messenger hawks or specialized intelligence ninjas. Yet Izuna had requested Ise, who was stationed at the front lines, to deliver it in person, a testament to the extraordinary importance of the letter's contents. Taking the scroll, Madara watched as Ise vanished from the room in a flicker of the body flicker technique. He understood perfectly well there were things he was not meant to know. The further Madara read into the scroll, the more his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. 5 minutes later, he rose and walked to the candlestick. Reaching out, he held the scroll to the flame and watched as it quickly turned to ash. So you've planned things out to this extent, Izuna, he muttered to himself, then suddenly raised his voice. Summon the members of the Absolute Division. The Absolute Division, the Uchiha clan's force of death warriors. Though they were Uchiha ninjas, each had lost something precious in war, perhaps their parents, their spouses, or their children. They were those who had been stripped of their reason to live, driven only by vengeance. Their sole longing was for the battlefield, to slay as many enemies as they could, and then, in another world, to reunite with their departed loved ones. The previous clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, recognized this determination and established the Absolute Division, a special unit, or, in plainer terms, a suicide squad. Clan leader. Before long, the leader of the Absolute Division, Absolute One, entered Madara's room. He bowed low, awaiting his orders. Absolute One was of course a code name. Much like the future Umbu and Root units of Konoha, once one joined the organization, only code names were used. Unlike the fanciful code names of the White Fang and Tenzo, the Absolute Division kept it simple. Every member's name began with Absolute, followed by a number. I have an extremely important mission for you. The outcome of the battle on the northwest frontier depends on it. A flicker of reluctance flashed through Madara's eyes, but it vanished just as quickly. However, this will be your final mission. Madara's meaning was unmistakable. Completing this task would be the same as sending them to their deaths. Yet, Ju responded without the slightest hesitation. If our lives can be traded for victory in this war, we will go to that world without a moment's pause. A look of appreciation spread across Madara's face. Excellent. Listen well. This time, your mission is to work with the deputy clan leader. Tomorrow night, you will depart to transport a shipment of grain. The northern border of the Uchiha clan's territory was not marked by an official road, but by a perilously steep mountain path. With the thunder of hooves and the rumbling of wagon wheels, about 20 people dressed as merchants led 10 horse-drawn carts along this rarely traveled mountain trail. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the path, not far away, a group of watchful figures hid behind massive boulders, their eyes fixed intently on the caravan below. How odd. Why would merchants avoid the main road? They're probably afraid of being robbed by bandits. No, look at them. 10 wagons, and yet they haven't hired any ninja for protection. That's far too suspicious. All of these observers were ninja from the Shimura clan, nearly 60 of them in total, quietly studying the strange caravan. At their head stood Shimura Ri, a shinobi of exceptional skill, at the pinnacle of Jonin, almost at the level of a Kage. In the Shimura family, only their clan leader, Shimura Keizo, could rival his strength. Of course, Ri said. That group of merchants is actually Uchiha in disguise. Izuna, masked and enigmatic, appeared just behind Ri's right side. The Uchiha aren't much for theatrics. Their performance leaves too many flaws. For one, every last one of them is playing the part of a merchant, not leaving a single person in their true face. That alone raises suspicions. And second, to keep hidden, they've avoided the main road. But this mountain pass is so steep, it's hardly fit for a merchant caravan. The whole thing reeks of deception. Ri cast a sidelong glance at Izuna. Are you planning to join the fight as well? Izuna's reply was cool and detached. You want to see if I'm committed? That's fine, but let's make sure there are no loose ends. Hearing that the masked man was willing to act, Ri felt a measure of relief, though inwardly he was already scheming. He had witnessed this masked man's mysterious teleportation jutsu many times while serving alongside Shimura Keizo, but had never seen its full potential unleashed in battle. And for this operation, Shimura Keizo had repeatedly stressed the importance of not only succeeding in a mission, but also uncovering the true extent of this masked man, known as Yuen. Lord Ri, they're about to enter the ambush zone. At that moment, a Shimura Jonin reported quietly. Ri turned to look, lowering his voice. Get ready. The ninja of the Shimura clan had arrived here as early as 2 days ago and had already set up an ambush. The moment the merchant caravan stepped into their trap, Shimura Ri gave a deep shout. Now, in an instant, 10 hidden Shimura ninja formed hand seals and unleashed their chakra. Boom! The mountain path erupted in a violent explosion. Smoke billowed high into the sky, accompanied by a deafening blast, turning the white clouds atop the mountain black as ink. It was the explosive tags that the Shimura ninja had planted in advance. With a heavy thud, another thud, the horses pulling the carts had no time to react. They didn't even have a chance to scream before they were torn apart by the shockwave from the explosive tags, or else collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ambush! The leader of the caravan shouted out, and in the next instant, a gust of wind created by a wind release jutsu swept away the smoke. As expected, it's a caravan disguised by ninja. The Shimura ninja thought to themselves. The next moment, they saw the scarlet, tomo-patterned eyes gleaming from the sockets of those fake merchants. It really is the Uchiha clan. Shimura Ri drew the short blade from his waist and barked, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." 60 Shimura ninja surged forward as one. Wind release, vacuum wave. Wind release, gale blade. Earth release, rock rod. The Shimura ninja in midair swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing what their clan was most proud of, wind release techniques. Below, the Uchiha immediately recognized their adversaries. Shimura clan, do you want to start a war with the Uchiha? How reckless. Prepare to fight. The Uchiha were not to be outdone. Their Sharingan flared open in unison as they drew shuriken and kunai. Some Jonin-level ninja rapidly formed hand seals, matching the Shimura's jutsu with their own. Fire release, Grand Fire Dragon. Lightning release, Grateful Surge. The most aggressive chakra natures, lightning and fire, merged and detonated in midair, unleashing a devastating shockwave that obliterated everything caught within. Not a bad performance. Izuna thought to himself. From the very beginning, these Uchiha ninja, disguised as a merchant caravan, knew there would be an ambush, and they knew it would come from the Shimura. But right now, they all pretended to be caught off guard. All of them belonged to the absolute unit, the Uchiha clan's suicide squad. Aren't you going to make your move? Shimura Ri turned to Izuna, questioning him, as all the other Shimura ninja had already joined the fight while he remained here, making idle conversation. We're allies, not your subordinates. Don't treat me like one of yours. Izuna replied coldly, and in the next instant, he hurled a kunai and flickered to the side of an Uchiha ninja. At that very instant, Izuna appeared in midair, catching the kunai he had just flung. With a swift, fluid motion, he reversed his grip and slashed across the Uchiha ninja's throat. So fast. Shimura Ri, who stood on the cusp of Kaga-level strength, couldn't help but gasp in shock. What kind of ninjutsu is this? No wonder he can come and go as he pleases, even within the very heart of our clan's territory. Who are you? Are you from the Shimura clan as well? After Izuna killed the Uchiha Zetsu squad member, 3 more Uchiha ninjas immediately encircled him. Through the round hole in his swirling mask, Izuna's gaze swept across each of their faces in turn. At last, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These men, all of them had lost what they cherished most to war, and now stood here as the Uchiha Suicide Squad. But even that was no excuse for Izuna to kill them without hesitation. They knew that nothing but death awaited them in this battle, and yet they accepted the mission without a trace of reluctance. For them, death had become the final homecoming they truly yearned for. Come then, 1,000 tangled emotions, in the end, distilled into just 3 simple words. At his signal, the 3 Uchiha swordsmen charged Izuna at the center. A light hop of his right foot, and Izuna slipped past the tips of their blades. His body flipped in midair, and he hovered 5 meters above their heads. When the trio looked up, they saw the masked man's gloved hands, each finger gripping a specially crafted kunai. 6 kunai whistled down in unison. The 3 Uchiha quickly raised their swords in defense. Steel clashed in a sharp, ringing volley. But before the kunai could even strike the ground, Izuna vanished once more from midair. A dark blur flickered among the 3. It was a speed even the Sharingan could not track. If time were slowed tenfold, perhaps you'd see it. A shadow darting among the deflected kunai, reclaiming each weapon and, in the same motion, slicing the throats of the 3 Uchiha warriors. 4 seconds later, the masked man stood at the center of their fallen forms. And in the moment he reappeared, crimson lines had already blossomed across the necks of all 3 Uchiha, sending their bodies crashing to the floor. Amazing, so strong. One of the elite Uchiha Zetsu squad members managed to lift his head, mustering the last of his fading strength. He whispered, "With power like this, surely, please bring us victory. Deputy, clan, chief." With those words, his head thudded heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Yet Izuna did not look back. He stepped over their corpses and strode toward the remaining Uchiha ninja. This is the cruelty of war, the brutality of the warring states period. To ensure the success of a plan, to secure victory in war. To gain something, one must be prepared to lose something in return. Even Izuna had come to realize how laughable the theory from that future Naruto, the notion of saving everyone, truly was. Shimura Ri, who was locked in combat with a high-ranking Uchiha shinobi, felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the masked man dispatch 3 enemies in an instant. That jutsu was terrifying. But even without that technique, the masked man's strength was at least on par with an elite jonin, wasn't it? Among the 4 clans of the Northwest, those with elite jonin-level prowess could be counted on one hand. Yet Shimura Ri still couldn't think of anyone who fit the bill. Could he be a hidden ace, kept secret all this time? Izuna's kunai pierced through yet another jonin from the Uchiha Zetsu division. The Zetsu division had never heard from Madara that this formidable masked man was actually Izuna. Even Izuna himself had yet to reveal this side of himself to Madara. But under these circumstances, they could likely guess the truth. Please reclaim victory. Deputy clan head. These were the final words whispered in Izuna's ear before the man closed his eyes in peace. Perhaps, as he shut his eyes, he hoped to see his beloved waiting for him on the other side. Izuna turned around to look behind him. On Shimura's side, things are nearly wrapped up as well. A Shimura jonin walked up to report to Shimura Ri. "Lord Ri, the 20 Uchiha have all been taken care of. On our side, we've lost 7 men, and 26 are wounded." Shimura Ri nodded and ordered, "Burn all this grain. So much food. Any ninja clan would find it hard to resist the temptation." But transporting it back was out of the question. In the Warring States era, intelligence and communication weren't as advanced as they would be in the era of the 5 great shinobi villages. But that didn't mean intelligence wasn't a priority. For major supply runs like this, the person in charge would report back to the clan, using messenger beasts or coded messages, every day, or even every half day, to confirm the transport was proceeding safely. If communication was ever cut off, it meant something had gone wrong, and the clan would immediately send out an investigation team. By then, not only would the grain be lost, but they'd also have to face Uchiha reinforcements. The crackling of flames rose up, devouring all 10 carts of grain until nothing remained. At that moment, Shimura Ri walked up to Izuna. His tone was noticeably more respectful than before. Sir Kite, what are your plans from here? I'll need to return to camp first. Our 4 clans are also running short on grain, so I hope the Shimura and Sarutobi can send an extra supply. Izuna hadn't finished speaking when Shimura immediately pulled a map from inside his robe. A route leading from the Sarutobi Shimura clan's territory to the camps of the 4 allied clans had been marked out in red ink. Please rest assured, Lord Keizo has made all the necessary arrangements. As soon as I return to our lands to report, we'll be able to transport the grain and formally meet with representatives of your 4 clans. Izuna accepted the map and reminded them, don't forget, our cooperation must remain hidden from Hagoromo, so we'll intercept you partway along the route. It would be best if the envoys your clan sends have enough standing. That way, both sides can demonstrate true sincerity in this alliance. Shimura nodded in understanding. You have my word. In that case, we shall take our leave. After recovering the bodies of the Shimura ninja who had fallen in battle, Shimura and his party withdrew swiftly. Izuna removed his mask and swept off his black cloak. Barely had he returned to his usual attire when a squad led by Uchiha Sashu arrived. Vice clan leader. Uchiha Sashu and his men nodded, offering a simple salute. When they saw the grain reduced to ashes and the bodies of Uchiha ninja lying on the ground, they couldn't help but tremble slightly. Izuna glanced at them coolly and said, they accomplished their mission with distinction. Recover their bodies and give them a proper burial. Yes, sir. Izuna was about to leave when a thought struck him. He turned and asked, by the way, do we still have some reserves of blue luminous stone in the clan? Blue luminous stone was a rare mineral, often fused into ninja tools to enhance their sharpness and durability. If used for carving, it could last for centuries without so much as a scratch. I believe we do have some left, Uchiha Sashu replied. Then, by my order, have a memorial monument made. Carve the names of these fallen clansmen so future generations may honor them. Izuna's gesture echoed what would become tradition in Konoha years later. During the Genin test, led by Kakashi, he had spoken of just such a memorial stone. Names like Uchiha Obito, Hate Gecko, Asuma Sarutobi, and others were all immortalized there. Yes, Vice Clan leader. Blue luminous stone was a precious material for forging weapons. Under other circumstances, Sashu and the others might have objected to using it for anything else. But for a memorial, they had no complaints. Soon, the squad withdrew, carrying the bodies of their fallen clansmen. The sorrow was fleeting, such is the fate of the dead. In time, even the living will let them slip from memory. Once Uchiha Sashu's team had departed, Izuna donned his mask once more and sped towards the allied clan's encampment. This war is almost over. The Uchiha were now facing a shortage of food, and their rivals, the 5 clans led by Hagoromo, were not faring much better. Hayami Masanari decided to temporarily pause his attacks on the Uchiha, and instead join forces with the 4 clans. After gathering each clan's grain supplies, they would set a later date to resume the fight. During these 6 months, Hayami Masanari and his allies remained constantly on guard against the 4 clans, but fortunately, nothing major happened. The Sarutobi, Shimura, and Senju clans also refrained from making any moves, which allowed Hayami Masanari's taut nerves to relax, just a little. Clan leader Hayami. At the sound of the voice, Masanari's face grew tense, and Hayami, Chikiyasu, hidden in the shadows, quietly tightened his grip on his katana. Yuan. Masanari kept his guard up, asking, what news do you bring this time? Don't tell me the Sarutobi and Shimura clans are finally ready to make their move. UNI's visits were infrequent. Over the past 6 months, he had appeared only 5 or 6 times, sometimes not even once in an entire month. Yet every time he came, he brought crucial and reliable intelligence, making Masanari wary of ever underestimating him. You guessed right. The Shimura and Sarutobi are finally planning to formally join the war. What? Both Masanari and Chikiyasu, hidden in the dark, were visibly shocked. After half a year of no action, they had begun to doubt the truth of Yuan's reports. Yet today, the informant suddenly revealed that these 2 clans were finally about to move. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans have learned about your grain shortage, so they've decided to send a shipment of grain as a greeting gift. Of course, this offering is for the 4 clans only. Hayami will get nothing. UNI gave a dismissive chuckle, then continued. At the same time, they'll send high-ranking members from their clans as envoys for the negotiations. How can I trust you? Masanari asked urgently. UNI produced a map that Shimura had given him and tossed it to Masanari. This is the route the Sarutobi and Shimura will use to transport the grain. The circle marks the meeting point. Masanari quickly unfolded the map. Sure enough, the route started at the Sarutobi and Shimura strongholds and led in their direction. The circle indicated a small town called Ryocho. Yuan. No, Mr. Yuan. Have the Sarutobi and Shimura already set out? After seeing the map, even Masanari's way of addressing you and I shifted. With the map in hand, it was hard to believe you and I could still be spinning lies. Shimura Keizo has already dispatched the clan's senior shinobi to Ryocho. All you need to do, clan leader Hayami, is intercept and eliminate them before they reach the town. Masanari paused, realizing the plan made sense, and nodded in agreement. But soon a new concern dawned on him. He asked, but if the four clans reach Ryocho and discover that the Sarutobi and Shimura never arrived, won't they become suspicious? There are simply too many factors to consider in war. Even if we eliminate the envoys sent by the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, it still won't solve the problem once and for all. When the agreed-upon time arrives, and the four clans realize the others haven't shown up, it's highly likely suspicion will fall upon us. At that point, a catastrophic internal conflict among the five clans could break out. That's why we must act swiftly. Izuna dropped another bombshell. The Uchiha have run out of food. The Uchiha out of food? Hagoromo Masanari was once again taken aback. That's right. Just 2 days ago, the supplies Madara Uchiha sent as reinforcements were intercepted by Shimura clan shinobi. The food was burned to ashes. Now within Stone Fortress, Izuna Uchiha, Sora Uchiha, and the others are all left hungry. Clenching his fists, Izuna turned to Hagoromo Masanari and said, Chief Hagoromo, your first priority should be to intercept and eliminate the envoys from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Prevent them from making contact with the four clans and reaching a formal agreement. Second, while the Uchiha are out of provisions and before new supplies arrive, launch a full-scale attack. If we do that, victory will be within our grasp. Hagoromo Masanari felt his blood surge with excitement. But another crucial question came to mind. Then, Mr. Kite, what is it that you want out of this? Izuna was silent for a long while. Fearing he had touched a nerve, Hagoromo Masanari quickly added, if you'd rather not say. It's very simple. Izuna suddenly spoke. You go and intercept the envoys from the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. I need their heads. Hearing this, Hagoromo Masanari fell silent in thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. Let's set the operation for the day after tomorrow. As for the ambush location, Izuna pointed to a spot where the red line crossed the map. There's a courier station here. Let's make that the ambush site. What do you think? Just as you say, Mr. Kite. It's decided. Izuna nodded and vanished from the tent in a flash, using the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Hagoromo Nayasu soon emerged from the shadows and said, he really is part of the anti-chief faction within the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. You think so too, Nayasu? Hagoromo Masanari nodded in agreement. The Sarutobi and Shimura will surely send many top leaders as envoys this time. If these people die unexpectedly, we'll definitely shake the positions of Furukawa Sarutobi and Keizo Shimura as clan chiefs. It seems this masked man intends to use us to stage his own coup. So be it. We're all using each other, and we've obtained some extremely valuable intel, haven't we? As he spoke, Hagoromo Nayasu straightened his expression. Then, Chief, let me take charge of this operation. No. Ueno Masanari gazed blankly, his voice cold and resolute. This operation must succeed without fail. I will have one of our clansmen use transformation jutsu to take my place and remain in the main camp. The day after tomorrow, you and I will secretly lead 50 elite ninja from our clan. We must carry out this mission swiftly and cleanly. Yes, sir. With the decision made, Ueno Masanari stepped out of the command tent. He looked out toward the neighboring camps of the Fuma and the other three clans, a cold sneer curling on his lips as he muttered to himself. Once I deal with Sarutobi and Shimura and capture the Uchiha stronghold, it will be your turn next. In the dense woods along the official road, a convoy made up of members from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans was slowly making its way toward Liang City. 10 horse-drawn wagons, each loaded to the brim with goods, creaked along the path. This convoy was comprised of 10 ninja from the Sarutobi clan and 10 from the Shimura clan. At the head of the group were 2 leaders, 1 from each clan. Among them was Shimura Ri, the second strongest of the Shimura and the man who, just 3 days earlier, had joined forces with Izuna to attack the Zetsu unit. The other was Sarutobi Tomoto, a high-ranking member of the Sarutobi clan, around 35 years old and possessing the formidable strength of a jonin at his peak. Unlike the Uchiha, who had previously disguised their entire force as merchants, these ninjas wore armor emblazoned with their family crests. Only 2 servants from each clan dressed as merchants, riding among the wagons. At a glance, it seemed as though 2 merchants had hired a team of bodyguards for an escort mission. Such an arrangement was a common sight in the Sengoku era, drawing no suspicion from passers-by. Several miles away, a group of elite ninja from the Ueno clan had assembled. They wore gray armor, and their ranks were led by Ueno Masanari and Ueno Ieyasu. Ueno Ieyasu, whose sensory skills rivaled even Tobarama Senju, knelt on one knee, pressing his joined index and middle fingers to the ground. After a moment of silent concentration, he reported, 3 miles out, at 7 o'clock, there are 22 people. 2 are ordinary folk. The rest are all Jonin-level ninja. Oof. Quite the show of force, Ueno Masanari scoffed, his anger flaring. Those damned 4 clans of the Northwest. To think they'd dare ally with the Sarutobi and Shimura to betray me. I swear, I'll see them wiped from the face of the earth. Yet facing 20 Jonin from the enemy did not trouble the Ueno. They, too, had mobilized nearly all their clan's Jonin, and the clan leader himself, an elite of Kage caliber, was present. Are we ready to move? Izuna stood at the outermost edge of the Ueno formation and asked quietly, will you be taking action yourself, Master Kite? Ueno Masanari inquired. If I can be certain not a single one survives, I will act. But if even one has a chance to escape, then I cannot, Kite replied. Ueno Masanari and Ueno Ieyasu exchanged silent nods, each thinking to themselves that Kite must fear having his techniques recognized by Shimura and Sarutobi. After all, in their understanding, Kite was believed to be one of the Sarutobi or Shimura. His true identity must never be revealed before either clan. Everyone, get into position. Prepare to move. Kwana crouched quietly in the shade of a large tree at the very back, silently observing Hagoromo as he set the ambush for the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. This moment felt uncannily familiar, almost like déjà vu. It reminded him so strongly of the time, not even a week ago, when he and Shimura Ri had lain in wait among the rocks, ambushing the Zetsu unit. In less than a week, Shimura Ri and his comrades had gone from hunters to hunted. At the very least, I can avenge you, Kwana thought to himself. There's a saying, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. But for Kwana, it was more like if a Kwana seeks revenge, even 3 days feels too long. Lord Ri, there's a posting station up ahead. Shall we stop there and rest for a bit? A Shimura Jonin, leading a horse, pointed to a small relay station on the right side of the road. A little flag bearing the character for station fluttered from the eaves in the breeze. Shimura Ri glanced over, nodded, and waved to the group. Everyone, let's rest at the station for a while. Soon, 20 Jonin from the 2 clans, along with 2 servants disguised as merchants, filed into the posting station together. Sarutobi Tamamoto called out, Owner, some water, please, and bring us some food as well. In these warring times, no one had invented anything like the ration pills that later became the shinobi's staple compressed food. Ninjas on missions usually carried their own dried rations, which weren't much to speak of in terms of flavor. All right, just a moment, came a hoarse, elderly voice from behind the station. Moments later, the rear door creaked open, and a stooped, simply dressed old man with gray hair emerged. On the tray in his hands were plain tea and skewered dumplings. Lord Ri, if we manage to take down the Uchiha and Hagoromo this time, how much land do you think we'll be able to claim? One of the Shimura Jonin grabbed a dumpling and popped it into his mouth, his excitement barely contained. Shimura Ri shot him a fierce glare. Quiet. How could he discuss such matters so openly? The chastised Jonin almost wanted to protest. After all, they were out here in the middle of nowhere. But when he saw the vicious look in Shimura Ri's eyes, he could only shut his mouth awkwardly. None of them noticed that as the old man turned back to prepare more dumplings, a flash of killing intent blazed crimson in his eyes. Here you are, tea and dumplings, the old man said, returning with another tray of tea and skewered dumplings. Thank you, Sarutobi Tamamoto replied, reaching out to take the tray. But just as his hands touched the tray, the old man's hands suddenly twisted, sending the tray flying high into the air. Beneath it, both of his hands had been hiding kunai, now revealed and ready to strike. What? Sarutobi Tamamoto's face paled in shock. Years of combat kicked in. His mind hadn't even registered the danger before his body leaped back instinctively. Yet the old man lunged forward, slashing with both kunai, leaving 2 deep cuts on either side of Tamamoto's shoulders. Attack! Hidden in the shadows, Masanari Hagoromo let out a low command. In an instant, dozens of dark figures darted out from the forest, rushing toward the inn. Shimura Osamu and several elite Jonin from both clans reacted at once, their hands diving into their ninja pouches. Enemy attack. In the blink of an eye, a storm of shuriken and kunai collided midair, metal clashing and sparks flying as the 2 sides entered a tense standoff. Masanari Hagoromo. Shimura Osamu's face paled when he recognized the enemy leader at the front. Why is he here? Shimura Osamu, the second in command of the Shimura clan, just below the clan head, Shimura Keizo. As he spoke, Masanari's gaze swept over Sarutobi Tomoto, who'd just been caught off guard, and a high-ranking member of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Tomoto. Masanari gripped his katana tightly, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes as he licked the corner of his mouth. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans have gone all out. Not only did you send over 20 jonin, but both teams are led by your top brass. Looks like you're determined to wipe out us Hagoromo tonight. But it's a pity none of you will leave this place alive. Losing 20 jonin in one stroke. Even for the Sarutobi and Shimura, that's a blow you can't afford. Ha ha ha. By the end, Masanari couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. This time, not only had the clan head come personally, but nearly every jonin in the family had been mobilized. Cold sweat beaded on Shimura Osamu's brow. The opponent was at the level of a clan leader, after all. Damn it, was there a leak? How could this happen? A Shimura jonin pressed in close behind Osamu, keeping a wary eye on the Hagoromo clan that had surrounded them. Lord Osamu, what do we do? The enemy outnumbers us by far. Osamu's mind raced, and, after a brief pause, he gave his order. Prepare to retreat. We have to get the news back to the clan leader. Think you can run? Masanari Hagoromo roared, forming hand seals himself. Earth-style, great mud river. A torrent of chakra surged. The ground buckled and rose, turning to a wave of mud that crashed toward Osamu and his group like a tsunami. Wind-style, vacuum serial waves. Osamu countered with his own hand seals, unleashing blades of wind that sliced the mud wave to pieces. Seizing the moment, he leapt through the opening, soaring into the air. All units engage. Look for a chance to escape. Masanari was equally relentless, leaping into the fray. Their swords met with a resounding clash, sparks scattering in the air. Osamu's arm tingled from the impact. As they both landed, Masanari gave a vicious grin, raising his blade and pointing it straight at Osamu. None of you are getting away. Don't make me repeat it a third time. Tonight, every last one of you dies here. Hagoromo-style, ninja, sword technique, heavenly blade. Wind-style, February gale. In the same instant, Shimura reformed a hand seal with one hand, channeling wind release from his mouth to coat his blade with razor winds. Both fighters became nothing but fleeting shadows, moving so swiftly through the air that the naked eye couldn't catch their figures, exchanging blow after blow mid-air. On the other side of the battlefield, the Hagoromo clan, with twice as many fighters, clashed against the Sarutobi and Shimura forces. Both sides were composed of elite jonin, making the fight fiercely intense. But after only a short exchange, cracks began to show. The outlook for the Sarutobi and Shimura side was grim. They were outnumbered, caught off guard by the ambush, and their morale lagged behind their opponents. Meanwhile, the Hagoromo clan, led by their chief, fought with surging spirits. After all, their enemies were the ones attempting to collude with 4 other clans, plotting a sneak attack, nothing but cowardly rats in their eyes. Fueled by this, their eyes blazed with murderous intent, and they fought with only one goal, to wipe out the enemy. Even though Sarutobi Tomomoto had previously been ambushed by a Hagoromo ninja disguised as an old man using transformation jutsu, his wound was shallow. Now, he faced off against Hagoromo Nayasu, the clan's second-in-command. Just how did you know we were joining forces with the 4 clans? And how did you figure out our supply route? Amidst the clash of blades, Sarutobi Tomomoto couldn't help but question Hagoromo Nayasu. These were matters of utmost secrecy. Even Tomomoto himself only learned of them 3 days ago. How could the Hagoromo have uncovered the truth so quickly, unless they had eyes everywhere? Blame your own people. Hagoromo Nayasu sneered. After all, someone in your clan is plotting a coup, aren't they? The Hagoromo were now certain. Kite was none other than a faction led by Sarutobi Furuhashi and Shimura Keizo, seeking to stage a coup within their own clan by joining forces with the Hagoromo. Our own people? Tomomoto's heart skipped a beat at those words. Did that mean there was a traitor within the clan? But who could it be? Only jonin level and above within the clan would know of this plan. Clang! Another fierce clash sent Sarutobi Tomomoto flying back more than 10 meters. With his back to Shimura, he spoke in a low voice. We'll cover you with everything we've got. Find a way to break out and seek reinforcements from the 4 clans. They're closer. Even though the Hagoromo held a clear advantage, it would be foolish to think that guaranteed victory, especially when their opponents were also formidable. Remember, Might Guy's father, Might Due, once used the 8 gates to kill 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist all by himself. It just goes to show how terrifying a determined and desperate ninja can be. Hearing Tamamoto's words, Shimura re-squinted and asked, "Do you have a plan to turn the tide?" Tamamoto replied under his breath, "There's no time to explain. All I can do is buy a sliver of time. There'll be only one chance." "What are you two whispering about?" At that moment, Hagoromo no Yasu charged forward. Lightning release, earth surge. Lightning crashed to the ground, pulverizing the earth into dust as it surged towards Sarutobi Tomoto's feet. Earth-style, core tremor. Dropping to both knees, he pressed his hands to the ground. The earth quaked and shattered, dispersing the sudden assault of the lightning style. However, the blade of Hagoromo Tadakatsu was already descending. Sarutobi Tomoto twisted his body to evade the strike, forming hand seals as he retreated. At the same time, he shouted, "Kawagawa, Tenzai, get ready to use that jutsu." The two other Sarutobi Jonin, whose names Tomoto had just called, turned to look at him with startled expressions that betrayed their alarm. After a brief moment of gritted teeth, the two of them replied in unison, "Understood." Were they plotting? A sense of foreboding welled up in Hagoromo Masanari's heart. He shouted his own order, "Take those three out. Hurry." Instantly, the other Hagoromo shinobi focused their attacks on the trio, led by Sarutobi Tomoto. But right then, Shimura recalled out, "Support them." In a flash, the battle shifted into an all-out struggle, a desperate fight to protect the Sarutobi trio from annihilation. Still shrouded in the shadows of the trees, Izuna had already activated his Sharingan, secretly observing the chakra flow within the bodies of Sarutobi Tomoto and his companions. "What is that?" Izuna's heart skipped a beat in shock. Within the three, their chakra was surging wildly, but at the same time, their life force was being steadily consumed. It was reminiscent of opening the gate of death in the 8 Gates technique, pushing beyond one's limits by burning away one's own life. There was no doubt it was a forbidden jutsu. A sharp metallic clang sounded. Seeing this, Izuna stealthily gripped his flying thunder god kunai. For now, he still had to help the Hagoromo clan. What were these guys planning? Masanari's unease grew even stronger as he charged in himself, determined to strike down the chakra-gathering Sarutobi Tomoto. Don't even think about it. Wind-style, true vacuum sphere. A massive cannonball of compressed wind, a force as large as a truck, barreled in from the side, forcing Masanari to raise his sword in defense. The result, his right arm was slashed open by the wind style, a deep wound gushing blood in a soaring arc that splattered across the ground. Shimura re. Masanari's face darkened ominously. Though he was a Kaga-level shinobi, vastly superior in strength, even he couldn't finish off his opponent in an instant. "It's done." At that moment, the three Sarutobi who had been kneeling with eyes closed, focusing their chakra, suddenly opened their eyes. The surge of chakra pouring from their bodies stunned everyone present. "Forgive us." For reasons unknown, Sarutobi Tomoto apologized, and together with the other two Sarutobi Jonin, vanished to the outskirts of the battlefield. From Izuna's vantage point, he saw the three forming the vertices of a massive triangle. Sealing technique, threefold death mask. Ueno Masanari felt a surge of dread and shouted, "Everyone scatter!" As a Kaga-level ninja positioned at the edge of the triangular formation, he was quick enough to retreat outside the triangle's bounds. However, many of Ueno clan's ninjas were still caught within the formation. Just as several of them tried to escape, a chaotic, ashen-white light erupted from beneath their feet, filled with an overwhelming sense of mortal danger, shooting straight toward the sky. What is this?" Those unable to break free included Ueno no Yasu, the clan's second-in-command. Confronted with this bizarre energy rising from below, he could only let out the final, desperate cry of his life. As the eerie power pierced through his body, it didn't just claim his life, it drained away his very life force. When the light faded, Ueno no Yasu, more than 20 upper-ranked Ueno ninjas, and around 10 of Sarutobi Shimura's men all fell to the ground. Their eyes were empty, faces drained of color, as if their very souls had been drawn from their bodies, much like those victims of the human path in the tales of the 6 Paths of Pain. Could it be the Sarutobi clan's forbidden technique, the sealing jutsu, triple death mask? From a distance, Izuna pondered silently. He had only heard rumors. Within the Sarutobi clan, there existed a sealing technique that demanded the sacrifice of 3 elite jonin to activate, one that would strip away all life within its seal. Moments ago, Sarutobi Tomoto had apologized. Now it was clear why. He knew this jutsu would kill their own comrades as well. Nayasu, seeing his longtime companion and protector die so tragically, even Ueno Masanari, no stranger to death, could not help but cry out in genuine grief. But following that sorrow came a surge of unbridled rage. Like a furious lion, he roared at his remaining men, "Kill! Kill them all. Make their deaths as agonizing as possible. See clan leader. Shimura Ri is missing. A Ueno Jonin called out in alarm. In an instant, Ueno Masanari's anger gave way to shock. He turned his head to look. Shimura Ri, who had just been at his right side, had vanished without a trace. That bastard. Ueno Masanari's face flushed with fury. Shimura Ri had seized the chaos caused by Sarutobi Damoto's sealing jutsu to make his escape. It was only now that Ueno Masanari remembered one of his own had yet to act. He called out urgently, "Mr. Kite, one slipped through. Please handle him." Kite. At the sound of this name, the last four Sarutobi Shimura ninjas paled in terror. But it was already too late for them to do anything. A dozen Ueno Jonin surged forward, their blades and shuriken turning the four into human pincushions. In their final moments, these men finally understood why their movements had been exposed. Somewhere, several miles away, Shimura Ri, sprinting at full speed, reached this position in mere moments. By modern standards, his taijutsu alone would have been at the level of Kage. In this era, ninjas placed extraordinary emphasis on taijutsu. In Izuna's view, this was likely because each clan only possessed a limited number of ninjutsu techniques. Especially for those at the level of Jonin and above, they could master nearly all the ninjutsu their clan had to offer. Under such circumstances, the only way to continue improving was to devote the rest of their energy to taijutsu. Just as Shimura Ri dashed forward, still hoping to seek aid from the four Fuma clans, a specially crafted triple-bladed kunai came whirling through the air toward him. 36 net closing in. Startled mid-sprint, Shimura Ri instinctively reached into his pouch, snatched a regular kunai, and deflected the incoming trident-shaped weapon with a swift flick. Clang! When he got a clear look at the kunai he had knocked away, Shimura Ri's pupils contracted in shock. This was a type of custom kunai he'd never seen before. These were the special kunai used by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, tools that shouldn't have existed in this era. But there was no time for him to dwell on the mystery. In the next instant, a shadow flashed before his eyes. An instant later, agony exploded in Shimura Ri's abdomen, as if his internal organs were being violently twisted out of place. He plummeted downward, crashing through countless branches on the way. When he finally hit the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. This technique is... It was even faster than what he'd witnessed 3 days earlier, during the ambush against the Uchiha. There could be no mistake. It was that person's technique. Swish, swish, swish. A fresh volley of unfamiliar triple-bladed kunai rained down from above, but none struck Shimura Ri directly. Instead, they embedded themselves in the grass and tree trunks all around him. Whoosh! A shadow appeared on a branch 7 or 8 meters above, directly ahead. Seeing that all too familiar swirling mask, Shimura Ri grit his teeth and forced himself up from the ground. "You what are you doing?" He had wondered how intelligence could have leaked to the Hagoromo clan so quickly, but now, in light of the situation, everything made sense. Yet there was one thing Shimura Ri simply could not comprehend. What did this man hope to gain by doing this? Wasn't he supposed to be from the 4 Northwest clans? Wasn't he an ally? Or was he, in fact, working for the Hagoromo clan all along? But then, why hadn't he intervened when the Hagoromo suffered such heavy losses just now? There were far too many questions, and Shimura Ri's mind was on the verge of bursting. Izuna let out 2 inexplicable chuckles, speaking in his natural voice instead of disguising it with chakra. In the next instant, he vanished from the branch and reappeared on the grass to Shimura Ri's right and behind him, where another flying thunder god kunai was embedded. Whoosh! He snatched up the kunai from the ground and hurled it straight at Shimura Ri. This was already the second time he'd witnessed this technique. As a quasi-Kage level ninja, Ri Shimura wasn't so foolish as to fall for the same trick repeatedly. He immediately leapt into the air, escaping the trajectory that supplied the flying thunder god kunai. A wise choice. Madara's first strike was evaded, yet his expression didn't reveal the slightest hint of displeasure. Suddenly, he vanished from where he stood. In midair, Ri Shimura's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixed on the kunai embedded all across the grassy field below. From which position would he appear? "Where are you looking?" Yet the voice, cold as a death knell from hell, sounded from above and behind him. How could this be? Startled, Ri Shimura twisted around in the air to look. Before he could even finish speaking, he saw Madara's right palm, pressing a swirling blue sphere the size of a hand, its edge rimmed with razor-sharp wind chakra, against his chest. Wind release, Rasengan. AR. The heart-wrenching pain twisting through his chest made Ri Shimura scream, his body spinning helplessly in the air. Madara forced him downwards, slamming him hard into the ground for the second time. A thunderous crash rumbled out. For several seconds after the two hit the earth, dust and smoke slowly cleared. Rising from the fallen Shimura, Madara looked down at the man sprawled on the ground. The place over his heart, now a gruesomely twisted cavity. Is it really that hard to leave a flying thunder god kunai atop a tree before coming down here? In his own voice, Madara mocked Shimura's corpse. To be the first to die to the second stage of the flying thunder god technique, you should feel honored. At the relay station, already reduced to ruins, Masanari Hagoromo stared at the 21 corpses of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans lying on the ground, his face drained of all color. The dozen or so elite Hagoromo Jonin remaining dared not utter a single word in front of their clan leader, seeing him so stricken. No one could blame Masanari for this. He had never imagined that this operation would cost the Hagoromo clan so dearly. Not only had he lost his trusted confidant, Tadakatsu Hagoromo, but of the 50 family Jonin he had brought, only a third remained. Even if they managed to defeat the Uchiha, this would be a bitter, Pyrrhic victory. For years to come, the Hagoromo clan would be in no shape to wage another war. At that moment, Madara, clad in black robes, dropped from the sky, tossing Rishimura's remains to the ground. No, remains wasn't quite accurate. What landed was just a severed head. The Rasengan wound was simply too conspicuous. Madara had no intention of leaving behind such a risk. He had decapitated the body, burned it with fire release, and only retrieved the head. Rishimura, seeing the head thrown to the ground, the Hagoromo clan members were first shocked, then turned their eyes to Madara. Thank you for your trouble, Master Kite. Ueno Masanari forcibly suppressed his anger and refrained from questioning the other party about why they hadn't acted from the start. If they had, perhaps far fewer of his people would have died. We've lost 20 elite Jonin. Not even Sarutobi or Shimura, nor even the likes of Uchiha and Senju, could bear such a blow. Izuna replied, his voice reverting to its usual hoarse timbre. With things like this, both Furuya and Keizo's positions are on shaky ground. As he spoke, Izuna turned and glanced at Ueno Masanari. Our cooperation ends here. I don't imagine we'll meet again. That's truly a pity. If Mr. Kite eventually gains control of both clans, I do hope the Ueno will be able to form an alliance with your noble house. Now that the Ueno had suffered such heavy losses, Masanari was more eager to win over the other side than risk making an enemy. I'm not one of those two clans. Don't get the wrong idea. Izuna's voice suddenly rose in protest, but to Masanari and his men, it sounded more like a guilty denial. With those words, Izuna vanished in a flash of the flying thunder god technique. Masanari interpreted this as a sign that he'd seen through Izuna's identity, making the other man uneasy. Clan leader now? A Ueno Jonin asked tentatively. Take care of our fallen. I'll return to camp first. If those bastards from the 4 clans find out what happened here, things could get ugly. Yes, sir. Though we've eliminated the immediate threat, it's not time to rest yet. The Uchiha are also running low on supplies. When we get back, we'll gather all our forces and attack Stone City, then wipe out the 4 clans. At this point, a note of bold ambition crept into Masanari's voice. Once that's done, and we join forces with Kite to rule over the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the Ueno will rise to become the 3rd great clan of the warring states, rivaling even the Hyuga. Yes, the remaining dozen-plus Ueno Jonin were swept up by Masanari's fervor, their blood running hot, convinced that these sacrifices had been worthwhile. Little did they know, the true hunter had already begun to close his net. After returning to their territory, Izuna immediately summoned Uchiha Ku, Uchiha Ise, and the 30 Jonin who had remained to defend Stone City for a council. Deputy clan leader, calling a meeting so suddenly, do you have a new strategy? One of the Jonin below inquired. Izuna didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Ku. Minister Ku, how much longer can our food stores last? A troubled look appeared on Ku's face. Not even a week. What? You can't be serious. If our people don't eat, how are they supposed to fight? Hearing that there was less than a week's worth of food left, panic swept through the room. No matter how strong a shinobi, without food, they couldn't hope to fight. As long as one was human, there was no escaping this weakness. Deputy clan leader, we should immediately request food reinforcements from the clan chief. Uchiha Ise respectfully cupped his hands and sought instructions from Izuna. Oh, I forgot to tell you all. The food supplies that our elder brother sent us were intercepted by the Shimura clan 3 days ago and burned to ashes, Izuna said, his voice calm and unwavering. At these words, the room erupted into chaos. The Shimura clan? Are the Sarutobi and Shimura joining the war too? Damn it, just when we Uchiha are in crisis, everyone is coming to profit from our misfortune. The Tsurutabishimura alliance was widely considered the fourth greatest power of the Warring States era, second only to the Uchiha, Senju, and Hyuga clans. Their participation in the conflict brought just as much pressure to the Uchiha as the Senju did. Enough. Everyone calm down. It was Uchiha Sora, one of the veteran leaders, who suddenly let out a furious shout, instantly quelling the panic among the clansmen. He admonished, "The vice clan leader will surely have a solution." With that, Uchiha Sora turned to Izuna. "Vice clan leader, do you have any clever strategy to break this siege?" First, within 3 days, Hagoromo Masanari will gather the full strength of all 5 clans to storm our stronghold. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They wanted to ask, "How do you know this?" But no one spoke. Instead, they listened quietly as Izuna continued. "Second, starting today, we will reduce our meals from 3 a day to just 1. Sora, you will take half of our remaining food supplies and secretly move them 50 li to the small river out back, where you are to build a temporary camp." At this, the Jonin nearly sprang from the floor in disbelief. What kind of order was this? Just moments ago, he said the enemy would attack us in the coming days. So shouldn't we eat more, fill our bellies, and prepare for battle? Why cut our rations now? Wouldn't that mean we're already defeated before the fighting even begins? But before the Jonin could protest, Izuna continued. "Third, in the final battle, we must lose. 3 strategies, each stranger than the last." Even after the meeting, the Jonin left with their heads full of questions, unable to make sense of it all. Some even began to doubt whether this vice clan leader, hailed as the Uchiha's most cunning strategist after his legendary achievements at the Yinshan battlefield, was truly deserving of his reputation. Yet, despite their grumbling, Izuna's orders as vice clan leader had to be carried out without question. The first order was to reduce daily meals from 3 to 1. Once this command was issued, many clansmen realized immediately the food had run out. Soon, suggestions poured in. Launch an attack as soon as possible, force a decisive battle with the 5 clans, and avoid facing the enemy while starving and weak. Ordinarily, such advice would be sound, but Izuna turned a deaf ear to them all and refused every suggestion. The clansmen were left without recourse, forced to endure hunger from the very first night. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, in the camp of the 5-clan coalition, having returned to his clan, Hagoromo Masanari summoned the 4 other clan leaders for a council. Seated at the central seat of honor, he addressed the other 4 clan leaders, saying, "Gentlemen, I have received accurate intelligence. Right now, the Uchiha are completely cut off from their food supplies, and the grain from their clan lands has yet to arrive. This is the best chance to take Uchiha Stone Fortress. At noon tomorrow, our entire army will launch a full assault and decide the outcome in one decisive battle." With that, Masanari Hagoromo raised his cup and called out, "When the time comes, we will occupy the entire northwest of the Uchiha territory. Cheers!" The 4 clan leaders exchanged glances, a subtle gleam flashing in their eyes, then rose to their feet one after another, beaming as they echoed, "Cheers!" Inside Uchiha Stone Fortress, for 3 days in a row, everyone had only 1 meal a day. Some of the lower-ranking clan members, though not fainting from hunger, were already looking increasingly pale and weary. They didn't dare voice their worries openly, but inwardly, they couldn't help but complain, "What on earth is the vice clan leader thinking?" The food was running out. If that was the case, shouldn't they gather all their forces and launch a desperate attack outside the city? Better to die fighting than starve to death. Even the lowest-ranking shinobi understood that much. The longer this dragged on, the worse their odds would become. Suddenly, the deep, resonant tolling of the warning bell rang out, filling the air. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Civilians, return to your homes. Shinobi, assemble. The allied army of the 5 clans is attacking. Everyone be on guard. Notify the vice clan leader and Lord Ku immediately. Hurry." The Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation as battle-hardened warriors. Even in such dire straits, they managed to rally and assemble with remarkable speed. At the assembly point by the city gates, Izuna stood atop the platform, gazing down at the hundreds of Uchiha shinobi gathered below. After 3 days with only 1 meal a day, their faces made it clear they were in no shape for a fight. "Feeling half dead with hunger, aren't you?" Izuna broke the silence, and his first words left everyone baffled. "Are you thinking that this battle is already lost?" No one answered, but deep down, many couldn't help but nod in agreement. "You're right to think so. We will lose. As the most important city in the northwest Uchiha lands, this fortress is bound to fall." The more Izuna spoke, the more shock spread across the faces below. Has the vice clan leader lost his mind? Minister Ku has already set up a temporary base in the rear. Tonight, I'll see that everyone gets a full meal. Tomorrow night, we'll seize the territories of Hagoromo, Fuma, Watanabe, Saito, and Onikawa, the 5 ninja clans. Then, we'll gather together for a grand feast. Everyone's eyes went wide in disbelief. This sounded like pure fantasy. You just said the fortress was doomed, that we'd withdraw tonight, and tomorrow you expect us to retake the city and wipe out 5 clans in one sweep, and then have a victory banquet? How could anyone believe such a claim? But even with all the murmurs in their hearts, in the end, no one spoke up. It wasn't just a matter of not daring to overstep their bounds more. Importantly, no one wanted to say anything further. There was a sense of resignation in the air, as if they had simply given up and let things fall apart. On the battlefield of the Northwestern Plains. Gentlemen, wasn't I right? Standing at the very front of the coalition of the 5 clans' 2,000-strong army, Hagoromo Masanari's lips curled in a triumphant smile as he lifted his chin toward the Uchiha ninja forces across from him. The Hagoromo clan leader's intelligence network is truly remarkable. Victory is ours in this battle, declared Watanabe no Kumo, the head of the Watanabe clan, his eyes gleaming with confidence. At that moment, the Uchihas were in terrible shape. Anyone could see it just by looking at their faces. Chief Saito added, "That goes without saying. They've been cut off from supplies for days. Their fighting strength is a shadow of what it was. This battle will bring an end to a war that's dragged on for more than half a year." The 5 clans' army brimmed with fighting spirit, their morale soaring, forming a stark contrast to the dispirited, weary Uchiha forces facing them, a picture of 2 extremes. As the drums thundered out their call to arms, the clash of battle erupted once more. No one could say how many times this sound had echoed across the fields in the past 6 months. Izuna's eyes shifted into the Mangekyo state, his left eye's power to foresee the future, allowing him to clearly anticipate the jutsu the enemy ninjas would unleash as they charged toward him. With a leap, he dodged a pair of hands bursting up from the earth beneath his feet. Earth release, decapitation technique, is it? Izuna's gaze narrowed slightly. He reached to his hip, drew 2 kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and, channeling wind chakra along their blades, hurled them down. A cry of pain rang out from underground as the wind-charged kunai pinned the enemy's hands firmly to the earth. Suddenly, a ninja from the Fuma clan lunged at him, wielding an oversized shuriken, the same weapon Uchiha Sasuke would one day use in his battle against Zabuza. The attack was wild and aggressive, swinging for Izuna with ferocious intent. Izuna's head snapped up, his eyes flashing with the eerie, person-shaped tomo of the Mangekyo Sharingan, like a demon's gaze piercing the night, staring straight through the ninja's soul. In that instant, the elite Fuma Chunin froze where he stood. When he blinked and looked again, he found the battlefield before him transformed into an empty void, his body bound in place by enormous golden spikes. Sharingan, Jinjutsu. Suddenly, before he could react, a blade struck from behind, piercing his heart. The world went black as he collapsed, never to rise again. Terrifying, the Uchiha's deputy chief, from his perch atop the cliff, Hagoromo Masanari couldn't help but marvel at Izuna's deadly grace as he moved effortlessly through the chaos of battle. Even a tiger who's lost its fangs is still a tiger. Ordinary men would never have the courage to face such a beast, fangs or no. It was true. The Uchiha's morale was low, and anyone could see that hunger and exhaustion had worn them down. And yet, even in such dire straits, the Uchiha were not so easily defeated. Chieftain of the Fuma clan, Chieftain Saito, come with me to deal with Uchiha Izuna. Chieftain Onikawa and Chieftain Watanabe, please go after Uchiha Sora. Hagoromo Masanari swiftly assigned targets to the 5 clan leaders. The others had no objections. As soon as the words were spoken, each of them became a blur, darting toward their respective foes. Uchiha style, blazing sword leap. Izuna summoned a katana from a scroll, his index and middle fingers pressing together on the hilt. In the next instant, the blade erupted in flames. With a roar, he swung the sword rapidly, the fire along the blade forming crescent arcs. Like a storm, the blazing crescent swept through and consumed all enemies in their path. Uchiha Izuna, prepare to die. Izuna spun around. His sword clashed with Chieftain Saito's blade. Their blades met with a ringing clash, sending sparks flying. The force made Chieftain Saito stagger back 10 paces, exclaiming in shock, "What's going on?" He parried my attack without even looking. Those eyes, they're a harbinger of doom. At that moment, Chieftain Fuma and Hagoromo Masanari appeared at Saito's left and right. Hagoromo Masanari called out, "All forces, press forward. Today we must seize Uchiha Stone Fortress." The 3 clan leaders joined forces to suppress Uchiha Izuna, the most formidable adversary on the battlefield. while the main army moved forward with all their might. Today, they were determined to breach Uchiha Stone Fortress. Now attack. As soon as Hagoromo Masanari finished speaking, he became a blur once more, the first to charge at Izuna. Hagoromo style, triple flash in one breath. In front of the Sharingan, you dare to fight up close? Who gave you such courage? Izuna scoffed. The power of his Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye activated, future sight. Hagoromo Masanari's A-rank sword technique involved forming a single-handed seal in a split second. Just before attacking, he would create 2 shadow clones to confuse the enemy, making it seem as though 3 blades were about to strike 3 different parts of the body. But in reality, it was all a feint, aiming for a single lethal blow. A clever move, but against the Mangekyo Sharingan, especially for someone like Izuna, a master observer, it was nothing more than a child's trick. Izuna tilted his head aside, easily dodging the fatal strike. Blood trickled from his right eye. Amaterasu. But at that very moment, a massive stone wall suddenly rose from the ground, separating Izuna from Hagoromo Masanari and blocking the black flames of Amaterasu. In the distance, Chieftain Saito pressed both hands to the ground. Earth-style, earth flow wall. In the air, countless kunai, sickles, and shuriken rained down in a wild storm. Atop the stone wall, Chieftain Fuma unfurled 2 scrolls, unleashing weapons from them one after another. Could it be that Tennin's real surname is Fuma? This scene reminded Izuna of the bun-headed weapons girl who served under Might Guy. It looked like a fierce ninjutsu barrage, but in Izuna's eyes, it was nothing but a childish display. Pupils contracted and tangible chakra gathered, igniting into silvery white flames that blazed around Izuna's body, finally taking shape as a silver-white ribcage. The shield of Susanoo. Clang, 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 clang. The kunai hurled by the leader of the Fuma clan were all blocked by Susanoo's protection. What on earth is that? Hagoromo Masanari and the others reacted with shock, only to see a gigantic skeletal arm sprout from the left side of the ribcage guarding Izuna. Within the palm of that skeletal hand, a white magatama, identical in shape to the Sharingan, spun furiously. Suddenly, it shot forth, tracing a brilliant arc through the air, heading straight for the Fuma clan leader. Clan leader Hagoromo, help him! At Saito's urgent cry, he rapidly formed hand seals. Wind release, feathered arrow. Hagoromo Masanari's brow tightened. For these traitors from the 4 clans, he could hardly wish more for them to perish alongside the Uchiha. But right now, with the battle against the Uchiha still raging, he had no choice but to use their strength. Water release, raging torrent shatter. Wind release was arguably the most versatile element for mixing with other jutsu. Except for earth release, it could blend with nearly every other style. The arrow formed from wind release fused with the spiraling, tornado-like torrent of water release, both hurtling toward the Magatama in midair. Could this technique alter the course of the attack? Boom! About 10 meters from the Fuma clan leader, the combined ninjutsu of Hagoromo Masanari and Saito collided with the Magatama. The explosive spray of water briefly obscured everyone's vision. A heartbeat later, the battered Magatama burst through the water spray. Soaring out from the mist, the Magatama pierced the left arm of the Fuma clan leader as he hovered in the air. In the blink of an eye, they saw his left arm torn from his body, severed mid-flight. Arg! Agonizing pain shot up his left side. Overwhelmed by the shock, the Fuma clan leader began to plummet from the sky. Save the clan leader! The Fuma clan members below shouted in panic. Don't even think about it. Izuna swiftly formed seals, cheeks puffing with chakra. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A wall of flame, over 10 meters long, erupted from his mouth, threatening to finish the Fuma clan leader in one blazing strike. Water release, water formation wall. Across the field, Saito's clan leader quickly formed hand seals, unleashing water release in an attempt to counter Izuna's flames. As fire and water collided, scalding steam billowed across the battlefield, boiling the air itself. Seizing the moment, a Fuma Jonin braved the scalding vapor, risking his very flesh to drag the clan leader to safety. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Uchiha Kuu, now the second-in-command on the Uchiha's northwestern front, was locked in combat with both Watanabe, a Jonin at his peak, and Onikawa, an elite Jonin. Amid such a grim battlefield, the scene might almost seem absurd. After exchanging over 100 blows, Uchiha Sora's stomach finally began to protest uncontrollably. Clutching his abdomen, Uchiha Sora furrowed his brows in pain. No matter what, he was still human, but relentless hunger gnawed at him from within. No matter how hard he tried to focus, his body's own rebellion kept breaking his concentration. And it wasn't just Uchiha Sora. The other Uchiha clansmen fighting alongside him suffered the same. The tides of battle shifted from moment to moment. Even a second's lapse could spell total collapse. And after fighting for so long, their bodies had signaled their distress more than once. The only thing keeping them on their feet was the innate strength of the Uchiha bloodline. Watanabe, the clan leader, gave a wry smile. Fighting on an empty stomach. Painful, isn't it? With that, he reversed his grip on his twin-bladed sword. If that's the case, let me help you. I'll send you to the next world a little sooner. A tangible wave of sword energy flew toward Uchiha Sora. He drew a deep breath, and flames burst to life along the blade of his katana. Uchiha-style flame dance. The clashing fire scattered into sparks, which cascaded around the battlefield. Once again, his stomach let out a plaintive rumble, and a constant fatigue clouded the minds of every Uchiha present, wearing down both body and spirit. Just then, Chief Onikawa swept his arm forward. Reserves, move in. At his command, a fresh force of 100, until now held in perfect condition at the rear, shot forward like arrows released from a drawn bow. With the order given, they surged out, piercing the Uchiha's defensive shield wall and charging straight for the city gates. Alarmed, Uchiha Sora glanced sideways and shouted through gritted teeth, "Fall back. Back to the gate. Don't let them get close. You still have time to worry about others." Watanabe sneered, a cold laugh escaping him. Ordinarily, his overall strength was just a notch below Uchiha Sora's. But now, with Sora in such a weakened state, Watanabe could press his advantage with ease. Water-style Aqua Burst. Uchiha Sora raised his right hand, forming the same hand sign as Watanabe, a testament to the Sharingan's power to foresee and copy techniques. Water-style. But the roaring torrent was already upon him. There was no time to counter. Even if the Sharingan could see through and mimic the technique, Uchiha Sora's battered, exhausted body simply couldn't keep up. The water struck him first, then clung to his skin, exploding like a bomb. Blood mingled with the spray, flesh torn and blurred. Watanabe shouted in excitement, "Now's our chance. Storm Uchiha Castle, wipe them out." For a moment, the morale of the five-clan alliance soared to its peak. 10 minutes later, with a thunderous crash, the gate of Uchiha Stone Fortress, defended by Izuna and the others for half a year, finally collapsed. "Ha ha ha, we did it. Charge in. This place is ours now. It's finally ours." After months of relentless effort, the five clans' allied ninja finally saw the fruits of their labor. How could they not be exhilarated? Surely, in the history of the warring states, this must be the first time the Uchiha have suffered such a crushing defeat at the hands of anyone other than the Senju. Deputy clan leader Uchiha Sora, gravely wounded, dropped to one knee and shouted to Izuna. A flicker of panic flashed across Izuna's face, but he quickly masked it with a thunderous rage. In an instant, his chakra erupted like an unstoppable flood. "Don't you dare take another step." The wild surge of chakra seemed to everyone present like the manifestation of a primordial beast. The ninjas poised to storm the city froze in their tracks, terror-stricken. The skeletal form of Susanoo, which had only enveloped Izuna's body moments before, now rapidly grew arms, a neck, a skull, flesh knitted together by pulsating chakra, forming a complete humanoid shape before their eyes. What kind of jutsu is that? Such terrifying chakra. So this is the power of the Uchiha's deputy clan leader. Both enemies and allies alike were struck dumb with awe and fear. Scorch Release, Yasakani Magatama. Susanoo, now half-humanoid, conjured a pair of massive, silvery Magatama, each the size of a man's hand, one in each hand. Cloaked in the ominous black flames of Amaterasu, they burned with an unholy fury. In the next instant, Susanoo hurled both Magatama toward the five-clan alliance massed at the city gates. A thunderous explosion followed, its shock waves laced with roaring black fire. Then, with a deafening crash, the fortress's stone wall, over 50 meters tall and specially reinforced by earth release, crumbled to rubble under the onslaught. This wall had withstood countless enemy attacks. It was the Uchiha's most impregnable bastion in the northwest. And yet, in a single instant, the elite 100 who had just stormed through the gate were annihilated. None survived. Suddenly, an Uchiha Jonin snapped out of shock and burst into wild laughter. As expected of our deputy clan leader, what a fearsome hidden trump card. Everyone fight. Victory belongs to the Uchiha. For a moment, the Uchiha's morale seemed to soar anew. But just as the tide seemed to be turning, all eyes fixed on Izuna's Susanoo, only to see its humanoid form collapse swiftly back into a skeletal shell, then shrink to nothing more than ribs, and finally vanish altogether. Huff, huff. Izuna hunched over, breathing heavily, his right cheek streaked with blood and tears flowing from his eye, a haunting sight. The deputy clan leader, the Uchiha ninja, who had just been swept up in excitement, now stared at Izuna in stunned disbelief. Yuji Masanari snapped out of his shock and exclaimed with delight, "Ha ha! Such a powerful jutsu! How could it come without a price? Don't worry, everyone, Uchiha Izuna can't use that technique again. Attack without fear." With those words, the 5 clans had just sunk into despair were instantly revived in spirit. They glanced at Izuna, now utterly exhausted, and understanding dawned on them. Of course, a technique that terrifying, one that bordered on a forbidden jutsu. How could it not exact a heavy toll? Yet, even with this reassurance, no one dared say for certain that Izuna couldn't unleash that move a second time. So, although the 5-clan alliance began to mobilize, they still moved with a hint of trepidation. Retreat. Clutching his aching right eye, Izuna spat out the order, his voice cold and steady. Not far away, Uchiha Ise was startled by the command. "Deputy Chief, what?" "Retreat. Abandon stone fortress," Izuna repeated, his tone brooking no argument. Hearing this, Yuji Masanari and the rest were overjoyed. Their guesses had been right. Uchiha Izuna truly couldn't use that jutsu again. Uchiha Ise clenched his teeth, then shouted with all his might, channeling chakra to carry his voice across the battlefield. "Deputy Chief's orders. Abandon the fortress. Fall back." Perhaps this was what it felt like to plummet from heaven straight into hell. Just moments ago, every Uchiha believed they could turn the tide with Izuna's strength. Now, only a minute later, they were being told to retreat. On the other side, the 5 clans could only be described as ecstatic. The Oni River clan chief threw back his head and laughed wildly. "Don't let them escape. Slaughter every last Uchiha. That's right. Leave none alive. Strike while your enemy is down." Even without a word exchanged, the 5 clans were united on this front. Wind style, gale shockwave. Clan Chief Saito was the first to act, unleashing his most powerful wind style jutsu, a signature of his clan, masters of wind and water techniques. "I'll join the attack." The Fuma clan chief, despite having lost an arm, had already roughly bandaged the wound, a strip of cloth tied tightly at the stump. With his remaining hand, he drew a new scroll. "Fuma, Thousand Senbon Storm." With a snap, the scroll unraveled, shooting out dozens of meters. In a rapid burst and a cloud of white smoke, tens of thousands of venom-tipped Senbon needles rained down, so dense it was as if a torrential downpour had fallen from the sky. Everyone used fire style to counter. Uchiha Sora, bloodied and battered, gritted his teeth and raised his hand to form seals. "Stand down." Izuna's low command stopped them in their tracks, drawing shocked glances from Sora and the others. "Deputy Chief." Facing a barrage of jutsu coming from both ahead and above, Izuna let out a contemptuous chuckle. "Fools like these, no matter the era, there's never any shortage of them." For the second time, chakra materialized into tangible flames, roaring to life as the upper half of a humanoid Susanoo rose once more. "He can still use it." Masakio Hagoromo's eyes narrowed sharply. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared that Izuna was no longer able to summon Susanoo. Now, faintly, he seemed to hear the sound of several slaps ringing by his ear. The twisted sword in Susanoo's right hand ignited with blazing black flames. As a barrage of jutsu surged toward him, Susanoo flicked his right hand to the left, then, in the next instant, swept it hard to the right. The furious black flames, far surpassing ordinary S-rank techniques, and mixed with the force of the Susanoo's sword aura, tore through every incoming jutsu, obliterating them with overwhelming force. Bang! 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 A chakra blade formed in Susanoo's left hand as well. With twin swords in hand, it was as if a monstrous beast was rampaging through a crowd of helpless mortals. The ninjas of the 5 clans alliance could only scream in agony, like slabs of pork pinned to a butcher's block, completely at the mercy of the blade. "Fall back, all of you." Standing within Susanoo, Izuna spoke with his back to Sora, Uchiha, and the others. Sora Uchiha raised his hand and shouted, "Retreat! Fall back, everyone!" All 300 members of the Uchiha Northwest branch began their rapid withdrawal. After them, called out Watanabe, the clan leader, almost by instinct. But even as the words left his lips, Susanoo's massive sword was already poised above his head and came crashing down. A wave of impending death surged to his forehead, but Watanabe barely managed to evade with a flicker technique. Rumble. Thunder crashed. Though he escaped with his life, several nearby ninja from allied clans weren't so fortunate, cut down by that single blow. A monster! Cold sweat streamed down the face of Chief Onikawa as he stared at Susanoo. Was there truly no jutsu that could break through that defense? At that moment, Izuna commanded Susanoo to raise both swords high, crossing them in an X before bringing them down with devastating force. The entire battlefield trembled. Even the last standing section of Uchiha Stone Fortress wall collapsed behind them. If you're not afraid to die, come and chase me. With a voice that looked down upon everything, Izuna uttered these words, then released Susanoo and retreated swiftly to the rear. Staring in stunned silence at the deep, bottomless X-shaped scar gouged into the earth, nearly 2,000 ninja of the Five Clans Alliance found themselves unable to utter a single word of pursuit. What are you all standing around for? No one knew how much time had passed before someone finally spoke up. Everyone turned toward the voice. It was Masakio Hagoromo. He strode to the city gate, or rather, where the gate used to be, since now was nothing but ruins. Entering the city, Masakio Hagoromo raised his right hand high and shouted, "The Uchiha have fled. This war, we are the victors. Tonight, we celebrate. Let us feast and drink to our triumph." With another rousing cry, Masakio transformed the dread instilled by Izuna into wild jubilation, sweeping through the alliance ranks. One after another, they raised their hands and shouted in triumph, each declaring their own victory. At this moment, they were more than 10 miles away from Uchiha Stone Fortress. "Deputy Chief, Deputy Chief, Deputy Chief, are you all right?" As the entire Uchiha clan retreated, they saw Izuna return at last. Only then did the worry in their hearts finally ease. His face still smeared with streaks of blood, Izuna raised his hand to halt those who wanted to come forward and express their concern. "You all did well today. For now, let's head back to the temporary base that Captain Sora set up a few days ago. There's enough food stockpiled there for everyone. Eat your fill, rest up, and get ready for the counterattack at midnight." "Counterattack? Deputy Chief, our strength is nowhere near theirs right now," one of the Jonin said, unable to believe what he had just heard. Given the current state of the Uchiha, launching a counterattack against the Five Clans was like dashing an egg against a rock. Izuna's lips curled into a mysterious, almost mischievous smile. "Just wait and see." They arrived at the temporary base, 50 miles outside Uchiha Stone Fortress. Uchiha Sora ordered the storerooms opened, revealing enough provisions to last 3 days. Exhausted and ravenous, the clan members devoured the food like wild beasts. Izuna chewed on dry rations, drank cool spring water, then washed the blood from his face at the riverbank. He glanced at his own reflection, shimmering on the surface of the lake. Damn, his vision was already starting to blur. After all, he'd used Susanoo twice. Izuna called up his system's skill tree. Player, Uchiha Izuna. Rank, Kage level. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning. Keki I Jinkai, Mangekyo Sharingan. Skills, left eye foresight, right eye Amaterasu. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Wind release, Rasengan. Fire release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Skill points, 78. Izuna eyed the number of skill points he'd accumulated. If he could pull off a victory against the Five Clans, he guessed that his skill points would break through the 100 mark, enough to trade for an S-rank ninjutsu. But after experiencing the side effects of using the Mangekyo, Izuna decided that, unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't waste any more skill points right now. His top priority remained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Although in the original story, aside from never losing vision and being able to use the complete form of Susanoo, there didn't seem to be any other unique features to the eternal Mangekyo. Even just these two advantages were enough. Having it was almost equivalent to breaking through the Kage level and touching the threshold of the 6 paths. With it, he could sweep across the war-torn era. Well, as long as he ignored Hashirama Senju, the ultimate cheat code, and for now, the mysterious Black Zetsu. It might have looked earth-shaking just now, but in the battle just fought, Izuna had only used 70 to 80% of his true strength. His deadliest technique, Flying Thunder God, remained unused. Because that technique was designed specifically for Kite, he had to find another way to increase his own strength. Despite having obtained the system, Izuna never gave up on regular training. Emulating Naruto from later generations, he had already started to master the giant Rasengan and the use of chakra shape transformation. "Vice Chief, would you like some more?" At that moment, Uchiha Sora walked over, carrying a bowl of thin porridge. Izuna raised his hand to refuse, his thoughts drifting back to the battlefield. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, forming a hand seal to perform the Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a soft puff, a cloud of white smoke billowed up, and one of Izuna's shadow clones appeared. Without a word, it immediately sped off toward Uchiha Stone Fortress, which had just fallen to the west. Using shadow clones to gather intelligence was already a common practice within the Uchiha clan. Vice Chief, what should we do now? Uchiha Sora asked for instructions. Tell everyone to rest well and wait for the counterattack with their best strength. Sora responded quickly, but inwardly he couldn't help but have doubts. A counterattack? Is there really a chance for a counterattack? Izuna's clone made swift progress toward Uchiha Stone Fortress. Getting past the rear gate guards, who were only of Chunin rank, wasn't difficult at all. As he moved through the fortress, the civilians who once lived there were all terrified, staying hidden in their homes and not daring to come out. It was an unspoken rule among human clans not to slaughter civilians during war. After all, when a city falls, its people become a source of manpower and productivity. Human life was the foundation. If you took a city and killed everyone, you'd be left with a dead city, and your victory would mean little. To these civilians, it made no difference who ruled over them. All they wanted was to survive in this era of ceaseless war. Izuna put on his swirling mask and donned his black cloak. Before long, he found the head of the Watanabe clan, Watanabe no. He was temporarily staying in what had once been Uchiha Sora's residence. Congratulations, Clan Chief Watanabe. Even without our support, you've managed to seize control of the Uchiha's northwestern territory, Izuna said as he slipped into the room. Indeed, over the past 6 months, Izuna had been working tirelessly, not just among Hagoromo and Sarutobi Shimura, but also within the 4 clans. On one hand, he told Hagoromo that the 4 clans and Sarutobi Shimura were plotting together. On the other, he told the 4 clans that Hagoromo and Sarutobi Shimura were secretly allied. Both Hagoromo Masanari and the 4 clan chiefs believed Izuna was a dissident from Sarutobi Shimura, seeking allies for a coup within his own clan. It's you. Clan Chief Watanabe's eyes widened in alarm, but he forced himself to remain calm and asked, "The war is over now. Why have you come?" Since they believed themselves to be high-ranking members of the Sarutobi Shimura clan, he decided to make full use of this identity, turning their assumptions to his advantage. He said, "I've already decided to initiate a coup within the clan soon. Afterwards, I intend to cooperate with your noble family. I don't want to see you all killed." Killed? Us? Watanabe, the clan chief, frowned deeply. "I've heard that the 5 clan chiefs are holding a celebration tonight, correct? Well, Hagoromo Masanari is planning to make his move tonight. He intends to target the 4 of you." "What?" Watanabe's eyes narrowed sharply, a chill running down his spine. They had only just dealt with the Uchiha. Was Hagoromo Masanari really planning to strike on the very first night? Such ruthless tactics. As for how you deal with this, that's up to you. I'm only here to warn you because your survival serves my own interests for when I seize power in the future. With those words, the masked man vanished from the room. Watanabe's expression darkened. After a long, heavy silence, he called out in a low voice, "Someone, bring word to Chiefs Saito, Fuma, and Kikawa. Remember, do it in secret. Under no circumstances can the Hagoromo clan find out." In what used to be Izuna's Japanese-style courtyard residence. While the place wasn't grand, it was tranquil, and its size befitted someone of authority. There was little inside, for this had long been a place for the business of war. Neither Izuna nor anyone else had the heart to bother with decorating it. After capturing Uchiha Stone Fortress, Hagoromo Masanari, quite naturally, claimed the place as his temporary quarters. Just as he pondered his next move, the masked man, Yun, appeared before him once again, someone he thought he'd never see again. "Don't misunderstand me. My only hope is that, once I control both clans, I'll have the support of more people. That's why I've come to warn you." With that, Izuna almost repeated, word for word, the excuse he'd just used with Chief Watanabe. How can this be? They're moving so quickly. Hagoromo Masanari had always suspected the 4 clans of betrayal, but he never imagined they'd be so bold. They had just taken the city, and already the others were plotting that very night. "That's all I have to say. Just be careful not to die," Izuna said, turning to leave. At that moment, Hagoromo Masanari quickly strode forward, blocking his path. "Please wait, Mr. Yin. What is it? I truly didn't expect them to be so cunning. With my current forces in the city, I fear I don't have the strength to fight them all at once. Mr. Yin, I beg you, help us from the shadows tonight. Give the Hagoromo clan a helping hand." By now, there was a note of genuine pleading in Hagoromo Masanari's voice. Izuna remained silent, giving Hagoromo Masanari the impression that he was wavering. "As long as Mr. Yuan agrees, after this, I am willing to cede 30% of the land and resources gained from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans under your control to you." Haori Masanari, fearing the other party might refuse, immediately offered up a staggering sum as incentive. Very well. Tonight, when you make your move, have your subordinates set off fireworks as a signal. My own forces are few, but we should still be able to lend a hand. Izuna nodded in agreement. Hayori Masanari was overjoyed. I can't thank you enough. In the future, with our 3 clans united, we will surely surpass the Hyuga, and perhaps even catch up to the Uchiha. To rival the Senju is no longer just an idle dream. Masanari worked swiftly. In less than 2 hours, he had transformed Izuna's previously bare mansion, once furnished with nothing but a bed and a simple table, into an impressive residence. Tonight, the 5 clans planned to hold a grand banquet here to celebrate the capture of Uchiha Stone Fortress. Little did they realize, this feast would be steeped in hidden danger. After finishing his discussion with Hayori Masanari, Izuna's shadow clone dispelled itself. Meanwhile, at a temporary base 50 miles away, the real Izuna immediately received all of the clone's memories. Chief Sora, Izuna called out. Not far away, Uchiha Sora, who had been leaning against a large tree with his eyes closed, trying to catch a brief nap, sprang to his feet and hurried over. Deputy Clan Leader, what are your orders? Notify all clan members to ready their weapons. Prepare for a counterattack. We're taking back the fortress. Uchiha Sora's heart skipped a beat, but he wasted no time in passing on the order. Nearly 12 hours had passed since they'd reached the temporary base. Aside from the severely wounded, everyone else had eaten, rested, and was ready for action. Before long, excluding the injured left behind at the base, all able fighters of the Uchiha Northwest branch, nearly 300 in total, had assembled. Listen up. We'll lie in wait 3 miles outside Stone Fortress. When we see the signal from inside the city, we strike in one decisive blow and put an end to this war. A signal? What signal? Over 200 Uchiha shinobi exchanged uncertain glances. One of the Chunin raised his hand and asked, Deputy Clan Leader, who's going to send us the signal? Hayori Masanari. Izuna replied calmly. The answer left everyone in stunned silence. Hayori Masanari? Wasn't he our #1 enemy? He's going to send us a signal to attack himself? No one can make sense of it. Move out. Izuna's eyes had already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. He turned and leapt into the trees. Though the others were full of questions, they quickly followed. Back at Uchiha Stone Fortress, inside the residence where Izuna had once lived. The once bare, spacious main hall had been transformed by Hayori Masanari's hand into a magnificent venue. At this moment, Masanari sat at the central seat of honor. Directly below him, on his left, sat the clan leaders Saito and Watanabe. On his right, the clan leaders Fuma and Onikawa. The table before the 5 men was laden with food and fine wine, and behind each of them stood 2 bodyguards. Today, we've managed to bite off a piece from the Uchiha. Throughout the entire history of the warring states, aside from the Senju, only our 5 clans have accomplished such a feat, Hagoromo Masanari declared with a hearty laugh, raising his cup. Allow me first to offer a toast to the 4 of you, he continued. Watanabe, Saito, and the other 3 clan leaders also lifted their cups, replying courteously, Clan Leader Hagoromo, you are too kind, before downing their wine in one gulp. Hagoromo Masanari wiped his mouth, and, suddenly changing the tone, heaved a long sigh. It's just a shame, he said, that one thing has spoiled the whole pot, like a rat dropping in the soup. It leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. Oh, the head of the Fuma clan, missing an arm, turned his gaze, his voice tinged with confusion. And what, may I ask, has put you in such a foul mood, Clan Leader Hagoromo? A sly smile crept across Hagoromo Masanari's face. Actually, it's 4 droppings, he said. I, Hagoromo Masanari, believed I was negotiating in good faith, yet I find myself betrayed. There may be filth in the pot, but if we scoop it out in time, perhaps the soup could still be salvaged. Watanabe, Saito, Fuma, and Onikawa exchanged glances, a tacit understanding flickering in their eyes. Wouldn't you agree, clan leaders? The moment Hagoromo Masanari's words fell, he hurled his wine cup to the ground with force. The ceramic cup shattered instantly, fragments scattering with a sharp crack. At that very instant, the wall behind Hagoromo Masanari was smashed open. No fewer than 20 Hagoromo, shinobi clad in armor and wielding ninja blades stormed in, their faces twisted with murderous intent as they glared at the 4. Just as Yuan predicted, the 4 thought in unison. Watanabe sneered. So, Clan Leader Hagoromo, you were planning to slaughter us after using us. How unfortunate for you that we're not so easily dealt with. With that, he slammed his hands down hard on the table before him. Chakra surged through his palms, shattering the wooden table and sending food scattering across the floor. Outside, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in waves. A Hagoromo Jonin appeared in a blur beside Hagoromo Masanari, reporting in a low voice, Clan Leader, the 4 clans have surrounded the estate. Just as Yuan predicted, Hagoromo Masanari thought. a cold smile curling at his lips. He issued his orders, send the signal. Call for reinforcements. Yes, sir. With another flicker, the Jonin vanished. Half a year ago, I invited you to join me in good faith. Is this how you choose to repay me now? Hagoromo Masanari turned his gaze to the four clan leaders. And you? You've been conspiring with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, planning to finish off the Uchiha and then dispose of us. How dare you speak of good faith? Watanabe and the other clan leaders could only sneer in response. The Fuma leader, without a word, hurled a kunai as his answer, but Hagoromo Masanari dodged it with effortless grace. Let's move, the three of us. The Saito clan leader pressed his palms together. Wind style, crushing gale. A cylindrical, rapidly spinning current of wind surged forth like an invisible dragon, roaring toward its target. At once, the Watanabe clan leader joined in. Fire style, scorching head. Wind and fire styles, chakras that blend most easily, have been elevated to new heights by the Uchiha, inspiring countless other ninja clans to emulate them. With two B-rank jutsu unleashed by elite jonin at their peak, the combined force surged beyond even the might of an A-rank technique. You four alone are hardly worth my concern. Masaki Hagoromo's hands blurred into afterimages as he formed seals at lightning speed. Hagoromo's secret art, Yang style, pentagonal sealing storm. A flash of golden light blazed forth, forming the outline of shield. For a moment, it blocked the deadly fusion of wind and fire. Yet the force of the attack spilled outward, redirected into other parts of the main hall. The residence where Izuna had once lived erupted in a sudden explosion. With a thunderous blast, nearly half the estate was engulfed in flames. Attack! Kill them all! Masaki Hagoromo swept his arm forward, shouting. At his command, the Hagoromo ninja, long lying in ambush, surged forth as one. No mercy for any Hagoromo. Slay them all. The four opposing clans showed no sign of weakness. For both sides, the hatred for these traitors now burned even fiercer than what they'd felt for the Uchiha. The sounds of battle and furious cries erupted throughout Uchiha Castle. A piercing whistle, then a thunderous explosion. At that moment, a streak of colorful light shot high above the stone fortress. It blossomed into a vibrant firework, bursting in a rainbow of colors that illuminated the sky above the city. Hidden in the dense forest outside the eastern gate, Izuna had been waiting for this very signal. A wild joy broke across his handsome face. Now, move out. There really was a signal. The other Uchiha clansmen were both startled and overjoyed. Seeing Izuna dash for the city gate, weapons at the ready, they too could hardly wait. Each one seized their arms and charged toward the city that had fallen less than a day before. But before the attack, Izuna performed a summoning jutsu to call the Uchiha's messenger hawk, sending an urgent message back to Madara at their ancestral home. Days earlier, in his guise as Kite, Izuna had joined forces with Masaki Hagoromo and the others to ambush Shimura Riri and his companions at the outpost inn. How could this be? The lead ninja crouched by what was left of the inn, a pile of shattered debris, his face a mask of disbelief. Beside him, three other ninjas stared in shock at the field of corpses. Their clothing bore the crest of the Shimura clan. Indeed, the ninja, now kneeling on the ground, was named Shimura Goyen, a special jonin under Shimura Keizo, chiefly responsible for intelligence gathering. Like other ninja clans, Shimura Ri, who served as an envoy in the four-clan negotiations, was supposed to send daily reports back to his clan through his summoning beasts, so that his people could receive the latest intelligence from the front lines at any time. However, several days had passed, and they had yet to receive any word from Shimura Ri. Growing more and more uneasy, Shimura Keizo could no longer sit still. He dispatched an investigation team to follow the supply route and look into the matter. When they arrived at the post station, they were horrified to discover the corpses of Shimura Ri and his companions. Shimura Ri, known as the second strongest in the Shimura clan, had been decapitated, his head severed cleanly from his body. A gruesome execution. Sarutobi Tomoto, a senior member of the Sarutobi clan, had also died from exhaustion, and the 20 elite jonin he led had been completely wiped out. As for the enemy, no one knew who they were. It was obvious that after their victory, the attackers had meticulously cleaned up the scene, leaving not a single clue behind. A squad of 20 jonin. Looking across the entire warring ninja world, there were hardly any clans capable of such a feat. Captain, what should we do now? A fellow Shimura ninja from the investigation team asked Shimura Heian, who led the group. Shimura Heian gritted his teeth and stood up. These bodies must be taken back to the clan. The four of us alone can't manage it. Contact the clan leader and request reinforcements. Before his three subordinates could respond, more than a dozen dark shadows suddenly descended. A chilling voice echoed, "That won't be necessary." The four turned their heads sharply. In the newcomer's eyes, red Tomo spun slowly, as if threatening to swallow everything in sight. At their head, Uchiha Sashu let out a cold laugh. "You'll soon be joining these corpses." The Uchiha clan? Shimura Heian was visibly shocked, but quickly forced himself to remain calm. "Was it you?" To be honest, Uchiha Sashu didn't know the details either. He only knew that clan leader Uchiha Madara had received a letter from Izuna. Madara then ordered him to assemble a 12-man team, travel here, and eliminate any Sarutobi or Shimura ninja they encountered. "Ask the king of hell yourself." A smirk tugged at Uchiha Sashu's lips. "Fire style, great fire dragon jutsu." With a thunderous roar, the eastern gate of Uchiha Stone City shook as Susanoo unleashed a resounding bellow, cleaving the gate in two with a single sword stroke. Beside him, Uchiha Ku voiced his concern. "Deputy clan leader, this move uses up too much chakra. You'd best save it for facing enemies on the level of a clan leader." Izuna smiled calmly, dismissing Susanoo. "I just got a little excited at the thought of ending the war." His eyes blazed with fervor and murderous intent. "Attack. Don't let a single one escape." More than 200 Uchiha flanked Izuna, charging around him and surging straight into the city walls. At this moment, most of the allied 5 clans ninja had been called into the city by their respective leaders to settle internal disputes, leaving the number of defenders at the gates at its lowest. Moreover, the ninjas guarding the city were almost all the weakest among the 5 clans. No match for the Uchiha at all. In less than 15 minutes, the defense at the city gates completely collapsed, and the Uchiha forces surged straight into the city unhindered. At this moment, in the very heart of the city, with Izuna's residence as the central point, fierce battles erupted within a 5-mile radius. To be precise, it was the Hagoromo clan versus the combined forces of the Watanabe, Saito, Fuma, and Onikawa clans. Both sides had heard tales of the other's betrayal from their own leaders, stoking their fury and outrage. The fighting was even more ferocious than when they faced the Uchiha. With a resounding crash, Hagoromo Masanari parried a blow from the Watanabe clan leader, staggered back several paces, and slammed into the stone wall behind him. A thunderous impact left the wall riddled with cracks like a spider's web, and Masanari spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, the situation for the opposing leaders was no better. The Saito clan head bore deep sword wounds on his left shoulder, abdomen, and right leg, and none of the others fared much better. Forcing a Kaga-level shinobi into a corner was always a perilous thing. But despite everything, the Hagoromo were clearly at a disadvantage, both in leadership and overall strength. Gritting his teeth, Hagoromo Masanari knew full well the risks of facing 4 clans at once. But with word of their plot to strike tonight, he had no other choice. He coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, then turned his back to a subordinate and muttered low, "Is there still no sign of Yuan's reinforcements?" Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Wind style, Rasengan. Suddenly, a massive 4-bladed windmill-shaped Rasengan merged with a blazing arrow of fire in the sky overhead. In the next instant, a giant spinning wheel of flame and wind plummeted from above. Sensing mortal danger from above, dozens of people below hastily retreated. Izuna's residence was reduced to ashes. Some were not quick enough. Caught in the blast, they too were incinerated. From the sky, over a dozen figures descended, every last one of them wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan. Izuna scanned the 4 directions, a satisfied glint in his eyes. Excellent. None of them escaped unscathed. Uchiha. The 5 clans were struck with terror. How could the Uchiha, routed and forced to withdraw just this morning, launch a surprise attack in the dead of night? It made no sense. Whoever heard of losing a battle by day and counterattacking by night? What in the world is going on? Hagoromo Masanari could only curse his luck. Yuan's reinforcements still hadn't arrived, yet the madmen of Uchiha were here already. Izuna gave a crisp order to his elite Jonin squad. Now deep behind enemy lines, attack. Uchiha techniques erupted. Shuriken manipulation technique. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. Fire style, pure roasting technique. Wind style, pressure damage. Compared to the 5 clans who had already been fighting for quite some time, the Uchiha were brimming with energy. Having eaten their fill and quenched their thirst, and seeing the 5 clans inexplicably caught up in endless infighting, each side wounding the other, they were utterly overjoyed. Uchiha Sora, delighted beyond measure, unleashed high-level fire release techniques while asking Izuna, "Deputy clan leader, now that both sides are fighting each other, do we need to handle them differently? In a standoff between the snipe and clam, do you think the fishermen would treat them separately?" Izuna replied coolly, Uchiha Sora gave an embarrassed laugh, realizing he'd just asked a foolish question. He quickly gathered his chakra, ignored his own considerable injuries, drew his kunai, and charged toward the enemy. Izuna, meanwhile, leapt in front of Hagoromo Masanari, a strange smile flickering on his face. So soon, we meet again, clan leader Hagoromo. Why? Why are you attacking now? Even someone as powerful as Hagoromo Masanari, usually as composed as a seasoned Kage, was now losing his cool. It simply defied all logic. The Uchiha had suffered a heavy blow just this morning. By any reason, they couldn't possibly launch a counterattack on the very same night. There had to be some reason behind all of this, something he didn't know. If he didn't get to the bottom of it, he'd never rest easy, even in death. Why? You want to know why? Izuna shrugged, malice dripping from his words. Well, what do you think brought us here at this very moment? Perhaps driven to desperation, Hagoromo Masanari's mind seemed to falter. His gaze sharpened as he shouted, "It was Yuan. Yuan must have told. You didn't he? That traitor, pretending to seek an alliance with the Hagoromo, while secretly siding with the Uchiha. Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" By the end, Hagoromo Masanari's fury was at its peak. His hair bristled, and with a stomp charged with chakra, he shattered the blue stone tiles of the courtyard beneath his feet. Izuna blinked, rather surprised by Hagoromo Masanari's wild speculation. But thinking from Masanari's perspective, it wasn't entirely impossible. Think what you will, Izuna mused inwardly. The tomo of his Sharingan spun slowly in his eyes as he readied his kunai between his fingers, preparing to strike. Wait, Uchiha Izuna. Seeing Izuna about to attack, Hagoromo Masanari called out urgently. That Yuan fellow is unpredictable. First he promised an alliance with us, then he went behind our backs and sided with you Uchiha. Doesn't that strike you as suspicious? How about this? Our two clans join forces, take out the 4 clans of the Northwest first, and then we can settle things with Yuan, that scoundrel. Izuna nearly burst out laughing at this, but didn't bother to reply. He simply hurled his kunai straight at Hagoromo Masanari. Realizing negotiations had failed, Hagoromo Masanari had no choice but to fight. After nimbly dodging 2 kunai, the glint of thin threads behind the rings at the base of the weapons caught Masanari Hagoromo's eye. Threads? The Uchiha's signature shuriken manipulation technique. Masanari formed a hand seal with one hand. Secret art. Yang release, golden crow. A dazzling light burst forth, spreading out and corroding the threads attached to the kunai. Fire style, great fireball technique. With just a single-handed sign, Izuna unleashed the Uchiha clan's most fundamental and practical fireball, hurling it straight at Masanari. Water style, water formation wall. A wall of water surged up in a full circle, encasing Masanari in its center. For a moment, boiling, scorching mist billowed between the 2 combatants. Izuna gave a light chuckle, weaving hand seals as 2 shadow clones appeared at his left and right. All 3 figures charged forward in unison. They're all solid. Is this a new type of cloning jutsu? Startled by the sight, Masanari immediately resorted to his clan's unique sensory technique, hoping to find the real body. No good. He couldn't sense it. It was just like when Naruto Uzumaki would later use this very trick against Niji Hyuga's Byakugan. As long as the chakra was evenly distributed among each shadow clone, unless one had a Sharingan of at least 3 Tomo or Tobirama Senju's peak-level sensory prowess, there was no way to distinguish the real one. Crash! All 3 Izunas, one wielding a kunai, clashed with Masanari's Tachi blade. In less than a second, the other 2 leapt at him from behind, kunai aimed to strike from above. Seeing this, Masanari twisted his sword hand, parrying Izuna's kunai aside for the moment, then swept a leg out, landing a solid kick to his opponent's abdomen. Bang! With a sound like a bursting balloon, this Izuna vanished in a puff of white smoke. Masanari quickly swung his blade, deflecting all the incoming kunai from above. At the last instant, he snatched one that was flicked into the air, reversed his grip, and hurled it back, striking another airborne Izuna. Bang! The struck body dissolved into another cloud of white smoke. Another clone? So you're the real one. Fixing his gaze on the last remaining Izuna, Masanari growled low, gathering the last remnants of his chakra. Hagoromo style, feather-piercing void. For a split second, a shimmering veil of silvery white chakra flickered around Masanari, enveloping his katana in a special, radiant yang-style energy. In the next instant, like an arrow loosed from a fully drawn bow, he unleashed his long-prepared strike. A direct, thrusting sword technique. The principle bore a certain resemblance to the future Third Raikage's Hell Stab. In less than the blink of an eye, Masanari poured all his remaining chakra into a final blow, piercing straight through Izuna's mid-air torso. Vice Chief. From afar, Uchiha Izuna cried out in alarm. From his vantage point, he could clearly see that Kyoram's stomach had been pierced, a gaping wound carved open by a single slash from Hagoromo Masanari. D. Saito clan leader's voice exploded in his ears, followed by the sharp hum of a blade. An attack wreathed in wind chakra came slashing toward him. Uchiha Izuna's heart raced. His instincts as a jonin kicked in before his mind could even process the threat. His body moved on its own, retreating rapidly to evade the blow. Yet from his right shoulder down to his abdomen, a deep gash was left by the blade. Clutching his stomach, Uchiha Izuna was relieved to find that, at least, his intestines hadn't spilled out. A dull thud echoed. But then, something utterly unexpected unfolded in the distance. The last figure suspended in midair, seemingly Kyoram, whom everyone believed to be the real one, was run through by Hagoromo Masanari's blade, only to dissolve once more into a puff of white smoke. For a moment, everyone who had been secretly watching the battle, and even Hagoromo Masanari himself, who had just begun to relax, were left completely stunned. What's going on? That wasn't the real one either? While everyone was reeling in confusion, one of the kunai, lying scattered on the ground, suddenly transformed with a soft pop back into human form. Kyoram reappeared, wasting no time on the other's shock. In his hand, a massive Rasengan was already forming. Great Ball Rasengan! In a blur, he dashed behind Hagoromo Masanari, not giving his opponent even a heartbeat to turn. Already, the Great Ball Rasengan was driving straight into Masanari's back. The Great Ball Rasengan. This was not a technique Kyoram had unlocked from the system, but something he himself had mastered after learning Wind Style, Rasengan. Unless absolutely necessary, Kyoram preferred not to expend his hard-earned points. His sights were set on obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as soon as possible. As the searing, twisting pain radiated from his back, Hagoromo Masanari's pupils went pale. The agony pried his mouth open in a silent scream. No sound escaped. It was only after more than 10 seconds that the pain subsided, leaving a massive spherical wound in his back. He collapsed heavily to the ground. He's still breathing. Kyoram drew a kunai and, with a casual flick, sent it plunging into Hagoromo Masanari's throat. Badly wounded, Uchiha Izuna clutched his injury. After narrowly driving back Saito clan leader, he stared in disbelief. He used the transformation jutsu, turned himself into a kunai. Once Uchiha Izuna grasped the trick, the others soon caught on as well. The technique itself wasn't terribly complex, but to devise such a strategy in the heat of battle and execute it flawlessly, that was something far beyond ordinary skill. Of course, there was a crucial reason Kyoram had been able to take out Hagoromo Masanari with such speed. Before the Uchiha clan arrived, he had already battled the 4 clan leaders, exhausting much of his chakra. Rather than a final showdown, Kyoram's appearance was more akin to swooping in and reaping the spoils. Madara's eyes, blood red with the 3 tomo of the Sharingan, swept across the battlefield. The 4 clan warriors locked in combat with the Uchiha couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. The next day, the evening sun slowly rose, casting its light upon the most important stronghold in the northwest of the Uchiha territory, a city already stained crimson by the relentless fighting. As more and more shinobi from the 5 clans raised their hands in surrender, the Northwest War, which had raged on for over half a year, finally came to an end. However, the heads of those 4 clans could not be allowed to live. The fewer who knew of Yun, the better. Under Uchiha Sora's orders, every 5 clans ninja who had surrendered was herded into the stone dungeons of Uchiha's fortress to be guarded closely. All around, Uchiha warriors collapsed to the ground in exhaustion, while others, unable to contain their excitement, threw their arms into the air with jubilant cries. No matter their reaction, satisfaction and fulfillment shone on every face. Victory was theirs. They had survived. In the ruins of a manor long since burned to ash, Madara sat atop a charred stone, listening as Uchiha Izuna, his wounds crudely bandaged, gave his report. Deputy Chief, by rough count, we've lost about 110 men in this battle. Another 30 have been seriously wounded and are no longer fit to fight. The tally of light injuries is still underway. Altogether, the losses were nearly half their fighting force, a heavy but unsurprising toll. After all, the 2 sides had a vast difference in numbers. What's more, the Uchiha themselves had just come through a fierce battle the morning before. Even with a brief rest, how much could they have truly recovered in half a day? But Madara had no other choice. Months of meticulous planning had bought him this single, fleeting opportunity. If he let it slip by, all their efforts would have been for nothing. At that moment, Uchiha Sora hobbled over on his cane, reporting in a hurried voice, "Deputy Chief, I've finished my count. Altogether, 948 shinobi from the 5 clans have surrendered to us, almost more than the entirety of our own Northwest fighting force. Indeed, looking back on our clan's long history, such a sweeping victory is almost unheard of, Madara replied, closing his eyes. Uchiha Sora and Ise exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement before Sora spoke up. But I can't help but wonder, how did the chief know the 5 clans were going to turn on each other last night? I just interrogated their men, and they only got the order themselves late last night. None of them knew anything in advance. How had Madara, an enemy, come by a secret that even most of their own side didn't know? Uchiha Sora racked his brain, but simply couldn't fathom it. Madara, head bowed in repose, suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Is that so? You're that curious? A jolt ran through Sora's heart. He hurriedly waved his hands. And no, it's not that I have to know. I'm just curious. Really, just curious. That's all, huh? As a wily old fox who was a contemporary of Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Sora was already a seasoned veteran in the realm of politics. The moment he heard the tone in Izuna's retort, he immediately knew that Izuna didn't want to answer the question and deftly steered the conversation away. Uchiha Ise quickly chimed in. We, your subordinates, were ignorant, unable to understand the Vice Clan leader's painstaking efforts. Looking back now, your leadership was truly unshakable. That's right, absolutely. Earlier, none of us really grasped the Vice Clan leader's strategic thinking. And please, don't take to heart anything we said before. Upon hearing these words, the Uchiha clansmen who were resting nearby also hurried over, voicing their agreement with Ise. Previously, the series of seemingly inexplicable orders Izuna had given had led to quite a bit of grumbling among the ranks. But now, Izuna had led the Uchiha to win a battle that everyone had thought unwinnable. At this moment, everyone in Northwest finally and completely acknowledged him. Izuna responded with a calm composure. He raised his hand to signal for silence, and only then did the atmosphere settle back into quiet. We'll rest for half a day. At noon, aside from those assigned to guard the prisoners, everyone else must gather at the West City Gate. Yes, sir. After a night of fierce battle, 300 against 2,000, even though it had been a chaotic 3-way clash, the Uchiha had suffered heavy losses, with a third of their members perishing. Those who survived either sought the help of medical ninja, or simply collapsed into a deep sleep. Izuna's residence had been completely destroyed, so he simply took over an empty house nearby to rest in. Although Uchiha Sora had offered his own home, Izuna wasn't particular about accommodations and wasn't one for unnecessary sentiment. More importantly, there was no longer any reason for him to remain in the Northwest Stone Fortress. Izuna checked his skill points. In one fell swoop, his points had jumped from 78 to 155. This was an even greater increase than when the Senju had signed the peace treaty. Yet, when comparing both occasions, defeating Tobarama Senju and the 2 times he signed peace treaties, the combined gain from those times was still a bit higher. Did the Senju truly offer that much more value? He quickly exited the skill tree, afraid that if he stared at those skills any longer, he'd be unable to resist exchanging for some S-rank or higher jutsu. He soon fell into a deep sleep on the hastily laid-out bedding. Who knows how much time passed before a knock at the door roused him from his slumber. Vice Clan Leader, all our people have gathered at the West City Gate. We're just waiting for you. It was the voice of Uchiha Ise. Izuna opened his eyes and quickly got up. Understood. Go on ahead. I'll be right there. Yes, sir. After a quick wash, Izuna hurried to the West City Gate. Vice Clan Leader. When Izuna arrived, the gathered clansmen called out in unison, their voices ringing with strength. He swept his gaze over each member of the clan, standing below. A year ago, 500 of them stood on the northwestern battlefield. Now, less than 200 remained. With losses so grave, it was no wonder both Madara and Hashirama longed for an end to this era. He shook his head, pushing such thoughts from his mind. Now was not the time to dwell on distant hopes. Clearing his throat, Izuna took a step forward and called out, I know everyone is injured, but what comes next is crucial. That's why I had to summon you all. Forgive me. We're not troubled by it. The crowd below answered in unison once more. Good. Izuna nodded, then continued. Now we must decide how to deal with the 5 clans. At his words, the clansmen's eyes immediately gleamed with anticipation. Although the 5 clan leaders, with Hagoromo as their head, had already perished, and their families' main forces sent to the battlefield were either slain or captured by the Uchiha. Each clan still retained some core strength within their own territories, though their power was undoubtedly much diminished. Izuna presented this problem, and the crowd erupted with responses, some faces flushed with fury and righteous indignation. Kill them. Wipe them out. Destroy those 5 clans. If they dare to take advantage of our Uchiha while we were recuperating, let them learn the price of crossing us. Many had lost comrades and loved ones in this war. As soon as Izuna spoke, more than 80% immediately proposed annihilating the 5 clans. Izuna couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. What a bunch of hotheads. Could they not see the bigger picture? Right now, within the stone fortress of the northwest, less than 200 of them remained able to fight, while the combined forces left guarding the 5 clan territories numbered at least 1,000, possibly even 2,000 by conservative estimates. 200 versus 2,000. Was that madness? Even if Madara brought reinforcement from the main family, it would still be a brutal fight. Fortunately, while there were plenty of hotheads, there were also those who understood the situation. Reading Izuna's expression, Uchiha Sora leaned on his cane and stepped forward. Silence, all of you. The heated crowd gradually fell quiet. Uchiha Sora continued. Listen to the vice chief. Once more, all eyes turned to Izuna, awaiting the decision of their highest commander. Uchiha Sora nodded at Izuna, signaling him to continue. At present, we do not have the strength for a full-scale extermination of all 5 clans. For now, we must focus on just one. He paused mid-sentence, and when he spoke again, his tone was edged with murderous intent. The Hagoromo clan, the ringleaders who incited the other 4 clans to attack the Uchiha, must pay for what they've done. The crowd erupted in cheers once more, but someone soon voiced their discontent. But, Deputy Chief, are we just going to let the Wind Demon clan and the other 3 clans off the hook like this? Hearing this, Izuna lifted the corners of his mouth in a faint smile. As for them, there are naturally others who will take care of it. Many among the Uchiha were already used to Izuna's way of only ever saying half of what he meant. In the past, these people might have grumbled quietly to themselves. But after their resounding victory in the northwest, everyone was thoroughly convinced by Izuna's leadership, and no one questioned his decisions anymore. Before long, the Wind Demon, Watanabe, Saito, and Onikawa clans in the northwest all received letters from Uchiha envoys. The letters declared that the war was over. Their clan leaders had been slain, but the Uchiha still held a considerable number of prisoners from each clan. If they wished to ensure the safety of their people, they would have to pay a hefty sum in compensation. With their leaders dead, the highest authority left in the 4 clans' territories were the elders. When these elders met with the Uchiha envoy and read the contents of the letter, each one of them was struck with utter shock. A year ago, not one of them could have imagined that they would lose this war. They had been surprised enough when the Senju remained inactive for nearly a year, and even so, the combined strength of the 5 clans was many times greater than the Uchiha. How could they have lost? And now, all 5 clan leaders were gone. Uchiha Izuna, who had been sent as the envoy, faced Elder Watanabe, a man easily twice his age, and spoke without the slightest courtesy. Elder Watanabe, please make your decision quickly. Will it be your money, or the lives of your clansmen? Elder Watanabe was so furious that his beard trembled. There really wasn't a choice to be made. Money lost could be earned again, but if people were lost, it would take years, perhaps even decades, to raise new successors. But this sum, it's truly, could you perhaps show a little mercy? Lower the. Before Elder Watanabe could finish, Uchiha Izuna cut him off without a hint of sympathy. When your clan answered Hagoromo Masanari's call and attacked us Uchiha, did you ever think to show mercy? That left Elder Watanabe speechless. More than that, the sheer gap in power between the clans left him with no room to argue. In the end, he had no choice but to sign and seal the indemnity agreement. Over the following month, one could see wagon after wagon loaded with goods being delivered to the Uchiha Stone Fortress in the northwest. Upon inspection, the carts were filled with copper and silver coins of every sort. All of this was indemnity from the 4 clans, signed and sealed, exchanged for the lives of their captured clansmen. In the Warring States era, paper money had yet to be invented. The currencies in use were copper and silver coins. Gold coins existed, but they were far too rare and precious for everyday transactions. As chest after chest of reparations was brought into the Uchiha Stone Fortress, each clan's compensation arriving in turn, Uchiha Sora released the imprisoned ninja according to the order in which their clans had paid. As they departed, the ninja from the 4 clans couldn't help but glance back at the city. It seemed certain this place would haunt their dreams for the rest of their lives. After the reparations from Watanabe, Onikawa, and Saito had arrived, the last of the 4, the Fuma clan, also delivered their payment, and Uchiha Sora's group set them free. At that moment, the only ones still locked in the dungeon were the Hagoromo clan's ninja, and anxiety began to set in among them. Could it be that their elders back home were unwilling to pay for their rescue? Would they really be left to die at the hands of the Uchiha? A mid-level Hagoromo ninja gripped the iron bars of his cell and called out to Uchiha Sora outside. "Hey, hasn't our clan's money arrived yet? That can't be possible." Still leaning on his cane and wrapped in bandages from the great battle, Uchiha Sora's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. "No, we never even sent an envoy to your clan's lands." The 100-odd Hagoromo ninja inside the cell gasped in shock. What does that mean?" "There's no need for you to know," Sora replied. With a wave of his left hand, the one not clutching the cane, the dozen Uchiha guards turned in perfect unison. Their hands moved rapidly, forming seals. What are you going to do?" Ninja of the Warring States era had long grown numb to the thought of death. But when death truly arrived, no one could remain untouched by fear. Fire style, ash pile burning. Fire style, majestic fire dragon jutsu. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. Their only answer was an overwhelming blaze, leading them straight to the end, with nothing but the merciless crimson glow of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan staring back through the bars. Besides the chests of coin from the reparations, the 200 reinforcements Madara Uchiha had dispatched at Izuna's request had also arrived. With nearly a year gone by, and the Senju clan still unmoving, Madara and the others felt a bit more at ease. He had assigned 200 men to Izuna to bolster the campaign against the Hagoromo territory and ensure their total annihilation. This made victory seem all but certain. But the battle would have to be swift and decisive. The 5 great nations had yet to form. The cities and lands were still ruled by ninja clans or lords. The Hagoromo clan's territory lay in the western reaches of what would one day become the Land of Fire, bordering the future Land of Rivers. After the conflict with the 5-clan coalition ended, Izuna personally led 400 Uchiha ninja in a relentless march on the Hagoromo stronghold. They pressed on without pause, not a hint of fatigue among them. This time, the aim of the extermination was speed, sheer, overwhelming speed. Fortunately, the battle, though tense, ended without disaster. Hagoromo Masanari had already dispatched the bulk of his clan's elite fighters to the front lines. A considerable number of upper-ranked ninja were also ambushed and killed by Izuna, who posed as Kite during the assault on Sarutobi Shimura. In less than 10 days, Izuna had completely eradicated the Hagoromo clan, once one of the mighty families of the Warring States era. The only survivors were the commoners responsible for menial tasks within the Hagoromo clan and a handful of outsiders. Izuna decided to take these people back to the northwestern stone fortress, bringing fresh manpower to that most important, though now dilapidated, Uchiha stronghold in the northwest. Clan annihilation. This was, without a doubt, the most direct way to seize resources during the Warring States period, though it came with the highest risks. Amidst the ravaged remains of the Hagoromo lands, Izuna gave the order to seize everything of value, take away whatever could be carried, and burn the rest. Grain, money, utensils, weapons, and most importantly, the precious ninja scrolls. Beyond that, the Uchiha who accompanied Izuna, if they still had room to spare, even took decorative items and household goods. What moved the people even more was the second order Izuna gave after the looting. Merit-based rewards. Based on the number of enemies slain, each could select a trophy of their own, choosing from the spoils. In fact, this went beyond ordinary rewards. It was an extravagant bonus by any measure. Everyone was overjoyed, and as they claimed their prizes, they felt a deep gratitude toward Izuna. When it came to news and intelligence during the Warring States era, speed was nothing like in later times. It took nearly a month for word to spread fully, from the end of the battle at the Uchiha Northwestern Stone Fortress to negotiations with the 4 Northwestern clans, to the reinforcements dispatched by Madara, and finally to Izuna's total destruction of the Hagoromo clan. Only then did this string of events slowly ripple across the Warring States. Of course, the more established clans had their ways of receiving news at a faster pace. News that Uchiha Izuna, commanding just 500 men, had defeated a coalition of 5 clans numbering over 2,000, sent shockwaves through every ninja family. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, known collectively as the Inoshikacho, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had declined the invitation from Hagoromo Masanari. Otherwise, they might have shared the same fate as the Hagoromo. Of course, had the Inoshikacho joined, it's hard to say how the situation would have changed. As their longtime rivals, the Senju clan were among the first to receive the news. Upon hearing it, they immediately convened a family council to discuss the matter. Uchiha Izuna really has performed a miracle. Have we found out exactly how he did it? Asked Senju Hikoma, seated at the head of the table. Although he still held the position of clan leader, the title of strongest of the Senju was no longer his. Ever since a year before, when Hashirama had single-handedly defeated more than half the clan's upper-ranked ninja with a single use of the deep forest emergence technique. The mantle had passed on. Tobarama Senju, who was in charge of this matter, replied, "According to my subordinate's investigation, it appears that after the 5 clans captured the Uchiha's northwestern stone fortress, they fell into infighting. While both sides were suffering losses, Uchiha Izuna seized the opportunity. Was it a disagreement over how to divide the spoils of war?" Senji Yuma stroked his chin. Such things were all too common during the Warring States period. When fighting, everyone is united as one family. But as soon as victory is achieved, that very family turns on itself for the spoils. It's not unlike siblings quarreling over their inheritance after their parents pass away. So Uchiha Izuna just got lucky and picked up the scraps? TSK, that kid's got some good fortune, Senji Yuma said with clear displeasure. Tobarama raised an eyebrow. At first glance, it did seem like Izuna simply got lucky, catching his enemy off guard during their internal strife and striking at their weakest point. But was it really just a coincidence? Everything lining up so perfectly? At this moment, one of the Senju clan's highest-ranking members, the quasi-Kiga-level Senju, Takuma, spoke up. Now that the Uchiha have absorbed the strength of the Hagoromo clan, their overall power must be on par with ours. What should we do? A tense silence immediately fell over the room. If a year ago, there was still a clear gap between the strength of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Now, with the Uchiha having swallowed up the Hagoromo, that gap had vanished in an instant. One could even say the two clans now stood shoulder to shoulder. This was not a situation the Senju wanted to see. Yet, no one dared to raise the idea of launching a surprise attack on the Uchiha during the ceasefire. All were mindful of the man seated at the vice chief's position, Senju Hashirama. The sight of Hashirama's would release overwhelming dozens of Senju Jonin last year was something none of them had forgotten. Tobarama was the best at handling matters like this. He rubbed his brow, pondered a moment, then stood and spoke. What we need to do now is strengthen ourselves. Lord Tobarama, do you have a concrete plan? Someone immediately asked from below. Isn't it about time for Big Brother to settle down and start a family? As soon as Tobarama said this, Hashirama shot him a puzzled look. What did strengthening the clan have to do with his own marriage? Though Hashirama's wooden-headedness left him confused, Yuma, Takuma, and the others caught on immediately. Tobarama, are you suggesting an alliance with the Uzumaki? The Uzumaki clan, with a history as long as the Senju and Uchiha, were masters of sealing techniques and resided on the island nation of Yuzushiobikure, separated from the main ninja continent by a sea to the southeast. Yet the Uzumaki were unique in that, as island dwellers, they disliked war. Geographically, the Senju served as a natural shield, standing between the mainland and the land of whirlpools. No matter if it was the Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, or Shimura, whichever clan had its eyes on the Uzumaki, they would first have to get past the Senju. To prevent war, the Uzumaki had begun cooperating with the Senju a long time ago. The Uzumaki supported the Senju from the rear, supplying them with food, provisions, and weapons needed for war. The two clans even exchanged and learned ninjutsu from each other. But don't mistake the Uzumaki's reluctance to join wars for weakness. Their formidable sealing techniques and their immense chakra reserves, rivaling even the Senju, made them a force to be reckoned with. If one were to rank the clans, the Uzumaki would undoubtedly be counted among the first-rate ninja families. With head held high, Tobarama Senju declared, if we arrange a political marriage between our elder brother and someone from the Uzumaki, and ask them to directly participate in the war, then the strength of our Senju clan will soar past the Uchiha in one leap. Hashirama Senju scratched his face. After all, political marriages didn't seem strange to him. Unable to think of any objections, he simply chose not to raise any. The Uzumaki haven't taken part in any conflict for nearly 100 years. Getting them involved in this war won't be so simple, Muta Senju said with concern. The Uzumaki and Senju have been relatives since ancient times and had kept friendly relations for years. But as an island clan, the Uzumaki had always kept themselves apart from war. The warring states are growing ever more chaotic. As long as we propose it, sooner or later they'll agree, Tobarama replied with confidence. It might take a little time, but I'm certain I can make it happen. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of Tobarama's covert scouts appeared in the meeting room in a blur, dropping to one knee. Lords, Tobarama raised an eyebrow. What is it? We're still in the middle of a meeting. My apologies, the scout said, bowing his head. But word has come from our northern scouts. Half a day ago, Shimura clan chief Shimura Keizo personally led 30 of his clan's ninja westward. What? Everyone in the meeting room gasped in collective shock. The Sarutobi-Shimura alliance was easily the fourth greatest force of the warring states, right behind the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga. Normally, the leader of a ninja clan hardly ever left their territory, except in times of war. Shimura Keizo, as the head of the Shimura, had set out himself, leading dozens of his own. What would they be planning? The Sarutobi and Shimura clans were also among the closest ninja clans to the Senju, situated directly to the north. Their every move was closely watched by the Senju. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha's northwestern stone fortress, 2 days earlier, after wiping out the Hagoromo clan, Izuna and his companions had already returned to the fortress. Now that the reconstruction of the various strongholds was well underway, Izuna decided to lead a small group of clansmen back to their homeland. The 200 reinforcements sent by the band's faction were not only meant to help Izuna completely wipe out the Hagoromo, but also to replenish the majority of the fighting power that Ishigaki City had lost. These 200 soldiers were to be stationed here long-term, serving as the garrison in the northwest. Uchiha Sora, once the most prominent figure in Ishigaki City, would not return with Izuna due to his serious injuries. Instead, those returning with Izuna included 7 elite jonin from the northwest, led by Uchiha Izuna, as well as the family leads he had brought along when he arrived a year ago. Of course, some would never come back. Izuna did his best to ensure that the remains of the fallen could be returned home as a final consolation for those who survived. Yet, even so, most ended up with not even their ashes brought back. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in an instant. Countless corpses of the fallen were left behind on the open plain to become food for vultures and hyenas. Those who returned with Izuna were at least elite chunin, and in less than 3 days, they could already see the ancestral grounds. In later generations, the Uchiha clan of Konoha was pushed to the outskirts of the village, largely due to the exclusion led by Danzo Shimura and the Konoha Council of Elders. But back then, the Uchiha settlement drew heavily from the way things were in the Warring States era. At this time, the Uchiha lived in the central area, surrounded by ordinary residents who did not bear the Uchiha name. These people had no shinobi abilities. They made their living as merchants and farmers, forming the grassroots productive force for the Uchiha. They were not permitted to enter the clan's inner grounds. As they passed through this area and prepared to enter the clan's main gate, Izuna suddenly raised his hand. Wait! Everyone stopped at his command and looked intently ahead, noticing a deep blue boulder, about 1.5 meters tall, had been placed to the right of the main gate. It was a memorial stone. Izuna, acting under the guise of Kite, had ordered Uchiha Sazu to make it after defeating the Uchiha Absolute unit. On the first row of the memorial stone, names were already inscribed in tiny characters, each no larger than a fingernail. Uchiha Ryu, Uchiha Ayu, Uchiha Kenya, Uchiha. Vice Chief, what is this? Standing just behind Izuna's right shoulder, Uchiha Izuna asked quietly. A memorial stone. Izuna replied calmly, striding into the clan grounds. Let's go. A memorial stone. Uchiha Izuna and the others murmured to themselves, quickly following in Izuna's footsteps as they entered the clan compound together. Not long after Izuna and his group entered, a party that had been waiting across from the gate for some time appeared in the distance. Big brother. Izuna quickened his pace, waving and calling out. At the very front stood a figure in a black robe, the current clan leader, Uchiha Madara. Haha, Izuna, well done. I told you, those rabble from the northwest could never be a match for you. After winning a battle that seemed almost impossible, even Madara couldn't help but feel elated, laughing heartily and without restraint. Led by the 3 elders, Uchiha Yukino, Uchiha Tanzo, and Uchiha Kai, all the high-ranking clan members currently at the estate arrived one after another, offering their congratulations. It's not convenient to talk here. Tonight, we'll hold a feast to properly honor the deputy clan leader. Anyone who fails to attend will answer to the clan rules. With spirits running high, Madara couldn't resist making a light-hearted joke. Everyone burst into laughter, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then dispersed, returning to their respective duties. Back in his own residence, where he hadn't set foot for nearly a year, he found the floors spotless, not a speck of dust in sight. It seemed the servants had continued to clean every day. Sitting down in the corridor beside the courtyard, Izuna ordered a cup of tea and savored this rare moment of leisure. He gazed at the ornamental rock standing quietly in the far corner, the pond at its base, and the occasional flash of a golden carp's head breaking the surface. Now, deep into winter, the cherry trees along the left side of the garden had shed their blossoms. There was little beauty left to admire. Sasuke. Izuna took a sip of green tea and suddenly spoke. You found me after all. Your sensory skills are as sharp as ever, deputy clan leader. A shadow flickered before Izuna. It was Uchiha Sasuke, the clan's top reconnaissance shinobi and peer to both Madara and Izuna. How did it go? Izuna asked with a gentle smile. Sasuke's eyes shone with admiration. Deputy clan leader, your foresight is uncanny. Everything unfolded just as you predicted. Come to the banquet tonight as well, and pass the word to the rest of the senior members. Yes, sir. Sasuke vanished in an instant. Izuna took another sip of green tea, his thoughts drifting to another matter, the strengthening of his own abilities. After the recent battles that wiped out the Hagoromo clan, his skill points had risen from 155 to 180. He was now more than halfway to the 300 points needed to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna could already feel his vision deteriorating. By the standards of his previous life, he must be well over 300 degrees nearsighted by now. So until he obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he had no intention of spending any skill points on other jutsu. That meant he had to find a way to grow stronger without relying on those points. Feeling the blurriness in his eyes, Izuna was keenly aware of the Mangekyo's drawbacks, a constant source of frustration. At that moment, he couldn't help but think of a certain someone, Uchiha Ibito, the future pseudo, final boss who would parade around under the name Uchiha Madara, using Kamui with abandon. What intrigued Izuna even more was how Ibito, with only a single Mangekyo Sharingan, could use Kamui almost without limit, such a broken ability. Even though Uchiha Ibito only had one Mangekyo Sharingan and couldn't use Susanoo, the frequency with which he used his Mangekyo ability, Kamui, was simply astonishing. After all, his ability to deceive and manipulate so many powerful figures in the ninja world, making them firmly believe he was Uchiha Madara, all relied on his masterful use of Kamui. Whenever Ibito appeared with his trademark mask, Kamui was always in play. To put it in perspective, look at other Mangekyo users like Izuna, Itachi, or Sasuke. None of them relied on Susanoo all the time. Just using abilities like Amaterasu or Tsukumi repeatedly would inevitably blind their eyes. An even better comparison is Kakashi. Despite wielding the very same eye, every time he used Kamui, he was left utterly exhausted, sometimes on the verge of collapse. But Ibito? He acted as if nothing had happened, completely unfazed. Why did Kamui seem so effortless for Ibito? He used it with a frequency that could rival the number of times the prince spun up his Rasengan. Izuna pondered deeply and finally reached a conclusion. Hashirama Senju's cells. Ibito, after all, had survived near death only because Madara had transplanted Hashirama's cells into him, allowing Ibito to use some basic with style techniques. And in later generations, Hashirama's cells were practically ubiquitous. Just look at Danzo and Orochimaru. They both tried to awaken with style by grafting Hashirama's cells onto themselves. Even Naruto, after losing an arm, had a new one forged from Hashirama's cells. In other words, Ibito's seemingly limitless use of Kamui was very likely due to his transplantation of Hashirama's cells. That stuff, if it didn't outright eliminate side effects, at least it drastically reduced them. But Izuna wasn't keen on this method. First, he didn't want to end up like Danzo, half man, half monster. Nor did he wish to become like Madara, who later had Hashirama's face grotesquely carved into his chest. Second, there was simply no way for him to get his hands on Hashirama's cells right now. And even if he could, he had no idea how to put them to use. Even so, this line of thinking did give Izuna a breakthrough for reducing the Mangekyo's side effects. Senjutsu Chakra. Hashirama's cells brimmed with Senjutsu Chakra, so perhaps Senjutsu Chakra itself could counteract some of the Mangekyo's negative effects. Moreover, for his wind style, Rasengan to evolve into wind style, Rasen Shuriken, he would need Senjutsu Chakra as well. Senjutsu Chakra. Izuna muttered to himself. The most famous training grounds for Senjutsu, of course, were Mount Myaboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave, the same places where the legendary Sannin trained. Unfortunately, he had no idea where any of them were. Mount Myaboku, for example, required guidance from those toads. Izuna closed his eyes and pondered once more, and suddenly, another origin of Senjutsu came to mind. Under Uchiha Sasuke's command, there was a youngster named Yugo. His clan was innately able to absorb natural energy and enter Sage mode, but they were also highly prone to losing control of their emotions. Orochimaru, through studying Yugo's Sage transformation, developed the Curse Seal, and it was also through this Curse Seal that Sasuke learned Sage techniques. I remember the clan lived on a small island up north. Did they make an appearance during the Warring States period? As Izuna pondered this, Uchiha Sashu appeared once more. This time, however, he didn't use the body flicker technique. Instead, he strode directly through the main entrance. Deputy Chief, the celebration banquet is about to begin. Izuna snapped back to reality, realizing that he had lost track of time in his thoughts. The sun had already set, and night had quietly fallen. Sashu. I need you to look into some personal matters for me. Yes, please give me your instructions. The banquet was being held at Madara's estate, situated at the heart of the clan's territory. When Izuna entered the main hall, Madara, as both host and clan leader, naturally sat at the central seat of honor. To his immediate right sat the three elders, whose unified opinions even gave them the authority to challenge the clan leader, a position of considerable power. Further down the row were Uchiha Shin, Uchiha Izuna, and other elite jonin who had previously supported Uchiha Izuna for the position of clan head. On Madara's left sat Izuna's peers, Uchiha Sashu, Uchiha Yenhua, and Uchiha Ise, whom Izuna had brought back from the north, a group representing the younger generation. At the very front left, the vacant seat was unmistakably reserved for Izuna. Once everyone was seated, Madara rose and lifted his cup. Tonight, let us first thank Izuna and all our clansmen from the northwest, who fought bravely and defeated the 5 clans. Madara was never much of a speaker, but a congratulatory toast was hardly a challenge for him. He offered a few words of praise, then downed his cup in one bold motion. After Madara, the elders each took their turn to speak. Their eloquence easily surpassed Madara's, and their remarks had Uchiha Ise and the others who had returned from Stone City in the northwest breaking into laughter time and again. As the drinks flowed and the atmosphere grew livelier, Uchiha Ise suddenly spoke up. Back on the northwestern battlefield, things were so chaotic that we never had time to look into this matter. With that, Ise stood, facing Uchiha Izuna, who served as quartermaster and was responsible for transporting supplies. When food was running low in the northwest, the clan leader allocated a shipment of grain to us. According to the deputy chief, that shipment was ambushed by the Shimura clan and completely lost. Lord Guiyin, were you aware of this? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Guiyin was visibly taken aback. Every eye at the banquet turned to him, and the elder Uchiha Singji frowned. Oh, is this true? The supply convoy being ambushed by the Shimura, such a major incident, and yet, as the elder, he hadn't heard a word about it? For a moment, Guiyin was left speechless. He truly hadn't heard about this. An attack on the supply convoy? Sensing the mood in the room had grown heavy, Izuna offered a faint smile and raised his hand. Let's not dwell on it, everyone. This matter was meant to be conducted in secrecy from the start, so it's perfectly reasonable that Minister Takahiko didn't know about it. In an instant, all eyes shifted from Uchiha Takahiko back to Izuna. Izuna, no, deputy clan leader, what exactly is going on here? Uchiha Shin, a top-ranking jonin and a former supporter of Uchiha Izuna, spoke up with concern. This matter is also the key to breaking the coalition of the 5 clans. There's no need to go into all the details of what happened before and after. What matters most is what our Uchiha clan should do next. Halfway through his explanation, Izuna shot a meaningful glance at Uchiha Sashu. Taking the cue, Uchiha Sashu immediately stood and reported. According to the findings of our covert investigation team, yesterday clan leader Shimura Keizo led 30 Shimura ninja toward the western territories. The elders, sitting to Madara's right with the 3 senior elders at the helm, exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a shared sense of helplessness. Such a major event, and they're not even bothering to clarify things. Are they trying to sideline us older members? To the elders, Izuna's refusal to explain the full sequence of events and his tactic of pulling Uchiha Sashu into the conversation midway seemed like a clear message. They were being excluded. But this time they were overthinking things. Madara and Izuna did intend for a new generation to take the reins, but that wasn't the purpose behind this particular incident. In truth, even Madara himself only knew about half of what had happened, and as for Uchiha Sashu and the others, they understood even less, just the barest outlines. Everything else was carried out strictly under Izuna's instructions. Still, if the elders wanted to interpret things that way, so be it. After all, change was inevitable. Sooner or later, the old would give way to the new. Uchiha Sashu continued. On the deputy clan leader's orders, our covert team has been tracking the Shimura clan's movements. At this point, we can say with confidence that the Shimura's destination is the 4 northwestern clans, the very same Wind Demon, Watanabe, Saito, and Onikawa clans who lost to us on the northwestern front and recently signed the truce agreement with us. What? Everyone at the banquet furrowed their brows in unison, clearly baffled by Shimura Keizo's recent actions. At first, the ambush on the Uchiha supply convoy could be explained as Shimura trying to take advantage of Uchiha's moment of weakness for personal gain. But now, with the clan leader himself leading a team toward the 4 northwestern clans, what could he possibly be planning? No one could guess Shimura Keizo's true intentions. Although Uchiha Shin felt slighted by the apparent exclusion from Izuna and the younger generation, his confusion over Shimura Keizo's motives outweighed his resentment. Bowing his head, he sought guidance from Izuna. Deputy clan leader, do you know what Shimura Keizo is after this time? Originally, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had maintained a neutral stance towards both the Senju and Uchiha. The Uchiha and Senju, for their part, maintained a neutral attitude toward these two clans. Unless there was a particular reason, they would not make a move against them. But now, the people of the Shimura clan had dared to launch a surprise attack on the Uchiha and even killed members of their supply convoy. This was already a declaration of enmity. Given the Uchiha's reputation for never letting a slight go unanswered, how could they possibly let this go? If my guess is correct. A hint of cunning crept into Izuna's smile. It won't be long before the Shimura join forces with the Sarutobi and declare war on the four clans. Everyone was thoroughly baffled, unable to make heads or tails of the situation. They had started by ambushing the Uchiha, and now they were preparing to wage war on the four clans as well. If Izuna's words were true, what could possibly be Shimura Keizo's motive for acting this way? After all, the four clans' territory lay far from that of the Sarutobi and Shimura. Even if they managed to win, it would be difficult to annex the land. They might seize some supplies, but the spoils would be greatly diminished. If expansion was the goal, there were clearly better targets for the Sarutobi and Shimura than the four clans. Deputy Chief, is that even possible? Uchiha Takahiko could hardly believe it. If Shimura Keizo truly intended to declare war on the four clans, there could only be one explanation, some deep-seated grudge between them. But as far as anyone knew, there had never been any bad blood between the Shimura and the four clans. Takahiko-sama, don't doubt the deputy chief's words. Don't forget, he's never made a wrong call on the Northwest battlefield. No sooner had Takahiko voiced his doubts than Uchiha Izuna, a diehard supporter of Izuna, leapt to his feet and declared. On the Northwest front, Izuna had issued his fair share of baffling orders, sparking plenty of grumbling among his subordinates. Yet, in the end, Izuna had led the entire clan to a sweeping victory. Since then, a great many shinobi from the Northwest, Uchiha Izuna included, had become unwaveringly loyal to him. Takahiko's brow furrowed. This brat, no stronger than he was, and a whole generation younger, had the nerve to challenge him in front of everyone. As tension crackled between the younger and elder factions, the clan head Madara finally spoke. Izuna, if things really are as you say, and the Shimura and Sarutobi intend to declare war on the four clans of the Northwest, what should the Uchiha do in response? Izuna rose and replied, they say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since the Shimura have already set themselves against us, I believe we could lend the four clans a hand. After their recent defeat, they won't stand a chance against the combined might of Shimura and Sarutobi. Madara caught on immediately, and then we absorb them as vassals of the Uchiha. Is that it? Exactly. Excellent. Madara raised his cup. Then let me personally lead us into this battle. He had held the position of clan head for a year and had yet to set foot on the battlefield. Madara could barely contain his own excitement. Even Izuna had returned triumphant from war. How could he, as clan head, allow himself to fall behind? Patriarch, right now it's still uncertain whether the Sarutobi and Shimura clans will actually declare war on the four clans. The elder poured a bucket of cold water over Madara's enthusiasm. Madara bristled inwardly, his protective instincts for his brother flaring up. He snorted, when has Izuna's judgment ever been wrong? Elder, just wait and see. This time at the victory banquet, the elders and their old guard hardly seemed to enjoy themselves at all. It was the younger generation, led by Izuna, who stole the spotlight. Had Uchiha Sora, who also earned merit in the north, returned, perhaps the elders would have had more say in the matter. Unfortunately, Uchiha Sora was still recovering from grave injuries in Stone City to the northwest and couldn't attend the celebration. Not long after Izuna returned to his own residence, Madara came to find him, eager to ask why Shimura would ever declare war on the four clans. Though he'd acted 100% confident in Izuna's decisions during the banquet, in truth he was just as curious, unable to fathom what could possibly drive Shimura Keizo to such an extreme. Led by Shimura Ri of the Shimura clan and Sarutobi Tomoto of the Sarutobi clan, together they lost 24 elite jonin, all killed by members of the Hagoromo clan. 24 elite jonin gone. Even someone as composed as Madara couldn't help but gape at the news. Not even the Uchiha or Senju could ignore a loss of that magnitude. This wasn't just losing a layer of skin. This was a wound straight through the lungs. A sudden thought struck Madara, and he pressed, but how did they end up fighting the Hagoromo clan? This was another puzzle. How had the Shimura, after clashing with the Uchiha and the four clans, now entangled themselves with the Hagoromo, a clan Izuna had already wiped out? Izuna smiled. I used a little trick of my own. As for the details, big brother, you don't need to ask. All you need to know is that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans have also been severely weakened. If we ally with the four clans, victory for the Uchiha is almost assured. But remember, don't overuse the Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara gazed steadily at Izuna, then suddenly broke into a wry laugh. Izuna, sometimes I feel like I can't see through you at all anymore. Izuna shrugged with a soft chuckle. After some light conversation between the brothers, Izuna mentioned he would be leaving the clan grounds for a while. When Madara heard that Izuna planned to be away, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Not for Izuna's safety, of course. With Izuna's current strength, if he wanted to leave, Madara believed no one could stop him. Not even the most formidable foes in the world. His real concern was that, if the Sarutobi and Shimura did end up fighting the four clans in the northwest, and Madara himself had to lead troops in a battle, who would watch over the clan? Izuna waved off his worries. He would leave behind a shadow clone to remain in the clan, just like the technique Naruto Uzumaki would use in the future after becoming Hokage. As long as his true body wasn't gravely injured or completely drained of chakra, the shadow clone would continue to exist. Besides, he hadn't planned to be away for long this time. A shadow clone should be more than enough. Meanwhile, both the Senju and Uchiha clans had sent out reconnaissance ninja to secretly monitor Shimura Keizo and his party's movements. But once their targets entered the northwestern plains, the trackers withdrew. After all, the terrain, there was a vast canyon plain, stretching as far as the eye could see, with nowhere to hide. Shimura Keizo was, after all, a Kage-level powerhouse. In circumstances like these, unless he was completely oblivious, he'd have to be a fool not to notice he was being followed. Still, by tracking him this far, the clans could more or less guess where Shimura Keizo was heading. Including Keizo himself, the group totaled 31 people. At this point, an elite chunin from the Shimura clan spoke up. "Clan chief, we're about to enter Liang town." Keizo's face was clouded with gloom. He simply nodded, saying not a word. You'd have to be blind not to see how foul his mood was. The truth was, Shimura Keizo's spirits had been sinking long before this day. It all started 2 months ago, when news reached him that his right-hand man, Shimura Ri, second only to Keizo in strength within the clan, had died. And it wasn't just the almost Kage-level Shimura Ri. In total, 10 Shimura Jonin, 4 special Jonin, and 10 Sarutobi Jonin had all perished on the official road between the Sarutobi-Shimura territory and Liang town. Who had killed them? No one knew. Not a single soul survived. As for Shimura Ri, his body had vanished without a trace. Only his severed head was found at the scene. Since then, the 4 northwestern clans, led by Kite, had remained silent. Kite himself seemed to have vanished from the earth, never appearing before them again. For a top clan in these warring times, losing so many elite members, how could Shimura Keizo possibly swallow that humiliation? If Kite wouldn't come to him, then Keizo would take matters into his own hands. The incident had shaken the clan to its core. Neither the Sarutobi nor Shimura could afford any more losses. The 2 clan chiefs, along with their top advisors, met to deliberate. In the end, they decided that Keizo himself, as their Kage-level leader, would lead a mission to the 4 clans, determined to get to the bottom of the matter. Yet there was still one question left unanswered. Which of the 4 clans did Kite belong to? He'd always infiltrated Sarutobi Shimura lands, claiming to represent the 4 clans, but whether he was from the Fuma, Watanabe, Saito, or Onikawa families, Shimura Keizo and his people had never managed to find out. Now that the war was over, the alliance among those 4 clans had long since dissolved, each went its separate way. In the end, Shimura Keizo simply wrote 4 letters, one to each clan, summoning them to a small town on the northwest border. Liang town, the place originally meant for grain exchanges, to meet and negotiate. The combined prestige of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans still carried considerable weight. The 4 clans responded promptly, each sending a representative to Liang town. Although they couldn't figure out why Keizo Shimura had summoned them, since in warfare, aside from logistical support like food and weapons, the details of the battle situation were rarely shared with those in the rear. What's more, all 4 clans had their leaders personally commanding on the front lines, leaving only elders or deputies to manage logistics back home. So they had no idea who this Yuan person was. Liang town was a small settlement on the northwestern border, best described by the phrase a motley crowd. Here, you could see civilians, merchants, ninja, samurai, people of every kind mingled together. Keizo Shimura had already arranged for a whole inn to be reserved, intending it as the venue for negotiations with the 4 clans. By the time he arrived, the representatives of the 4 clans had already gathered. Their leaders had all perished in the previous war, leaving elders to act as proxies. So the negotiators who arrived were all elderly men with white beards and hair. Clan leader Shimura, please have a seat. Elder Watanabe rose, clasped his hands in greeting, and made a courteous gesture inviting Keizo Shimura to sit. The four families had been here for some days already. After all, given the distances involved, they were much closer to the meeting place. Keizo Shimura narrowed his eyes, nodded, and took his seat. May I ask, clan leader Shimura, what urgent matter has brought you personally to seek out our four clans? It was Elder Onikawa, with his gray beard, who spoke first. Still trying to play dumb? Keizo Shimura sneered inwardly, his mood growing darker. Not long ago, all of you engaged in battle with the Uchiha clan. Out of goodwill, the Shimura and Surtobi clans intended to send aid, but our envoy was ambushed and killed by a mysterious group. His tone was cold as he continued. Don't you four elders think the Shimura and Sarutobi clans deserve a proper explanation for this? As soon as he finished, the four elders and the guards standing behind them were all taken aback. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans had intended to join the war as well. They'd never heard a word about it. The four old men exchanged glances. Elder Watanabe cleared his throat and explained, Clan leader Shimura, you might not know, but all four of our clans had our leaders at the front lines. We, Old Bones, were only responsible for supporting from the rear. We truly know nothing about what happened on the battlefield, let alone that the Shimura and Sarutobi clans plan to participate. Do you have any idea how much my Shimura and Sarutobi clans have lost in this? Do you really think you can brush this aside with a simple "we didn't know"? It was you who shamelessly begged us for reinforcements in the first place. Keizo Shimura slammed his hand down on the round table. A sharp, cracking sound split the air, and it seemed as if the wooden table might shatter at any moment. The elders of the four clans, as well as the ninja standing by, all frowned deeply, unable to suppress their own anger. First of all, they were telling the truth. They really didn't know about any of this. Second, Shimura Keizo's attitude was simply outrageous. Sure, Shimura and Sarutobi are powerful, but why should we be held responsible for something we didn't do? At this point, Shimura Keizo had already lost his composure. He could no longer carefully think through the details and clues of the incident, but that was understandable. After all, no clan in the Warring States could bear the loss of so many elite fighters. Compared to his grandson Shimura Danzo, Keizo was less calculating and noticeably more hot-tempered. Among the four clans, the leader of the Watanabe, arguably the strongest, narrowed his eyes and said, So, clan leader Shimura, are you suggesting that it was our people who killed your ninja? Although the alliance between the four clans had been dissolved, they now referred to themselves as we, which made it clear that, in this moment, the four clans had decided to join forces against the Shimura and Sarutobi. I never said that, but with so many of our people lost, we need an explanation from the four of you. Shimura Keizo wasn't a fool. It took only a bit of thought to realize that the four Northwest clans had nothing to gain from killing Shimura Ri. Even if it was over food, that shipment was always intended for them. It simply didn't make sense. What's more, none of the four clans had a ninja who could match Shimura Ri in direct combat. He was nearly at the Kage level. What Keizo wanted now was compensation. He wanted something hefty enough to make up for the loss of more than 20 elite jonin. The four elders present were all wily old foxes, well past their prime, and they had a sense of what Keizo was really after. But they simply couldn't come up with that kind of money. Not long ago, they had spent a fortune to ransom back their people who'd been captured by the Uchiha. Now, were they supposed to produce another large sum to satisfy Shimura Keizo? At least with the Uchiha, they were ransoming their own kin. It was tough but barely acceptable. But Keizo's demands felt to them like outright extortion. They thought, I don't even know what you're talking about. Who knows if your people really died, and even if they did, it wasn't us. Why should we pay you? With these thoughts, the clan elders and their accompanying ninja all wore grim expressions, and the room fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Clan leader Shimura, please stay in Liangtown for the night, and allow us a day to discuss, Elder Watanabe said in a deep voice. Shimura Keizo considered for a moment and replied, Very well. I'll await your answer at this time tomorrow. With that, Keizo stood up, gathered his people, and left the room. Outrageous! Elder Saito slammed his fist on the wooden table. With a loud crash, the table, already weakened by an earlier blow, splintered into pieces. It really is too much. Elder Watanabe struggled to maintain his composure, but his eyes were filled with anger. Do you really think it was one of us who killed their people? Of course not. The other three elders replied in unison. Even though we're in charge of logistics, taking action against the ninjas of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans is no small matter. Would the clan leader really keep us in the dark about something so big? The Fuma elder retorted. The others nodded in agreement. Elder Onikawa scoffed. I think that punk, Shimura Keizo, is just trying to squeeze us for money. Elder Watanabe frowned, clenching his teeth. Our 4 clans have just suffered a defeat, and we haven't even chosen a new leader yet. If we start another war with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Managing to ransom back their captives from the Uchiha was already the best they could hope for under the circumstances. But even so, standing against the Sarutobi and Shimura clans was out of the question. So what do? We can't actually pay them, can we? Do you have any idea how much that would cost? Wrinkles furrowed even deeper on Elder Onikawa's face. Judging by Shimura Keizo's attitude earlier, it seemed he wouldn't be satisfied until he'd emptied out what little savings the 4 clans still had. We absolutely cannot give in. Elder Watanabe answered without hesitation. If we try to satisfy Shimura Keizo's greed, he'll bleed us dry, and then we'll just become a target for the other ninja clans. Watanabe, are you saying? The other 3 turned to him. War. Elder Watanabe spat out the word through gritted teeth. Though his answer was no surprise, it still startled everyone in the room. Given their current strength, going up against the Sarutobi and Shimura clans would be like throwing eggs at a rock. Listen to me first. This war isn't completely hopeless for us. Elder Watanabe gestured to his guard, who understood and handed him a scroll. Elder Watanabe moved to another table and unfurled the scroll. It was a map. He pointed out the locations of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, as well as their own 4 clans, explaining, look here, the lands of the Shimura and Sarutobi are far from ours. 4. They're elite ninja. It would take 5 days to get here. For the lower ranks, it'd take at least 10 days, and if they're transporting supplies and food, it would take half a month. If Shimura Keizo wants to start a war, they'll have to march a long way to reach us. Geography is on our side. Of course, this alone won't guarantee us victory, but it will allow us to stall for time. We need to wear them down. Wear them down. Elder Onikawa frowned. That's right. We need to wear them down in a battle of attrition. As you all heard just now, both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans seem to have lost quite a bit of their elite forces, so their combat strength has taken a hit. When it comes to a war of attrition, we can afford to fight. Elder Saito picked up the thread. So what you're saying is, while we drag things out in a prolonged conflict, we should look for reinforcement from other ninja clans. Exactly. That's our only way out. Does anyone have any objections? Elder Watanabe swept his gaze over the other 3 elders. The 3 old men shook their heads without hesitation. After all, if they were to pay Shimura Keizo that enormous sum in compensation, the outcome would be little different from waiting for death. In that case, they might as well fight. If they won, they'd gain a wealth of resources. Who knows? Their clan might even grow stronger because of it. The next day, at the same hour, Shimura Keizo led the Shimura ninja back to the negotiation room where they had met the previous day. But what awaited him was not the flattery of the 4 elders, nor the piles of currency as compensation, but rather their cold, indifferent faces and a formal declaration of war. Shimura Keizo and his party were so shocked that anger quickly followed, and he nearly tore the challenge letter to shreds right then and there. You've got some nerve. How dare a small clan from a northwest border declare war on both the Shimura and Sarutobi clans? Shimura Keizo had expected at most some haggling, perhaps a demand to reduce the compensation. He never imagined the other side would go this far, hurling a declaration of war in their faces. When the 4-clan ninja heard themselves called a small clan, they bristled with fury, barely restraining themselves from launching into a brawl. Elder Watanabe raised a hand to rein his hot-tempered bodyguards, but his own tone was just as harsh, giving Shimura Keizo no quarter. If clan leader Shimura thinks we're a small clan, why not come see for yourself just what we're capable of? Since they'd already decided to break with the other side, there was no need to maintain any facade of civility. Veins bulged on Shimura Keizo's forehead in rage, but since Liangtown was still under the control of the other side, any rash action could have dire consequences. He forced himself to swallow his anger, his body shaking as he gave a cold laugh. Wanabe Saito Fuma, Onikawa, haha, fine, very well. Then let's try a different kind of compensation. All of your lives will be the price you pay. The Vice Clan leader is truly a genius. Indeed, the Vice Clan leader always sees things with perfect clarity. Ha ha ha, didn't I say so? There's no way the Vice Clan leader could make a wrong decision. In the Uchiha clan's grand meeting hall, the 3 great elders, both the old guard and the young, all voiced their praise for Izuna. At first, if he just heard it once, Izuna might have felt quite pleased. But after hearing it over and over, he started to find it rather nauseating. This time, Izuna has truly broadened the horizons of us old folks. I just never expected those 4 clans would actually have the guts to go to war against Sarutobi Furuhashi and Shimura Keizo, those 2 rascals. The second elder, Uchiha Teizo, praised Izuna a few times, stroking his beard with a sigh of wonder. Just now, news arrived from Uchiha's Covert Investigation Unit. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans have officially declared war on the Watanabe, Fuma, Saito, and Onikawa clans to the northwest. In response, the four clans have once again formed an alliance to jointly resist the Sarutobi and Shimura. This matter has yet to fully spread through the warring states, but within a week or so, everyone is certain to know. An event that seemed impossible has happened right before their eyes, and, most remarkably, just as Izuna had predicted. People couldn't help but equate Izuna with someone who could foresee the future. Ha! If we win this war, even if Izuna doesn't set foot on the battlefield, he'll have earned a third-class merit at the very least. Madara couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, the blood of a battle maniac already boiling within him. Deputy Clan Leader, what should our next step be? Uchiha Inka asked excitedly, while the others turned to Izuna with hopeful eyes. Come on, I'm not even planning to get involved in this war. Why is everyone asking me? Do they all take me for Zhuge Liang? With everyone staring at him like that, Izuna had no choice but to speak up. If the four clans faced them head-on, even if their strength doubles, they still wouldn't be a match for Sarutobi and Shimura. Their only option is to wage a war of attrition. You mean to say, Deputy Clan Leader? We wait. When the four clans are struggling to hold out, we announce Uchiha's declaration of war against Sarutobi and Shimura. By then, even if we do nothing, the four clans will swallow their pride and come begging us for help. Everyone suddenly saw the light and wholeheartedly approved of Izuna's strategy. The Uchiha have always held a natural sense of pride when facing outsiders. For the four clans to humble themselves and ask to become Uchiha's vassals. What a satisfying turn of events. What do you think the Senju will do, Deputy Clan Leader? The third elder, Uchiha Kai, asked. As their long-standing rivals, the Uchiha always kept a close eye on the Senju. To the Senju, both the four clans and Sarutobi Shimura are neutral parties. For now, I think they'll choose to watch and wait. The conversation continued for a while longer. Outwardly, the Uchiha seemed calm and unbothered, but in secret, they were already gathering their forces, preparing for war against the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Meanwhile, in plain sight, the Shimura and Sarutobi clans had completed their own preparations and were ready to advance westward. Naturally, the overall command was in the hands of Shimura Keizo, while Sarutobi Furuhashi held the rear, guarding against surprise attacks from other ninja clans. In Shimura Keizo's eyes, those four minor clans weren't even worth the effort of the two clan leaders stepping onto the battlefield themselves. Guha, those four small clans are definitely trying to drag us into a war of attrition, then use the time to seek reinforcement from other clans. Keep a close eye on their movements. As the troops were about to set out, Shimura Kizang reminded Sarutobi Guha. It wasn't hard to guess what the group, led by Elder Watanabe, was thinking. Sarutobi Guha furrowed his brow and nodded. Even when Shimura Kizang brought back the declaration of war from the four clans, his anger boiling and the decision to send troops all but made, Guha still didn't fully agree with starting this war. The reason wasn't that he feared those four clans. With the combined strength of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, the loss of even twice as many as the more than 20 elite jonin wouldn't frighten them. The more important reason was that the strategic objective was unclear. On the surface, Shimura Kizang launched this war in response to the deaths of over 20 elite jonin, led by Shimura Ri. But anyone with a bit of sense could tell that the four clans in the northwest couldn't have been the ones who killed them. They lacked both the motive and the strength. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything from the shadows. And yet, the losses suffered by their two clans were all too real. Using war against the four clans to seize resources and wealth seemed like a reasonable solution. But for some reason, an ominous feeling kept rising in Sarutobi Guha's heart. In the end, Shimura Kizang led a joint ninja army of 1,000 Shimura and Sarutobi clan members, setting out in grand formation. Given the strength of the four clans in the northwest, such a large-scale force seemed like overkill. But Shimura Kizang did this deliberately, making a show of power to all the clans of the warring states, demonstrating the might of the Shimura and Sarutobi. The loss of those 20-plus elite jonin had been kept a closely guarded secret. During the recent negotiations, Shimura Kizang hadn't disclosed the exact number to the elders of the four Northwest clans. This was also to prevent other ninja clans, bearing grudges against the Sarutobi and Shimura, from harboring ill intentions should the information leak out. Deputy Clan Leader, as per your instructions, my men have investigated and confirmed that, on an island to the northeast, there does indeed exist a group of ninja with unusual physical abilities. In the Uchiha clan's territory, within Izuna's residence, Uchiha Sashu pointed to a map as he reported to Izuna. He directed his index finger to an island in the sea, northeast of the Senju clan's land. This is the village where they gather. The island has no name, as its climate is perpetually damp and crops struggle to grow, so none of the great ninja clans bother to contest it. The people living there all possess the peculiar abilities you described. Izuna studied the island's position. Though his memory was a bit hazy, he surmised this was an island north of the future land of waves. Was this the ancestral home of the Yugo of the Scales? Did your men come into direct contact with him? Izuna asked. No. As you ordered, our covert investigation team only conducted surveillance in secret. However, we were nearly discovered. Their sensory abilities are so sharp that they could easily rival those of the Senju clan's ninja. We didn't dare provoke a confrontation. Uchiha Sazu spoke, still shaken by the experience. Izuna gave a faint, knowing smile. Every practitioner of sage jutsu excels at sensory skills. It seemed this was indeed the right place. Just then, a special jonin from Sazu's covert team arrived, dropping to one knee. Deputy Clan Leader, Lord Sazu, we have urgent news from Lord Uchiha Sora in the northwest. Shimura Kizeng himself is leading 1,000 ninja. They've set up camp at the northwest border and are now facing off against the Northwest Four Clans Alliance. Deputy Clan Leader, Uchiha Sazu, looked to Izuna. Notify all clan members of jonin rank and above. Convene a war council immediately. For the past 2 months, the Uchiha and allied clans have been quietly observing the ongoing conflict between Shimura Kizeng and the Northwest Four Clans, waiting patiently for the most opportune moment to enter the fray. This period of waiting brought Izuna 2 months of rare tranquility. In the past, all his attention had been consumed by battles and training, so he'd never really noticed. But with time on his hands, Izuna found that he, too, experienced the full range of human desires, such as longing for the company of women. He couldn't help but wonder, had Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama, who had never married according to the original story, ever experienced such things in their lives? If it was just a matter of physical release, all Izuna had to do was crook his finger. There would be as many willing women as he desired. The maids assigned to him were all women from the Uchiha clan. In fact, everyone qualified to sit in the clan's highest council chamber had servants who were also clan members. This was to prevent any leaks of information. Even the servants had to be utterly trustworthy. These women were usually those with little talent for combat, or who were otherwise unsuited to become ninja. Still, Izuna had yet to lay a hand on any of them. How to put it? After all, they were fellow Uchiha, sharing the same name and blood. To satisfy his own desires at their expense, without any thought of responsibility afterward, just didn't sit right with him. Even though, with his standing in the clan, no one would dare complain. Setting such trivial matters aside, after 2.5 months, news finally arrived from Uchiha Sora's forces in the northwest. Their surveillance had revealed that, after relentless attacks from Shimura Kizeng, the Northwest Four Clans were beginning to falter. The difference in strength between the two sides had always been significant, so the mere fact that they'd held out this long was already a miracle. During this time, the four clans had sought help from many ninja clans in the Northwest, including the Inoshikacho trio they'd tried to recruit before. But this time, the Inoshikacho alliance rejected them even more decisively than before. Nonsense. Last time, the Uchiha were in a weakened state, but now Shimura is at his full strength, and even the powerful Hagi clan from the Warring States era has been wiped out. And now they want to drag us into this mess? Dream on. The other ninja clans weren't about to risk offending the mad old Shimura Keizo, so every single one refused the four clans' plea for help. Now is the perfect time to declare war on the Sarutobi. At yet another clan meeting, Izuna wasted no time and bluntly stated the meeting's ultimate purpose right from the start. No one objected. The motion passed unanimously. Though the Warring States period often followed formality for show, it still placed value on the principle of courtesy before force. In practice, this meant raising the banner and issuing a declaration of war. The Uchiha were no different. Except for their arch-rivals, the Senju, whenever they planned to attack another ninja clan, they would always send a formal declaration stating their reasons for the assault. This was especially true for clans like Sarutobi and Shimura, with whom they'd had little conflict in the past. A just cause was needed now more than ever. Soon enough, a declaration of war was placed on Sarutobi Furukawa's desk at the main base, where he was stationed. 4 months ago, our clan fought the Hagi, Watanabe, Fuma, Saito, and Onikawa clans. We bore no grudge against yours, but the Shimura clan ambushed our food transport unit. Uchiha has thoroughly investigated the matter. The deaths of our kin are a debt of blood. As of today, the Uchiha formally declares war on both the Shimura and Sarutobi clans. Personally written by Uchiha Madara. Reading the declaration, A bead of sweat as big as a bean rolled down Sarutobi Furukawa's face. The ambush led by Shimura Osamu's squad, which had completely wiped out the Uchiha's food convoy, had happened over 4 months ago. Had it not been for this letter, Furukawa might have forgotten it himself. But he never expected the Uchiha to have uncovered the truth, nor that they would choose this moment to declare war on both his and the Shimura clan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sarutobi Furukawa immediately wrote to Shimura Keizo, who was stationed at the front lines. Receiving the letter, Shimura Keizo, who had been preparing for the next offensive, was utterly stunned. He too hadn't imagined that, after 4 months, the Uchiha would be able to get to the bottom of it. What shocked him even more was that Shimura Osamu had somehow left a trace behind. After all, this was the deputy he had trusted most, a man with a background in the assassination corps. A master in carrying out assassinations, erasing traces, and destroying evidence. How could he have left something for the Uchiha to find? But there was no time to mull over such questions now. According to Sarutobi Furukawa's account, the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Madara, was personally leading his army, already advancing toward the territory under Furukawa's defense. A fierce battle was imminent. Now, they faced a critical choice. War with the Uchiha, fight or make peace. The 4 northwestern clans were of little concern to Keizo Shimura and his allies. They hardly gave them a second thought. The Uchiha, however, were a completely different matter. Even Keizo Shimura, who was usually quick to anger, knew he had to think twice before acting recklessly against them. After spending half the day deep in thought within the military camp, Keizo Shimura, ever the hawk, finally picked up his brush and began drafting a reply to Sarutobi Koga. In his letter, he laid out his perspective on the situation. The answer, he believed, was peace. At present, most of their forces were committed to the war against the 4 northwestern clans. With only the troops under Sarutobi Koga's command, it would be highly problematic to confront the Uchiha. Therefore, every effort should be made to avoid direct conflict and negotiate peace with the Uchiha. They should listen to the Uchiha's demands, and if necessary, even offer some of the clan's treasured advanced jutsu as bargaining chips. When Sarutobi Koga received this letter and saw that his old friend shared his view, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He, too, had no desire to go to war with the Uchiha at such a time. If peace was possible, it was undoubtedly the best path forward. But word of this didn't just reach the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Madara Uchiha made no secret of his intentions, leading his main force in a bold advance toward the Sarutobi and Shimura territories as if he wanted the entire world to know that war was coming. Within just a few days, the news had spread across nearly the entire Warring States period. And no one greeted the news with more glee than the northwestern clan leaders, especially Watanabe. After several months, each of the 4 clans had chosen their new leaders. Watanabe's new clan head was a seasoned elite jonin over 30, one of the few survivors from their last battle with the Uchiha. His name was Watanabe Ryokai. As soon as he heard that Madara Uchiha was marching a large army toward the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, Watanabe Ryokai, overjoyed, immediately convened a meeting and summoned all the high-ranking ninja of the 4 clans for discussion. Clan head Watanabe, do you think the Uchiha are attacking the Sarutobi just to seize an opportunity for profit? Asked the newly appointed head of the Onikawa clan. Watanabe Ryokai shook his head. No, from what we've heard, the Shimura did something to offend the Uchiha, which enraged Madara Uchiha. The details are still unclear. Our people haven't yet gotten to the bottom of it. In any case, this is good news for us. What we need to do now is form an alliance with the Uchiha. The new head of the Fuma clan could barely contain his excitement. His clan had suffered severely. The handful of elite jonin they had were all lost in the previous battle, so the position of clan head had passed to a senior, veteran jonin. This time, the Uchiha were going to war with the Sarutobi and Shimura, clans with whom they had little past enmity, under the banner of avenging their fallen kinsmen. At the very least, this banner made the other side look like they were in the wrong, which caused the Uchiha clan's morale to soar. They marched forward with triumphant vigor, pushing all the way to within 80 li of the Sarutobi and Shimura clan lands, a distance that, by the geography of the Land of Fire, was astonishingly close. In the Uchiha's temporary encampment, Madara received a message from the intelligence division. Shimura Keizo had already begun redeploying troops from the northwestern front back to their side. In other words, the coming battles would not be so easy anymore. Not long after, another ninja hurried into Madara's tent to deliver a report. Clan leader, the Sarutobi clan has sent an envoy seeking a negotiation with you. At that moment, Madara was discussing troop arrangements with Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Inka. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned to look at the Uchiha Chunin who had come in. Oh, I figured it was about time they showed up, Madara remarked with a knowing smile. He had barely finished speaking when yet another Chunin strode into the tent. Clan leader Watanabe Ryokai, the head of the Watanabe clan, requests an audience. He claims to represent the 4 clans of the Northwest. At this, the high-ranking Uchiha in the tent exchanged glances, their surprise evident. Well now, isn't that quite the coincidence? Indeed. Who would have thought envoy from both clans would arrive at the exact same time? I know Watanabe Ryokai, someone chimed in. He was the top jonin who survived the war at Ishigaki in the Northwest. Who'd have guessed this new clan leader would come in person as an envoy? This means the 4 clans have truly been cornered by that old fox, Shimura Keizo. After a round of discussion, Uchiha Shin turned to Madara, who wore a black robe with crimson armor above it. Clan leader, do you want to see Sarutobi first, or Watanabe? Madara closed his eyes in contemplation for about half a minute. When he opened them, he replied, no need to complicate things. Let them all come in together. Everyone exchanged glances, quickly guessing what Madara intended. Had he spent so much time with the vice clan leader that he'd picked up his tactics, too? The 2 Uchiha Chunin understood Madara's decision and swiftly left the tent to relay the message. Less than 2 minutes later, both groups entered the main tent in succession. Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Enka, along with the others, were already standing imposingly on either side of the tent. The first to enter were the envoys representing the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Upon seeing Madara, they bowed with clasped hands. Clan leader, Madara, an esteemed Uchihas, I am Sarutobi Kosuke, representing both the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. We come to negotiate with the Uchiha. No sooner had he finished speaking than Watanabe, Ryokai, and the other representatives of the 4 northwestern clans entered. Watanabe Ryokai and Sarutobi Kosuke exchanged a glance, and both could see deep-seated resentment in each other's eyes. Yet beneath that, both were inwardly surprised. Faced with 2 delegations from rival ninja clans, Uchiha Madara had chosen to receive them together. Welcome to the envoys of both clans. The situation is urgent, so I don't have time to listen to your reports one by one. I've invited you both in together. No objections, I hope? Madara asked with absolutely no sign of apology. Even if they had objections, they couldn't voice them now. Sarutobi Kosuke and Watanabe Ryohei both muttered inwardly. The Uchiha now held the dominant position, and all they could do was swallow their pride. In this war, whichever side gained the Uchiha support would have an overwhelming advantage. With this in mind, they replied in unison, Clan leader Madara, you're too courteous. On either side, the Uchiha followers Shin and the others could barely contain their amusement as they waited for Madara to speak. Well then, I'd like to hear first what the Sarutobi envoy has to say. For months ago, our clan lost 10 grain convoys headed to the northwestern front, and 20 clan members died at the hands of your allies, the Shimura. Madara folded his arms across his chest. He didn't yet have the awe-inspiring menace of the future demon of the shinobi world, but his sharpness was already evident. As far as I recall, the Uchiha have never wronged your 2 clans. Why did you kill our people? Sarutobi Kosuke's heart was pounding. Of course, he couldn't reveal the truth of what happened. He could only offer a vague reply. It was nothing but a misunderstanding. Of course, the one who made such a grave mistake and tried to cover it up, Shimura Riru, has already paid with his life. We sincerely hope to reconcile with the Uchiha. At this point, Sarutobi Kosuke took a scroll from his deputy, who stood at his right, and handed it to Uchiha Enka, who then passed it to Madara. Madara unrolled it. The scroll detailed compensation terms. If the Uchiha withdrew their forces, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans would pay a substantial indemnity, offering not only vast sums, but even an S-rank ninjutsu scroll and 3 A-rank ninjutsu scrolls. It was by any measure a lavish offer. In the past 2 years, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans may not have waged war, but they've certainly been quietly amassing wealth, Madara remarked, his tone somewhere between admiration and mockery. Sarutobi Kosuke forced a laugh. As long as you're willing, clan leader Madara, the terms are negotiable. Sensing the situation turning against him, Watanabe Ryohei quickly gestured to his own deputy, who brought forward the alliance terms scroll he'd prepared. He passed it to Uchiha Enka, who handed it on to Madara. Sarutobi Kosuke couldn't help but glance at Watanabe Ryohei. For the new Watanabe clan leader to come personally as envoy, it was clear he was determined to unite with the Uchiha. Madara opened the alliance terms from Watanabe Ryohei. Its main content focused on an alliance between their 2 clans. It stipulated that after defeating the Sarutobi and Shimura, apart from compensating the 4 northwestern clans for their losses, all remaining spoils of war would go to the Uchiha. Furthermore, the 4 clans would offer up a portion of their own resources as a sign of their sincerity in forming this alliance. But the amount they offered was simply incomparable to what Sarutobi had provided. Under normal circumstances, Madara would have readily agreed to Sarutobi Kosuke's proposal. While avenging the fallen clan members was important, securing benefits for the living mattered even more. Yet, following Izuna's plan and considering the long-term interests of the Uchiha, Madara could not take the ordinary path. Chieftain of the Watanabe clan, is this what you call sincerity? Madara looked up and asked, his gaze icy cold. The unmistakable indifference in his expression brought a glimmer of hope to Sarutobi Kosuke, while shocking Watanabe Ryohei. Had the Sarutobi clan really offered so much more that Uchiha Madara would be so dissatisfied with the offer from their side? If this is all the four clans can bring to the table, then there's no reason for me to continue this discussion. Madara's cold snort made it sound as if the northwestern four clans had never truly intended to form an alliance. Despite his status as a jonin at the peak of his strength, Watanabe Ryohei felt cold sweat soak his back. If the alliance with the Uchiha failed, it would set off a chain reaction. Other shinobi clans would be even less likely to respond to their pleas for help. When that happened, they could very well end up like the Hagoromo clan, wiped out. At all costs, they had to secure an alliance with the Uchiha. With that thought, Watanabe Ryohei clenched his teeth, forcing out his words with difficulty. The four clans are willing to become a subordinate clan to the Uchiha. For one shinobi clan to become the subordinate of another was a double-edged sword, a perilous decision. Once a smaller clan became the vassal of a larger one, they would be faced with the prospect of relocating their entire tribe. That meant moving their settlements to the outskirts of the greater clan's territory, serving as an outer defensive barrier. With this arrangement, if any other clan entertained thoughts of attacking these smaller clans, they would have to consider the consequences of angering the major clan. However, if the larger clan went to war, those living in the outer ring, the subordinate clans, would become the first line of defense. To put it bluntly, they would be cannon fodder. Moreover, should a subordinate clan show any sign of treachery, the main clan could easily wipe them out. Once they became subordinates, the smaller clans would come under constant surveillance by the dominant clan, especially their leaders, who would lose all freedom. As soon as Watanabe Ryohei uttered those words, the eyes of Uchiha Inka and the others shone with excitement. All those high-level clan meetings they'd held time and again had been for exactly this outcome. Even Sarutobi Kosuke was startled, knowing that this was a dangerous decision. Many great clans had their own subordinate clans. The most famous among them was the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan, whose members possessed the vaunted Byakugan and hold themselves in high esteem, could be said to have the most affiliated subclans among all the great clans of the Warring States period. Counting both large and small, they have as many as 7 or 8 affiliated clans under their banner. According to their own words, the very existence of these subclans is to protect the main Hyuga family. When Izuna learned of this, he felt that the future practice of the Hyuga's branch family protecting the main family likely originated from this tradition of fostering affiliated clans. Yet, the Uchiha and Senju, whose strength surpasses even the Hyuga, have very few subclans attached to them. The reason lies in the relationship between these two leading powerhouses of the Warring States era. The Hyuga clan's way of doing things is relatively stable. For their affiliates, serving the Hyuga is a net benefit. But for the Uchiha and Senju, barely a few days would pass without a deadly clash erupting between them. To become their affiliated clans would be no different than becoming cannon fodder in the wars between these two titanic forces. No one wants to get caught in the crossfire between these two wild beasts. Clan leader Watanabe, are you able to speak for all 4 of your clans? Madara asked in reply. Yes. Watanabe Ryohei answered, his voice brimming with confidence. Now, with all 4 clans teetering on the brink of annihilation, he had already discussed matters with the other 3 before coming here. No matter what decision he made, the others would follow suit. At this point, they were all grasshoppers tied to the same rope. A faint smile curled at the corner of Madara's lips, and Sarutobi Kosuke was suddenly seized by a strong sense of unease. Sure enough, in the next instant, Madara spoke. You may leave now, envoy of the Sarutobi clan. The meaning was crystal clear. Uchiha intended to take the 4 clans as vassals and attack the Sarutobi and Shimura together. Lord Uchiha, Sarutobi Kosuke, taken aback, instinctively moved forward. But as soon as he took a step, he was blocked by Uchiha Inka and Uchiha Shin, who stood guard on either side. Their Sharingan eyes spun slowly, a warning clear in their gaze. Now that Madara had agreed to Watanabe Ryohei's terms, the Sarutobi had become the enemy. See the guest out, Madara uttered calmly, his tone cold and final. Crash! Back at the clan compound, Shimura Keizo, having just rushed back from the northwestern battlefield, heard that the Uchiha had chosen to accept the four northwestern clans as vassals and reject peace talks with his own clan. In a fit of rage, he smashed his most cherished jade porcelain tea set to pieces on the floor. To win the Uchiha support, you're willing to become their vassals? Huh. Watanabe Ryohei. You think you're clever, but who knows if you'll even live to see tomorrow. Shimura Keizo cursed bitterly. Do you really think clinging to the Uchiha is so easy? Even if you survive this crisis, the next time they go to war with the Senju, you'll be the first ones thrown into the fray. Calm down, Keizo. Sarutobi Koga handed him a fresh cup of tea. What we need to consider now is how we'll respond, now that the Uchiha are joining the battle. Upon receiving news that the Uchiha clan had joined the battle, Shimura Keizo wasted no time and hurried back to his clan's territory. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Koga dispatched another Quasi-level expert from the Sarutobi family, his own cousin, Sarutobi Koji, to replace Shimura Keizo as the supreme commander on the Northwestern Front. Reminded by his old friend, the hot-tempered Shimura Keizo finally managed to calm down a little. He let out a deep sigh and asked, "So, what do you think we should do, Koga?" The Uchiha entering the war is indeed a serious threat, but that doesn't mean we have no chance of victory, Koga replied. Oh, Keizo prompted. Koga continued, though they've mobilized about 600 fighters, they've actually kept many troops back in the eastern region, wary of their old rivals, the Senju. In other words, they haven't come to this battle with the resolve to annihilate both our clans. Keizo thought about it and realized this made a lot of sense. Although Uchiha Madara himself, the clan head, was leading the charge, it was likely because, having only been in his position for a year, he hadn't yet achieved any notable victories and needed to prove himself. The likes of Uchiha Izuna, who had made a name for himself on the Northwestern Front, the veteran powerhouse Uchiha Gakuya, and Uchiha Son, among others, were still holding their original positions. Clearly, the Uchiha did not intend to throw everything they had into this fight. So, there was still a chance for their side to win. In that case, as long as we defeat the group led by Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha probably won't send more troops against us, right? Keizo asked. Exactly. We shouldn't let ourselves be intimidated just because the Uchiha are joining the battle, Koga affirmed. Sarutobi Koga was himself a warlord of the Warring States era, and a commanding presence began to radiate from him. This battle is not without hope for us. Even within the Uchiha clan, most believed that Izuna was staying behind at their headquarters, holding the fort. But in reality, the one left behind was merely Izuna's shadow clone. As soon as Madara sent word from the front lines, announcing that the four northwestern clans had willingly become Uchiha's vassals, Izuna himself set out from the clan's territory and headed north. He was bound for a nameless island, the ancestral home of Yugo of the Scales, as uncovered by Uchiha Saku's investigation. At this point, the 5 great nations had yet to be established, and the land beneath Izuna's feet could not yet be called the Land of Fire. However, as a maritime nation that had seen little warfare, the Land of Waves had already come into existence. Izuna's plan was to first reach the Land of Waves, then hire a boat to sail north, heading for that mystical island at the nation's northern tip. His purpose was simple: Sage Chakra. This power could very well help alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If acquired, both he and Madara would be able to use the Mangekyo more frequently. Their strength would rise to a whole new level. Before arriving, Izuna had not realized that the Land of Waves had actually been founded earlier than the Land of Fire. This is a nation that depends on the sea for its livelihood. The climate is perpetually humid, making it ill-suited for crop cultivation. Add to that it's in frequent contact with the outside world, and it's no wonder this land has never been a coveted prize in the endless battles among the various ninja clans. It's neither large nor small, but it does qualify as a country. It's likely only after the founding of the Land of Fire and the arrival of peace that more and more people began to cross the sea in search of a new life there. At a small town dock in the Land of Waves, Izuna found a group of boatmen and inquired whether they could take him to an island up north. You mean Sage Island? One of the boatmen, a bare-chested man of about 45 whose body carried the unmistakable scent of fish, looked at Izuna in surprise after hearing his description of the destination. Sage Island. Izuna frowned, finding the name rather trite, almost laughably so. Yet, upon reflection, he realized it was oddly fitting. The boatman nodded. That island used to be a nameless little spot, but about 50 years ago, a strange group of people showed up, took it over, and started calling it Sage Island. Izuna recalled the records of shinobi history he had perused. Around 50 years ago, earlier than the days of Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma, a certain clan skilled in peculiar ninja arts became the common target of all the warring clans. Their strange techniques, when unleashed uncontrollably, would trigger violent physical changes and send their emotions spiraling out of control, making them bloodthirsty and dangerously unpredictable. Such behavior inevitably brought trouble. Worse still, they had attacked ninjas from other clans. As a result, this clan met with a fate not unlike that of the Uzumaki in later years, hunted down by the warring factions and forced into exile. But where exactly they fled, no one could say for certain. Now, piecing together all the information he had gathered, Izuna could more or less see the picture clearly. His thoughts returning, Izuna asked the boatman, "Yes, that's the island I want to visit. Can you take me there?" The boatman hesitated. "Well, the conditions on that island are even harsher than here in the Land of Waves. Usually, we only go there to deliver vegetables, medicines, and other goods for trade. We can get a decent price for them." "Get to the point," Izuna said impatiently. The boatman hurried on. "The people there don't take kindly to outsiders. We've traded with them for years, but only at the dock, never once setting foot beyond it. Last time, a curious lad tried to sneak a look inside and barely escaped with his life. If we were to bring a stranger along." As he spoke, the boatman's shifty eyes darted nervously about. Izuna had no more patience for these games. He pulled a gold ingot, about 2 taels in weight, from his cloak and tossed it over. "Will this be enough?" The boatman's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at the sight of the gold ingot. Afraid that Izuna might change his mind, he nodded repeatedly. No problem, no problem. We'll set sail first thing tomorrow morning." Izuna turned and made his way to an inn by the dock, intending to spend the night there. From behind him came the boatman's anxious voice, echoing in the distance. If we get caught, please don't tell them about me, okay? Those people have strange tempers, and I'm scared." Early the next morning, Izuna boarded the transport ship. Counting himself, there were about 10 crew members in total. The farther north they sailed, the denser the fog became. Even for a ninja, using chakra to cross the sea made it all too easy to lose one sense of direction. No wonder Uchiha Sashu and the others had spent so much time just to uncover a single clue before. On the rocky shore of Sage Island, when the cargo ship arrived, 3 men in drab, gray clothing were already waiting there. They had been standing by for quite some time. They didn't have the Byakugan of the Hyuga, nor the jet black hair that was the unmistakable hallmark of the Uchiha clan. But one thing stood out about them. Their physiques were exceptionally robust. If Izuna and his companions all had typically Eastern features, these men possessed the faces of Easterners but the imposing stature of Westerners. Their bones were thick and strong, and none stood under 6'1". The sheer presence they exuded was intimidating. Of course, that intimidation only really worked on ordinary civilians. "This shipment is 200 gene of lettuce, 180 gene of asparagus, 120 gene of Scutellaria root, and..." The boatman stepped ashore, clearly experienced in dealing with these towering men. The men remained silent, listening to the boatman's words. They took the cargo from the other sailors, paid for it, and made the exchange without a word. Hidden in the shadowed corner by the ship's rail, Izuna quietly observed the whole scene, thinking to himself, "I'd better keep a low profile this time." He wasn't like Madara, who would just fight his way through any obstacle. His goal was to obtain the method for using Sage Jutsu. Instead of charging ahead recklessly, it would be safer to sneak onto the island and either search for a ninjutsu scroll or use a Sharingan to control someone knowledgeable. With that thought, a special 3-pronged kunai flew from the ship, arcing across the sky above the coast. At that moment, among the Yugo clan, the blond man who was leading and checking the order with the boatman narrowed his eyes, instinctively glancing upward. The 2 men behind him noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" "I thought I just saw something up there." The blond man stared at the sky for a long moment, but finding nothing, he eventually lowered his head. Meanwhile, the boatman checking the order felt a chill run down his spine, a vague suspicion dawning in his mind. On the outskirts of the village at the island's center, Izuna retrieved his flying thunder god kunai and murmured softly to himself. So, they were able to sense the flying thunder god. Is this the enhancement of Sage Jutsu? No, it must be their clan's unique constitution. Just now, that blonde guy was actually able to sense the flying thunder god. That was truly unexpected. After all, in that situation, unless someone possessed sensory skills on the level of Tobarama Senju, even a Kage might not have been able to notice. The village before him was about the size of the territories belonging to third-rate ninja clans like the Fuma or the Kikkoa during the Warring States period. But as Izuna activated his Sharingan, he immediately noticed that every villager here didn't just have the usual chakra flowing within them. There was also a special kind, distinct from the chakra found in ordinary shinobi. So that's Sage Chakra, is it? Izuna closed his eyes, pondering his next move. Unlike the Uchiha, whose settlements included both clan members and outsiders employed as farmers and laborers. Here everyone seemed to possess at least some mastery of ninjutsu, and each person carried sage chakra within. And with just a few hundred residents, it was likely that everyone knew one another by sight. If he entered the village, the chance of being recognized immediately was extremely high. In that case, this is what I'll do. With that, Izuna pressed his index and middle fingers together, forming the sign for the shadow clone jutsu. With a poof, a shadow clone appeared, quickly making another hand sign, then transformed into the blonde-haired man who had almost sensed the flying thunder god at the coast earlier. The clone strode confidently into the village. Within the village, tucked away in a remote corner, stood a solitary house. An old man stepped out of the house. Judging by his graying beard and hair, he was well past 60. Age had shrunk his frame, so he was no longer as tall as the other villagers, but he still stood at the height of an ordinary adult. He looked full of life and vigor, not at all like an old man with one foot in the grave. Lord Hayek. Lord Hayek. As the elder made his way through the village, every passerby greeted him with respect. The old man, known as Hayek, nodded in acknowledgement as he went. Eventually, he arrived at the northernmost part of the village, before a building that resembled a temple. A dozen children, no more than 5 or 6 years old, had been waiting for some time at the entrance. "Good morning, Lord Hayek," the children called out in unison. With a gentle hum, Hayek stroked his beard and nodded. "Today you'll begin to learn how to control the sage chakra your bodies have absorbed." One little boy raised his hand. "But Lord Hayek, aren't we supposed to stay out of wars? Why do we have to learn this?" Hayek narrowed his eyes, casting the boy a sidelong glance. His tone turned suddenly cold. "Our clan is born with a special trait of absorbing natural energy. If you don't learn to control it, you can ask your parents what might happen." The old man commanded great respect in the village. Hearing the sharpness in his voice, even the children who had been fidgeting fell silent, turning their attention to Hayek as he began to explain the methods for controlling sage chakra. About an hour later, Rion's gaze sharpened slightly as he spoke. "All right, we'll end practice here for now. Everyone, meet back here at 2 this afternoon for more training." Rion was one of the village's eldest, and he also bore the responsibility of teaching the children who had just awakened their abilities, helping them to control their newfound energy. This was necessary to prevent accidents where a child might be consumed by their own powers, leading to dangerous outbursts or bloodlust. It was a bit odd that a morning lesson would end after just an hour, but children at this age were easily distracted and eager to play. As soon as they heard they were free, the group erupted in excitement and scattered in all directions. "You've been eavesdropping for quite some time. Why not come out and talk face to face?" Once the children had all returned to the village, Rion's voice turned cold as he spoke again. But only silence answered him. It was as if he were the only living soul in the area. "Did you think I was bluffing?" A cold smile flickered across Rion's lips. Suddenly, he spun around and punched toward his rear right. Boom! A corner of the mountain wall shattered instantly under the force of his punch, sending fragments of stone flying. Dust and debris billowed out, and before the haze could even clear, a massive dragon's head made of fire burst forth, jaws wide, aiming to swallow Rion whole. Fire style, dragon flame technique. Fire style. Rion raised an eyebrow. With just this one move, it was still impossible to guess the attacker's identity. After all, during the Warring States period, many ninja clans wielded fire-style jutsu. The most notable were the Uchiha and Sarutobi, but the Senju, Shimura, Chiba, and many others were also adept at fire techniques. Dark crimson runes, shaped like commas, raced up Rion's arm at blinding speed. In less than 2 seconds, his ordinary human arm transformed into one covered in barbs, radiating a menacing, bioorganic aura. Chain spike cannon. With a straight punch, Rion struck the fire dragon snout, meeting the jutsu head-on with physical strength alone, a move that would seem suicidal to most ninja. Crackle whoosh. But instead of being consumed, the flames exploded into sparks, scattering outward and igniting patches of wild grass on the ground. Swish! Before Rion could get a clear look at his attacker, the shadowy figure darted away, melting into the darkness and fleeing toward the mountains behind the village. "Try to run, are you?" Rion's arm returned to normal in under 2 seconds. Seeing his opponent escape, he gave no thought to anything else and dashed after them without hesitation. It had been decades since the island had seen an intruder. The moment one appeared, they had to be eliminated without delay. The clash at the ancient temple behind the mountain had not gone unnoticed by the villagers. The temple was close enough that, by raising their heads, they could barely make out its gate. What's more, everyone in this village possessed sensory abilities far superior to ordinary ninja. The commotion from the earlier exchange had naturally caught their attention as well. What just happened? Someone's fighting over by the back hill. Should we go take a look? As the group hesitated, caught between curiosity and caution, a blonde-haired man suddenly rushed in from behind and called out to everyone. There's an intruder. Lord Riang is dealing with him right now. We should go and back him up. If this had been a clan of seasoned Warring States ninja, even if reinforcements were needed, not everyone would have dropped everything at once. But in this village, aside from Riang's generation, no one had truly experienced war. Many hadn't even learned the basics of being a ninja. So when they heard the call, they didn't think twice. Anyone who knew ninjutsu immediately headed for the back hill. This blonde-haired man, of course, was none other than Izuna himself in disguise. Watching everyone run off toward the hill, Izuna couldn't help but sneer inwardly at their naivety, already preparing to use his shadow clone jutsu again to conduct a thorough investigation of this small village. But just then, a voice filled with surprise rang out from the village entrance. Who are you? Izuna turned to see that the three men who had been trading with the boatmen at the coast had already returned, pulling their cargo cart behind them. The blonde-haired man, who had nearly sensed the flying thunder god technique earlier, was utterly shocked to see someone who looked exactly like himself standing there. In the blink of an eye, all three men let go of the cart's handles and drew their weapons from behind their backs. There was no need to think. It was clear the enemy had used the transformation technique to become their double. Keiji, your sensory skills are spot on. There really is an intruder, said the ninja, standing to the left of the blonde-haired man. Be careful. Since he slipped past my detection, his speed must be the fastest we've ever seen. Or perhaps he's using some strange ninjutsu. The blonde-haired man, now identified as Keiji, replied coldly, fixing Izuna with a hard stare. Isn't it about time you showed your true face? There's no need to keep hiding behind someone else's. As the three approached, Izuna pursed his lips in annoyance. After all the effort spent luring the others away, how is it that these three happened to return at this exact moment? Did the Uchiha clan always have such terrible luck? I was hoping to come and go without making a sound, but it looks like that won't be possible now. Izuna muttered softly to himself, and from the pouch strapped to his thigh, he swiftly drew 6 three-pronged flying thunder god kunai. What are those? The three men were taken aback at the sight of the unfamiliar, specially made kunai. I'll warn you just once. Use Sage Jutsu if you want to stand a chance. Izuna didn't drop his transformation technique, but his eyes now blazed with the three-tomo Sharingan, his voice cold and emotionless. He didn't immediately unleash the flying thunder god. Izuna had toyed with the idea of imitating Orochimaru from later times, snatching a few members of this clan to use as test subjects. But the thought had barely formed when he dismissed it outright. First, in his previous life, as someone who struggled academically, Izuna never believed he possessed Orochimaru's patience or talent for research. After all, in the supernatural world of Naruto, someone like Orochimaru, who could apply scientific principles, was not someone you could simply imitate. Second, he had no desire to acquire sage techniques through curse mark. Not only did it look hideous, but it also left people in a state that was neither fully human nor monster. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Itachi's intervention with the Totsuka blade, who knows what Sasuke might have become in the end. Given all this, if Izuna wanted to obtain sage techniques from these people, only one path remained open to him. First, to seize their secret technique scrolls. Second, to closely observe how they channeled sage energy. For a Sharingan user, while it might be impossible to copy abilities like Kekkei Genkai, memorizing the opponent's chakra flow patterns was more than manageable. When the trio caught sight of the Sharingan spinning in Izuna's eyes, they were visibly startled. Though their generation had not participated in the great wars as shinobi clans, they had still crossed the sea to the land that would one day become the land of fire. And of course, they had heard tales of the Uchiha clan Sharingan. He's from the Uchiha clan. Keiji warned the two on either side of him in a low voice. Be careful. I've heard from Lord Hino about the Sharingan's abilities. Above all, never meet his gaze. Understood, the other two replied in unison. The next moment, each of the three formed a distinct hand seal. The two on either side pressed their palms together, while Keiji in the center clasped his hands in a fist, bringing them together with his palms facing upward. Strange, though they belonged to the same clan, their hand seals differed. Drawing upon memories from his previous life, Izuna recognized that the two on the sides used the hand seal for Hashirama Senju's Sage Mode, while Keiji's was the one Naruto, Uzumaki, used to enter Sage Mode. Both men were reincarnations of Azura, so it made sense their Sage Modes had their own distinctions. In other words, depending on a user's circumstances, even the secret art of Sage Mode could manifest differently. Izuna watched intently with his Sharingan, carefully noting both the sequence of hand seals and the subsequent flow of chakra. Once the two-tomo Sharingan was activated, he could perceive chakra flows invisible to the naked eye. In Izuna's eyes, besides the blue chakra rising within the three, typical of all shinobi, there was also a current of energy from the air itself, which seeped through their skin, gathered in their core, and merged with their own chakra. Immediately, the trio's bodies began to change. The two on the sides took on shades of black and purple, and horns like those of mountain goats sprouted from their foreheads. Yet, they did not completely transform into the monstrous forms seen in Orochimaru's followers in later times. Roughly 40% of their bodies still retained their human appearance. In the middle, Keiji had grown a tail, his face elongated, tongue lolling out, and his height surged from 2 meters to 2.5 in an instant. He looked remarkably like a creature called a salamander. The two on either side are only partially transformed into Sage mode, but has Keiji fully completed the transformation? If we take Yugo as an example, the more complete the Sage transformation, the easier it is to lose control. So the other two should be weaker, Kwana thought to himself. In contrast, the future Senju Hashirama and the later Uzumaki Naruto, when they entered Sage mode, only gained markings on their faces, without any other physical changes. The Toad Fukasaku of Mount Mayaboku seemed to call this a perfect Sage transformation. There's too much here worth studying. Kwana let out a troubled sigh. If it weren't for the sheer number of skill points required to unlock the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and to avoid going blind before obtaining it, he wouldn't be going to such lengths to hunt down Senjutsu Chakra. He could just wait for Hashirama to develop it instead. But now that he'd figured out how their Senjutsu Chakra operated, it was time to fight. The three opponents weren't fools. The moment they entered Sage mode, they immediately joined forces to attack Kwana. Dance of the Salamander. In release, Phantom Shadow. Water release, 1,000 water blades. Each jutsu was at least B rank in power. Shadows and surging water crashed in from both sides. Meanwhile, the Sage transformed Keiji, looking like a cross between a salamander and a cursed seal, Kimimaro, charged straight at him from the front. Clearly, these three were longtime partners. Their teamwork was seamless. Whoosh! Kwana flung 6 flying thunder god kunai in quick succession. With their Sage-enhanced senses, the three could anticipate the kunai's trajectory the moment he threw them, dodging with the barest movement. Don't underestimate Sage mode, just because you have a Sharingan. Keiji growled, his tail whipping toward Kwana with enough force to shatter steel. Boom! With just 3 moves exchanged, the ground split open, over 20 meters long and more than a meter deep. "Do we get him?" The two behind shouted, their voices tight with excitement. Keiji's brow furrowed. No, he hadn't felt his tail connect with the enemy. Flying Thunder God. Second stage, spiraling linked sphere. Before Keiji could warn his companions, Kwana's voice rang out, accompanied by 2 surges of overwhelming chakra. Startled, Keiji whirled around. Kwana was suddenly behind the other two, both palms glowing with swirling blue spheres. By the time Keiji turned, the attack had already struck their backs. He teleported in an instant. Chiji was startled, and suddenly noticed those specially crafted triple-bladed kunai stuck in the soil behind him. Symbols, inscribed with peculiar runes, were etched upon the handles. Could it be that? It was only a guess, but one that was worth trying. With this thought, Chiji formed a hand seal, then pressed both palms flat against the ground. Sage art, inorganic earthquake. Under the scrutiny of Izuna's Sharingan, the earth trembled violently, as if in an earthquake, radiating waves of chakra from the spot where Chiji's hands met the soil, shaking the ground. He aimed to destroy everything in the muddy earth, his own leg bones, and the flying thunder god kunai embedded in the ground. Did you learn this move from Whitebeard? Izuna made a comment Chiji couldn't comprehend. Feeling a sharp pain shoot through his legs, Chiji realized Izuna had already made his move. This might be a bit excessive, but if those fools who were tricked away come back now, the loss would be even greater. With that thought, Izuna's right eye spun rapidly, the 3 tomo merging into a unique pattern resembling the character for person. Blood tears streamed from his eye, dripping to the floor. Amaterasu. AR. Black flames engulfed Chiji's body. Naturally, he could no longer maintain his jutsu. Overwhelmed by terror, he collapsed, coating his hands with chakra in a desperate attempt to wipe away the black fire. Yet, all this accomplished was to make the flames spread faster across his body, until unbearable agony finally drove him into unconsciousness. The moment Amaterasu struck true, Izuna spared Chiji no further glance. He raced straight to the home of an old man called Riyen. From his previous observations, Izuna judged the old man to be something of a village teacher. In a village this small, there surely wouldn't be a secret chamber for storing ninjutsu scrolls like the Uchiha or Senju clans possessed. That made the old man's home the most likely hiding place. The door wasn't locked, Perhaps they never imagined, after decades of isolation, that an intruder would appear out of nowhere today. Inside, the furnishings were simple: a wooden table, a wrought-tan chair, a tea set, but nowhere did Izuna see what he most hoped for: a bookshelf packed with scrolls of ninjutsu. No shinobi clan would be without them. Izuna muttered softly. Any shinobi clan would keep careful records of their techniques, so that even if tragedy befell a practitioner, their arts could still be passed down to future generations. Izuna placed both hands on the wall, searching along it as he activated his Sharingan. Suddenly, behind a mural, his hands found an odd hollow. The mural itself was nothing special, just a copy of a famous artist's work. Izuna slid it aside, revealing a small recess just big enough for a hand to reach inside. Izuna didn't rush to stick his own hand inside. Instead, he created a new shadow clone, sending it to handle the task. The shadow clone slipped its hand into the gap. When it reached the bottom, its eyebrows arched in surprise, and it reported to the original, "There's a pull ring inside. Try pulling it," Izuna instructed. The shadow clone nodded, hooked its fingers around the ring, and began to tug. A moment later, its expression shifted in alarm, and with a puff, it vanished into a swirl of white smoke. The memories of the shadow clone flowed into Izuna's mind. As soon as the ring was pulled, a kunai, or perhaps a dagger, had shot out from the upper part of the wall's interior, piercing through the clone's palm. That was why it had disappeared. "Thank goodness I used a shadow clone," Izuna muttered. He summoned another clone. At this point, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. With those eyes, no trap could ever hide. It took 5 clones in total for Izuna to finally crack the mechanism. The ring inside wasn't meant to be pulled. It was meant to be twisted. Most people, finding a ring, would naturally try to pull it. If anyone before him had ever set their sights on the sage art scrolls hidden here, their fate would likely have been a skewered arm, forced to either sever it and flee, or wait for Nichihiko and the others to return and finish the job. The mural-covered wall in front of him split open down the middle, sliding apart to reveal a towering bookshelf, 2 meters high and filled from end to end. Scrolls. Izuna snatched one and unfurled it in haste. It contained a record, names of clan members, stretching back to ancient times, who, by virtue of their innate ability to absorb natural energy, had gone berserk or died from that very gift. Not what Izuna was searching for. Caring little for what Nichihiko and the others might suspect upon their return, Izuna simply tossed each scroll behind him the moment he saw it wasn't what he wanted, grabbing and discarding them one by one. Meanwhile, 10 miles away on a mountain behind the village, more than 20 ninja, led by Nichihiko, had surrounded Keiji, who was in truth just one of Izuna's shadow clones. How could this be? Didn't Keiji just call us to catch the intruder? Why is he here now? Everyone was baffled. It was Keiji who had sounded the alarm, asking them to help catch the infiltrator, but now, as they tracked down the target, they realized the intruder and the one who'd notified them were actually the same person. Nichihiko's heart skipped a beat at this realization. After a brief moment's thought, he raised his voice. "We've been tricked. Hurry, back to the village." Then, turning with a sharp glare at the imposter in their midst, he barked, "Seize him." The group was just about to act when the figure flashed through a single-handed end seal and, with a swirl of white smoke, vanished on the spot. They'd all seen this before. It was the shadow clone technique. But since when could a shadow clone move so freely and even use ninjutsu? Don't worry about anything else. Hurry back to the village. At this moment, Nichihiko had no time to think about anything further. All he knew was that something had gone wrong in the village. As for this completely unprecedented clone technique, he wasn't all that surprised. After all, ninjutsu was invented in the first place, and during the years his clan had lived in seclusion, it wasn't at all surprising for new techniques to have been developed. After pulling most of the scrolls from the bookshelf and tossing them aside, Izuna finally found the scrolls he needed. The first was, naturally, the detailed method for training in sage arts, though to call it that wasn't entirely accurate. Because this clan was born with the ability to absorb natural energy, their ninjutsu inherently contained sage chakra. It wouldn't be fair to compare them directly to true sage art users like Hashirama Senju or Naruto Uzumaki. The other scroll contained the insights of each clan leader or master who possessed this natural energy-absorbing constitution, a trait that could lead to going berserk or even sudden death. It recorded their understanding of sage chakra, as well as methods for preventing sage chakra from spiraling out of control. Just as Izuna tucked the 2 scrolls into his ninja pouch, Nichihiko's icy voice rang out behind him. The last time an intruder made it in here was 30 years ago. That time, he triggered a trap, cut off his own arm, and escaped. I never imagined this time the intruder would be even more formidable. Not only did he break through the traps, he killed 3 of us. It wasn't just Nichihiko. Dozens of people from along the street had already gathered around the little house, encircling it completely. With his back to Nichihiko and the others at the entrance, Izuna kept his face hidden from view. "Farewell," Izuna said with a smile, still facing away from Nichihiko's group. "What?" Nichihiko and his clansmen hadn't even grasped what Izuna meant before he vanished into thin air. Is that the body flicker technique? No, it's not. But, a jonin beside Nichihiko at first mistook it for the body flicker technique, but immediately dismissed the thought. After all, the body flicker was only a technique for swift movement, not true teleportation. With the only exit blocked by their own people, not even the most powerful ninja could escape with the body flicker alone. Nichihiko's expression darkened as he strode into the room, quickly sorting through the scattered scrolls on the floor and those still on the shelves, while the others rapidly began searching the entire island for the intruder. Far out at sea, already more than 10 nautical miles from Sage Island, Izuna was back aboard the same ship he'd taken to arrive. The lead boatman, hiding in a corner, stared at the gold ingot Izuna had given him as payment, thinking to himself that as soon as he got home, he'd better find a new place to live. If those freaks on a mortal island ever found out what he'd done this time, there'd be no way he could get away unscathed. With this money, he could easily start over from scratch somewhere far away. While he was secretly calculating his next move, a dark shadow suddenly flashed into existence right in front of him, startling the boatman so badly that he landed flat on his backside. After tumbling over with arms and legs flailing, the boatman scrambled to snatch up the gold that had fallen onto the deck. When he looked up, he saw that Izuna had appeared out of thin air, just a few steps away. You. The boatman was so shocked that he couldn't string a sentence together. Even if he hadn't been stammering, he wouldn't have known what to say in this situation. Izuna had no patience for idle chatter. He pulled another gold ingot from his robe and tossed it into the boatman's arms. "Sail this boat to Izumo town. The money's yours if you do." In this era of endless war, where a man's life could end at any moment, money was an even greater temptation for commoners than it would be in later times. The boatman stared at the new gold ingot in his hands, eyes wide and dazed, then nodded frantically. "Why, yes, of course. I'll do it right away." He dashed off to the helm to give new orders and change the boat's course. Izumo town was the only gateway between this land, what would one day become the land of fire and the land of waves. It lay in the far northeast, right at the edge of the country, serving as a bustling port for trade. Izuna settled quietly into a corner of the boat's railings, then took out the sage art scroll he'd acquired from the Yugo clan and began to study it. It was precisely because of these 2 scrolls that a mortal island had been thrown into chaos. "Lord Nichian, we've already had our sensory-type clansmen search the entire island. There's no one suspicious here. No one but our own people." A jonin leapt down from the cliffs to report at Nichian's side. "If it were only a matter of condensing natural chakra and practicing sage arts, I could write it out again myself. But the research of our ancestors, their insights into sage arts, those are things I cannot replicate," Nichian said, his voice trembling by the end. If they didn't recover those scrolls, he shuddered to think how many future clansmen might be consumed by natural energy, driven mad by its power. "My lord, what should we do next?" The jonin beside him was seething with anger. Their clan's ability to absorb natural energy from birth made them dangerously prone to emotional swings. Nichian forced himself to calm down and began to analyze the situation. After a moment's thought, he spoke. "Our island is remote, so much so that it isn't even marked on most maps. For a ninja to find their way here alone would be nearly impossible, unless someone led them." The jonin's face darkened. "You mean there's a traitor?" Nichian fell silent again, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. "Take a team to the land of waves. Focus your investigation on the merchant ship that delivered goods to us this morning." The moment the elite ninja heard this, he immediately understood what Ryan meant. "Yes, I'll take care of it right away." Old Ryan wasn't a fool, and what a coincidence it was. Shipments only came about once every half a month, yet trouble just happened to strike on this very day. Anyone would find that suspicious. A bunch of these emotionally volatile oddballs showing up in a town full of ordinary people was bound to stir up quite a commotion. But as for this, Izuna had already lost interest. Late that night, at the port of Izumo town. Upon arrival, Izuna leapt from the boat in one swift movement, stepping right into the heart of things. Meanwhile, the boatman gathered his crew and handed out their wages for the month, double the usual amount. "Boss, it's not even the end of the month. Why are we getting paid now? And so much, too?" a curious crew member asked. For most people, extra pay was always exciting, but if there was no explanation, that excitement quickly turned to confusion. Sigh, I can't say too much. Just take the money and find work elsewhere. Looks like we've gotten ourselves into more trouble than we bargained for. The boatman let out a weary sigh. He had planned to take the gold Izuna had given him and simply disappear. But looking at the men who'd followed him all these years, he just couldn't bring himself to be so ruthless. Boss, what do you mean? Can you explain? A few sailors looked at him, completely puzzled. Oh, don't ask. Anyway, whoever wants the boat can have it. I'm leaving. And listen, it's best not to come back to the land of waves. With that, ignoring the calls from his crew behind him, he strode off into Izumo town, quickly vanishing into the bustling crowd. Early the next morning, Izuna stepped out from his room on the inn's second floor. He went down to the main hall, asking the proprietor to bring up a simple breakfast of noodles and tea. Hey, have you heard the news? Just then, at the table behind Izuna, for people were having breakfast and chatting animatedly. What news? One of them perked up, curiosity piqued. The Watanabe, Fuma, Saito, and Onikawa clans have all become vassals of the Uchiha. They're fighting the Sarutobi and Shimura clans right now. Huh, I heard that last week when I got back from business in the Northwest. You're way behind the times, my friend. A mustachioed man, dressed like a typical merchant, scoffed with obvious disdain. So what do you all think? Who's going to win this fight? Someone else chimed in, eager to join the conversation. I'd say the Uchiha. They were already stronger than the Sarutobi and Shimura to begin with, and now they've got 4 new vassal clans. It's like giving wings to a tiger. Another man replied, and the others nodded in agreement. No, the battlefield is unpredictable. The stronger side doesn't always come out on top. That's right. Even if the Uchiha win this battle, they can't swallow up both the Shimura and Sarutobi clans completely. And don't forget their old rival, the Senju, watching eagerly from the east. Hearing the civilians and merchants behind him discussing the war, Izuna couldn't help but find it secretly amusing. Though their words weren't entirely accurate, there was a grain of truth in what they said. The Uchiha had a good chance of winning this fight, but it was impossible for them to utterly defeat the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, to wipe them out entirely. Even if they claimed victory, the Uchiha would suffer heavy losses. And with the Senju looming in the east, there was every chance they would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Even with the truce agreement and Hashirama Senju's influence, there was no absolute guarantee the Senju would honor their word. The best outcome would be to seize some land and resources from the Sarutobi and Shimura. Suddenly, a deep, rolling rumble shook the ground, causing a stir in the inn's lobby. Is it an earthquake? Hurry, get under the tables. My coin purse. I dropped my coin purse. As panic threatened to break out, the innkeeper rushed out to explain. Guests, please stay calm. It's not an earthquake, not an earthquake. The tremors hadn't quite faded yet, though not terribly strong. The tea and the cups on the tables still rippled, setting everyone on edge. Innkeeper, what on earth is going on? One merchant demanded, clutching his bundle tightly. The innkeeper rubbed his hands together and offered a nervous smile. You may not know, sirs, but about 2 months ago, a monster appeared in these parts. From time to time, it causes these tremors, shaking the ground all around us. Thankfully, it's never entered the places where people live. At first, everyone in town was terrified. But after 2 months, aside from the occasional quake, nothing else has happened. So there's really no need to be afraid. A monster? Izuna raised an eyebrow. Innkeeper, what does this monster look like? The innkeeper hesitated and tried to dissuade him. Sir, please don't do anything reckless. Last time, a brave hunter from our town followed the tremors to their source. And well, Izuna impatiently tossed him a couple of silver coins. Is this enough? The innkeeper's eyes lit up, and he broke into a broad grin. Ah, yes, that's more than enough. Quickly pocketing the coins, the innkeeper continued. When that hunter returned, he was so frightened he couldn't eat for 3 days. Later, when we asked, he said he found a monster at the waterfall in Izumo Valley. It had the head of an ox, the tail of an octopus, and was as big as a mountain. He said the creature only glanced at him, and that one look sent him running for his life. Before the innkeeper could finish, Izuna abruptly rose and strode out the door. What a strange man, someone muttered. Watching Izuna's departing figure, everyone in the main hall had the same thought in their hearts. Though the innkeeper had confidently reassured them, the persistent tremors running through the floor made it impossible to feel at ease. Most people decided it was best to pay up and leave quickly. Even if they weren't sensory-type shinobi, the chakra surging so palpably from underground was unmistakable. Any ninja with a grasp of chakra could tell exactly where it was coming from. Izuna pressed forward, and the closer he got, the more violent the shaking became. A bull's head, an octopus's tail. Isn't that the 8 tails? It had been a year since he'd arrived in the Warring States period of the ninja world, and thinking back, he realized he hadn't heard a word about the tailed beasts. If not for this chance encounter today, he might have forgotten that such creatures even existed in this world. Bounding once more from a tree trunk, Izuna burst out of the thicket, leaving the forested foothills behind. This must be the borderland that would one day divide the land of fire from the northern land of hot water. The earth rumbled, again and again. The tremors grew fiercer beneath his feet. He crested a hillside, where a stream tumbled over a cliff, forming a roaring waterfall. And there, at the base of the falls, a colossal beast lounged in the spray. Its body was a deep, shadowy red, crowned with a bull's head and horns, but below the waist, 8 thick octopus tentacles sprawled across the ground. The creature basked beneath the waterfall, humming an odd, tuneless melody to itself. It was none other than the 8 tails, the Gyuki. La la la, I am the invincible Lord Gyuki. As it sang its off-key song, the 8 tails swayed its mountain-sized body, occasionally slamming into the cliffs surrounding the falls. Each impact sent tremors rippling through the land for miles around. Izuna couldn't help but chuckle at the creature's ear-splitting singing. No wonder it would get along with Killer Bee in the future. Seeing this, Izuna felt he could finally understand why. Suddenly, the 8 tails halted its singing and turned its massive head to peer up at Izuna, perched on the cliff above. A human. It stared for a moment, then simply turned away, resuming its tuneless humming and blatantly ignoring Izuna. La la la, I am the invincible Lord Gyuki. The tailed beasts were beings of chakra born in the era of the Sage of Six Paths. Yet from the 8 tails' demeanor, it seemed that for all these centuries, perhaps even millennia, they had lived in peaceful seclusion, far from the affairs of men. It was only later that shinobi began to hunt them down and seal them inside Jinchuriki. That, perhaps, had been sparked by his own brother and Hashirama Senju. Or, more likely, it was the work of Black Zetsu, that unseen hand which had always been the true source of evil. After all, to resurrect Kagaya, the tailed beasts were essential. This is the first time I've ever been ignored, Izuna mused. Izuna vanished from where he stood and reappeared before the 8 tails, his feet glowing with chakra as he stood lightly atop the river surface. The 8 tails' singing came to an abrupt halt. Frowning, it eyed the human in front of it, who appeared as small as a mosquito in comparison to its massive form. Hey, human, what do you think you're doing? Izuna offered a faint smile. At first, I only wanted to meet you out of curiosity, but after seeing you in person, I've changed my mind. A sharp glint flashed in the 8 tails' eyes. 8 tails, become my summoning beast. Izuna extended his hand. I need your power. He had long suffered from the side effects of the Mangekyo, and had been searching for ways to lift that burden. But if one were to talk about further strengthening oneself, wasn't Madara Uchiha, who would one day control the 9 tails and challenge Hashirama Senju, the perfect example? Though Madara ultimately lost, the grave injuries he dealt to Hashirama hastened the latter's death. However, there was a catch. Madara had used the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to forcibly control the 9 tails. Who are you calling 8 tails, brat? The great me is called Gyuki. The 8 tails roared, and the force of its voice sent the waterfall's spray flying backward, a testament to its terrifying strength. After its outburst, the 8 tails lowered its head, bringing its enormous face close to Izuna, its tone menacing. And another thing, I have no interest in being your summoning beast. Get lost right now. If you leave at once, I'll let your interruption of my singing slide. As expected, it wasn't going to be that easy. Izuna shook his head inwardly, a smirk curling at his lips. Such power, what a waste just to stand here and watch. If you knew there was a mountain of gold behind a door, would you really turn back just because the door was in your way? Izuna countered. The 8 tails arched its brow. With intelligence rivaling that of humans, it naturally understood Izuna's meaning. Get lost. The 8 tails raised its fist, massive as a meteor, and blotted out the sunlight above Izuna. A tremendous crash ensued. The 8 tails' fist slammed down, sending up a spray of water that soared hundreds of meters, while shattered stones from the riverbank blasted out in all directions. For a moment, the entire valley trembled violently, as if it might collapse. In a flash, Izuna leapt to the left, landing on the mountainside and channeling chakra to his soles to cling to the sheer rock face. What unbelievable strength! If unleashed on the battlefield, such power could turn the tide of war. Izuna murmured to himself, springing away just in time as the 8 tails' second punch came crashing in. Another deafening crash. The mountainside erupted, fragments of rock flying, the cliff face collapsing. The mountain itself was shattered. Never underestimate the might of the tailed beasts. Once they reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, their power swells to unimaginable heights. Therefore, when faced with figures like Six Paths Obito, Six Paths Madara, and later even Naruto and Sasuke, who blatantly received the Sage of Six Paths power, those who were essentially playing with cheat codes, the tailed beast did seem a little weak. There was even a point when Uchiha Sasuke, wielding the Rinnegan with Six Tomo in its final form, was able to control all of the tailed beasts with a single glance. But as long as one hasn't stepped into the realm of the Six Paths, the tailed beasts are never to be underestimated, let alone the Eight Tails, who ranks as the second most powerful among them all. Izuna leapt back onto the cliff where he'd been standing moments before, looking down from above as he declared, such terrifying power. But that's what makes you valuable. The Eight Tails snorted twin streams of mist from its nostrils, glaring at Izuna with annoyance. Since the time of the Sage of Six Paths, this is honestly the first time a human has come looking for trouble. As for the relationships among the tailed beasts themselves, they weren't exactly friendly, to say the least. Take Shikaku the One Tail and Kurama the Nine Tails, for example. Every time they met, a fight was inevitable. Countless ages had passed, and yet it was almost unthinkable that a human would dare to provoke them. In the future, you tailed beasts will face endless calamities. I'm doing this for your own good. Form a contract with me and become my summoning beast. Izuna extended a hand invitingly. Get lost. If taming a tailed beast were that simple, they wouldn't be tailed beasts at all. With a whipping motion, a tentacled tail lashed out. Izuna swiftly pulled out a flying thunder god kunai and hurled it at the Eight Tails, vanishing in a flash and reappearing right before its massive face. The cliff where he'd stood only seconds ago was instantly reduced to rubble by the tentacle strike. Ninjutsu, as a being created by the very progenitor of ninjutsu, the Eight Tails was hardly unfamiliar with these techniques. Even witnessing the flying thunder god, it showed none of the surprise an ordinary shinobi might. After all, it had seen the Sage of Six Paths' own techniques countless times before. Now, suspended in midair thanks to his teleportation, Izuna found himself still about 30 meters away from the Eight Tails' face. The moment he appeared, a flurry of tentacles surged toward him. Ugh, what a troublesome creature. Izuna grabbed his kunai and flung it skyward, weaving past the oncoming tentacles, though this only dragged out the distance between them even further. Yo, 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 all you can do is dart around like a pesky brat. Watch as I, Lord Gyuki, put you in your place. Echoing with a bizarre rap reminiscent of Killer Bee's future style, the Eight Tails threw back its head and unleashed a jet of pitch-black ink from its maw. A casual attack, yet its scope was already on par with a top-level, A-ranked jutsu. So it's similar to water release, but with the added effect of blinding anyone it hits. Izuna thought to himself, quickly forming hand seals in midair. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A massive spear of fire erupted from Izuna's mouth, colliding with the ink in mid-flight. For a tense 3 seconds, the two forces clashed head-on, until, to Izuna's surprise, the ink overwhelmed and snuffed out his fire technique. Did I actually lose in a direct clash? Izuna thought grimly, hastily forming another hand seal, but was blasted aside by the force of the A-ranked ink, slamming hard into the cliff wall on the other side. With a heavy crash, he landed. However, in the instant when Izuna's body fell from the mountainside, it transformed into a wooden barrel about a meter tall. A substitution technique. Gyuki blinked, then suddenly arched his brow. One of the 8 octopus-like tails behind him lashed out toward the air behind him, snatching a flying thunder god kunai that had been hurled from his rear. Over here, all at once, Izuna reappeared beneath Gyuki's lower right foot, the mangekyo in his left eye spinning, a manifestation of his power to glimpse the future. This power worked on tailed beasts as well. Another flying thunder god kunai was already embedded in Gyuki's right side, but with his tough hide, such an attack barely registered as a scratch. But what came next was another matter entirely. Giant Rasengan. As Izuna materialized, a massive Rasengan, nearly the size of a basketball, formed in his right hand. He drove it straight up into the base of Gyuki's body. Even for a creature of Gyuki's monstrous size, the blow sent him staggering back over 10 meters before he finally ground to a halt, sheepishly. A spiral-shaped black mark now marred his body below the abdomen. GFFFFF. You little brat. Hit by the move once again, Gyuki's fury was palpable. He bellowed, jumping around like that. How infuriating. His 8 octopus tails began to coil around his massive body, and within seconds he'd curled himself into the shape of a gigantic rubber tire. I'll just flatten this whole place. A deep, rumbling voice echoed from within the encircling tentacles, and the tire-shaped mass began to spin violently. Izuna's expression tightened. He hurled another flying thunder god kunai forcefully in the direction opposite Gyuki. But by then, Gyuki was already spinning. A thunderous roar shook the air. If the tremors from Gyuki's earlier bath had felt like an earthquake, then now, it was as if the entire land and mountains heaved and quaked. His spinning body whipped up a cyclone, churning up pulverized rock and debris into the air, where it formed a spectacular sandstorm that twisted skyward. The devastating scene lasted for over half a minute before finally coming to a halt. What had once been a canyon was now leveled into a flat plain. If not for the scattered streams still trickling by, one would never guess that a waterfall had ever flowed through this ravaged gorge. Izuna reappeared about half a mile from Gyuki, his body still encased in the ribbed shell of Susanoo. Even so, faint cracks laced the surface of the protective armor. The power of a tailed beast really is nothing to take lightly, Izuna murmured to himself. Though he'd managed to avoid the brunt of the attack with the Flying Thunder God technique, the sheer scale of the last assault had forced him to summon Susanoo for defense. An odd sensation coursed through his body, making his steps falter. He could feel his very cells aching from within. Such was the side effect of using the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. Not only was his vision deteriorating, but his body was also weakening to a certain degree. Damn it! Was the Sage of Six Paths already biased toward the Azura lineage back when he was having children? The descendants of Indra seemed cursed. A whole slew of hereditary diseases ran through their bloodline. You actually dodged that last move, you little brat. At that moment, the Eight Tails unfurled its octopus-like limbs from around its body, twisting its neck as it bellowed. But now you have nowhere left to run. Damn it! Damn it! Suppressing the pain coursing through his body, Izuna let out a cold laugh. Once the battle starts, I almost forget my true objective. There are currently two ways to obtain the power of a tailed beast. One was to control it with ocular powers, just as Uchiha Madara did with the Nine Tails. The other was the method employed by the future great ninja villages, making a Jinchuriki. But that was out of the question. Izuna didn't even understand the principles behind creating a Jinchuriki, and besides, he had no intention of locking a beast inside his own body. Even if he couldn't capture the Eight Tails, he at least had to confirm whether his current ocular power was enough to control it. Both his eyes had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Such sinister chakra, it's got a flavor similar to that old man from the Six Paths. The instant both Mangekyos appeared, the Eight Tails instinctively sensed a surge of danger. Izuna suddenly sprang into action, charging straight at it. Has this human lost his mind? Seeing Izuna charging directly at him, the Eight Tails couldn't help but think so to itself. And who could blame it? What kind of human would dare to take on a tailed beast head-on? One must remember, in the world of Naruto, the human body isn't all that different from those on Izuna's previous world, Earth. All the fantastical feats and superhuman movements were possible thanks to one thing: chakra. Without chakra, they were just ordinary people. Even with chakra, very few ninja would dare to confront a tailed beast in direct combat. But the Eight Tails gave it no further thought. The canyon had already been flattened by his force, granting him a vast field of vision. He simply swung a massive fist down. Whoosh! Just as the Eight Tails punched, Izuna darted to the right, narrowly evading the blow. As the fist crashed into the ground, he planted his feet and leaped onto the creature's arm. The predictive power of his left eye. You little brat, running all over the place. The Eight Tails growled in frustration, swinging its tail from behind, ready to lash out. But Izuna was a step ahead. Blood trickled from his right eye as he locked onto the Eight Tails' head. Amaterasu. Sensing mortal danger, the Eight Tails changed tactics at the last second, sweeping its tail up as a shield in front of its face, just in time to block Amaterasu. Arg! Feeling the searing pain from its tail, the Eight Tails gritted its teeth and slammed the tail to the ground, desperately trying to smother the black flames. Yet, even as it smashed the ground with its tail, the beast could not halt the relentless spread of Amaterasu's black flames. Damn it! Helpless, the Eight Tails had no choice but to sever its own tails, cutting them off to keep the flames from reaching vital parts of its body. You've left yourself open, Eight Tails. A flying thunder god kunai spun through the air. In the instant the Eight Tails' focus was drawn away by Amaterasu, Izuna used the Jutsu's teleportation to flash before the beast's eyes. Their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. A sharp glare. The tomo of Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan, shaped like the character person, reflected in the Eight Tails' pupils. In a heartbeat, the Eight Tails felt its entire world shift. From the rugged plains and mountains, it was suddenly plunged into darkness, so thick it could not see its own hand. The next instant, countless golden spikes pinned its massive body in place. Overhead, a full moon glowed, mirroring the Mangekyo Sharingan's unique pattern Izuna had shown in his eyes. Will this work? Izuna wondered. Back in reality, Izuna's eyes remained firmly fixed on the Eight Tails, pouring wave after wave of Jinjutsu power into the monstrous beast. Gradually, in the Eight Tails' pale eyes, the outline of the Sharingan's Tomo began to take shape. A guttural roar ripped from its throat, a deep, thunderous bellow. Bringing its massive palms together, the Eight Tails unleashed a torrent of chakra from within, a flood so intense that the very earth around them quaked. The nascent pattern of a Sharingan that had begun to form in its eyes was shattered in an instant. By disrupting its own chakra, the beast had broken free from the illusion cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna immediately leapt from the bridge of the Eight Tails' nose. Even a Mangekyo Sharingan's illusions, unless evolved into the eternal Mangekyo, could not hope to control a monster of this caliber. You dare try to control me, the great Gyuki? Bastard! You filthy human! Now truly enraged, the Eight Tails could hardly contain its fury at the attempt to dominate its will. Its maw yawned wide, and chakra from all around surged to the beast's mouth, gathering and compressing into a dark, purple sphere. That was the tailed beast bomb, a technique beyond S-Rank, so powerful that only the perfect Susanoo or Hashirama Senju's with human technique could possibly withstand it. Die, you wretched human. With a furious toss of its head, the Eight Tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb, a dark violet beam of raw energy, directly at Izuna. The earth split open in its wake, a bottomless chasm racing forward at breakneck speed. Finally, after tearing through distance unknown, was it miles or tens of miles? The beam burst into a semicircular wave of energy and exploded. A thunderous explosion echoed across the land. Far off, a mushroom cloud blossomed slowly, rising into the sky. Oomph! The Eight Tails remained deeply unsettled, but thought to itself, that wretched human must surely be dead by now. That's some impressive firepower. A sudden shout pierced his ears, causing Gyuki's expression to change dramatically as he snapped his gaze toward the source of the voice. To his shock, he saw Izuna standing at the lower right of his abdomen, right hand pressed firmly against his belly. Clearly, he had managed to dodge the tailed beast ball just moments before. Was it a teleportation jutsu? Impossible. He hadn't seen Izuna throw a kunai. Izuna lifted his right hand from Gyuki's skin, revealing a talisman inscribed with characters. It was the mark of the flying thunder god. He had already inscribed it there, while using the great spiraling sphere earlier. Damn it, weak, but such a nuisance. Furious that his ultimate attack had missed, Gyuki lashed out with a punch. Izuna dodged with ease, retreating more than 100 meters in a flash. He raised both hands, calling out, "Let's end this battle here, Gyuki. Next time, I'll make sure to capture you." If Izuna were to unleash the full power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, it was still uncertain whether he could actually defeat Gyuki. But Izuna's purpose wasn't victory, it was control. And the only way was through the power of his eyes. Now that he was certain the Mangekyo's power was still insufficient to control Gyuki, there was no reason to continue fighting. "Did I say you could leave?" Gyuki roared, coming and going as he pleased. Did Izuna really think he was so easy to handle? Victory is uncertain in battle, but if I want to leave, you won't be able to stop me. Izuna formed a cross-shaped sign with his hands and, in an instant, created 5 shadow clones. All 6 of them scattered in different directions, several of them disappearing in a flash with the flying thunder god. If Gyuki had spent more time around humans in the years to come, he would no doubt have cursed out loud at this moment. With the aid of his clones and the flying thunder god, Izuna could easily seize the title of fastest shinobi in the world from Tobarama Senju. With such speed and mobility, Gyuki, who was not particularly agile among the tailed beasts, stood no chance of catching him. Glancing at the mark on his belly, Gyuki's eyes narrowed. He jabbed his finger into the spot, tearing the skin in an attempt to destroy the seal. But Gyuki didn't know. The flying thunder god seal couldn't be undone so easily. Only one who wielded the power of the 6 paths could erase it completely. Reaching the borders of the land of fire, Izuna finally couldn't go on. He collapsed beside the trunk of a great tree. Though he had braced himself in advance, the chakra and ocular power he'd spent fighting Gyuki far exceeded his expectations. Capturing a tailed beast would have to wait. It was better to address his most urgent needs first. With that thought, Izuna retrieved a scroll from his pouch. Leaning against the tree to rest and recover his chakra, he began to study the sage techniques of the Yugo clan. Meanwhile, just 200 miles away from Izuna's location, another dense forest was the site of a fierce battle. The Uchiha, allied with 4 other clans, were launching a major assault against the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. "Deputy Chief, have you finished reviewing today's documents? If not, you can hand over the ones you've completed, and I'll take them for processing." Night had fallen at the Uchiha compound, inside Izuna's residence. Uchiha Takahiko, who was in charge of battlefield logistics and served as the head steward, knelt at the doorway to Izuna's room, respectfully addressing him from outside. Ever since Madara had led the ninja army, uniting four clans from the northwest to attack the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, countless affairs, large and small, had fallen onto Izuna's shoulders as deputy chief. The documents that needed his review were usually delivered by various department heads straight to Izuna's residence. Later, they would send someone to collect them once he was done. Among them, Uchiha Takahiko, responsible for battlefield logistics, was easily one of the most diligent, appearing more often than anyone else. Almost every other day, he would arrive carrying a stack of paperwork, waiting for Izuna's review. In the past, Izuna would always place the reviewed scrolls just outside his door, so that staff from each department could simply pick them up when they arrived. But tonight, when Takahiko arrived, he found no documents waiting at the doorway. So he called out inside, just as he was doing now. Neither Takahiko nor the other clan members, who were currently stationed at the compound, could have guessed that the one reviewing the documents all this time was actually Izuna's shadow clone. Originally, Izuna had only planned to leave the village to obtain the method for training in sage arts, with no intention of getting entangled in any battles. So, leaving a shadow clone behind seemed more than sufficient. Yet, Izuna hadn't expected to encounter the Eight Tails on his way back. The moment the real Izuna ran out of chakra or was seriously injured, the shadow clone would vanish on its own, out of his control. The clone left behind in the compound had disappeared earlier that morning, its chakra spent during Izuna's fierce battle with the Eight Tails. Takahiko called out several more times, but there was still no reply. A wave of confusion swept through him, and he spoke again. "Deputy Chief, forgive my intrusion." With that, Uchiha Takahiko slid open the paper door. What greeted him was an empty room. Only a calligraphy brush, its ink long dried, lay on the tatami mat. On the desk, a stack of documents sat, half-reviewed. Deputy Chief. Takahiko started in alarm. He fell silent, his mind racing. He strode quickly to the entrance of Izuna's estate and asked the two maids stationed there. "You two, did the deputy chief leave the residence again today?" The two maids exchanged glances, then both shook their heads. "No, we've been here the whole day. We didn't see the deputy chief go out at all." If the maids at the door hadn't seen anything then, had the deputy chief been secretly abducted? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Uchiha Takahiko shook his head, dismissing it. After all, this was the very heart of the Uchiha clan's territory. No ninja had ever managed to infiltrate this deeply. Besides, with Izuna's strength, was there truly anyone in this world capable of whisking him away without leaving a trace? That left only one answer. He must have left on his own. As for the reason, Takahiko had no idea. The fact that Izuna hadn't informed his subordinates of his departure meant he didn't want anyone to know. Although it was a serious matter for the deputy clan leader to leave the territory without notice, after much deliberation, Takahiko decided to keep Izuna's absence a secret for now. If he still hadn't returned after 2 days, then he'd report to the elders. Meanwhile, 100 miles away, Izuna was racing back toward the clan grounds at top speed. When a shadow clone disperses, its memories return to the original. Through those memories, he now understood the current state of the battlefield. Madara's first battle had gone overwhelmingly in his favor, but the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were no easy opponents. It was clear that the fight would drag on, with no victor emerging anytime soon. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Lightning style, Chidori. On the battlefield, Madara first unleashed a sweeping wave of fire, clearing out most of the enemies before him. Then, quick as lightning, he launched a Chidori at those who still stood. The war had raged for more than half a month now, a stark contrast to Izuna's strategy on the northwestern front, where he had avoided direct confrontation at all costs. But ever since gaining the allegiance of the 4 northwestern clans, Madara's approach could only be described as ferocious. Nearly every 3 days, he would launch an assault against the Sarutobi and Shimura forces. And each time, he led the charge himself, always at the front lines. This way of fighting was a world apart from Izuna's, and it didn't go unnoticed by the 4 northwestern clans who had once suffered heavy losses at Izuna's hands. They now saw the difference between the two brothers. "If possible, I'd much prefer to have Uchiha Izuna lead us in a battle." As the new head of the Watanabe clan, Watanabe Ryomi dodged a Shimura ninja's wind-style attack, formed seals, and countered with water-style, all while secretly weighing his thoughts. Madara's ferocity certainly boosted the troops' morale, but as a leader, Ryomi much preferred the tactician Izuna at the helm. Such a strategist always sought to achieve the greatest results at the smallest cost. Having already endured a major war, Watanabe, and the other three clans found themselves weary of Madara's relentless assaults. But as newly subjugated vassals of the Uchiha, they had no grounds to voice their complaints. Not so soon after swearing fealty, lest they make their future lives even more difficult. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Serial Waves. Suddenly, from Madara's front, fire style and wind style combined into a massive flaming tornado, its power rivaling that of an S-rank jutsu. With the heightened perception granted by his 3-tomo Sharingan, Madara had already drawn the Uchiha flame fan from his back, holding it horizontally before him as a shield. A roaring surge. Flame swept forth from Madara's body, consuming everything on either side in their scorching path. After a dozen seconds, the fire gradually died down. Madara moved his fan aside, emerging utterly unscathed. So that's the legendary flame fan, passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan? From ahead, an elderly man with streaks of gray in his hair, looking to be around 50, leapt down. At his side stood a middle-aged ninja of similar age, with a particularly fierce expression. They were unmistakably the two clan leaders of Sarutobi and Shimura, Sarutobi Koga and Shimura Keizo. The Sarutobi and Shimura clan leaders have joined the fight. A chunin from the Kikawa clan cried out in astonishment. The corner of Madara's lips curled into a faint smile. He raised his fan, pointing it at the pair with a hint of mockery. After hiding like turtles in your shells for half a month, you finally decided to show yourselves? For half a month of bitter conflict, Sarutobi Koga and Shimura Keizo had not appeared on the battlefield, instead directing their forces from behind the lines. In contrast, Madara had personally donned his armor and fought from the very first battle. It was this difference that made his words so scornful upon seeing them now. Shimura Keizo's face was cold as he replied, "Young Uchiha, back when I fought your father, Uchiha Taijima, you were nowhere to be seen. Maybe you'd like to join him in the afterlife?" As a clan leader barely in his early 20s, Madara had no patience for those who played the age card. Without another word, he charged forward, fan and scythe at the ready. The first light of dawn crept through doors and windows, rousing those who guarded the Uchiha compound to begin another day's work. Even in the rear, those handling logistics found little respite compared to the front lines. Transporting provisions and weapons, standing guard against enemy raids. Every task was tangled and demanding. Izuna had been away for just one night, yet a mountain of matters had already piled up, a testament to how overwhelming the workload had become. Uchiha Takahiko arrived with another stack of scrolls and documents that needed Izuna's approval, wondering how he would explain things to the departments if Izuna were absent. Last night, he had barely managed to placate the staff with the deputy clan leader is too exhausted. He'll handle all approvals tomorrow night, when they inquired about the still unreviewed questionnaires in Izuna's quarters. If he used the same excuse tonight, suspicion would be inevitable. Reaching Izuna's door, Takahiko knelt, as usual, and called inside. "Deputy clan leader, this morning's documents for your review have been delivered. Thank you for your hard work. Bring them in." Izuna's voice answered from within, catching Takahiko off guard for a moment. Then, a smile of relief and joy spread across his face. He hurriedly slid open the door and stepped inside, only to find Izuna sitting cross-legged at the desk, brush in hand, sorting through the leftover documents from the previous night. "What's the matter?" Noticing the look of surprise on Uchiha Gien's face, Izuna glanced over and asked. Goien quickly understood the meaning behind Izuna's look and immediately lowered his head in response. "It's nothing." Izuna's intention was clear. He didn't want anyone to know about his secret departure. Since nothing untoward had happened, Goien naturally resolved to keep the matter to himself. After all, provoking the vice clan leader's ire over a trivial matter would be utterly foolish. Izuna opened the documents delivered that day. The first scroll detailed the Uchiha's casualties and the medical supplies needed. Next came reports on their clashes with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. One particular piece of information caught Izuna's attention. It detailed the number of troops the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had deployed. Judging by the number of jonin sent to the front lines, it was hard to believe they had actually lost more than 20 jonin. But Izuna grasped the truth at once. The old foxes Sarutobi Koga and Shimura Keizo were trying to hide the severe depletion of their clan's fighting strength. To put it bluntly, they were putting up a front. At a time like this, they absolutely could not let the other ninja clans discover the extent of their losses, or the enemies who still harbored grudges would be quick to take advantage. Izuna would not send Uchiha Sashu and the others to spread the word, either. Doing so would be as good as telling Sarutobi Koga and his ilk that it was, at least in part, the Uchiha who had slain more than 20 of their elite jonin. That would only cement an irreconcilable blood feud between the clans. But this also told Izuna something else. The rear strongholds of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans were now vulnerable. Since they'd sent nearly all their elite fighters to the front, their home defenses were bound to be thin. It was just that hardly anyone knew this yet. Guiyin, if we took a roundabout route and launched a surprise attack on the Sarutobi and Shimura clan strongholds, do you think the plan would work? Izuna's eyes remained on the documents as he posed the question to Guiyin at his side. Guiyin was taken aback, frowning in thought for a long moment before replying. I'm in charge of logistics, and my strategic sense is not a fraction of yours, Vice Clan Leader, but I don't think it's feasible. Izuna's gaze drifted to the map of the Warring States period hanging on his wall. The locations of the Sarutobi and Shimura clan strongholds were clearly marked. Surrounded by mountains, they were easy to defend and hard to attack. Attempting to cross the mountains for a rear assault would be nearly impossible. Back when Izuna had infiltrated so easily as Kite, it was only thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, a ninja art that was nearly a cheat code. Wait a minute. Flying Thunder God. A sudden idea flickered in Izuna's mind. He said calmly, Takeyoshi, you may leave for now. I'll hand these documents to you before sunset. Yes, sir. Uchiha Takeyoshi bowed his head and exited the room. Once he was alone, Izuna opened the system's skill tree, and one particular line appeared before him. Skill points, 202. Flying Thunder God technique, B rank acquired. Flying Thunder God, second stage, A rank acquired. Flying Thunder God, third stage, S rank locked. Skill points required, 80. The third stage of the Flying Thunder God was a level above the second stage he currently commanded, a formidable S rank ninjutsu. Among its techniques was the Flying Thunder God, Guiding Lightning, which allowed him to expand a Flying Thunder God barrier, manipulate the transfer of attacks, and even shift devastating moves like the Tailed Beast Bomb elsewhere. Naturally, this also meant he could move people within the barrier, say, an entire shinobi army. There was another move, Flying Thunder God, mutual instantaneous rotation. Unlike before, where he could only teleport to objects marked with his formula, now he could swap places with those marked objects themselves. It was virtually a nerfed version of Kamui. In truth, this was a ninjutsu as powerful as a bug in the system. With a technique like this, Izuna could relocate the entire shinobi army without anyone ever noticing. However, he had already used the Flying Thunder God multiple times under the name Kite. Izuna had intended for the Flying Thunder God to be Kite's signature technique. Although Yui Masanari and the previous leaders of the 4 northwestern clans, all of whom had witnessed Kite's Flying Thunder God, were now dead, there were still 2 old foxes left, Shimura Keizo and Sarutobi Furukawa. Even if an ambush succeeded, that didn't guarantee those 2 would be killed. They were both at Kaga level, after all. But the real issue was the skill points. He was only a third of the way from the 300 skill points needed for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. By conservative estimates, it would be about another year before he could make the exchange. At this critical juncture, even for the sake of his clan, Izuna was unwilling to spend any points on other ninjutsu. If he could relieve the strain of the Mangekyo, then delaying the exchange for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan a bit longer would matter. The main problem was his current 300-degree nearsightedness, which was starting to get on his nerves. It wasn't enough to disrupt daily life for now, but if he had to put off the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in favor of the more war-critical third stage of the Flying Thunder God, then he had to address the side effects of the Mangekyo first. There was a solution. One was the Sage Art Scroll he'd acquired from the Yugo clan. The other was a Tailed Beast. That's right, a Tailed Beast. Through his battle with the 8 Tails yesterday, Izuna discovered that as long as he didn't rely on the Mangekyo's unique abilities or summon Susanoo, but simply used Jinjutsu, the energy cost was actually quite minimal. Using Jinjutsu to control a Tailed Beast, and then fighting with the Tailed Beast as his weapon, seemed to be an excellent way to both ease the burden on his Mangekyo and greatly increase his own strength. Sasuke, Izuna called softly. The next moment, a shadow appeared at the door of Izuna's room. Deputy Clan Leader. From now on, I want the Intelligence Division to help me track down the whereabouts of the Tailed Beasts. Uchiha Sasuke, standing at the door, froze for a moment, confusion in his tone as he echoed, T-tailed beasts. Izuna shot him a sidelong glance, suddenly realizing that in this era, the term tailed beast hadn't yet been widely defined. He briefly explained, I'm talking about those monsters with tails, creatures made of concentrated chakra. You should have seen records of them in the clan's historical tomes. Uchiha Sasuke pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up in realization. You mean those monsters? Focus your search on tailed beasts with 4 tails or fewer. Once you find any trace of them, report to me immediately. His earlier attempt to control the 8 tails with his Mangekyo Sharingan had failed, but there had been a faint glimmer of hope. Since that was the case, it made sense to set his sights on tailed beasts of a lower level, those with 4 tails or fewer. Yes, sir, Sasuke responded with a nod, but then hesitated, his words tinged with concern. But Deputy Clan Leader, these are times of war. Most of our intelligence division has already been dispatched to the front lines to assist the clan leader. With only the remaining personnel available, I'm afraid the investigation may take quite some time. Izuna closed his eyes and thought for several minutes. Then, he picked up a brush, walked to the map hanging on the wall, and drew a circle of 4 locations. Relying on memories from his previous life, and based on the future Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, he marked the positions accordingly. The one-tail, Shikaku, located in the western deserts, the future land of wind. The two-tails, Matatabi, in the northern valleys, the future land of lightning. The three-tails, Isabu, in the eastern coastal regions, the future land of water. The four-tails, Son Goku. According to what it told Naruto after being captured by Madara, it once resided in a place called Flowerfruit Mountain, Water Curtain Cave, a name so absurd it left Izuna speechless. However, since its Jinchuriki later came from a Wagakure, Izuna decided to have the Intelligence Division search in the northwestern lands, the future territory of the Land of Earth. Izuna summoned Uchiha Sasuke into the room, pointed at the map, and said, have the Intelligence Division focus their efforts on investigating these 4 locations. Although Sasuke was quite curious about how Izuna could be so certain the tailed beast would be found in such places as a subordinate, he dared not question further. He simply replied, understood, and used the body flicker technique to vanish swiftly from the room. As for redeeming the 3rd-level Flying Thunder God technique, let's put that on hold for now. After Uchiha Izuna left, Izuna sat cross-legged on the porch beside the courtyard. He placed 2 scrolls side by side, both brought back from Sage Island. The scroll on the right contained an introduction written by the ancestors of the Yugo clan, outlining the risks of Sage Jutsu. The very first rule stated, when training to harness Sage Chakra, a seasoned practitioner must be present to provide guidance. Most importantly, the practitioner must be prevented from absorbing too much natural energy when gathering Sage Chakra, as this could cause them to lose control or even die on the spot. Well then, I'll try this technique. Izuna pressed his index and middle fingers of both hands together into a cross. With a sharp bang, he created a shadow clone. The clone sat down cross-legged, then raised its index and middle fingers to form the end hand seal. Following the instructions in the scroll, it began attempting to gather Sage Chakra. Bang! 2 hours passed. Izuna, with his Sharingan activated, kept watch as the original. He finally noticed that the chakra flow inside the shadow clone was starting to resemble the unique flow he'd seen in Nichiko and the others back on Sage Island. But just as the change appeared, the shadow clone burst into a cloud of smoke. Unconvinced, Izuna created 3 more shadow clones in quick succession, but the results were the same. Each time the clones managed to generate even a trace of Sage Chakra, the next instant, they all self-destructed together. Shadow clones can't withstand the natural energy. He didn't want to admit it, but it had become clear, using shadow clones to avoid the risks of training with Sage Chakra was impossible. He remembered that in the future, Uzumaki Naruto had used a technique against pain, instantly restoring his chakra by dispelling shadow clones that had accumulated Sage Chakra. But that was only after Naruto had mastered Sage Mode. Besides, his own training wasn't in Mount Mayaboku, and Naruto's experience couldn't serve as a reference. I guess there's no other way. Muttering to himself, Izuna formed another hand sign and created another shadow clone. But this time was different from before. Now, it was the original Izuna who sat cross-legged, while the shadow clone stood guard at his side, ready to intervene at the first sign of the natural energy running wild. With the experience passed on from the previous clones, Izuna now found the process of training in Sage Jutsu much smoother. As he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, he felt a strange sensation in his core. His eyelids twitched. Without realizing it, irregular sage markings, reminiscent of the curse mark that Orochimaru would later place on Uchiha Sasuke, began to spread across his body. But even more alarming, his body started to undergo strange changes, like the monstrous mutations he'd witnessed on Sage Island when fighting Old Man Ichiko. The shadow clone's expression changed as well. As the original's body began to falter, the clone felt the effects and started to fade. Sensing the crisis, the shadow clone swiftly drew a kunai and hurled it into Izuna's shoulder. Bang! In the next instant, the shadow clone dissolved into a puff of white mist. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder, and only then did Izuna snap out of Sage Mode, his body instantly returning to normal. As the memories of his shadow clone flooded into his mind, Izuna was astonished to realize that during all those bizarre changes in his body, he hadn't noticed anything amiss at all. Was that the side effect of becoming one with nature? Izuna couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of dread. when fusing with natural energy and forming sage chakra. Even if the body undergoes strange transformations, the practitioner remains unaware. In this respect, he was just like Naruto Uzumaki. That's why so many who trained in sage jutsu at Mount Myaboku failed and turned into stone frogs. And whenever his body changed, even his shadow clones would be affected and vanish. If it hadn't been for that last shuriken, he might have perished right then and there, succumbing to the overwhelming force of sage chakra. Damn it, should I find someone to assist me? Shadow clones were no longer reliable as helpers. If they disappeared before they could restrain a rampaging sage transformation, what then? Yet Izuna was reluctant to let the whole clan know he was training in sage jutsu. If he had to seek help, the only one left was Uchiha Madara, who was still fighting on the front lines. Although Izuna wasn't keen on letting Madara in on this secret either. No choice. I'll just have to try this instead. This time, Izuna formed the Shun hand seal first, then the familiar cross sign of the shadow clone, and once again split off a clone. But unlike before, this new technique was one he developed himself, shaped by his own transformation. Lightning release, shadow clone, an A-rank jutsu. This version of the shadow clone could withstand a certain level of attack, and when defeated by an enemy, would release a surge of electricity to paralyze the opponent. Deputy Chief, I apologize for the delay. We've finally tracked down the tailed beast, a creature with 3 tails and the appearance of a turtle. Uchiha Sasha knelt on one knee before Izuna, presenting him with a small map. A particular spot was marked in red ink. It had been more than 20 days since Izuna had issued the order to search for the tailed beasts. By the standards of the Covert Investigation Division, this was already a long time. But even from the start, there hadn't been many operatives available, and the tailed beasts all inhabited remote wilderness far from human settlements. Even though Izuna had provided a general direction, finding them was no easy task. During this period, Izuna's mastery over Sage Mode had grown a bit more refined. At the very least, he was no longer at constant risk of losing control to wild surges of natural energy, though true Sage Mode was still a distant goal. He couldn't recall exactly how long Naruto Uzumaki had taken to master Sage Mode in the original story, but Izuna was certain that Naruto's progress had far outstripped his own. The difference in growth between someone who learns on their own and someone guided by Sage is worlds apart. This location is very close to the land of whirlpools. No, perhaps it's better to say it's close to the Senju's territory, Kwana said with a furrowed brow. On the map, the area circled in red lay on the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire, just across the sea from the Land of Whirlpools. In other words, it was situated right behind the Senju clan's territory, directly facing the Uzumaki. For Kwana, the deputy leader of the Uchiha, to venture here in pursuit of a tailed beast was, to say the least, extraordinarily risky. That's why we hope you can wait, Deputy Chief. Once our Covert Investigation Unit tracks down the whereabouts of the other tailed beasts, we can act. Uchiha Sashu urged as well. Although the Uzumaki had never formally taken part in the Wars of the Warring States period, they had always been steadfast allies of the Senju. If Kwana made a move, and anything went awry, he could end up surrounded by both the Senju and the Uzumaki. A perilous situation indeed. No, I'm going. Yet Kwana rejected Uchiha Sashu's attempt to dissuade him. Deputy Chief, Uchiha Sashu exclaimed anxiously. In your eyes, do I look like someone who would act recklessly without a plan? Kwana countered. Uchiha Sashu was at a loss for words. I will. If I really were to be surrounded by them. No, that's impossible. I'll use a secret technique to escape. You don't have to worry. Kwana said as he stood up, forming a hand seal to create a lightning release shadow clone. He added, although I'm leaving behind a shadow clone, when the real body enters combat, there's a good chance the clone will vanish. I'll inform the decision-making elders that I'm on a classified mission, and as for the rank-and-file shinobi, I'll conceal my absence from the territory entirely. Even though a lightning release shadow clone could endure a bit more damage than an ordinary one, against a tailed beast, that endurance was nearly meaningless. For this departure, Kwana had to notify the decision-making council, led by the 3 great elders. Understood. Seeing that Kwana's mind was made up and knowing he couldn't stop him, Uchiha Sashu asked, Deputy Chief, should I send someone to accompany you? No need. I'll go alone. Just like when he'd stolen the scroll before. This mission required a secret infiltration. The Senju had far more sensory-type shinobi than the Uchiha. Avoiding their surveillance was impossible for any ordinary ninja. Only someone like him, who possessed Flying Thunder God, could pull it off. Unless one had reached the very pinnacle of Jonin-level strength. Facing a tailed beast meant being crushed as easily as an ant. With war raging, most of the top-tier fighters who'd remained in the clan had already been sent to the front lines by Madara. For the sake of the bigger picture, it was best not to mobilize any elite forces now. As the head of the covert investigation unit, Uchiha Sashu understood all this perfectly. He simply replied, "I'll inform the elders. Please, Deputy Chief, be careful." As the long-standing rivals of the Uchiha, the Senju clan were far from idle, while the Uchiha allied with the four northwestern clans to deal with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. It was only because they deployed small, covert squads, rather than mobilizing their forces on a large scale, that the Uchiha were fooled into believing the Senju were faithfully abiding by the truce and staying quietly within their own borders. In truth, under the leadership of their clan head, Senju Hikoma, as well as the two brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, a large number of Senju elites had already set out in teams, moving covertly across the land. With the advantage of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobarama led his older brother Hashirama as they slipped like phantoms across the battlefield, circling around to the mountainous rear of the Sarutobi and Shimura territories, intent on meeting with the heads of those two clans. Amazingly, not a single one among the 1,000-strong Uchiha and their four allied clans noticed the brothers' clandestine maneuver. Though their number was small, only two, the power of Hashirama alone was enough to face 1,000 enemies, and with Tobarama's mastery of the Flying Thunder God, the two of them could escape unscathed even from the midst of an army. Tobarama was supremely confident in the success of this mission. Meanwhile, Senju Hikoma, the clan head, personally led a squad of 5 elite jonin across the sea to the land of the Uzumaki, the land of whirlpools. His purpose was singular: to persuade the Uzumaki to join the war and to request a marriage alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki, thereby strengthening the bond between their clans. In fact, 2 days earlier, Uzumaki Hirokai, the great elder of the Uzumaki, had already met with Senju Hikoma. Within the Uzumaki clan, the great elder's authority surpassed even that of the clan head. He was the true decision-maker. Upon hearing Hikoma's proposal for an alliance through marriage, and his hope that the Uzumaki would formally enter the war, Hirokai immediately convened a high-level council and arranged lodgings so that Hikoma and his party could stay for the time being. The Uzumaki had not participated in war for a century, yet the Senju had sent their own clan head as an envoy, a testament to their determination. To be honest, most of the Uzumaki, accustomed to a life of peace, had little desire to be drawn into conflict, and the overwhelming majority voiced their opposition. Nonetheless, the peace the Uzumaki enjoyed was inseparable from the protection of the Senju. For 100 years, it was the Senju who had shielded them from harm and made their tranquil days possible. Given that this time the envoy was none other than Senju Hikoma himself, the Uzumaki dared not refuse outright. For a time, the Uzumaki Elders' Council was abuzz with heated debate. Senju Hikoma and his 5 companions stayed in Uzushio village for 3 days in succession, waiting for Hirokai and the elders to reach a decision. Though Hikoma himself remained patient, his subordinates were growing restless. Clan head, don't you think the Uzumaki are taking rather too long with their deliberations? Senju Togiya, the jonin brought along by Senju Shionjin this time, couldn't help but complain. It's already the 3rd day. Aren't they taking too long to discuss this? Another person chimed in. The Uzumaki are truly timid and overcautious. If it weren't for us Senju, would they have enjoyed so many years of peace and quiet? Senju Shionjin flashed a sly, seasoned smile. You're all too impatient. We can afford to wait. Once Hashirama and Tobarama succeed in forging alliances with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, that will become our bargaining chip in negotiations with the Uzumaki. The Uzumaki clan's council chamber was housed within a shrine in Uzushio village. The grand main hall, illuminated by flickering candlelight on both sides, exuded an air of solemnity tinged with an unsettling gloom. At this moment, the clan's high council, led by the great elder Uzumaki Guanghai and clan leader Uzumaki Hikari, were deep in discussion over whether to accept the Senju's conditions. The great elder's stance was to agree, but with haggling. Not everyone needed to take to the battlefield. At the very least, they must ensure the Uzumaki bloodline could be passed down for generations. Clan leader Uzumaki Hikari, however, was not convinced. The site of the Great War lay across the sea from the land of whirlpools. The flames of conflict were unlikely to reach the Uzumaki, so there was no need to accept Senju Shionjin's terms. Now well into his 60s, with a full head of white hair, Uzumaki Guanghai stroked his beard and glanced at Hikari, sitting across from him. He could still detect a trace of discontent in the other's eyes. It was no wonder. After all, in the Uzumaki clan, the great elder held more authority than the clan leader. Hikari's resentment was only natural. At that moment, a jonin from the elder's faction addressed Hikari. So, clan leader, are you saying we should offend the Senju? A dozen pairs of eyes turned to focus on Hikari. Everyone knew that, given the land of Whirlpool's geography. Angering the Senju could only end badly. Hikari did indeed harbor some dissatisfaction toward great elder Guanghai, but he was no fool. He quickly replied, I only mean we should reject Senju Xiongjian's proposal, not that we should make enemies of the Senju. And what exactly do you mean, clan leader? Another elder, his hair snowy white, asked. Though I disagree with sending our people to war, there's another condition we can accept, the marriage alliance with the Senju vice-clan leader, Hashirama. As he said this, Hikari looked at Guanghai with a subtle, inscrutable smile. So, great elder, we'll have to trouble you to make a sacrifice for the clan. It was obvious to everyone that Hikari was intentionally trying to make things difficult for Guanghai. As clan leader, he had no daughter, and his age was hardly a match for Hashirama. Surveying the Uzumaki High Council, there was only one person whose daughter could match Hashirama in both status and age, the daughter of Uzumaki Guanghai. A deep, resonant drumbeat echoed through the hall, booming, ominous, and impossible to ignore. At that moment, the great doors of the shrine swung open. Everyone's expression changed. They were all somewhat displeased. How could anyone dare enter during a meeting of the clan's highest council? Yet, as soon as they saw who it was, their dissatisfaction quickly faded from their faces. The newcomer was a young woman, no more than 16, at the very height of a woman's youthful beauty. Her long, waterfall-like red hair, the signature of the Uzumaki clan, was swept up and pinned with a delicate hair ornament. Her hairstyle bore a certain resemblance to the elegant style seen in court dramas from the Qing dynasty that Izuna had watched in her previous life. She wore a simple white gauze dress, accented with pale blue floral patterns. As she approached with quick, delicate steps, her breathtaking beauty was unmistakable, yet her every movement radiated the refined elegance of a young lady raised in a noble household. This was Uzumaki Mito, granddaughter of the clan's grand elder, Uzumaki Hirokai, truly the princess of the Uzumaki clan. She was, in fact, the very person whom Uzumaki Hikari had just mentioned as the most suitable candidate for an alliance marriage with Hashirama of the Senju. Oh, Mito, you're here. We were just talking about you. Uzumaki Hikari called out loudly. Uzumaki Mito walked up to the assembled elders, her hands folded gracefully at her waist. She bowed her head slightly in greeting, her voice clear and ethereal. I have heard that the Senju clan leader is here to request an alliance by marriage, as well as a formal alliance between our clans. May I be allowed to share my thoughts on the matter? Uzumaki Hikari frowned deeply and asked, Mito, do you mean you're unwilling to? Before he could finish, Uzumaki Mito interrupted him rather bluntly. Uncle Hikari, if it's for the good of the clan, I do not object to an alliance by marriage. But please, allow me to finish what I have to say. As the clan leader, being cut off by a junior in front of so many people was quite a blow to his dignity. Still, Uzumaki Hikari forced down his irritation and motioned for Mito to continue. Though Mito was not yet a member of the council, her unparalleled talent for sealing techniques, unmatched in the clan's history, had already marked her as the future's most likely candidate to become the Uzumaki's first female clan leader. Coupled with the influence of her grandfather, the current grand elder, her status within the clan could hardly be considered less than that of Uzumaki Hikari and the other elders. I believe we should ally with the Senju and take part in the war, Mito stated. Her words startled the assembly for a brief moment, but they quickly composed themselves. After all, her grandfather was the greatest supporter of an alliance with the Senju. It was only natural for grandfather and granddaughter to share the same opinion. Oh, and your reasons? Inquired one of Hikari's trusted jonin, his tone cold. To him, and to most of those present, Mito's view was simply a reflection of her grandfather's influence. What could a 16-year-old girl possibly understand? Uzumaki Mito remained standing in the center of the group, without taking a seat. Her lips parted lightly as she spoke. Uncles, have you ever wondered why, this time, when the Senju proposed a marriage alliance, it was the clan leader, Senju Butsuma, who came as the envoy, rather than the deputy clan leader or the person directly involved, Senju Hashirama himself. As soon as Mito finished speaking, the members of the Uzumaki clan present exchanged puzzled glances. At first, they had all thought this was a sign of how seriously the Senju took the matter. But now, after hearing Mito's words, they too began to feel something was off. Sending Hashirama as the envoy would make more sense. After all, if a marriage alliance was to be arranged, he would be the groom. Mito, do you have any thoughts on this? Uzumaki Hirokai asked. Yes, grandfather, Mito replied, her words startling everyone. I believe the Senju clan already harbors the ambition to end the chaos of the warring states and unite the entire land. The Senju are strong, Were they really capable of ending these turbulent times? Someone questioned. The Uchiha have already absorbed the 4 clans of the Northwest. In terms of strength, they are in no way inferior to the Senju. And the Hyuga clan is no pushover, either. How could it be so simple to pull this off? The hall erupted into a flurry of discussion, voices overlapping in astonishment. This era of warring states had lasted for centuries. How could it be ended just because someone wished it so? Uzumaki Hirokai raised his hand to quiet the crowd. In a grave tone, he said, "Let Mito continue." All attention returned to Uzumaki Mito. She closed her eyes and thought for a moment before opening them and continuing, "If I'm not mistaken, the reason Senju Hashirama didn't come to the land of Whirlpools as the envoy is because he has secretly gone to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans to forge an alliance with them on behalf of the Senju. It's often said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. With the Uchiha and their allies relentlessly pressing the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, it would make perfect sense for the Senju to seek a secret alliance with them." Uzumaki Hikaru stroked his chin, puzzled. If that's the case, then why not switch things around? Send Senju Butsuma to the Sarutobi and have Hashirama come here to negotiate the marriage? Mito's lips parted as she explained. "If you ask me, the reason is simple. Hashirama's strength surpasses that of Butsuma. The combined might of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans was much greater than that of the Uzumaki. So, if you're sending envoys to negotiate alliances, you'd naturally send your strongest to the tougher opponents and the lesser to the easier side. Given that the Senju sent Hashirama to the Sarutobi and Butsuma, the clan leader, to the Uzumaki, there's only one conclusion. Hashirama's strength exceeds Butsuma's, even as the clan leader." As soon as Mito finished speaking, the room was once again filled with a buzz of disbelief. It was almost unimaginable. After all, wasn't Hashirama only just in his early 20s? Senju Yukin was just past 40, truly at the peak of a ninja's strength, a height not far behind that of Senju Butsuma himself. Had Hashirama already surpassed even him? If Senju Yukin were present, he would have been utterly astonished by Mito Uzumaki's analysis. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that a girl, scarcely 16 or 17, and never having set foot outside the land of Whirlpools, could dissect the actions of the Senju clan with such clarity. If Madara's younger brother, Izuna, were here, he too would have regarded Mito Uzumaki with the highest respect. Truly, she was worthy of her reputation. The woman who aided Hashirama in bringing peace to a war-torn era and became the very first Jinchuriki. If Hashirama, at his current age, already possessed power surpassing Yukin's, who could say what he might become in a few more years? This made the opposition, including Hikaru Uzumaki and his allies, pause for thought. They would have to reconsider whether to accept the Senju's demands after all. Just then, a thunderous rumble shook the ground. The candles inside the shrine, serving as the only light, toppled and snapped in two from the tremors. Uzumaki Hirokai and the others quickly leapt to their feet and strode out of the shrine. In the northwest, beyond the village, a mushroom cloud of staggering scale was rising from a mountain cliff. What on earth is that? Shock seized every wrinkle of Hirokai's aged face. Even as a veteran at the Kage level, he knew he was incapable of unleashing such devastating jutsu. A chunin from the Uzumaki appeared beside the council, reporting, "Clan leader, elders." There was a sudden flash of red light, just now. Fortunately, the village's barrier deflected the attack toward the mountain. Otherwise, Mito Uzumaki furrowed her graceful brows, closed her eyes, and focused her chakra. Her sensory ability swept through the land of Whirlpools, swift as the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and she sensed two tremendous chakras locked in battle in the Southern Sea territory. Grandfather, there are two immense chakra sources in the Southern Sea. Mito's eyes flew open as she called out to Hirokai. At that moment, Senju Yukin and his party hurried over, having heard Mito's words. Their gazes drifted from her back to Hirokai. "Elder Hirokai, what's happened?" Hirokai's aged features grew solemn. "It appears we have guests in Uzumaki. If you would pardon me, Senju-sama, I must go address this matter." Yukin seized the moment to offer solidarity. "Since we're here, the Senju cannot simply stand by. Please allow us to lend our strength." Mito added, "Grandfather, I'd like to go as well." Both chakra signatures filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread. "Elder Hirokai, and this young lady is—" Yukin's eyes flicked to Mito Uzumaki. "Mito is my eldest granddaughter, and we are planning for her to marry the deputy chief of the noble clan." Upon hearing this, Senju Hajime thought to himself that it was just as he had suspected. Judging from the perceptive abilities the girl had displayed earlier, she was in no way inferior to Senju Tobarama, who was currently the most skilled sensory ninja in their clan. If she could marry Senju Hashirama, it would truly be a union of two formidable forces. As for her grandfather having already designated her as Hashirama's fiancée, Uzumaki Mito merely raised her delicate brows. Like Hashirama, Mito was well aware that, as a leading figure of the next generation in her family, she had no real say in choosing her own marriage. Everything they did was based on putting the interests of their clans first. Far from Uzushio village, dozens of miles away, on the southern seas of the land of whirlpools, Izuna stood atop the ocean, his body drenched through by the waves. And before Izuna loomed a colossal creature, no smaller than the Eight Tails, its form resembling that of a giant turtle. Its entire body was encased in a silver-gray shell, the jagged spikes covering its right eye, leaving only the left one exposed, an eye, burning with fury as it fixed its gaze on Izuna. The three flat, armored tails lashing at the water behind it revealed its identity. The three tails, Isabu. Up until just moments ago, Izuna and the three tails had been locked in fierce combat. Now, with the beast's anger mounting, Izuna, his hair dripping with seawater, actually allowed himself a faint smile. Three tails, your days of peace and freedom are numbered. Rather than waiting to be shackled and chained someday, why not make a deal with me right here and now? Sign a contract with me, and I can guarantee you a measure of freedom. It's a fair trade. But the only response Izuna received was a glare of even greater fury from the three tails, its vast chakra surging like an endless tide. Water style, Isabu's grand waterfall technique. The sea surged upward, rising so high it seemed determined to blot out the very sky. The scale of this jutsu was like a water version of Gaara's future sand waterfall, only even more intense. The ocean is your domain, and you have every advantage here. I have no desire to keep fighting you in a place like this. Faced with the oncoming tsunami, Izuna chose not to resist, but to retreat instead. Unlike his battle with the Eight Tails, this time Izuna had come fully prepared, recognizing the three tails and planning ahead for its capture. Leaping high into the air, he bit his finger and swiftly formed hand signs, pressing his palm downward in midair. As tadpole-like seals spread through the air and a burst of white smoke erupted, a black hawk soared forth. Summoning jutsu, the hawk performed a backward roll in midair, allowing Izuna to land neatly on its back. With a powerful beat of its wings, the hawk shot skyward, carrying Izuna safely above the three tails' mighty tidal wave. Earth counters water. It's a shame I don't know any Earth-style techniques. Muttering to himself atop the hawk's back, Izuna pressed his index fingers together, his cheeks puffing out slightly. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Whoosh! A sea of fire crashed down from midair onto the three tails' shell. But for a beast of water like the three tails, it was nothing more than a minor nuisance. Yet the searing sting that burned through its back was enough to enrage this chakra monster. Aor! Its furious roar stirred waves across the surface of the sea. Madara's brother, Izuna, steered his ninja hawk toward the land of whirlpools, glancing back at the infuriated three tails with a sly grin. Yes, that's it. Come on to land, three tails. Just as he expected, the goated three tails didn't stop to consider that Izuna was luring it into unfamiliar, hostile terrain. It simply raised a massive claw and charged forward, sending torrents of seawater arcing toward Izuna in the sky. But each attack was deftly dodged by Izuna's hawk, which he controlled with masterful precision. Boom! The enormous body of the three tails crashed into the coastal forest of a land of whirlpools. The rocks and trees in its path were as feeble as twigs before a hurricane, instantly reduced to splinters beneath its charge. This should be close enough, I think. Izuna, perched on the hawk's back, gauged the distance and confirmed they'd ventured far enough from the shoreline. Just then, one of the three tails' long, armored tails whipped toward him. With a sudden leap from the hawk's back, Izuna sent the hawk back to the summoning realm, narrowly avoiding the beast's vicious strike. In midair, he drew a flying thunder god kunai and hurled it at the three tails' tail. Clang! But instead of piercing the beast's skin as it had with the eight tails, the kunai struck the armored tail with a sharp metallic sound and bounced off, tumbling down into the forest below. Landing atop a giant tree, Izuna couldn't help but marvel. That shell is tough as iron, just what you'd expect from a turtle. Water style, wild bubble crash. From the three tails' body, waves of seawater erupted, spreading from its feet and quickly turning the ground into a swamp. Seeing this, Izuna grinned. He had underestimated the power of a tailed beast. Just like Hashirama's Senju, even when drawn into an unfavorable environment, a beast could simply reshape its surroundings with a single jutsu. With the land transformed into a sodden marsh, the three tails moved even faster than before, charging straight for Izuna. Izuna threw another three-pronged flying thunder god kunai, instantly appearing above the three tails. But once again, its armored tail lashed up with unstoppable force. His Sharingan spun, three tomo forming the shape of the character for person as silver-white rib bones erupted to shield his body. Boom! The iron tail smashed against the outer shell of Susanoo, and with a grinding crack, the spectral armor began to show fractures. Izuna caught the flying thunder god kunai mid-air and tossed it downward once more. In a flash, his body appeared roughly 10 meters above the three-tailed shell, where a cerulean sphere of chakra in his hand grew rapidly in size. Giant Rasengan! The moment the giant Rasengan struck the three tails back, even Izuna could feel the tremor that ran through the beast's massive body. Yet, the attack failed to break through the formidable shell protecting the three tails. The left eye, peering out from beneath the spiked ridge, blazed with even fiercer rage as chakra surged out in a wild torrent. Water style, Coral Sea. Much like Kimamaro's dance of the early fern, countless spires of coral surged up from the three-tailed shell, shooting straight at Izuna. Izuna's brows knitted in concentration. As he retreated at lightning speed, his hands blurred through a series of signs. Shadow, Clone Jutsu. With a sharp burst, two shadow clones appeared at his flanks. Instantly, all three Izunas formed hand seals in unison. Wind style, Gale Force Wave. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Lightning style, Grateful Surge. Three different chakra natures blended together, forging a storm of fire even more ferocious than any ordinary fire style. Flashes of lightning danced within the inferno, and the raging flames clashed head-on with the oncoming coral spikes. At the moment of collision, a violent explosion erupted atop the three tails back. The creature roared in agony, writhing as pain shot through its body, and with a wild heave, it flung Izuna from its shell. As Izuna twisted in midair, narrowly dodging and reappearing within the beast's line of sight, the three tails wasted no time in launching another attack. Water style, Aqueous Prison. A surge of water rose swiftly from the marsh below, gathering around Izuna under the three tails' precise control. The streams connected, merged, and finally coalesced into a massive water sphere, large as a hot air balloon, intent on trapping Izuna within. Suffocate and die. Unlike Zabuza's water prison jutsu, which once confined Kakashi and required a constant grip, the Three Tails version drew even the air from within its confines. It needed no physical anchor. With pure will and chakra mastery, the beast could maintain the prison perfectly. A trick like this is only fit for an average opponent. Izuna sneered. Even faced with this enhanced water prison, he remained unimpressed. He was just about to raise his hand to counter when he suddenly felt a strange heaviness, his hand seals slowing involuntarily. Glancing down, Izuna was startled to discover a patch of coral clinging to his right side beneath his arm, anchored against his ribs. Coral? When did that? A flash of disdain crossed the Three Tails' eyes, as if it couldn't be bothered to explain. In truth, when it unleashed the Coral Sea attack earlier, it had deliberately held back, expending chakra on a frontal assault, while secretly targeting Izuna's back with its coral palm technique. That was how it managed to fool the Sharingan. Izuna's hands faltered for a split second, just long enough for the water prison to seal him inside completely. The air completely dissipated, and with the weight of the water pressing down, it became even harder for Izuna, already slowed and trapped by the grip of coral rock, to form hand seals. The Three Tails' eyes narrowed with satisfaction, its pride evident for all to see. Bubbles rose from Izuna's mouth as he opened it in the watery prison, his face pale, proof that he was starting to drown from lack of oxygen. The outcome was decided. Just as the Three Tails prepared to turn away and return to the sea, Izuna's form within the water prison began to blur. 5 seconds later, a harsh crackling sound erupted, and his body shattered completely, dissolving into lightning that merged with the water. Lightning release, Shadow Clone. In a flash, a kunai shot out and embedded itself in the spiked shell atop the Three Tails' head. This time, it stuck fast. Infused with wind nature chakra, its sharpness was raised by several levels. The real Izuna appeared before the Three Tails in an instant. The beast's pale red eye, larger than Izuna's entire body, stared directly into the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning in Izuna's own gaze. Submit to me, Three Tails. To tame a fully awakened tailed beast, unless one possessed an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like Madara in his prime, the beast could still disrupt its own chakra flow to break free from Jinjutsu. This principle held true even for Jinjutsu cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Therefore, before capturing a tailed beast, Izuna would always wear down its strength first, weakening its spirit, and thus increasing his chances of success. As expected, after falling under the spell, the Three Tails didn't resist as violently as the Eight Tails had before. Slowly, the three-tomo Sharingan appeared in the beast's eyes. Success was within reach. A look of wild joy crossed Izuna's face. These days, there were few things left that could bring him such happiness. Earth release, seismic core. Water release, Fong bite burst. At that crucial final moment, the ground began to quake, forcing Izuna to leap off the Three Tails eyelid. Immediately after, two spiraling water spears shot toward Izuna from both sides. Without hesitation, Izuna clapped his hands together. Fire release, blazing ash. Wind roared. Smoke burst from Izuna's mouth, but unlike the straight-line attacks of the Great Fireball technique, this time the flames formed a protective wall around his body, blocking the water spears on both sides. Steam hissed and billowed as fire and water collided, and Izuna leapt out from within. His focus had been solely on the Three Tails a moment ago, so he reacted a split second too late to the surprise attack, resulting in a minor wound to his shoulder. But the more critical issue was with the Three Tails. The Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu had just begun to take effect, but the interruption weakened Izuna's control, allowing the Three Tails to seize the opportunity. The beast let out a deep, thunderous roar. From the mouth of the Three Tails came a guttural growl, as if it were trying to break free from some invisible shackles. Through his Sharingan, Izuna could see the chakra within the beast surging wildly, all in an effort to shatter the illusion cast upon it. Damn it, if that's how it is, then let's do this again. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a wave of mud, shaped like a dragon's head, suddenly surged at him from the left. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Are you guys ever gonna give a rest? At this moment, even Izuna, usually so composed, couldn't help but roar out in fury. Fire-style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. In midair, the Fire Dragon and the Earth Dragon collided, erupting in a deafening explosion. Mud and sparks scattered in all directions. Above him, the Three Tails' eyes, where the triple tomo had just emerged, were already beginning to fade away. Now, as the beast looked at Izuna again, its eyes brimmed with wariness. Those eyes with the power to utterly suppress a tailed beast. Izuna turned his gaze toward the direction from which the jutsu had been cast. There stood Senju and 5 ninja armored with the Senju clan crest, and 5 others, each with vivid red hair, unmistakable as members of the Uzumaki clan. Among them, one elderly man with hair streaked white, and a striking young woman, barely in her 20s, drew particular attention. Senju, you son of a... Izuna was so enraged his teeth were nearly grinding to dust. Senju, having just unleashed 2 jutsu in quick succession, now relaxed his hands from their seals. He had brought along 5 elite clan jonin and several members of the Uzumaki clan, and was clearly surprised to see Izuna locked in battle with this monstrous creature. As Izuna used the Sharingan's Jinjutsu on the beast, Uzumaki Mito had warned everyone that the creature had fallen under Izuna's illusion, and that its chakra was growing dangerously turbulent. A sense of foreboding crept into Homa's heart, and he immediately ordered his people to break Izuna's Jinjutsu together. Water-style, Raging Sea Spray. A torrent of water surged out beneath the Three Tails, transforming the swamp into a rushing river in an instant. In the next moment, the Three Tails pressed itself low to the ground and, gliding like a skater, shot headlong toward the coast. Trying to escape, Izuna instantly sensed the beast's intention and whirled around to give chase. Yet as soon as he turned, Senju Tenjiha and 2 other Senju Jonin blocked his path. Meanwhile, Senju and another Jonin moved to stand behind him. In those scant few seconds, the Three Tails had already slid several hundred meters away. Izuna Uchiha, the land of whirlpools is the territory of our Senju allies, the Uzumaki clan. You've trespassed without leave. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? Homa's voice rang out from behind him. A thunderous crash exploded in response. Izuna's answer came not in words, but in the form of a silver skeletal arm rising from around his body. With a single blow, it smashed the ground to dust. As a Kaga-level ninja, Senju Yujin had already dodged the attack in advance. But the unfortunate Senju Jonin who had accompanied him wasn't so lucky. Taken by surprise by Izuna's sudden move, he was instantly crushed into pulp. When the arm of Susanoo moved aside, the mangled flesh clumped together in a grisly heap, making Uzumaki Mito, who stood behind, nearly retch at the sight. So that's Uchiha Izuna, the deputy clan leader of the Uchiha clan. He wiped out a Senju ninja in just one move. Beside her, Uzumaki Hikaru and the others stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. The sheer power Izuna had shown in killing a Senju Jonin with a single strike left them in utter disbelief. Yet, in truth, carelessness had played a part in this tragedy. After all, the ceasefire agreement between Senju and Uchiha was still in effect, and Izuna, as its chief architect, was the least likely among the Uchiha to break the peace. If it had been Madara, Senju Yujin and his men would have been much more on guard. But in this moment, Izuna, having watched his efforts slip away thanks to their interference, was overwhelmed by fury, like a pot ready to boil over. You've killed one of our own. The truce between our clans ends here. Do you understand? Senju Yujin's voice was cold as ice as he spoke, staring Izuna down. Understand? Like hell I do. With those words, Izuna unleashed the full power of Susanoo. What had been only a skeletal ribcage and a single arm now sprouted a complete skeletal torso in a heartbeat. Muscles and sinews quickly wrapped around the bones, bringing forth Susanoo's second form. And it didn't end there. Two massive legs materialized under the influence of Izuna's chakra, transforming Susanoo into a colossal giant standing 10 meters tall, a demon from the underworld, glaring down at Senju Yujin and his comrades. What kind of jutsu is this? The Senju, longtime rivals of the Uchiha, had studied their every technique, yet none had ever witnessed anything like this. Cold sweat trickled down Mito's delicate face as her sensory abilities locked onto Izuna's presence. She murmured, "So cold, such wicked chakra." Beside her, Uzumaki Hiroshi spoke in a low, steady voice, "Hiyori, Hina, protect Mito." The two Uzumaki ninja responded at once, stepping in front of Mito to shield the princess from the oncoming battle. After all, she wasn't a combat specialist. Uzumaki Mito. Izuna's ears caught Uzumaki Hiroshi's words in the distance, setting his mind spinning. That woman, she must be. Water style, water fong explosion. At that moment, Senju Toba formed hand seals and unleashed his jutsu. Drawing on the river created by the three tails, twin water spouts spiraled up from the surface and surged forward. Ever since I arrived in this world, I've never wanted to kill this badly. All of you just die. Besides, now that his presence in the land of whirlpools had been discovered, the Senju were determined to break the truce. Even if Izuna himself held back, they would find a way to force his hand. Since that was the case, why not just make it simple and direct? Attack. With a sweep of Susanoo's blade, the B-rank water release technique was sliced apart as if it were nothing but cotton. Taking advantage of the sheer difference in size, Susanoo strode forward 2 steps and now stood before the trio of Senju Toba and his companions. The sword of Susanoo came crashing down. "Dodge!" Senju Toba shouted, and the 3 elite jonin scattered in different directions at the same instant. Once again, the sword shattered the earth, but the trio, all battle-hardened veterans of the Senju clan, were not so easily bested by a frontal assault. This blow alone was not enough to claim their lives. Blood tears streaming from his right eye, Izuna cast a deadly glance at the slowest of the 3 Senju jonin. Amaterasu. A deafening roar erupted. Before the jonin could react, a dark shadow flickered across his vision, and in the next instant, black flames were already licking hungrily at his chest. Earg. What is this? Struck by Amaterasu, he plummeted from midair, tumbling into the shallow waters below, yet the black fire showed not the slightest sign of going out. In a panic, he could only fumble desperately to remove his armor as his last hope. A thunderous crash. At that moment, Susanoo's sword came down again. Before the jonin could take another action, his body was riven in 2. This boy, in the blink of an eye, 2 elite jonin of the Senju clan had lost their lives at Izuna's hands, and even Senju Yuma was forced to take him seriously. He thought this boy's victory against overwhelming odds on the Northwestern Front was nothing but luck, but now it was clear, Izuna truly had the power to back it up. "Clan leader, now what do we?" "Take him down," Senju Yuma answered without hesitation. Though Izuna's display of strength had surpassed his expectations, Yuma was twice Izuna's age and himself an experienced Kage-level veteran. He would not be cowed by a single Susanoo, no matter how formidable. Wind release, whirlwind fist. Senju style, crushing fist. Water release, fanged explosion technique. The 3 elite jonin unleashed their jutsu simultaneously, striking Susanoo's armor from different directions. A series of heavy blows echoed out, and though they forced Susanoo back 2 steps, they still failed to pierce its defenses. The 3 Senju were momentarily stunned. Veterans among veterans, they had never encountered such an impenetrable defense. Even with 3 consecutive B-rank techniques, there wasn't so much as a scratch. "Get out of my way." Izuna's Mangekyo spun, controlling Susanoo to sweep aside the water technique, as a spinning Magatama jewel materialized in his palm and shot toward the trio. Yasaka Magatama. So fast. The three tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Senju-style secret art, cloud-piercing slash. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from the side, striking the flying Magatama from the right. In that moment, it was as if the entire space itself had come to a temporary halt. Through his Mangekyo Sharingan, Izuna caught a clear glimpse of the shadow's true form. It was none other than Senju Yuma, sword in hand. The Senju clan, like the Uzumaki, possessed an immense reserve of chakra, and were skilled in yang release, as well as all 5 elemental chakra natures. Yet for reasons unknown, the Senju clan vanished entirely from the stage of history in later generations. As a result, aside from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the world understood little about them. In truth, they were also a clan renowned for their mastery of swordsmanship. Combined with the yang release of the Azura bloodline and their extraordinary physical prowess, there was no rival among the warriors of the Warring States era. Yuma's strike, named Piercing the Clouds, carried a force to rival Kakashi's lightning blade, perhaps even surpassing it. A deafening crash tore through the air. Susanoo was cleaved into countless fragments of chakra, while Yuma's sword shattered into iron dust. The force of the blow hurled Yuma backward, sending him crashing into a tree and snapping its trunk in two. "Chief!" The three who had been rescued cried out in alarm, rushing forward to check on Yuma's injuries. "You fools, stay back!" Blood trickled from the corner of Yuma's mouth as he shouted. Too late. Izuna's gaze was cold and ruthless. Raising the blade in Susanoo's hand, he swung it toward the three, aiming for their unguarded backs. "Go to the next world and repent for your foolishness. A ninja who dares turn his back on the enemy deserves no less." The massive chakra blade came crashing down, ready to cut the three in half at the waist. But just as the blade was less than a meter from their bodies, Izuna suddenly realized that Susanoo could no longer move. Glancing down, he saw that, at some point, a formation he'd never seen before had appeared on the ground beneath him. From within it, golden chains erupted, binding Susanoo's limbs and rendering it immobile. "What is this?" Izuna turned to look behind him. Among a sea of red hair stood a single white-haired elder, his hands clasped tightly together. In a solemn voice, he declared, "Secret art. Adamantine sealing chains. Uzumaki sealing jutsu." Izuna demanded, eyes wide. "Elder Gokai, I can't thank you enough." Yuma wiped the blood from his mouth and struggled to his feet. "It's nothing. The Senju and Uzumaki clans are allies. After all, wait." Before he could finish, Elder Uzumaki Gokai's expression changed. Susanoo, though restrained, began to thrash violently, snapping one of the golden chains. "Elder, I'll help you." Another Uzumaki Jonin nearby quickly formed hand seals. His chakra surged, no less formidable than that of the Senju, descendants of Azura. Sealing art, Heavy Tempest. A circular sealing array appeared above Susanoo's head, and from it a howling tempest erupted. But to call it mere wind would be an understatement. It crashed down with the force of a mountain, pressing Susanoo so hard that it was nearly forced to the ground. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan truly live up to their reputation. Seeing Susanoo actually being suppressed, Senju Tingya couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just moments ago, Susanoo had nearly wiped them out in an instant, yet now, under the Uzumaki clan sealing arts, it was rendered completely immobile. Another Senju Jonin spun the katana in his hand and said, "Now's our golden opportunity. Let's join the Uzumaki and capture Uchiha Izuna together." On the other side, Uzumaki Hirokai and his companions were thinking the same thing. Hirokai shot a glance at his granddaughter and said, "Mito, can you use your sealing jutsu to put Uchiha Izuna to sleep?" Uzumaki Mito pursed her pink lips and replied, "With the shell of that chakra giant in the way, I'm not sure if it'll work, but I can try." "You really think this is enough to stop me?" Before Uzumaki Mito could finish her sentence, Izuna's chilling voice echoed from within Susanoo. A moment later, Izuna pressed his hands together, and though Susanoo was pinned down by gravity and unable to move, its own massive hands layered one over the other, forming the Ram hand sign. "That chakra giant, he's weaving hand signs." Uzumaki Mito's eyes widened in astonishment, while Izuna broke into a crazed grin. "It'll cost me some ocular power, but..." In an instant, the four Senju shinobi, Senju Yuma, Senju Tanya, and their comrades, felt themselves ripped from the jungle, suddenly transported into a realm of swirling chaos. Jinjutsu. That was the first thought that flashed through all four minds. But almost as quickly, they rejected it. Impossible. None of us even looked into his eyes. "I developed this new Jinjutsu, inspired by Tsukuyami. I haven't named it yet. It can only be cast with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and only while empowered by Susanoo. Izuna's voice drifted eerily in their ears. Meanwhile, back in reality, as the Senju shinobi opposite them stood motionless, an ominous feeling crept into the hearts of Uzumaki Hirokai and his allies. "Mito, finish off Uchiha Izuna now," Hirokai urged anxiously. "Yes." Pressing her index fingers together, Mito shut her eyes and drew chakra in a rapid surge. Sealing art, Thousand Whispers. "You'll just sit back and enjoy the show." Susanoo hurled a massive chakra blade. The Uzumaki clan members, seeing it coming, quickly scattered to avoid the strike. In that moment, a flaw appeared in their sealing formation, and Susanoo easily broke free from its restraints. With the other hand, Susanoo flung another gargantuan chakra blade toward the group of Senju shinobi. At the last split second, Senju Yuma broke free from Izuna's illusion. With the chakra blade looming overhead, he swiftly formed hand signs to counterattack. Water style, severing wave. The stream of water spewing from Chisho Yuma's mouth was quite narrow, not even as thick as an arm, but it was truly an A-rank water release technique. He concentrated all his strength into a single line, using it to block the sword flung at him by Susanoo. It's certainly not easy to kill a Kaga-level ninja, but what about those 3 burdens behind you? Can you still save him? Izuna aimed at the 3 Senju, Tanya, and the others, who had yet to break free from his Jinjutsu, and hurled a kunai their way. With wind-released chakra infused, his attack was taken up another notch. Sealing art, Void Severance. A nearly invisible wall materialized in front of the kunai, blocking every single one Izuna had thrown. The fire that had just subsided within Izuna seemed to flare up all over again. He glanced toward the source of the chakra. Who could it be, if not those Uzumaki? Forcing himself to stay calm, Izuna's mind raced. He made Susanoo lunge forward, charging straight at Uzumaki Hirakami and his companions. Chisho Yuma's eyes widened in alarm. He quickly snatched a kunai from the pouch strapped to his lower back and rushed forward. But Izuna's left mangekyo spun once more, conjuring another massive sword of chakra, which he flung back toward the approaching Senju. Yuma gritted his teeth. Though Izuna's back was to him, he tracked Yuma's exact position with uncanny precision. Was that yet another power of the new mangekyo? Yuma hastily changed direction mid-stride, narrowly dodging the sudden attack. A thunderous crash echoed from behind as the chakra blade struck a boulder. To everyone's surprise, Izuna suddenly dismissed Susanoo. Uzumaki Hirakami and the others stared at him in shock, unable to fathom why he would relinquish such a powerful defense. But Izuna gave them no time to ponder. In the next instant, he drove his fist into Uzumaki Mito's abdomen. Though she was a princess of the Uzumaki clan and a master of sealing arts, she was woefully unskilled in combat. One punch was all it took to knock her out cold. Izuna half-turned, letting the unconscious Uzumaki Mito drape across his shoulder. "Uchiha Izuna, what do you think you're?" Seeing his granddaughter knocked out and taken hostage, Hirakami's voice quavered with panic. But before he could finish his sentence, Izuna hoisted Mito's limp form, her small body slung over his shoulder, while his left hand flashed through a string of seals. Fire release. Ash accumulation burn. Thick, choking smoke billowed out from behind Izuna's mask, spreading in every direction. The searing heat stung the skin of everyone caught in its path, forcing them all to instinctively retreat a half-step. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Just then, Chisho Yuma, having dodged Susanoo's attack, arrived and unleashed a gust of wind that swept the dense smoke aside. The Uzumaki quickly formed up, ready to rescue Mito from her captor. But as the smoke cleared, Izuna and Uzumaki Mito had already vanished without a trace. What just happened? Both Uzumaki Hikari and Senju Yuma stared wide-eyed at Senju Homa. Yet, Homa himself wore the same bewildered expression, completely at a loss about what was happening. Hikari tried to sense Uchiha Izuna's position. Uzumaki Hirokai said in a low, commanding tone. Although Hikari bristled at Hirokai's authoritative manner, now, after the marriage alliance with the Senju and with Uzumaki Mito, their most important clan member, taken captive, he dared not be careless. He quickly began to search for Izuna's whereabouts using his chakra sensing abilities. Half a minute later, Hikari opened his eyes and shook his head. "He's already out of my sensing range." "What?" Several other Uzumaki shinobi nearby cried out in alarm. Within the Uzumaki clan, Mito was known to have the strongest sensory abilities, but right behind her was their leader, Uzumaki Hikari. His range extended for nearly 3 miles in all directions. If he couldn't sense them, it meant that in just those few seconds, Izuna had already taken Mito beyond a 3-mile radius. Impossible. Uzumaki Hirokai's old face twisted with worry lines. The badly injured Senju Homa stepped forward and said, "Elder Hirokai, our top priority now is to rescue Princess Mito." Of course, Hirokai, nearly losing his composure in his fury, waved his hand and barked, "Mobilize the entire clan. Search every corner of the land of whirlpools. We must find Uchiha Izuna and rescue Mito." About 10 miles from the battlefield, in a secluded part of the forest, Izuna appeared, carrying Uzumaki Mito on his back. He retrieved the flying thunder god seal he'd embedded in a tree trunk and tucked it into his pouch. Then, after laying Mito gently on the grass, he himself collapsed beside her, utterly spent. Amaterasu, Future Sight, Susanoo, and a host of other chakra-draining advanced jutsu. This might not have been the toughest battle Izuna had ever fought, but it was certainly the one that had drained his chakra the most. Lying on the grass, Izuna gazed into the distance. Even the wild rabbits, occasionally darting across the meadow, just a few dozen meters away, looked to him like nothing more than a blur of mottled colors. Skill points, 215. He checked his remaining skill points and, frustrated, slammed his fist into the grass. 5 minutes later, having regained some composure, Izuna hoisted Mito back onto his shoulders and dashed westward. With Mito captured, the Uzumaki clan would surely mobilize all their forces to search for her. Now was not the time to rest. As for why he had taken Mito in the first place, Izuna himself couldn't quite explain it. After his attacks were repeatedly thwarted by Senju Homa and that meddlesome Uzumaki, Izuna realized he couldn't continue this fight. The enemy had at least 2 Kaga-level shinobi, and Izuna had already burned through much of his chakra battling the Three Tails. Still, even if he had to retreat, Izuna was determined not to leave empty-handed. So in the end, when he saw Mito Uzumaki, his mind went blank, and he simply treated her as a trophy of war, capturing her on the spot and taking her away. This woman, according to the original tale, was the one who assisted Hashirama Senju in bringing peace to the era of chaos, and was also the pioneer of the Jinchuriki. Although at this moment, Izuna wasn't sure what use she might have for him. He believed bringing something back was far better than returning empty-handed. Yet by trespassing into the land of whirlpools, abducting Mito Uzumaki, and on top of that killing 2 Senju Jonin, all these actions made it clear that the truce agreement signed between the Uchiha and the Senju a year ago was now completely broken. Moreover, he had taken Hashirama Senju's fiancée. A conflict between the Uchiha and Senju could erupt at any moment. What's done is done. Sooner or later, it was bound to come to this, he muttered to himself, quickening his pace as he headed toward the land of fire. But this time, he wasn't planning on returning to the clan grounds. The mission to capture the tailed beasts was far from over. Even if the plan to seize the Three Tails had failed, there were still other options. Night fell. In Yuzuko village, the elder Uzumaki Hirokai wore a grave expression as he waited anxiously for news from the search parties. "Report, elder. We've searched every official road from the village to the harbor, but no one has seen Princess Mito or Izuna Uchiha." A red-haired Uzumaki ninja knelt on one knee before Hirokai, delivering the message. "Useless. Utter incompetence." Hirokai roared in fury, flinging his sleeve in disgust. "Elder Hirokai, our top priority now is to ensure Princess Mito's safety," interjected Senju Yukima, stepping forward. Hirokai forced himself to rein his anger at these words and asked in a low, steady voice, "Clan leader Yukima, what are your thoughts? Izuna Uchiha, as the Uchiha clan's deputy leader, has crossed into our land without permission and killed 2 of our shinobi. That alone has shattered the truce," Senju Yukima replied with a chilling smile. "Now is the perfect time to launch a counterattack. Hashirama has already joined forces with Tobarama and gone to the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. If the Uzumaki join us now then." Hirokai fell silent, pondering these words. Of course, he understood Yukima's intention, to join forces with the Senju and formally declare war on the Uchiha, forcing them to return his granddaughter. Hirokai had originally supported an alliance with the Senju in joining the conflict, so he felt little resentment at Yukima's opportunistic proposal. His only worry was the precious granddaughter who was now in Izuna Uchiha's hands. Sensing Hirokai's concern, Yukima quickly added, "Naturally, during the war, Princess Mito's safety will remain our highest priority. Please rest assured, elder." Uzumaki Hirohomi pondered for a while longer, then finally shook hands with Senju Takema to make his stance clear. "Very well. As of today, the Uzumaki clan will officially enter the war, assisting the Senju in eradicating the Uchiha." On a small boat headed from the land of whirlpools back to the land of fire, Izuna took off his outer robe, spreading it out along the boat's edge to dry. His clothes had become completely soaked during the fight with the Three Tails, and wearing them now was unbearably uncomfortable. At that moment, in the other corner of the little boat, The red-haired beauty in a simple white gown, still fast asleep, began to stir, her brows knitting together as she slowly woke. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Izuna sitting across from her, bare-chested. Ah! Mito gasped instinctively, stumbling backward with both feet and nearly tumbling off the boat into the sea. Izuna reacted swiftly, stepping forward and catching her slender hand, pulling her back to safety. The rescue left Mito's delicate face pressed unavoidably against Izuna's chest. The scent of him made her cheeks flush a vivid red. She punched Izuna hard and quickly retreated. But in her haste, her heel caught on the seat, and she crashed down onto the boat, her neatly gathered red hair tumbling loose around her. Hif hif. Seeing Mito's embarrassment, Izuna gave her a mocking look before settling back down opposite her. Mito picked herself up awkwardly, smoothing her disheveled hair, and for a while sat curled up quietly across from him. She said nothing, but Izuna could tell she kept glancing his way from time to time. "There's really no need to be so wary," Izuna said, breaking the silence, propping his chin on his fist. "I'm not about to eat you. Since there's nothing else to do now, why don't we have a chat?" Izuna was genuinely curious about this woman, whose life was already legendary in so many ways. Judging from her looks, she couldn't be more than 17 or 18. Mito regarded him for a long moment, then pursed her lips ever so slightly. "The rumors say that Uchiha Izuna, the Uchiha clan's deputy leader, is a master strategist and the clan's brain. Yet I never expected you to make such a rookie mistake." "Oh." Izuna's eyes widened, amusement flickering across his face. "And what mistake would that be?" Mito, brimming with confidence, replied, "Senju Takema came to see my grandfather to discuss drawing our clan into the war to aid the Senju. At first, my grandfather and the other clan leaders were hesitant. But your kidnapping of me has only enraged my grandfather and the entire Uzumaki clan. Provoked like this, they'll have no choice but to form a formal alliance with the Senju and join the fight against the Uchiha. In the end, the gap between your clan and the Senju will only widen." The reason why Mito Uzumaki lied, claiming that her grandfather was hesitant about forming an alliance with the Senju instead of admitting he had intended it all along, was simply to provoke Izuna. Though it was unlikely she would actually be sent home, at the very least she hoped to shake his resolve and create a chance for her own escape. After listening to Mito Uzumaki's words, Izuna first let out a low chuckle, then broke into laughter and finally burst into manic peals of laughter. His laughter sent a chill down Mito's spine, making her shudder. She couldn't help but ask, Why are you laughing?" "Haha." Izuna's laughter gradually faded as he walked toward her. Seeing him approach, bare-chested, Mito instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and cried out in panic, What do you want?" "Princess Mito, have you forgotten the power of the Uchiha clan Sharingan?" In the next instant, Izuna's eyes spun into the triple Tomo Sharingan, and Mito fell instantly into a stupor. "Tell me, what exactly did Hashirama Senju do when he came to Yuzushio village?" Izuna's voice echoed in the mind of the now entranced Mito. After a few moments of silence, she began to speak, slowly revealing every detail. Only after Izuna had extracted all the information Mito knew did she finally emerge from the Sharingan's control. Seeing the sly, almost mocking smile on Izuna's face, Mito immediately realized what had just happened. Furious, she also couldn't help but regret her own impatience. How could she have forgotten the power of the Sharingan? The Uchiha clan had never once collected false information, all thanks to those eyes of theirs. "Even if you've learned everything from me, it's too late. Yuzushio will ally with the Senju. You've entered the land of whirlpools without permission and killed a Senju shinobi. This means the truce agreement between Uchiha and Senju is broken." Mito tried to sound tough, but gone was the composed, saintly maiden. Now she was just a defiant teenage girl, arguing stubbornly. Izuna couldn't help but laugh again at her words, then retorted, "The truce may indeed be broken, but won't be my doing. It will be Hashirama Senju who shatters it." What do you mean?" Mito was stunned, her face full of confusion. "In due time, you'll see for yourself." Izuna stood up and retrieved his cloak, which had been drying on the boat's rail. It was still damp, but he had no choice but to put it on. From this vantage point, he could just barely make out the shores of the Land of Fire. Izuna lifted Mito into his arms, left the little boat behind, and dashed across the water at full speed. "Let me go. Put me down." Since she had never interacted with boys her age growing up, Mito Uzumaki was mortified and angry the moment she felt a hand supporting her hips. She was so flustered that she forgot all about her mastery of sealing techniques, and instead, like any ordinary girl, she began to pummel Izuna's shoulder with her tiny fists. "Shut up. Izuna's hand, still holding up Mito's delicate hips, gave a slight tremor, which made Mito too intimidated to keep hitting him. Instead, she glared at him fiercely, her eyes full of menace, as if she could devour him with a look. Land of Fire in a small coastal town. Izuna found an inn and only booked a single room. The attendant quickly led the two upstairs, saying courteously, "Sir or madam, please have a good rest. Is there anything else you need?" Hearing the attendant refer to her and Uchiha Izuna as husband and wife, Mito felt a surge of anger. Who said she and this scoundrel had that kind of relationship? Bring me some paper and a brush, and hurry. Izuna tossed a silver coin to the attendant. Of course, right away, sir. I'll be back in a moment. After receiving the tip, the attendant hurried downstairs to prepare the items. It could be said that the moment they set foot in the room, the attendant was right behind them, bringing up the writing materials. Money certainly made things convenient. Izuna sat down with the paper and brush, and quickly began to grind ink and write a letter. Mito stood uncertainly by the door, then finally leaned against the window, gazing quietly at the scenery outside. After all, she was nothing more than a hostage now. Soon, Izuna finished the letter. He bit his finger, swiftly formed several hand seals, then pressed his right palm onto the table. Summoning jutsu. With a puff, a cloud of white smoke filled the room, and a black and gray hawk appeared before their eyes. Izuna rolled up the letter, tied it to the hawk's leg, and sent it flying into the sky. Are you planning to take me back to the Uchiha clan lands? Mito suddenly asked. Who told you I was going back? Izuna, standing by the window, turned to look at her, answering with a question of his own. Mito frowned, puzzled. You're about to face an alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. As the vice chief, shouldn't you return to take command? I have my own plans. A captive shouldn't concern herself with such things. Izuna rummaged through the cabinet, found a blanket, spread it on the floor, and lay down. It's late. Get some sleep. Mito was filled with conflicting emotions. Though they weren't sharing a bed, as a young maiden who had never been intimate with a man, how could she possibly fall asleep sharing a room with him? Soon, steady breathing from Izuna on the makeshift bed told her he had already drifted into sleep. Mito's heart stirred. Should she try to escape while he slept? But as soon as the thought arose, she dismissed it herself. He had witnessed the battles in the land of whirlpools before. This Uchiha Izuna's strength could truly rival Senju Hiroma, the head of the Senju clan. Once he unleashed that unfamiliar secret jutsu, conjuring a giant chakra avatar, he could easily seize the upper hand. How could someone like that possibly let her escape right under his nose? But hearing Izuna's steady, deep breathing, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but want to try her luck. Quietly, she slipped around the side of his head, opened the door, and tiptoed out of the room. Yet just as she took 2 steps outside, her vision suddenly blurred. Her entire body felt numb, and she collapsed to her knees. Everything before her eyes turned hazy, and a wave of dizzy confusion washed over her mind. Mito's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't realized that her own pupils had transformed into 3-tomo Sharingan. Propping herself up with both hands, she gasped in disbelief. This is Jinjutsu. Transcription seal. That's a technique I invented. Not bad, don't you think? Izuna's voice drifted in from behind. Mito, stunned, tried to turn her head, but her body was paralyzed, completely under the spell's control. Izuna walked over, crouched in front of her, and placed a hand on her shoulder. His chakra surged into her body. Release. In an instant, Mito's body went limp, and she fell into Izuna's arms by sheer force of gravity. You? Mito was mortified, burning with shame and frustration, her eyes brimming with indignation. Unlike Mito, who still clung to old-fashioned notions about men and women, Izuna, born in the 21st century, had no such reservations. He scooped her up and carried her back to the room. I sealed both the jutsu and a condition into your eyes. Once the condition is met, the jutsu is automatically released. In your case, I sealed your Sharingan into dormancy, and the trigger was whenever you tried to escape. As he spoke, Izuna set Mito down on the bed. Now fully awake, he sat cross-legged on the floor, summoned a lightning-release shadow clone, and began to train in senjutsu right in front of her. After all, this wasn't something he needed to hide. Mito ground her teeth in frustration at Izuna's tactics, but as she sensed the shift in his chakra, her anger gradually gave way to curiosity. At the very moment Izuna's body began to change, the lightning-release shadow clone beside him acted swiftly, slamming a chakra-charged palm into Izuna's back. The jolt snapped Izuna out of his trance and returned his body to normal. Still not working, huh? Izuna muttered to himself, annoyed. The Jinjutsu's effects hadn't yet fully faded, and Mito, leaning against the bed, suddenly spoke up. The way you're training with this new chakra is creating too much turbulence. If you don't find a way to control it, you'll never succeed. Spare me the lecture, Izuna retorted coldly, turning his back to her. If I knew how to control it myself, would I have to go through all this trouble? Raised with impeccable manners since childhood, Mito Uzumaki was thoroughly exasperated by Izuna's scolding. She huffed. You just don't appreciate good intentions. I was only trying to warn you. If any of the Uzumaki clans. Mid-sentence, Mito suddenly realized she'd said more than she should have. She clamped her mouth shut at once. What did you just say? Izuna immediately caught the oddity in her words and pressed her for an answer. It's nothing. I'm going to sleep now. Feigning annoyance, Mito flipped her blanket over herself, covering her whole head beneath it. She lay there for a long time, and when she realized Izuna hadn't made a sound, she couldn't help but lift a corner of the blanket. One bright, mischievous eye peeked out to spy on him. She saw Izuna had started training once again. He's not going to use me as leverage? Mito's delicate brows knitted together as she wondered to herself. She had already steeled herself, ready to be controlled by Izuna's Sharingan, but to her surprise, he hadn't done anything of the sort. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's front lines where the Sarutobi and Shimura clans clashed, the Uchiha's temporary encampment was abuzz. Uchiha Inka strode into Madara's tent. A messenger hawk perched on his shoulder and reported, Clan leader, a coded message just arrived from the vice chief's hawk. Madara, who had been studying a map, snapped his head up at once and gestured for the messenger hawk to come to him. With a flurry of wings, the hawk landed on Madara's arm, where he quickly retrieved the secret letter hidden at its ankle. The more Madara read, the tighter his fist clenched. When he'd finished reading, he immediately grabbed paper and brush, and with swift, resolute strokes, penned a letter. Deliver this letter to Uchiha Yuya, who's guarding Cloud Mountain. Do it as fast as possible. Madara sealed the letter and handed it to Anka. Yes, sir, Anka replied with a nod. And one more thing. Madara's voice was grave. Inform all our clansmen, we're retreating. Just as Mito Uzumaki had predicted, with Tobirama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique, Hashirama Senju had managed to perfectly evade the eyes of the Uchiha and the 4 allied clans. They bypassed enemy territory and arrived at the heartland of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. But because they took a roundabout route, even with the Flying Thunder God as an aid, the journey had taken considerable time, so much so that they were only just now arriving. What complicated things further was the terrain of these 2 clans' lands, nestled against towering mountains. Izuna had once considered launching a surprise attack from the rear, but the geography made this nearly impossible, unless they used the 3rd stage of the Flying Thunder God for a mass relocation. Finally, the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, reached the summit behind the enemy stronghold. Looking down from the mountaintop, they could just barely make out the ant-sized bases of the 2 clans below. We're here, brother, Tobirama said quietly. Hashirama Senju lowered his head and looked down before turning to Tobirama. There's no time to waste. Let's go, Tobirama. Wait a moment. Tobirama Senju wedged a Flying Thunder God kunai into a crevice between 2 rocks. We need to make sure everything is absolutely secure. Although he was confident about this negotiation, nothing in life is ever guaranteed. If the talks fell through, the 2 of them could still use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Hashirama didn't object to Tobirama's caution. Once his brother was ready, the 2 of them made their way down the cliff toward the Sarutobi and Shimura clan grounds. Meanwhile, inside the clan compound, Sarutobi Gukko received a message that left him utterly shocked. He could hardly believe his ears as he asked, What did you say? The Uchiha have withdrawn their forces. Shimura Keizo, who had been stationed at the front lines to hold off the Uchiha, had rushed home overnight. His voice was equally incredulous. Gukko, I was just as stunned when I heard the news, but I saw it with my own eyes. At dusk yesterday, Madara Uchiha led his entire ninja army, including the Watanabe, Fuma, Onikawa, and Saito clans, in a complete retreat. By now, they've withdrawn more than 100 miles from our territory. Sarutobi Gukko was still unable to believe what he was hearing. In order to keep the enemy from discovering how depleted the Sarutobi and Shimura forces had become, they had gambled everything, sending nearly all their elite jonin to the front lines. Up until yesterday, the battle had been deadlocked, although overall, the Uchiha held the advantage. No matter how much Sarutobi Gukko and Shimura Keizo racked their brains, they couldn't figure out why the Uchiha would choose this moment to pull back. Could it be that the Senju have made a move? At this, a jonin standing nearby spoke up. The moment he said it, everyone agreed this was a distinct possibility. If the Senju had acted, then of course the Uchiha would have to withdraw to confront their old rivals. After all, the Senju were their longtime adversaries. But another special jonin voiced a concern. However, our intelligence ninjas haven't reported any sign of the Senju mobilizing. Shimura Keizo stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Could the Uchiha have gotten wind of something ahead of time? Whatever the reason, this turn of events is a blessing for us, Sarutobi Gokko declared. What does everyone think we should do now? We should rest and recover, and nurture the next generation. Sarutobi Kosuka, who had once served as an envoy to the Uchiha and negotiated with Madara himself, offered this suggestion. I agree. Everyone voiced their support for recuperation and rebuilding. Even Shimura Keizo, ambitious and warlike as he was, remained silent for a long while, but in the end, he too uttered, I agree. At present, on the surface, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans appear to be in good shape, but to be honest, it's nothing more than putting on a brave face. If the fighting continues, they'll be the first to buckle under the pressure. No one knows the reason behind the Uchiha clan's sudden retreat this time, but it's undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Just as the senior members of both clans agreed to take this opportunity to recuperate, a guard suddenly burst into the meeting room, gasping for breath. Chief. Something's happened. Shimura Keizo sprang to his feet. What is it? Have the Uchiha attacked again? And no, that's not it. The guard took several deep breaths, his voice a bit steadier as he continued. The Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, are here. Hashirama and Tobarama Senju? The Senju's deputy leader and the one they call the swiftest shinobi of the Senju. What would the Senju want with us? Whispers of speculation rippled through the senior officials present. With narrowed eyes, Shimura Keizo pressed further. Where are they now? The guard pointed shakily toward the entrance, his voice trembling. They're right outside the meeting hall. A sharp, collective intake of breath swept through the room. Even Shimura Keizo and Sarutobi Koga, both veteran shinobi of Kaga-level strength, couldn't help themselves. They had assumed that, at most, the two brothers might have slipped past the Uchiha's watchful eyes and made it to the front lines. Never did they expect the Senju siblings to waltz right up to their doorstep. Flinging his sleeve in irritation, Shimura Keizo snapped. What were the guards doing? How did outsiders make it all the way to our door without anyone noticing? The guard was a loss for words. They themselves had no idea how Hashirama and Tobarama had managed such a feat. Enough. In any case, there are only two of them. At this moment, Sarutobi Koga rose and spoke. What do they want? They say they wish to negotiate with clan leaders Koga and Keizo. Negotiate? Sarutobi Koga's eyes narrowed in thought. After a moment, he nodded. Let them in. At once. Before long, the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, strode into the assembly hall. Hashirama stepped forward first, bowing respectfully. I am Hashirama Senju, deputy leader of the Senju clan. I greet the esteemed leaders of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. With that, Hashirama offered the formal bow of a junior to his elders. Well, he's certainly more polite than that Uchiha Madara. Seeing Hashirama bow before them, Sarutobi Koga and Shimura Keizo couldn't help but compare him to Madara Uchiha, the current clan leader whom they had faced many times on the front lines. It was just as, in generations past, there had been Buddha Senju and Taijima Uchiha. Now, this era would be defined by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. To think you could slip right past so many of our shinobi and show up at our very door. The Senju clan truly has its share of talents. Shimura Keizo's tone dripped with unmistakable sarcasm. My deepest apologies, Chief Quizong of the Shimura clan. We were forced to take this drastic measure because the Uchiha and the allied forces of the four clans ahead have blocked our communications, making it impossible to send a letter. Tobarama Senju spoke up, but from the proud look on his face, there was not a trace of genuine remorse. Tobarama, mind your manners in front of the two clan leaders. Hashirama Senju shot Tobarama a warning glance. Tobarama clicked his tongue in annoyance, but said no more. Enough, Sarutobi Koga interjected. Deputy Chief Hashirama, you've come all this way, bypassing the battlefield and venturing deep into our Sarutobi and Shimura territories. What is your purpose? I have come, as a junior, to seek an alliance between the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, Hashirama began, but Tobarama immediately cut in, to stand together against the Uchiha. In the end, Hashirama and Tobarama left the Sarutobi Shimura Council Hall looking utterly bewildered. When Hashirama first proposed the alliance, Sarutobi Koga was surprised, but soon understood Hashirama's motives. However, Shimura Quizong, the ambitious man intent on raising the Sarutobi and Shimura above the Senju and Uchiha, flatly rejected Hashirama's offer. This left the Senju brothers deeply puzzled. They could clearly see that the tide of war was turning against the Sarutobi and Shimura. True, no clan during the Warring States period wished to wade into the fierce struggle between Uchiha and Senju, but with their entire clans at risk, Quizong's swift refusal seemed more than a little strange, especially since Hashirama's proposal wasn't to make the Sarutobi and Shimura subordinate clans, like the four clans of the Northwest, but merely to form a temporary alliance. The Senju's main goal was to seize the opportunity to strike at the Uchiha from behind. Of course, Hashirama had no intention of violating the ceasefire agreement signed with Uchiha a year ago. What he truly wanted was the support of powerful clans like the Sarutobi and Shimura, a crucial first step toward his dream of building a village where all ninja clans could coexist. When Quizong refused, Hashirama turned to Sarutobi Koga, doing his best to persuade him. In the end, Koga's answer was also a rejection. If the Shimura clan's forces weren't so depleted, Quizong might have copied Uchiha Izuna's tactic from last year, capturing Tobarama as leverage against the Senju to extort some concessions. But with their current weakness, Quizong dared not risk offending the Senju, and could only allow the two brothers to depart openly through the main gate. Once outside the Sarutobi Shimura territory, Hashirama, visibly troubled, turned to Tobarama and asked, "Tobarama, was it something I said? Did I seem insincere?" Tobarama shot his older brother a cold, exasperated look, as if to say, "There's no hope for you. How could that possibly be the reason?" Just now, the way Keizo Shimura and Furukawa Sarutobi so decisively refused to form an alliance could only be due to an issue of interest. They had thought their plan was nearly foolproof, but instead, they were thoroughly rebuffed. This left the two brothers, destined to become the first and second Hokage of Konoha, feeling rather dejected about the future. "There's nothing we can do. For now, we'll have to return and meet with Chief Shanma and the others. The Uzumaki clan has maintained friendly relations with the Senju for 100 years. There shouldn't be any problems," said Tobarama Senju. Hashirama Senju let out a long, weary sigh. "Well, it seems that's our only option for now. The Uchiha have withdrawn their troops." After nearly a week's journey back to their clan, Hashirama immediately understood why Keizo Shimura and Furukawa Sarutobi had refused his invitation to join forces without hesitation when he heard the news. By the time he and Tobarama had reached the Sarutobi and Shimura families, the Uchiha had already pulled out. Their original plan was to take advantage of the fact that Sarutobi and Shimura were suffering from relentless Uchiha attacks and use that as leverage to propose an alliance. But now, with the Uchiha, the main threat, having already withdrawn, there was no longer any reason for those clans to accept the alliance. Furukawa Sarutobi aside, Keizo Shimura, the old fox, had always dreamed of surpassing both the Uchiha and the Senju. And as if that weren't enough, Senju Shangma, who had returned from the land of whirlpools, had encountered Uchiha Izuna in battle with the tailed beasts, witnessed two of their own jonin killed, and learned that Mito Uzumaki, betrothed to Hashirama Senju, had been taken captive. All of these events were laid bare during the Senju clan meeting. Uchiha Izuna had trespassed onto Uzumaki land, the territory of a Senju ally, blatantly violating the terms of their ceasefire agreement. To make matters worse, he had killed two of their jonin. In no time, the entire Senju leadership was seething with anger. They all declared that if the Uchiha had broken faith, then the Senju would not be obliged to uphold their end either. Since matters had come to this, they might as well openly declare war on the Uchiha. After all, it was the Uchiha who broke the agreement first. They were clearly in the wrong. Hashirama Senju sat in the vice chief's seat, looking deeply uncomfortable. Within the Senju, he had always been the one striving to uphold the truce between the Senju and Uchiha. Yet, as fate would have it, just as Hashirama was about to rise and try to calm his furious clansmen, a messenger ninja rushed in with urgent news. The Uchiha had sent word, demanding an explanation from the Senju because Hashirama Senju had entered the territories of the Sarutobi and Shimura, longtime enemies of the Uchiha, in an attempt to form an alliance, which was itself a violation of the ceasefire agreement. Thus, the Uchiha demanded the Senju give an account for this breach. The moment this news broke, everyone in the Senju leadership felt as if they might cough up blood from sheer frustration. After all, it was their own vice chief who had first run off to the land of whirlpools, violating the terms of the ceasefire agreement. Now, they're turning the tables and accusing the Senju's deputy clan leader of violating the treaty. How shameless, accusing others before owning up to their own misdeeds. Senju Xiongjian's face was dark as thunder. He turned to Senju Tobarama and asked, "Tobarama, has our movement been exposed?" With his brows tightly furrowed, Tobarama pondered for a long moment before replying coldly, "It's another one of Uchiha Izuna's schemes." The moment Tobarama spoke, the room fell silent and solemn. It was Uchiha Izuna, after all, who had dealt them a crushing blow a year ago, forcing both the Senju and Uchiha to lay down their arms. What on earth is going on? Tobarama, what does this have to do with Uchiha Izuna again? Shionjin asked, unable to make sense of it. Tobarama explained that cunning Uchiha Izuna entered the land of whirlpools for some reason of his own, but was discovered by you, clan leader. When he escaped, he was fully aware he had broken the treaty. So, he turned the tables, using our alliance with Sarutobi Shimura as a pretext to accuse us of being the ones to break the agreement first. Senju Wujin frowned, still puzzled. But how did he know that the deputy clan leader and you, Tobarama, went to meet with Sarutobi and Furu? Tobarama crossed his arms and let out a cold laugh. Oomph. As much as I hate to admit it, that man is a master strategist. He captured Uzumaki Mido and must have extracted plenty of information from her. From there, he pieced it all together. And last week, when the Uchiha suddenly pulled their troops back, it was almost certainly his doing. Izuna knew that if the Uchiha withdrew, Sarutobi and Shimura would have no reason to ally with us Senju. Oomph. What a cunning plot. As Tobarama finished his explanation, everyone in the hall couldn't help but gasp in shock. If Tobarama's analysis was correct, then just how deep did Uchiha Izuna's schemes go? One of the clan's elite jonin spoke up. So, how do we respond to the Uchiha now? Those scoundrels, always the first to accuse others. What's the point in talking to them? Let's mobilize our forces at once and strike back. That's right, we should have done this a year ago. I volunteer to lead the vanguard. Let's crush the Uchiha. Before Shionjin, Hashirama, or any of the elders could voice their opinions, the rest of the hall erupted, fists raised, clamoring for immediate action against the Uchiha. As he looked at his furious clansmen, Hashirama furrowed his brow deeply, about to rise and speak, when Tobarama, standing beside him, pressed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Startled, Hashirama glanced over, only to see Tobarama shake his head with a grave expression. Hashirama might not have been as politically astute as Tobarama, but he wasn't a fool. He understood that, at this point, nothing could stop the tide of his clan's anger. This was a far cry from how things had been when the Uchiha first clashed with the Hagoromo clan. At that time, the Uchiha had not violated the truce agreement. It was the Senju who tried to stab them in the back, and the Senju were in the wrong. Even so, Hashirama Senju, with his formidable wood release, could barely keep his own clansmen under control. But now, it was the Uchiha who had broken their promise, and, what was worse, turned around to falsely accuse the Senju. They had even gone so far as to kidnap the fiancé of the Senju's deputy chief. Although the Senju's actions could also be seen as breaching the truce, it was Uchiha who took the first step, played the villain, and then cried foul. Given all this, how could the Senju not be furious? At a moment like this, if Hashirama still tried to suppress his clansmen with wood release, as he had done a year ago, the only outcome would be that he could no longer serve as deputy chief. At that point, Takashi Senju, a near-Kiga-level expert, rose to his feet, bowed respectfully to both Shionjin Senju and Hashirama, and declared, I, Takashi Senju, request permission to lead the vanguard, set up camp at the front lines, and confront the Uchiha. I ask for approval from both the chief and deputy chief. No sooner had he spoken than Toba Senju, who had previously accompanied Shionjin to the land of whirlpools, also stood up. I, Toba Senju, request permission to return to the land of whirlpools and ask the Uzumaki clan once more for reinforcements, so that we may unite against the Uchiha. The highest decision-making council was made up of Chief Shionjin Senju, Deputy Chief Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, Takashi Senju, and another elite jonin, Yunjin Senju. Upon hearing the request from these two, Chief Shionjin Senju, always a staunch supporter of war, gave his approval without hesitation. Permission granted. Yunjin Senju echoed, permission granted. Tobarama Senju clapped his older brother on the shoulder and added, permission granted. Hashirama glanced out of the corner of his eye at his clansmen, now brimming with fighting spirit, and let out a deep sigh. Do as you wish. By this point, Hashirama understood. He could no longer stop them by himself. Seeing Hashirama finally give his consent, everyone breathed a silent sigh of relief, their tense faces breaking into smiles of reassurance. They had truly feared that their deputy chief, who had so firmly opposed war with the Uchiha last year, might once again stand in their way as he had before. Now that war with the Uchiha was decided, the next step was naturally to lay out the plans for battle. After a year of recovery and preparation, it was likely the Uchiha had regained much of their strength. With the destruction of the Hagoromo, the absorption of 4 other clans, their power was surely greater than it had been a year before. Fortunately, Shionjin Senju had succeeded in persuading the Uzumaki clan to formally ally with the Senju, and, most importantly, the entire clan had absolute faith in their deputy chief, Hashirama. As clan chief, Shionjin Senju immediately began organizing for the coming campaign. Yunjin Senju, the near-Kaga-level powerhouse, would lead 300 warriors to establish defenses on the front lines. Next, a small squad would be dispatched at once to the land of whirlpools to request reinforcements from the Uzumaki clan once again. The two clans had just formally become allies, and with Mito Uzumaki taken hostage, Hiroshi Uzumaki and his kin would surely give their all to help. Senju Ujima was even considering sending Hashirama Senju, now the clan's top combatant, to the front lines at once. But just as he was about to voice this thought, Hashirama spoke up ahead of him. "I'll go to the land of whirlpools myself and request reinforcements from the Uzumaki." Ujima and the others raised their eyebrows at this, and even Tobarama couldn't help but call out, "Big brother!" Knowing Hashirama so well, how could Tobarama miss the little scheme beneath his brother's calm words? Hashirama simply didn't wish to fight the Uchiha during the ceasefire, even though war now seemed inevitable. He still had no desire to cross blades with Madara Uchiha and the others on the battlefield. "It's fine. Let Hashirama lead a small squad to the land of whirlpools and ask for their support," Ujima said in the end, ever the elder statesman who saw through it all. Hashirama might be able to avoid the battlefield for now, but he couldn't run forever. Once he returned with the Uzumaki reinforcements, there would be no excuse left to shirk his responsibilities as a warrior. In half a month, at most, Hashirama would have to face reality head-on. The towering Yinshan mountain range, stretching for dozens of miles, had become the boundary separating the two mightiest clans of the Warring States era, Uchiha on one side, Senju on the other. Perhaps it was this very chain of mountains that kept the two bitter enemies apart during the ceasefire, preventing chance encounters that could only breed more hatred. In a way, this was a small blessing amidst great misfortune. To the west of the Yinshan range lay the Uchiha, and to the east, the Senju. Both sides had stationed their highest-ranking commanders, Uchiha and Senju Yunji, along this border, and the air was taut with the threat of imminent war. The news that the Uchiha and Senju were once again on the brink of battle seemed to grow wings, spreading swiftly across the land. Barely half of the 3-year truce had passed, and already it was shattered. Both sides gave the same justification. It was the other who had first broken the ceasefire agreement, a claim that, upon closer thought, was rather intriguing. In truth, it hardly mattered which clan had broken the rules first, or even if either had. As lifelong enemies, both clans were always looking for a chance to send the other to the afterlife. The other ninja clans cared little about the details. They were content to watch from the sidelines, waiting to see if they could profit from this clash of titans. After receiving news from Izuna about the Uzumaki, Madara quickly ordered Sasuke Uchiha to increase surveillance along the eastern coastline. It wasn't long before they gathered intel. Hashirama Senju was personally leading a small squad to the land of whirlpools. As for his true purpose, the covert ops unit couldn't confirm, but anyone could guess the answer with little effort. Still, the fact that someone of Hashirama's caliber would personally handle such a minor task as escorting reinforcements left Madara genuinely surprised. Whether it was because they knew each other too well, or perhaps due to the fateful entanglement between the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, after pondering deeply, Madara also sensed the reason behind Hashirama Senju's actions. "You're still too naive, Hashirama." Madara's expression took on a touch of melancholy as he spoke. Before Izuna's death, though he never voiced it, deep down Madara had longed for Hashirama's dream, a village where all shinobi could live together in harmony. At that moment, a jonin appeared in a swift blur, dropping to one knee before Madara and presenting a letter. "Clan leader, this is from the deputy chief." Madara accepted the letter, tore open the envelope, and after narrowing his eyes to scan its contents, gave a decisive command. "I'll go personally. Send word to Uchiha Shin. Take 300 men to set up camp and defend Baigu Pass." Baigu Pass, a treacherous route on the northern flank of the Yinshan Mountains, was nearly impossible for large forces to traverse. For that reason, the Uchiha had always kept defenses there rather thin. Last time, it was almost certain that Tobarama Senju had used this very path to slip past and attack the Uchiha's final defensive line at Mount Taiyang, nearly causing their entire rear guard to collapse. Madara would never allow the same mistake to be made twice. "Have you heard? The Senju and the Uchiha are about to go to war again." "I heard too, but apparently, both sides are blaming each other. They signed a 3-year truce, and now, barely halfway through, it's been broken already." "Who do you think broke the agreement first?" "My guess is the Uchiha. I've hired ninja from both clans before. The Senju always seemed a bit easier to get along with." In a small roadside and along the northern highways of the Land of Fire, a group of merchants and common folk were caught up in a lively debate about the rumors. After a year and a half, the Senju and Uchiha were once again headed for war. None of them noticed. In a quiet corner of the inn, a young man and woman sat across from each other, drinking tea and nibbling on dumplings, taking a moment to rest. With war against the Senju looming, shouldn't you, as deputy chief, hurry back? What exactly are you planning? The girl's voice was clear and melodious, sounding no more than 16 or 17. Her tone revealed a trace of confusion and disbelief. The young man replied calmly, "This is my way of taking part in the war. Trust me, I'm dying to kill Hashirama Senju. Honestly, your grandfather's on my list too." These two were none other than Izuna and Mito Uzumaki. When Izuna mentioned wanting to kill her grandfather, Mito's brows drew together in a faint frown. She pursed her lips in displeasure, but then remembered their clans had always been enemies, so she swallowed her irritation and said nothing. After popping the last dumpling from the bamboo skewer into his mouth and leaving a few coins on the table, Izuna stood up. "Let's go." Mito pressed her lips together and trotted after him with small, quick steps. The two of them had been traveling together for nearly half a month now, and even Uzumaki Mito herself was starting to get used to this arrangement. But the moment that thought crossed her mind, Mito shook her head vigorously, trying to banish it from her head. "What am I thinking? He's the one who kidnapped me." They had reached what could be considered the northern borderlands of the Land of Fire. Any further north, and they would pass through the dense forests of the Fire Country and enter a stretch of wetlands. While it wasn't exactly desolate compared to the boundless fertile lands of the Fire Country, the difference was obvious. No wonder, in the wars that would come to engulf the shinobi world, the other four nations all set their sights on the Land of Fire. After leaving the post station with Mito, Izuna led her into the wetlands. If they continued north for a little over a week, they would reach what would one day become the border of the Land of Lightning. Of course, just like the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning didn't exist as a nation at this point. It wasn't until nightfall that they finally stopped for the day. Izuna found a spot suitable for camping, built a fire, and caught 2 wild rabbits to roast over the flames. "What are you doing all the way out here?" Mito couldn't hold back her curiosity, sitting on the other side of the campfire. "If it weren't for Senju Hikoma and your esteemed grandfather, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble," Izuna said, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. He took one of the roasted rabbits and handed it to Mito. Mito raised an elegant brow, but accepted the rabbit anyway. After a moment's thought, realization dawned on her face. Your target is the tailed beasts." "You know about the tailed beasts?" Izuna replied, his words a little muffled as he chewed on rabbit meat. He was genuinely surprised. Among the Uchiha, most people just called them those terrifying chakra monsters or something similar. He hadn't expected Mito to call them the tailed beasts so directly. "Of course I do. According to the history passed down in the Uzumaki clan, there are 9 tailed beasts in total, from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. Each one is a creature, born from chakra, and long ago, they waged battles against humans. No matter how hard people tried to kill them, after some time, they would always come back to life." As she spoke, Mito's mouth grew dry. She instinctively ran her soft tongue over her lips. Izuna tossed her a canteen. "Here, drink." Mito picked it up and took a sip, only to sputter and cough, glaring at Izuna as she exclaimed, "Wah, this is sake." Izuna couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't tell me you can't handle a little alcohol." Fuming, Mito tossed the canteen back at him. Izuna caught it and took a swig himself. Mito had no desire to continue the conversation. Instead, she tore into the rabbit meat with big bites, but the roast was dry to begin with, and, after a few mouthfuls, her lips and throat felt even more parched. Izuna stood up. "Wait here. I'll go find some water." With that, he turned and walked off toward the darkness. Uzumaki Mito gazed quietly at his retreating figure, murmuring softly to herself, "He's not really a bad person." No sooner had she spoken than Mito suddenly remembered the opposition between their positions. She quickly fell silent, forcing herself not to dwell on such thoughts. In the glow of the firelight, Mito's delicate features seemed all the more enchanting and lovely. "What are you thinking about?" She had no idea how much time had passed when Izuna's voice suddenly sounded right beside her, startling Mito from a reverie. She turned to see that he had already returned. "No, it's nothing." "De water, where is Ichi?" Mito stammered, flustered. Izuna shot her a suspicious glance, then set the kettle on the fire. "The water here doesn't seem very clean. Just to be safe, we'd better boil it before drinking. Wouldn't want you women to feel unwell when it's that time of the month." Mito blinked in confusion. "That time of the month? What do you mean?" Izuna felt a wave of embarrassment. There was no such term as that time of the month in this world. I mean, those few days every month when women need to, shed a little blood. He tried to explain, awkwardness clear in his tone. Those few days every month, bleeding. Mito thought for a moment. Then her cheeks reddened furiously. In a flash, she swung her hand towards Izuna's face. You scoundrel! Seeing the slap about to land, Izuna quickly caught her delicate hand in his own. Incensed, Mito didn't pause to think. She raised her other hand for another slap. Izuna, not wanting to risk the kettle spilling, tossed it into the fire and caught her second hand as well. With both hands restrained, Mito still refused to give in and stomped her foot at him in frustration. Again? That's enough, Izuna said with exasperation. All I did was mention that time of the month. If I started telling the dirty jokes from my past life, would you just seal my soul away on the spot? With a slight movement, he released a faint surge of chakra, sending a ripple through Mito's body. The princess of the Uzumaki clan, skilled in seals but not in combat, lost her balance and tumbled forward, straight into Izuna's chest. Time seemed to freeze. The air between them grew thick with a sweet, charged tension. Almost instinctively, Izuna let go of her hands, slipping his arms around her slender waist instead. Men are all the same, falling for every pretty face they see. The saying rang true. In this moment, Izuna couldn't deny that 80% of his actions were drawn by the beauty of Mito's face. After all, isn't a man's first attraction to a woman always her face? And she smells wonderful. That was Izuna's first thought as he held Mito in his arms. Immediately after, the more she tried to trace the source of that alluring scent, the tighter she held on. In the end, her chin was pressed against Madara's shoulder, her breath fanning out over his neck and shoulder, sending a tingling shiver down his spine. If Madara hadn't been holding her by the waist, she might have already collapsed onto the floor. In that moment, Mito was utterly bewildered. With Madara's hands having let go, she found herself completely at a loss, unsure of where to put her own hands. The sensation of warm breath against her neck made her body grow even softer, until she practically melted into his arms, her hands coming to rest naturally at Madara's waist. Time seemed to stand still. After a while, Madara loosened his hold just a little, but then tilted his head so their foreheads touched, drawing even closer. By now, Mito's face was flushed as red as an apple, her expression dreamy and dazed, as she watched Madara's eyes drawn nearer and nearer. At the very last moment, when their lips were less than half a centimeter apart, Mito suddenly snapped back to her senses. Summoning all her remaining strength, she shoved Madara away, exclaiming in alarm, "No, no, this can't happen, it just can't." Madara hadn't shielded himself with chakra, so her push sent him stumbling back 2 steps, breaking the embrace. "Sorry." In the end, those are the only 2 words Madara uttered, his voice soft and faint. Mito didn't reply. Instead, she immediately turned away, hastily adjusting the kimono that had been pulled askew. Her collar had slipped open, and as her fingers brushed the spot on her neck where Madara's breath had lingered, she could still feel a lingering tingle. The entire night that followed was thick with awkwardness. Madara managed to sleep for half the night, but Mito lay awake until dawn, her heart thundering wildly, refusing to calm. "I can't possibly. No, it's impossible. He's an Uchiha. I am a Uzumaki, an ally of the Senju. There's no way anything could happen between us." All night long, Mito wrestled with this internal conflict, repeating the same thoughts over and over. The first rays of a new day's sunlight broke through. It was only then, after a night of turmoil, that Mito finally felt the drowsiness start to creep in. But by now, it was already time to set out. Noticing the exhaustion written all over Mito's face, a glimmer flickered in Madara's eyes, so fleeting he himself didn't notice it. "Why don't you rest a little longer?" Mito looked at him for a long moment, then parted her lips, her voice gentle. "Aren't you in a hurry?" Of course he was. The war between the Uchiha and the Senju had already begun, and Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan was entering its most dangerous stage. At this point, his eyesight was probably no better than someone with severe nearsightedness. He had to capture a tailed beast quickly to make up for the clan's disadvantage in battle. Yet, after what had happened last night, something in Madara's attitude toward Mito had subtly shifted. Seeing her so weary, he felt an unfamiliar tug in his chest. Before he realized it, those words had slipped out. "My subordinates reported that the 2 tails was once spotted around here, so there's no need for us to go any further. You can get some more sleep." Izuna spoke in a calm tone. Uzumaki Mito couldn't tell if he was telling the truth, but after last night's mental struggle, she had no desire to speak another word to Izuna. She leaned against a withered tree, turned on her side with her eyes closed, and soon drifted off into a deep sleep. Izuna pressed his index and middle fingers together, forming a cross-shaped hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a rush of movement, 5 shadow clones sprang forth in quick succession, each darting off in a different direction. This time, Izuna's target was Matatabi, the two tails, a tailed beast that, like the eight tails, would one day become one of the twin treasures of the Hidden Cloud Village. Although it had been confirmed that the three tails lurked somewhere along the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire, after the last incident, it was uncertain whether it would remain there. Moreover, the Senju and Uzumaki clans had already been alerted. Capturing the three tails again was no longer realistic, so Izuna shifted his focus, setting his sights on the two tails instead. After sending his shadow clones out to search, Izuna sat cross-legged and began cultivating Sage Chakra. Since acquiring this ability, he hadn't made any real progress with it, a frustration that had nearly driven him to abandon Sage training altogether. But for now, this was the only way to alleviate the side effects of his Mangekyo Sharingan, and he had no other options. Sensing the subtle shift in Izuna's chakra, the sleeping Uzumaki Mito slowly opened her eyes. She caught sight of Izuna, cross-legged, facing away from her and gathering energy. Mito tried to close her eyes and fall back asleep, but she couldn't help but sneak another glance. Honestly, why should I even care what he's doing? Just go back to sleep? Go on, sleep. With that indignant thought, Mito found herself opening and closing her eyes several times, unable to settle down. At last, she couldn't hold back any longer and called out, "Training your chakra like that is completely inefficient. No, it's even worse. You'll get nowhere with it." Izuna, who had been focusing on refining Sage Chakra, turned around at her voice. Seeing Mito's indignant expression, he was momentarily tempted to ask, "You're not sleeping anymore?" But his sense of self-preservation quickly took over, and he changed his tone. "Then what do you suggest?" Mito got up and walked over, pursing her lips thoughtfully before asking, "First, tell me, where did you learn this method of cultivating new chakra?" "On an island north of the Land of Waves." Izuna didn't hold anything back. He told Mito the entire story, how he had traveled to Sage Island and stolen the secret scroll on Sage training from the clan of Yugo. "To think you'd steal another clan's secret techniques. You really are one of a kind, even for a Uchiha deputy chief." Mito couldn't help but sneer a little as she spoke. Izuna half closed his eyes. "All right, enough with the sarcasm. Do you actually have a better way or not? I also want to take a look at the actual way that so-called Sage Jutsu is performed. Could you know? Never mind, just forget it. I don't really want to get involved anyway." Mito Uzumaki started to ask, but changed her mind halfway through, her words awkward and conflicted. But Izuna paid no mind to her hesitation. Without a second thought, he took out the two scrolls he had stolen with such difficulty and handed them directly to Mito. Mito was genuinely surprised by how readily Izuna handed over the precious scrolls he had risked so much to steal. As she considered what this might mean, her feelings grew complicated. Still, she unrolled the scroll and began to read, poring over every word with unwavering attention. A full 2 hours passed before Mito finally tore her eyes from the scrolls. She looked at Izuna with a strange mix of irritation and concern and said, "Honestly, I can't believe you dare to train in such a dangerous technique. Even the original clan who created Sage Jutsu couldn't control its chakra perfectly. One misstep, and you could lose your mind, or even your life." Izuna wore a faint smile. For reasons he couldn't explain, he could hear the worry woven beneath the reproach in Mito's voice. Seeing that quiet smile on his face, Mito's heart skipped in spite of herself. She tossed the scrolls back to him, and after a brief silence, said, "Our Uzumaki sealing techniques can suppress rampaging chakra, depending on the user's skill. If you want, I can help you try it out." In the original story, the details of Hashirama Senju's Sage Jutsu training were never fully explained. Madara and Sasuke Uchiha only awakened the power of the six paths by force. Naruto, Uzumaki, Jiraiya, Kabuto, and others learned Sage Jutsu through training in the three Great Sage regions. Thus, Mito's remarks about the dangers of Izuna learning Sage Jutsu on his own revealed just how knowledgeable she was in this field. Even though Tsunade Sage Jutsu's sanctuary was Shikatsu Forest, leading many to guess that her grandfather Hashirama also trained there, this was never confirmed. It was entirely possible that Hashirama's Sage Jutsu training had been aided by Mito as well. Izuna chuckled softly and replied, "Then let's begin." At the sight of his gentle smile, Mito pursed her lips and told him to wait a moment. She then walked about 3 meters away, knelt gracefully, and formed a hand sign that Izuna had never seen before. Closing her eyes, Mito began to focus her chakra. After about 5 minutes, chakra suddenly surged from her body, forming a glowing red seal on the ground, centered where Izuna sat cross-legged. From the edges of the seal, for crimson whips of light rose up, connecting to Izuna's arms and legs. Yet Izuna himself felt no discomfort at all. Just then, Mito's calm voice rang out from across the seal. You can begin now. At her words, Izuna formed the necessary hand signs and began to generate sage chakra. As before, when Izuna began to gather senjutsu chakra, his body was gradually invaded by natural energy, transforming him into that eerie, inhuman state reminiscent of the 5 Kagaya followers in later times. Just as the first signs of this transformation appeared, Mito Uzumaki's chakra surged through the crimson energy whip that bound her to Izuna, suppressing the rampaging natural energy within him and restoring his body to human form. With his eyes closed in deep concentration, Izuna was unaware of all this. He continued to gather senjutsu chakra, striving to bring this immense power under his control. Yet the higher the concentration of senjutsu chakra he tried to refine, the more frequently his body slipped into the curse-marked state. Seeing this, Mito Uzumaki had no choice but to keep pouring her chakra into him, tirelessly quelling the wild natural energy. The principle behind this sealing technique was much like the method Yamato would use in later years to help Naruto master the wind release, Raisin Shuriken, containing the rampage of the Nine Tails chakra. But Izuna was on a completely different level from Naruto at that stage, and so Mito Uzumaki had to expend far more chakra and effort to restrain him. Time passed, carrying the morning into midday. At last, beads of sweat as large as pearls rolled down Mito Uzumaki's brow, and the healthy flush on her cheeks faded to a pallid white. Her chakra was nearly depleted. Unable to maintain the hand seals or keep the chakra flowing, Mito Uzumaki gave a soft cry, braced herself against the ground with both hands, and began to breathe raggedly. The sealing array beneath her and the chakra whip connecting their bodies vanished. Izuna immediately sensed the change, opened his eyes, and turned to look at Mito Uzumaki. Seeing how pale she looked, Izuna didn't hesitate for a moment. He rushed to her side, knelt down, and gently supported her shoulders, worry etched in his voice. "Are you all right?" A lock of her red hair, damp with sweat, clung to her face, lending Mito Uzumaki a touch of disheveled beauty. Shaking her head with effort, Mito Uzumaki managed to say, "It's just my chakra's exhausted. I'm all right, really." Izuna tucked the stray hair behind her ear and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead with his sleeve. "Rest for now. Let's call it a day." Faced with Izuna's unexpectedly tender gesture, Mito Uzumaki pressed her lips together, a fierce inner struggle playing out in her heart. In the end, she didn't resist. She tried to act composed, gave a small nod, and turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Izuna scooped Mito Uzumaki up in his arms and carried her to the base of a tree, settling her in a half-reclining position against the trunk. Thanks to the memories relayed from his shadow clones, Izuna knew that ever since Mito Uzumaki began helping him train in senjutsu, all his clones had vanished. It was much like the problem of trying to look left and right at the same time. Refining senjutsu chakra demanded intense focus. Once a certain threshold was crossed, he simply didn't have the attention to spare for maintaining the clones. During this period, the shadow clones hadn't found any trace of the two tails. Glancing at Uzumaki Mito, who was half reclining against the tree trunk, resting, Izuna created a shadow clone and sent it out to continue searching. Mito. After dispatching the clone, Izuna sat down beside Uzumaki Mito and spoke. "Do you believe in the dream of creating a village where all shinobi can live together in harmony?" Noticing the change in how he addressed her, Uzumaki Mito, who had her eyes closed in feigned sleep, shivered slightly. When she heard his question, her delicate brows knit together, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is that even possible?" Izuna couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he wasn't exactly an expert in romance, nor did he know how to interact skillfully with women. So he simply brought up that distant, almost impossible dream that Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara discussed as children. "That was the dream of my foolish older brother and another stubborn fool when they were kids. I never really cared for it myself, but the more I've experienced the brutality of this warring era, the more I can understand what they hoped for." As he spoke, Izuna couldn't help but recall how, as Kite, he'd intentionally stirred conflict between the Shimura and the 4 northwestern clans, and even killed several members of the Uchiha Izuna unit to further his cause. A flicker of guilt flashed in his eyes, and he bit his lower lip hard. I really do want to bring an end to this age of war." Uzumaki Mito gazed intently at Izuna, feeling as though she was getting to know him a little better. "And you?" Izuna turned to look at her. "Do you have a dream?" With her head bowed, Uzumaki Mito thought for a long moment before speaking softly. "When I was very young, my grandfather told me I had a natural talent for sealing jutsu. As the heir of the Uzumaki clan, I've lived until today with the sole purpose of protecting our people. I suppose that's my dream." She paused, then continued. Not long ago, the head of the Senju clan, Senji Yuma, came to my grandfather. He proposed an alliance, offering a marriage as a sign of goodwill. My grandfather agreed and decided that Uzumaki Mito hesitated, her eyes flickering with a complicated emotion as she glanced at Izuna. And then you showed up and kidnapped me. Although Izuna had already learned these things through his Sharingan, hearing Mito speak of them herself still left him feeling uneasy. Moved by a sudden impulse, he reached out and gently took Mito's delicate hand, leaning in so that their shoulders touched. Mito's heart began to race wildly. Instinctively, she tried to pull her hand away, but Izuna held it firmly. She tried several times to withdraw her hand, but he wouldn't let go. After a few futile attempts, Mito finally gave up. She said nothing, simply allowing the moment to linger, her heart pounding furiously as the afternoon faded into evening. The silence was finally broken by the sound of Mito's stomach rumbling. A low, unmistakable grumble echoed between them. Hearing the rumble of Mito Uzumaki's stomach, Izuna was the first to lose his composure and let out a laugh he couldn't hold back. Mito's cheeks turned as red as her hair, and she huffed. What's so strange about it? I haven't eaten a thing since this morning. She'd spent the whole night tangled up in worries, and just as she tried to catch up on some sleep in the morning, she was pulled into helping Izuna train in sage arts. Before all that, she'd already burned through so much chakra and energy. The fact that her stomach only began protesting now was a testament to how long she'd managed to hold out. There's still a bit of dried rations left. At that, Izuna finally stood up, letting go of Mito's hand, and began rummaging through his ninja pouch. As the warmth of his hand left hers, Mito couldn't help but feel a fleeting emptiness inside. She quickly shook her head, clasped her hands to her chest, and kept reminding herself, Mito Uzumaki, you shameless girl, what are you thinking? He even said he wanted to kill Grandpa before. This stuff isn't exactly gourmet. Will the princess of the Uzumaki clan be able to bear it? Izuna teased lightly as he handed her a piece of hard, dry bread. I'm not that delicate, Mito retorted, giving a little huff, and, almost as if making a point, began taking big, determined bites of the bread. Izuna stood nearby, watching her with a gentle, amused smile. He handed over some water, reminding her, take it slow, or you'll choke. No sooner had he spoken than Mito began coughing fitfully. Foolish girl, Izuna muttered, a look of helplessness flickering in his eyes as he stepped forward and gently patted her back. The clash between the Uchiha and the Senju marked the first true confrontation on the grand stage of the Warring States since Madara and Hashirama had risen to prominence. Because of his own involvement, Madara hadn't made much use of the Mangekyo's power so far, so he should be able to hold out for quite a while. Madara was in even better shape than he was. Besides, before leaving the clan grounds, Izuna had repeatedly instructed that if anything happened, he'd be notified at once. For now, the daily reports from the messenger hawks all described the two sides as evenly matched. That allowed Izuna to focus, for the time being, on his sage training and the search for the tailed beasts. Time slipped by. Nearly half a month had passed. At noon, Izuna opened his eyes from within Mito's sealing array, the corners of his eyes and his temples now marked with patterns resembling tadpoles, signs of sage mode. But his sage mode was far from complete. He was merely managing to keep the sage energy, as practiced by the Yugo clan, within his own limits of control. Still, this feeling is nothing like before, he remarked. Izuna stood, testing his body, drawing a kunai and giving it a few swings. Both his strength and speed felt utterly transformed. Izuna had never been a sensory-type ninja, yet now he could clearly sense the movements of animals for miles around. Was this the added effect brought by sage chakra? But to Izuna's regret, his eyesight had not recovered to any significant degree. Perhaps it was because sage jutsu could only alleviate his symptoms, not cure them. Or maybe the sage jutsu, refined using the Yugo clan's training methods, simply couldn't compare to the effects brought by Hashirama's cells. Still, no matter the reason, this was a major breakthrough. So this is sage chakra, huh? At that moment, Mito Uzumaki walked over, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the markings at the corner of Izuna's eyes. Thank you, Mito, Izuna said, his hands gently resting on her delicate shoulders. Mito felt his gaze and grew uncomfortable, shrugging her shoulders twice before turning away. She tried to defend herself, stammering, Don't get the wrong idea. I only help you because I was curious about sage chakra, that's all. Izuna couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out Mito Uzumaki had a bit of a prideful side after all. Suddenly, the clear cry of a hawk echoed from the sky. Izuna looked up in the direction of the sound. It was a summon hawk, the kind the Uchiha used for communication. He raised his arm, letting the hawk perch on it, and untied the secret letter fastened to its leg. As he opened it and read the contents, the smile on his face was instantly replaced by a grave expression. "What's the matter?" Mito had already turned back around by then. Seeing the seriousness on Izuna's face, she asked instinctively. "News has just arrived from the front lines. Hashirama Senju has led about 500 members of the Uzumaki clan to the battlefield, with their clan leader, Uzumaki Hikaru, and your grandfather, Uzumaki Kokai, at the forefront." At these words, Mito trembled. In any shinobi clan, elders typically remained at the rear as a stabilizing force. Yet her grandfather, Uzumaki Kokai, the clan's great elder, had actually gone to the front himself. It was almost certain he had done so for her sake. Mito hesitated for a long while, only able to force out a single word. "Don't forget, you're still my captive." Izuna reached out and playfully tapped the tip of Mito's delicate nose. She shot him a glance. Without realizing it herself, her look was tinged with subtle affection. Meanwhile, on the cloud-shrouded mountain battlefield, in the Senju camp on the eastern side, Takeshi Senju greeted the newly arrived Hashirama, along with the reinforcements, Uzumaki Hikaru, Uzumaki Kokai, and others, with hearty laughter. It wasn't just the Uzumaki clan's arrival that mattered. More importantly, the Senju's greatest warrior, Hashirama himself, was finally about to take the stage. Hashirama wore a wry smile. Did things between the Senju and Uchiha really have to be settled by war in the end? After some brief pleasantries, Uzumaki Kokai couldn't wait any longer and asked eagerly, "Have the Senju found any trace of my granddaughter, Mito, the fiancée of Vice Clan leader Hashirama?" Senju Takuma responded upon hearing this. "Elder Guanghai, our Senju clan has also been actively investigating this matter, but regrettably, we haven't uncovered any clues regarding Princess Mito's whereabouts." How could this be? Yuzushiyo Guanghai clenched his fists tightly. Could it be that Mito has already fallen into the hands of those Uchiha bastards? Senju Tobarama interjected from the side. "Please rest assured, Elder Guanghai. Uchiha Izuna capturing Princess Mito can only mean one of two things. Either he intends to use her to shake the morale of our forces, or as a bargaining chip for negotiations with us in the future. In either case, Princess Mito's safety should not be in any immediate danger." Yuzushiyo Guanghai finally regained some composure. "If that's truly the case, then that's a relief. But we must rescue Mito as quickly as possible." Uzumaki Hikaru, the clan leader of Uzumaki, asked, "Why don't I see clan leader Yujin present?" Senju Takuma explained, Clan leader Yujin is currently responsible for the battlefield at Baigu Pass in the north. If we manage to capture that position, it will open up a highly advantageous route for attacking the Uchiha. The clan leader is stationed at a flanking battlefield? Uzumaki Hikaru and the others could hardly believe it. Normally, the clan leader would be in command at the main front, while the second or third ranking members of the clan would be sent to the rear or flanking positions. Why was the Senju clan doing the opposite? At this moment, Senju Tobarama smiled as he looked at Senju Hashirama. "Elder brother, before leaving, the clan leader entrusted you with full command over the main battlefield at Yinshan, giving you the authority to lead us in this war." Once again, the Uzumaki were shocked. With Hashirama in charge of the main battlefield, did that mean his strength truly surpassed that of clan leader Yujin? Hashirama could only offer a wry, bitter smile. This was clearly forcing him into direct conflict with the Uchiha. This way, there's no more time to waste. After incinerating the secret message sent from the Uchiha front lines with a fire release technique, Izuna spoke to himself. 3 days. Only 3 days remain. Whether or not the tailed bees can be found, once these 3 days are over, he must return to the front lines. As vice clan leader, if he stayed away from the clan for too long, it would not only undermine his standing within the Uchiha, but more importantly, the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, were both formidable opponents who would seize any opportunity. Without him, Madara would be completely overwhelmed. "Uchiha Izuna," Mito began to speak, but Izuna cut her off. "Isn't it time to change the way you address me?" Hearing this, Mito bit her lower lip, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to utter those 2 words. "We'll put a pause on your sage training for these 3 days. With that, Izuna formed a cross-shaped hand sign, summoning 50 shadow clones at once to conduct a sweeping, exhaustive search. Anyway, once he brought Uzumaki Mito back, she could resume her sage training. For now, he would focus all his efforts on finding the tailed beast during these 3 days. Izuna pulled Mito back down to sit, found a stick, and began sketching in the dirt at their feet. But while one hand held the stick, the other mischievously clasped Mito's delicate hand. Mito struggled several times without success, and could only glare fiercely at this shameless man. letting him have his way. Gradually shifting her focus to the drawing Izuna was making on the ground, Mito realized he was outlining the tactical map of the battlefield where the Senju and Uchiha were fighting this time. From the main front at Yinshan. On the Uchiha side, Madara Uchiha and Takeya Uchiha led the forces with their subordinate clans, Watanabe, Ryumi, and others, commanding for allied ninja clans. Altogether, counting the Uchiha and their allies, they numbered around 2,000. The opposing Senju side, judging by the initial clash 5 days ago, was led by Senju Mujian, who was near Kage level, and Senju Tobarama, an actual Kage level ninja. With the latest intelligence, Senju Hashirama had also joined the main battlefront, bringing 500 Uzumaki reinforcements. Their total force reached 3,000. This wasn't surprising after all. The Uchiha had barely recovered after last year's great battle. If they hadn't absorbed the 4 allied clans of Watanabe, Onikawa, and the rest, the power gap would have been even wider. Meanwhile, at the northern by Valley Pass, the scale was much smaller. The terrain was tight and unsuitable for a large camp. Only Uchiha Shin guarded the spot with 400 men. Their sole purpose there was to prevent a repeat of last time, when Senju Tobarama nearly took them by surprise and overran their base. As for Senju Yuma, the current clan leader, is he staying in the rear to command? Piecing together the intelligence Madara and the others had sent, Izuna realized there was no concrete information about Senju Yuma's whereabouts, which made him frown in thought. Suddenly, Mito's startled cry beside him snapped Izuna out of his thoughts. He turned, only to see her small, pink fist strike him as she blushed in embarrassment. That hurts! Looking down, Izuna finally noticed that, lost in thought, he'd unconsciously squeezed Mito's hand too tightly. He quickly let go and cupped her hand apologetically. Sorry. Mito swiftly pulled her hand back, shot him a glare, and simply turned her body away. By the third day, the sky above was thick with heavy clouds, perfectly matching Izuna's mood. It was already the last day. If he couldn't find the tailed beast, he would have no choice but to head back. At his side, Mito saw Izuna wiping away the map he'd drawn in the dirt and quickly guessed what was on his mind. She asked, "Are you getting ready to return to the battlefield?" "Yes, today is the final day." Izuna brushed away the map, then suddenly smiled. "If the plan to capture the tailed beast fails, I'll need you to spend some extra time helping me train in sage arts." Mito averted her gaze, her expression complicated. She truly felt torn at this moment. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Izuna stood on the opposite side of my own Uzumaki clan, who were allied with the Senju. By helping Izuna, I was in effect aiding the enemy against my own people. But why couldn't I bring myself to refuse him? Even if I did, he could always use his Sharingan to force me into compliance. I tried to comfort myself with this excuse, but deep down, I knew the Sharingan's powers weren't as all-powerful as that. At most, it's good for interrogation. It can't compel someone to carry out complicated actions, especially not something as intricate as a sealing technique meant to suppress sage chakra. Unless I willingly cooperated, not even the Sharingan could control me with such precision. Suddenly, Izuna's expression changed ever so slightly. He spoke, "I found it." I turned to look at him, but Izuna was already rushing northward, his voice carrying back to me from a distance. "Stay where you are. I'll be back soon." "Hey." I reached out, about to say something, but he had already vanished from sight. Mountainous terrain. A beast, its entire body ablaze with deep blue flames, prowled across the yellowed grass at the mountain's foot. Its shape was that of a monstrous cat, and its 2 tails, also wreathed in eerie blue fire, swayed in the wind. Matatabi, the 2 tails. It was said the blue fire on its body, like Amaterasu itself, could never be extinguished. Unlike the 8 tails and 9 tails who attacked with pure chakra, the 2 tails, much like the magnet release-wielding 1 tail, Shikaku, the water release 3 tails, Isabu, and the lava release 4 tails, Son Goku, was a master of a single elemental style, in its case, fire release. That made it highly compatible with the Uchiha clan. As Matatabi lay sleeping on the grass, a soft rustling reached its ears, causing its feline ears to twitch. Opening its eyes, it saw a young man in black, with a mane of jet black hair, strolling calmly toward it. 2 tails, or should I call you Matatabi? Standing just 50 meters away, Izuna looked up at the cat demon, nearly as massive as the 8 tails. "You know my name?" Matatabi tilted its head, murmuring in a voice that sounded like a weathered, middle-aged woman, a stark contrast to the 8 tails. "I need your power, Matatabi." Izuna met the beast's gaze, his eyes unwavering. "Sooner or later, all of you tailed beasts will end up under human control. If you choose me, I can at least promise you absolute freedom, except in times of battle when I'll need your help." Matatabi's face took on a surprisingly human frown. After half a minute of silence, she replied in a woman's voice, "Leave, human. I don't believe your words, nor am I interested in getting involved in the affairs of mankind." "You don't believe me, do you?" "That's exactly what I expected, but the fact that you didn't attack me right away shows you have a pretty good temper." Madara's black eyes gradually turned blood red, and within them, 3 Tomo slowly spun into view. "But what if I say, I'm determined to make you my summoning beast?" According to the recollections of Killer Bee in later years, the relationship between the 2 tails and its Jinchuriki, Yujito ni, was even better than what he had with the 8 tails. One has to admit, the Hidden Cloud is quite accomplished when it comes to taming tailed beasts. But even so, unless it's in the very nature of the 2 tails, it would be nearly impossible to coexist peacefully with its Jinchuriki. Still, no matter how mild the 2 tails' temper might be, faced with Madara's almost coercive demand, it couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Though Madara wasn't quite like his brother, always speaking with an air of dominance, deep down he was just as proud. To lower himself and beg anyone for anything was simply out of the question. A guttural roar tore from the 2 tails, shaking the air. The sound rolled like thunder, sending a violent gust across the field, threatening to rip the grass from the very earth. It reared up, raising its right claw high before bringing it crashing down. Madara clenched his right fist with his index and middle fingers upright. Ready. Body flicker technique. With a sharp sound, the 2 tails' massive claws smashed into the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust and earth billowing into the air. But Madara had already vanished, reappearing 10 meters from where he'd just stood. He formed a single-handed seal again. As a master of fire style, not only Madara, but many of the Uchiha's elite jonin could unleash most fire style techniques with just the tiger hand sign. Of course, advanced ninjutsu like the majestic destroyer flame required both hands, but for most, one seal was enough. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A roaring dragon of fire surged forth, striking the 2 tails' massive body dead on. Crimson flames engulfed the beast, wrapping around its body already sheathed in blue fire, burning relentlessly. But after just 5 seconds, Madara noticed something was wrong. The flames were burning on the 2 tails' body, but the blue fire that coated its skin acted as a natural barrier, keeping Madara's fire jutsu at bay and preventing any real harm. Soon, the blue flames devoured the red, and the 2 tails let out another furious roar, charging at Madara once more. Madara rushed forward to meet the beast head-on. Witnessing this ability, he couldn't help but think of Marco the Phoenix from One Piece, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He, too, wielded blue flames, said to heal any injury no matter how grave. The 2 tails' fire bore a striking resemblance. And yet, Haiden and Kakuzu, 2 of the Akatsuki's members often regarded by fans as among the weaker ones, had actually managed to capture the 2 tails. Izuna thought there were a couple of reasons for this. Perhaps, within a Jinchuriki, a tailed beast couldn't unleash its full power. And also, the 2 immortal opponents' abilities were simply too well suited to countering the 2 tails. Suddenly, the 2 tails arched its twin tails high behind it, like a pair of banners raised in fury. With a single sweep, it launched countless blue flames into the air, scattering them like a meteor shower that raced straight toward Izuna. Fiery mouse bombs. With his spinning Sharingan, Izuna could see every trajectory of the descending fireballs as clear as day. His body moved with a dancer's grace, spinning and weaving through the barrage. But then, something changed in the 2 tails' chakra. The fireballs Izuna had just dodged abruptly shifted direction, homing back on him. So they can track their target? Izuna narrowed his eyes. If that's how it is, his hands flashed through a series of seals. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Boom, boom, boom. If evasion was pointless, then he'd counter them head-on, with a jutsu of equal force. A fierce gale howled as the colossal 2 tails moved across the grass, the wind roaring wildly in its wake. It burst through the clouds of smoke from the explosions, lunging straight at Izuna. Staring up at the beast, towering above him, as vast as a mountain, any ordinary person might have fainted from sheer terror. The 2 tails twisted midair, then brought both of its tails crashing down like iron whips. Well, let's see how this move fares. I've been wanting to try it for a long time. A mysterious smile played at Izuna's lips. He crossed his index and middle fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The clone leapt away, while Izuna himself raised his right hand. In his palm, a Rasengan rapidly grew, first the size of a tennis ball, then a soccer ball, and finally as large as a basketball. Giant Rasengan. The Rasengan in his hand met the descending cat's claw head-on. The 2 tails shuddered slightly. But in the next instant, it poured on more chakra, blue flames erupting along its forelimb, overpowering the Rasengan's force in a flash. Crash! Izuna was sent hurtling through the air. Just before he smashed into the rocky mountainside, he reached into his tool pouch at his waist and flung a three-pronged kunai down to the grass below. In a heartbeat, Izuna vanished from midair and reappeared safely on the ground. It was only thanks to Flying Thunder God that he was able to keep the damage to a minimum. But to Izuna's surprise, the Two Tails didn't press the attack. Instead, after sending him flying, it remained where it was for a moment and then spoke. "Leave, human. You're not my opponent." Izuna blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing. "You're just a little kitten, and yet you dare to talk big? I'm not letting you get away today." The Two Tails could not help but flare up in anger. Its twin tails lashed violently behind it, and the azure blue fireballs rose once more, raining down like a meteor shower, denser and fiercer than before. At that moment, the shadow clone hiding in the distance suddenly snapped its eyes open, formed a hand seal, and dispelled itself. In the next instant, tadpole-shaped markings appeared at the corners of Izuna's eyes. Sage Chakra. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Wind style, Emerald Gale. Lightning style, Grateful Surge. In a heartbeat, Izuna split into two shadow clones on either side. Three Izunas unleashed three different elemental jutsu simultaneously. The combined force of their attacks was enough to rival an S-rank jutsu. A thunderous crash followed as the ultimate techniques collided, making the very earth of the grassland tremble. Dense clouds of smoke billowed between man and beast, obscuring the view and cloaking everything in uncertainty. Suddenly, a flurry of three-pronged Flying Thunder God kunai shot out from the thick smoke, speeding toward the Two Tails. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. This was a signature move of Minato Namikaze, also known as the Yellow Flash. Though this move was available in the skill tree, Izuna had not exchanged points for it. With his mastery of shadow clones, it had taken little effort for him to create the technique on his own. Faced with the relentless storm of kunai, the Two Tails merely raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Then, with a forceful stomp of its right foot on the ground, a roaring barrier of blue flames tinged with inky black sprang up, blocking every kunai in its path. Most of the Flying Thunder God kunai vanished into a wisp of white smoke the instant they touched the wall of flame, just like ordinary shadow clones. Only a few real kunai were caught in the blazing barrier, gradually melting away under the intense heat. Up here, the voice came from above, making the Two Tails' heart skip a beat. Looking up, it saw Izuna standing atop a ninja hawk, an enormous Rasengan, 10 meters in diameter, already forming in his hand. Leaping from the hawk, Izuna swung his arm downward. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. There was no doubt this was S-rank, perhaps even surpassing most ordinary S-rank techniques. The massive Rasengan landed squarely on the Two Tails' back. Even for the mighty Two Tails, taking this blow head-on was too much. Its enormous body staggered and crashed heavily to the ground. The supergiant Rasengan spun and ground against the blue flames on its back, and unable to endure the pain, the Two Tails let out a howl. Izuna landed from midair to find the Two Tails sprawled on the ground, tongue lolling from its mouth. Had it been the size of a normal animal, surely some kind-hearted woman would have rushed over to cradle it in her arms and comfort it with gentle words. Yet Izuna, too, stumbled as he touched down. The ground seemed unsteady beneath his feet. There was no other reason. The supergiant Rasengan consumed an outrageous amount of chakra. Even after Naruto Uzumaki had mastered Sage Mode, he could only manage two wind style Rasen Shuriken in one sitting. What's more, Izuna's Sage Mode was still unfinished, and the Uchiha clan's chakra reserves had always lagged behind the Senju and Uzumaki. There was no need to say anything more about that. Izuna looked up again. In less than 10 seconds, the Two Tails, which had just collapsed, was already back on its feet. The wound on its back was being mended by blue flames, healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. It really is quite similar to Marco's ability, Izuna muttered inwardly. In the future, even those two bumbling idiots like Haiden, who weren't even Kaga level, only managed to capture the Two Tails thanks to their freakish immortality. For this battle, Izuna had no intention of using the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Sage Chakra could only ease recent wounds, not heal old ones. As for the Mangekyo, he needed to conserve its power. Once again, the Two Tails slammed its paw down, and Izuna instantly dodged with Flying Thunder God, reappearing 100 meters away. Glancing at the Two Tails, whose injuries had already healed by half, Izuna thought to himself, "At this rate, I'll have to use a stronger ninjutsu attack. TCH, I'm not exactly good at it, but I'll go with that move." Forming the tiger sign, Izuna's cheeks puffed out slightly. Fire style, multiple fire dragon flame bullet. The Two Tails was momentarily stunned. Fire style was perhaps the single most useless element against itself. They'd exchanged several rounds already, and the human must know this fact by now. So why was he still insisting on attacking with fire? There was no time to ponder. The Two Tails began gathering chakra to counterattack. At that critical moment, several flying thunder god, kunai, shot out from the swarm of blazing fire dragons. The fire dragons themselves suddenly veered off, soaring skyward instead of striking the Two Tails. Izuna vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was as if dozens of Uchiha Izunas flickered all around the Two Tails. Flying Thunder God, linked slash. Every time the Two Tails tried to attack Izuna, he'd already used Flying Thunder God to move to another spot. Enraged, the Two Tails erupted with blue flames, surging out in every direction. In a flash, everything on the ground was reduced to ashes beneath this sweeping inferno. You used fire, and that actually helped me quite a bit. If I relied on my own fire style alone, I'd have needed more time to unleash this technique. Izuna's voice rang out from behind. The Two Tails turned and saw Izuna standing atop a massive boulder. The black-clad shinobi's left arm, ankle, and other spots showed burns, scars from his own fire style attack. "Haven't you noticed yet?" Izuna called out again. As his words faded, a deep rumble of thunder echoed from the clouds overhead. Looking up, the Two Tails saw bolts of lightning flickering through the dense storm clouds, crackling with a threatening presence. And then came the steady sound of rain, pouring down, relentless and unceasing. The rain began to pour down, yet couldn't extinguish the strange flames left behind on the lawn by the Two Tails. Crackle, sizzle, sharp, electric bursts split the air. Lightning flickered from Madara's left hand, shining silver-white. The earlier fire dragon flame bombs, along with the Two Tails' own fire jutsu, had primed the air, creating the perfect stage for thunder. Seeing Madara raise his electrified hand, the Two Tails sensed a looming disaster. It charged at him, determined to end this battle as quickly as possible. Fall with the thunder, Two Tails. The lightning in Madara's palm became a fuse, sparking toward the clouds above. In that instant, a roaring beast of thunder was ripped from the sky. Kirin. Several miles away, Mito waited anxiously for Madara's return. Suddenly, from his direction, she saw a blinding flash of silver split the horizon. An earth-shattering blast followed, so loud it rang in her ears, and the ground trembled beneath her feet, nearly knocking her over. What just happened? Mito's heart clenched with worry. She had no time to think. She immediately rushed toward the explosion. Where the lightning had struck, the earth was blackened and broken, scorched and shattered. Even the massive boulder at Madara's feet had crumbled from the aftershock. The storm clouds conjured by fire, jutsu, gradually scattered. Sunlight streamed down in a single, golden ray, illuminating Madara as he walked toward the fallen Two Tails, his chakra nearly spent. The beast hadn't lost consciousness, but even with its regenerative powers, it wouldn't be able to fight anytime soon. Uchiha Madara. That's the name of the one about to form a summoning contract with you. Madara stepped up to the Two Tails, summoning a gigantic scroll with the art of summoning. To bind a new summoning beast, both the summoner and the beast must offer their blood. You'll be the first, Two Tails. If you don't want to feel the grip of the Mangekyo, you'd best cooperate. With that, Madara drew a fresh, flying thunder god kunai and quickly sliced the pad of the beast's foot, sketching out a summoning seal with its blood. He then unrolled the contract scroll, sliced open his own finger, and carefully inscribed the words Uchiha Madara onto the blank parchment. Placing the scroll at the center of the summoning seal, Madara knelt down and poured his chakra into the contract. In an instant, chakra surged from Madara into the Two Tails, binding them. As Madara's chakra entered its body, the Two Tails' pupils contracted sharply, and it glared at him. Uchiha Madara. Unfazed by the beast's threatening stare, Madara only chuckled and shrugged. I told you, let's get along. There's no need for the Mangekyo. It'll be better for both of us. With the contract sealed and the scroll dismissed in a flash, a white shadow landed beside Madara. Seeing the collapsed Two Tails, the newcomer gasped. Is that a tailed beast? Sitting on the ground, Madara smiled. The sealing techniques of your Uzumaki clan are especially effective against these creatures. If it causes trouble after it recovers, let's give it a demonstration. Uzumaki Mito was momentarily left speechless by her astonishment. Using her sensory technique, she could detect the immense chakra within the Two Tails, and from that, she could roughly gauge its strength. Yet Madara had actually defeated it? Only now did Mito turn her gaze toward him, her delicate features trembling slightly. Are you hurt? Of course, she thought. How could anyone come out unscathed after fighting such a monster? You know medical ninjutsu? Then how about treating me? And if you have a lap pillow for me to rest on, that wouldn't be bad either. Madara, with a faint, teasing smile, bantered in a light-hearted tone. After such a grueling battle, he couldn't help but feel more at ease by flirting with the Uzumaki princess. Mito didn't offer him a lap pillow, but she did reward his cheekiness with a few gentle punches. At last, noticing the wounds on his shoulder and leg, she reluctantly began to perform medical ninjutsu, healing Madara's injuries. She pressed her palms to his wounds, chakra glowing with a soft, pale green light. Just then, the recovering Two Tails suddenly stirred, making Mito tense up. She shot a wary glance at the beast, as large as a small mountain beside her. Is it all right? It shouldn't attack us. And even if it tries, I have ways to subdue it. Madara replied with utter confidence as he sat on the ground, letting Mito tend to his wounds. He didn't sense any killing intent from the Two Tails. Even if this cat demon made a move, he could control it in an instant with his Mangekyo Sharingan. In the end, the tailed beast's recovery was much faster. Before long, the Two Tails had risen to its feet again, its cat-like, vertical pupils fixing intently upon the pair below. Mito's heartbeat quickened, and she subconsciously clutched the corner of Madara's robe. Looking for another fight? Or have you come to a decision? Madara drew Mito protectively behind him, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes shifting into the blood-red, person-shaped Mangekyo. After a long, silent standoff, the Two Tails finally spoke. My name is Matatabi. You already know it. From now on, address me by this name. The Mangekyo in Madara's eyes faded, returning to their normal black, and an involuntary smile tugged at his lips. With this answer, the Two Tails had conceded. Don't worry, I won't call on you except in battle. In a few years, you'll see for yourself just how right this decision was. The Two Tails, now sprawled on the ground and feigning sleep, half opened its left eye at those words, radiating disbelief. Let's go. With his goal achieved, not only had he gained a tailed beast, but his sage training was now on the right track. And more importantly, Madara glanced at Mito, standing beside him, a faint and inexplicable smile spreading across his face. What are you smiling about? Catching a hint of intimacy in Madara's expression, Mito's cheeks flushed as she chided him in a soft voice. It's nothing. Suddenly, Izuna grabbed Mito's hand, bent forward, and lifted her onto his back. Hey, what are you doing? Mito's face turned as red as an apple. Embarrassed and flustered, she gave Izuna's shoulder a light punch. We're in a hurry right now. You're too slow, and this way we'll move faster, Izuna replied with a businesslike air, as if he was simply doing his duty. Mito was left feeling helpless, unable to argue with such a practical excuse. Still, did he really think she couldn't see through his little scheme? Although she'd grown up as the princess of the Uzumaki clan, sheltered by her grandfather, the great elder Uzumaki Hirokai, and rarely interacted with boys her age, that didn't mean she was completely naive. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara was in the midst of a headache. This was his first battle against the Senju since becoming clan leader. Although the Senju still held the upper hand in terms of overall military strength, Madara had felt confident at the outset. With the defeat of the Hane clan and the absorption of 4 other clans, the Uchiha had gained a wealth of new resources. Even with Izuna absent for the time being, Madara had unlocked new power, the Mangekyo Sharingan, leaving him unafraid of anything the enemy could throw at him. The first 2 weeks of war had indeed gone smoothly for Madara. The enemy leaders were Senju Takuma, who was near Kage level, and Senju Tobirama, Hashirama's younger brother. Tobirama's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was troublesome, but Madara's ability to foresee the future with his Mangekyo allowed him to perfectly predict Tobirama's teleportation patterns. After growing accustomed to the flow of battle, Madara became so confident that he stopped relying on his Mangekyo's abilities altogether when facing Tobirama. He believed that once he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could take on both opponents single-handedly without breaking a sweat. With his impressive achievements, Madara soon commanded immense respect among the Uchiha and the 4 allied clans. But that dominance lasted only for the first half of the month. Everything changed the moment Senju Hashirama arrived with 500 Uzumaki reinforcements. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Just yesterday, Madara and Hashirama had faced each other on the battlefield for the first time. Thrilled by the encounter, Madara immediately went all out, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, determined to teach Hashirama a lesson. But Hashirama outdid all expectations, unleashing a never-before-seen wood-style technique, birth of the world of trees. With a single move, he completely reshaped the battlefield. Thousands of Uchiha and their allied ninja watched in astonishment. After 10 hours of brutal fighting, Madara finally broke his promise to Izuna and unleashed Susanoo, carving a bloody path to lead his entire clan to safety. By now, it wasn't just Madara who was wary of Hashirama's wood style. Everyone under Madara's command had become deeply anxious about facing him. Clan leader, what should we do about Senju Hashirama? A Uchiha warrior below called out for instructions. He was asking how to deal with Senju Hashirama, not just the Senju, which goes to show that Hashirama alone has become as formidable as the entire Senju clan. Madara, feeling a surge of irritation, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. It's just Senju Hashirama. What are you all so afraid of? Or do you think I, Uchiha Madara, am weaker than him? The people below, sensing Madara's rising anger, quickly cupped their hands in salute and responded in unison. We wouldn't dare. Once he saw his people had settled down a bit, Madara crossed his arms over his chest, his presence commanding as he declared, but I'll admit, Hashirama's technique is troublesome. Next time we go to war, I'll face him one-on-one. The rest of you, focus your attention on Tobirama and the others. From the northwest, Uchiha Izuna, who had witnessed Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan in action, couldn't help but speak up. Leave it to our clan leader. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, just like the deputy chiefs, it's more than enough to handle Hashirama. Madara's gaze sharpened. If only the Mangekyo didn't have such severe drawbacks, he wouldn't be so concerned. But right now, to keep up morale, he couldn't mention the Mangekyo's dark side. That was a secret known only to a handful among the Uchiha leadership. All right, dismissed. To guard against any surprise attacks, reinforce the defensive barriers, and prepare for a drawn-out fight with the Senju. Madara commanded. Once everyone had left the main tent, Madara had barely sat down when Uchiha Sazu appeared in a flash, dropping to one knee before him, face solemn. Clan leader, Lord Shin from Baigu Pass in the north has sent word. During last night's battle, Senju Yuma suddenly led 200 men on a flanking assault, causing the Uchiha heavy losses. He requests immediate reinforcements. Madara was just about to take a sip of tea to soothe his dry throat. Hearing this, he set his cup down hard on the table. What did you say? That old bastard. Madara spat, his anger rising. The war had dragged on for nearly a month. On the main front at Yinshan, there hadn't been any sign of Senju Yuma. Madara and his men had always assumed the Senju clan leader was sitting safely at the rear, but to their surprise, he'd been hiding all along. At the Baigu Pass in the north, just when their guard was down, he struck from the shadows, hitting the Uchiha at their weakest point. Madara had to admit, this move caught them completely off guard. Senju Yuma, the old fox, certainly knew how to play his cards. As a clan leader, he was neither like Madara, leading his troops from the front, nor did he remain safely in the rear. Instead, he infiltrated the flanks, biding his time. Now, with Hashirama leading the charge at Yinshan, did this mean Yuma was ready to step down and pass the torch? A few minutes later, Madara's anger finally subsided. Sazu, sensing this, asked again, Clan leader, should we send reinforcements? Where would I get any reinforcements to send? Madara wanted to retort, but the words barely reached his lips before he swallowed them back down. At that moment, Uchiha Inka entered the tent, an eagle perched on his arm. He reported, Clan leader, a message from the deputy chief. Madara raised an eyebrow and gestured for the eagle to alight on his own arm, then took the secret letter attached to its leg. He unfolded it and read for a long time before letting out a heavy sigh. Izuna was a step too late this time. Uchiha Sashu and Uchiha Inka both furrowed their brows, curiosity getting the better of them. Clan leader, what do you mean? Madara handed the letter to Sashu, and Inka leaned in to read as well. In the letter, Izuna had written his analysis of the recent battlefield situation. The first and foremost issue he addressed was about Senju Yuma. Izuna warned that they must be wary of flanking attacks and be prepared to counter ambush tactics. He judged it unlikely that Senju Yuma would remain in the rear, believing it more probable that he would lead a small squad in secret, preparing for a stealth assault. This matched exactly the tactics Senju Yuma had used the night before when he attacked Uchiha Shin's forces. After reading the contents, both Sashu and Inka let out heavy sighs. If only this letter had arrived a couple of days earlier. No, even a single day earlier, perhaps Uchiha Shin wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Suddenly, a thought struck Sashu. He said to Madara, Clan leader, the deputy chief said in his letter that he's already on his way back. In that case, why not let the deputy chief? Madara glanced at him, instantly understanding Sashu's meaning. He considered it for a moment, found it reasonable, and quickly fetched paper and brush. After composing a letter, he tucked it into the message tube on the eagle's leg. As they watched the eagle soar into the night sky, Enko whispered to Sashu, Do you think the deputy chief alone can turn the tide at the White Valley Pass? Didn't the deputy chief once work a miracle at the stone fortress in the northwest? Sashu shot him a look. We should put our faith in him again. Northern reaches of the Land of Fire. At night, Izuna kindled a campfire. An eagle stood at his feet, pecking at the roast wild pheasant Izuna had prepared for dinner. Izuna himself sat facing the firelight, reading Madara's handwritten letter. So, Senju Hashirama's strength has now completely surpassed Senju Yuma. And that's the reason behind all this? Izuna muttered to himself in a low voice. As clan leader, Senju Yuma should have been leading from the front at major battlefields like Stone Mountain, not appearing here in the northern White Valley Pass. Now that Senju Hashirama was making his presence felt at Stone Mountain, it was clear that the entire Senju clan had accepted his leadership. It seemed Yuma wouldn't need to die for the transition. Within a year or two, he'd likely step down and yield his place. No need for you to retire of your own accord. I'll make sure you have no choice but to hand over your position. A chilly smile flickered in Izuna's heart as, just then, Mito Uzumaki approached, carrying a lotus leaf cradling dewdrops. She paused mid-step the moment she caught sight of the letter in Izuna's hand. Izuna glanced sidelong at Mito, a faint smile on his lips. The one your grandfather arranged for you. He's made quite a name for himself on the battlefield. Hashirama Senju? Mito set down the lotus leaf with its shimmering dew. She felt nothing in particular for this fiancé she had yet to meet, neither fondness nor dislike. Don't worry, your grandfather will soon realize there's an even better candidate for his granddaughter than Hashirama Senju. With a mischievous grin, Izuna clasped Mito's hands in his. She shot him a fierce glare and tried to pull free, but when that failed, she could only sigh softly. You know we can never be. Her words trailed off, abruptly cut short. Distressed, Mito shook her graceful head. The two families they came from were bitter enemies. How could there ever be a future between them? But before she could voice this thought, Izuna acted. A warm sensation pressed softly against her blushing lips. Startled, Mito's eyes flew wide, her vision filled with nothing but Izuna's striking face, impossibly close. She felt his hands release hers, only for one arm to slip around her slender waist, drawing her tightly against him. His other hand cradled the back of her head, fingers threading through her vivid red hair, holding her even closer. Panic fluttered in Mito's chest. Her now free hands pounded against Izuna's back, but he didn't shield himself with chakra. Yet compared to the heat blooming on her lips, the pain shooting through her fists was meaningless, an utterly trivial price. Then she felt something slip past her lips, exploring with reckless abandon, and her resistance melted away. Her body turned to water, pressed wholly against Izuna's chest. Her fists, once pounding in protest, softened into gentle taps, and at last, she surrendered completely, arms winding around him. Izuna didn't press further. He simply held her, kissing her, for what felt like an eternity before finally letting her go. He gazed directly into her eyes. I don't care. If anyone stands in our way, I'll cut them down. Her lips tingled at the sudden freedom, but a strange emptiness swept through her heart. Flushed with embarrassment and anger, she shot him a vicious glare. My grandfather will never agree to this. Are you planning to kill him too? Izuna couldn't help but recall an old saying from his previous life. When a man pursues a woman, it's the mother-in-law he has to cross. His eyes danced with mischief. Fine, I promise not to beat him to death. Scoundrel! Mito hurled the insult at him, then stomped hard on his foot. How long do you plan on holding me? Still grinning wickedly, Izuna pulled Mito into his arms, settled down with his back against the tree trunk behind them, and said, Let's just stay like this tonight. Unexpectedly, Mito, who had seemed so gentle just moments ago, suddenly began to struggle. No way. Do you really think I don't know what you're scheming? No matter how much Izuna tried to calm her down, Mito refused to agree. So Izuna had no choice but to give up. Afterwards, Mito ran off to a spot 10 meters away and, even as she prepared to sleep, kept a wary, watchful eye fixed on Izuna. She looked as if she was one step away from setting up a ceiling barrier around herself. The battlefield at Hakatani Pass was a perilous stretch of mountain ridges. When the battle first began, Madara sent Uchiha Shin, a veteran elite of the old guard at the peak of Jonin level, to garrison the post. But due to the treacherous terrain, he didn't assign Shin many troops, only about 400. After all, the battlefield was just a small patch of land. No matter how many soldiers you had, you couldn't squeeze them all in. It made more sense to concentrate the bulk of their forces on the main front. When the Senju dispatched 600 men to confront them, Uchiha Shin hadn't been particularly concerned at first. In mountainous terrain, it's easier to defend than to attack. Superior numbers don't grant much of an advantage to the attackers, especially when the Senju only outnumbered them by 200. But the previous battle had changed everything. Senju Yukoma suddenly led his troops in a surprise assault, completely overturning the situation. In one swift move, Over half of Uchiha Shin's 400 defenders were slain. Now, barely 200 remained. Among the fallen were an elite jonin from the new generation and a veteran jonin, one who had fought side by side with Shin for years, both lost in that single clash. It was clear just how devastating Senju Yukuma's ambush had been, leaving Uchiha Shin battered and on the back foot. In just 2 nights, Shin's hair had gone noticeably grayer. The enemy had not only gained Yukuma, a fighter of Kaga-level skill, and 200 extra troops, but the real blow was the loss of their own strength and a sharp decline in morale. Lord Shin. At that moment, a chunin entered the command tent and reported to Uchiha Shin. The Vice Clan leader has arrived. The Vice Clan leader? Uchiha Shin shot up from his seat, anxiety tightening in his chest. For the Vice Clan leader, who was supposed to oversee the rear lines, to come in person. This could only mean that his recent blunder had been so grave that even the elders and other high-ranking members could no longer turn a blind eye. What Shin didn't know was that Izuna had been out searching for the tailed beast for some time now. Only Madara, the 3 great elders, and a select few in the leadership circle knew the truth. Most believed that Izuna was still stationed at the rear, quietly commanding the lines from the shadows. Though Uchiha Shin was somewhat apprehensive about Izuna's arrival, his fear was outweighed by a sense of relief. As he left the tent, he eagerly asked the chunin beside him, how many reinforcements did the Vice Clan leader bring? The chunin following behind hesitated, sounding a little awkward. The Vice Clan leader came alone. He only brought a woman with red hair. What? Uchiha Shin stopped in his tracks, staring at the chunin in disbelief. But there was no time to dwell on it. He strode quickly toward the entrance of the tent. At the entrance of the camp, Izuna had already arrived at the encampment with Mito. Unlike a year ago on the northwestern battlefield, where there was at least a town to serve as a base, the area around White Valley Pass had always been neglected. It wasn't until 2 years ago, when Tobarama Senju nearly succeeded in a surprise attack, that the place finally drew attention, and a temporary stronghold was established here. The environment, however, was even harsher than at Uchiha Stone Fortress in the northwest. Vice Clan leader, I apologize for not coming to greet you sooner. At this moment, Uchiha Shin strode forward, bowing respectfully to Izuna. Looking at Shin, who had just suffered a devastating defeat, Izuna's expression remained calm and unreadable. He simply said, tell me about the difference in our forces and the terrain at White Valley Pass. Yes, sir. Uchiha Shin responded promptly, then noticed Uzumaki Mito standing just behind Izuna to the right. He hesitated, then asked, Vice Clan leader she? Izuna glanced back briefly, thinking to himself that only Madara and the elders at the clan grounds had been informed by letter about his abduction of the Uzumaki princess. It seemed those stationed here in the north, like Shin, still knew nothing. She is an honored guest of the Uzumaki. Set up a new tent for her. Understood. Those words sent a jolt through Shin and the others. Wasn't the Uzumaki clan already formally allied with the Senju, fighting alongside Lord Madara and the others on the main battlefield? Why would the Vice Clan leader be accompanied by a woman from the Uzumaki? But now was not the time to ponder such things. With 2 elite jonin in tow, Shin led Izuna into the main command tent. At the center hung a large map of the White Valley Pass. Vice Clan leader, as you can see, White Valley Pass is classic mountain terrain. Numbers alone aren't enough to sway the battle here. Our Uchiha forces hold the high ground, with our camp established at the summit. The Senju, meanwhile, are positioned here, though at a lower elevation. It offers plenty of cover for concealment. At this point, one of the jonin behind them interrupted. Previously, that old fox, Senju Yuma, used the terrain to his advantage and ambushed us. If it hadn't been for that, our Uchiha would never have lost. Izuna swept his gaze over him, a chilling coldness in his eyes. The jonin instantly fell silent, shrinking back 2 steps in fear. Terrain? Ambush. Izuna repeated the words, his gaze shifting to Shin and the other jonin. Both men quickly averted their eyes, clearly intimidated. That is not an excuse for your defeat. His voice suddenly rose, sharp and forceful, as though a massive hammer had struck their very nerves. Izuna turned back to the map, staring at it for a long moment before speaking again. And the difference in our forces? Uchiha Shin forced himself to recover from his fear. Yes, sir. Currently, our Uchiha have about 260 fighters ready for battle. As for the Senju, including those Yuma Senju previously brought out in secret, we estimate their numbers at around 700 to 800. Although in this kind of terrain, sheer numbers don't offer much of an advantage, isn't this difference in troop strength a bit too extreme? Izuna couldn't help but mutter inwardly. If it weren't for Uchiha Shin's devastating defeat earlier, there wouldn't be such a staggering gap in fighting power between the 2 sides. Chief Shin, aside from yourself, who here holds the highest rank? Izuna spoke in an even tone. Uchiha Shin's heart skipped a beat. He already had a vague idea of what Izuna intended. He lowered his head and gestured toward another jonin, who had remained silent until now. That jonin stepped forward, appearing to be about 35 to 40 years old. He bowed to Izuna and said, "Vice Clan Leader, that would be me, Uchiha Meiji." Izuna kept his eyes fixed on the map, not even turning his head. "From this moment on, you and Uchiha Shin will switch positions." "Understood." Uchiha Meiji glanced at Uchiha Shin, who let out a long sigh, nodded, and then replied, "Yes, I accept the order." Uchiha Shin knew well that, after making such a grave mistake, he could no longer keep his seat. Izuna's judgment was already quite lenient. With Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Meiji switching roles, naturally, they also swapped their places in the tent. Uchiha Shin moved to stand by the entrance of the command tent. Even the outspoken jonin from earlier now looked at him with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Meanwhile, Uchiha Meiji stepped up beside Izuna and asked respectfully, "Vice Clan Leader, what should our next move be?" At the moment, their side was at an absolute disadvantage, in numbers, morale, and the pressure they faced. Uchiha Meiji and the others were at a loss, having no choice but to rely on the clan's foremost strategist. Strengthen the defensive barriers. Within a 10-mile radius of the main camp, make sure to place explosive tags everywhere. Izuna gave his first order. "At once. I'll see to it immediately." The talkative jonin answered without hesitation. Uchiha Shin, unable to remain silent any longer, asked in a low voice, "Vice Clan Leader, is that all?" "How could that be? That's just the surface. What we truly need to address right now is morale." Izuna replied coldly. Uchiha Shin quickly responded, "Understood." Izuna narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the map. The location of the Senju encampment. Although the Uchiha currently held the highest ground at White Valley Pass, giving them a clear view and optimal defense against surprise attacks. The Senju's position was not inferior either. They were shielded by steep mountains and dense forests, perfect for concealment. Unlike Izuna's own exposed position beneath the open sky. Once again, Izuna spoke, his tone even colder than before. "Didn't Senju Yukoma kill over 100 of our men? I'll go and claim 100 lives from him in return." Uchiha Meiji and Uchiha Shin, who stood behind, were both taken aback. Their eyes widened as they exchanged a glance. And then Uchiha Meiji asked in a trembling voice, "The Deputy Clan Leader, how many people do you want to bring?" "One person is enough." The sun was sinking in the west, and evening slowly approached. In the camp, people in every tent began dividing tasks, making fires, serving food, and settling down to eat. Though no one could be in good spirits during wartime, at this moment, the Uchiha shinobi wore numb expressions. Some even looked utterly despairing. The news of Izuna's arrival brought them little joy. After all, the previous defeat had been too devastating. Izuna carried a crude bowl of thin porridge, just some rice and water, with whatever leftovers could be thrown together, into a newly erected tent at the edge of the camp. He handed the bowl to Mito. In times of war, filling your stomach was enough. After a crushing loss, with everyone's spirits at rock bottom, who had the heart to care about flavor? Unsurprisingly, the porridge tasted bland and forgettable. But Mito made no fuss. She gently blew on the bowl and began eating, spoonful by spoonful. "Mito, if I remember right, you're a sensory-type ninja, aren't you?" Izuna suddenly asked. Mito paused mid-bite and gave a soft in reply. She didn't finish her meal until much later, when Izuna took out a handkerchief and gently wiped her lips. He couldn't help but chuckle. "You know, it isn't easy to find something like this in a military camp. Most of us men just wipe our mouths with our sleeves and call a day." Mito felt a warmth in her heart, but her expression turned serious. "So, what is it you want from me?" This time, it was Izuna who was left flustered. Seeing his expression, Mito couldn't help but let out a soft laugh, her eyes sparkling. "First you come fussing over me, and then you ask if I'm a sensory ninja. You think I can't see what you're up to?" Izuna had always been shameless in trying to charm her, but now that he'd just arrived at the camp, even he should be throwing himself into the war effort, not slipping. A way to see her the moment night fell. And then, in the middle of a meal, to suddenly ask if she was a sensory ninja, Mito was certain there must be a reason. "You really are a clever woman, Mito," Izuna praised. Mito rolled her eyes at him. "Enough already. What is it you actually want?" Izuna laid out his entire plan. After listening to Izuna's calm explanation, Mito fell silent for a long while. Her delicate face was full of hesitation and inner conflict. It was a long time before she managed to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "You do realize that the Uzumaki are currently allied with the Senju, don't you?" Izuna leaned in and pulled Mito gently into his arms. "I'm sorry, Mito. But I can't do this alone. I need your strength. So you want me to betray my own people and help you go against the Senju? Mito spoke in a low, whispering voice. The two fell into a long silence before Mito finally spoke again. And if I refuse? Will you? I won't force you. Izuna cut her off, but then added with determination. But I'm still going. It's dangerous. The Senju might discover you. If not, you could be captured, used as leverage against the Uchiha, or as a bargaining chip in negotiations. If things go really badly, you might end up killed by those Senju bastards, and I'd never see you again. Listening to Izuna's rambling worries, the heaviness in Mito's heart lightened, and she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. If you were really that easy to catch, back in the land of whirlpools, my grandfather and the Senju clan leader would have had you in custody long ago. But as soon as the smile appeared, Mito was struck again by the gravity of their conversation. She forced her face back into a stern expression. Aren't you still forcing me, though? You're threatening me with your own life. Izuna smiled. Mito, are you saying that I matter a lot to you too? Isn't that right? Mito was stunned, frozen for a moment, then lowered her head to rest it on Izuna's shoulder, replying softly, Idiot, can't you feel it yourself? Izuna hugged Mito even tighter. Mito, I'm so happy. This is the first time you've ever told me I'm important to you. They held each other for a long time, until at last, Mito chose to give in. Fine, you really are the curse of my life. You win. Izuna released her grip, gazing straight into Mito's eyes, filled with delight. You're agreeing? A sorrowful gleam flickered in Mito's eyes. If grandfather finds out, he'll surely see me as a traitor to the clan. Izuna bent down and pressed her lips to Mito's. With the memory of their last time still fresh, Mito no longer resisted as fiercely as before. After a few seconds, she wrapped her arms around Izuna's neck and gently responded. More than love, Mito seemed to be seeking a new anchor for her heart in that moment. It wasn't until Mito's lips were slightly swollen that Izuna finally, reluctantly, let go and murmured those 3 words in her ear. I love you. I hate you. Mito whispered back, 3 words choked with emotion, as tears slipped down her cheeks, only to be kissed away by Izuna. As night deepened, Izuna changed into a new set of black combat gear, foregoing the usual red armor. She had Mito take off her cumbersome white kimono and change into a fitted kunoichi uniform like that of the Uchiha women. Telling her to wait, Izuna made her way to the main command tent, summoning Uchiha Meiji, Uchiha Shin, and other high-ranking members, announcing her intention to act a solo assault on the Senju. Uchiha Meiji was shocked. Deputy clan leader, the Senju are holed up in a complicated terrain with forests for cover. For you to go alone. Izuna raised his hand, signaling him to stop persuading, and chuckled. If we don't do something impressive now, there's no way to restore the morale our clan members have lost. But Deputy Chief, no matter how you look at it, going alone is just too. Uchiha Shin's face was full of worry. I know what I'm doing. Do you really think I'm going there just to throw my life away? At these words from Izuna, the others didn't know how to argue further. All they could do was silently hope that their deputy chief would work a miracle once again, just as he had so many times before. Mito, I have to say, that outfit suits you unexpectedly well. As they walked out from the Uchiha encampment, Izuna looked Mito up and down, eyeing her ninja attire, and couldn't help but tease her. To put it in terms Izuna would have used in his previous life, her former plain white kimono had captured the gentle grace of a true lady, like Shifei Xuan. But now, in this fitted ninja outfit that outlined her figure perfectly, she looked far more like Wanwan. There was an inexplicable, bewitching allure about her. Mito, walking beside Izuna, didn't bother to reply. Instead, she shot a quick kick at the back of his calf. Her answer made clear. The rugged, uneven mountain paths of Hakatani Pass were fine for just a few travelers, but if hundreds marched through as a unit, they'd be discovered in no time. And in the shinobi world, there was a particularly vexing threat, Sensing Ninja. The most formidable Sensing Ninja could scan even farther than the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The very best among them was the future. Second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, resurrected by Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu. A man said to sense the tides of battle from miles away. Of course, the Tobirama Senju of today wasn't quite that monstrous yet, but he was getting close. But even Tobirama was just one man. When it came to clans with the greatest gift for sensory abilities, it was undoubtedly the Uzumaki. Even those not specialized in sensing still possessed exceptional perception. Among them, Mito's sensory abilities stood unchallenged as the strongest in the entire Uzumaki clan, a fact Izuna had already witnessed for himself. Her powers of perception even surpassed those of Tobirama Senju, whom he had fought 2 years prior. So, Izuna had come up with a plan that relied on Mito's nearly unbeatable sensory prowess. There was no question he intended to use Mito's abilities against the Senju. As an Uzumaki, Mito understandably hesitated. Still, as is often the case, when a woman falls in love, there's nothing she won't do. Torn by inner conflict, Mito ultimately agreed to Izuna's plan. After they crossed a mountain ridge, Izuna raised his hand to stop Mito and looked ahead. Beyond this point lay dense forests and mountains, territory held by the Senju. Just as Uchiha Shin and the others had said, the terrain here was complicated, with thick woods providing perfect cover. It was an ideal spot for hiding troops. Mito starts sensing. Upon hearing this, Mito's slender, jade-like fingers began weaving hand signs. The vermilion mark between her brows started to pulse with chakra, and the strands of hair by her ears slowly rose, floating in the air. Izuna stood quietly by her side, watching in silence, while Mito's senses had already expanded her awareness to dozens of miles beyond. The thickets and mountain ridges that would normally block a Sharingan's line of sight were utterly meaningless before her sensory prowess. After about 10 minutes, Mito opened her eyes. Raising her hand, she pointed in several directions in quick succession, addressing Izuna. Over there, 10 o'clock, 22 kilometers. Out, 120 people. There, 2 o'clock, 24 kilometers, 90 people. And that way, in the river valley, 33 kilometers away, 150 people. That old fox, Senju Yuma, had stationed only 400 in the main camp, scattering the rest far and wide. It was a clear guerrilla tactic. When the Uchiha led their forces to attack, he could deploy flanking units for surprise raids. So be it. If you want to play at guerrilla warfare, I'll just wipe out your outposts one by one. Izuna began cracking his knuckles, one after another, the sound sharp and clear. Mito cautioned, move quickly. There are sensory ninja among the Senju as well. They might already have detected my chakra. Unlike the Byakugan of the Hyuga, which could see great distances without alerting the target, a sensory ninja's chakra, once released, could be picked up by another sensory ninja on the opposing side. Right now, it was entirely possible that a formidable sensor like Senju Tobarama in the camp had already noticed something amiss. Both Izuna and Mito were aware of this risk, but in practice, there were very few Senju ninja who actually detected Mito's sensory sweep. Even if someone did, the sensation was fleeting, so brief it was often dismissed as their own imagination. Unless it was someone of Tobarama's caliber, there was little chance. Senju Yuma and the others, for all their strength, simply weren't sensory types. With Mito's assistance, Izuna managed to slip past every Senju patrol along the way, arriving undetected outside one of the scattered camps set up by Senju Yuma. This particular camp lay beside a mountain stream. According to Mito's senses, it housed 150 men, the largest force among all the dispersed outposts. You stay here. I'll handle this, Izuna whispered, leaning close to Mito amid the undergrowth. They've got over 100 men in there, Mito said with concern. You sensed it yourself. The strongest among them is only an elite jonin, right? Izuna replied, brimming with confidence. While sensory ability couldn't pinpoint a person's exact strength, the amount of chakra detected could give a reasonable estimate. At this camp, the highest level was that of an elite jonin. Nothing Izuna, in his current state, needed to worry about. Don't count on me to save you, Mito said, pursing her lips. Izuna couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction, knowing full well that she was just being her stubborn self again. On either side of the outpost's main gate, and atop the 2 watchtowers that flanked it from within, a total of 4 sentry ninjas stood guard. Suddenly, the air was sliced by a sharp, rushing sound. Almost in unison, the 4 Senju clan sentries snatched up their weapons, intercepting the dark shadows flying toward them. A metallic clash rang out. The incoming objects were either knocked to the ground with a bright clang, or, after being dodged, embedded themselves in the posts behind the guards. What are those kunai? The guard on the right watchtower eyed the 3-pronged kunai lodged in the post, frowning in suspicion. In the next instant, realization struck him. He turned, ready to sound the alarm. But before he could move, a blurred figure appeared at his side. With swift precision, Izuna drew the kunai from the post and drew it across the guard's throat. In the blink of an eye, all 4 sentries had fallen to Izuna's flying thunder god technique. Looking down at the camp below, Izuna reached behind his waist, pulling out every special kunai he carried. With practiced ease, he flung them in all directions across the compound. Thud, 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 thud. Though it was deep into the night, and most were already lost in dreams, several patrolling ninja immediately spotted the 3-pronged kunai that struck the ground nearby. What on earth? Before the words could leave his lips, Izuna appeared like a wraith, suddenly materializing before him. The spiraling Rasengan in his hand crashed into the man's face. The ninja's body spun violently under the force of the jutsu before being hurled backward, crashing through a tent and jolting many sleeping Senju ninja awake. Quick! We're under attack. Everyone up! Get up! We're being ambushed. Is it the Uchiha? Damn it! What were the patrols doing? How did anyone get this close? In the Warring States era, the battle instincts of ninja were second to none. The Senju patrolmen had barely been flung aside before. In less than 5 seconds, every single ninja in the outpost was roused from slumber, bursting out of their tents. Sound the alarm bell. A Senju elite Jonin shouted. But before his words had even faded, a subordinate cried out, "It's no use, Lord Chiyong. The alarm bell's been destroyed." The Senju clan's alarm bell, crafted from a rare copper alloy, could send its chime echoing for miles, summoning reinforcement from nearby outposts during wartime. Upon hearing this, the chief of the outpost, Senju Chiyong, was stunned, cursing under his breath. How many Uchiha did they send? What are sensory patrols doing? How did they let the enemy slip into the base? A calm voice answered him, "Forgive me, but it's just me alone." Izuna's voice rang out from the other side. At his heels, the body of a Senju ninja lay sprawled on the ground. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Chiyo was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. In a grave tone, he said, "I never expected the deputy head of the Uchiha clan to venture alone into enemy territory. You certainly have courage, but don't you think this is a bit too arrogant?" Izuna only smiled in response, saying nothing. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled a 3-pronged kunai. Senju Chiyo was a master of the Senju taijutsu style and skilled with the blade. As the kunai hurtled toward him, he drew his sword from his waist in a flash, deftly knocking the weapon high into the air. After deflecting the kunai, Chiyo's gaze darted back to Izuna, only to see his opponent vanish instantly without a trace. What? Chiyo's heart leapt. Suddenly, a deadly aura descended from above. Instinctively, he raised his blade to guard. A deafening clash rang out, sparks flying. Izuna, still gripping another kunai, was a split second faster. The tip of his 3-pronged blade raked across Chiyo's cheek, blood spraying, leaving a gash over 10 centimeters long. Is this Lord Tobarama's flying thunder god technique? Wiping the blood from his face, Chiyo could hardly believe what he'd witnessed. Throwing a kunai and then instantly appearing at its location. Wasn't that Senju Tobarama's signature move, the flying thunder god? Izuna, however, seemed unconcerned. After all, everyone in this stronghold was doomed. "Lord Chiyo, we're here to help you." In a flash, over a dozen Senju ninjas surrounded Izuna and Chiyo, forming a tight ring around them. Chiyo's voice was steady. "Have you notified the clan leader?" One of the Senju within the circle replied. "We've already sent someone to inform him." "Excellent. Stall Uchiha Izuna until the clan leader arrives. If we can kill him, it'll be a great victory for us." Chiyo's words rallied his comrades. "Kill me?" Izuna let out a derisive laugh and bit his finger. "I told you, none of you are leaving here alive. Even if Senju Yuma himself shows up, all he'll find are your corpses. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat." His hands flashed through the seals in a single breath. Then Izuna pressed his right palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu. A thunderous boom erupted as thick white smoke billowed out. In the next instant, a giant paw wreathed in blue flames emerged from the haze, slamming down with brutal force. The ground trembled, shaking the earth itself. Several Senju ninja were caught off guard, hurled into the air by the shockwave. What is that? Even Chiyo was forced back more than 10 meters. When he looked again, he saw Izuna standing atop the head of a massive demonic cat. A furious roar split the air. The two tails let out a furious roar that shook the very air. Standing atop its head, Izuna muttered to himself in a low voice, summoning the two tails with. Such an overwhelming amount of chakra is bound to draw other Senju shinobi from nearby outposts. There's no choice but to wipe out this entire stronghold. But Izuna was left with no other options. After all, there were over 100 enemies here. Even if he activated Susanoo, it would be difficult to stop someone from escaping and sending word to Chikama Senju, who would surely lead reinforcements. Given that, it was better to unleash the two tails now and eliminate the largest concentration of enemies as quickly as possible. What is that monster? I thought the Uchiha summoning beasts were hawks. Don't worry about that. Attack. We have to hold out until the clan leader arrives. The surrounding Senju shinobi were thrown into utter shock at the sight of the two tails. The scene was truly awe-inspiring, a display of raw power. Yet these were veterans hardened by countless wars. They quickly regained their composure and responded with a barrage of jutsu. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earthquake Core. Wind style, Jade Tempest Gale. The two tails raised its head, then stomped its right forepaw onto the ground. An azure wall of flame surged up, blocking every attack that came its way. Is that the power of that summoning beast? The Senju around cried out in alarm. But as the blue flames descended, Senju Chiyo immediately shouted a warning. Don't be afraid. No matter what it is, it has a weakness. Keep attacking. With that, he leapt forward to lead by example. Water style, twin dragon strangle. From either side of Senju Chiyo, two water dragons rose, jaws agape, lunging at their target from both directions. Izuna shot them a sidelong, mocking glance, and formed hand seals. Matatabi, fire style. I'll give you a boost. The two tails arched a brow, but finally replied in a distinctly feminine voice, I know. Fire style, azure jade flame. Wind style, fierce sky blade. In perfect tandem, the two tails unleashed blue flames while Izuna spat out slicing wind blades, merging their attacks in midair. The fire's power multiplied several times over. It was the same principle as the combination jutsu of later generations, like Jiraiya blending his fire with Gamabunna's oil. A sea of blue flames swept over everything in its path, erasing all before it. Senju Chiyo, an elite jonin, had never witnessed a jutsu of such terrifying scale and power. If he had to compare, perhaps only Hashirama Senju's world of trees jutsu, which he'd seen back in the clan compound a year ago, could rival this. In the next instant, over 20 Senju shinobi leapt to form a shield in front of Chiyo. Stop them. Water style, water formation wall. More than 20 of them performed the same defensive water-style jutsu, raising a barrier against the attack. Billowing steam rose, thickening into a dense mist that shrouded the entire valley. Ninjas from the Warring States period truly possessed superior overall strength, especially those from the Senju clan. The combined technique he unleashed with the two tails was undoubtedly more powerful than the resurrected Madara's feats in later years. Yet, to his surprise, the enemy still managed to counter it with the very same move. This could only mean that these Senju ninjas far surpassed the allied shinobi forces of the future in terms of overall prowess. So, how about I add this to the mix? Patterns shaped like tadpoles appeared at the corners of Izuna's eyes. Blood began to trickle from his right eye, but the searing pain he once felt when using the Mangekyo Sharingan had faded, no longer as excruciating as before. Amaterasu, black flames of annihilation engulfed the blue fire, moving with a life of their own. They crept forward relentlessly, devouring everything in their path, and then, as if a tidal wave had crashed down, cascaded over Senju Chiyo and the others. Don't be fooled by how the reanimated Madara strutted across the battlefield during the Fourth Great Ninja War in later generations. To fight against 1,000 enemies alone during the Warring States period was nearly impossible. Even facing 100 solo was a daunting challenge. The main reason was that, in later times, many ninja villages were filled with mediocrity, while the Warring States ninjas were the exact opposite. Every moment was spent on the battlefield, and falling behind the enemy meant certain death. Under such pressure, the average skill level of Warring States shinobi was far higher than that of their descendants. With the two tails in his grasp, Izuna could boldly declare that, even without the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could take on hundreds, even 1,000 opponents in the Fourth Shinobi World War. But now, facing 150 Senju, he summoned the two tails, intent on wiping them out in short order. Even if their faces were scorched or arms torn off, the Senju would still launch a final strike before death claimed them. For them, this last attack was not only for victory, but to ensure the safety of the wives and children waiting back home. Yet, despite this, Izuna showed not a shred of mercy. He would not let a single one of these 150 escape. A thunderous roar erupted. The fiery tails of the two tails swept through the stronghold like a pair of massive whips. Those who had escaped serious injury were fortunate, but many were already gravely wounded from the earlier clash. Now, they were flung high into the air by those blazing tails. With a sickening thud, they hit the ground and were reduced to unrecognizable pulp. Water style, whirling blade. In all the land of fire, there was likely no clan more skilled in water style than the Senju. Yet, the Two Tails was a beast born with mastery over fire, making this fight even more grueling. Water spewed from the Senju's mouths, swirling into a spinning vortex. As it neared the Two Tails, it grew wider and taller, until it reached the beast's very chin. In response, the Two Tails erupted in fierce blue flames, soaring skyward like a meteor punching through the waves, then streaking toward the Senju shinobi. Fiery Stone Mouse. The blazing meteor crashed through the surging water, then pierced straight through the bodies of over a dozen Senju ninja. Bang! But in the next instant, their bodies were sent flying, only to transform mid-air into hollow logs of withered wood. The two-tails' face showed a clear shock. Standing atop its head, Izuna said, "The water style was just to block your line of sight. Those people were—" Before he could finish, Izuna leapt down from the two-tails' head. The Rasengan in his hand expanded at a staggering rate, swelling under the power of Sage Mode into a massive sphere 10 meters across. Right here, Izuna slammed the colossal Rasengan into the ground, just 10 meters in front of the two-tails. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. A thunderous roar exploded out. The Super Giant Rasengan pulverized the earth, dragging out every last Senju ninja hidden within. Under its wild, swirling assault, they were shredded into pieces of twisted flesh. Eventually, the Rasengan's energy faded, leaving nothing but a field strewn with shattered bodies. Izuna landed lightly before the two-tails, his back turned as he spoke. "This is how a true ninja fights. Don't judge them by the straightforward, brute tactics of tailed beasts." The two-tails arched its brow, then suddenly lashed its tail, swatting away two Senju ninja who'd tried to ambush them. "They're not finished yet." Izuna's Sharingan locked onto the two Senju, sent flying by the two-tails. He raised his index and middle fingers together. Fire style, majestic fire dragon jutsu. Whoosh! A roaring dragon of flame swept through the air, engulfing the two Senju in mid-flight. The scent of charred meat drifted through the sky. Senju Ujina ambushed and killed over 100 of my Uchiha. Today, I, Uchiha Izuna, return the favor, one ambush for another. Izuna chuckled as he strode into the camp, which was not yet entirely destroyed. He searched for a while, finding a handful of letters exchanged between Senju Chiyong and Senju Ujina, discussing the latest developments on the battlefield. But since Chiyong and his men had already been killed, Ujina would inevitably shift strategies in the aftermath. These documents would become nothing but worthless scraps. As Izuna stepped out of the camp, Mito hurried over, her voice urgent. "A large force of Senju are heading this way." Izuna paused, realization dawning. That explains it. After all, the commotion from the two-tails rampage was hardly subtle. He glanced at the two-tails. "Thanks for your help, Matatabi. If trouble comes around again, I'll be counting on you." "I prefer a quiet life," came the two-tails' calm reply. Then it added, "With so many ninja gathered nearby, is there any place around here that's actually peaceful?" It was only then that Izuna remembered. Unlike Manda or Gamabunta, the two-tails wasn't a typical summoned beast with its own summoning realm. Once summoned, it couldn't return to its world through the usual reverse summoning. "Then let's head back to our place." Izuna made the suggestion, then glanced at Mito and couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Mito." A flicker of sorrow passed over Mito's face. She turned away, saying nothing. "What on earth is that?" At the entrance to the Uchiha camp, a sentry on the watchtower narrowed his eyes, activating his Sharingan. He saw an immense surge of chakra racing toward them at breathtaking speed. Moments later, a monstrous creature wreathed in blazing flames came charging their way. "What is that thing?" The guard hurried to strike the great warning bell. Bong, bong, bong. The deep, resonant tolls echoed throughout the entire camp, rousing every sleeping Uchiha from their tents. Uchiha Shin, along with Uchiha Meiji and several others, were the first to rush to the main gate, anxiously demanding, "What's going on?" None of them could sleep a wink until Izuna returned safely. "Lord Shin, Lord Meiji, look." A guard pointed frantically toward the gates, and everyone looked up to see, under the night sky, a giant demon cat ablaze with roaring fire, its size rivaling a small mountain, barreling straight toward them. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Uchiha Shin barked out the order in a low, urgent voice, cursing silently to himself. "Damn it, trouble keeps coming one after another. If life keeps going on like this, how are we supposed to survive?" Over 100 Uchiha had already gathered at the front gate, forming seals and readying their jutsu. "What you all doing?" "It's me." From afar, Izuna's voice called out through the chakra, causing every clan member, who was moments away from unleashing their techniques, to freeze mid-action. "Wait!" Uchiha Meiji quickly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stand down. The demon cat in the distance slowed from a frantic sprint to a leisurely stride, ambling right up to the camp's main gate. After Izuna and Mito had dismounted, the giant beast slipped away, its hulking form vanishing over the hills into the rugged mountain valley, leaving Uchiha Shin and the others utterly stunned. "The Deputy Chief?" Within the main tent of the Uchiha camp at Hakokuken, Uchiha Shin, a senior elder from the same generation as Uchiha Taijima, now respectfully presented Izuna with a cup of hot tea. It was just a simple, unadorned brew, but what mattered was who was offering it. At this moment, several high-ranking Uchiha Jonin had gathered in the tent at the Hakokuken battlefield. Their shock and awe all stemmed from the item Izuna had brought back and now placed on the ground before them. The severed head of Senju Chiyo. No one was more familiar with that face than Uchiha Shin. It was Senju Chiyo who, alongside Senju Hikoma, had struck from the flank and caught the Uchiha completely off guard. Shin's hatred for Senju Chiyo now ranked second only to his hatred for Senju Hikoma. Yet, just as he was plotting his revenge, Izuna returned with the enemy's head in hand, leaving Uchiha Shin utterly dumbfounded. Deputy clan leader, you. What exactly is your current situation? Uchiha Meiji was the first to break the silence, turning to Izuna for guidance. It was deep within Senju territory. Destroying a single outpost was pretty much my limit. Izuna took a sip of tea and continued. Although I took out 150 of them, the enemy's overall strength is still more than double ours. At these words, Shin, Meiji, and the others were visibly shocked. 150 people? If it had been any other shinobi clan, it might not have startled them so much. But this was the Senju, and to strike down so many right in their own stronghold. In that instant, the gaze of Shin and the others toward Izuna grew even more reverent. Following the deputy clan leader, surely this was the path to turning the tide. Deputy clan leader, what should our next move be? Uchiha Shin asked eagerly. First, spread word of what happened. Izuna stroked his chin thoughtfully. Didn't Senju Yuma slaughter more than 100 of our people before? Tonight, I return the favor, matching them head for head. Consider it vengeance for our fallen kin. Yes, I'll see to it once. Shin snapped to attention and bowed out of the command tent. We'll have to watch for the Senju's response before deciding what to do next. Izuna mused aloud, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, that's enough for now. I'm exhausted. Everyone out. As you command, Deputy Clan Leader. Meiji led the remaining men out of the tent. But Izuna did not rest in the main tent. Instead, once everyone had left, he slipped away to a corner of the camp, entering Mito's tent. Mito lay restless on her cot, unable to sleep. When she saw Izuna enter, she gasped and wrapped herself tightly in her blanket. What are you doing here? Izuna gave a mischievous grin, sat beside her, and pulled the blanket-wrapped Mito into his arms, lowering his head to kiss her. No, MMPH. Startled out of her daze, Mito pushed Izuna away with all her strength, shaking her head vigorously. No, you can't. We can't. Mito. Izuna called her name softly. Her heart trembled, but she still resolutely pushed him aside, though her tone had softened. No, not unless grandfather agrees. She didn't finish her sentence, but Izuna could more or less guess what she meant, and his face fell with frustration. Getting Uzumaki Hiroshi, a die-hard loyalist to the Senju Alliance, to approve of their relationship was a fantasy, pure and simple. At the very least, they would have to wait until both clans joined forces and Konoha was founded. Izuna had no idea what year exactly Konoha had been founded, but judging by the current situation, there was no way it could happen in less than 5 years. In other words, he would have to wait at least 5 years. Yet, considering Mito's attitude, if he tried to force things now, even if he succeeded, it would only provoke her resentment. If this woman turned dark and, as in the original story, chose to marry Hashirama Senju, wouldn't that mean he'd be utterly betrayed? Hesitating for a moment, Izuna held Mito in his arms again. He wasn't going to give up entirely, but there was no way he could simply leave things as they were. Dozens of miles from the Uchiha camp, when Senju Yuma led reinforcements to the outpost under Senju Chiyo's command, all he found was a devastated battlefield, bodies sprawled everywhere in tragic defeat. What infuriated Yuma and his men even more was that Chiyo's corpse, the highest-ranking officer of the outpost, had been placed at the most conspicuous spot at the entrance, his head severed from his body. But what was truly unforgivable was a line scrawled in blood at the gate. Senju Yuma, this is my gift to you. Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Yuma roared each syllable, stomping down with such force that the blood-stained earth shattered beneath his foot. I, Senju Yuma, will have blood for blood. Behind him, Senju Unma, a jonin at the peak of his craft, stepped forward and said, Clan leader, for Uchiha Izuna to accomplish this before we arrived. His strength. I fear he's already on par with Vice Clan leader Hashirama. At these words, Yuma fell silent for a moment. If it were him tasked with wiping out the 150 men at this outpost, he could do it, but never so cleanly, so swiftly. At the very least, he couldn't have done it before reinforcements from such a short distance could arrive. Across the entire Senju clan, only Tobarama, with his Flying Thunder God technique, could rival this speed, though his attack power was slightly lacking. Only a wielder of wood release, Hashirama, could accomplish such a feat. Had Uchiha Izuna really reached the same level as Hashirama? At that moment, an elite Chunin in charge of reconnaissance hurried over to report, clan leader, including Lord Chiyo, the entire outpost has been wiped out. No important items were lost. Uchiha Izuna knew I would change our strategic plans. Even if he took anything, it would be useless, Yuma grunted coldly. Senju Unma asked, Clan leader, what should our next move be? Yuma clenched his fists tightly. Uchiha Izuna raided our outpost, causing so many clan casualties. If we don't avenge this, how will we answer to the rest of our kin? Return to the main camp, overhaul all outpost deployments, and prepare to attack. With Yuma's orders issued, Unma and the others immediately bowed in response. Yes, sir. Yet, there was still one more problem weighing on Senju Yuma's mind. No matter how powerful Izuna Uchiha was, how could he possibly avoid detection by so many patrolling shinobi? Even Hashirama Senju himself couldn't have pulled off such a feat with ease. Could he? Could Izuna really teleport from place to place? As the clan's vice chief, he had to maintain a certain image and lead by example. His relationship with Mito had, apart from that final step, already progressed naturally in every other way. Yet Izuna never let himself become intoxicated by that feeling, nor did he make their relationship public. Most of the time, he preferred to stay in his own main command tent. After all, as the supreme commander of the entire army, what would it look like if he was constantly running to the female prisoner's tent? Nearly 10 days had passed since Izuna had wiped out Senju Chiyo's stronghold. During this period, Izuna hadn't launched a single offensive. Thanks to his earlier actions, Uchiha morale had recovered considerably. But in terms of terrain, the Senju camp was in a highly defensible location, easy to defend, hard to attack. From the Uchiha encampment, however, they could clearly see any enemy forces approaching. And even though the gap in numbers had narrowed, overall, the Senju still held the advantage in total strength, making it unwise for the Uchiha to attack recklessly. Senju Yuma is probably about to lead his army in an attack, Izuna remarked suddenly, breaking the silence as he sat at his desk, reviewing documents. Uchiha Meiji, who had replaced Uchiha Shin as his right-hand man, was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Vice Chief, what makes you say that? I destroyed the stronghold with the most manpower under Senju Chiyo's command. Senju Yuma must have flown into a rage. But to avoid another ambush by me, he'll have to relocate his other strongholds entirely, which takes time. After that, he'll be desperate to strike back. Izuna signed his name on the document with a brush, closed the folder, and continued. By my calculation, he should be attacking any time now. No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Shin burst in, breathing hard, and announced, Vice Chief, Senju Yuma is leading a large force to attack us. Hearing Shin's report, Uchiha Meiji's eyes widened as he looked at Izuna. He'd long heard the vice chief was a master of strategy. Now he truly believed it. Izuna set down his documents and donned the red armor hanging on the rack nearby. Vice Chief, Uchiha Meiji stepped forward. Full mobilization. Our clansmen must be eager for battle, Izuna said as he fastened his armor straps. Yes, sir. Over 200 Uchiha warriors assembled in squads, standing on the rugged mountain slopes. Soon, they saw a dense swarm of dots on the distant horizon, surging rapidly toward them. Within 2 minutes, their Sharingan eyes could make out the true nature of those dots. Senju, shinobi clad in blood-red armor, just like themselves. In this mountainous terrain, it's nearly impossible for large-scale battles to break out. Most of the fighting happens in small squads. That makes teamwork all the more crucial. So, Kakashi's emphasis on cooperative tactics isn't without reason. It's truly unexpected to see Senju Yuma, the clan leader, commanding from the flanks, Uchiha Meiji remarked, frowning from a position behind and to the right of Izuna. If he had witnessed the might of Senju Hashirama, he would have understood why things were this way. I've been waiting for you, Senju Yuma, Izuna called out, a mocking smile on his lips. As the clan leader, you've left the main battlefield to your deputy, Senju Hashirama. Looks like you're planning to step down early and let someone else take over. But you don't have to go to all that trouble. I can make you resign right now with my own hands. Senju Yuma's face darkened. Hashirama's strength far surpassed his own. Though Yuma still had some personal ambition to remain clan leader, the truth was Hashirama's rapid growth was unstoppable. Sooner or later, Yuma would have to step aside. But hearing such words from an outsider like Izuna was an entirely different matter. Confidence is a good thing for the young, as long as you don't let it get you killed. Yuma shot back, his tone laced with sarcasm. With a cold smile, Izuna raised his hand high and then brought it down sharply. Instantly, countless Uchiha shinobi stationed on the higher ground formed hand signs, then unleashed a barrage of fireballs that rained down. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. In that moment, a storm of blazing fireballs descended with the force of an inferno, as if intent on burning the Senju shinobi below to ashes. With a dismissive snort, Senju Yuma watched as the Senju behind him, already prepared, completed their own hand signs. Water style, water formation wall. A multitude of Senju shinobi summoned towering walls of water, forming a massive tidal barrier amidst the mountains that intercepted every last fireball. The clash sent a wave of searing steam billowing through the valley. "Let me show you something else," Izuna said, a sinister pattern, far more distinct than before, emerging at the corner of his eye. It was even more menacing than the markings that would later appear on Hashirama. Sage art, fire style, majestic destroyer flame. With Mito's assistance, Izuna had nearly perfected his Sage mode in recent times. Though it wasn't as exaggerated as Hashirama's later Buddha avatar, it was certainly on par with Naruto's Sage mode when he fought the 6 paths of pain. A wall of flame, even more overwhelming than the previous technique, surged forward, compressing the fireballs and finally breaking through the Senju's tidal water wall. "Damn it! What kind of fire style is this?" Senju Yuma cried out in shock, biting his finger and pressing his hand to the ground. "Double Rashomon." The earth began to quake with a deep, resounding roar. In the next instant, accompanied by 2 thunderous booms, a pair of towering walls, each 100 meters high and carved with demonic faces, erupted from the earth. They rose just in time to block the advancing flames unleashed by Izuna. "So, you're using a Rashomon?" Izuna smirked. "If that's the case." With that, he reached into the ninja tool pouch at his lower back, drew a kunai, and, pushing off with both feet, soared into the air. Spinning mid-flight, he hurled the kunai with a flick of his wrist. The kunai traced a sharp arc along the side of the Rashomon gates. Then, in the very next moment, it burst into a billowing cloud of white smoke. Hundreds of kunai materialized in its place, cascading down upon Tobarama and his men like a torrential rain. Uchiha's mastery of shuriken techniques, paired with the shadow shuriken jutsu in its most advanced form. Clang, 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 clang. The Senju warriors swiftly brandished their weapons, intercepting every kunai from the most treacherous of angles. Each shadow clone kunai, once struck aside, dissolved instantly into a swirl of white smoke. "Attack!" Izuna barked a single word of command. On cue, the Uchiha forces roared in unison, surging over the top and around the sides of the Rashomon gates. Swords flashed from their waists, and more weapons were drawn from their pouches as they charged toward the massed ranks of the Senju. Senju Unkin is one of their command officers, Meiji. "He's mine." "You're not ready to face him yet," said Uchiha Shin as he ran at Meiji's side, his eyes fixed on the formidable Senju Unkin ahead. Uchiha Meiji nodded, redirecting his attention to the other Senju ninja nearby. Though Shin's official rank was lower than his own, both his experience and strength far surpassed Meiji's. On the battlefield, it was obvious, even a fool could see, whose order should be followed. In such rugged terrain, battles often devolved into duels. The strong seek out the strong, the weak clash with the weak. The rolling landscape made it impossible for anyone to display overwhelming power, like Madara would later do after his reanimation, unleashing Susanoo or the might of would release to dominate a battlefield single-handedly across the open plains. Of course, if someone had access to a perfect Susanoo or a would release attack on the scale of a natural disaster, a single strike could reshape the entire battleground. But that was beside the point. Within mere minutes of the battle's onset, both sides had already chosen their targets. Uchiha Shin had set his sights on Senju Unkin, a Jonin-level master and a high-ranking member of the Senju clan's ruling council. Shin's motive was simple: redemption. If he could eliminate a senior Senju officer, it might not entirely erase his previous failures, but surely it would earn him a top merit and a chance to return to the upper ranks. Senju Unkin, naturally, had no intention of offering up his own head without a fight. Seeing Shin charging his way, he rushed to meet him head-on, drawing the double-edged sword from his waist. A heavy impact resounded. In the next instant, sparks flew as the long sword and the double-edged rapier clashed with a thunderous force, sending both evenly matched fighters hurtling backward, each skidding nearly 10 meters away. Uchiha Shin quickly formed a hand seal with one hand. Fire style, Dragon Flame Song technique. He was determined to claim Senju Unkin's head, and his opening move was a high-level Uchiha Fire Jutsu, one that only elite Jonin were qualified to learn. Senju Unkin, unlike Senju Shionkin, who excelled in a wide array of elemental ninjutsu, was not that type of ninja. He gave his blade a sharp flick, and a sizzling crackle rang out along the edge. Facing the incoming fire dragons, he met them head-on, slashing through 2 of them in quick succession. Only then did he form a hand seal mid-air to counterattack with his own jutsu. Earth style, Rising Earth Rod. Earth style, Exploding Earth Stream. Earth style, Charging Tomb. The Senju clan possessed chakra reserves rivaling even those of the Uzumaki, and using that power, Unkin unleashed a relentless barrage of Earth-style techniques toward Uchiha Shin. Oomph. Earth-style? Looks like I've chosen a worthy opponent. Confronted by this overwhelming onslaught of Earth techniques, Uchiha Shin merely smirked with disdain, causing Senju Unkin to momentarily falter in surprise. Crackle, crackle. In the next second, Uchiha Shin's longsword was wreathed in alternating bolts of silver and white lightning. Chidori Blade. This was the very technique Izuna had redeemed from the system, shared with all the clan's lightning chakra users, and later perfected by Madara, who taught it to many fellow Uchiha skilled in lightning style, just as Sasuke Uchiha would do in the future. Yet, Izuna himself, the creator, was less proficient with this move, favoring wind style over lightning. Izuna, standing atop the second Rashomon gate, had his sights set on Senju Shionkin, the clan leader who, in his eyes, should have already stepped down. Earth style, Great Mud River. As soon as Senju Shionkin finished his hand seals, the ground shook violently. The stone beneath turned into a sticky mire, and the Rashomon gate vanished, sending Izuna plummeting from midair. While falling, Izuna joined his index and middle fingers to form a cross-shaped seal. Shadow clone technique. He split off a single shadow clone, but that was enough. Still airborne, the real Izuna grabbed his right hand with his clones, hurling himself straight towards Senju Shionkin. Mid-leap, a Rasengan was already spinning to life in Izuna's palm. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. Senju Shionkin slammed his hands onto the ground, raising a stone wall 3 meters high. The Rasengan smashed the stone wall to pieces, but it had already bought enough time for Senju Shionkin to dodge aside. Drawing a kunai from behind, Senju Shionkin spun and lunged, aiming right for Izuna's throat. Thud! The kunai struck home, but then Izuna's body, impaled through the neck, burst into a flash of lightning, the current racing up Senju Shionkin's arm, paralyzing it instantly and forcing the kunai to drop to the ground. At once, Senju Shiongjin pulled out another kunai and slashed his own palm, using the pain to dispel the numbness. At the same time, he glanced toward the swamp. The figure he had thought to be just a clone, Uchiha Izuna, was on the verge of falling in when suddenly a layer of silvery ribs sprouted over his skin. In a flash, a spectral arm shot out. Bracing himself on the surface of the mire, Izuna made a light leap and, with effortless grace, landed back on solid ground. I've long heard the Uchiha's deputy clan leader is a master of strategy, but it seems your cunning isn't limited to the battlefield. Your combat skills are just as sharp, remarked Senju Shiongjin, his tone hovering between genuine praise and biting sarcasm. That's why old men who can't keep up with the times should hurry up and step aside for those who can, Izuna retorted, his words sharp and unyielding. A vein throbbed on Shiongjin's forehead. He was only in his early 40s, yet Izuna had just called him old man, and that wasn't even the worst part. What truly tested his patience was how many times today Izuna had brought up the idea of him stepping down and handing over power. His tolerance was wearing thin. Water release, heavenly curtain rain. He formed a hand sign, one completely different from any other water release technique, and spat out droplets that formed a barrage of near-invisible water Senbon needles, pelting down from above. Oomph. Silver chakra ignited around Izuna's body like ethereal flames. The skeletal shape of Susanoo materialized, shielding him entirely as the storm of water needles rained down harmlessly. Sage arts, what a marvelous thing, Izuna mused, pressing a hand to his Mangekyo Sharingan, where the markings of sage mode traced the corners of his eyes. Even while using Susanoo, he barely felt any pain. Now he truly understood why, in the years to come, Obito could wield Kimui with such swagger, never suffering any side effects. I've seen that move of yours more times than I can count. Did you think I wouldn't find a way to counter it? Senju Shiongjin suddenly shouted, slamming both hands down onto the ground. Earth release, fissure. The earth beneath Izuna's feet split wide, a bottomless crevasse opening without warning. Just as Izuna was about to react, the ground on either side of the rift flipped upward, forcing him to leap into the air to evade. Susanoo's legs, drawing on Izuna's chakra, rapidly extended to keep up with him. Seize the moment, attack now. Shiongjin bellowed, issuing a command. The Senju had the advantage in numbers. At his order, several of their ninja immediately freed up their hands, forming seals, and taking aim at Izuna, suspended in midair. Water release, water dragon bullet. Wind release, vacuum wave. Earth release, rising stone. On the Uchiha side, Akira's heart leapt into his throat. Deputy clan leader, look out, he shouted in alarm. Izuna narrowed his eyes, the mangekyo shimmering with a ghostly light. My power isn't limited to my mangekyo. Did you think I was as foolish as that idiot Sasuke? Sage Art, Blazing Fate, Inferno. Unlike ordinary fire release techniques, if you look closely, you'll notice that the new jutsu Izuna Unleashed contains not just flames, but razor-sharp, piercing force hidden within. It's like a monstrous beast charging at Hashirama Senju with incredible speed. Blaze Release. This is a ninjutsu that fuses the attributes of fire release and lightning release. At first glance, it appears to be just another fire release technique, but in reality, it combines the sweeping attack range of fire with the high-speed impact of lightning. Water Release, Pristine Wave. As the Sage Art Blaze Release roared toward him, Hashirama Senju raised his right hand, thumb up, and pressed it into his left palm, a hand sign no one had ever seen before. A spiraling wall of water rose around Hashirama, forming a massive water tornado that soared upward, standing between him and the oncoming Blaze Release. It was as if two titanic beasts, each wielding opposing elements, were locked in a ferocious struggle. The other shinobi in the vicinity, even those of Jonin rank, quickly retreated, fearing they'd be caught in the crossfire. Terrifying. So this is how clan leaders fight? Up until now, Izuna had always equated Kaga level with clan leader level. There was nothing wrong with that, but the reality was a bit more nuanced. Take, for example, Raza, Gaara's father in later generations. He was on the lowest end of the Kage scale. Meanwhile, the clan heads of Uchiha's affiliated families, like Onikawa and Watanabe, were sometimes only quasi-Kage or peak Jonin in strength. But the truly powerful clan leaders, Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Sarutobi, were all at the very top of the Kage tier, like the third Raikage or Jiraiya, standing at the summit. Hashirama Senju was one such leader. To think he could block Sage Art, Blaze Release. No wonder he was always able to keep the Uchiha in check in the original story. Even if he's not Hashirama Senju, he's no pushover, Izuna murmured under his breath. Suddenly, two hands shot out from the ground beneath Izuna, seizing his ankles. Earth Release, Headhunter Jutsu. Izuna was yanked swiftly into the earth, and before the attacker could pull both legs under, Susanoo erupted to life. The gigantic skeletal hand plunged beneath the ground, yanking out a Senju Jonin and crushing him in an instant. Focus on the other Uchiha. Leave Uchiha Izuna to me. He's out of your league. Hashirama Senju shouted, seeing a Jonin perish in the blink of an eye. Cloud-splitting slash. With a roar, Hashirama drew his sword and unleashed an S-rank technique, its force no less than that of Lightning Blade. In a flash, it was overhead, targeting a gap in Susanoo's defenses. I can sense your position with perfect clarity. Izuna raised his hand, meeting the attack with his kunai. In Sage mode, his perception was so acute that unless Hashirama Senju moved at a speed on par with the fourth Raikage, there was no way to escape his notice. As their blades clashed with a ringing sound, Izuna's Sharingan spun rapidly in his eyes. Genjutsu, Sharingan. In midair, Hashima Senju's body froze for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Susanoo gathered chakra to forge a bayonet and plunged it straight through Hashima Senju's abdomen. Did it work? Not far away. An Uchiha Chunin exclaimed in delight. But in the next moment, poof, Hashima Senju's body dissolved into a cloud of white smoke. Idiot, you let her guard down. A Senju ninja seized the chance, thrusting his blade through the Uchiha Chunin's body. Ugh! The Uchiha's eyes widened in shock before all life faded from them. The Senju ninja yanked out his sword and kicked the body aside, sending it crashing to the ground. Such was the cruelty of the Warring States era. A shadow clone? Izuna's eyes narrowed slightly. After all, the Senju couldn't copy techniques with the Sharingan. If Hashima Senju could use this move, there could be only one explanation. Tobirama Senju, the original creator, had already developed the technique and passed it on to other Senju. Earth style, Great Mud River. Hashima Senju's voice sounded from behind, and the ground beneath Izuna's feet once more turned into a quagmire. But that wasn't all. Hashima swiftly formed another set of hand seals. Earth style, Earth Dragon Barrage. From the swamp, 4 Earth Dragons burst forth, eyes wide and glaring at Izuna from all directions, front, back, left, and right. With a collective roar, the 4 Earth Dragons attacked from all sides, completely engulfing Izuna, who defended himself with Susanoo's armored shell. We're not done yet, you wet behind the ears Uchiha brat. Hashima Senju roared and rapidly changed his hand seals again. Fire style, Head Engraving Suffering. Lightning style, Shocking Thunderflash. Flames baked the earth dry, forming a prison that left no room to move, followed by a devastating lightning assault from every direction. It had to be said, among the ninja clans, the Senju and Sarutobi were the most likely to produce shinobi with multiple chakra natures. Most Uchiha had two natures, always fire style as one, with the second varying. Quite a few had only fire style. Izuna and Madara, with three chakra natures, were already rare exceptions. But among the Sarutobi, and especially the Senju, it was common to see 3, 4, or even all 5 natures. In this age, both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju possessed all 5, water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage in later generations, would also master all 5 elements. It was truly something to envy. Deputy Clan Leader, are you all right? Watching the muddy ground being relentlessly bombarded by lightning, countless members of the Uchiha clan were overcome with worry. Uchiha Meiji, unable to contain himself, shouted out loud, summoning jutsu. Izuna's cold voice echoed from within. With a thunderous boom, a plume of white smoke billowed up, scattering the falling lightning in an instant. From within the smoke, a giant paw wreathed in eerie blue flames crashed down. Cat's fiery cauldron. The azure flames surged out, swiftly erasing all the multi-element ninjutsu that Senjiyuma had just unleashed, even sending the force rippling back toward the enemy. What in the world is that? Those who had once seen the two tails, like Senju and his comrades, had already perished. For the Senju ninja present, the sight of the two tails sparked a wave of astonished cries. Standing atop the two tails' head, Izuna's gaze swept rapidly across the battlefield. In the end, it was clear the Senju still held the advantage in strength. Fighting a conventional war by the book, the Uchiha found it nearly impossible to seize victory. Retreat. I'll cover the rear. Izuna gave the order, his voice proud and resolute. Uchiha Shin, who had just been seeking a way to take Senju Unki's head, froze for an instant, then retreated at lightning speed, shouting, "Everyone fall back!" Fire style, ash pile burning. The surviving Uchiha quickly unleashed jutsu to obscure the enemy's vision and began a swift withdrawal to the rear. Think you can escape so easily? Wind style, vacuum sphere. Senjiyuma performed a high-level wind jutsu, instantly blowing away most of the thick smoke that had gathered on the battlefield. But in the very next instant, as the smoke cleared, he saw that beneath Izuna's feet, the two tails had opened its massive, bloody maw. Within, a dark purple, nearly black chakra sphere was forming. What is that? A surge of ominous dread rose up within Senju Unki. A chilly smile crept across Izuna's face. Roar Matatabi, Tail Beast Bomb. And so, the first direct clash between Izuna and Senjiyuma, the current leader of the Senju clan, ended with the two tails unleashing a devastating tail beast bomb. To be precise, Izuna didn't bother to count how many Senju perished in that attack, but at the very least, he was certain Senjiyuma survived. It made sense after all. Later, even Killer Bee's tailed beast bombs failed to eliminate all 4 members of the Hawk Squad, simply because the attack was too straightforward. As a wide-area weapon of mass destruction, it worked well enough, but against a single, formidable ninja, it still lacked the needed flexibility. There was room for refinement. Back at camp, after inspecting the wounded among his clansmen, Uchiha Shin entered Izuna's main command tent to give his report. Vice Chief, our losses in this battle are still within acceptable limits. I believe the Senju suffered at least as much as we did, if not more. However, their overall strength still clearly surpasses ours. At this, Uchiha Shin hesitated for a moment, but then pressed on. Therefore, I believe you should request reinforcements from a chief. When it comes to single combat, there's probably no one on the battlefield at Baigu Pass who can stand against Izuna, especially with the two tails fighting it aside. But war is never fought by one person alone, no matter how invincible you are, Uchiha Izuna. If you're the only one left, and all your clansmen are slaughtered, what meaning is left in war? Reinforcements? I doubt any will be sent, Izuna said calmly. Uchiha Shin frowned in confusion. Vice Chief, why is that? Izuna gave a cool, faint smile, pulled out pen and paper, and began writing a letter. Bowing his head, he replied, "You'll find out soon enough." There was a routine exchange of letters between Izuna's battlefield at Baigu Pass and the main forces with Madara at Songyun Mountain, each correspondence confirming the situation on both sides. During lulls in the fighting, they typically exchanged 1 letter per week, reporting their respective circumstances. 2 days later, news from Madara arrived, an update on the situation at Songyun Mountain for the new week. Things were not looking good on Madara's end. They had now entered the era famously depicted in the original story, the age of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Each time the armies clashed, it was almost inevitable that Madara and Hashirama would end up in a fierce, one-on-one duel. Under the relentless assault of would-release jutsu, Madara, unless he unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan, could hardly resist. And that wasn't all. The real problem was the Uzumaki clan, led by Uzumaki Guanghai, who posed a formidable challenge. Although the Uchiha had taken in the 4 northwestern clans as their vassals, to be blunt, compared to the Uzumaki, those 4 clans amounted to little more than elite cannon fodder. The Uzumaki's bizarre sealing techniques could seriously hinder the Uchiha's ninja. Movements became sluggish, chakra was sealed, and jutsu were blocked. Though the Uzumaki might not be terrifying in one-on-one combat, once they joined forces with a powerful ally, their combined effect was far greater than the sum of their parts. In short, if Madara sent any more of his people to reinforce Izuna, his own front would become dangerously unstable. That left only 2 options. First, they could call reinforcements from their clan's homeland. After all, the 3 great elders each commanded significant forces there, but they were the last line of defense. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they could not be moved. Those warriors protected the very heart of the clan. If, say, the Hyuga or another family launched a surprise attack from behind, and the homeland was left undefended, who would stand in their way? This was also why the Senju could field more ninja than the Uchiha. The ocean was at their backs, so the only real threat was the Uzumaki, who, as their staunch allies, would never betray them. With no fear of a backstab, the Senju could throw their full strength forward without hesitation. Second, the alternative was to strike down Senju Shionjin. After all, the battlefield at Baigu Pass was quite small, so both sides had only dispatched a few hundred troops for this skirmish. In this situation, whichever side's commander falls first, that side is destined for defeat. Izuna and Senju Ujina. Whichever of these 2 dies first, or, rather, whichever loses the ability to fight, will determine whether the Uchiha or the Senju are the first to fall. It's barely a strategy at all. Every time battle breaks out, Izuna always fights with the goal of killing Senju Ujina. But even though Izuna now surpasses Ujina in strength, he's still far from being able to utterly crush him. Killing a top-tier Kaga-level shinobi is no easy matter. Meiji, Izuna suddenly called out. Uchiha Meiji, who had been standing guard at the entrance of the tent, immediately turned and entered, bowing his head respectfully. Vice Clan Leader, what are your orders? Increase the number of shinobi assigned to reinforce our defensive barriers. From now on, our formation should focus on defense. Understood. After Meiji withdrew, Izuna fell into deep thought once again. To be honest, while it seems that the Uchiha are now under the firm control of him and his brother Madara, in reality, the Elder faction, led by the Grand Elder Uchiha Yukino, still holds power nearly equal to that of Izuna and Madara. To use a later Konoha analogy, on the surface, Izuna and Madara may be the village leaders, the Hokage, but behind them, there's still an Elder Council and an advisory group, much like Kohori Udatain and Hamura Midokado in the future. Though Izuna has never quite figured out what use those Konoha advisors ever were anyway. The new generation, just over 10 years old, is still growing. If only the threat from the Hyuga clan at their backs could be eliminated, the elders could send their own forces as reinforcements. That would not only speed up their victory in the war, but also, to some extent, weaken the power of the Elder faction. But the real problem is, how can he make sure the Hyuga won't stab the Uchiha in the back when they're at their weakest? Izuna lowered his head, lost in thought, pondering the problem from afternoon until late into the night, but no good solution came to mind. Just then, Uchiha Meiji entered again from outside, carrying a tray with a thin vegetable broth and some dry flatbread. Vice Clan Leader, your dinner. Thank you for your trouble. You may go. Izuna waved his hand dismissively, but Meiji didn't leave right away. Instead, he asked, Vice Clan Leader, about the Uzumaki woman you brought back. Should I bring her the same dinner? Izuna glanced up at Meiji, then nodded. Yes, the same. If he treated her differently, it would only invite unnecessary suspicion. Although he felt a pang of guilt feeding such meager fare to his beloved, Izuna had no other choice. After Meiji left, Izuna quickly choked down the bread and broth, then resumed pondering how to eliminate future threats. Wait. Suddenly, inspiration struck Izuna like a bolt of lightning. After fighting head-on for a while, how could he have forgotten his old tricks? He still had a hidden card left with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, something he could make good use of. Although there was no guarantee of success, at the very least, it was an extremely viable plan. At this thought, Izuna couldn't help but feel elated. A chance had appeared. While Izuna was racking his brain for a cunning strategy at the northern White Valley Pass, things were much simpler for Madara, who was engaged in a direct clash on Mount Sonyan's front lines. Madara had always been the type to charge straight, and rather than relying on schemes. Moreover, The terrain and complexity of Mount Songyun were nowhere near as treacherous as White Valley Pass. So Madara's strategy was to lead his forces in an all-out assault. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, the advanced ninjutsu Izuna had gifted him, and his own formidable strength, Madara's presence put great pressure on Tobarama's Senju. Especially since Madara's Mangekyo abilities, much like Izuna's, were practically a natural counter to Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. But the Senju still had Hashirama. While Madara's Mangekyo was an answer to Tobarama's Flying Thunder God, Hashirama's would release was another story entirely. With a single move, Hashirama could reshape the entire battlefield, his attacks covering an even greater area than Susanoo. What was even more troubling was the intense side effects of the Mangekyo, which meant Madara couldn't afford a drawn-out fight. Unlike Izuna, he didn't have the boost of Sage Mode to neutralize the Mangekyo's harsh drawbacks. Of course, Izuna had already sent Madara a secret message about how Sage Mode could help counter the Mangekyo's adverse effects. Madara had been delighted to hear this. After all, the side effects were truly overwhelming. Yet if Madara wanted to learn Sage Mode, two problems stood in his way. First, he needed an elite Uzumaki ninja to assist him. Second, Mito Uzumaki was currently with Izuna. No matter what, Izuna couldn't possibly go to Mito and say, "Hey, my big brother wants to learn Sage Mode too. Could you help him out?" Mito would never agree, and this matter must remain secret. If word got out, she would instantly become a traitor in the eyes of her entire clan. Faced with this situation, Izuna proposed that Madara try to delay the battle as much as possible, while he himself would seek to finish things quickly up north with Senji Yuma, and then rush over to help. As for Madara's Mangekyo dilemma, there was no way Izuna could ask Mito to help again. He was already deeply grateful that she'd helped him master Sage Mode. He didn't want to push her any further. Still, Madara's problem couldn't be ignored. After much thought, Izuna finally settled on a compromise. He would have Mito teach him the sealing techniques she'd used to help with his Sage chakra training. Just as, in later generations, Kushina Uzumaki would pass the dead demon consuming seal to Minato Namikaze. The first time he asked, Mito naturally refused. After all, it was the secret technique of her clan. But faced with Izuna's persistent pestering, and torn between her family and her first love, this young girl of barely 16 ultimately chose her lover over her clan. Of course, the price Izuna paid was an earful of scolding and yet another round of Mito's flailing fists. Deputy Chief, the first defensive wall has been breached by the Senju. The leader is Uzumaki Hirokai. Uchiha Shin, who was responsible for the first defensive wall, hurried back from the front lines, his body already covered in dust and wounds. What? Uzumaki Hirokai? Izuna's expression shifted slightly. Yes, just among the Uzumaki ninja involved in this assault, there are at least 200 by my count, led by none other than the elder of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Hirokai. There's information about him in our clan leader's reports. Izuna quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, so he's actually come straight from the main battlefield. On reflection, it wasn't surprising that Uzumaki Hirokai would shift battlefields. His beloved granddaughter had been snatched away by Izuna right under everyone's noses. Now that Izuna's presence at the Baikokuken battlefield was well known, news must have already reached the Senju. Naturally, Hirokai would bring his forces to settle the score and rescue his granddaughter. Uchiha Shin said anxiously, "What do we do?" Clan Chief, the Senju have even more people now. Although the terrain here lessened the advantage of greater numbers, it didn't eliminate it entirely. People always say that terrain is critical in war, but no matter how much you take advantage of the landscape, could 100 men really defeat 10,000? Don't panic. Deploy every available clan member except those needed for defense. I'll personally hold off Uzumaki Hirokai. Izuna immediately led 200 men toward the front lines. Through his time with Mito, he'd come to appreciate just how troublesome Uzumaki ninja could be. When fighting them, it was essential to take out the medical ninja in each squad first. In any war involving the Uzumaki, you had to neutralize them before anything else. When Izuna and his men reached the battlefield, the Uchiha defenders were already launching an all-out assault on the red-haired Uzumaki ninja ahead. Dozens of Uchiha simultaneously unleashed fire release, turning the ground before them into a sea of flames that swept toward the Uzumaki. After about 20 seconds, the blaze faded. Yet the Uzumaki army stood completely unharmed. How is this possible? The Uchiha were stunned. Izuna activated his Sharingan and immediately spotted an almost invisible barrier standing before the Uzumaki clan. Sealing technique, void partition. Izuna spoke the name of the technique. Rather than a simple seal, it was more like a barrier, a defensive jutsu akin to the Senju's Rashomon. Wind release, Jade Gale. A fierce gust of wind surged from the other side. The clansman on the right side cried out in alarm. Torihiko Senju is here. Uchiha Shin immediately rushed to the very front on the flank. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A torrent of blazing fire collided in midair with the storm. For several seconds, flames and whirlwinds danced chaotically, clashing and swirling before finally extinguishing each other. With the Uzumaki in front and the Senju on the side, the Uchiha were feeling the unbearable strain of lacking fighting power. Uchiha Izuna, hand over Mito and surrender at once. I give you my word, no harm will come to your people. Uzumaki Hirokai, his hair white as snow, shouted at the top of his lungs. Izuna swept his right hand across his chest and, bowing deeply to Hirokai in a noble's greeting he'd once seen on TV in his previous life, replied in a clear, resonant voice infused with chakra. The noble princess is being treated with the utmost respect in my camp. In fact, I have fallen for her at first sight, and she and I are of one heart and mind. Why not let the Uzumaki and Uchiha become family by marriage? Let's join forces right now and take on the Senju together. Torihiko Senju, hearing this, was stunned at first, then gave a cold sneer. This brat really knows how to talk nonsense. Hirokai Uzumaki, on the other hand, was fuming at Izuna's words, his beard bristling, his eyes wide with rage. He quickly formed hand signs and barked. You impudent boy, you'll pay for that. Of course, he didn't believe a word Izuna said. Just like Torihiko Senju, he took it as an attempt to provoke them with sheer nonsense. Adamantine ceiling chains. From the ground burst countless massive chains glowing with golden light, lashing out toward the Uchiha. Izuna's eyes narrowed. He recognized this technique. It was a high-level ceiling jutsu that had once bound even his own Susanoo. If caught, his chakra flow would be forcibly halted. In the hands of a powerful shinobi, this technique could even suppress the Nine Tails. Summoning jutsu. Faced with overwhelming numerical disadvantage, Izuna decisively summoned the Two Tails to the battlefield, immediately shifting his strategy. He sent the other Uchiha to face off against the Uzumaki shinobi, while he and the Two Tails challenged Torihiko Senju and the nearly 400 Senju ninja at his command. It sounded boldly audacious, but aside from Izuna's confidence, there were reasons for this desperate choice. After all, the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques were absolute when it came to restraining tailed beasts. Long ago, the Senju and the Uzumaki shared the same lineage, which meant they likely inherited the Sage of Six Paths legacy as well. Izuna sometimes even suspected that the Sage of Six Paths had passed down his sealing art specifically to the Uzumaki. For Izuna to challenge Torihiko Senju, a Kaga-level powerhouse leading 400 elite Senju, with only the Two Tails at his side, it was no wonder Uchiha Shin and the others were deeply worried. But when Izuna unleashed the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan, to everyone's surprise, he actually managed to hold back all 400 of them. Although he did not possess the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and could not unleash the beastly might that comes from merging with a tailed beast, Madara still stood atop. The Two Tails, cloaked in the skeletal form of Susanoo, enhanced further by Sage Mode. One formidable jutsu, after another rained down, overwhelming the battlefield. He flattened mountains into mere hills. The full extent of Izuna's strength was on display, and both the Uzumaki and Senju shinobi couldn't help but feel an immense pressure upon witnessing it. Meanwhile, the Uchiha shinobi led by Shin and Akira, facing the combined might of the Senju and Uzumaki armies, found themselves outnumbered and outmatched. Yet when it was just them against Hiroshi Uzumaki's 200 red-haired warriors, not a single Uchiha felt the slightest fear. Izuna's terrifying power had invigorated the Uchiha ranks. Their morale soared, and they pressed forward to hold the line, determined not to let Hiroshi Uzumaki's troops get anywhere near the deputy clan leader. Some among them even resorted to using their clan's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi, regardless of the cost, just to halt the enemy's advance. After a long and grueling battle, the Senju-Uzumaki alliance finally retreated. The war had entered a deadlock. Scenes like this had played out countless times since the era of Taijima Uchiha and Butsuma Senju. Looking back through the history of both clans, it was as if they were trapped in an endless cycle, a death spiral with no end in sight. Generation after generation, the feud continued, battles fought without end. Though the Uchiha were currently at a disadvantage, it wasn't a crushing one. The major clans, having sent their spies to observe, mostly chose to remain in the shadows for now, waiting for a decisive moment before making any move. No one wanted to provoke these two raging beasts unless absolutely necessary or totally certain of victory. After successfully forcing back the allied forces led by Takeo Senju and Hiroshi Uzumaki, Izuna returned to the Uchiha camp and issued 2 commands in quick succession. First, no one was to engage the Senju in direct combat for the time being. All forces were to focus on defense and drag things out as long as possible. Second, it was strictly forbidden to mention to Mito Uzumaki that her clan had arrived on this battlefield, let alone reveal that Hiroshi Uzumaki was leading them. The Uchiha were known for their lust for battle, but when it came to defense, they were just as formidable. Occupying the highest ground at White Valley Pass, they held a nearly impregnable position. Time and again, the Senju-Uzumaki alliance failed to gain any significant advantage. As time wore on, during this first great battle between the new generation of Senju and Uchiha, 3 names gradually began to rise in fame. The first was Hashirama Senju. He pioneered a completely unprecedented style of elemental jutsu within shinobi history. Would release. Its power was legendary. 1 man against 1,000 was no exaggeration for him. Rumors abounded that, if not facing top-tier clans like the Uchiha, Hyuga, or Sarutobi, Hashirama Senju alone could end any war. Izuna, however, when he heard such talk, felt it was an overstatement. Hashirama Senju indeed possessed such power, but that was something for the future. At the very least, it would only become possible after he awakened formidable techniques like the wood release, with human jutsu. The second person was Izuna, who fought on the battlefield at the northern by Valley Pass. Although he hadn't invented a revolutionary jutsu, like Hashirama, he fought in ways never seen before, commanding a summoning beast wreathed in flames and wielding his ghostly Sharingan to unleash innovative ninja arts. Time and again, he and his beast alone held back the 100-strong army of Senju led by Hashirama Senju, and each time, he emerged unscathed. Moreover, long before such feats, countless people had already hailed him as the brain of the Uchiha. Now, the results of war proved that his frightening power was every bit the equal of his brilliant mind. No one wished to make an enemy of such a terrifying opponent. The third was Madara Uchiha, locked in direct confrontation with Hashirama Senju on the main battlefield. Compared to Hashirama and Izuna, the praise he received was slightly less. Thinking of this always made Madara grind his teeth in frustration. There was nothing he could do about it. Everyone who had witnessed his battles against Hashirama firmly believed that Hashirama's strength surpassed his own. Even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could barely hold his ground, but the immense strain it placed on him meant that, without fail, it was always Madara who had to retreat first. Naturally, his reputation never quite matched up to Hashirama's. If one were to name a fourth person, it would be Tobirama Senju, the master of water release. Combining water release with the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama had already begun to earn the title of the fastest shinobi of the Senju, even though Izuna had yet to reveal his own Flying Thunder God ability on the battlefield. Still, in terms of raw strength, he could not reach the level of the top 3. For Tobirama, who had always seen Izuna as his chief rival, this was hard to swallow. Yet Tobirama was a man of deep calculation. Such a trivial matter was not enough for him to lose his composure. What truly troubled Tobirama was the fear of what malicious scheme Izuna might devise next, given the disadvantage the Uchiha now faced. After all, to Tobirama, Izuna's cunning and plots were more terrifying than his strength. Indeed, Izuna was preparing to make his move. Before departing, he made a point to see Mito and review the sealing techniques that could suppress chakra outbursts. Much like the sealing jutsu Yamato would later use to restrain the Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto, Izuna intended to employ this technique to help Madara train in sage arts, hoping to alleviate the side effects brought on by the Mangekyo Sharingan. After Izuna demonstrated the sealing jutsu for Mito, she tapped her chin thoughtfully. You're still a bit unpracticed, but it should suffice to suppress rampaging sage chakra. With a gentle smile, Izuna drew Mito into his arms and kissed the seal on her brow. Thank you, Mito. Mito shot Izuna a reproachful glance, wriggling a bit out of his embrace. With a frown, she tilted her head up and asked, Are you hiding something from me lately? Izuna's expression froze for a split second. No, not at all. What makes you think that? Mito pouted. The ninja guarding my tent used to chat about the state of the war outside, but lately, it's been eerily silent. They don't say a word. Isn't it because you ordered them to keep quiet, so I wouldn't hear anything? Izuna felt a wave of exasperation. Damn it, a woman being too clever really isn't always a blessing. That's why so many men still hope their wives might be a bit less sharp, though of course not so naive that someone else could steal them away. Unable to come up with a good answer, Izuna simply tightened his hold around Mito, pressing his lips firmly onto hers. He savored the sensation, a touch so familiar after countless times before. But this time, Mito didn't close her eyes to enjoy it. Instead, She glared at Izuna, her eyes full of annoyance. Her jaw was clenched tight, refusing to let him in. It wasn't until Izuna gave her a light smack on the back, right where she was most sensitive, that Mito gasped in surprise. For a moment, she lost her focus, and Izuna seized the opportunity. As he pressed his advantage, Mito genuinely considered clamping her jaw shut again and biting this rascal, just to teach him a lesson so he wouldn't bully her anymore. But in the end, she couldn't bring herself to do it, letting him have his way once again. "I'll have to leave for a while. I won't be able to come see you," Izuna said at last, pressing his forehead against hers after finally letting her go. Mito didn't reply. She simply shot him a fierce glare. Against Izuna's turtle shell defense, neither Senju Hashirama nor the Uzumaki Mito division could break through. As time dragged on, their attacks slowed noticeably. This, of course, freed up time for Izuna to tend to other matters. During the Warring States period, the Land of Fire alone was home to dozens of shinobi clans, large and small. Among them, the Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura were the most powerful, controlling the greatest territories and resources. When dealing with clans of similar standing, or even those only slightly weaker, each clan would dispatch scouts to watch their rivals at all times. For example, the Uchiha and Senju constantly kept each other under surveillance, considering each other their greatest foes. But they also sent shinobi to keep an eye on other powerful families like the Sarutobi, Shimura, Hyuga, and the Ino-Shikicho alliance. Of course, the number and rank of ninja assigned for surveillance depended on just how formidable the target was. As for the Sarutobi and Shimura, they kept a large force of observers on both the Uchiha and Senju movements. But when it came to the Hyuga, a clan that rivaled them in strength and might even surpass them, they sent only a small squad for surveillance. The reason for this is quite simple. The Hyuga clan's territory is just too far away from theirs. Not only is it far, but its geographical location is also rather unique. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans are situated to the north of the Uchiha and Senju, while the Hyuga are located to the south of those two great clans. Distance aside, these two giants serve as formidable barriers. That's why, throughout the turbulent centuries of the Warring States period, the Hyuga and the Sarutobi-Shimura alliance almost never clashed in war. Because of these geographical factors, they had little occasion to even meet, so it's no wonder, really. Over this period, the Sarutobi and Shimura, both weakened, had been quietly rebuilding their strength. Yet Shimura Keizo remained deeply troubled by the mysterious fate of his clan's 20-odd elite jonin, led by Shimura Ri, whose deaths remained a mystery. It's reminiscent of the Fourth Raikage, who, upon mistakenly believing his brother Killer Bee had been captured by Sasuke Uchiha, called for a 5-Kage summit and nearly launched a war against Konoha. Everyone knows how disastrous it can be when a leader with a bad temper is at the helm. And Shimura Keizo's fiery temperament is in no way inferior to that of the Fourth Raikage. So this grudge he keeps burning in his heart, vowing to settle it. For Keizo, the root of all this hatred focuses on Tobi. If it hadn't been for that strange fellow, claiming he hailed from the 4 northwestern clans, who lured Shimura Ri and the others to the northwest, they wouldn't have died. Now, time has cooled Keizo's anger just a little, making him realize that Tobi couldn't possibly be from the 4 northwestern clans. Not only do those clans lack the strength to kill a quasi-Kage-level fighter like Shimura Ri, but carrying out such a deed would bring them no benefit at all. It's also unlikely Tobi is from the Hagoromo clan, since that clan had been wiped out by Uchiha Izuna and his kin a year ago. So just who is he? No matter how hard he tried, Shimura Keizo simply could not make sense of it. Just then, news came in from the intelligence ninja monitoring the Hyuga, a report that Tobi had allegedly appeared in the south, in the Hyuga clan's territory. This news left both Shimura Keizo and Sarutobi Furukawa not only shocked, but also secretly thrilled. At last, their enemy had surfaced. The time for vengeance had come. Shimura Keizo immediately sent 2 squads, each led by a special jonin, to investigate in the south. He ordered them not to alert the target. Above all else, they must find Tobi. At the very least, they had to uncover his true identity. Tobi, of course, was none other than Izuna himself, disguised in a black cloak and swirling mask. He was even using a shadow clone. It had taken quite some time to finally attract the attention of the Shimura's ninja. Now, Izuna knew the time had come for his true self to take the stage. He had to play this part perfectly if he wanted to lure the hot-tempered Shimura Keizo into his trap. As for the Hyuga clan, in some respects, they really did seem a bit eccentric. Those who possessed the Byakugan, a bloodline limit, held themselves in high esteem, believing their inherited power to be the finest in the entire Warring States era. Even the Uchiha could not compare. Their intense sense of superiority, combined with a total fighting strength second only to the Uchiha and Senju, allowed them to attract many surrounding ninja clans to their cause. The Hyuga could easily be called the ninja clan with the most affiliated families during the Warring States period. From what Mitsumura knew, two of the clans that would one day belong to the Hidden Leaf Village, the Moonlight Clan and the Shiranui Clan, had both been Hyuga affiliates. There were also three other ninja clans that would rarely produce notable figures in the later Leaf Village: the Iga, the Yamashiro, and the Akame. Beyond these five affiliate families, there were two secret arts families that maintained an alliance with the Hyuga, the Inuzuka and the Aburame. Though these two did not possess bloodline limits, they had developed unique family techniques that allowed them to command ninja hounds or manipulate parasitic insects, earning them a significant place among the warring clans. Although they were later defeated by the Hyuga, considerations of survival and strength led them to forge an alliance with the clan. Yet, due to the disparity in power, this alliance was far from equal, unlike the balanced partnership of the Sarutobi and Shimura. Whenever spoils of war were divided, the Hyuga would inevitably claim the lion's share, leaving only scraps for the Inuzuka and Aburame. Together, these seven families formed a sturdy barrier, keeping the Hyuga in the safest position and shielding them from threats coming from the north, from the two wild beasts, the Uchiha and the Senju. Is this where the kite was found? In the inn of a small town, a group of travelers, disguised, but all concealing weapons, gathered in a room. Hearing the question from those who had just arrived, one of the original occupants of the room nodded and replied, "Yes, it was discovered just outside the town. We suspect the kite is still somewhere in this town. Clan leader Keizo's orders are to capture it alive. At the very least, we must uncover the force behind the kite. Don't let your guard down." The newcomer's tone was grave. Indeed, these two groups had both been dispatched by Shimura Keizo. They were information-gathering shinobi sent to investigate the kite. This small town, in fact, was the territory of the Moonlight Clan, an affiliate of the Hyuga. Not every ninja clan was like the Uchiha, the Senju, or the Shimura, mighty enough to command a settlement's worth of shinobi and resources, entirely self-sufficient. Some minor clans resided within villages, where ordinary people, desperate to survive, would pledge themselves to these shinobi for protection, paying with abundant food and other essential supplies. For the common folk, this arrangement was of little concern. In such turbulent times, survival was all that mattered. Still, this provided other ninja clans with more opportunities to exploit weaknesses, as their defenses were nowhere near as formidable as those of the Uchiha or Senju. But ultimately, no one could be blamed for that. The gap in strength was simply too great. At this moment, within the town, there stood an estate more expansive than any other. On the plaque above its entrance, two large characters proclaimed its name: Moonlight. This was the residence of the Moonlight Clan's leader, Moonlight Kazabana. The Moonlight Clan was renowned for their mastery of swordsmanship, especially the Moonlight-style ninja blade technique, a signature jutsu of their lineage. Long ago, the Uchiha clan had copied this technique with their Sharingan, adapting it into their own sword arts. Moonlight Kazabana was only 35 this year, a typical age for the head of a ninja clan. Yet his overall strength was not remarkable. He was merely at the level of an elite jonin, still a step away from reaching the pinnacle of that rank. The reason for this lay in the clan's limited access to ninja techniques. Unlike the great clans whose vaults overflowed with scrolls of secret arts, the Moonlight Clan had few such resources. Their chakra natures were also scattered and inconsistent. Unlike the Uchiha, who all awakened to fire, making their training unified and efficient, the Moonlight Clan's members awakened to different elements, some to fire, others to water, others still to wind. Most could only awaken one element, which made their training all the more troublesome. In the end, they had no choice but to seek the protection of a major clan. Decades ago, they became a subordinate family to the mighty Hyuga clan. But even at his current age, Moonlight Kazabana had never abandoned his quest to improve his own strength, hoping to raise the clan's standing as a whole. He even dreamed that one day, the Moonlight Clan might break free from the Hyuga and stand on its own. Just like the legendary Hitaki family, masters of swordsmanship during the age of warring states, whose numbers were few, yet they became a clan in their own right. After finishing his daily training in the dojo, Moonlight Kazabana prepared to return to his room. It had become his habit over many years. After each day's training, he would return to his study and review the documents his subordinates placed on his desk. He opened the door and stepped into his study, only to freeze in shock, immediately dropping into a battle stance. For there, seated calmly at his desk, was a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, leisurely flipping through the documents his subordinates had submitted. "I've been waiting a long time for you, clan leader Moonlight," the masked man said, his voice cool and even. "Who are you?" Moonlight Kazabana demanded, every muscle tense with vigilance. The estate's defenses weren't as extravagant as those of the great clans, but even so, more than 100 guards stood watch at all times. For this masked man to infiltrate so silently, his strength must be at least equal to Kazabana's own. "There's no need for you to know," the masked figure replied, placing his right hand on his mask as if preparing to remove it. Unconsciously, Moonlight Kazabana's gaze fixed on the spot where the mask would come off. As the man revealed his eyes, a pair of crimson Mangekyo Sharingan glared back at Kazabana, burning themselves into his sight. His ocular power surged through the Mangekyo and into his target's body, instantly freezing Getsumi Kazanami in place, leaving him stunned and motionless. The first rule when fighting someone with the Sharingan: if it's one-on-one, always run away. Remember that. With cold indifference, Izuna slid his mask back on, his tone mocking. "Make sure you remember it next time. Now, it's time to set the stage for this performance." Having finished taking control of Getsumi Kazanami, Izuna knew he could finally begin his plan in earnest. During this period, the group of intelligence-gathering shinobi sent by Shimura Keizo had been moving about the small town, disguising themselves as merchants, wanderers, and bounty hunters. After nearly 10 days of covert investigation, at last, one of them returned with news. They had spotted a mysterious figure suspected to be Yun, coming and going from the main estate of the Getsumi clan. This revelation startled the other Shimura intelligence agents. None of them had expected that Yun would be connected to the Getsumi. After all, behind the Getsumi stood the Hyuga, the third most powerful clan of the Warring States period. Back during that chaotic skirmish, the Hyuga seemed utterly uninvolved. But precisely because it was so unusual, it warranted a thorough investigation. Soon, all of the Shimura agents gathered to discuss their next move. Although the Getsumi clan was considered second-rate among the shinobi, infiltrating deep into their territory was no simple feat. If they acted carelessly and alerted the Hyuga, the consequences would be dire. At the same time, they sent a report back to their clan. Sarutobi Furuhiko and Shimura Keizo received the news. Yun was very likely linked to the Getsumi. Both clan heads were greatly surprised. Sarutobi Furuhiko insisted that they proceed with caution and not rush into things, while Shimura Keizo argued that Yun's whereabouts had always been elusive. If they missed this chance, another might never come. He requested that Sarutobi Furuhiko dispatch the best reconnaissance shinobi from his clan to investigate immediately. Relenting to his old friend's repeated requests, Sarutobi Furuhiko finally agreed and sent his cousin, a sensory master of near Kaga level, Sarutobi Koji, to investigate the Getsumi's town. Knowing how dangerous Yun was, Furuhiko sternly instructed his cousin to be on the highest alert. If he sensed even the slightest sign of danger, he was to turn back immediately, without hesitation. Even for someone as skilled as Sarutobi Koji, traveling from the Sarutobi and Shimura stronghold to the town took nearly 10 days. The route required a detour, since the direct path was blocked by the formidable domains of the Uchiha and the Senju. After finally reaching the town and joining forces with the two Shimura teams, Sarutobi Koji wasted no time. He immediately began infiltrating the Getsumi estate to investigate. At last, one night, Sarutobi Koji found himself perched atop the clan leader's roof. "Lord Yun, may I ask how your plan has fared?" Hearing the voices inside through his sensory technique, Sarutobi Koji's heart skipped a beat. Someone was coming. He quietly removed a tile from the roof, infused his blade with wind-style chakra, and carved a small hole in the floor. Sarutobi Koji pressed one eye to the opening. Inside, he saw the leader of the Tsukikage clan, Tsukikage Kazanami, kneeling before a mysterious figure cloaked in black. It was him. There could be no mistake. Sarutobi Koji had seen him before. Though the angle hid the mask on the man's face, he was certain, absolutely certain, of his identity. It was Kite. A familiar, raspy voice came from Kite's mouth. "The Uchiha and the Senju are at war. For now, there's no way to profit from their conflict. Besides, I've already shown my face once to Senju Kamama." It really was Kite. Overhearing their conversation, Sarutobi Koji, perched atop the roof, became even more convinced that the mysterious figure was none other than Kite, the very man Shimura Keizo dreamed of capturing. He focused all his attention on the conversation unfolding below. "Sir," Tsukikage Kazanami continued respectfully, "our last attempt to sow discord between the Uchiha and the four northwestern clans failed to yield results. Do you think this time will be different?" Kite replied sharply. "Kazanami, are you mocking me?" Startled, Tsukikage Kazanami immediately dropped to both knees. "I would never dare, sir. It's just that in handling this matter, we had no choice but to send." troops and kill over 20 upper-level ninja from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. This could provoke danger, and it's made the Tenzo clan leader very displeased. Tenzo. That name made Sarutobi Koji's heart leap once again. From their words, he had already deduced the identities of those involved. The ones Kite and Kazanami referred to, there was little doubt, were from the Hyuga Tenzo. The current head of the Hyuga clan, a master of the Gentle Fist and the Byakugan, whose strength rivaled Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma. And from Kazanami's words, Sarutobi Koji realized that Shimura Ri had actually been killed by the Hyuga clan. How could this be? At that moment, Kite gave a cold snort and replied, Kite have risked everything for the Hyuga clan, venturing deep among the Senju, the Hagoromo, the 4 northwestern clans, and the powerful Sarutobi and Shimura. Now, just for one mistake, he wants to pin the blame on me. Kite continued. Those fools like Shimura Ri were just unlucky. We had to eliminate him. So what is there to fear? No matter how much the Sarutobi and Shimura rack their brains, they'll never suspect the Hyuga were behind this. If not for Sarutobi Koga's strict orders not to act rashly, Sarutobi Koji might have already drawn his blade and charged in. Inside, Tsukikage Kazanami pressed on. May I ask, Lord Kite, what should our next move be? For now, we'll hold our ground. The outcome of the war between the Uchiha and Senju is still uncertain. This is not our moment to intervene. Once the opportunity arises, the Hyuga clan will surely have a chance to surpass both the Uchiha and Senju, becoming the undisputed #1 clan of the Warring States era. Having gathered enough intelligence, Sarutobi Koji prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, the tone of the voice inside the room shifted sharply. Not good. Someone's eavesdropping. Seize him. Sarutobi Koji was startled. He had actually been discovered. There was no time to think. He immediately used the body flicker technique repeatedly, escaping at top speed. Just as he vaulted away, a kunai, charged with wind-natured chakra, pierced through the rooftop behind him, its sharp clatter drawing the attention of every Moonlight clan guard in the vicinity. Several Moonlight ninjas caught sight of a dark figure darting above the clan leader's chambers. Inside, Yuan drew a katana and, with one swift thrust, stabbed through the heart of Moonlight Kaziba, then concealed himself in a blind spot behind the bookshelf. A sharp, sudden sound rang out. A squad of Moonlight clan ninjas burst into the room, stunned speechless at the sight of Moonlight Kaziba lying on the floor, drenched in blood. Recovering from their shock, they quickly rushed to his side and lifted him up. But when they saw the wound, their faces turned even grimmer. It was hopeless. His heart had been completely pierced. Hurry, go after him. Moonlight Kaziba managed to speak with great difficulty. In this situation, none of the surrounding Moonlight ninjas realized he was actually under a Genjutsu's control. One of the ninjas supporting the clan leader asked anxiously, Clan leader, who did this to you? So, it was Sarutobi. Quickly go. With a final, strenuous effort, Moonlight Kaziba uttered those words. His hand fell heavily to the floor. He had breathed his last. Did you hear that? The ninja holding Moonlight Kaziba called out to the others. We heard it clearly. The clan leader said it was someone from the Sarutobi. Outrageous. Why would a Sarutobi ninja want to kill our clan leader? Hurry, come with me. We'll catch them. I'll notify the Hyuga right away. Those damn Sarutobi, do they really think the Moonlight clan is so easy to bully? The last of the Moonlight ninjas gently lifted Kaziba's body, preparing to carry him to the main hall and summon the entire clan to discuss this grave matter. No one even suspected that the true murderer was hiding less than 5 meters away behind a bookshelf. Once the room was empty, Izuna emerged from his hiding place, a cold smile on his lips as he slipped away swiftly. By now, every Moonlight ninja in the estate was chasing after the fleeing shadow. The remaining ninjas, upon hearing the news of their clan leader's death, gathered in shock before rushing to the council hall. No one noticed another shadow slipping quietly out the back door. That will do. I need to return to White Valley Pass. The Hyuga clan's estate. A man in his early 40s, clad in white robes with eyes completely pale, sat in the main seat of the grand hall, listening intently to his subordinate's report. What? Getsukaze of the Moonlight clan was killed by a Sarutobi clan ninja. At this news, his expression changed, and he muttered in confusion. Why? There's no reason for the Sarutobi clan to do such a thing. This middle-aged man was Hyuga Tenzo, the current head of the Hyuga clan. He was rumored to be the greatest inheritor of the Byakugan in centuries, having pushed its powers to their very limits. His deepest ambition was to see the Hyuga surpass both the Uchiha and Senju and become the preeminent clan of the Warring States era. During the ongoing conflict between the Uchiha and Senju, he had been watching for an opening, hoping to carve out a piece of their power for himself. Yet before any opportunity presented itself, news arrived that the head of their subordinate Moonlight Clan had been killed. Clan leader, the entire Moonlight Clan is seething with indignation. They're demanding that we, the Hyuga, stand up for justice on their behalf. They've even joined with the Shiranui and Yamashiro clans, petitioning for us to declare war on the Sarutobi and Shimura, the Jonin reported. Fools! War isn't something to be declared on a whim. Besides, the Sarutobi and Shimura are far from us. What real benefit could we gain, even if we fought? Hyuga Tenzo angrily swept his sleeve. Though he longed for the Hyuga to surpass the Uchiha and Senju, he was no mindless warmonger. Anyone with sense could see that fighting such a distant war would only diminish the rewards, hardly worth the cost. But, clan leader, if we don't respond, it will be hard to quell the Moonlight Clan's fury. Our other affiliated clans, the Yamashiro, the Akame, might be affected as well, the Hyuga Jonin said, anxiety in his voice. Pressing his fingers against his temples, Hyuga Tenzo massaged them before replying, take some men and head over there. Do whatever you must to calm the Moonlight Clan down. Don't let them act rashly. I'll convene with the elders at once to decide how best to handle this. Yes, clan leader. Still, the Moonlight Clan's anger is beyond anything we've seen. We won't be able to hold them for long. Please act quickly. Understand. Go now. Yes. Grand Elder, the Vice Clan leader has sent word, requesting that some of the clan's internal ninja, our final line of defense, be dispatched as reinforcements to the northern White Valley Pass battlefield. Within the Uchiha clan's territory, in a quiet room tucked away in the corner of the estate, an intelligence division ninja knelt on one knee before Grand Elder Uchiha Yukino, delivering his report. So, they can't wait to start weakening our old guard, can they? The Grand Elder's tone was cold and displeased. He knew the situation on the northern battlefield was far from optimistic. Although Izuna and the Two Tails were holding the line, preventing the allied forces of Senji Yuma and Uzumaki Hirokai from breaking through for the time being, the overwhelming difference in strength meant they were stuck in a stalemate, unable to win, but not in danger of immediate defeat either. Yet even under these circumstances, Izuna's request to pull back troops, the clan's final line of defense, to the front lines was seen by the Elder Council as an attempt to weaken their own power base. Go back and tell the Vice Clan leader that we still need to guard against the Hyuga and other ninja clans in the south. We can't spare any reinforcements. Please, ask the Vice Clan leader to come up with another solution, the Grand Elder replied, offering a perfectly reasonable explanation that left no room for argument. He simply couldn't give his forces to Izuna. They were needed to guard the south. Upon hearing this, the Intelligence Division ninja took out a letter from his robe and presented it to the Grand Elder, saying, the Vice Clan leader instructed that if you refuse the reinforcements, I am to deliver this letter to you. The Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, but he accepted the letter nonetheless. The Intelligence Division ninja then rose to his feet. Grand Elder, the Vice Clan leader, said you would understand once you read the letter. I'll take my leave now. With that, he vanished from the room in a blur, moving with ninja swiftness. The second Elder, Uchiha Tenzo, leaned in, asking, what does it say? The Grand Elder opened the envelope. The handwriting was unmistakably Izuna's. After reading the contents, he could scarcely believe his eyes. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. What do you mean? How is this possible? The second Elder pressed. The Grand Elder handed him the letter. After reading it, the second Elder echoed his astonishment. How is this possible? The message stated that before long, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans would declare war on the Hyuga. At that time, Izuna hoped the Grand Elder would immediately dispatch troops to reinforce the north. It was a masterful move by Izuna. The Grand Elder had claimed the need to guard against the southern clans as the reason for not sending help. But now, with the Hyuga in the south embroiled in a new war, the threat from that direction would disappear. Surely, he would have no reason left to refuse sending reinforcements, would he? And yet, the idea that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans would go to war with the Hyuga seemed utterly improbable. After all, these two clans were geographically far apart. Between them lay the formidable barriers of the Uchiha and Senju territories. Any conflict would require a long, costly detour, draining both resources and manpower. Even if they somehow managed to win, the spoils of victory would be minimal. Distance alone would eat away at any benefit. For hundreds of years, there had been little friction between these clans, let alone full-scale war. And now Izuna suddenly sends a letter claiming they are about to clash. No matter how you looked at it, it just didn't add up. But these words came from Izuna himself, the Uchiha's greatest strategist. They had no choice but to take him seriously. It wasn't so long ago that Izuna had predicted the Sarutobi and Shimura would clash with the four clans of the Northwest, giving the Uchiha a golden opportunity to profit from the chaos. Back then, no one believed it either, yet the outcome was exactly as Izuna had expected. Will it be the same this time? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Koji, relying on his near-Kaga-level strength, managed to evade the Moonlight clan's ninja pursuit and return to the lands of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Upon receiving the news, the clan chiefs, Sarutobi Kahaku and Shimura Keizo, immediately set aside all their affairs and summoned Sarutobi Koji. Sarutobi Koji recounted word for word the conversation he had overheard on the rooftop between Kite and Getsumitsu Kazakazi. He also mentioned that he was almost discovered by Kite at the end and barely managed to escape. The revelation that Kite was actually from the Hyuga clan shocked both clans deeply. But Shimura Keizo quickly analyzed, if you think about it, it actually makes sense. On the surface, Kite, as a member of the Hyuga clan, seemed unrelated to this whole incident. But if his plan had succeeded, it wouldn't just be our Shimura and Sarutobi clans affected. Every major clan, including the Uchiha and Senju, would have been caught up in it. It's just that Uchiha and Senju were lucky. They didn't fall for that man's deceit. That Hyuga Tenzo bastard has always wanted to surpass Uchiha and Senju to become the mightiest clan of the warring states. Who would have thought he'd resort to such a scheme? At once, an elite jonin from the Shimura clan couldn't hold back. Brimming with fighting spirit, he declared, "Clan leader, the Hyuga are truly devious. They made our two clans suffer such heavy losses. This grudge must be avenged. Of course we'll have our revenge, but we need to plan carefully first." Shimura Keizo pointed to the large map hanging on the wall behind him. "Look, between us and the Hyuga, the Uchiha and Senju stand in the way. If we take a roundabout route, it'll take at least half a month just to transport supplies. There are too many complications." The ever-calm Sarutobi Kahaku didn't oppose Keizo's intent to go to war, but instead began to analyze the situation as well. If we could use the main roads controlled by either Uchiha or Senju, we could complete the supply run within 5 days. Another Sarutobi jonin suddenly realized, "Clan leader, are you suggesting we borrow a route?" Shimura Keizo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Borrow a route? That's not a bad idea. But Kahaku, which side do you intend to ask?" Both Uchiha and Senju controlled crucial transportation routes. Which clan should they approach? No matter which clan they asked, it would mean offering tribute and goodwill, inevitably offending the other. And both Uchiha and Senju were not to be trifled with. Sarutobi Kahaku's gaze swept over the senior members present, his voice calm. "I believe everyone has their own answer." The crowd nodded in agreement and spoke up one after another. "Senju. We should choose Senju. Senju would be best. The Uchiha are too unruly by nature. They're not suitable." One by one, everyone voiced their opinions, all agreeing that the Senju should be chosen. What's more, in the current war between the two sides, though the outcome remains uncertain, it's clear that the Senju hold the upper hand. Anyone familiar with gambling knows that you should always place your bet on the side with a greater chance of winning. If a choice must be made between offending the Senju or offending the Uchiha, then it's better to risk offending the Uchiha. With a decisive slap on the table, Shimura Keizo declared, "Bring me a brush. I'll personally write a letter to the Senju requesting passage." North of the Uchiha, in the military camp at Shiratani Pass, the upper ranks of the Uchiha, led by Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Meiji, lined up in 2 neat rows in the main command tent, assembled before Izuna. After hearing the latest intelligence from the Information Division, every face glowed with wild admiration. They bowed deeply to Izuna and said, firm and unified, "Deputy Clan Leader, your foresight is astounding. We are truly in awe." The reason for their praise was the fresh intelligence brought by the Covert Investigation Unit. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans had indeed rallied their forces and were preparing to declare war on the Hyuga. And yet, Izuna had predicted this very development half a month ago, declaring that the Sarutobi and Shimura would wage war against the Hyuga. At the time, no one believed such a thing possible. But now, against all expectations, it had come to pass. In such circumstances, how could Uchiha Meiji and the others not feel deep respect for Izuna? "Deputy Clan Leader, what should our next move be?" Uchiha Meiji asked eagerly. "We hold the line with all our strength," Izuna replied without hesitation. "Once those two sides are truly locked in battle, that will be our moment to launch a full counterattack. And send this letter I've written by hand back to the clan lands. Deliver it to the Great Elder." On the other side of Shiratani Pass, in the Senju camp, Senjuyuma had gathered Senju Onma, Uzumaki Hirokai, and the other top commanders of the Shiratani Pass alliance to strategize on how to break through the Uchiha's defenses. At this moment, Senjiyuma's right shoulder was swathed in thick bandages, and the left side of his face bore a clearly twisted burn scar, a mark left by Izuna. Senju, too, was covered in wounds, the most obvious being a burn across the back of his hand. That, too, was the work of the Two Tails Flames. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Hirokai, the eldest among them, was the least injured. Not because he was the strongest, but because at the start of every battle, Izuna would always instruct Uchiha Shin and the others. Remember, Hirokai is Mito's grandfather, our future in-law. No one is to lay a hand on him, or some similar remark. Every time he heard this, Hirokai would be left infuriated. Over time, however, a new worry took root in his mind. Could it be that something really has happened between Mito and that damned Uchiha Izuna? The moment this thought arose, Hirokai shook his head vigorously, denying it. What am I thinking? That child Mito carries the responsibilities of the Uzumaki clan, and I have watched her grow up since she was little. She will never forget the mission she bears. However, Uzumaki Hirokai overlooked one thing, the matter of feelings, especially the feelings of a young girl. Standing before the map, Senjiyuma said, "The Uchiha's Byakugo Pass has withstood our siege for so long. Does anyone here have a good strategy?" Everyone exchanged glances, and at last Senju spoke up, clan leader. With all due respect, the combined forces of Senju and Uzumaki outnumber the Uchiha 3-1, yet we still can't break through. The real reason lies with Uchiha Izuna. As soon as these words were spoken, a brief silence fell over the room. The combination of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Sage Jutsu had greatly offset the Mangekyo's drawbacks. And with a tailed beast at their command, it was as if they had an unstoppable forbidden cannon, relentlessly blasting away, leaving the Senju and Uzumaki not daring to get too close. Uzumaki Hirokai spoke in a grave voice. "In my humble opinion, if we could capture, or at least pin down, Uchiha Izuna, then Byakugo Pass would no longer be a problem." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Among us, the only one capable of that is the Senju deputy clan leader." Of course, the Senju deputy clan leader was none other than Senju Hashirama. But at this moment, Hashirama was commanding the main battlefield from Yinshan and could not possibly rush to the northern front in an instant. Seeing everyone fall silent, Uzumaki Hirokai continued. "Right now, my granddaughter is in Uchiha Izuna's hands, and Mito is the deputy clan leader Hashirama's fiancé. Shouldn't we send reinforcements?" Even Uzumaki Hirokai couldn't help but let some personal feelings slip. After all, Mito had been with Uchiha Izuna for far too long. That sense of foreboding in his heart was only growing stronger. At this, Senjiyuma spoke. "I do have a plan. Would everyone care to hear it?" "Please, clan leader, go ahead." Over the next 15 minutes, Senjiyuma laid out his plan in detail. After a long silence, Uzumaki Hirokai finally nodded. This could indeed work. Report. At that moment, a Senju intelligence ninja entered the command tent, handing a letter to Senjiyuma. "Clan leader, deputy clan leader Hashirama, and the elders have jointly petitioned. They request passage through the Sarutobi and Shimura territories. The decision panel headed by deputy clan leader Hashirama has already signed. Only your signature remains." Both Senjiyuma and Senju Hashirama agreed that granting passage would be a good way to earn the favor of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. Of course, Hashirama, as always, made remarks about how this would help the future construction of the village, and so on. Naturally, no one paid much attention to what sounded like empty words. With the main roads firmly under Senju control, there was no fear that Sarutobi Gukawa or Shimura Keizo would dare to play any tricks. If they did, they would be wiped from the face of the earth, with no place left for their remains. However, what left Shian Yamakin and the others perplexed was why Sarutobi and Shimura would go to such great lengths, crossing vast distances, just to wage war against the Hyuga clan. It had been centuries since those two sides had engaged in an official battle, and there hadn't been any word of new grudges or enmity between them recently, either. Shian Yamakin took the letter, read it swiftly, and said, "Perfect timing. I have a letter for Hashirama as well." Meanwhile, back at the Cloud Mountain battlefield, inside the Senju encampment, Senju Hashirama had already received a letter from Shian Yamakin. In addition to agreeing to allow Sarutobi and Shimura to pass through their territory, Shian Yamakin also planned to secretly redeploy half of his northern forces, led by Senji Yinshan, back to the Cloud Mountain front. The northern front under Shian Yamakin would switch to a defensive strategy. The purpose was to help Hashirama conquer the main battlefield as swiftly as possible, because at the end of the day, victory or defeat at Cloud Mountain was the true linchpin. As long as they won here, whether or not they could take White Valley Pass would no longer matter. If the Uchiha suffered defeat, then Uchiha Izuna would have no choice but to obediently send Princess Mito back. Impressive Izuna. His strength may already surpass Madara's. No, perhaps he may even be stronger than I am. After reading the letter, Hashirama broke into a hearty grin and handed it over for Tobirama and the others to read in turn. Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama clenched his jaw, frustrated at how far behind he'd been left by his rival, almost without realizing it. As someone deeply devoted to his brother, he couldn't help but declare, "Even so, there's no way he can defeat you, big brother." Hashirama let out a booming laugh. "We'll only know once we clash on the battlefield." The Uzumaki clan leader, Uzumaki Hikaru, spoke up. "Deputy Chief Hashirama, it's clear what Chief Yamakin intends now. He wants us to seize Cloud Mountain as quickly as possible." Hashirama scratched the back of his head and sighed. Cloud Mountain is one of Uchiha's most crucial lines of defense. It's not going to fall so easily. Big brother, your fiancé is still in Uchiha Izuna's hands. Whether for public or private reasons, you have to give it your all. Don't hold back against Madara. Tobirama offered this reminder from the side. "I have not been holding back, Tobirama," Hashirama replied, frowning. "Deputy Chief Hashirama." Just then, another intelligence ninja entered the tent, presenting a scroll. "This is the latest report from intelligence. The Hyuga clan has sent envoys to the Uchiha. The Hyuga patriarch, Hayashi, was in a towering rage recently. The Moonlight clan, though technically a vassal of the Hyuga, began stirring up trouble with other subordinate clans after their chief was killed. But this wasn't entirely unexpected. Though they were vassals, the Hyuga's control over them was nowhere near as absolute as the main family's later iron grip over the branch family. After all, there was no such thing as the cage-bird seal back then. Hyuga Tenzo's original plan was to first calm the emotions of the Tsukikage clan and then personally dispatch his deputy to the Sarutobi and Shimura clan territories. He wanted to find out exactly why they had killed Tsukikage Kazunami. Of course, Hyuga Tenzo still had his doubts about whether Sarutobi's people were truly responsible for Kazunami's death. After all, in the Warring States era, everything revolved around one thing: profit. Except for the Senju and Uchiha, whose feud was so deep it could never be unraveled, the other shinobi clans acted purely out of self-interest. Only those two truly wished to see the other utterly destroyed. However, when word reached him that the Sarutobi and Shimura clans had already begun mustering a great army, seeking passage through Senju land and marching straight toward him, Hyuga Tenzo was no longer merely angry. He was consumed by rage. "How dare you, Sarutobi? We Hyuga are the victims here, and yet, out of goodwill, we didn't immediately declare war on you. But you, like the villain crying foul first, have mobilized your forces and invaded our land before we could even respond. To think that all this time, I was still sending people to soothe the Tsukikage clan's anger, even planning to send envoys to negotiate with Sarutobi and Shimura." Hyuga Tenzo now felt like a complete fool. The enemy's army was already on his doorstep, and he was still hoping for a peaceful resolution through negotiation. "Clan leader, what should we do now?" In the Great Hall, 4 Hyuga shinobi stood in 2 rows at his sides, each one a formidable warrior at the peak of Jonin rank or higher. They were the very core of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Tenzo slammed his fist heavily on the table beside him, his fury barely contained. "Sarutobi's insult is intolerable. Here we are, the wrong party, even planning to treat them with courtesy before force. And yet they have the gall to play the victim and invade us first." All around him, his clansmen were equally incensed, and someone immediately raised a hand and shouted, "Clan leader, let's fight them. Let them see the true might of the Hyuga. Our Byakugan has never feared anyone. I volunteer to serve as the vanguard commander." At that moment, from the foremost seat on Hyuga Tenzo's right, a Hyuga ninja with a center-parted hairstyle rose and bowed respectfully. "Clan leader, the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, having been separated from us by vast distances for centuries, have not waged war with us in all that time. Now, by borrowing passage through the Senju, they've gained a geographic advantage." The speaker was Hyuga Gensho, second only to Hyuga Tenzo in the clan's hierarchy and himself a ninja of Kage-level strength. Though, to be fair, he had only just crossed the threshold into that rank. If Hyuga Tenzo was like Tsunade, an old hand at the Kage level, then Hyuga Gensho was more akin to Raza, the former Kazekage of the Sand, who had only just managed to reach that elite tier. That's certainly not a point we can ignore. "So, Gensho, what are your thoughts?" Hyuga Tenzo asked in return. Hyuga Jinmasa answered without hesitation. Since Sarutobi can request passage from a Senju, the Hyuga can do the same. As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd broke into discussion. One of the Hyuga's elite Jonin frowned and said, "The Senju have already lent their path to Sarutobi. It's unlikely they'd do the same for us." He paused mid-sentence, a sudden realization dawning on him. and turned to look at Hyuga Jinmasa. With a grave expression, Jinmasa nodded. Exactly. This time, we must seek passage from the Uchiha. At these words, a solemn silence fell over everyone. Lord Jinmasa, are you serious? The Uchiha, those madmen. I really don't want to have anything to do with them. It's a shame that Sarutobi moved first. Otherwise, we could have negotiated with the Senju ourselves. Faced with Jinmasa's proposal, the room was filled with hesitation, worry, and unease. The Uchiha and Senju clans, ordinarily, every other shinobi clan in the Warring States era, tried to keep their distance from both. No one wanted to be entangled with either side. After all, forging ties with one usually meant offending the other. But if forced to choose between them, it's certain that more than 80% of the clans would side with the Senju. The reason was simple. The Uchiha had a reputation that made people uneasy. Even just interacting with them gave you the sense that their intentions were far from honorable. With conviction, Hyuga Jinmasa spoke. Rest assured, everyone. The Uchiha are under great pressure on their front lines right now. They won't let this opportunity to ally with the Hyuga slip by. I, Hyuga Jinmasa, am willing to personally negotiate with the Uchiha. If the Uchiha agreed, then both sides would be on equal footing. Otherwise, before the war even began, the Hyuga would be at a severe disadvantage. With no other options available, everyone reluctantly agreed to Hyuga Jinmasa's plan. Leading a team of elite jonin, Hyuga Jinmasa reached the southern Uchiha front in just 4 days. They moved with incredible speed, never stopping to rest. From a distance, all one could see were dark figures darting through the forest. Halt! Who goes there? You're approaching Uchiha territory. Turn back at once, or else. Leaping down from the branches, Hyuga Jinmasa and his companions bowed respectfully. I am Hyuga Jinmasa, representing the southern branch of the Hyuga clan. I seek an audience with your distinguished clan. Only Jinmasa himself was allowed inside. His team of jonin had to remain outside the clan's forested gate. At present, both the clan head and deputy are on the front lines. You'll be meeting with the Grand Elder, explained the lead Uchiha. Jonin from a security division, one of Grand Elder Uchiha Yukino's subordinates, who walked ahead, briefing Jinmasa as they went. Behind them, 5 more Uchiha shinobi kept a close watch on Jinmasa's every move. While replying to their questions, Jinmasa discreetly observed the Uchiha situation. Shadow clone jutsu. And now Rasengan. As they passed by a clearing that resembled a training ground, they caught sight of a young Uchiha boy, about 10 years old, who split himself into 2 with a skillful move, then unleashed a burst of chakra to attack a training scarecrow. In an instant, a loud, resounding thud echoed through the air as the scarecrow's belly was torn open. Yes, the Uchiha boy shouted with excitement. His Rasengan was still lacking in refinement, only about the size of a tennis ball, yet its power was already on par with a B-rank ninjutsu. Does the new generation of the Uchiha already possess such strength? Hyuga Jinjung observed the scene, inwardly astonished. He thought to himself that the Uchiha not only boasted strong clan resources, but also had remarkable methods for nurturing their young. After walking along a narrow path and into a tranquil bamboo grove, the Uchiha jonin ahead of him came to a halt. Up ahead is the residence of the elders. Hyuga Jinjung nodded in understanding and stepped onto the ancient stone stairs leading to the grandest manor at the center. Junior Hyuga Jinjung, here to pay my respects to the honored elders of the Uchiha. The Grand Elder, Uchiha Yukino, sat at the very center in a traditional kneeling posture, flanked by the second elder, Uchiha Tanzo, and the third elder, Uchiha Kai. A distinguished guest from the Hyuga. Have you come regarding our agreement to open a passage? Deputy Clan Leader, the 300 reinforcements under the Grand Elder have arrived, and are now stationed in our military camp. At the Uchiha Baikoken encampment, Uchiha Shin reported to Izuna, as per your and the clan leader's instructions, we have also agreed to allow the Hyuga passage. Now, it's only a matter of time before the Hyuga and Sir Tabishimura clash. Izuna sat at the head seat, one leg crossed over the other, mulling over Shin's words with careful consideration. In Shin's eyes, such a demeanor made Izuna appear all the more unfathomable. After 3 minutes of silent contemplation, Izuna finally spoke. Shin, you have a child, don't you? Shin paused, surprised that Izuna would bring up his child at such a moment, but he answered respectfully, yes, his name is Uchiha Shun. He's 11 this year. 11? He must have started taking on missions by now. Izuna asked again. Yes. According to your educational policy, Deputy Clan Leader, he's been assigned to a squad and is undertaking missions under the guidance of a jonin. Izuna had, in fact, adapted the educational methods from the future ninja academy, like those used for Naruto and his peers, with some modifications for the current Uchiha. However, in these warring states times, there were no low-stakes errands or weeding chores like those in the future. The most basic assignments were already C-rank escort missions. You've suffered enough on the front lines. When this battle is over, take up a position at the clan school. No need to risk yourself at the front any longer. Izuna spoke at last. Shin was startled, but soon understood Izuna's intent. There were two main reasons. One was the critical mistake he'd made before Izuna arrived at Baigu Pass, when he was caught off guard by a Senju Takuma's ambush. The other was Izuna's crackdown on the clan's elders and dissenters, paving the way for a new generation to step onto the stage of history. And Uchiha Shin happened to be one of the first targets Izuna intended to suppress. After all, back when Uchiha Taijima died and the new clan leader was being chosen, Uchiha Shin had thrown his support behind Uchiha Yuya. Yes, though Uchiha Shin was deeply reluctant, he had no choice but to accept the order. Izuna's dominance was simply overwhelming. Compared to the former clan leader, Uchiha Taijima, Izuna's authority was even more absolute. After Shin withdrew, Izuna spread out a map on the table before him and began marking it with a calligraphy brush. This was likely the most chaotic battle the Warring States period had seen so far. On the eastern and western fronts, the Uchiha and the four clans of the northwest faced the allied forces of the Senju and the Uzumaki. Meanwhile, war between the Hyuga and the Sarutobi Shimura alliance on the northern and southern fronts was about to erupt as well. This was a full-scale melee among the most powerful clans of the era. Deputy Clan Leader, urgent news. Just then, Uchiha Meiji strode in from outside the tent, dropped to one knee before Izuna, and reported. What is it? Izuna looked up at him. From a Yinshan battlefield, the Senju have sent yet another battalion of reinforcements, launching a full-scale assault on our clan. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be enough to break through our defenses in a short time, but, at this point, Meiji's voice began to falter. Spit it out. Izuna barked. Yes. In the last battle, Senju Hashirama unleashed a technique called the Flower Tree World, which paralyzed many of our ninja. Yuya was also gravely wounded by Senju Tobarama's ambush in that same fight and remains unconscious. Izuna paused at the news. Hashirama's evolution was truly terrifying. He had already grasped the Flower Tree World birth technique. He remembered. Even Madara, with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, had struggled to withstand that move. Once unleashed on the battlefield, its destructive power was simply unimaginable. There's more. Uchiha Meiji hadn't finished his report. What else? Even Izuna, usually the picture of composure, felt a flicker of anger. The clan leader, in the last battle, used an even stronger Susanoo to cover our retreat. Now his condition has sharply worsened, and he's confined to recuperation. An even stronger Susanoo? Izuna considered it. That must be the fully armored form of Susanoo, the one shown by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke in the original story. Susanoo, awakened by the Mangekyo Sharingan, had three forms. The skeletal form, the humanoid form, and the heavily armored form sheathed in thick plating. And the armored form was the most powerful manifestation of the Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. In the original story, Sasuke nearly went blind after using it just once, and immediately replaced his eyes with Itachi's afterward. Of course, part of the reason was Sasuke's own recklessness. He had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and began using it recklessly. As for Itachi, he probably used it much more sparingly, but the armored form of Susanoo consumed so much of the Mangekyo's power that it was undoubtedly fatal. Deputy Clan Leader, what should we do now? Uchiha Meiji asked urgently. Initially, the battle between the two sides had been fairly balanced. One could even say it was a 50-50 or at least a 40-60 split. But losing two Kaga-level fighters in one blow was a devastating setback. Even Izuna hadn't expected that. After Hashirama Senju mastered the birth of the Tree World technique, the tide of battle would shift so dramatically and so swiftly. Relay my command. Even if we must use the clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, so be it. From now on, the main forces on the Yinshan front are to switch entirely to a defensive stance. Until the clan leader and Yuya both recover, no one is to take the initiative against the Senju. That was Izuna's order. Yes, I'll pass it along at once. Uchiha Meiji nodded earnestly, but then added, but Deputy Clan Leader, if we just keep holding out like this, I fear it's not a long-term solution. I know. I have another plan in mind. Hearing Izuna's calm reply, Uchiha Meiji felt much more at ease and hurried out of the tent to convey Izuna's instructions. In truth, Izuna did have a plan, but there was a prerequisite. There had to be a true, decisive showdown with Senju Yukin and Uzumaki Hirokai. For the past month, those two old foxes had been sticking to a strictly defensive strategy. Originally, they could have kept pressing their offensive. Given their tactics and the Senju's performance at the Yinshan front, Izuna could easily deduce what they were thinking. They must be planning to concentrate all their strength on the main battlefield. Once Yinshan fell, Byakugan would no longer matter. The only reason they still kept some troops here was the fear that Izuna might pull a move like Tobarama Senju did 2 years ago, slipping behind enemy lines to attack the Senju's home base. Izuna glanced at his system panel. Player, Uchiha Izuna. Level, Kage. Chakra attributes, fire, wind, lightning. Bloodline ability, Mangekyo Sharingan. Ninjutsu, Sage Art. Flying Thunder God, 2nd stage. Rasengan, Wind Style, Rasen Shuriken. Blaze Release. And on the last line it read, Skill points owned, 284. He was just a hair's breadth away from being able to exchange them for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If luck was on his side, maybe forcing Yukin Senju and Hirokai Uzumaki out of their shells would do the trick. Though both Madara and Uchiha, 2 of their Kage-level powerhouses, were wounded, the Uchiha, being one of the 2 mightiest clans, could still hold their ground defensively. Even with Hashirama Senju having mastered Birth of the Tree World, breaking through their defenses wouldn't be easy. Not right away, at least. But it was only a matter of time. Upon receiving instructions from Izuna, the Uchiha army stationed at Yinshan immediately shifted into a defensive posture. At the same time, Uchiha Inka personally wrote to Izuna, expressing his concern. Senju Hashirama was simply too formidable. They were already defending with all their might. Yet given the current situation, holding out for half a year was likely their absolute limit. If luck wasn't on their side, it was entirely possible that their lines could be breached within 3 to 4 months. Izuna promptly replied, assuring them that he had a plan. For now, all they needed to do was stay calm and respond steadily to the Senju advances. Moreover, Izuna's letter repeatedly instructed Madara. Under no circumstances was he to return to the battlefield, nor was he to use the Sharingan. That hot-headed fool. If he crossed paths with Senju Hashirama again, there was no doubt he'd be forced to unleash the armored form of Susanoo. And if that happened, his eyes might truly become irreparably damaged. Meanwhile, the long-anticipated war between the Hyuga and the Sarutobi Shimura coalition finally erupted. The battlefield was set in the dense forests at the heart of the Land of Fire. It wasn't exactly a plain, but calling it rugged would also be an exaggeration. For the first time in years, Hyuga Tenzo, the clan head who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma, personally took to the field, intending to use this war to showcase the might of the Hyuga. Of course, he did not immediately lead from the front lines. Instead, he appointed Hyuga Jinmasa, another Kage-level figure, as the chief commander at the front line. As the war began, the Moonlight Clan, having lost their leader, fought with a desperate, almost frenzied resolve. On the opposite side, Sarutobi Kuno and his men faced the Moonlight Clan's shinobi, many of them bewildered by the intensity of their attack. While subduing the Moonlight shinobi, several Sarutobi heard them cry out for vengeance for their fallen clan head. This left Sarutobi Kuno, who had previously gathered intelligence, deeply puzzled. The Moonlight Patriarch, Kazama, was dead? How could that be? He distinctly remembered overhearing Kazama speaking with Uchiha Tsubame during his last covert investigation. Finding the entire affair highly suspicious, Sarutobi Kuno wasted no time after the battle ended, promptly reporting everything to the clan heads, Sarutobi Koho and Shimura Keizo. Upon hearing Kuno's report, Shimura Keizo responded with utter disdain, flicking his sleeve dismissively. If you ask me, Kazama probably died of illness. The Hyuga are simply using his death to frame our 2 clans and boost their own morale. Sarutobi Koho, however, fell silent in contemplation. What Keizo said wasn't impossible, yet the timing was just too coincidental, wasn't it? Right after Kuno uncovered the conversation between Kazama and Tsubame, Kazama conveniently died of illness? Now isn't the time to dwell on this, Koho. Shimura Keizo strode over to the map, his tone grave. Let's focus on how to deal with the Hyuga. This is our first direct confrontation, and the trouble caused by the Byakugan is even greater than we anticipated. Sarutobi Koho arched an eyebrow, but in the end, chose to set the matter aside for now. Shikimura Keizo was right. Right now, I should focus on how to handle what's in front of me. Nearly 2 months slipped by in a blur. During these 2 months, Izuna repeatedly launched attacks against the Senju camp across the way. But Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Hirokai stuck stubbornly to their defensive tactics, hiding behind their impenetrable shell. With the Uzumaki clan's barrier techniques bolstering their defenses, their position became almost unassailable. Even Izuna couldn't break through easily. Staring at his skill points, which hadn't budged an inch in 2 months, Izuna felt a new and unfamiliar frustration welling up inside him. In the corner of the Uchiha encampment, Inside the tent where Mito was temporarily staying, Izuna lay with his head on Mito's lap, grumbling, "I never realized Hashirama was such an old turtle, refusing to come out and fight. Maybe I should send him a dress as a taunt, mock him for being as timid as a woman, too scared to meet me in battle. Who knows, it might actually work." Mito's fingertips brushed a stray lock of hair from Izuna's brow, and she remarked abruptly, "This old turtle you're talking about, that include my grandfather too, doesn't it?" Izuna looked up at Mito's delicate face, a lock of her red hair hanging beside her ear and gently tickling his cheek. He gave his own forehead a light smack and sighed. "So you noticed after all? When did you figure it out?" Mito's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "The last time you deliberately changed a subject, I picked up on it. You're a master of deception when it comes to fooling the enemy, but with me, your lies always fall apart." As she finished, her tone softened, sweetening at the end. After all, what woman doesn't wish to be special in the eyes of the one she cares for? "I do have a way to draw out the Uzumaki-Senju alliance," Mito said suddenly. Izuna sprang up from her lap, staring at her in disbelief. Did she even understand what she was suggesting? "The dress idea you had just now wasn't bad," Mito said with a gentle smile. "But let's change it up a little, send mine instead." Izuna locked eyes with her for a long moment before speaking. "You want me to send you back and use that as leverage to force a showdown with them?" Mito's plan was simple. Offer her release in exchange for a decisive battle with Hashirama. "Are you really trying to help me? Or do you just want to go back?" Izuna's face darkened as he questioned her. It was the first time he'd ever worn such an expression in front of Mito. "A bit of both," Mito answered honestly. "You know I'll have to return sooner or later. As the Uzumaki heir, I bear the fate of my clan on my shoulders. That's my destiny. And if I refuse to let you go, what will you do then?" Izuna shot back, his tone half challenging, half threatening. Mito fell silent for a moment, then slowly removed the hairpin from her hair and pressed its sharp tip against her own throat. "Then I have no choice but to do this." The murderous intent radiating from Izuna exploded in an instant, startling the two Uchiha guards outside the door. They wondered in alarm what was happening inside. Could the deputy clan leader really be planning to kill that woman? Mito put down the jade hairpin she had pressed to her throat and willingly leaned in, pressing her lips to the corner of Izuna's mouth. What shocked Izuna even more was that Mito wrapped her arms around his neck, guiding him with her touch until he gently sank onto the bed beside her. "The last step. I'm sorry, I can't do it. But anything else, I'll allow." For Mito, who had been raised with strict traditions, to utter these words was already the furthest she could go. Izuna's breath grew ragged, and in a rush of emotion, he nearly bit down on Mito's crimson lips. Early the next morning, when Izuna gradually awoke from sleep, he realized that the beauty he had held in his arms through the night was no longer beside him. Opening his eyes, he saw Mito sitting upright before the dressing mirror, carefully arranging her hair. She was dressed in the Uchiha Kunoichi outfit he'd once given her to wear during their raid on the Senju encampment. "You're awake?" Hearing movement behind her, Mito rose with a gentle smile, picked up Izuna's clothes, and offered them to him. "Come, let me help you get dressed." Izuna opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. He wanted to ask her to stay, to wake up like this beside her every day. But he knew it was impossible. First of all, Uzumaki Mito herself would never agree to it. After tying Izuna's sash, Mito fetched her own neatly folded white kimono and handed it to him, her meaning clear as day. "Can I see you off tomorrow instead?" Izuna blurted out. Faced with Izuna's childlike attempt to stall for time, Mito was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh softly. Rising on tiptoe, she pressed a quick kiss to his lips, then shook her head with gentle finality. In the end, Izuna dispatched Uchiha Shin as his envoy, leading a team of 3 jonin as a diplomatic delegation. He wrapped up Mito's kimono in a letter he had written by hand, instructing them to deliver both to Uzumaki Hirokai in the Senju camp across enemy lines. Word soon spread that the Uchiha forces on the Yunshan front had shifted from attack to defense. In their most recent battle, Senju Hashirama had used Birth of the Flower Tree World to force the Uchiha army to retreat, even wounding 2 of their most powerful, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Yuya. Senju Koma knew then that his strategy had been correct, and he clung even more firmly to his defensive tactics. No matter how fiercely Izuna attacked or provoked him over the past 2 months, he refused to be drawn into open battle. Clan leader, Elder Hirokai, Uchiha Shin is here as an envoy. He says he has something to deliver to Elder Hirokai. The senior members of the Senju clan were in the midst of discussing their next move when a chunin from their ranks entered the camp to report. "Something to be delivered to me?" Uzumaki Hirokai frowned in suspicion. Senju Hashirama exchanged glances with the other high-ranking members around him and gave a slight nod. Bring it in. In times of war, even between two armies, messengers were not to be harmed. This was a rule observed across all battlefields in this world. Soon, the Chunin returned, carrying a modest-sized parcel, which he placed on the table before Senju Hashirama. Clan leader, this is it. Very well. Senju Hashirama waved his hand, signaling the Chunin to withdraw. Uzumaki Hirokai and the others gathered around, curious to see what the package contained. Hashirama drew a kunai and slit open the wrapping. None of them were concerned that the parcel might contain some hidden weapon. After all, there was no weapon in existence that could threaten a shinobi of their caliber, let alone the elite present, some at the very pinnacle of their craft. With a quick slice, the wrapping fell away, revealing a simple white kimono of exquisite material, clearly crafted by a renowned artisan. That was the first thought that crossed the minds of the Senju upon seeing it. But for Hirokai and the other members of the Uzumaki clan, their faces turned pale in an instant. Especially Uzumaki Hirokai, who immediately recognized the white kimono as belonging to his granddaughter, Uzumaki Mido. There's also a letter inside. Senju Hashirama retrieved an envelope pinned to the kimono and handed it to Hirokai. Since the package was addressed to him, it was only right that he should open it. Hirokai hastily tore open the envelope and scanned the contents. His whole body began to tremble as he read. In a fit of rage, he almost shredded the letter, and then, unable to contain himself, stomped the ground with fury. Uchiha Izuna, you insolent brat! How dare you threaten me using Mido? Senju Hashirama took the letter, frowning, and read. Elder Hirokai, your noble princess is being treated as an honored guest in our camp. Now, with both armies locked in a stalemate and our supplies running low, I fear for her comfort, as she is not one of our own, and to spare her any hardship, I boldly propose a swift resolution to this conflict. I offer myself in single combat against both the Senju and Uzumaki clans to determine the fate of Shiratani Pass. If you accept, I pledge to return Princess Mido as a gesture of good faith. Sincerely, Uchiha Izuna. Though his reaction was not as dramatic as Hirokai's, Senju Hashirama could not suppress a cold snort. Uchiha Izuna is truly shameless, using Princess Mido as leverage. Another Senju elder at the peak of his prowess immediately interjected. Clan leader, for Uchiha Izuna to challenge both our clans alone is laughable. He's just trying to lure us into a trap and force a decisive battle on their terms. We must not fall for it. As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlpool ninja immediately retorted sharply. Nonsense! Are you saying that Princess Mido's safety doesn't matter at all? That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I, a member of the Uzumaki clan, traveled a long way to reinforce the Senju, and now that the princess is in danger, shouldn't the Senju give their full support? Besides, Princess Mido is engaged to your clan's deputy leader. Seeing that the two sides were about to quarrel again, Senju Hamura quickly stepped in to prevent any internal conflict. Enough! As the current leader of the Senju, Hamura still commanded considerable authority. Immediately, the atmosphere inside the tent fell silent, but the temperature seemed to drop a few degrees as well. Uzumaki Hirokai spoke up thoughtfully. That scoundrel Uchiha Izuna is trying to force our army into battle. I am well aware of his intentions. I wouldn't dare trouble the Senju to make the same choice, but we Uzumaki must rescue Mido. If clan leader Hamura disagrees, then our Uzumaki clan will face them ourselves. Senju Hamura and the others were taken aback, and quickly raised their hands to stop him. Elder Hirokai, there's no need for such strong words. We would never disregard Princess Mido's safety. Let's not allow Uchiha Izuna's schemes to damage the friendship between our two clans. Hamura added, our concern is, even if we go to battle, what if Uchiha Izuna suddenly returns and refuses to hand over the princess? What will we do then? Uzumaki Hirokai pondered for a moment and replied, how about this? We send a letter requesting that both armies come out of their camps to face each other on the battlefield, and have Uchiha Izuna come out alone to return Mido. Didn't he say he'd take us on solo? This arrangement would suit him perfectly. A spark of inspiration flashed in Hamura's eyes. This was indeed a good plan. It ensured that Uzumaki Mido could be reclaimed, while also putting Uchiha Izuna in a deadly position. Even though half their forces had been transferred elsewhere, they still had over 500 people, including 2 at Kage level. No matter how formidable Uchiha Izuna was, even with the 2 tails by his side, could he possibly take on so many opponents alone? This Uzumaki elder was certainly no ordinary man. Age brings wisdom. Deputy clan leader, this won't do. It's far too dangerous. Elder Hirokai is truly cunning. How could we possibly agree to such terms? At White Valley Gate, chaos erupted in the Uchiha camp. mainly because Uchiha Shin, who had delivered the dress, had returned with a letter from Uzumaki Hirokai. In the letter, Uzumaki Hirokai wrote that he could accept Izuna's conditions. He agreed to return the Uzumaki princess, his own granddaughter, Uzumaki Mito, as the stake, giving Izuna the opportunity for a decisive battle. However, Izuna must bring Mito alone to the center line at White Valley Gate for the exchange. No other Uchiha was allowed to accompany him. Otherwise, the deal would be off. Isn't this just sending Izuna to his death? For a moment, all the Uchiha clansmen were filled with righteous indignation, declaring they could never agree to such a thing. At worst, they would just keep holding out. Everyone calm down. Izuna raised his hand, cutting off the heated debate among the clansmen. With a cold edge in his voice, he said, "We can afford to wait here, but can the forces on the main front at Cloud Mountain afford the same?" The moment these words left his mouth, silence fell over the crowd. Everyone knew that on the main front, the Uchiha had already shifted from offense to defense. Moreover, both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Yuya, their Kaga-level powerhouses, were injured. On the Senju side, however, many formidable warriors remained, led by none other than Hashirama Senju himself. The situation was dire, perhaps the worst it had ever been. They had to end this battle quickly and move to reinforce Cloud Mountain. "I was already planning to handle all of them myself," Izuna said quietly. "Deputy clan leader, you can't be serious." Uchiha Meiji stepped forward in alarm, and the others looked equally shocked and incredulous. One man against 500, and not just any 500. These were elite Senju and Uzumaki shinobi, not to be underestimated. Not to mention, among them stood Kaga-level warriors like Senju Yuma and Uzumaki Guanghai, with countless elite jonin at their command. Now that Hashirama Senju is recognized as the strongest in the warring states, this is the perfect opportunity to fulfill my promise, to force Senju Yuma to step down early. The seasons shifted, and the second winter of the campaign set in. Cold winds swept over the mountains. After months of battle, the already sparse forests on the mountainside were now bare, leaving the hills stripped and exposed. Deputy clan leader, the intelligence division reports that around 500 Sendumaki allied ninjas, led by Senju Yuma and Uzumaki Guanghai, have gathered at the mountain's summit. Standing atop a massive boulder, Izuna listened to Uchiha Shin's report. Beside him stood Mito, dressed in the garb of Uchiha Kunoichi. Yet on the surface, as a prisoner, Mito was treated accordingly, her hands tied behind her back with special ninja restraints. "Deputy clan leader, why not let us hide in ambush behind you? The moment the battle starts, we'll strike on all fronts," Uchiha Meiji suggested from behind. "Don't be foolish. The Uzumaki's sensory abilities are every bit the match of the Hyuga's Byakugan. You think you could hide from them?" Izuna stepped behind Mito, grabbing her bound hands. "I'll go alone." Uchiha Meiji and Uchiha Shin exchanged helpless glances. In the end, they could only say, "If that's the case, Deputy Clan Leader, should you find yourself outmatched, please send up the signal flare at once." If they drew on the clan's reserve forces, the Uchiha's total strength in the north would rival that of the Senju and Uzumaki. They had nothing to fear in a frontal assault. But if the signal was fired, the Senju and Uzumaki would undoubtedly retreat, thwarting any chance for a decisive battle. Still, at least it would give Izuna a chance to survive, wouldn't it? The entire Uchiha army watched as Izuna led Mito away, his figure growing smaller in the distance. At Uchiha Meiji's swift command, every soldier immediately shifted into a heightened state of alert. The moment Izuna gave the signal, the whole army would move to his rescue without hesitation. "Elder, I sense two chakra signatures approaching us. One belongs to Uchiha Izuna, and the other is Princess Mito." On the far side of Baikukagai Pass, at the vanguard of the 500-strong Senju and Uzumaki allied forces, a skilled Uzumaki sensor reported the news to Uzumaki Hirokai. "Are you certain there's only one?" Although Hirokai had written in his letter that Izuna should come alone, he never truly expected him to face them single-handedly. He had even begun to secretly plot how to rescue Mito if things went awry. There's no mistake. These two chakra signatures are the only ones within a radius of 20 li. I can't sense anyone else at all. The Uzumaki sensor spoke with absolute conviction. Standing nearby, Senju Yuma sneered, "If Uchiha Izuna wants to march to his death, why shouldn't we grant him his wish?" Uzumaki Hirokai nodded in firm agreement, but then added, "However, everyone remember, before we can guarantee Mito's safety, no one is to act without my order." "Yes, sir." The 500 men behind him responded in unison, their voices ringing through the valley. Meanwhile, more than 10 li away, Izuna was untying the ropes that bound Mito. The two of them set off at a steady, unhurried pace toward their destination. "After this parting, we'll never see each other again," Mito said as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. You can't say that for sure. Izuna replied, folding his arms across his chest. Still stubborn, aren't you? Well, that's just like you. Mito didn't bother to argue the point further, for in her heart, she already knew the answer. They walked on in silence, saying nothing until they were less than 5 li from their destination, already within the Uzumaki surveillance range. At that point, Mito held out her hands once more and said, All right, tie me up again. After all, to everyone else, we're supposed to be enemies. Suddenly, Izuna reached out and gently tilted up Mito's chin, pressing his lips to hers. Mito froze in surprise for 2 seconds, then responded with equal passion. No one could have imagined that the two of them would do something like this, especially when they could easily be discovered by Senju or Uzumaki shinobi. Still, there was little to worry about. Among the Uzumaki, no censor was stronger than Mito herself. Roughly 20 minutes later, a gust of yellow sand swept by, and Uzumaki Hirokai and his men saw 2 figures slowly approaching from afar. As they drew closer, the breeze revealed their faces at last. He's got some nerve, that deputy chief of the Uchiha. A Senju Jonin gritted his teeth, inwardly admitting he could never muster such courage or resolve. Uchiha Izuna, release Mito. The moment he saw his granddaughter after a year apart, Whirlpool Hirokai couldn't hold back his tears, crying out in anguish. There's no need for Elder Hirokai to be so harsh, is there? Who knows? Maybe we'll all be family someday. With a wicked grin, Izuna reached out, letting his finger trail across Mito's smooth cheek. You bastard. Whirlpool Hirokai was furious, but for the sake of Mito's safety, he forced himself to swallow his anger. Relax. I won't disrespect a lady. With those words, Izuna untied the ropes binding Mito's hands. In an instant, Mito vanished from where she stood and sprinted toward the main force of the Whirlpool clan on the opposite side. The moment Mito darted away, the 3 tomo in Izuna's eyes spun rapidly into a herringbone pattern. Sage mode markings appeared on either side of his eyes. He pressed the tips of his index fingers together, thumbs raised, the other 3 fingers folding and overlapping in a sealing sign. Sage art. Fire style. Great fire annihilation. Izuna Uchiha. You animal. Before Mito could even make it back, Izuna had already launched his attack. Such a reckless move, one that could easily harm his precious granddaughter, enraged Hirokai to the core. But what he didn't know was that Izuna's actions were at Mito's own request. This way, she could dispel any suspicion the Senju and Whirlpool clans might have toward her. Though the chance was slim, she'd been in Izuna's captivity for nearly a year. If anything had happened, it wouldn't be impossible. Now that Izuna was going this far, it would erase the last traces of doubt in their hearts. Protect the princess! The Whirlpool shinobi shouted out. The Senju didn't hesitate either. A top jonin bit his finger and pressed it to the ground. Summoning jutsu, Rashomen. A massive gate adorned with a demonic face erupted from the earth, rising behind Mito to shield her from the oncoming inferno. Yet the blazing fire, vast in scope, swept around both sides, surging toward the rest of the allied army. At the same time, Rashomen's surface began to melt at a visible speed. Hirokai personally charged forward, pulling Mito behind him, then barked orders to his most elite subordinates. Cover the princess all the way back to Yuzushio village. No matter what happens, don't look back. Yes, sir. For Jonin formed a protective circle around Mito. Princess, please, let's go. As they departed, Mito couldn't help but glance back at that distant, blurred figure, her eyes filled with complex emotion. But at this moment, everyone's focus was on the battlefield, and no one noticed the change in the princess's gaze. Sage art. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Izuna opened his right hand, and within moments, a Rasengan the size of a bowling ball manifested, spinning with wind blades that sliced the air with a piercing, whistling sound. With a thunderous shout, Izuna hurled the Raisin Shuriken, and in an instant it pierced through the nearly dissolved Rashomen gate, already half-melted by the blazing Inferno technique, hurtling straight toward the allied forces of the 2 clans. That wind-release attack covers a wide area. Uzumaki, I need your help. Senju Takema called out. In response, more than a dozen Uzumaki shinobi, each sporting a shock of fiery red hair, rushed forward. Uzumaki's secret art, Void Barrier. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen nearly invisible barriers overlapped like a series of falling dominoes. The Raisin Shuriken smashed through most of the barriers along its path, but finally, its power was spent as it struck the penultimate wall. But that wasn't the end. Izuna bit his thumb, forming the same hand seals as the Senju Jonin who had summoned Rashomen earlier, and pressed his palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu. Come forth, Matatabi. A thunderous roar burst forth, a monstrous chakra beast cry, followed quickly by a woman's voice tinged with faint reproach. Izuna, you've been calling on me quite a lot lately. Unlike how Madara dealt with the Nine Tails, using the Mangekyo to force submission, Izuna's approach was more of a partnership. If he could, Izuna would have preferred a bond with his tailed beast like the one between Killer Bee and the Eight Tails in later years. But that was an almost impossible feat. Given what he had now with Matatabi, their relationship was already better than most. Don't worry. Once this is over, you'll have a good rest, he promised. Standing atop Matatabi's head, Izuna looked down imperiously at the ranks of Senju and Uzumaki ninja below. It's a tailed beast, someone shouted. Uzumaki Hiroshi rapidly formed hand seals. Sealing squad with me. Secret art, adamantine sealing. More than 20 Uzumaki Jonin moved as one, their hands a blur as hundreds of faintly golden chains burst from the earth at their feet. Even Matatabi's eyes flickered with wariness. The Uzumaki sealing arts held absolute power over the tailed beasts. That's why, in every clash, it was always the Uchiha who faced the Uzumaki, while Izuna and Matatabi took on the Senju. Don't worry, Matatabi. Get your jutsu ready. I'll handle the Uzumaki's sealing techniques, Izuna reassured. Matatabi hesitated for a heartbeat, but chose to trust Izuna. Blue flames flared and swelled over her body. Meanwhile, the Mangekyo spun wildly in Izuna's eyes. The silver-white chakra that blazed from his body spread swiftly to Matatabi, forming a thick, silvery armor over her right cheek and front paw. Matatabi glanced at her armored limb, then swatted away the incoming chains, shattering them to dust, astonished that she felt none of the usual, sickening suppression. In the past, even mere contact with Uzumaki sealing arts left her feeling violently ill, let alone being struck by them directly. What is that? Someone muttered in awe. The Uzumaki ninja were all stunned to see the Two Tails actually break free from their sealing jutsu. Wearing the Susanoo armor over a tailed beast, this brat Uchiha Izuna is quite the strategist. Senjuyuma half squinted, his voice tinged with grudging admiration. But at the same time, the chakra drain must be immense. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Within Izuna, chakra surged like an unstoppable torrent, pouring out and enveloping the Two Tails. It covered the beast's entire right side and the Two Tails trailing behind, encasing them in the Susanoo's armor. Even with Sage Mode dulling the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Izuna was drenched in sweat, one knee on the Two Tails' head, clutching his eyes in. Pain. Was this the limit for a regular Mangekyo user? He could feel his strength ebb away with each pulse of chakra, his vision fading as exhaustion set in. The ordeal of being half-beast, accomplished. He's burning through his chakra. Now's our chance, bellowed Senjuyuma, charging forward at the head of the assault. Water style, severing wave. Wind style, sky-cleaving slash. Earth style, earth pillar. Over 100 shinobi unleashed a barrage of elemental ninjutsu, spanning all 5 natures. Under normal circumstances, even the Two Tails would have been hard-pressed to withstand such an onslaught. But things were different now. The Susanoo armor shielded the beast like an impenetrable shell. Matatabi, I need a moment to recover my chakra. I'll leave the rest to you, Izuna said, sitting cross-legged atop the Two Tails' head. The markings of Sage Mode had already faded from the corners of his eyes as he focused on quickly refining more chakra and absorbing natural energy. Hurry up, the Two Tails replied curtly, swinging its body around to let the Susanoo-armored side absorb the barrage of ninjutsu raining down. Half a minute later, the Two Tails let out a thunderous roar. Blue flames surged skyward, forming countless compact fireballs that, under its control, rained down like a meteor shower. Demon flame orbs. But Senjuyuma wasn't about to be outdone. He shouted, "Everyone cover me!" Instantly, 5 elite Senju Jonin leapt in front of him, weaving powerful jutsu to shield against the fiery onslaught. Within 10 seconds, as Yuma finished his hand seals, the 5 Jonin sprang aside. Water style, exploding water dragon bite. This was an undisputed S-rank water release technique, an enhanced version of the water dragon bullet. The roaring water dragon that surged forth was nearly as massive as the Two Tails itself. So the battle has begun, murmured those on another peak at the Hakatani Pass, where Uchiha Shin and his group watched the distant scene unfold. Though they couldn't clearly make out the details, the ground-shaking tremors and the endless explosions, accompanied by plumes of smoke rising into the sky, spoke volumes about the ferocity of the clash. "How's the Vice Clan leader holding up?" One of the Uchiha's special Jonin asked anxiously, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. If that doesn't work, the deputy clan leader also has a signal flare. He shouldn't let himself fall into a desperate situation. Uchiha Shin spoke in a deep voice, spread out and set up a formation. Hunt down any who slipped through the net. The moment the deputy clan leader sends up his signal, we all charge in. Is it not ready yet, Izuna? Under the relentless S-Rank water-style assault from Senju Shoma, the Two Tails, a fire-natured tailed beast, was forced back several hundred meters. It called out to Izuna, who was behind it. At this moment, Izuna still sat cross-legged atop the Two Tails' head, eyes closed in deep concentration. He replied, "Just a little longer." The Two Tails gritted its teeth, and in the next instant, the blue flames around its body exploded forth once again. Fiery rat bombs. A barrage of flame orbs with tracking abilities shot out like a meteor shower. The Senju ninja who had just clashed with the Two Tails retreated, making way for the Uzumaki clan to step forward. Barrier, triple staff, iron wall. Dozens of shinobi cast the technique in unison, and iron bars rained down from above, instantly forming a solid wall that blocked the blue flames completely. Its defensive power surpassed even the legendary Rashomon summoned by the Senju. No wonder, in later generations, all the great nations would unite against them. Truly, the Uzumaki were a troublesome clan. To think they could withstand even-tailed beast-level jutsu. But this overwhelming suppression of the Two Tails was thanks to the sharp coordination between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Whenever the Two Tails unleashed a powerful area attack, the Senju would fall back, allowing the Uzumaki, masters of defensive sealing and barrier techniques, to take the front. One side attacked, the other defended. Their teamwork was seamless. They were already thoroughly familiar with the partnership between Izuna and the Two Tails. Damn it, if that's how it is, I'll use the tailed beast bomb. The Two Tails couldn't help but grit its teeth. It had to be said, the Two Tails actually had a decent personality. If it were Manda instead, after so many failed assaults, it would have abandoned its contractor and fled back to its own realm without a second thought. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've finally recovered. Izuna let out a low shout and stood tall atop the Two Tails' head. You're ready now? The Two Tails glanced upward at Izuna, its pupils shifting. Matatabi, let's use that move. Izuna called out. I know. The Two Tails lifted its head, blue flames surging over its skin and gathering in midair to form an enormous azure fireball. Izuna shut his left eye, focusing his right eye intently on the massive fireball the Two Tails had conjured. Amaterasu. The inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu enveloped the blue fire, fusing two unique kinds of fire into one. Aor. With a mighty roar from both Izuna and the Two Tails, the gigantic blue-black fireball hurtled toward the Uzumaki barrier. Amaterasu combined with ghostly fire orb. The enormous fireball struck the barrier, instantly overwhelming the Uzumaki shinobi maintaining it. Within seconds, the barrier was breached. Though its power was somewhat diminished, this fusion jutsu still carried a force unrivaled in their era, surging toward them with overwhelming might. That is an inextinguishable flame. Water release won't work against it. Use earth release to block it. Senju Xiongjian had already witnessed Amaterasu's power many times. Without hesitation, he pressed both hands to the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. One after another, the Senju shinobi unleashed earth release techniques. This was a trait shared by both the Senju and Sarutobi clans. Due to their bloodlines, members of these clans often awakened multiple chakra natures. They always seemed able to counter their opponents with the right jutsu. Boom! Just as everyone thought the flames had been held back, a chakra blade pierced straight through the layered earth walls, cutting through them as if they were made of paper, and struck all the way to a distant mountain. Is that Susanoo this time? Uzumaki Guanghai called out. No sooner had he spoken than another chakra blade broke through the earth wall, cleaving it cleanly in two. A beast, half its body covered in Susanoo's armor, roared as it charged into close range. But what was even more shocking, the beast's two tails moved like hands, each gripping an enhanced Susanoo chakra blade. He's burning through his ocular power to use Susanoo again. Senju Xiongjian exclaimed in disbelief, at the same time barking orders for his clansmen to scatter. After all, in an entire year of battles before this, Izuna had never unleashed Susanoo with such reckless abandon. What on earth was happening today? Was he really staking everything on this one battle? Could it be that simple? Of course, Senju Xiongjian and the others couldn't understand. The reason Izuna was fighting so desperately, heedless of the cost of his eyes, was because he was only a few skill points away from unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If he could kill or severely injure a Kaga-level shinobi in this battle, he'd be able to redeem those points in the midst of the fight. And if the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was within reach, there was no reason to hold back any longer. Everything depended on this clash. Everyone behind the two tails, now. Uzumaki Guanghai shouted. Hundreds of scattered shinobi moved in perfect unison. Earth release, falling clay. A cloud of swirling, muddled color formed above the two tails, and instead of rain, slick, sticky mud began to pour down from within. Sealing art, adamantine chains. Mud from above, Uzumaki sealing from below. Impressive teamwork, Izuna said coldly, sweeping his hand. Matatabi now. A thunderous, guttural roar erupted, a sound so deep it seemed to shake the earth. The beast's twin tails, longer than its own body in each, wielding a Susanoo forged blade, spun like spinning tops, slicing apart every attack from sky or ground in a whirlwind of destruction. Don't think you can rest easy just because you've got a beast on your side. Uchiha Izuna. Suddenly, Senju Xiongjian leapt high, positioning himself right above Izuna. In his right hand, he gripped a kunai, and his entire arm was enveloped by surging water, shaping into a triangular cone. Water-style, whirlpool water blade. Izuna's eyes narrowed. He sprang up from atop the two tails' head and retorted, "You think sheer numbers are enough to put your mind at ease?" In his right palm, chakra spun furiously, coalescing into a sphere the size of a basketball. Giant Rasengan. The two high-level A-rank jutsu collided in midair. The resulting shockwave of wind and water was sharper than a blade, slicing open their skin and drawing blood. Illusion technique. Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna's left eye unleashed an invisible power. At such close range, not even a Kage could easily escape the Mangekyo's Jinjutsu. For a brief instant, Senju Xiongjian's eyes went blank. But in the next moment, he snapped back to his senses and swiftly kicked Izuna in the stomach, sending him flying back onto the two tails' back. Behind Xiongjian stood two elite Senju, Jonin Senju Toba and near Kage-level Senju Wujin. This was the power of numbers. Though caught off guard by the Jinjutsu, the Senju on the ground instantly rushed to help dispel its effects. Seeing Izuna knocked down onto the two tails, cheers erupted from both clans' shinobi on the battlefield. Suspended in midair, Senju Toba shouted with excitement. Now's our chance. Launch a full assault and finish off Uchiha Izuna once and for all. He didn't get a finish. The elation on his face froze in an instant. Looking down, he saw a katana thrust through his left chest. Getting ahead of yourselves, aren't you? Izuna's voice, cold as death itself, echoed in the ears of Xiongjian, Wujin, and Toba. Senju Wujin was shocked. He turned to look behind him, only to find Izuna inexplicably standing there, right behind all three of them. As he glimpsed Izuna behind them, he couldn't help but glance down as well. The Izuna who had just been knocked down by their combined attack was now fading away, dissolving into an illusion. And now, looking at Izuna, his left eye was losing focus and its light was fading. This is the Uchiha's forbidden jutsu, Izanagi. Senju Xiongjian was stunned, utterly unprepared for Izuna to use Izanagi. After all, this forbidden technique comes at the cost of losing sight in one eye forever. Even within the Uchiha, its use is strictly forbidden. Izuna, his left eye now blind, let out a chilling laugh. An ethereal ribcage rapidly encased his body. He kicked the mortally wounded Senju Toba away, and from the ribs of his Susanoo, an arm wielding a chakra blade swept out in a devastating arc. "Watch out, Lord Clan Leader!" Senju Wujin cried out in alarm. The attack had come far too suddenly. In this situation, there was no time to weave hand seals. All he could do was raise his sword, holding it upright in front of Susanoo in a desperate attempt to block. Susanoo's blade slammed into Senju Takuma's sword. The clash lasted barely 2 seconds before Susanoo's sword shattered the blade with a brutal force. Izuna shouted, as Susanoo's sword sliced through Senju Takuma's body. "Lord Takuma!" The Senju shinobi below couldn't help but cry out in horror as they saw Takuma's body cleaved in two. Yet, though Takuma had fallen, he had bought Senju Yuma the precious seconds he needed. Yuma managed to escape Susanoo's range of attack in midair and landed safely back on the ground. "Everyone stay calm," Yuma shouted as he touched down. "Uchiha Izuna has used Izanagi. Though Takuma and Toba have tragically died, they have given us a chance. He's lost one of his eyes. His combat strength has plummeted. Now is our chance. Seize him." A thunderous roar erupted from the group as they raised their hands in response. Izuna, too, landed back onto the two tails' back. Despite losing his left eye, a laugh escaped his lips. System skill tree. Bloodline limit. Sharingan, acquired. Mangekyo Sharingan, acquired. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, locked. 300 skill points required. Prerequisite. Close relative's blood acquired. Evolvable. Rinnegan, locked. Skill points required. Prerequisites. Available skill points, 303. Izuna had obtained Madara's blood a year ago, when he set out in search of the Two Tails. Back then, Madara had been curious about Izuna's intentions, but he had still given it to him. Learn Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna shouted inwardly. In an instant, on the system interface visible only to him, his skill points dropped from 303 to 3. At the same time, the icon for Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan shone with a dazzling light. Bloodline limit, Sharingan, acquired. Mangekyo Sharingan, acquired. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, acquired. Evolvable, Rinnegan, locked. 800 skill points required. Prerequisite, Hashirama Senju cells. Available skill points, 3. Soon, Izuna's left eye, which had lost its luster and turned white moments before, quickly regained its brilliance. The Tomo pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eye began to morph. Around Izuna's humanoid Tomo, 3 ring-shaped Tomo appeared, spinning clockwise and linked end-to-end. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, there was a subtle difference from Madara's. Madara's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had the humanoid Tomo outside, with a ring-shaped Tomo inside. Izuna's, however, was the opposite. The rings were on the outside, while his humanoid Tomo remained within. Izuna, what's going on? Your chakras become even more sinister, someone remarked. The Two Tails suddenly spoke up. Ever since a moment ago, the chakra erupting from Izuna had made it feel intensely uncomfortable. It wasn't just the Two Tails. Down below, many of the Senju and Uzumaki shinobi sensed it as well. Hey, ha 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 ha. Now that he had obtained the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Izuna couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Chakra surged from his body in a torrent, unstoppable and overwhelming as a tidal wave. There were 3 advantages to possessing the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. First, one could use the eye techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan without limit. Second, Susanoo could be advanced to its complete form, granting the power to change the outcome of an entire war single-handedly. And lastly, the amount of chakra available would be doubled. Uchiha Izuna's chakra has changed. What on earth is going on? Uzumaki Hiroshi exclaimed in shock. Don't worry about that. Attack. Senju Yuma was the first to move, his hands forming a series of seals completely distinct from those of the other water release users. Water style, Water Dragon Bite. A roaring, colossal water dragon surged forth from behind him, rising to strike. It was the same technique that had forced the Two Tails back before. Izuna instantly called forth the humanoid Susanoo. The Magatama in his hand spun rapidly, and with a sharp glare from his right eye, the Magatama ignited with a terrifying, inextinguishable black flame. With a mighty swing of Susanoo, blaze release, Yasukani Magatama. Senju Yuma was astonished. How could he still unleash such a powerful jutsu? By this point in the battle, even the current strongest of the Senju clan, Hashirama, would have nearly exhausted his chakra. Yuma couldn't imagine any shinobi who could rival Hashirama's chakra reserves. What's more, the Uchiha had always had less chakra than the Senju. A thunderous explosion. The 2 techniques collided midair, detonating in a violent blast. Countless people below were caught in the shockwave. The Uzumaki clan hurriedly raised barriers to defend themselves, but many were still sent flying by the blast, smashing through mountainsides and collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood violently. Still can't use the complete body Susanoo, can I? Izuna gauged the chakra within himself. Until he fully adapted to the power of the Eternal Mangekyo, he was unable to summon the complete Susanoo. But even so, this much was already more than enough. Izuna. The Two Tails had just begun to speak when Izuna cut it off. Do it, Two Tails. Use the tailed beast bomb. The Two Tails frowned. After fighting for so long, my chakra is nearly gone. This is my last attack. Once you're done, pull back to the Uchiha camp, and you'll be all right. A dark, wicked chuckle escaped Izuna in reply. The Two Tails said nothing more. It opened its massive jaws, beginning to gather the energy needed for the tailed beast bomb. Moisture in the air began to swirl around the Two Tails' mouth, coalescing into a deep violet ball of chakra, forming right before its fangs. Having seen this move more than once before, Senju Yuma immediately shouted, "Attack now. Don't let that beast unleash its technique." Water style, Severing Wave. Wind style, Great Wind Song. Sealing Jutsu, Vajra Chains. All the attacks that came rushing forward were advanced ninjutsu of at least A rank or higher. From above, Izuna leaped downward, his chakra transforming into silver flames. The lower half of his humanoid Susanoo instantly formed legs, landing solidly on the ground. Blaze Release, Shield of Amaterasu. The black flames of Amaterasu surged forth, forming a wall that blocked a dozen high-level jutsu in rapid succession. Even those few attacks that slipped through were easily deflected by Izuna's Susanoo. At that very moment, the Two Tails finished condensing its tailed beast bomb. Seeing this, Izuna controlled Susanoo to swing its chakra blade, thrusting it straight into the very center of the tailed beast bomb. Now, Susanoo tailed beast bomb. The Two Tails sprang into the air, an explosion followed. For a brief moment, it felt as though the entire space had frozen. Then, like a mountain flood bursting its banks, a violent blast hurled countless ninja into the air, scattering bodies and limbs in all directions. Even more shocking was the successive detonations of the tailed beast bomb, which obliterated the central mountain of Hakatani Pass completely. Senju instinctively shielded himself with both arms. He had no idea how far he'd been blown before he finally came to a halt. Around him lay several Senju and a few Uzumaki ninja, motionless. He couldn't tell if they were alive or dead. Looking ahead, he saw that the enormous Two Tails had shrunk to the size of a palm. It had been blasted from one mountaintop all the way to another. This alone proved just how formidable Yuma's physical strength as a Kaga-level ninja was, and even more so, how terrifying that combined attack of Izuna and the Two Tails had been. "My chakra is completely spent," the Two Tails said aloud. "I understand. Withdraw for now," Izuna replied, his back to the beast. The Two Tails didn't hesitate. Relying on its massive body, it slipped nimbly through the mountains and quickly vanished from sight. How many are left? Who can still fight? Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his back, Senju struggled to his feet. Of the Senju and Uzumaki ninja who had fallen around him, only 2 managed to stand again. The rest remained down, their fates uncertain. It's no clone, but in this situation, it should be enough. Izuna murmured to himself on the opposite mountainside, forming a cross-shaped seal with his hands. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of clones sprang to life and scattered in all directions. Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. Amaterasu, high-level Jutsu, rained down one after another. Even with shadow clones, ordinary ninja couldn't withstand this relentless assault. With chakra consumption doubled, most ninja could barely manage 2 S-rank jutsu before reaching their limit. If 3 shadow clones were created, there's no way each clone could use an S-rank ninjutsu on its own. Before they could even unleash such a technique, the clones would have already dissipated due to running out of chakra. And the chakra lost in the process would be subtracted from the original body as well. The reason why Izuna's shadow clones could recklessly hurl out high-level ninjutsu one after another was thanks to the vast reserves of chakra within his own body. The most iconic example of this is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, who's said to only know 3 jutsu. Yet, during the 4th Great Ninja War, this very guy managed to turn the tide of battle with thousands of his own shadow clones. Even if Izuna couldn't match that kind of cheat-like ability, what he had was already more than enough for this war. All clan members and allied forces still able to move, retreat immediately. Witnessing this, Senju realized the fight could no longer continue. He didn't understand why. After using his Anaji and losing one eye, Izuna seemed to unleash even greater power. But now was not the time to ponder. All that could be done was to withdraw forces back to Yunshan and wait for another chance to counterattack in the future. Everyone else can leave, but you better stay where you are. Izuna, controlling his humanoid Susanoo now standing on 2 legs, leapt over the mountain ridges in a few swift bounds, charging toward the mountain where Senju stood. "Hurry! Protect the clan leader. Clan leader, go first." Several Senju shinobi at Yuma's side threw themselves in front of him, using the last of their chakra in a desperate attempt to halt Susanoo's advance. "Out of my way, you bunch of gnats." Inside Susanoo, Izuna's hands flashed through a series of seals. Sage Art, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. But that was hardly the end of it. His right eye's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Amaterasu, twin waves of fire surged forth, perhaps the most devastating fire release attack the world had ever seen. Hold the line with everything you've got. One of the Senju Jonin was so terrified he nearly lost control, but mustered the last of his life's courage, slapped his hands to the ground, and roared. Earth Style, Great Mud River. A thunderous rumble. A thick, muddy wall soared over 20 meters high, momentarily holding back the onslaught of Amaterasu's black flames. But the barrier lasted no more than 3 seconds before it was breached. The 2nd and 3rd Senju Ninja also used up their final chakra reserves to reinforce the defense. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomen. Earth Style, Falling Mud. With what little life and chakra remained, the Senju managed to buy a few precious seconds, shouting at Yuma, "Clan leader, go now, hurry. Didn't I already say he's not leaving?" Izuna's voice resonated through the layers of defensive jutsu, followed by a thunderous roar from Susanoo itself. The humanoid Susanoo's body was now encased in a thick, weighty suit of armor. Flame release, Kagutsuchi, sword of Amaterasu. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The armored Susanoo's sword came crashing down, rendering all defenses before it utterly meaningless. With a single blow, every barrier was shattered. This monster! Senju Xiongjian's body trembled as he shouted, "Anyone still able to move, retreat with me." Izuna's eyes narrowed in exhaustion as he reached into the pouch at his waist and retrieved a signal flare, pulling the ring. The flare soared 1,000 meters into the sky, bursting open in a fiery display of the Uchiha clan crest. A signal flare? Amid the retreat, Uzumaki Guanghai glanced up at the sky, catching sight of the exploding firework. "Senju Xiongjian, don't make me say a third time. You're not going anywhere." Izuna's right hand spun up a wind style, raising shuriken, while Amaterasu's black flames flickered over his right eye, cloaking the jutsu in darkness. A black spiral shuriken formed in his grasp. Scorch release, radiant gale, 0-point black arrow. Barrier, void partition. The Uzumaki, whose mastery of barriers rivaled the Uchiha's prowess with fireballs, saw their great elder, Uzumaki Guanghai, step forward, manifesting a towering transparent wall before Senju Xiongjian. "You think such a petty trick could withstand this?" Izuna's voice rang out, wild and defiant. As expected, the scorch release, radiant gale, 0-point black arrow pierced the barrier in half a heartbeat, streaking straight for Senju Xiongjian. Miles away from Izuna's battlefield, the sky was alight with constant explosions and the smoke of powerful jutsu rising high. Uchiha Meichi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Is it still going? The deputy chief, he's all right, isn't he?" No sooner had he spoken than a streak of light, trailing blue smoke, shot into the sky with a sharp whistle, then burst with a sharp crack. High above, a firework bloomed in the shape of the Uchiha fan crest. "It's the deputy chief's distress signal." Uchiha Meichi raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone with me. We're going to rescue the deputy chief." "Yes, sir." In an instant, 400 Uchiha troops surged forward, racing toward the battlefield at top speed. "So, danger has finally come?" Uchiha Shin ran beside Uchiha Meichi, voicing his thoughts. "But the fact he's held out this long shows the deputy chief's strength. He's probably already worn down much of the Senju and Uzumaki's fighting force." Uchiha Meichi bit his lip so hard blood welled up. "Let's end this in one decisive battle. Today, the Battle of White Valley Gate will be finished." Led by Uchiha Shin and Uchiha Meichi, the Jonin vanguard rushed ahead. From 10 miles out, they began to see bodies strewn along the road. They counted as they ran, the sight chilling to the bone. "Deputy Chief," Uchiha Meichi called out loudly, and as everyone turned to follow his pointing hand, they saw Izuna standing atop a mountain peak. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the pungent scent of blood across the valley. Uchiha Meiji quickly leapt to Izuna's side, dropped to one knee, and respectfully inquired, "Deputy clan leader, what is the current situation? It's a pity we failed to eliminate that wretched Senju Yuma." Izuna's body swayed, and Uchiha Shin, who was beside him, instinctively reached out to support him, but Izuna raised a hand to refuse. Still, after taking that attack, he'll never set foot on the battlefield again. The surrounding Uchiha Jonin looked on in growing astonishment. Could it really be that the 500 Senju and Uzumaki forces have been completely routed and forced to flee? Search the battlefield within a 50-mile radius. If you find any stragglers, leave none alive. Izuna unfastened his battered armor, cast it aside, and turned back toward the Uchiha camp, giving orders to his men. "Yes, sir." Everyone answered in unison, hands clasped in respect. Back at the camp, while his attendants boiled water, Izuna took up a mirror and examined his own eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Is the pattern the opposite of Madara's in the original story? No matter, it suits him just fine. He slept soundly until noon the following day. After a simple lunch, Izuna visited the tent where Mito had been living for the past year, tucked away in a corner of the camp. Only then did he instruct Uchiha Meiji to gather the elite Jonin of the camp for a meeting in the main tent. Uchiha Meiji and Uchiha Shin stood on either side of him, each flanked by 5 Jonin. In the presence of Izuna, seated at the head of the table, every one of them radiated respect and awe. He had truly fought single-handedly against an army of 500, not only facing the combined might of the Senju and Uzumaki clans, but even more impressively, overcoming a force that included 2 Kage-level and at least 2 quasi-Kage-level fighters. How have you fared with the tasks I assigned you? Izuna spoke at last. Uchiha Meiji at the front left took a deliberate step forward, bowed with fists together, and began his report on the current situation at the White Valley Pass. While Izuna was recovering the previous day, Uchiha Meiji had led the troops in sweeping the battlefield and hunting down any survivors. After several rounds of searching and a visit to the abandoned Senju and Uzumaki camps, it was finally confirmed. Not a single Senju or Uzumaki remained at White Valley Pass. At the same time, Izuna's overwhelming battle had left the pass heavily damaged. If before this place had been a rugged mountain trail, now it had been transformed into a road wide enough for ordinary travelers. In the future, this route could become a prime target for enemy forces seeking to strike at the Uchiha. It was even possible that an army of 1,000 might one day attack through here. I overlooked that. Once this war ends, I'll petition the clan to send more men to garrison and fortify the pass. Yes, I will see to it at once. Uchiha Meiji replied. Izuna raised his hand and said, "No rush. First, relay my order. Bring out the wine and meat we've kept in storage, and use them as small gifts for everyone at tonight's victory feast." "Yes, sir." The looks of reverence on the faces of the senior shinobi were quickly replaced with joy. What was supposed to be a minor skirmish had turned into a grueling campaign, lasting a whole year. Now, at long last, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That evening, at the bonfire banquet, among the usually cold and stoic Uchiha, quite a few were so elated that they danced wildly, moving with abandon in their own odd ways. The defensive walls built by the Senju and Uzumaki had seemed impenetrable, leaving the Uchiha frustrated and helpless. No one could have predicted that the war would end so abruptly, and in such an unexpected way. What do you all think? Just how strong has our deputy clan leader become? I'd wager he's on par with Lord Taijima himself by now. Nonsense. If you ask me, he's already surpassed Lord Taijima. Exactly. Taijima never achieved a victory as magnificent as this. As the wine flowed and spirits soared, the hottest topic of the night was Izuna's strength. This battle was sure to go down in the clan's history, remembered for generations. And it made everyone all the more curious. Just what heights had Izuna's power reached? Meanwhile, Uchiha Shin continued to scavenge through the Senju camp, but there was little of value left. As they fled, Senjuyuma had already ordered the remaining provisions set ablaze, leaving nothing behind. The revelry lasted through the night, but by the next afternoon, it was already time to get back to work. After all, this was just a secondary front. On the main battlefield at Yinshan, the fighting was 100 times fiercer. Izuna gathered the 500 Uchiha shinobi stationed at White Valley Pass. He decided to take 300 men under Great Elder Uchiha Kiyuki's command with him. The remaining 200 would stay behind to defend the pass, constructing new military fortifications, and, once the war ended, even beginning to build a proper city. Once Izuna finished issuing his orders, the soldiers' resounding response echoed through the valley, a testament to how deeply yesterday's victory had moved them. In their hearts, Izuna was no longer just the strategist. He had been elevated to the rank of pillar of the clan. Before setting out, Izuna had one more question about the ongoing conflict between the Hyuga and the Sarutobi-Shimura alliance. Almost a year had passed, and he realized that since arriving here, he hadn't once checked in on the clans he'd previously manipulated. Yes, sir. Neither side has committed all their forces. The Hyuga are led by Hyuga Jinmasa, who has just reached clan leader rank, against Shimura Keizo. The Hyuga have 1,200 men, while the Sarutobi-Shimura alliance fields about 800. Izuna silently pondered the matter of the Hyuga and Sarutobi-Shimura clans. Ultimately, all of this was a conflict carefully orchestrated by exploiting the identity of Yuan. Yuan was seen as the main culprit behind the deaths of more than 20 elite jonin from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, led by Shimura Ri. It was I who lured Sarutobi Kono, leading Shimura Keizo and the others to mistakenly believe that Yuan belonged to the Hyuga clan, prompting them to launch a full-scale attack. As for the Hyuga clan, their involvement stemmed from the death of the leader of their vassal clan, Moonlight Kazunami. At first, Hyuga Tenso had little intention of waging war against such powerful clans as Sarutobi and Shimura over the death of a mere vassal chief. But while he was still contemplating a solution, the other side had already brought the fight to his doorstep. From the Hyuga perspective, this made Sarutobi and Shimura seem like the villains crying foul, and in the face of such outrage, there was no choice but to go to war. One should never assume that a clan leader holds absolute control over everything. Often, if the subordinates are unwilling, the leader is powerless. Even in the original tale, Wasn't it true that when Madara left Konoha, not a single soul followed him? But in the end, there are no eternal grudges, only eternal interests. Though both sides have suffered casualties, the feud between the Hyuga and the Sarutobi-Shimura alliance is still far from the level of hatred that once existed between the Uchiha and Senju. The outcome of this battle, no matter which side claims victory, will offer little real gain to either. Surely, this war can't last much longer. A piercing cry of a hawk echoed across the sky. As the Uchiha clan's exclusive summoning beast and messenger, the ninja hawk soared through the valley, landing gracefully on the forearm of the sentry atop the Uchiha army's lookout post in the From Cloud Mountain encampment. The sentry carefully removed the secret message tied to the hawk's leg, his face suddenly growing tense. It was a handwritten letter from the vice clan leader. Not daring to open it himself, the sentry hurriedly delivered the letter to Madara in the main tent. At that moment, Madara was dressed in a thin, loose kimono. When someone entered from outside the tent, unless they came within 5 meters, he could scarcely make out their face with his eyes alone. The strain of using his Mangekyo Sharingan under Hashirama Senju's would release had been rapidly eroding Madara's vision. Last time, when he was forced to unleash his trump card, Susanoo in its armored form. Against the advent of the Flower Tree world, it had truly become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ha! As expected of my brother. Go and summon Uchiha Inka, Uchiha, Watanabe Ryokai, call them all. Madara rattled off the names of all the senior shinobi in the From Cloud Mountain camp. Not only from the Uchiha clan, but also the representatives of the 4 allied clans from the northwest, now serving as Uchiha's vassals. The sentry was taken aback, for it had been nearly half a year since Madara last showed a hint of a smile. What on earth was written in that secret letter? What could possibly make Madara so exhilarated? But he asked no questions, and swiftly carried out Madara's orders to summon all the top officers. Soon, several high-ranking representatives of the Uchiha, along with the chiefs or elders of the 4 northwestern clans, gathered inside Madara's tent. Everyone, come have a look at this, Madara said, extending the letter for all to see. The joy on his face piqued everyone's curiosity. With the battle lines this tense, what could possibly have happened to make Madara so delighted? This can't be true. No, it can't be, can it? One man alone did this. What on earth? Everyone's first reaction was the same, utter disbelief. Against a force of 500 elite ninja, led by Senju Yugon and Uzumaki Guanghai, both clan leader-level powerhouses, Uchiha Izuna had single-handedly crushed their army and forced them to retreat all the way from White Valley Pass. Not only that, he had severed the right arm of Senju Yugon, the current head of the Senju clan, and left him gravely wounded, ensuring that Yugon would never be able to set foot on the battlefield again. It was reported that in 3 days' time, Izuna would arrive to reinforce them with troops from White Valley Pass. When Izuna gets here, the tide of this war will turn completely in our favor, Madara declared with absolute confidence, so much so that for the moment, he even forgot about the troubles with his eyes. Suddenly, a fit of coughing broke the air. The sound came from Uchiha Yuya, one of the Uchiha's current Kaga-level warriors. In the previous battle, he had first been hindered by the Flower Tree World's birth, and then struck in a vital spot by Tobirama Senju's flying Thunder God Slash. He was still recuperating from his wounds. Are you all right, Chief Yuya? Madara asked, frowning. Despite once being a contender for clan leadership, Yuya was now one of the Uchiha's main pillars of strength. Losing him would be a major blow to the clan. Yuya waved his hand, forcing a smile as he reassured everyone. I'm fine, just startled by the vice chief's achievements. If even the Uchiha themselves were so astonished, it was no wonder that Watanabe, Ryohei, and the others were left utterly speechless, lost in shock for a long while. With a wave of his hand, Madara ordered, spread this news to the entire army at once. The Uchiha have seized the initiative in this war. Yes, sir, everyone replied, their spirits surging, saluting with fists pressed to their chests as they accepted the command. Meanwhile, the battered Senju Yugon and his contingent, retreating from White Valley Pass, made it back to the Cloud Mountain battlefield even before Izuna's reinforcements could arrive. But unlike the excitement in the Uchiha camp, the sight of their chief, Senju Yugon, missing an entire arm from his right side, left the Senju camp in a state of total, suffocating silence. To this day, Yugon remained unconscious in his sickbed, and everything that had happened at White Valley Pass had to be recounted to the others by Uzumaki Guanghai. Tobirama Senju could scarcely believe it. No, it can't be. You're telling me that Izuna Uchiha, all by himself, managed to? As unbelievable as it sounds, regrettably, it's the truth. Uzumaki Hiroshi let out a long, heavy sigh. Still, after a whole year, he had finally managed to rescue his beloved granddaughter. In the midst of so much misfortune, perhaps that could be counted as a small blessing. But for the Senju, there was truly nothing fortunate about the matter. Madara's growth is truly astonishing. I'm afraid he may have already surpassed me. Senju Hashirama mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Brother, that's impossible. Tobarama immediately retorted. From childhood, Tobarama had idolized Hashirama, seeing him as the very embodiment of the strongest of the warring states. 2. Here now that Uchiha Madara, a peer of his brother, might be even stronger, Tobarama simply could not believe it, no matter what. Deputy Chief, with the clan leader gravely injured and unconscious, only you can take the lead and assume the position of clan head, Senju Unkin requested formally of Hashirama. Please, Deputy Chief, lead us. Take up the mantle of clan leader. The very next moment, all the Senju High Command gathered within the main camp bowed in unison, their voices filled with solemn urgency. Senju Xiongjian had yet to regain consciousness, and from the look of things, he would never return to the battlefield again. Given Hashirama's accomplishments thus far, his succession to the position of clan head was all but inevitable. Please, everyone, stand up, please. Hashirama hurried to help them to their feet. The clan leader still lives, though he is not awakened. How could I, as his junior, take up the post under these circumstances? Rest assured, I will lead the Senju through this crisis. Hearing this, Tobarama muttered inwardly, Brother, aren't we the ones holding the upper hand right now? Yet a single Uchiha Madara had, in some ways, managed to turn the entire tide of war on its head. The unease within Tobarama deepened. Was there any way to get rid of that monster? After 3 days of hard marching, Madara led 300 reinforcements from Baigu Pass back to Yinshan. Upon arrival, he was immediately greeted with enthusiasm by Uchiha Yinhua and the others. This was no surprise. After all, Madara had achieved a spectacular victory at Baigu Pass. But there was no time to bask in glory. Before anything else, he needed to check on how Izuna was doing. As he walked through the main camp, every ninja turned to look at him, their excited whispers reaching Madara's ears, a mix of awe and exhilaration. Pushing aside the curtain of the command tent, Madara found Izuna seated in the place of honor, who looked up with a frown. Why come in without announcing yourself? Seeing Izuna's reaction, Madara couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and step closer. At that moment, Izuna narrowed his eyes, then suddenly stood up with excitement, gripping Madara's shoulders. You're back, Madara. You did brilliantly at Baigu Pass. Compared to Izuna's excitement, Madara's mood was much heavier. He had been standing right at the entrance, yet Izuna had failed to recognize him immediately. It was clear now just how far Izuna's eyesight had deteriorated. Brother, let's sit and talk, Madara said quietly. Izuna responded with a single word. After a year apart, the two brothers now sat facing each other. Big brother, your eyes, how are they now? Madara waved his hand dismissively, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, this is nothing. It'll take more than this to bring down Uchiha Madara. Izuna's brow twitched in frustration. Nonsense, he thought. At this rate, you'll be blind before long. For the time being, you'd better stay off the battlefield, brother. I managed to obtain sage arts from that clan in the northeastern seas, and I've also acquired the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki. With these, I can help you train in sage chakra. This should be very effective in easing the side effects of the Mangekyo. Izuna paused, his voice dropping with regret. If only I had arrived sooner. Your eyes wouldn't have deteriorated this far. This isn't your fault, Izuna. Madara quickly interjected. To have come this far. Honestly, there's no one in the entire clan more outstanding than you. Actually, I suddenly feel you'd make a better clan leader than me. Madara crossed his arms and chuckled. Forget it. I'm not comfortable standing out front and commanding everyone. Izuna tossed him 2 scrolls he'd acquired from the Yugo clan. These are the methods and precautions for sage training. I'll be there to assist you and make sure the natural energy doesn't spiral out of control. Truthfully, with Madara's eyes in their current state, training in sage chakra was just a temporary fix. It could only slow the march toward blindness. The real cure would be to change his eyes altogether. Fortunately, among Izuna's acquired abilities, there were skills he could exchange a second time. For instance, the Mangekyo Sharingan he'd gained upon arriving in this world. He could use 150 skill points to give Madara a new pair. But gathering that many points wouldn't be easy, not anytime soon. Until then, using sage arts for relief was a solid option. While Izuna considered all this, Madara had already opened a scroll and started studying. As a prodigy of the Warring States era himself, Madara quickly saw through the intricacies and frowned. There's significant risk here. If you're careless, you could be swallowed up by natural energy. What's worse, the backlash happens so subtly, you might not even know how you died. That's why a second person needs to be present to assist. Don't worry, brother. I'll keep watch while you train. Madara nodded his thanks, then suddenly remembered something and asked, Wait, then when you trained, who was there to help you? You just mentioned you learned the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques, but you can't simply copy that with the Sharingan, can you? Izuna sucked in a sharp breath. Damn it, do you have to ask the one question I don't want to answer? Well, let's talk about that some other time. Suddenly, he recalled the news that had come from the Baigu Pass front. Izuna had once used Uzumaki Mito as a hostage, luring Senju Yuma and Uzumaki Hirokai to lead their armies out of camp for battle. Could it be that the Uzumaki Mito taken as a hostage is the same person? Madara couldn't help but wonder, but he quickly dismissed the thought with a wry smile. Surely, that's not possible, right? A deafening boom thundered from a far outside just then. Moments later, Uchiha Inka burst into the command tent, reporting urgently to Izuna and Madara, clan leader, deputy clan leader. The Senju and Uzumaki have joined forces and are launching an attack. Excellent. It's about time Madara sprang from his chair, eager to test his might against the enemy. Brother. Izuna spoke up to stop him, casting a stern glance. You can't set foot on the battlefield until your sage training is complete. Madara, who had just gotten to his feet, clenched his jaw and, with a resigned sigh, slumped back into his chair. Fine, I'll leave it to you then, Izuna. Don't worry. Izuna stood, brushing the barely there dust from his armor, and strode out of the main tent alongside Uchiha Inka. Deputy clan leader, is our plan to hold the line again this time? Uchiha Inka walked beside Izuna, awaiting instructions. Hold the line. Izuna chuckled at the suggestion, his gaze sharpening. No, we attack. Order everyone to prepare. We're going to break through the front. After all this time defending, our people must be getting restless. The 300 reinforcements from Baigu Pass had joined the Yunshan front. Not a huge number overall. But the news that Izuna had slain Senju Yuma and single-handedly faced off against 500 elite warriors from both clans had swept through the ranks like a shot of pure adrenaline. As Izuna's order to launch a full assault spread through the camp, morale soared, and a collective cheer erupted. With the gates thrown open, Izuna was the first to charge forward, leading by example. Follow the deputy clan leader. Charge! Uchiha Inka shouted, rallying the troops. Everyone raised their arms and voices, their battle cries echoing through the mountain forests. Compared to Baigu Pass, Yunshan was a blend of mountains and woods. Yet after a year of war and relentless barrages of jutsu, the area had been blasted into a barren wasteland. Before long, Izuna, at the very front, spotted a dark line of figures stretched out across the field ahead. A few minutes later, he saw them clearly for what they were. Led by Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, over 1,000 warriors from the allied Senju and Uzumaki forces stood ready. Unlike the smaller skirmishes at Baigu Pass with only a few hundred fighters, this main front radiated overwhelming might and grandeur. Izuna Uchiha. As he spotted Izuna at the head of the forces across from him, Tobarama's heart tensed. He clenched his left fist, thumb raised, and struck the center of his right palm. Water style, water dragon bite. He opened with an S-rank water technique, its power no less fierce than that of Senju Yuma. It seems that the second Hokage, later celebrated as the god of water, is about to make his true debut. But things are different now. Izuna's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, and on both sides of his eyes, the tadpole-like markings of Sage Mode appeared. Sage Art, Blaze Release, Heaven's Edict of Sovereign Flames. His hands formed seals with dazzling speed. Flames, charged with the explosive force of lightning, erupted and surged forward, merging with the oncoming water dragon. For about 5 seconds, fire and water clashed fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Then, the water dragon was reduced to mist, but the sea of fire pressed onward, surging toward the enemy. What kind of fire release is this? Tobarama Senju was stunned. His own water release had been turned against him. Hashirama Senju quickly stepped forward, biting his thumb and pressing it to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Triple Rashomon. 3 Rashomon gates, each bearing a different demonic face, rose from the earth. The first 2 were consumed and broken through by the raging flames, but the third managed to hold the inferno at bay. Vice Chief, we're here to back you up. At that moment, Uchiha Inka and the others charged forward. I'll take on Hashirama. What you need to watch out for most is Tobarama's Flying Thunder God. If he marks you with that jutsu, you'll be in real trouble, Izuna warned. As he spoke, a Rasengan in his hand rapidly expanded, swelling to half the size of a basketball court before he hurled it at the final Rashomon gate. Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. The last defense was shattered. The Uchiha forces surged through, clashing fiercely with the Senju warriors. You really have grown stronger, Izuna. Hashirama called out in admiration, greeting him like an old friend. Come to think of it, I believe this is the first time we've faced each other directly. That's true, though it seems some people aren't too fond of fighting head-on, Izuna replied with a wry smile. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly leapt into the air. Almost simultaneously, from beneath the spot where Izuna had stood, a pair of hands shot up from the earth. Tobirama burst out, clicking his tongue in frustration. Missed again. Sage mode lets me sense my enemies with perfect clarity, Izuna remarked, landing lightly with one hand on his hip. You're even trickier than you used to be, Tobirama. You want to talk? Tobirama retorted coldly. Oh, by the way, congratulations. You should be taking up the post of Senju vice chief soon, shouldn't you? After all, I nearly beat Senju Yuma to death. Once this war ends, Hashirama will officially become clan leader, and you'll be his right hand. Izuna spread his arms and smiled. In a way, you two have me to thank for your rapid promotions, don't you? Tobirama's face darkened. Water release. Cascade of purity. A raging torrent of water surged up around him, spiraling 100 meters into the sky to form a water tornado, before crashing down toward Izuna once more. In Madara's eyes, the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, spun wildly. Susanoo. In an instant, the humanoid form of Susanoo materialized, and as the water tornado came crashing down, a layer of armor wrapped around it, swelling its size until it rivaled that of a tailed beast. Facing the torrent of the water tornado, Susanoo swung its massive chakra blade. With a thunderous crash, the water tornado was cleaved cleanly in two. Yet Susanoo did not pause. Another swift motion brought the blade down from above, slicing it into quarters. You're planning to use the flying thunder god to escape, aren't you? Madara's left, I activated his Mangekyo technique, foreseeing Tobirama Senju's next move. He slammed a hand onto the ground. Uchiha Flame Formation. A four-sided barrier, glowing with an eerie crimson light, blocked the flying thunder god kunai that shot out from the waves. It's over. You could die now. Madara controlled Susanoo's other hand, its palms spinning with 3 tomo, and in the next instant, he lifted the flame formation. Yasaka Magatama. The spinning Magatama shot out, slicing through the air with a howling shriek. Wood-style, demon-faced wall. Wood-style, twin trees binding. 2 consecutive wood-style techniques erupted forth. The first conjured a wooden, demon-faced barrier before Tobirama, uncannily similar to the fabled Rashomon Gate. The second caused countless slender vines to sprout around Susanoo, trying to bind its hands. So this is the legendary wood-style that pacified an age of chaos? It truly is extraordinary. Now I understand why Madara was forced to unleash the Mangekyo again and again against it. Madara's right, I glared at the vines binding Susanoo's arms. Amaterasu. A roaring blaze erupted. The vines crackled and burned to ash. With a mighty heave, Susanoo shattered the restraints completely. This Susanoo surpasses even Madara's. If that's the case, I won't hold back either, Madara. Chakra surged from Hashirama Senju, overwhelming the earth, making the very ground tremble violently. He's coming. Vice Chief, be careful. Uchiha Inka called out from behind. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. Each colossal vine dwarfed the water dragon pool itself, weaving together, surging toward the Uchiha army at a speed unmatched by any known plant. Unbelievable. Even Madara, accustomed to grand spectacles, could name fewer than 5 jutsu with an attack radius rivaling deep forest emergence. Blaze release, Kagutsuchi. Madara shrouded Susanoo's chakra blade in the black flames of Amaterasu. Blade of Amaterasu. Susanoo slashed furiously at the onrushing vines, so fast its movements blurred into afterimages. To wield Susanoo with such reckless abandon, Hashirama couldn't help but voice his admiration. The armored form of Susanoo, Madara himself had only managed to use it once. But compared to Izuna, Madara seemed much slower to react. It was hardly surprising. After all, Madara's eyes were still just ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. The more he relied on the Mangekyo's power, the more his body was racked with unbearable pain. Under those conditions, his Susanoo naturally couldn't unleash its full might, as its wielder was already at the end of his strength. If that's the case, Hashirama tightened his clasped hands, pushing his chakra to its absolute limit. The giant tree, already forced back by Susanoo's blade, now swelled even more violently with Hashirama's chakra as its fertilizer. Its size increased by at least half, surging forward with unstoppable force. A monster. An endless wellspring of chakra. What a monster. Countless members of the Uchiha clan screamed in their hearts. Then try taking this technique, the very one that finished off Senju Yukin. For wind blades spun out from the swirling sphere in Izuna's right hand. Sage art. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Immediately after, Izuna's right eye glared at the whirling shuriken. Blaze release. Kagutsuchi. A tempest of wind, fire, and lightning erupted. Go! With a mighty roar, Izuna hurled the black raisin shuriken straight through Susanoo, cutting through everything in its path. Even when faced with a colossal wooden barrier 10 times its size, it tore forward unstoppably. Scorch release. Radiant Gale. Zero form black arrow. Faced with this technique, Hashirama's expression changed slightly. What kind of ninjutsu was that? A monster. Truly a monster. Now, even those on the battlefield judged Izuna to be a monster as well. Of course, those giving him that title were the Senju clan on the opposing side. Wood release. Grim mass technique. Wood release. Coiling bind. 2 wood release defensive techniques were unleashed in quick succession, all in an attempt to block the Scorch release. Radiant Gale. Zero form black arrow. But Hashirama's true aim wasn't just defense, and Izuna understood this perfectly well. Trying to change the attack's trajectory with these? The Scorch release. Radiant Gale. Zero form black arrow pierced through the dual wood release defenses without even a pause. However, as it reached Hashirama's position, it veered off by over 10 meters. With a sharp whistling sound, it shot past and smashed into the cliff beyond. In an instant, half the mountain was sheared away. A monster! Watching the cliff collapse and hearing the deafening roar, the Senju clan members couldn't help but think it again. Yet Hashirama's assault didn't pause for a moment. Wood release. Nativity of the world of trees. Hashirama's furious shout echoed, his raging chakra seeming to tear the very air apart. Uchiha Hamura and the others, who had already witnessed this move before, cried out in alarm. Everyone fall back. Don't breathe in the pollen. Whenever Hashirama used this technique, their only option was to retreat. If there were still some elite ninja in the birth of the tree world family who could hold back the advance, then once the flower tree world comes into play, combined with the effect that just a breath of its pollen causes sluggish movements and numbs the nerves, and the invasion of colossal trees as well, there's simply no way to defend against it. However, just as Inka Uchiha was about to order a retreat, he heard Izuna's sharp outburst. Retreat? Like hell. Everyone, prepare fire-style jutsu. The armored form of Susanoo reverted to its humanoid state, sprouting legs. Seizing the moment before the pollen could spread, Izuna controlled Susanoo to leap nearly 100 meters into the air. No one knew what Izuna was planning, but this was the vice chief's order. Everyone quickly formed hand seals, readying their fire-style techniques. Fire-style. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire Style, Dragon Flame Release Song. As countless Fire Style jutsu roared out, Izuna controlled Susanoo to weave hand seals. In the next instant, tadpole-like curse markings appeared over Susanoo's surface. Down below, Tobirama Senju's expression shifted slightly. Susanoo is changing. That's right, just like during the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Sasuke used his Susanoo against the Bido. Sage art, Susanoo. Susa hurled its chakra blade down, and its right hand rose. An enormous raisin shuriken formed in Susanoo's right palm. Sage art. Super Raisin Shuriken. The Super Raisin Shuriken, 5 times larger than usual, was cast out, blending into the sea of fire-style jutsu. Instantly, a cataclysmic firestorm swept toward the Senju army. Under the roaring wind pressure of the firestorm, all the pollen was swept up and, in the next moment, incinerated completely. Tobirama shouted urgently, "Prepare water style." "No!" Hashirama Senju commanded. "Listen to my orders. Full retreat." AR. The command had barely been given when Hashirama let out a thunderous roar, unleashing his remaining chakra. Once again, the Uchiha army across the battlefield was left in awe. Monster! That damn monster! Even after using so many high-level jutsu, he still wasn't running out of chakra. Wood style. Super birth of the tree world. Furious, towering woods surged upward, forming a colossal barrier over 100 meters high, blocking the oncoming firestorm. For a moment, explosions and splinters of burning wood flew in every direction. Both the Uchiha on this side and the Senju on the other raised their arms to shield themselves from the shockwaves, stunned and speechless by the sheer scale of these apocalyptic jutsu. Is this really something humans can do? The standoff lasted about 20 seconds. Countless vines crashed down from above, thudding heavily onto the ground. Looking out over the battlefield, the once mighty Senju army now looked as tiny as sesame seeds. Pursue. In nearly half a year, this was the first time the Senju army had been forced to retreat. The thrill of it made Uchiha Inka and the others break out in goosebumps from excitement. They were ready to give chase without a moment's hesitation. Stop! But Izuna's words fell like a bucket of cold water over their fevered heads. The deputy clan leader, why? Uchiha Inka looked over at Izuna in astonishment. Standing atop a massive wooden vine, Izuna declared, "Never pursue a desperate enemy. Unless we're certain of their total defeat, do not venture deep into enemy territory." Understood, sir. Inka and the others bowed their heads sheepishly in response. Everyone, return to camp. Pass on my command. Tonight, we move the camp 20 li closer to the Senju. Izuna waved his hand, issuing the order. Yes, sir. The crowd shouted their assent, barely able to contain their excitement. That night, after advancing the camp as ordered, even Madara, upon hearing the news of the battle, couldn't help but be in high spirits. He commanded that the reserve stores of wine and meat be brought out, letting the entire army celebrate with a rare feast and take the night to rest. In times of war like these, to have a bit of meat and a mug of hot wine, that alone was the greatest happiness imaginable. Gathered around the crackling bonfire, the Uchiha ninja, especially those who had fought in the recent battle, regaled the sentries guarding the camp with tales of Izuna's heroics on the battlefield. Susanoo squaring off against Hashirama Senju's would release. The flower tree world technique, nothing to be feared. Our deputy clan leader countered it with his formidable fire release. Truth be told, Hashirama's relentless attacks in recent times had left them rather shaken. Now that Izuna had finally helped them turn the tables, the Uchiha were beside themselves with excitement, eager to boast about their victory. After sharing a few drinks with the senior ninja from the Yinshan camp, Izuna led Madara up to a small hill behind the Uchiha encampment. Madara now sat cross-legged on a patch of open ground, his fingers interlaced as he focused his chakra. Izuna, meanwhile, sat about 10 meters away, his index and middle fingers pressed together, both hands clasped tightly one atop the other. The scene was almost identical to when Izuna had first trained in sage arts, with Mito Uzumaki by his side for support. Whenever Madara's body began to mutate from an overload of natural energy, Izuna would immediately use the sealing technique Mito had taught him, suppressing the rampaging energy before it could spiral out of control. Only when he found himself in Mito's role did Izuna realize just how troublesome it was to assist someone else in mastering natural energy, especially when you had to restrain the volatile sage chakra, holding it in check, but not too tightly, since even the slightest miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. They must have arrived back in Yuzushio village by now. I wonder how things are going for them. Izuna couldn't help but think of her. It wasn't until deep into the night that their training finally ended for the day. Madara wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "I don't feel any better," he said. "This is only to prevent your eyesight from getting worse, not to restore it." Izuna spoke with a hint of helplessness from his side. "Is there any other way?" Madara asked with a trace of unwillingness in his voice. Being protected by his younger brother was a feeling he found hard to accept. "There is, but you'll have to wait a little while." 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. After the last great battle, the Senju gradually shifted into a defensive stance. Yet Izuna did not seize this chance to launch reckless attacks. Instead, he began strategizing, creating a standoff between the Uchiha and the Senju. Taking advantage of this rare period of calm, Izuna focused on helping Madara train in Sage mode, while also honing his own Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had once thought that awakening the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would grant him instant mastery over Susanoo. But reality proved otherwise. Though he spent much time assisting Madara, Izuna never neglected his own pursuits. Compared to the miraculous rise of Sasuke Uchiha, who progressed from gaining the Eternal Mangekyo to perfecting Susanoo and awakening the Rinnegan in just 3 days, Izuna genuinely felt his own progress was painfully slow. Was it because he wasn't the reincarnation of Azura or Indra? Although Izuna's arrival had turned the tide a little in the Uchiha's favor, the Senju still held the overall advantage. They could easily have chosen to keep pressing the attack. Instead, 3 months passed with both sides holding their ground. Izuna couldn't help but wonder what the Senju were up to. Even when he sent the covert investigation unit, led by Sasuke Uchiha, to gather information, they were quickly detected by the Senju's allies, the Uzumaki clan, whose sensory abilities were almost supernatural. As a result, the Uchiha gained little meaningful intelligence during these months. Meanwhile, the Hyuga and the Sarutobi Shimura alliance, who had been locked in a bitter rivalry between North and South, suddenly called a truce. This, too, was within Izuna's expectations. Neither side stood to gain much, no matter who won. There was no deep-seated blood feud, and no critical conflict of interest. Izuna had already been surprised they'd fought for as long as they did. Fortunately, no negotiations took place, and the matter of Tsubaime was never brought to the table. Even if it had been discussed, suspicion would never have fallen upon the Uchiha. Given that Tsubame might still have a role to play in the future, this outcome was for the best. A new day dawned. As usual, Izuna planned to help Madara continue his Sage Mode training. Madara's mastery of Sage Mode was now over 80% complete. He was just one step from success. Just as the two were about to begin their training, Sasuke Uchiha rushed in with an urgent report. Clan Leader, Deputy Clan Leader, the Senju have launched an attack. What? Both Izuna and Madara, sitting face to face, showed a subtle change in their expressions. For several months, the Senju clan hadn't launched a single attack. Why they suddenly found the courage this time? But now that the enemy was on their doorstep, how could they not rise to meet the challenge? Fine, then I'll... Madara, ever the battle fanatic, could hardly restrain himself as he leapt to his feet again. Big brother, you should wait until your Sage Mode is fully complete before you go. Izuna interjected, stopping him. Madara frowned deeply, his gaze blurred, reminding him of his own condition. In the end, he could only vent his frustration with a clenched fist. Without delay, Izuna led 1,000-strong Uchiha force out to meet the enemy. Soon, after months of tense standoff, the two armies clashed once more. This time, it was Hashirama Senju who made the first move. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. An overwhelming surge of chakra filled the air, even greater than that of a tailed beast. Yet this was still an incomplete Hashirama. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying he would become once he awakened Sage Mode in full. Faced with a sea of towering trees that blotted out the sun, Izuna cursed under his breath. This was an infuriating, all-encompassing attack. With a move like that, Hashirama could instantly reshape the battlefield to give himself every advantage. Sage markings appeared at the corners of Izuna's eyes, and the eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, flickered into view. Sage Art, Blaze Release, Heavenly Flame Command. Amaterasu, a barrage of S-Rank, wide-area jutsu, swept across the battlefield. Yet another monstrous clash between monsters. After a brief stalemate, even the flames were forced back. He actually withstood Big Brother's wood release. Tobirama Senju quickly moved in to assist, water release, purifying wave. A raging water tornado surged forth, countering the flames, whose force had already been diminished by the sea of trees. In an instant, steam and wood splinters filled the air. The Uchiha forces prepared to form seals, readying a massive volley of fire-release jutsu. Just as they were about to unleash their ninjutsu, a distant dragon's roar echoed from across the battlefield. What was that sound? It seemed to come from the Senju's side, didn't it? Did you hear it? That's an insane amount of chakra. The moment Izuna heard the dragon's cry, his expression shifted. Susanoo, with a thunderous shout, the sage art-enhanced Susanoo, its form marked with swirling patterns and newly grown legs, charged forward. A moment later, a tremendous crash shook the field. The shockwave swept away the lingering haze and mist, clearing everyone's vision. All eyes turned upward. There, suspended in the air, a colossal wooden dragon had slammed hard into Izuna's sage art Susanoo. Upon impact, the wooden dragon's body began to rapidly sprout countless branches, weaving a dense wooden prison that tightly ensnared Susanoo within. Vice Chief, the Uchiha forces below shouted in unison. Senju Yunjian exclaimed excitedly, "Ha ha! That's the new wood release technique Hashirama has mastered. The wood dragon jutsu. Anyone struck by it gets trapped inside a prison of trees formed by the dragon, their chakra completely drained, turning into nourishment for the wooden cell. The more chakra they have, the stronger the cell becomes." Fully recovered and back on the battlefield, Uchiha Yenhua and the others clenched their jaws tight. No wonder the Senju dared to attack so boldly. It turns out Hashirama has mastered a technique that perfectly counters the Uchiha deputy chief. The sword of Amaterasu. Izuna's voice rang out coldly from within the wooden prison. A massive sword, wreathed in black flames, cleaved the wooden cell in two. Revealed once more before the eyes of thousands of shinobi was Susanoo, now in its heavy-armored form. In its left hand, it held a divine blade, over 50 meters long, engulfed in roaring Amaterasu flames, the very weapon that had split the wooden cell. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Uchiha clan at the sight. Senju Yunjian's grin froze on his face. He actually broke free of the wood dragon's bindings? No! Senju Tobirama, whose sensory abilities were approaching legendary status, narrowed his eyes. Just now, Brothers with Dragon drained a considerable amount of Izuna's chakra. Brother! With that, Tobirama called out to Hashirama, who stood ahead to the left. I know. Hashirama pressed his hands together in a seal. Wood release. 100-armed cannon. A deep rumble shook the ground as a colossal wooden statue rose up, its back fanned by 100 arms forming a halo. Most Uchiha had never seen such a thing, but Izuna knew it all too well. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it, Hashirama, are you the chosen one of this world? And who could blame him for shouting like that? He'd thought that with his complete Susanoo, victory was within reach and the war could be ended in an instant. Especially now that Madara had started learning Sage Mode. Even if it was a bit late, the situation was already far better than what the original story depicted. But what he hadn't expected was that before his complete Susanoo, or Madara's Sage Mode, could reach perfection, Hashirama had already taken the next step in evolution. Granted, he hadn't leaped straight to the monstrous level of the wood golem jutsu, but even this rate of progress was something most shinobi could never hope to achieve in a lifetime. This 100-armed cannon before them was likely the prototype for Hashirama's wood golem and sage art, Shinsu Senju. As for why he no longer used it in the future, the answer was simple. Once he awakened such overwhelming wood-release powers, there was no need for the weaker techniques. If the wood golem could stand toe-to-toe with a complete Susanoo, then this cannon statue was more than a match for the heavy-armored Susanoo form. I'm starting to understand why my eldest brother dislikes you so much, Hashirama, Izuna said. For the first time, Izuna truly tasted what it was like to be overshadowed by Hashirama Senju at every turn, just as Madara had been. Across from him, atop the towering 1,000-armed cannon, Hashirama raised an eyebrow, not quite grasping Izuna's words. He simply shouted, "Clan members, fall back. The battle between Izuna and me is now beyond your ability to interfere." As he spoke, Hashirama controlled the statue beneath him. Set into the cannon's forehead were 5 smaller faces, each ready for action. With a flurry of hand signs, Hashirama triggered the small faces to open their mouths wide, unleashing 5 elemental energies, each distinct from the others. Water style, Heavenly Weep. Fire style, Head Engraver. Earth style, Mud Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. Lightning style, False Darkness. The Uchiha Shinobi, already scattered, gritted their teeth. He's using that bizarre wooden construct to unleash 5 types of elemental jutsu in one go. Izuna's eyes narrowed in focus. He summoned a spinning Yasaka Magatama in Susanu's other hand, enveloping it with the black flames of Amaterasu. Blaze style, Yasaka Magatama. Izuna's gaze sharpened as he commanded Susanoo to hurl the Magatama forward. What's the use of having so many elements? Let's settle it with sheer power, Hashirama. Indeed, elemental advantage was secondary. Raw strength was what truly mattered. After all, a Chunin skilled in water style could never defeat a Jonin master of fire style. But Hashirama's technique was by no means lacking in power. Hashirama's earlier warning proved a part. As the 2 attacks collided, the resulting shockwave tore through everything nearby, obliterating the landscape in its wake. The only reason the 2 combatants at the center emerged unscathed was thanks to the protection of Susanoo and wood release. Anyone else would have been blown to pieces. Let's do this, Izuna. Hashirama clapped his hands together again, and the 100 fists on the cannon's back surged forth like a furious storm, raining down upon Susanoo. Was this a weakened version of the sage art, Gate of the Great Buddha? To Izuna, though, it resembled the move of some rubber fruit ability user. He quickly banished these stray thoughts and guided Susanoo to grip the sword of Amaterasu tightly in both hands, meeting the onslaught head-on. The battle between Uchiha Izuna and Hashirama Senju roared like thunder from the mountaintop battlefield, shaking heaven and earth. The clash raged on for a full day and night without a clear victor. In the end, it was Hashirama who exhausted his chakra first, forcing him onto the defensive and prompting a temporary retreat. Yet seeing that he could not completely overpower Hashirama, Izuna gave no order to pursue. This battle marked the beginning of legend. With Uchiha, Senju, and the third power, the Uzumaki, at the forefront, the names of Uchiha Izuna and Hashirama Senju became entwined as the twin heroes. After this clash, both the Senju and Uzumaki realized that the strength of Hashirama and Izuna was now nearly equal. Once again, the strategy shifted from defense to offense. Within the span of just a month, Izuna had clashed with Hashirama Senju 5 times. As time went on, this title began to spread throughout the entire Warring States period. It circulated by word of mouth among the great ninja clans, commoners, and samurai alike. Eventually, the title of the twin heroes evolved into the twin heroes of the Warring States. When Izuna learned about this title, he couldn't help but grin mischievously. Wasn't this supposed to be the title for Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju? How did it end up being attached to me? And honestly, with all that fiery camaraderie, It seems more fitting for Madara than for me. After all, Mito is still waiting for me in the distant Uzushio village. As for Madara, upon hearing about this title, his feelings were complicated. How to put it? Even he wasn't sure exactly how he felt. Was it the frustration of being surpassed by his younger brother, or the sense that his closest friend was being taken away? Izuna didn't care to look too deeply into it. But after a month had passed, Madara finally mastered Sage Mode. He could now minimize the drawbacks brought on by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Having fully grasped Sage Mode, Madara was eager to declare his return to the battlefield and to have the Uchiha take the initiative once again. After more than half a year of holding back due to the burden of the Mangekyo, this battle maniac must have been dying for action. Yet Izuna managed to restrain Madara's fighting spirit, not to stop him from entering the fray, but to discuss how they would coordinate in battle. Big brother, I don't mean to dampen your confidence, but right now, Hashirama's strength far surpasses yours. Even if you use your armored Susanoo form, the odds are still 70-30. He holds the 70, you hold the 30. Hearing Izuna's advice, Madara clenched his fists tightly. But, surprisingly, he did not argue back. Izuna continued. Although Sage Mode has eased the strain on your Mangekyo Sharingan, your eyesight is already on the brink of blindness. There's still a significant risk, so we must settle everything in one decisive battle. Your return to the battlefield, big brother, will be in the final battle that determines the outcome of this war. Upon hearing this, Madara raised his eyes and looked straight at Izuna. You've already come up with a plan, haven't you, Izuna? Exactly. Izuna nodded. As for my summoning beast, the Two Tails, one of my trump cards, I haven't summoned it to fight for several months. That's because Uzumaki Hiroshi and Uzumaki Hikaru, leading the Uzumaki clan, have seemingly stayed out of my and Hashirama's battles, but in truth, they've been observing my movements from the rear. When we fought at White Valley Pass, they already knew that their sealing techniques are a perfect counter to tailed beasts. They're waiting for me to summon the Two Tails, so they can seal it away. If that happens, not only would we fail to win, but those Uzumaki folks might even take the Two Tails for themselves. Madara spoke first, so in other words, the Uzumaki girl is mine now. While she's quite effective against the tailed beasts, she doesn't have much effect on the Sharingan, Izuna replied. Crossing his arms, Madara flashed a knowing grin. Haha, you got your eye on that Uzumaki girl, haven't you? It'd be awkward to fight your future in-laws, right? Let your big brother play the villain for once. It doesn't bother me. Izuna merely tugged at the corner of his mouth in response to Madara's out-of-the-blue joke, offering no further comment. But in some ways, Madara wasn't wrong. After thinking it over, Izuna realized himself, Madara, and across from them, Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, these four the most renowned figures of the Warring States era, were now finally brought together in this war, meeting fully and openly on the battlefield. Back in the original story, Izuna's fame couldn't compare to Madara's. In fact, in the future, even many within their clan wouldn't know his name. But now, everything was different. Especially since Izuna never expected he would surpass Madara to be named, together with Hashirama, as one of the twin heroes of the Warring States. When Izuna gathered the senior members in the main camp and announced that Madara would also join the next battle, every gaze in the room instinctively turned to Madara. See, Chief. Chief, are your eyes all right now? Uchiha asked hesitantly. He remembered it vividly. Just a few months ago, after Madara had unleashed the armored Susa, the unbearable, twisted pain he had shown. For someone of Madara's caliber to display such agony, it was hard to even imagine the suffering he must have endured. Who do you think I am? Madara declared proudly, head held high. I am Madara Uchiha, leader of the Uchiha clan. A little injury like that, Izuna has already treated it for me. It's nothing to worry about. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Izuna, awaiting his confirmation. Izuna could only curse Madara's pride inwardly. His eyes were nearly blind, and the treatment only offered temporary relief. Yet Madara made it sound as if he was perfectly fine. But since the claim was out, Izuna could only keep up the act. The chief is right. But this war has dragged on long enough. The next battle will mark the chief's return, and the final battle that will decide the end of this year-long conflict, Izuna declared with a wave of his hand. With both the chief and the vice chief leading us, victory for the Uchiha is within our grasp. I, Ryokai Watanabe, will take the lead and clear the way for Chief Madara and Vice Chief Izuna. The Onikawa clan will stand with you as well. With both Madara and Izuna fighting side by side, the morale of the Uchiha soared. However, as for the words of the allied Watanabe, Onikawa, and the other subordinate clans, it was best to just listen and not take them too seriously. With their limited abilities, calling themselves the Vanguard is laughable. They'd be wiped out by one of Hashirama's would-release techniques before they even had a chance to fight. If that happened, it would only hurt morale. Fate had brought them to this moment. Meanwhile, the Senju were holding their own war council. Vice Chief Hashirama, do you have any idea how much longer it'll take before you achieve another breakthrough? Uzumaki Guanghai addressed Hashirama with curiosity. This was something everyone in the camp wanted to know. If Izuna were here, he would probably curse Hashirama as a complete monster. Not only had Hashirama awakened the Wood Dragon technique and the Wood Golem technique, as well as the embryonic form of the true several thousand hands in such a short time. Now he was about to break through again. Fortunately, Hashirama's answer wasn't so outrageous. Elder Guanghai, please, just call me Hashirama. Ah, all right, but after all, now that you've married Mido, you really ought to call me grandfather. Guanghai chuckled gently, stroking his beard, but his gaze soon sharpened. So, Hashirama, about my earlier question. Hashirama spread his hands in a helpless gesture. I'm afraid not. Although I've been delving deep into the essence of Wood Release lately, I'm always just one step away. It seems I won't be making any further breakthroughs anytime soon. Though everyone was a bit disappointed, no one found it surprising. If Hashirama could achieve a second breakthrough in such a short span, what hope would the rest of them have? There's no need for everyone to worry too much. Tobarama cut in. Now that Madara Uchiha is bedridden, my brother alone is more than enough to hold off Izuna. And with the combined forces of the Senju and Uzumaki, our overall strength surpasses the Uchiha. Izuna alone can hardly. Report. Suddenly, a red-haired Uzumaki sensory jonin burst into the tent, bowed quickly, and delivered his message. Report. Uchiha is leading an army of 1,500 toward us. What? Tobarama's eyes widened, and he sneered. Izuna is certainly bold, never missing a chance to strike. No, Lord Tobarama. The Uzumaki jonin stammered, voice trembling. The one leading the Uchiha army is Madara. What? Shock rippled through the entire command tent. Tobarama's eyes bulged even wider, as round as saucers. He had just said Madara was sick in bed, and now Madara was leading a great army their way. Ha! That Madara. After half a year's rest, he's finally recovered. For some reason, Hashirama seemed genuinely delighted, bursting into hearty laughter. Brother, this is hardly the time to be laughing. Tobarama couldn't help but retort. All right, sorry, I just got a bit excited. Hashirama's demeanor turned sheepish in an instant. Tobarama shook his head, then addressed Guanghai, Yunji, and the others. Everyone, to arms. We move to intercept. That Madara. Izuna kept a step behind, watching the figure ahead, carrying the Uchiha clan's ancestral fan and leading the charge, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Are you really that clueless about the state of your own eyes? Charging ahead like that, are you in a hurry to go blind? For a moment, Izuna truly felt like a eunuch more anxious than the emperor himself. After a couple more silent grumbles, he decided to stop worrying about Madara. At last you've come. Hashirama. Madara, out in front, suddenly shouted with a booming voice. Even from behind, Izuna could easily picture the wild grin twisting his brother's face. All rested up, Madara? Senju Hashirama called back from the opposing side, his voice echoing in response. Izuna, on the other hand, muttered to himself, Damn, these two maniacs. Keep them as far away from me as possible. Oomph. Then let me show you the jutsu I mastered while resting. Madara's left Mangekyo Sharingan began to swirl, forming a ring within his eye, as his hands flashed through a series of signs that no other Uchiha had ever seen. Storm Release, Thundercloud Shockwave. Perhaps for the first time in ninja history, someone unleashed the power of Storm Release, combining the flexibility of water style with the ferocity of lightning style. In an instant, dark clouds gathered above the armies of Senju and Uzumaki. Within 2 heartbeats, torrents came crashing down, not of rain, but of water streaked with crackling violet-blue lightning. A new chakra nature? Looks like Madara hasn't been idle all this time. Senju Tobarama exclaimed, looking up at the sky. Such speed. He could escape with Flying Thunder God, but what about the rest of the Senju? Wood style, Vining Shield. With a thunderous roar, the Storm Release attack struck. From beneath the earth, thick vines burst forth, weaving themselves into a living shield. After a brief bombardment, countless Sharingan eyes on the Uchiha side glinted with anticipation. How many did we lose? Only 100 or so. Not as many as I'd hoped. Hashirama's wood style really is a headache. The Uchiha murmured among themselves. Oomph. Madara gave a cold snort. His hands formed a new sign, index and middle fingers raised, overlapping with the faint trace of a tadpole-like pattern at the corner of his eye. Wait, isn't that Izuna's move? Hashirama and his comrades exclaimed in surprise. Take this, Hashirama. Madara raised both index fingers upright, tips touching, thumbs cocked, the other fingers hooking together. The very stance for his signature great fire annihilation. "I'm up, brother." Unwilling to be outdone, Tobirama mirrored the water-style hand seals, bracing himself to counter. Last time, Izuna's fire jutsu had broken through. This time, he wouldn't let Madara do the same. Water-style, Azure Surge. Nearly lost to history, this was one of Tobirama's greatest water techniques, summoning in a flash a colossal water tornado, even more formidable than the combined water formation walls of dozens of future water-style shinobi. But Madara's technique was far beyond any ordinary great fire annihilation. Sage art, fire style, great fire annihilation. A fiercer sea of flames surged forward, colliding head-on with the opposing water tornado. Scalding steam, infused with searing heat, instantly blistered the skin of any ninja who ventured too close. From the rear, other ninjas shouted, signaling for everyone to retreat at once. Madara's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly increased the intensity of his fire jutsu. A thunderous roar erupted, the flames raging even more wildly. Confronted by this intensified onslaught, Tobirama's water technique was overwhelmed and forced back. He cried out in astonishment. "You can make it even stronger?" Wood-style, demon face shield. A massive wooden shield shaped like a demon's face rose up, blocking the flames from advancing any further. Staring at the figure in front of him, Tobirama murmured softly, "I'm sorry, brother." "Huh, don't worry about it, Tobirama. You've done well enough already." Hashirama laughed heartily, then raised his voice to its peak. "Everyone, charge. I'll take on all of Madara and Izuna's attacks myself." In that instant, Izuna noticed the Senju and Uzumaki ninja across from him were visibly invigorated. Their morale surged in response to that single shout. No wonder he's Naruto's past life. His Talk no Jutsu is already taking shape, Izuna muttered to himself. As Hashirama rallied both clans for a full-scale assault, Izuna's hands were already moving swiftly. "It's time, brother," Izuna called. "Bring it on, Izuna." Madara answered immediately. Izuna bit his finger, dashed through hand signs, and pressed his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A series of deep, bestial roars thundered out, scattering the white smoke that billowed forth as the summoned beast's presence whipped up a violent wind. "It's here, the Two Tails!" Uzumaki Hirokai shouted. "All members of the Uzumaki clan, join me. We'll take on Uchiha Izuna and the Two Tails. Sealing Jutsu, prepare yourselves." So that's the tailed beast Elder Hirokai spoke of, the one that fought alongside Izuna so many times at Baikokuken Battlefield? Hashirama remarked with curiosity. "Now's not the time for admiration, brother," Tobirama replied. "The Uzumaki sealing techniques are highly effective against tailed beasts. Let them handle Uchiha Izuna. We need to finish off Madara and the bulk of their forces as quickly as possible, then go assist the senior Uzumaki elders." But on the other side, a deep blue chakra ignited around Madara like a blazing fire. His Susanoo, now fully formed with legs, rose to a towering height of nearly 50 meters, its gaze locked on Uzumaki Hirokai and the leaders of the Uzumaki clan. With a mighty crash, Madara brought Susanoo down hard in front of him, standing alone like a fortress against an army. Within the Susanoo, Madara crossed his arms over his chest and declared with pride, "If you want to get through, you'll have to go through me first." "Madara still has the power to use Susanoo," someone exclaimed in disbelief. Hashirama Senju couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. It seemed Madara hadn't been lying when he said he'd recovered, and by the looks of it, using Susanoo no longer brought that excruciating pain. Could it be that the flaw of the Mangekyo Sharingan had truly been resolved? "Big brother, stop paying so much attention to Uchiha Madara." Tobirama Senju called out. "Those brothers have a plan. Madara will stall the Uzumaki, while Izuna leads the main assault. We need to find a way to have the Uzumaki take on Uchiha Izuna's Two Tails." Sealing Jutsu. Adamantine sealing chains. At that moment, Uzumaki Hikaru made his move. Golden chains, shimmering with light, burst from the ground behind him. This was the signature sealing technique mastered by nearly every elite jonin in the Uzumaki clan, renowned for its overwhelming effectiveness against tailed beasts. Yet Madara's right eye swiveled, the Mangekyo Sharingan tracing every path the chains would take. They were trying to slip past him and attack Izuna. But Susanoo, now in its two-faced, four-armed humanoid form, reacted with brutal speed, seizing all the chains in its massive hands. "I won't say it again. If you want to get past, you'll have to go through me first." Madara's voice was cold as ice. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, the Two Tails glanced up at Izuna, perched above. "It's only been a few months. I thought you'd given up on coming after me." Izuna offered a faint smile. arching an eyebrow and nodding toward Hashirama across the way. See that man? He's the one who, in the future, will capture all the tailed beasts. The two tails followed Izuna's gaze, then swept Hashirama with its chakra sense, and gasped in awe. What a staggering amount of chakra. Is he really human? He is, but don't make the mistake of treating him as an ordinary man. Izuna's words hung in the air as he formed a one-handed sign. Now, two tails, let's begin. A surge of blue flames erupted from the two tails, coalescing into a massive fireball that hurtled forward without warning. Ghost Fire Orb. Blaze Release, Kagutsuchi. Black flames and blue fire, two unnatural infernos, merged as one. Blaze Release, Kagutsuchi, Ghost Fire Orb. These are flames that cannot be extinguished. Everyone, use Earth Style to defend, came the urgent command. Without hesitation, Unkin Senju pressed both palms to the ground. Earth Style, Great Mud Wall. Thud, 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 thud. One after another, thick earth walls, each towering 100 meters high, surged up from the ground. Even so, the combined might of Amaterasu and Ghost Fire Orb was not so easily held back. Wood Style, Twin Plate Crushing Bind. Countless vines and branches wrapped themselves around the final stone wall, reinforcing its defenses. Only then did the flames' onslaught come to a halt. But the blue and black fire continued to gnaw at the tangled wood, consuming everything in their path. They would not stop until their target was utterly reduced to ash. My gratitude, Deputy Chief. Unkin Senju turned to Hashirama, offering heartfelt thanks. Hashirama Senju nodded heavily and reminded, Unkin, you lead the other clan members to deal with Madara and the rest of the Uchiha. Izuna isn't someone you can handle. Yes, sir. Though he was unwilling, he had to admit that the current Uchiha Izuna was already beyond what they could face. Tobarama, you show. Tailed Beast Bomb. Before Hashirama could finish, Izuna's shout suddenly rang out from beyond the stone wall and tangled wooden vines on the opposite side. In the next instant, a pitch-black chakra sphere crashed through the stone barrier, swelling into a massive energy shockwave dozens of times its original size, hurtling straight toward Hashirama and his group. Hashirama's pupils shrank sharply. Wood Style, Deep Forest Wall. Walls of wood rose up from the earth, spreading outward and revealing the aftermath behind them. Hashirama exhaled a long breath. Phew, I'm starting to understand why Elder Guanghai and the others have had such a hard time on the northern front. Staring at the snarling two tails and Izuna across the battlefield, any trace of ease vanished from Hashirama's face. Wood Style, Flower Tree World's birth. A deep, rumbling sound echoed. The Flower Tree World was coming. But since Hashirama hadn't yet mastered Sage Mode, his Wood Style didn't restrain Tailed Beast Chakra. He could attack without holding back. Go two tails. Izuna's eyes narrowed, and silvery white flames ignited, swiftly shrouding the two tails' body. Susanoo combined with a tailed beast. A true calamity of the wild beast. Unlike before, this time it was the genuine, unfiltered disaster of the wild beast. The two tails' twin tails swung like arms, each gripping a massive silver chakra sword. At Izuna's sharp command, the beast charged headlong into the approaching sea of trees. With a single sweep of those enormous swords, the just blooming giant flowers were cleaved clean in two. Hashirama's hands tightened unconsciously, his pupils narrowing once more. Boom, boom, boom. From four sides around the two tails, colossal vines shot out, each binding one of the beast's legs, pulling in opposite directions, as if to tear it apart. Big brother, I'll help you. Seeing the fearsome two tails momentarily restrained, Tobarama sensed an opportunity. He hurled a specially marked kunai, engraved with the flying thunder god seal, high into the air. In a flash, he appeared hundreds of meters above the ground. Wait, Tobarama. Hashirama tried to stop him, but his words could never match the speed of the flying thunder god. Tobarama was already in motion. Water Style, Water Severing Wave. A jet of water, no thicker than a finger, shot from his lips, an ultra-high pressure stream with enough force to slice through anything, aimed straight at Izuna atop the two tails' head. Your brother was right. With your power, it's best you don't interfere in the fight between us. There was unmistakable contempt in Izuna's voice as he spoke of Tobarama Senju. The chakra, surging from within him, was even wilder and more violent than before. In the next instant, from the knees of Inibi's front legs, still bound by wood release, two massive arms, forged from Susanoo, unfurled. Each hand gripped a gigantic sword. A deep, resonant whoosh filled the air as the sword swept through the sky, crossing above Izuna's head, forming a barrier against Tobarama's S-Rank water release assault. The very next moment, the Susanoo arms slashed their blades, cleaving through the massive wooden restraints that held the Nibi's limbs. As the swords parted, revealing a fleeting gap between them, Tobirama caught sight of Izuna, his hand seals already complete. Sage Art, Blaze Release, Heaven's Decree Inferno. With a roar, a torrent of fire infused with lightning surged upward, forming a raging sea of flames that soared into the sky. Tobirama sensed imminent danger. He instantly hurled a flying thunder god kunai, vanishing at the very last possible second to evade Izuna's counterattack. Just as Tobirama thought he had escaped the reach of Izuna's attacks, a voice echoed at his ear, chilling as a nightmare. Flying thunder god. What a troublesome jutsu. Startled, Tobirama spun around. To his shock, Izuna stood less than 10 meters to his right, his left Mangekyo Sharingan spinning rapidly, and in his hand, a Rasengan the size of a basketball. But my left eye's power is the bane of Flying Thunder God. The very essence of Flying Thunder God lay in its ability to move the user to any marked location in an instant, sometimes faster than a heartbeat, leaving enemies helpless to predict or counter. Yet, the ocular power of Izuna's left, I could briefly foresee an enemy's attack pattern. Wherever Tobirama intended to teleport with Flying Thunder God, Izuna knew it as well as his own shadow. D. Giant Rasengan. Izuna hurled the massive Rasengan forward. Tobirama barely had time to react, let alone teleport away with Flying Thunder God. A thunderous roar shattered the air as a fist, blazing with chakra so intensely radiant it was visible to the naked eye, crashed into the Rasengan from below at a steep angle. Izuna's eyes widened in shock. Peering downward, he gritted his teeth and spat. Hashirama Senju. That's right. At this critical moment, the one who burst onto the scene was none other than Hashirama Senju. Matatabi. Izuna growled under his breath. With a hum, the now freed Nibi, guided by Susanu's massive sword, swung with devastating force. Brother, watch out. Tobirama called out in alarm. With a defiant roar, Hashirama lifted his leg and kicked out, meeting the sword's slash head-on. You're insane, Hashirama Senju. Facing Susanoo with nothing but your own body. Even Izuna couldn't help but cry out. Hashirama's fist, infused with the power of Yang Chakra, rivaled even Tsunade's monstrous strength in her Byakugo state. Powerful enough to withstand the giant Rasengan's assault. But to try and resist such power with mere flesh and blood, to stand against the two-tailed beast wielding the nearly perfected Susanoo, was nothing short of courting death. Boom! Hashirama Senju's kick finally collided with the massive sword rushing straight at him, a blade many times larger than his own body. Ugh! Hashirama's face twisted in pain, his hands barely managing to come together in front of him. What style? What dragon technique? A wooden dragon surged up from behind Hashirama, coiling itself around the Susanoo's great sword, absorbing and neutralizing the tremendous force of the blow. To think he could still use the wood dragon technique in a situation like this. In his heart, Izuna couldn't help but elevate his estimation of Hashirama's potential once again, his killing intent sharp as a blade. But did you forget? My attack isn't over yet. Another Susanoo arm appeared. Though compared to the two massive forelimbs of the two-tailed beast below, this one looked almost small. Crash! The clenched fist came smashing down from above. Whoosh! Hashirama and his brother Tobirama were sent hurtling in a straight line, plummeting from the sky into the ground below. Deputy Chief Hashirama, Lord Tobirama. The Senju and Uzumaki ninjas below shouted in alarm. He's actually fighting the two strongest members of the Senju by himself. Uzumaki Hiroshi's deeply wrinkled face was filled with grave concern. Yet the opponent he faced was formidable as well, a man who would one day be known in the ninja world as the Shura. To look away from the Uchiha clan chief while in battle. You really don't take me seriously, do you? Commanding his four-armed Susanoo, Madara led a third of the Uchiha forces, blocking the Uzumaki's advance. His gaze was proud, as if nothing could stand in his way. The Uzumaki sealing techniques are troublesome. Madara issued his command coldly. So let's finish this quickly. Yes, clan chief. The morale among the Uchiha forces soared. If the Senju and Uzumaki were shaken by the sheer power that Izuna displayed, the Uchiha were inspired, driven to fight even harder. What style? 1,000-armed cannon. Behind them, a 1,000-armed wooden statue rose, nearly as large as the two-tailed armored beast. Is this finally your full strength, Hashirama Senju? With Madara blocking the Uzumaki, whose abilities could suppress the two-tailed beast, Izuna unleashed a battle against Hashirama, the likes of which had never appeared in the original story. Without awakening the wood human technique or sage mode, Hashirama was still undeniably formidable, but even he was eventually forced to yield. If this were Madara of the future, wielding both the Ninetales and Susanoo together. His beastly power would far surpass even a perfected Susanoo. The two-tailed beast, though, was only approaching that level. Even so, it was still a force of unimaginable terror. 3 hours later, Hashirama Senju, feeling he had no further strategies to employ and his chakra nearly depleted, finally ordered a full retreat. With the intention of striking while the enemy was down, Izuna immediately commanded his forces to give chase. As the Uchiha coalition swept forward behind Izuna, their eyes fell upon the countless wooden vines left on the ground, scarred by deep, terrifying gashes, each one a testament to the savage sword energy unleashed by the beast. Brother, it seems that Izuna Uchiha has no intention of letting us go so easily. Retreating, Tobirama Senju glanced at Hashirama beside him and suggested, "Perhaps we should." Hashirama understood Tobirama's meaning at once. Despite their defeat under the combined assault led by Izuna and Madara, the Senju and Uzumaki forces were far from rout. They still had hope. If they left a rear guard to cover their retreat and held out until reinforcements arrived, they might yet turn the tide. But Hashirama shook his head and quietly declined Tobirama's proposal. In a low voice he replied, "Tobirama, look around you." Tobirama frowned, unsure what Hashirama meant, but followed his brother's gaze and surveyed their surroundings. The sight that met his eyes sent a chill through his heart. Everywhere he looked, whether Senju or Uzumaki, the faces of their ninja were filled with shock and confusion. Hashirama explained in a hushed tone, "To us, the shock might not feel overwhelming. But for our clansmen, the spirit Izuna has shown has utterly crushed their will to fight. For now, there's no hope of a comeback." For a Kage-level ninja, like Tobirama, Izuna's display of power was startling, but not enough to inspire true fear. But that was only true for someone of Tobirama's caliber. For those below the elite Jonin level, or even among typical Jonin, Izuna's overwhelming might had completely extinguished their fighting spirit. Even if they still had a chance in terms of numbers, their morale was already broken. When the Senju troops finally retreated all the way back to the camp at Yinshan, Izuna called off the pursuit. Yinshan had always served as the dividing line between the Uchiha and Senju clans. Pushing any deeper would mean entering the Senju heartland, a move far too risky. Yet, with this victory at Yinshan, the Uchiha had seized the strategic advantage over the Senju. This battle had been worth it. From now on, Yinshan is truly ours. Izuna tossed a kunai, slicing down the banner that flew above the camp, emblazoned with the Senju clan's crest. Unlike the battle at Baigu Pass, where Hashirama ordered the rear guard to burn the encampment so nothing would be left for the Uchiha, this time was different. When Hashirama Senju retreated, he did so without hesitation. He didn't even bother to set the camp on fire, simply turning and leaving. "Izuna, this time you are without a doubt the greatest hero." After Izuna hurled a kunai and snapped the Senju banner, Madara followed suit, sending his own kunai to sever the Uzumaki standard. "Congratulations, clan leader. In your very first battle as deputy leader against the Senju, you've led us to a resounding victory." At that moment, Uchiha approached with his men, clasping his fists in salute to both of them. As a future candidate for elder of the Uchiha clan, and currently the strongest among the clan save for Izuna and Madara, Ueya's status was clear. Though both men now held higher positions than him, as an elder member of the clan, Ueya usually spoke to them as equals. But today, his words carried the unmistakable deference of a junior or subordinate. With the clan leader and deputy at the helm, it won't be long before the Uchiha surpass the Senju to become the greatest clan of the Warring States era. "We've beaten the Senju. We've won. We can finally go home." 1,000 voices erupted in triumph, some collapsing to the ground, clutching their heads and weeping with relief. Soon after, many clan members gathered Izuna and Madara up, lifting them high and tossing them into the air, catching them and tossing them again, over and over. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of the celebration when Naruto returned to the Hidden Leaf after defeating Pain. That night, they spent the night in the former Senju camp. The work of cleaning up the battlefield after the fight had also begun. One crucial task was to collect the Sharingan eyes. When Izuna had yet to rush down from the north to provide support, the Uchiha had been pushed so hard by the Senju that they'd been forced to lift the clan ban and allow their people to use Izanagi. As a result, many Uchiha now found themselves with only one eye. Now, even the eyes of their fallen comrades on the battlefield could serve the clan one more time. It was a harsh order, but it came directly from Izuna himself. Madara had originally intended to play the villain and give the order, but Izuna refused to let him. He was no saint. There was no need to keep his own hand spotless. And once Izuna's commanding presence was made clear, no one dared to object. It wasn't just fear of his strength. More importantly, everyone knew this was for the good of the clan. Izuna ordered Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Inka, two young men of his own generation, to check on the condition of the clan's jonin level and higher fighters. Among the older generation, such as Uchiha Gien, and other elders who had served alongside Uchiha Taijima, many had suffered serious injuries. Uchiha Shin, after a major error a year ago, had already been reassigned by Izuna after this war to work at the clan school. Taking advantage of the situation, all the seriously wounded elders were now quietly moved to idle positions. The reins of power needed to be held firmly by the new generation, led by Izuna and Madara. Amidst the post-war arrangements, Madara, Izuna, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju naturally rose to become the new generation of leaders for their respective clans. This was also the first time they led their families in a battle against their longtime nemesis, a war of profound significance, and it was Izuna who personally brought it to a close. Later on, records of this war could be found in the historical chronicles of every major clan in Konoha. Even the future head of the Uchiha clan, Fugako Uchiha, once spoke of this war while teaching his two sons, Itachi and Sasuke. Although in the Warring States era, our Uchihas Izuna, Madara, and the Senju's Hashirama were hailed as the three heroes of the Warring States, the truth is the greatest among them was Uchiha Izuna. After this battle, as Izuna's fame spread far and wide, many Senju and Uzumaki shinobi witnessed his Sharingan undergo a second, astonishing evolution. That both Madara and Izuna had evolved their Sharingan once before, and yet Izuna managed to awaken his eyes even further, was nothing short of extraordinary. The title Emperor of Eyes, Uchiha Izuna, began to spread across the war-torn land. Madara Uchiha, Izuna Uchiha, Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, these two pairs of brothers, whose destinies seemed entwined even to future generations, led their clans into their first great war as commanders. The conflict ended in victory for the Uchiha. While it couldn't be called a sweeping triumph, compared to the original history, this was a victory unlike any they had ever achieved before. The old boundary that once divided Uchiha and Senju territory from Yunshan Mountain could now be said to belong entirely to the Uchiha. The colossal fallen trees and sword scars left behind told the tale of the fierce battles that had raged there. Along the way, due to Izuna's maneuvering behind the scenes, the Hyuga and Tsurutobi Shimura clans, whose paths had hardly ever crossed, ended up fighting their first war against each other in decades. They never sat down to negotiate or brought up the issue of yuan at the table, which, in a way, was for the best. With the Yunshan region now in Uchiha hands, it was only natural to strengthen their defenses and send more troops. Madara chose to send the elder faction, led by Uchiha Takahiko, the current Uchiha steward and a respected veteran, to take charge of the region. At the same time, he appointed the young and promising Uchiha Izuna, who had earned his stripes on the Northwestern Front and later served under Izuna, as the new steward. Anyone with even a basic grasp of politics could tell that Madara was beginning to adjust the balance of power between the elder and younger factions. Such is the nature of generational change. Back when Taijima Uchiha became clan leader, he had elevated these elders to their positions. Now that Madara was taking over, it was time to pass the torch. Izuna, for his part, gave his full support. No matter how strong one might be, politics could never be ignored. In the original story, Madara is truly a tragic figure. Not only was he utterly defeated by Hashirama Senju in terms of strength, but politically, the Uchiha clan without his guidance was completely played by Tobirama Senju. Think about it. Back then, the Warring States period had only just ended. The Uchiha people had enjoyed a few short years of peace, and here comes Madara suggesting they leave. Who would agree to that? If they truly wanted to leave, they should have waited until Tobirama Senju had passed away, and even then, if the third Hokage still wasn't an Uchiha, that would have been the most fitting time. The fact that Hashirama and Tobirama, two brothers, took the Hokage position one after another already left the Uchiha feeling dissatisfied. But because those two brothers were so powerful and held such high status, the Uchiha didn't dare voice their complaints. Later, when their student Hiruzen Tsurutobi inherited the title of third Hokage, the Uchiha's resentment began to grow. Then came the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who was Hiruzen's disciple's disciple. This finally pushed the Uchiha to their breaking point. But let's not get sidetracked. For now, it's better to focus on the current state of the battlefield. Even though Madara possessed Sage Jutsu, his eyes were in a dire state. The Sage Chakra he obtained from the Yugo clan was nowhere near as potent as Hashirama Cell's. It couldn't allow him to unleash Mangekyo techniques one after another, recklessly, the way Obito would later. At this point, Madara could barely see things clearly beyond 5 paces, let alone anything further. As for Izuna, he checked his own skill points, 108. He had accomplished what no Uchiha in the original story ever managed, defeating the Senju. This achievement had earned Izuna a wealth of skill points. But, to reach the 150 points required for the Mangekyo Sharingan, he was still a bit short. Fortunately, with the war temporarily over, Madara no longer had any need to use the Mangekyo. When they finally returned to their clan's territory, led by the elders with Uchiha Yukino at the front, the entire clan, women and children included, cheered and welcomed Izuna, Madara, and the others home from the front lines. Peace is truly wonderful. Seeing this scene, Izuna couldn't help but think so in his heart. After all, who really enjoys endless fighting and bloodshed? Even someone as battle-hungry as Madara, deep down, yearned for peace and longed for the kind of future Hashirama had envisioned. At the victory banquet, Izuna couldn't refuse everyone's toasts, and soon his face was flushed red with drink. Led by younger Uchiha like Uchiha Enka, stories of Izuna and Madara's heroics on the battlefield were told and retold in glowing terms. Not a single word was said about Hashirama's overwhelming strength, which at times had even suppressed Madara. Especially when it came to praising Izuna, the praise for him now clearly outshone that for Madara. Their meaning was obvious. As long as Izuna was here, the centuries-old feud between the Uchiha and the Senju would soon be ended. Izuna simply smiled and drank, keeping his own thoughts to himself. In his mind, he was already comparing himself to Hashirama Senju. Although it was a slight regret that the complete Susanoo wasn't used in this war, it didn't really matter. Hashirama Senju, having awakened the wood golem technique, was already able to stand against the complete Susanoo. Not to mention that terrifyingly powerful, true, several thousand hands. However, considering the horrifying nature of that technique, and the fact that Hashirama only used it years after founding Konoha in his renewed duel with Madara, it was unlikely to appear in the next few years. If it came to a one-on-one without awakening the Rinnegan, even Izuna himself had no confidence in facing the true several thousand hands. But against Hashirama, during the Warring States period, with both himself and Madara wielding the complete Susanoo, eliminating him would be all but inevitable. Izuna was never obsessed with the so-called honor of single combat. If cunning and trickery offered an easier path to victory, he would never hesitate to use them. Otherwise, he would never have created the identity of Kite to ensnare so many people. Reeking of alcohol, he returned to his family estate, a place he hadn't set foot in for a year, supported by a maid. As Izuna, still smelling strongly of wine, collapsed onto the tatami, the maid, a striking beauty who also bore the Uchiha name, blushed slightly. Remembering her father's advice, her slender, delicate fingers reached for the sash at her waist. Unlike the future Konoha or other shinobi villages, in these times, women rarely went to the battlefield or participated in ninja missions. They had a far more important duty, to bring new life into the clan. To put it plainly, their role was to bear children. This was evident from the fact that Taijima Uchiha had 6 children, while Buddha Senju had at least 4. In the Warring States era, woman and ninja were hardly ever synonymous. Especially among bloodline clans such as the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Senju, the purity of their lineage was fiercely guarded, and pure-blooded women of the clan were carefully protected within the family. Hearing a soft rustle nearby, Izuna's eyes opened a fraction, and by the moonlight, he saw the maid's untouched figure before him. "You may leave," Izuna said, raising a hand to halt the maid's next move. Deputy clan leader. The Uchiha maid paused, and then, a bit anxiously said, "You needn't worry about taking responsibility." Though female clan members were important, their status was generally not high, especially in the eyes of someone like Izuna, a leader of the highest rank. "That's not what I mean," Izuna said, frowning. "I have someone I care for. You may go." "Yes." The maid quietly redressed, and before leaving, she respectfully bowed to Izuna. "Mito," Izuna murmured softly beneath the moonlight. 3 days later, after his recovery, Madara summoned Izuna to his estate to discuss clan affairs. This war, which lasted for more than a year, although it finally ended in our Uchiha clan's victory, the casualties it caused are not to be underestimated. Madara handed a document to Izuna. "Izuna, take a look at this." Izuna took the document, and found it was a record of all those from the Uchiha clan who had died in the war, along with a small list of those gravely wounded and unable to serve as shinobi any longer. As for the former 4 clans of the Northwest, Watanabe, Saito, Onikawa, and Fuma, after becoming subordinate clans of the Uchiha, they had already begun to relocate their entire tribes, moving their settlements to the outskirts of Uchiha territory, effectively forming a defensive perimeter. This was the inevitable result of demanding Uchiha's assistance in exchange for becoming their subordinate clans. After reading this long list, Izuna looked up and met Madara's eyes. Even though we won the war, I fear our losses are not much less than what the Senju clan suffered. That's right. That bastard Hashirama, and Tobarama's flying thunder god and large-scale water-style attacks. Those are the key reasons our Uchiha clan suffered such heavy casualties. At the mention of Senju Hashirama, Madara could not help but grit his teeth in frustration. Izuna nodded, then tilted his head back to gaze at the left courtyard, watching as the wind sent leaves drifting down from the branches. He couldn't help but recall Sarutobi Hiruzen's Will of Fire speech from the generations to come. It's about time for the next generation to be integrated into the clan's fighting force, isn't it? Izuna said suddenly. Madara was taken aback for a moment, then slapped his forehead and laughed at himself. You're right. I can't believe I forgot about that. The juniors you've been training have grown up now. Looking back, it had been 3 years since Izuna had transmigrated here. When he first arrived, he already understood the importance of the next generation, and would frequently pick out ninjutsu from his system's skill tree to teach them. Children who had once been less than 10 years old had gradually grown up. Don't compare the shinobi of the Warring States period to those of the future Hidden Leaf. At 12, when students just graduated from the Ninja Academy in the future, they would have been sent to the battlefield during the Warring States era. In fact, in the previous generation, when Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma were clan leaders, there was once such a dire shortage of fighters that even 8-year-old children were sent out on missions. Of course, it wasn't always the front lines, but even so, those missions would be classified as A rank or higher by future standards. The children Izuna had taught back then were now around 12 or 13. It was time for them to officially transition from apprentice shinobi to full members of the clan's fighting force. Madara immediately ordered Uchiha Sashu to find Uchiha Kai and bring him the list of all students aged 12 and above. Before long, Madara carefully reviewed the list he had obtained, then handed it over to Izuna. There are just over 200 names, not quite 300, but that's still a considerable force. Izuna smiled. They'll be stronger than our generation, on average. After all, I've been guiding them myself. Madara let out a hearty laugh, arms folded across his chest. Huh, you'd already thought ahead back then, hadn't you? Now, what remained was to inscribe the names of those clan members who had made great contributions during the war onto the memorial stone at the entrance to their ancestral grounds, and to arrange the funerals, tasks that inevitably weighed heavy on the heart. For the departed, respect was paramount. The Uchiha held funerals for those who had perished in the war. Had it been during wartime, such ceremonies could have been simpler. Just a quick burial and a prayer would have sufficed. But now, in this time of truce, the rituals were much more elaborate and exacting. For 7 consecutive days, every house in the Uchiha clan displayed white flags and draped white silk. Only after the burials, condolences, and other solemn duty for Zafu and the others had concluded, did life gradually begin to return to normal. Yet, scarcely had the funeral rites ended when Madara sought out Izuna again, asking him to handle more of the family's daily affairs. He wished to focus his energies on his own training. Izuna understood well. Madara was feeling frustrated by the gap in strength between himself and Hashirama Senju. At the moment, Izuna lacked the means to help Madara acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So he agreed to Madara's request. Madara was at ease with this arrangement. If Izuna had harbored any ill intentions, he could easily have used this opportunity to undermine Madara's authority as clan leader. One day, a green leaf, nibbled through in the middle by a silkworm, drifted in from the window. Izuna, who was busy reviewing documents with his brush, picked up the leaf and held it before his eyes, gazing out at the blue sky beyond the window. Kanahagakure, the hidden leaf village, Izuna murmured, unable to keep those 4 words from escaping his lips. Deputy Chief, pardon the interruption. Another batch of documents requires your attention, came the voice of Uchiha ISC from outside the door. Izuna set the leaf aside and gestured for ISC to enter. Soon, ISC entered, arms full of scrolls, and placed them beside Izuna. He bowed his head and said, "The clan chief has been in seclusion for some time now. You've worked hard, Deputy Chief." ISC had now succeeded Uchiha Takahiko's position, and these responsibilities had fallen to him. ISC, did you lose any family members to the Senju? Izuna asked suddenly. ISC was momentarily taken aback. Deputy Chief, why do you ask? It's nothing, just a passing question, Izuna replied, not looking up from his paperwork. ISC bit his lip, his jaw tight. My parents, they died on the Northwestern Front. But my closest friend, he was killed by the Senju. If the Senju approached me for an alliance, what would you think? Izuna pressed. What? Uchiha ISC was so startled that he leapt up from the tatami mat. Don't get worked up. Izuna looked up and offered a faint smile. We're just chatting, treating it as a hypothetical, that's all. Deputy clan leader. Even if it's just a hypothetical, it's absolutely impossible. Uchiha Izuna countered in a low voice. After a brief silence, he continued. Even if we take a step back. No, even if we take 10,000 steps back and something like this truly happened, I still wouldn't want to agree. Too many of our clan have died at the hands of the Senju. Your father, Lord Taijima, and your 4 brothers, weren't they all victims too? Izuna paused, lifting his brush hand slightly. That's enough. You're dismissed. Yes, I take my leave. Uchiha Izuna kneeled and bowed, then stood and departed. Izuna set his brush down, picked up a green leaf, stretched languidly, and tossed the leaf out the window. How could hatred built up over hundreds of years be so easily let go? Although, in the original story, Madara was moved by Hashirama Senju's sincerity and agreed to the 2 clans joining forces to build the Hidden Leaf Village. The path was far from smooth. The road ahead is still long. For the first time, Izuna felt a sense of helplessness. Even with a power unrivaled in the Warring States era, the dream of peace still felt so distant. Though the Watanabe and the other 3 clans were now merely vassals to the Uchiha, in less flattering terms, little more than a defensive wall against outside threats. Izuna never truly treated them as mere servants, always choosing a more amicable approach. Not to mention, the founding of the Hidden Leaf still seemed a remote possibility. The newly established territories of the 4 northwestern clans lay to the north, west, and south of the Uchiha domain. This defensive wall couldn't help but remind Izuna of an anime he'd seen in his previous life, Attack on Titan. In that story, the city was divided into 3 layers: outer, middle, and inner. Now, the Uchiha's great territory had the 4 northwestern clans as its outer layer, while Izuna and his people occupied the innermost, most fortified core. To the east, the natural barrier of Yinshan Mountain stood guard, and that entire region had already fallen under Uchiha control. To the south was the Hyuga clan. Now that Yuan's identity was at risk of being uncovered, Izuna knew he could never afford to let his guard down against the Hyuga. But the Hyuga's strength to the south was formidable. If they ever attacked, the 4 clans alone would likely not hold out for long. A sudden idea flashed through Izuna's mind: the 2 tails. Could he possibly bring it into the defensive formation? Although, when he signed the summoning contract, Izuna had promised the 2 tails he wouldn't disturb its normal life. The beast didn't have a fixed home anyway, preferring to wander freely across the land. He simply wanted it to change its dwelling, and if any enemies showed up, he could ask for a few tailed beast bombs to help deal with them. Although he thought it was unlikely, Izuna decided to give it a try and performed the summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Izuna pressed his right hand to the ground, and the tadpole-shaped summoning seals swiftly spread outward. However, after a few seconds of stillness, there was no response beneath his hand. Izuna's brow furrowed. The summoning had failed. The 2 tails was missing. What on earth was going on? The more Izuna thought about it, the deeper his frown became. This situation felt eerily similar to when Madara, after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, tried to summon the 9 tails. Back then, the 9 tails was inside Naruto Uzumaki, which was why Madara's summoning failed. But right now, the concept of Jinchuriki didn't even exist. So how could the 2 tails vanish? Izuna was completely baffled and considered sending Uchiha Sazu and the other members of the intelligence division to investigate. He was about to call for them, but paused. Where would they even start looking for something like this? Should he capture another tailed beast to regain some fighting power? Izuna wondered to himself. But after a moment's thought, he decided to put that plan on hold. With the 2 tails missing for reasons unknown, even if he caught a new tailed beast, the same problem could arise. Besides, now that his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened the complete body Susanoo, unless it was a beast on the level of the 8 tails or 9 tails, it would hardly add any significant strength to his side. At that moment, in a shadowy, dimly lit space, from the faint glow and the limited field of view, one could guess this was some kind of stone cavern. The 2 tails Matatabi was currently bound here by several pitch-black chains. Its eyelids were clenched shut and occasionally trembled, betraying the pain it was enduring. A deep, guttural rumble echoed through the cave. Suddenly, a shadowy figure floated up from the marshy ground opposite the 2 tails. In the near-total darkness, one could barely make out a mass of black, fluid-like substance whose shape defied description. The captive 2 tails snapped its eyes open, roaring in anger, "You, what are you?" But the shadowy figure ignored the question, muttering to itself, "Uchiha Izuna. So an unknown variable has really appeared. It seems I'll need to rethink my strategy." With that, the shadow melted back into the ground, as if it had never been there at all. The disappearance of the two tails wasn't a major loss for Izuna at the moment. Yet Izuna couldn't shake off a vague sense of foreboding, as if this was the harbinger of something momentous about to unfold. Until one day, Madara, who had been in seclusion training, convened the clan's highest council once again. The first announcement was that Hashirama Senju would succeed Senju Agama as the official head of the Senju clan. Tobarama Senju, meanwhile, took over the position of vice chief that Hashirama Senju had previously held. At this moment, the highest decision-making council, those with the right to sit at this table, had almost entirely been replaced by the younger generation, led by Izuna and Madara. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Ise, Uchiha Inka, Uchiha Sashu, and the others on both sides exchanged looks of unsurprised understanding. After all, Hashirama Senju's achievements in the previous war far surpassed those of Senju Yukin. With him as clan leader, not only the Senju themselves, but even their rivals, the Uchiha, found it perfectly reasonable. As for the second matter, Madara shot a glance at Izuna. For some reason, Izuna felt that Madara's gaze suddenly turned mischievous. The smile that had just appeared on Madara's face vanished in a flash as he forced himself to look serious. It seems the Senju are aiming for a double celebration. We've received information from the southeastern coast. Witnesses have seen large numbers of Senju shinobi crossing by boat toward the land of whirlpools in the southeast. That intelligence came from Uchiha Sashu's covert investigation unit. After speaking, Madara looked at Izuna again. We can't just sit by and watch, can we, Izuna? Izuna couldn't help but chuckle, but those seated below, including Uchiha Ise, seemed a bit confused and asked, Clan leader, what do you mean? Madara let out a low laugh and countered, haven't you ever heard that Izuna once traveled to the land of whirlpools and brought the Uzumaki princess back to our northern battlefield, keeping her as a hostage for almost a year? Almost everyone present was under 30 years old, but aside from Madara and Izuna, nearly all of them were already married. Hearing Madara's words, they instantly understood. I never imagined the vice chief's love life would be so legendary. I've also heard that the Uzumaki princess, though a woman, has a talent in sealing arts that far surpasses even Uzumaki Hirokai, the Great Elder, and Uzumaki Ikuru, the clan leader. Uchiha Sasha bowed with respect as he spoke. The Uzumaki are allies of the Senju, aren't they? It must be a political marriage between the two clans. That was expected, but the vice chief's actions caught us all off guard. Uchiha Inka chimed in, his face full of admiration. The vice chief is only in his early 20s. It's only natural. We have no objections. Uchiha Ise quickly added his own flattery. Izuna scoffed inwardly. Are these bastards taking this chance to poke fun at me? Madara cleared his throat, cutting off the lively discussion and waving his hand dismissively. How could the Uchiha ever let something we desire fall into the hands of the Senju? My original plan was to have Izuna personally lead an elite team to snatch her back, but unfortunately, those Senju bastards were already prepared. Hearing this, Izuna's ears perked up in interest. Madara continued. After Hashirama Senju succeeded as clan leader, the Senju made thorough preparations for this major event. Not only did they station people around Uzushio village, but even the docks and harbors along the southeastern coast are all under their surveillance. Uchiha Inka asked, do you mean that the Senju have built an impenetrable barrier in both the southeast and around Uzushio village, so no one can get through? That's right. The Senju and the Uzumaki clans clearly don't want anyone causing trouble. Madara crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, saying, besides, everyone knows how formidable the Uzumaki clan's sensory abilities are. An ambush is all, but impossible. Add the Senju's ironclad defenses, and unless we find a clever solution, we won't even make it to the sea, let alone Uzushio village. Uchiha Ise suggested, what if we gather a large force and move in? No way. Uchiha Sasho immediately objected. We only just signed a ceasefire with the Senju. If we mobilize a large ninja army toward their territory again, we'll give them an excuse to retaliate. Ise frowned. But even if we try to infiltrate quietly, the Uzumaki's sensory barriers make it nearly impossible. And if we only send a few people, it could lead to more problems. Izuna closed his eyes and thought for a moment. When he opened them, he said, I think we should handle this matter in a more peaceful way. A marriage proposal would be the most suitable approach. A marriage proposal? Everyone was taken aback. Madara stroked his chin and said, Izuna, I'm afraid your proposal letter won't even reach the Uzumaki. Izuna smiled faintly. No need to send a letter. We'll go to Uzushio village ourselves and propose in person. The others were astonished again. Uchiha Sasho tried to dissuade him. Vice clan leader, the Senju have already blocked the roads. It will be difficult for our people to make it through. Even if we send a small group to slip past the Senju's watch, the Uzumaki have their sensory barriers too. With only a few of us, we'd be at a disadvantage. Izuna raised his hand to stop Sasho and said, I have a way to transport a large group of ninja all at once, directly into Uzushio village. Madara and the others brightened at this. Izuna, have you developed a new jutsu again? By now, the clan was no longer surprised whenever Izuna unveiled some never-before-seen technique, but a jutsu capable of transporting an entire army at once. This was unheard of. Izuna smiled oddly, something like that. He quickly grew serious again and added, but there's another problem. If we succeed, we're sure to infuriate both the Senju and the Uzumaki. It's only been a few months since the ceasefire. If war breaks out again. Though Izuna longed to bring Mito back, he wasn't about to risk war for it. Of course, that didn't mean he was giving up on Mito. He just wanted to find a solution that would benefit everyone. Although the Warring States period was a time of ceaseless conflict, no war could truly last forever. The great battle with the Senju had barely ended a few months ago, and yet, here they were, on the brink of war once more. What's more, this time the cause was Izuna's personal reasons, which was bound to stir dissatisfaction among many clansmen. Izuna remembered a story from his previous life, the tale of the beacon fire played for the lords, a classic example of personal whims dragging a nation into chaos. So, Vice Chief, do you have any brilliant ideas? Uchiha Inka respectfully sought guidance from the clan's foremost strategist. Izuna pondered for a long while before finally speaking. How has the Kagaya clan been faring lately? The Kagaya, the same clan as Kimimaro, the formidable subordinate of Orochimaru in the original tale, who even assisted in assassinating the fourth Kazekage. They, too, were survivors from the Warring States era. However, their numbers had always been few, cursed with a hereditary illness that seldom let them live past 35. The women of their clan, fierce and determined, bore child after child in a desperate bid to grow their dwindling ranks. Yet, burdened by such genetic and demographic disadvantages, the Kagaya clan never became a major force in the wars of the Land of Fire. But they were born with a bloodlust for battle, rivaling even the Uchiha in their ferocity. Much like the Uzumaki, they dwelled on a small island off the southeastern coast of the Land of Fire, nestled between the Uzumaki's homeland and what would one day become the Land of Water. Their island lay even closer to the mainland than Uzushio-Bikure. So close, in fact, that a skilled shinobi could cross the waters without even needing a boat. Yet in terms of land, grain, and mineral wealth, they were far poorer than the Uzumaki. Greedy and ever hungry for battle, the Kagaya often set their sights on Uzushio, dreaming of the day they might overthrow the Uzumaki and claim the island for themselves. But the Uzumaki were formidable foes, and with the Senju watching over them, the Kagaya had never managed to gain the upper hand. They hadn't even set foot on Uzushio's shores. Uchiha Sasho replied, those mad dogs haven't given up on invading Uzushio. Now that we've shattered the Senju's protective umbrella, I imagine they're beginning to stir again. The Kagaya clan's chief, Kagaya Manro. At this, Madara spoke up. He may count as a chief-level powerhouse, but compared to Hashirama Senju, he's not even worth mentioning. He'd probably be swallowed by wood release before he even glimpsed Uzushio's walls. Even so, that all depends on whether Hashirama can arrive in time. Otherwise, both the Senju and Uzumaki would suffer great losses. A sly smile played on Izuna's lips. If we measure the Kagaya's strength against the other clans of the Warring States, they'd certainly rank among the very best. So, if we were to hand them an opportunity, a chance to drop their army right into Uzushio, do you think they wouldn't leap at the chance to attack? Izuna's smile remained unchanged as he spoke. Everyone, upon hearing this, couldn't help but recall what Izuna had just mentioned, a jutsu capable of teleporting entire armies. Madara chuckled softly. Looks like Kagaya is in for some trouble. Back at home, Izuna opened up his system skill tree. One of the entries read, Flying Thunder God Technique, B rank learned. Flying Thunder God, 2nd stage, A rank learned. Flying Thunder God, 3rd stage, S rank locked, skill points needed. 80. The jutsu Izuna spoke of, the one that could transfer whole armies, was precisely the 3rd stage of the Flying Thunder God. This advanced form could create a massive Flying Thunder God barrier, instantly teleport entire troops, and even redirect a tailed beast bomb. An ability so powerful it bordered on game-breaking. Izuna currently possessed 110 skill points, enough to unlock it. Originally, he had planned to use these points to upgrade his Mangekyo Sharingan and help Madara awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, unlocking the Rinnegan required an outrageous 800 skill points, which was simply too much. Given the options, it seemed more practical to help Madara achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan first. However, when it became clear that reclaiming Mito would require the 3rd stage of the Flying Thunder God, Izuna made up his mind to spend the points on this technique first. Sorry, Madara. For my brother, I'd go through fire and water. But for a woman, I'd even stab my own brother twice. On a small island off the western coast of Yuzuno-Kuni, which in the future would become the eastern edge of the Land of Water. The closer one got to the Land of Water, the denser the mist became. But here, though the island wasn't exactly sun-drenched, it was relatively clear, enough to suggest that compared to the Land of Water, this place lay closer to the Uzumaki and Fire countries. And if Yuzuno-Kuni could barely be called a country, then this island, by its size, was at best a village. There, a single clan made their home, the ancestors of Kagaya Kimimaro, known as the Kagaya clan. They had about 800 battle-ready shinobi, a number that placed them firmly in the middle tier of ninja clans. Yet the Kekii Genkai they possessed, the ability to fight using their own bones, would easily earn them top-tier status if they were in the Land of Fire. But it was this very Kekii Genkai that cursed them with short lives. The more powerful the shinobi, the shorter their lifespan tended to be. A harsh cough echoed in the Kagaya village leader's quarters. Kagaya Manro, whose hair was the same as Kimimaro's, an ashen gray, was only just past 35, but he coughed violently, spitting up 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Chief, are you all right?" Across from him, a younger Kagaya clan shinobi asked in concern. This shinobi, about 28 or 30, was named Kagaya Take, Manro's right-hand man. He possessed strength on par with a Kagaya. In truth, for a clan to have 2 Kaga-level powerhouses was enough to count them among the top echelons. If only it weren't for this cursed hereditary disease. After coughing up blood, Kagaya Manro waved his hand dismissively. His pale face was filled with unwillingness. "I don't care if I die, but to die like this, having achieved nothing, that's what I cannot accept." His eyes narrowed with urgency as he turned to his assistant, Kagaya Take, and asked, "By the way, what about the matter I asked you to investigate?" "Yes, sir." Kagaya Take's gaze was solemn as he replied. The Uzumaki have been fighting alongside the Senju against the Uchiha. Although they suffered defeat not long ago and lost some of their strength, it's not enough to shake their foundations. Kagaya Manro frowned. "So, you're saying we still can't attack them?" For as long as he could remember, Manro had coveted the Uzumaki clan, who, like his own people, lived by the sea, but with far richer resources. He had always dreamed of seizing the vast land of whirlpools from the Uzumaki. The Uzumaki were also known as the Clan of Longevity. Manro desperately wanted to uncover their secrets, hoping to find a cure for the Kagaya clan's hereditary disease. But even crossing the sea to attack the Uzumaki's Whirlpools village was no small feat, let alone with the Senju now protecting them. Now, however, with the Senju and Uzumaki allied, but recently defeated by the Uchiha, Manro thought fate had handed him a golden opportunity. Knowing his time was short because of the disease, he was determined to do something for his clan before the end, something that would etch his name into history. Yet the answer from Kagaya Take left him sorely disappointed. Kagaya Take added, "There are rumors that the new head of the Senju clan will be marrying the granddaughter of elder Uzumaki Hirokai. The Senju are now stationed in the land of whirlpools. Their defenses are like an impenetrable fortress. The Uzumaki alone were hard enough to deal with, and now the Senju stood with them." Manro clenched his fists. Was he really fated to die with nothing but regret? "Gentlemen, I have a plan. Would you care to hear it?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Kagaya Take sprang to his feet, instantly drawing a bone spike 1/2 meter long from his shoulder and pointing it behind him. There, at the doorway, no one had noticed when he arrived, stood a man in black robes, wearing an Uzumaki mask. Dance of the Willows. With a swift motion, Kagaya Take lunged forward, bone spike slicing through the air. From behind his mask, Izuna's left eye, his Mangekyo Sharingan, spun rapidly, capturing every detail of the Kagaya's signature bone technique. He'll slash diagonally from the right, then thrust upward for the throat, and finally go straight for the heart. Seeing it all in an instant, Izuna shifted his feet ever so slightly, dodging each attack with the smallest possible movement. "What?" Both the attacking Kagaya Take and the watching Kagaya Manro stared in shock, eyes wide. "What's going on?" It's as if he can read my mind. He saw through every single one of my moves. Kagaya Buttori was utterly shaken. He stepped back 1/2 a pace, bowed his neck, and reached behind his neck with his right hand, suddenly drawing out an entire spine over 1 meter long. "If that's how it is, I'll just widen the scope of my attack," Kagaya Buttori said coldly. Izuna raised both hands in a gesture to stop him. "Calm down, you two from the Kagaya clan. I'm here to discuss cooperation, not to fight you." From behind, Kagaya Manyo laid a hand on Buttori's shoulder, signaling him not to act rashly. Locking eyes with the masked man, he asked, "What are you getting at?" The Kagaya clan has long coveted the fertile lands and abundant resources of the land of whirlpools. The secret to your clan's longevity is already well known among the many shinobi clans of the warring states. Izuna spoke with a peculiar smile, his voice altered by chakra. But the Uzumaki clan has always been a hard nut to crack, and now that the Senju are shielding them, I imagine the Kagaya chieftain finds this quite vexing, doesn't he? Out with it. Kagaya Manyo barked in a low voice, his irritation flaring now that his troubles have been laid bare. Right now, the Senju clan has set up a defensive line across the entire land of whirlpools, all to ensure their new chieftain, Hashirama Senju, successfully marries Mito Uzumaki. At a time like this, if the Kagaya were to invade, forget attacking Yuzuko village. Just setting foot on the land of whirlpools would be nearly impossible. Izuna spread his hands. Just as the faces of Kagaya Manyo and Buttori grew ever darker, he changed his tone, feigning mystery. But what if you could have your army descend from the sky, suddenly appearing outside Yuzuko village? Even if the Senju and Uzumaki joined forces, they'd have a hard time coping, wouldn't they? Kagaya Manyo and Buttori exchanged glances, then looked at the masked man as if he were a fool. Buttori scoffed, bringing an army out of thin air? With a mask like that, your mind must be just as strange. Izuna remained unruffled, speaking calmly. The Kagaya chieftain is only in his early 30s, yet his hair has already started to turn white. It's the curse of the Shikatsumiyaku, isn't it? Manyo's brow twitched sharply, but Izuna continued. If you don't believe me, why not test me? See if I can do what I claim. As someone of your standing, surely you have the courage for that. Chieftain, don't let him provoke you. But Ori said anxiously. But the masked man simply crouched down and began to draw several strange symbols on the ground with his fingertip. Symbols the two could not decipher. He stood up, moved to another spot, squatted, drew again, then stood and drew once more. When he finished, there were 4 unfamiliar symbols, forming a square about 4 meters wide. Please, both of you, just step inside, Izuna said, gesturing invitingly. Chieftain, don't. Kagaya Buttori had never trusted this mysterious masked man, whose origins were unclear and who didn't even dare reveal his true face. Yet, Kagaya Manro waved his hand, his eyes brimming with determination. Even if there's danger, I must give it a try. When faced with death, a person's mindset usually takes one of 2 turns. Some people simply collapse inside, spending their days in tears, or lying hopelessly in bed, waiting for the end. Others do everything in their power to save themselves, or desperately try to complete unfinished wishes before it's too late. For this, they are willing to pay any price. Kagaya Manro was clearly the latter. Chieftain, Kagaya Buttori, seeing he couldn't dissuade him, pointed his bone spike at the masked man's neck. If you make any suspicious move, I'll kill you on the spot. Izuna found this amusing, but outwardly he just shrugged nonchalantly. As you wish. With that, Kagaya Manro stepped into the barrier, while Kagaya Buttori took up a position slightly behind and to the right, keeping his bone spike trained on Izuna's neck. In their eyes, the masked man formed a hand sign with one hand. In a flash, the scene before them shifted in an instant. Before they could even process what was happening, the world around them had changed dramatically. The familiar surroundings of Kagaya village were gone. Now, the 3 of them were standing on the edge of a mountain cliff. Look, Izuna spoke, nodding toward the distance. Following his gaze, the 2 men looked across and were stunned. Far away, about 10 miles off, stood a vast village of ancient, rustic design. Its scale was immense. It was none other than Uzushio village. How is this possible? Their eyes widened in utter disbelief. Although the Kagaya clan's island wasn't far from Uzushio village, just a few hundred miles, even a Jonin would need days at top speed to get there. Yet just now, thanks to the masked man's strange ninjutsu, the 3 of them had appeared in an instant, 10 miles outside Uzushio village. Recalling what the masked man had said earlier, that he could have all of Kagaya's forces descend upon Uzushio village in the blink of an eye, Kagaya Manro couldn't help but tremble. I haven't yet asked for your honored name, sir. Kagaya Manro cupped his fists respectfully. His attitude was now many times more deferential than before. Even Kagaya Buttori lowered his bone spike. If this masked man could truly transport hundreds of Kagaya's ninja warriors to Uzushio village in an instant, then conquering the land of whirlpools would no longer be just a pipe dream. The Uzumaki have set up many barriers in the area. We may have already been detected. Let's return for now. Please, both of you, step back. Izuna sneered inwardly, but his voice remained calm and emotionless. Hearing this, the 2 men quickly stepped back, not daring to linger. Soon, with another dizzying swirl, the world spun before their eyes. In a blink, The three of them were once again standing at the entrance of Kagaya Manro's house in Kagaya Village. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Even Kagaya Manro, a shinobi of Kaga-level strength, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat from this technique. If it truly allowed an entire army to traverse thousands of miles in an instant, wouldn't that tip the scales of war completely in their favor? Just call me Kite, Izuna replied coolly. Kite. Kagaya Manro and Kagaya Take both seemed unconcerned with his name. Their focus remained fixed on their plan to attack Uchiha Village. The reason I'm helping the Kagaya clan isn't out of benevolence. I have my own aims, but I don't intend to share them with you, Izuna said, folding his arms across his chest. How many fighters can your clan muster? Kagaya Manro frowned, pausing for a moment before answering. Our clan has long suffered from the curse of the Shikataka bloodline. We were never a large family to begin with. For this campaign, 500 shinobi is probably our absolute limit. 500? And they still want to take on Uchiha Village with just that? Izuna found it almost comical. He thought to himself, they'd be flattened by Hashirama alone before they even landed on the island. Yet, if 500 shinobi were to descend upon Uchiha Village in a surprise assault, it would still be a force to reckon with. He spoke at once, no matter. It may be a small number, but I've also reached out to the Uchiha. If you agree, I'll negotiate with them right away, and then we'll strike from both sides. Kagaya Manro and Kagaya Take were taken aback at his words. They never imagined this Kite would dare to involve the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha had defeated both the Senju and the Uzumaki. Their power was at its peak. Especially their vice chief, Uchiha Izuna, famed for his legendary Sharingan, now known as the Emperor of Eyes. Izuna gave a wry laugh. What's so strange? The Uchiha and Senju are age-old enemies. They jump at the chance to join this fight. Kagaya Manro considered this, then clasped his hands in respect. If the Uchiha truly lend their strength, nothing could be better. In that case, we're in your hands, Lord Kite. Izuna nodded with indifference. Mobilize your forces as quickly as you can. I'll go speak with the Uchiha now. By dawn tomorrow, I'll have your answer. With those words, Izuna vanished on the spot, disappearing with the flying thunder god technique. Chieftain, who do you think he really is? Watching Kite depart, Kagaya Take couldn't help but ask Kagaya Manro. Kagaya Manro shook his head. From what I can guess, he's someone with a grudge against the Senju and Uzumaki. But as shinobi, especially as a great clan, it's only natural to make enemies along the way. If we try to pin down exactly who he is, we could argue for 3 days and nights and still come up empty. Then, changing the subject, Kagaya Manro ordered, Take, gather the clansmen and form a 500-strong shinobi force. Even if we can't take Uchiha Village this time, we'll make sure to bite off a hefty piece of their flesh. Although the sudden advantage left Kagaya Take feeling uneasy, he could tell from Kagaya Manro's expression that there was no way to stop what was coming. So he quickly went to assemble the troops as ordered. At dawn the next day, Kagaya Manro, having barely slept a wink all night, anxiously awaited Yuan's arrival. He was not disappointed. Just as the morning sun crested the horizon, Yuan appeared. Mr. Yuan. Kagaya Manro rushed forward, unable to contain his excitement. Uchiha Izuna spoke with calm detachment. The Uchiha have agreed to send troops. Overjoyed, Kagaya Manro quickly asked, How many soldiers will the Uchiha provide? 600, Izuna replied, his tone still flat. Kagaya Manro frowned ever so slightly. As one of the two most powerful clans of the Warring States era, the Uchiha, even after the recent Great Battle, could probably mobilize 1,800 men without much trouble. By comparison, 600 seemed rather few. Yet, 600 Uchiha, combined with the Kagaya's 500 meant over 1,000 warriors in total. With both clans descending upon Uzumaki Village from the sky, their combined strength and advantage could very well allow them to break through to the heart of Uzumaki territory. At this thought, Kagaya Manro's frown faded. Mr. Yuan, do you have a more detailed plan? Uchiha will attack Uzumaki from the west. Your Kagaya will attack from the east, Izuna explained. You Kagaya should move more swiftly. When you're ready to strike, launch the signal flare. Izuna handed a signal flare to Kagaya Manro as he spoke. Kagaya Manro accepted it, hesitating for a moment. Still uneasy, he asked, Mr. Yuan, you seem so intent on targeting the Uzumaki. Do you also bear a grudge against them? That's not something you need to know, Izuna replied coolly. The last thing you need to remember is that the Uchiha will launch the attack in 2 days. There will only be one chance. As he prepared to leave, Izuna delivered one final message. At dawn 2 days from now, I'll come one last time. With that, he vanished once more. Chief, that fellow is as tight-lipped as they come, not willing to let anything slip. Kagaya Take remarked, emerging from side alley. Kagaya Manro narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Send a scout team across the sea to the land of fire as quickly as possible. We need to see if the Uchiha are truly making a move. Regardless of Yuan's true intentions, as long as the Uchiha were genuinely preparing to join in, then there would be no issue. As for Yuan's motives, those could be dealt with later. After Izuna returned to the Uchiha compound, he removed his black cloak and mask. Barely 5 minutes had passed before Madara strolled in through the courtyard gate, chuckling. You're really going all out to win yourself a bride, Izuna. Izuna smiled faintly in response, then added, Brother, let's treat this mission as a training exercise for the new generation. We're not going there for a real battle. Madara paused for a couple of seconds, surprised, then nodded in agreement. The Uchiha clan was indeed preparing to dispatch a ninja army, but not as Yuan had described, to wage war. Instead, their true purpose was to present a marriage proposal. As for the 600 men being assembled, they served only as a show of force, a deterrent. Yet even so, with 500 Kagaya clan members suddenly descending less than 10 miles from Uzushio village, it would be enough to startle anyone. Whether it was Uzumaki, Senju, or even Uchiha, if enemy forces suddenly appeared within 10 miles of their stronghold, they'd be alarmed, to say the least. There's another thing. I won't be the one performing the Flying Thunder God technique. It'll be done by someone with an entirely new identity, added Izuna. You mean Yuan? Madara immediately caught on to Izuna's plan. Just 2 days before, Izuna had already confided most of the details about Yuan to Madara. At first, Madara had been somewhat displeased that Izuna had done so much behind his back, keeping such things from him. But upon learning how much Izuna had achieved for the benefit of their clan, his joy soon outweighed his anger. Izuna's reasoning was simple. The Flying Thunder God technique required absolute secrecy. To reveal such a technique in front of 600 men would be to invite unpredictable risks in the future, even if they were all clan members. At present, only Madara and the younger generation of clan leaders, such as Uchiha Inka and Uchiha Ise, knew that Izuna possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the secret identity of Yuan, only Madara was privy to that. Are you planning to keep this from even our own clan? Madara asked, stroking his chin with a frown. At this point in his life, Madara still held great hope for the Uchiha. He was far from the disillusioned man who would one day, after being resurrected by Edo Tensei, repeatedly declare the Uchiha a decadent clan. We can't place our trust completely in anyone. Not even our own people, brother, Izuna said, his tone earnest and sincere. 2 days later, at dawn, before the sun had yet crested the horizon, on the Kagaya clan's island home, situated in the sea between the land of whirlpools and the land of water. Within Kagaya village, Kagaya Butake appeared in Kagaya Manro's room in a flash, bowing his head. Clan leader. Yes. Manro immediately stepped forward to greet him. What did the investigation reveal? Butake replied. Yes, according to our sensory ninja, the Uchiha have indeed begun to mobilize their forces. Manro breathed a sigh of relief. So, it's as we thought. They, too, have received an invitation from Yuan. Clan leader, this Yuan is truly audacious, to dare use even the Uchiha for his own ends. Butake said, still shaken by the thought. Who are the Uchiha? A clan led by the formidable duo of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, mightier even than Uchiha Taijima before them. Especially Uchiha Izuna, now acclaimed as the Emperor of the Eye. And yet Yuan was bold enough to use such a clan to serve his own secret purposes. Was he not afraid that one day the Uchiha might turn their wrath upon him? Mr. Tate Kagaya, I've always been bold. My only question is how well your clan is prepared. If you let this opportunity slip by, I fear your people may never set foot on the land of whirlpools. The sudden, hoarse voice from behind sent chills running down Kagaya Take's spine. He turned to look, only to see the ominous figure wearing that eerie spiral-faced mask, already standing at the doorway without anyone noticing. But Kagaya Take was, after all, of Kaga-level strength. He quickly composed himself, regaining his calm after the initial panic. Please forgive us, Sir Kite. After all, we still don't know your true identity, your background, or even your real intentions. It would be stranger if we didn't have our doubts, wouldn't it? Kagaya Take said, narrowing his eyes. Doubt all you like, but the question is, do you still want to act? Izuna's voice was cold as ice. The Uchiha are already on the march. They know the Kagaya are preparing a pincer attack from the east and west. If your clan backs out now and the Uchiha find out, who knows if their anger will turn on you instead? There was a clear threat lurking in his words. Both Kagaya Banryo and Kagaya Take knew the situation had reached a point of no return. The arrow was already knocked. There was no turning back. Even if Banryo, as clan leader, wanted to abandon the plan, the fact that the Uchiha had already mobilized, and knew the Kagaya intended to join the battle. Meant that pressure from the Uchiha left the Kagaya clan with no choice but to follow through. Besides, Banryo had long coveted the fertile lands of the Land of Whirlpools and the Uzumaki clan's secret to longevity. Of course, our 500 shinobi have been standing by, ready for your command, Sir Kite. We're just waiting for you to cast your jutsu, Banryo replied. Very well, Izuna nodded. Soon, led by Banryo and Take, the three made their way to the Kagaya shinobi assembly ground. Below them stood rows upon rows of Kagaya warriors, all dressed in gray-white brocade robes, their hair neatly tied. Every one of them was a fighter of the Kagaya clan. Among them were many who, though still young, already had heads of gray hair. Some, like Banryo himself, had suffered accelerated aging and physical decay due to excessive use of the dead bone pulse. Others had inherited their parents' afflictions, born into the world with silver-gray hair from the start. Today, under the guidance of Sir Kite, we will seize the Land of Whirlpools. If we can obtain the Uzumaki clan's secret to longevity, the Kagaya will never again have to endure the agony of our bloodline's curse. Warriors, do you have the resolve to win this battle? Banryo stood at the front, raising one hand high to rally his men. Yes. At first, everyone's eyes were drawn with curiosity to Kite. They had all heard rumors that he possessed a technique to transfer all 500 of them to Uchiha village at once. Naturally, they were intrigued, even skeptical. But as soon as Banryo's declaration rang out, every hand shot into the air, and a fierce, resounding cheer swept through the ranks. If there were truly a way to free their clan from the curse of the bloodline disease, not just the Uzumaki, but even the Uchiha and Senju would be willing to take the risk. After the group from the Kagaya clan finished shouting, Kagaya Monlu turned his head to the man who had been standing silently just behind his left side and said, Mr. Yuan, it's time. Without a word, Izuna strolled to each of the four corners around the plaza. He crouched down at each spot, leaving behind the marks for the flying Thunder God teleportation jutsu. Once all four seals were in place, Izuna spoke up. Everyone, stand close together. Kagaya Monlu immediately waved his hand and ordered, Everyone, pack in tightly. In no time, 500 members of the Kagaya clan stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a solid line. Let's go, Izuna said simply, stepping into the flying Thunder God barrier himself, raising his right thumb, middle, and index fingers. In an instant, the 500 Kagaya ninja felt the world spin and blur around them, as if they'd been hurled through a strange, twisting dimension. But before they could marvel or question what was happening, their surroundings snapped back to normal. Yet they were no longer in Kagaya village. Instead, they found themselves standing atop a mountain cliff. Look, isn't that Uchiha village over there? One of the Kagaya jonin shouted, pointing toward a village in the distance, vastly larger than Kagaya village by many times over. Most striking of all was the enormous red spiral crest emblazoned on the village wall. The other Kagaya ninja followed his gaze, each one left wide-eyed in astonishment. My God, we just crossed hundreds of miles in an instant. There really are such miraculous ninja arts in this world. This time, victory is ours. Let's storm the place and uncover the Uzumaki clan's secret to their long lives. The Kagaya warriors were instantly fired up, some already drawing their own bones to wield as weapons. Suddenly, with a rush, more than a dozen ninja with vibrant red hair, the unmistakable sign of the Uzumaki, appeared out of thin air. Stunned by the sudden arrival of hundreds of enemy ninja, their faces went pale. Why, you're the Kagaya clan? How did you get so close to us? What are the Senju guards and the censors doing? No wonder the Uzumaki ninja were so shocked. After all, this spot was less than 10 miles from the heart of Uchiha village itself. To have hundreds of enemy shinobi invade so deep into their territory was both terrifying and utterly unthinkable. Kagaya Monlu smirked coldly and waved his hand, barking, Take care of them. In a blur, dozens of Kagaya ninja brandishing bone spikes surged forward. In less than 2 minutes, the entire group of Uzumaki ninja was cut down, reduced to bloody fragments. From the rear, Izuna spoke calmly. I'll go notify the Uchiha now. When you're ready for the main assault, fire the signal flare. Understood. After receiving Kagaya Manro's affirmative reply, Izuna vanished on the spot. A few flying Thunder God teleportations later, he arrived in a forest several dozen miles outside the Uchiha clan grounds. There, Izuna had already gathered 600 Uchiha shinobi, who had been waiting for quite some time. Among them, aside from the younger generation who were Izuna's peers, there were also representatives of the new generation, Uchiha Kenya, the 13-year-old son of Uchiha Yuya, as well as 12-year-old Uchiha Soren and Uchiha Izuki, also 12. The fledglings Izuna had once taught all those years ago had now grown up one by one. Suddenly, a man in a black cloak and spiral mask appeared before them, and everyone instinctively grew wary. "Uchiha, are you ready?" Yuan asked in a hoarse voice. "Just waiting for you." In the eyes of the others, Izuna replied with utter coldness. Indeed, the Izuna standing before them was the real one, while the black-cloaked, masked figure was actually an electrical shadow clone Izuna had created. This was all to give the likes of Uchiha Kenya, those not in the upper echelons, the impression that Uchiha Izuna and Yuan are two different people, and that Yuan had also cooperated with the Uchiha. "All right." Yuan nodded and began marking flying thunder god seals around the 600 Uchiha shinobi. Watching the masked figure, who refused to show his true face, Uchiha Soren couldn't help but whisper to Izuna, "Vice Chief, can we really trust this guy?" Izuna gave a faint smile. "If he tries anything funny, I'll cut him down on the spot." Though his tone lacked the biting sharpness he'd had after being revived with the impure world reincarnation, the confidence in his words was no less than Madara's. As expected of our vice chief, Uchiha Soren and the other teens from the new generation gazed at Izuna's back with awe and admiration. By now, Yuan had finished placing the teleportation markings, and with a raspy voice, he said, "Get ready to move. We can start whenever." Izuna's tone remained as indifferent as ever. In no time, the Uchiha experienced the same sensation the Kagaya clan had just felt. Before they could even process what was happening, they found themselves in a completely different forest. It was clearly nowhere near the Uchiha territory. That much they could tell. Everyone was amazed by the wonders of this ninjutsu. "With this, our cooperation is complete." Yuan spoke quietly, and before anyone from the Uchiha side could respond, he had vanished in an instant. Who was that guy, really? Many among the Uchiha now found themselves both curious and suspicious about Yuan's true identity. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they could never have guessed that this strange black-cloaked masked man was, in fact, the very same vice chief they revered as a god. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the silence. At that very moment, a firework soared into the sky and burst at an impressive height. Boom! The Uchiha all looked up, only to see a firework blossoming in midair, its pattern clearly displaying the crest of the Kagaya clan. A strange smile curled at the corner of Izuna's lips. Yet, because he stood at the very front, with everyone else behind him, no one noticed. Deputy clan leader? Among the rare female shinobi of the Uchiha, Yuzuki whispered the question softly. "It's nothing," Izuna replied coolly. No sooner had he spoken than 5 red-haired members of the Uzumaki clan suddenly appeared. The moment they saw the Uchiha army led by Izuna, they recoiled several steps in shock. "Izuna, Uchiha? Why are you appearing so close to the village? Damn it, where are the guards? How could they let so many enemies get so near?" Their reaction mirrored the shock shown by those dozen Uzumaki shinobi who'd previously fallen to the Kagaya. But their luck proved better. Izuna had no murderous intent this time. His voice was calm, almost indifferent. "Relax. I'm here for a joyous occasion. Bring it in." As he spoke, a group of Uchiha Chunin came forward from behind, lugging several large iron chests. A joyous occasion? The leading Uzumaki Jonin frowned deeply, his wary gaze locked onto Izuna. "That's right." Izuna's expression radiated pride, his tone brooking no refusal. "I am here on behalf of my clan to formally propose marriage to your princess, Uzumaki Mido." In truth, although the date for Hashirama Senju and Uzumaki Mido's wedding had been set, Hashirama himself had yet to arrive from the Senju lands. It was now a time of truce, fresh from the end of war with the Uchiha. By the experience of centuries past, the Uchiha were unlikely to make a move against the Senju in the immediate future. Though there was always the chance that smaller clans might come to seize an advantage, the deterrent force of Hashirama, now renowned alongside Izuna as one of the warring state's twin heroes, was not to be underestimated. If any clan dared attack the Senju or Uchiha now, they would need the combined might of the Hyuga and Sarutobi Shimura clans at the very least. As such, the wedding followed the ancestral tradition, proceeding with the full rites and ceremonies. Though nearly half the clan's shinobi had been dispatched to guard the event, Hashirama Senju himself was still at the Senju estate making preparations. It should be remembered that, despite the Senju's defeat in this war, Hashirama's personal strength remained formidable and could not be ignored. Many clans sought to win Hashirama's favor. Though few dared attend the wedding feast of Hashirama and Mido in person, gifts arrived in an endless stream. As the newly appointed clan leader with a heart as compassionate as a saint, Hashirama responded to each little clan that sent gifts, even if he could barely recall some of their names. As the deputy clan leader, Tobarama Senju repeatedly offered to write the replies on Hashirama's behalf, but Hashirama turned him down every time. In his letters, Hashirama even mentioned more than once his vision of founding a ninja village where all clans could live in harmony. He was especially earnest and detailed in his words to the major clans like the Inoshikicho, Hataki, and Hyuga families. One could only wonder what expressions the leaders of these clans would wear after reading the contents of his letter. Just as Hashirama was powering through, determined to finish replying to all the letters that day, suddenly, a figure appeared at Hashirama's side, his face stricken with panic. It was Unkin Senju, a quasi-Kiga-level ninja, ranked among the top 5 strongest in the Senju clan. 3 years ago, he had only just reached the peak of Jonin, but now, he had finally broken through. "What's wrong?" Hashirama asked, seeing the look of alarm on Unkin's face. He had a bad feeling. Unkin struggled for breath, his face tight with anxiety. "It's bad, Lord Clan Leader. No idea how, but 500 Kagaya clan ninjas have suddenly landed less than 10 miles east of Uzushio village. They're advancing at full force." "What?" Even Hashirama couldn't help but gape in shock. They landed out of nowhere, and they landed less than 10 miles from Uzushio village? Absurd. If someone said they'd infiltrated, that might at least be believable. But a full 500 men? With so many expert sensory ninja among the Uzumaki, not to mention the hundreds of Senju shinobi stationed there to assist with the defenses, how could so many Kagaya ninja get that deep without anyone noticing? If there was any explanation, perhaps landing out of nowhere, was it? Unkin's face was twisted with disbelief, sweat pouring down. "Lord Clan Leader, I know it sounds impossible, but it's the truth. Mobilize the troops immediately. I'll depart at once." Hashirama quickly shrugged off his house robe and changed into a black fitted battle suit and red armor. "Clan Leader, even for you, if you hurry there alone without waiting for backup, it'll still take at least a day and a half to get there. And with the Kagaya, though fewer in number, landing so close to Uzushio, I'm afraid." Hashirama, fastening the cords of his armor, called out over his shoulder, "Call Tobarama. Tell him to use the flying thunder god technique to take me with him. It'll put a huge strain on his chakra, but there's no other way." With Unkin at his side, Hashirama had just stepped out of his courtyard when another Senju Jonin, Kano Senju, appeared before him, eyes anxious, sweat beading on his forehead. "Clan Leader, intelligence just came in. Izuna Uchiha is leading 600 Uchiha ninja, and they've landed 10 miles west of Uzushio village." Another sudden landing. Hashirama was utterly dumbfounded. Between the drifting clouds, Senju Yunjin grew even more anxious. "Clan Leader, the one leading the Uchiha is Uchiha Izuna. What should we do now?" Senju Hashirama clenched his jaw tightly. "There's no other way. Tobarama and I will head out first. Yunjin, you must lead the troops and follow as quickly as possible to reinforce us." Meanwhile, in a lofty pavilion in Uzushio village, Uzumaki Mito sat gracefully and with dignified poise, dressed in a white kimono, the traditional attire of a Japanese bride, her presence serene in the high chamber. According to the customs of a traditional wedding, in 3 days' time, she would be wed to her betrothed, Senju Hashirama. She would stand here, accepting the heartfelt blessings of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans gathered below. Not only was she clad in the ceremonial white kimono, but her lips were painted with lipstick, erasing any trace of her youthful naivete at 17 and lending her a touch of refined allure. She pressed her lips together thoughtfully. Even after a year apart, the image of that mischievous man would occasionally surface in her mind. She found it especially amusing to recall their last parting. How his flustered and exasperated expression sharply contrasted with the usual commanding air he carried, as if he looked down on the world itself. Together with her fiancé, Senju Hashirama, he was hailed as one of the twin heroes of the warring states. He also bore another title, the Emperor of Eyes. His reputation was only growing more formidable, and surely his strength had not diminished in the slightest. If it weren't for the long-standing alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, and the fact that the Uchiha were mortal enemies of the Senju, perhaps if he had proposed to the Uzumaki, her grandfather, the Great Elder, would not have refused him. Smack! Smack! As this thought surfaced, Mito suddenly snapped back to reality, giving her cheeks a couple of quick taps. What was she thinking? In just a few days, she would be married. How could her mind wander like this? Just then, Mito's expression changed. As the Uzumaki with the keenest sensory abilities, she had sensed something amiss. What was happening? Why was there a tremendous surge of chakra to the east? That could only mean war. Yes, only a large-scale battle could generate such an overwhelming amount of chakra. Hud. At that moment, a young Uzumaki girl, no more than 12 or 13 years old and with the same fiery red hair, hurried up the stairs, panting for breath. Mito's sister, something's wrong. Something's really wrong. What is it? The little Uzumaki girl replied in her childish voice. It's the Kagaya. The Kagaya clan from the east is attacking. The Great Elder and the others have already gone to confront them. They say the fighting is getting really close to our village. What? Mito's beautiful eyes widened in shock. And that's not all, the little girl continued. From the west, the Uchiha have arrived too, led by Uchiha Izuna. But they haven't attacked. They're asking to see you, to propose marriage. In an instant, Mito's heart fluttered even more. 10 miles from Whirlpool Tide Village, in a clearing on the western edge of the forest. At this moment, the Grand Elder Uzumaki Guanghai and clan leader Uzumaki Hagwang had both already headed east to confront the 500 Kagaya ninja led by Kagaya Manyu and Kagaya Take. When it came to sheer numbers, the Uzumaki far outstripped the Kagaya, and in a head-on fight, even with the Kagaya's reputation for combat prowess, they would find it hard to swallow the Uzumaki, masters of sealing arts. Yet, who wouldn't panic if the enemy suddenly struck right at your doorstep? Even with support from the Senju, the Uzumaki seemed to be losing ground, step by step. Barely had the Grand Elder led reinforcements to the east when, from the west, Uchiha Izuna arrived at the head of the Uchiha army. This was enough to make the hearts of those left behind in Whirlpool Tide Village leap into their throats. With both the Grand Elder and the clan leader engaged in battle to the east, only the strongest among those left to guard the village remained. Uzumaki Chungwang, a shinobi at the peak of the Jonin level, could step forward. Thankfully, even though Uchiha Izuna launched his assault, the terms he presented made Uzumaki Chungwang break out in a cold sweat. He actually wanted to propose marriage to the Grand Elder's granddaughter, Uzumaki Mito. Was this scoundrel truly sincere, or was he merely looking to stir up trouble because of his enmity with the Senju? Regardless of his motives, the Uzumaki could not afford to offend the Uchiha now. Upon Chungwang's arrival, he had no choice but to stabilize the situation with Uchiha Izuna and his men, to stall for time. But simply stalling couldn't be a long-term solution. He dared not let the Uchiha army enter the village, not even Uchiha Izuna alone. After all, Izuna was a demon on par with Hashirama Senju, rumored to be a match for an entire battalion all by himself. If Uchiha Izuna caused any trouble within Whirlpool Tide Village, Uzumaki Chungwang didn't know if he could bear the consequences. Whether the village could even survive would be in question. Yet, leaving the 600 Uchiha waiting outside the village gates indefinitely was a problem in itself. What is the meaning of this, Uzumaki? Uchiha Kenya, son of Uchiha, spoke coldly. Our vice-clan leader himself has come to propose marriage, and not only do your Grand Elder and clan leader fail to greet him, but you leave our vice-clan leader standing outside, as if he's nothing. Are you trying to insult the Uchiha? To be spoken to like this by a boy barely 12 or 13, Uzumaki Chungwang, a peak jonin, could hardly keep his anger in check. Yet right now, with the Kagaya assaulting from the east, Chungwang couldn't help but speculate. The Uchiha and Kagaya arriving simultaneously. Was it mere coincidence, or was there a plan behind it? It was most likely the latter. It would already be suspicious for both to arrive on the same day, but for them both to descend out of nowhere, as if from the sky. Such a bizarre method? To claim there was no connection would be to believe in ghosts. Uzumaki Juko and the dozens of Uzumaki ninja behind him were drenched in sweat, paralyzed by hesitation. What should we do? Let Uchiha Izuna and his companions in? That would inevitably stir chaos within the village. Worse yet, perhaps Izuna was just waiting for an invitation so he could wreak havoc from the inside. But if we refuse? Frankly, none of us here could stop the Uchiha army. Not even Izuna alone, let alone his forces. If they lose patience, they could easily resort to force. While the Uzumaki on the other side wavered, Izuna, who stood at the heart of the matter, finally spoke up. You're worried about us, I understand that. How about this? I'll enter the village with just a few people needed to carry the wedding gifts, and everyone else will remain here. Will that work? If it had been before, Juko might have agreed. But after witnessing Izuna's overwhelming power at the Battle of Yanshan, he dared not let him in so lightly. Even setting aside everything else, if the two tails were unleashed, the already weakened Uzumaki would not be able to withstand it. Are you saying that only if I, Uchiha Izuna, cripple both my hands will you feel at ease? Seeing that Juko and the others still hadn't responded, Izuna's face darkened, his voice turning cold. Even a seasoned jonin like Juko instinctively shrank back under Izuna's piercing gaze, let alone the lower-ranked ninja behind him. This. Juko's voice trembled, betraying his anxiety. Just as Izuna pressed in relentlessly, a clear and ethereal voice echoed across the space. Izuna, They're all my clansmen. A melodious and airy voice accompanied by the graceful figure of a girl. Uzumaki Mito, dressed in the pure white bridal kimono, arrived with a fellow Uzumaki girl in tow. The hem of her once spotless kimono was dust-stained, proof of her hurried journey. Even without lipstick, after a year apart, Izuna could see the changes in her. At 16 or 17, a girl stands at the threshold between youth and maturity. That outfit is beautiful, but it's the person wearing it who truly shines. A faint smile played at Izuna's lips. You've become even more beautiful, Mito. Princess Mito. Lady Mito. Lady Mito. All eyes, including Juko's and the surrounding Uzumaki ninja, turned to Mito. She strode forward and addressed Juko. Lord Juko, please allow Uchiha Izuna to enter the village. I promise, he won't do anything untoward. Princess, but... Uzumaki Chonwong was still hesitant, but Mito spoke again. I will take full responsibility for everything. Besides, letting the Uchiha deputy clan leader wait out here like this is far too discourteous, don't you think? Clenching his teeth, Uzumaki Chonwong nodded. Since this is your wish, Princess, I will not interfere further. Mito gently raised her delicate hand. This way, Lord Izuna. Izuna lifted his arm, signaling everyone to remain on standby, then walked past Uzumaki Chonwong and took Mito's hand without hesitation. A blush crept across Mito's pretty face as she anxiously tried to pull away, but Izuna's grip was like iron. She simply couldn't break free. In the end, she could only shoot him a reproachful glare before following him into Yuzushio village. The onlookers, including Uzumaki Chonwong and his companions, stared in disbelief. Could it be that there really was something going on between Princess Mito and that Uchiha Izuna? Many of them knew that Mito had once been captured by Izuna and held in the Uchiha Northern Military Camp for over half a year before finally being released. Was it during that time? No. Even if that were true, for her to go so far with the enemy, it just sounded too fantastical. Yet the evidence was right before their eyes, leaving them with no choice but to believe it. But now that things had come to this, when Hashirama and the others arrived, what would they possibly say? As Izuna led Mito by the hand into Yuzushio village, both ninja and civilians inside were thrown into a panic. If not for all the Senju clan's ninja having gone east to confront the Kagaya clan, who knows how much more serious the situation could have become. Feeling the stares of clansmen from both sides, Mito shyly lowered her head, and finally, unable to endure it, hurried forward, biting her lip and whispering, "Let's go, quickly." Izuna could only shrug helplessly and hurry after her, following her into the tall pavilion. This was the very place where Mito had originally been meant to marry Hashirama. This place is truly impressive, Izuna said, propping his hands on the windowsill and gazing out. You can see the entire village from here. It feels as if you're standing at the very peak of your clan. From this vantage, almost all of Yuzushio village was laid out below. Perhaps the Hokage's office in Konoha was modeled after this very spot. When we're back in Uchiha, let's build one just like it. Izuna turned and said to Mito. Just then, Mito entered from the side room, having changed out of her pure white bridal kimono into a simple white robe. She happened to hear Izuna's words. Her brows knitted slightly, and she bit her lip. What are you thinking? There's no future for us. That's not for you to decide. It's not up to your grandfather. Hither, Izuna said as he suddenly pulled Mito into his arms, catching her off guard. With a mischievous grin, he whispered, "It's up to me." Feeling the sensation against his chest, Izuna glanced down and grinned, baring his teeth. Looks like they've gotten a bit bigger. Though they couldn't compare to Lady Tsunade's, they were still quite impressive. Mito shot him a fierce glare, both embarrassed and exasperated, pounding his shoulders with her fists. Is this really the time for that? Can't you take things seriously? Still holding Mito in his arms, Izuna turned his head and cast a glance toward the eastern side of the village, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. The killing intent is so thick, even someone like me, who isn't a sensory-type ninja, can pick it up. At this distance, the Uzumaki and Senju must be feeling the pressure too. Even though the Kagaya clan numbered only 500, their sudden descent right at the heart of the Uzumaki territory had already inflicted a severe psychological blow on both the Uzumaki and Senju clans. In this world of ninja, morale still mattered a great deal. According to the secret investigations of Uchiha Sasha's covert division, Hashirama Senju was still at the Senju compound. Even with his incredible speed, it would take him more than a day to arrive at full tilt. Even with Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique, if they rushed without pause, it would still take almost a day. During this window, the 500-strong Kagaya force led by Kagaya Manro could very well break into Uzumaki village. He wondered if Uzumaki Hiroshi and the others realized that 600 Uchiha were also gathering just outside their western gate. If they did, the sheer psychological pressure might make them crumble even faster. Mito pressed her lips tightly together, her clear eyes fixed on Izuna. She parted her red lips and pleaded, "Help me. You want me to help the Uzumaki and Senju fight against the Kagaya?" Izuna found her request amusing. "What I ought to do right now is snatch you back immediately, then sit back and watch as the three clans tear each other apart, letting Uchiha reap the rewards when all is said and done." Mito landed another heavy blow on Izuna. "This was all an arrangement between you and the Kagaya, wasn't it?" She didn't know how the Kagaya and Uchiha had managed to slip past the Senju and Uzumaki defenses, but both showing up on opposite sides of Uzumaki village on the very same day. If that wasn't premeditated, then nothing was. Seeing that Izuna was still stubborn as ever, Mito bit her lip hard, silver teeth clenched. After a moment, she finally steeled herself. "If you help the Uzumaki through this crisis, I'll go with you." Izuna raised his brows, locking eyes with Mito. Though there was a sense of coercion, if she didn't genuinely harbor this desire deep down, she would have threatened Izuna with suicide as she had a year ago, rather than suggesting they leave together. "What about Uzumaki Hiroshi? He'll try to stop us, won't he?" Izuna countered. Mito fell silent at once. Her grandfather would definitely stand in the way. What would she do then? Izuna didn't make things difficult for Mito. He said, "All I need is your word. Even if Uzumaki Hirumi tries to stop us, you can't go back on your promise when I take you away." When it came down to it, the only one who cared about what Uzumaki Hirumi or anyone else thought was Mito herself. Izuna couldn't care less. "Whatever I want to do, could you really stop me?" The key was what Mito wanted. He had no desire to bring her back, only to see that endlessly sorrowful look on her face day after day. "All right." After a long silence, Mito finally nodded emphatically, her eyes full of determination. Seeing this, Izuna was overjoyed. He bent down and kissed Mito's lips, still tinted with a hint of lipstick. MMM. The long-lost yet familiar sensation sent a ripple through Mito's heart. Instinctively, she patted Izuna's shoulder twice, but soon her movements softened, her hands caressing him as she responded with practiced familiarity. It was impossible to say how much time had passed when, all of a sudden, a startled cry came from the direction of the stairs. "Ah!" The sharp gasp belonged to Mito's young maid. She had noticed the princess and the Uchiha clan's deputy head had been alone in the tower for a long time, and, worried something might have happened, she decided to sneak up and check on them. But she had never expected to stumble upon such a passionate scene. Mito snapped back to her senses, her eyes wide as she stared at the equally stunned little maid. Pushing Izuna away in a panic, she stammered, "No, it's not, I didn't." Izuna shot the maid an annoyed look. "If this were the Uchiha household, barging in on your master like that would land you in the dungeon, girl." Meeting Izuna's gaze, the maid let out a yelp and hurried back down the stairs, calling out, I didn't see anything." Izuna tried to wrap his arms around Mito's slender waist again. "All right, let's pick up where we left off." "Pick up what?" Mito, both embarrassed and angry, slapped his hand away. "Have you forgotten what you promised me?" Izuna rolled his eyes. Fine, I'm going now." With that, he strode over to the window of the tower, clearly ready to jump out. "Wait, aren't you going to summon your clansmen?" Mito stopped him, surprised and worried to see that he seemed intent on going alone. "It's only 500 Kagaya ninja. Why would I need backup for that?" Izuna's tone was as casual as if he were talking about eating or drinking. He leapt down from the window of the high tower, darting across the rooftops of Uzumaki village, and soon disappeared from Mito's sight. Mito watched Izuna's retreating figure, her mind filled with conflicting thoughts. "Princess." At some point, the little maid had crept back up and now whispered softly, "Ah." Mito nearly jumped out of her skin in surprise. The little maid, seeing her like this, instead broke into a smile. "Princess, your sensory ninjutsu is usually so sharp, but you didn't even notice me coming this time. That's a first. You little rascal." Mito shot her a reproachful glare, but there was no real threat in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the forest just a few miles east of Uzushio village, a brutal battle was raging. Led by Uzumaki Hirokai, the Uzumaki and Senju ninjas were desperately holding off the fierce assault of the Kagaya clan, commanded by Kagaya Manro. Such a vicious way of fighting. It was truly like the Kagaya themselves. If they could ever set foot in the land of fire, the Kagaya might well rank among the top 5 clans. Unfortunately, the curse of their bloodline, the fatal Kekii illness, cut their lives tragically short, making their longevity pale in comparison to the Uzumaki, who were famed for long life. To guard against interference from the Uchiha and others who might use the wedding as cover for mischief, The Uzumaki had deployed many of their people to reinforce the western defenses. Even so, the combined forces of the Senju and Uzumaki fighting the Kagaya now still outnumbered their foes by more than half. Yet they found themselves on the back foot, their morale and resolve shaken to the core. Kagaya Manro, wielding a bone spike in each hand, clashed with Uzumaki Hirokai. As he swung his weapons, he let out a wild, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha! Uzumaki Hirokai, Uzumaki Hikaru, so you've thrown every last bit of your strength at us, have you? Are you sure this is wise? Hirokai's brow creased in concentration as he parried the bone spikes, snapping, "What are you getting at?" Manro deliberately channeled chakra into his throat, raising his voice so the entire battlefield could hear. "You think the Kagaya are the only ones making a move today? Let me enlighten you. The Uchiha are here too. Our two clans are attacking from both east and west. Uzumaki, this is your end." "What?" Just as Manro expected, the moment the words left his mouth, shock and panic swept through the ranks of Uzumaki and Senju alike. Their movements faltered, and openings appeared. The Kagaya wasted no time, striking at those vulnerabilities, driving bone through skulls and throats, claiming countless lives in an instant. "Don't let them fool you," Uzumaki Hikaru shouted. "If the Uchiha wanted to attack, they'd have to break through both the Senju lands and our western defenses. There's no way they could get here this fast." "Huh, Hikaru, you really are dense, aren't you?" Kagaya Manro's laughter grew even wilder. "If we Kagaya could slip so close to your village without a sound, why couldn't the Uchiha do the same? Here's a little secret. The signal flare just now was meant for the Uchiha. By now, they're probably already storming your village." "Ha ha ha. Enough!" Uzumaki Hirokai roared in fury, striking out with his palm. "Oomph. Struck a nerve, have I?" Kagaya Monlu let out a dismissive snort and drew from his shoulder a massive bone spike, nearly a meter in length, then surged forward with it, swirling in a deadly dance. Dance of the Camellia. Just as both sides were about to collide, everyone instinctively sensed a deadly wave of danger. With a sharp halt, they scrambled backward at full speed. A piercing, vibrating hum tore through the air. In the next instant, a high-level wind release jutsu, spinning at breakneck speed with a chakra sphere at its core, came crashing down from above. Boom! The moment the technique struck the ground, wind blades and chakra erupted with tremendous force, forming a colossal spiraling storm, 100 meters in diameter, obliterating everything within its path with unmatched ferocity. Staring at the devastating jutsu before them, Uzumaki Hirokai and his companions recoiled in shock, blurting out, "Isn't this Uchiha Izuna's?" He actually dodged the wind release. Raisin Shuriken. A teasing voice drifted through the aftermath. As expected from the Uzumaki clan, with their unparalleled sensory prowess, and the Kagaya clan, masters of taijutsu. Everyone turned toward the direction of the voice. There, perched casually on the branch of a large tree, was Izuna, grinning as he spoke. "Sorry, Elder Uzumaki, I really didn't mean to attack you. I just have absolute faith in your sensory skills. You were sure to avoid it." "Uchiha Izuna." A chorus of shocked cries rang out. Uzumaki Hikaru and the others gritted their teeth. Damn it. So the rumors about Uchiha's arrival were true? With Kagaya to the east, Uchiha to the west, and Senju Hashirama's reinforcements nowhere in sight, they were in real trouble now. "A pleasure to meet you, Vice Chief Izuna." Kagaya Monlu tried to strike up a rapport. "Though our clans have joined forces to attack Uzumaki, we never actually discussed how to divide the land of whirlpools. Why don't we wait until we've fully taken Yuzushio village, and then settle the matter at our leisure?" Uzumaki Hirokai's face was ashen. The battle wasn't even decided, and already they spoke as if the outcome were set in stone. And with such bold arrogance, even talking about splitting up the Uzumaki spoils. "Oh, Clan Chief Monlu of the Kagaya, a pleasure indeed." Izuna leapt gracefully from the tree and strolled into the heart of the battlefield. Not a soul dared block his path. "That's quite a tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline." He feigned a look of regret, his tone light but firm. Every face changed again. No one could guess what Izuna was really after. But one thing was certain. This response spelled nothing good for the Kagaya. Kagaya Monlu's face darkened. "Vice Chief Izuna, what does this mean?" Izuna smiled. "To be frank, just now the Uzumaki struck a deal with me. They've agreed to marry their Princess Mito to me as my wife, in exchange for my help in repelling the Kagaya. On the day of the wedding, I'd rather not see any bloodshed. So I suggest you all take your leave, Kagaya clan." Kagaya Manro and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief, their eyes round as copper bells. But before they could respond, Uzumaki Hiroshi behind them erupted in a furious roar. "Nonsense! When did I ever agree to this? There's no need for the Grand Elder's approval, Izuna replied coolly. When I visited Whirlpool Village just now, Princess Mito herself gave her word. He turned to face Uzumaki Hiroshi. It was at her request, in fact. She promised to marry me and return to the Uchiha as a condition for my coming here to support you all. Hiroshi still refused to believe it, snorting, "Impossible! Even if that's what she said, you must have threatened her." My, Grand Elder, you really are getting more muddle-headed with age. So, are you planning to let Kaguya conquer Whirlpool Village today? I honestly don't care either way. As Izuna spoke, he casually wiped a finger across his mouth. When he had kissed Mito earlier, a trace of her lipstick had stained his lips. Hiroshi noticed this gesture, and above all, the streak of vivid red at the corner of Izuna's mouth. He began to piece things together. That lipstick had been passed down to Mito on her wedding day. Now, a smear of it marked Uchiha Izuna's lips. Hiroshi was hardly senile. He could guess what had transpired. Realization brought only greater fury. Hiroshi bellowed. Mito is the fiancée of Senju Hashirama, clan leader of the Senju. How dare a brat like you lay a hand on her? Even though Hiroshi was Mito's grandfather, Izuna found his patience wearing thin at this point. With a flicker of movement, Izuna flashed back to his perch on the tree branch. Raising his hand, he called out, "If that's how it is, by all means carry on. Here, Chief Manro, I fully support you in killing this stubborn old fool." The battle pressed on, the atmosphere taking on a strange tension. Over all of it loomed Uchiha Izuna, widely recognized as one of the strongest men of the Warring States period, quietly observing. He was like a ticking time bomb. No one could tell when he might go off, nor who would be caught in the blast. Crash! Kaguya Manro's bone spike struck against the adamantine chains manipulated by Uzumaki Hiroshi, forcing Manro back a few steps. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, Kaguya Teikori, fighting back-to-back with him, whispered a warning. "Chief, Senju Hashirama is sure to send reinforcements soon. It's less than 2 days' journey from the Senju lands. We have to end this quickly. Right now, our best option is..." Manro's eyes narrowed. "To ally with the Uchiha?" "Exactly," Teikori replied without hesitation. Izuna Uchiha had suddenly appeared and declared that, so long as they handed over Uzumaki Mito, he would not attack, and might even help the Uzumaki repel the Kaguya. Yet stubborn old Hiroshi was hardly likely to agree so easily. Ironically, that very fact had opened up a weakness they could exploit. With this realization, Kaguya Manro nodded and shouted toward Izuna. "Vice Chief Izuna, at the end of the day, all you desire is Uzumaki Mito, isn't it? But perhaps you should consider this. Once our two clans conquer Uzushio Village, Uzumaki Mito will naturally be yours. And if we share half of the spoils from our victory with the Uchiha, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Nearly 1,000 Uzumaki and Senju shinobi were taken aback. Not just Izuna, even they found some sense in these words. If Izuna's goal was simply Mito, things would be straightforward. Join forces with Kaguya, destroy Uzushio Village, then take Uzumaki Mito back. Wouldn't that achieve the same end? "Oh." Izuna put on an expression of sudden understanding, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It looked as though he was about to agree to Kaguya Manro's proposal. Below, the Senju and Uzumaki shinobi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. In truth, they had no idea that Izuna's expression was just for Uzumaki Hiroshi and the others to see. A psychological ploy to put pressure on them. How could Izuna possibly have failed to consider Kaguya Manro's suggestion? The key was that if he used such a method to bring Mito back, he'd only have her body, never her heart. What's more, with such a strong-willed woman, who could say she wouldn't choose death over dishonor? So today, Uzumaki cannot fall. Yet Izuna's look of temptation was enough to send chills down the spines of many below, especially the Uzumaki shinobi. At once, a high-ranking Uzumaki jonin shouted up to Uzumaki Hiroshi, "Elder, the situation is dire. We should just accept Uchiha Izuna's terms." No sooner had he spoken than a Senju jonin beside him erupted in fury. "Nonsense! Uzumaki Mito is our Chief Hashirama's fiancé. If the Uzumaki act this way, are you betraying the Senju?" That's right. We've been protecting you for years." At once, the Senju side was thrown into an uproar. Yet in the face of their accusations, the Uzumaki jonin, flushed red with some newfound courage, shouted back, setting Kaguya aside. If the Uchiha wanted to reach the land of whirlpools, they'd have to pass through Senju territory. If it was only Izuna, fine, but for so many Uchiha ninja to reach Uzushio Village undetected, wasn't that a failure on the Senju's part? Well said. If not for the Senju's negligence, how could the Uchiha army have gotten so close to our village? It's clearly the Senju's fault, yet you dare accuse us of betrayal? Ridiculous. If Uzushio village is doomed, does it even matter who Princess Mito marries? As soon as he said this, the other Uzumaki ninjas began shouting their objections, the commotion nearly spiraling into infighting among themselves. Kagaya Manro looked at the noisy chaos unfolding between the Senju and Uzumaki clans across from him and couldn't help but chuckle. So these are the Senju and Uzumaki, bound by centuries of alliance? It's nothing impressive after all. Even Uzumaki Hikaru, the current clan leader, couldn't help but wipe a bead of cold sweat from his brow at the scene. With things as they are, we have no choice but to accept Uchiha Izuna's terms. Uzumaki Hikaru whispered to Uzumaki Hiroshi. If Uchiha Izuna were to give the signal, and the Uchiha army really attacked the village from the west, they would never be able to withstand it. Uzumaki Hiroshi's face wrinkled even further, his expression grave as he replied in a low voice. You realize that by doing this, we'll be breaking with the Senju? For over a century, the Uzumaki had always enjoyed the protection of the Senju. And yet now, they were about to marry off the Uzumaki princess, originally promised to the Senju clan leader, to their sworn enemy from the Uchiha. The fury of the Senju after this would be unimaginable. Uzumaki Hikaru gritted his teeth. Some of the clansmen were right, just now. This is a moment that decides the very survival of our people. No matter how fast Senju reinforcements might come, it would take them more than a day to arrive. If Kagaya and the Uchiha join forces and attack from the left, the war could be over in half a day. And if the Uzumaki are destroyed, what does it matter who Mito marries? At last, Kagaya Manro shouted, enunciating each word with force. If the Uzumaki are destroyed, what meaning would there be in Mito's marriage to anyone? The words struck Uzumaki Hiroshi like a hammer to the head. He realized, with a jolt, that if the Uzumaki were gone, who Mito married wouldn't matter at all. In that instant, Uzumaki Hiroshi seemed to age decades. He clenched his jaw and muttered weakly, enough. We'll accept Uchiha Izuna's terms. Hearing this, Uzumaki Hikaru quickly called out to Izuna. Uchi, Vice Chief Izuna, the elder has agreed to give Mito's hand to you. Please help us drive back the Kagaya clan. The 100 or so Senju ninjas present were all shocked. Yet no matter how furious they felt inside, they could find no words to object. In this situation, the Uzumaki truly had no other choice but to accept Izuna's demands. If the Senju were in the Uzumaki's place, they would have chosen the same. What's more, the Uchiha army's ability to airdrop into Uzumaki village was, in large part, the Senju's responsibility. Izuna's lips curved into a slight smile. Have your elder say it himself, before the eyes of the 4 clans. This, Uzumaki Hikaru's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at Uzumaki Hiroshi. Hiroshi's face had turned an ominous shade, fists clenched so tightly it looked like he was barely holding himself together. After several seconds, he finally shouted, voice echoing, I agree. So long as you help us repel the Kagaya, Mito will be promised to you. As soon as these words were shouted, the scene was plunged into utter silence. A few seconds later, it was Madara's wild, echoing laughter that shattered the hush. People really are pathetic. With a sinister grin, Madara leapt down from the tree branch, landing between Uzumaki and Kagaya. Kaguyama-sama, are you absolutely sure about this? Seeing Madara jump down before them, Kaguyama and his followers' faces darkened instantly. If we take Yuzuko village, not only do we get Uzumaki Mito, but half the resources of the entire Uzumaki clan would go to the Uchiha? That's an immense profit. Madara smiled without a word, and only after Kaguyama finished, he rolled his neck and replied, enough with the nonsense. I'll give you a chance to walk away alive. Withdraw from the land of whirlpools immediately, and I won't lift a finger. Kaguyama's face grew even darker. They were now only a few miles from Yuzuko village. How could anyone let such a prize slip away when it was nearly in their grasp? Even with Madara's fearsome reputation, they were not so easily deterred. So, Madara-sama, you're going to ignore your clan's interests and act on your own? In that case, we have no choice but to wait, clan leader. Just as Kaguyama was about to command the full might of the 500 Kagaya shinobi he'd brought to attack Madara, his deputy, Takehiko, spoke up to stop him. Kaguyama frowned and glanced at his lieutenant. He heard Takehiko whisper, let's not discuss Madara Uchiha's true strength for now. If we injure him, we'll be facing the wrath of the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Senju clans. Even if we take Yuzuko village, the cost would outweigh the gain. Kaguyama's heart turned cold. Indeed, today's actions had already offended both the Uzumaki and the Senju. Even if they wiped out the Uzumaki today, harming Madara Uchiha would mean antagonizing both the Senju and Uchiha clans at once. It simply wasn't worth it. With this thought, Kaguyama's mind raced. He quickly changed his tone and called out to Madara, Madara-sama. Even if our two clans can't unite to attack the Uzumaki right now, Kagaya has no wish to damage our relations with Uchiha, either. How about this? You and I fight one-on-one. If you win, I, Kaguyama, will withdraw my forces from the land of whirlpools at once. If you lose, I ask that the Uchiha do not interfere any further. As soon as Kaguyama uttered these words, before Madara could even respond, on the other side, Uzumaki Hiroshi, Uzumaki Hikaru, and many other Uzumaki, and even some Senju, shinobi all wore complicated expressions. Some could barely suppress a laugh. Challenge Madara Uchiha to a duel? Was this guy out of his mind? Across the entire Warring States era, aside from Hashirama Senju, who would dare make such a claim? Clearly, he'd spent too long in his remote coastal backwater, completely out of touch with the times. But, then again, it wasn't entirely unreasonable for Kaguyama to propose such a thing. He did belong to the same generation as Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma. After all, even though he was plagued by illness, apart from a shortened lifespan, it hadn't significantly weakened his abilities. More importantly, Kagaya Manro could not afford to offend both the Senju and Uchiha clans at the same time. Although Izuna found the situation amusing, he kept his composure, the only hint being the faint upward curve at the corner of his lips. That suit yourself. My apologies, then. Kagaya Manro's 10 fingertips began to reveal the tips of his finger bones. In the next instant, he whipped his arm with fierce force. 10 razor-sharp finger bones shot forward faster than the eye could follow. 10-finger drilling bullets. Yet, under the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, those projectiles seemed to hang motionless in the air. Izuna swept his hand gently, and a flicker of silvery flame suddenly ignited, blocking all the bones with ease. With another casual motion, he sent the finger bones scattering harmlessly to the ground. It all happened so swiftly that the other Kagaya clan ninjas had no time to react. What kind of jutsu was that? Just now, did silver flames rise from Uchiha Izuna's hand? He blocked the clan leader's 10-finger drilling bullets so effortlessly. How is that possible? Though everyone was stunned by the speed, among the Senju and Uzumaki in the rear, those with experience fighting the Uchiha recognized it immediately. That was Susanoo. He'd only used a small fraction of its power, just enough to block the 10-finger drilling bullets. Uchiha Izuna hadn't even shown his true strength. I'd like to win the beauty's heart sooner rather than later, so hurry up, or else. Halfway through his sentence, Izuna's tone suddenly grew cold, edged with killing intent, as he enunciated each word. I might not be able to stop myself from killing you. Kagaya Manro's face changed, a chill rising within him despite himself. Am I actually intimidated by the aura of a man barely in his 20s? He could hardly believe it. In one motion, he yanked out his entire spine, turning it into a long, whip-like weapon. Dance of the Clematis, Vine! With a flourish, Manro swung the bone whip. Izuna's left eye, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, spun slightly, allowing him to see the trajectory of every attack with perfect clarity. So, he's trying to buy me with this move? Susanoo's rib-like shield rose up, enclosing Izuna's body within its protective shell. The ever-lengthening bone whip wrapped tightly around both Izuna and the outer shell of the Susanoo shield. Bloom! With a low shout, Manro's left-hand bone surged, expanding rapidly as even more bone erupted from within, forming a massive bone spear the size of a grown man. HAA! With a furious roar, Manro thrust the giant bone spear straight at Susanoo's shield. Clang! The moment bone met shield, a piercing, metallic clash rang out. 3 seconds later, the shell of Susanoo's shield began to crack with a sound reminiscent of shattering plastic. Is this power even greater than Kagaya Kimamaro's? Kwana thought to himself in silence. You've already landed 2 blows. How about letting me return the favor? Kwana suddenly spoke, catching everyone off guard. He was not like Gaara, who only relied on defense, standing still and waiting for his opponent to break through. With the explosive surge of his ocular power and chakra, silvery, flame-like chakra rose from the surface of Susanoo's shield. A towering skeletal chakra giant emerged, startling the Kagaya clan's shinobi who were witnessing this spectacle for the first time. Kagaya Banro also looked up, only to see the skeletal Susanoo brandishing its sword and swinging it down upon them. Left with no other choice, Kagaya Banro was forced to leap backward to evade the strike. Boom! The chakra sword crashed down, shattering the ground where Banro had just been standing. Debris and sand exploded outward, forcing shinobi on both sides to swiftly retreat. The defense just got stronger. Banro's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the spot where he'd previously managed to crack Susanoo's armor. That area had already been restored under Kwana's chakra, and it was plain to see the defense had become even thicker than before. "Chieftain, beneath your feet," Kagaya Matori whispered urgently from behind. "I know," Banro replied, shifting his gaze to the ground at Kwana's feet, where there was no Susanu's protection. "Dance of the Early Fern, Shikatsu Miyaku." In the next moment, Banro pressed both hands to the ground. Instantly, countless massive bone spikes erupted from the earth. Even in later generations, when Kimimaro used the Dance of the Early Fern, its range was already astonishing. But for Kagaya Banro, whose abilities far surpassed Kimimaro's, it was on another level entirely. Just then, the Uzumaki shinobi, led by the great elder Uzumaki Hirokai, intervened in time. Barrier, spatial isolation. Countless transparent shields rose up before the Uzumaki and Senju clans, temporarily holding back the advance of the Dance of the Early Fern. Banro's attack was overwhelming, yet Kwana remained calm, replying coolly, "In the end, it's just a technique similar to Earth Release." The skeletal Susanu was swiftly enveloped in chakra, its armor thickening. In the next instant, it transformed into a humanoid form, then was covered in another heavy layer of armor, becoming the armored Susanu. Can that technique just keep evolving endlessly? Kagaya Matori and the others gritted their teeth and muttered under their breath. Blaze Release, Kagetsuchi Sword. Kwana's right Mangekyo, I flickered towards Susanu's armored right arm. A blazing sword of Amaterasu flames formed in its palm. In the blink of an eye, Susanu swung this sword down toward the ground. It was as if the entire earth was about to be torn apart. A deep, thunderous rumble erupted. The ground caved in, and everyone began to sink as the earth crumbled beneath them. The massive bones that had once jutted from the earth now vanished along with the collapsing land. Naturally, this included the Susanu under Kwana's control. "This is madness, pure madness," Banro cursed under his breath. In the next instant, he suddenly vanished from where he stood. No, he hadn't vanished. He had entered the massive bone spike conjured by his Dance of the Early Fern. It bore some resemblance to Flying Thunder God and water release techniques. The Kagaya clan possessed the ability to move at incredible speed within the bone structures they created. It was much like how Tobarama Senju, in every battle, loved to flood the surrounding terrain with water, amplifying both his speed and the power of his jutsu many times over. Later, Kisame would use a similar move when hunting the Eight Tails. Once Kagaya Manyu melded into the bone, his technique was just as impenetrable to the Sharingan as Hashirama's would clone technique. In the next instant, Kagaya Manyu burst forth from a bone spike on the ground near his lodgings, appearing at Izuna's right rear flank. "Take this, Dance of the Eightfold Sword." This move could only be unleashed in tandem with the Dance of the Early Fern. Compared to Tobarama's water release acceleration, this technique nearly matched the speed of Izuna's Flying Thunder God and coupled it with fearsome offensive power. It was a true S-rank jutsu. What's more, with his body concealed within the bone and his chakra saturating the structure, even the Sharingan couldn't pierce through, giving Kagaya Manyu absolute confidence in this attack. In the future, when Kimimaro's strongest spear clashed with Gaara's ultimate shield, it was Gaara who triumphed. But Izuna's armored Susanoo boasted defenses far superior to Gaara's. Even so, Kagaya Manyu's strength far surpassed Kimimaro's, and he could generate new bones even faster. If this strike landed, the outcome would be hard to predict. However, Izuna had no intention of foolishly playing the game of spear and shield with Kagaya Manyu. Blaze Release, Kagetsuchi. Izuna twisted his head to the right, his eternal Mangekyo spinning at blinding speed. "What?" Kagaya Manyu, startled by the demonic Mangekyo, raised his arm to turn offense into defense. Black flames surged along the massive bone spear. Kagaya Manyu gathered chakra beneath his feet, leapt onto the stone wall, and discarded the bone spear from his left hand, sending it plummeting into a bottomless chasm. Izuna dispelled his Susanoo and landed on solid ground. "How can you?" Kagaya Manyu gritted his teeth. "How can I see through your position? Is that it?" Izuna finished for him, his eyes narrowing, pupils flaring with power. "With the might of these eyes of mine." "The Emperor of Eyes, Uchiha Izuna, is it?" Kagaya Manyu repeated Izuna's moniker in a low voice. Now he finally understood why people called him that. It's about time to bring this battle to an end. 2 lines of tadpole-shaped curse marks appeared at the corners of Izuna's eyes. In the next instant, he brought the tips of his index fingers together. Sage Art, Blaze Release, Divine Mandate Flame. A deafening explosion erupted. Lightning and fire chakra fused together, unleashing a golden sea of chakra flames that surged forward. The bones scattered across the ground in an attempt to block, but they were instantly reduced to blackened charcoal. Though they hadn't yet crumbled to dust, It was clear that just a single gust would finish them off. Shikatsumiyaku, Dance of the Early Fern. Kagaya Maneru quickly pressed both hands to the ground, summoning a dense forest of giant bone spikes to shield himself from flames. This technique, much like Susanoo, was a versatile ninjutsu equally suited for offense and defense. A gale howled. Yet, even so, faced with an S-rank blaze release, the bone wall withstood only a few seconds before its gleaming white surface began to blacken and char. The flames at Izuna's lips flickered and faded, but his hands were already in motion. A shrill, resonant hum emanated from his palm. In the span of a heartbeat, a chakra sphere took shape, swirling with razor-sharp wind blades. Sage Art. Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken. With a deft toss, the Raisin Shuriken sliced through the charred bone wall, cleaving it in two. At the very moment it encountered resistance, the Raisin Shuriken detonated, rapidly expanding into a colossal sphere over 100 meters wide, its interior a maelstrom of countless wind blades slicing at unimaginable speed. Kagaya Maneru was alarmed. He had no choice but to force bone to jut from every inch of his body, forming an armor as a last-ditch shield against the raging wind. It was a reinforced version of the technique Kimimaro once used to withstand Gaara's sand burial. But even so, this must be excruciating, right? Izuna taunted, a faint, mocking smile on his lips. The Raisin Shuriken raged for more than 10 seconds before finally dissipating. Kagaya Maneru's body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the earth. The bone armor he had used for protection was already shredded to splinters by the wind blades. His skin was battered and raw, not a single patch left untouched. Clan leader, Kagaya Matori, seeing this, rushed over in a flash. Just as Maneru was about to slam into the ground, Matori managed to catch him. The other Kagaya shinobi cried out in shock and hurried to their leader's side. When they glimpsed Maneru's condition, everyone drew a sharp, horrified breath. It was devastating. Had it not been for the Shikatsumiyaku, he would have been minced to a bloody pulp. But even these injuries... We must get the clan leader home for treatment immediately, Kagaya Matori declared, quickly lifting Maneru onto his back. I did hold back, you know. Izuna's voice rang out like a death knell from the depths of hell. Kagaya clan, do not forget my warning. Through gritted teeth, the second-in-command, Matori, managed to squeeze out a strained reply. Understood. With that, he hoisted Maneru and led the Kagaya forces in a swift retreat. Elder, shall we pursue? Uzumaki Hikaru glanced sideways at Uzumaki Hirokai, awaiting his decision. Compared to seeking revenge, it was far more important to figure out how Kagaya managed to appear out of thin air so close to Yuzushio village. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan would be forced to live in constant fear from now on. You're free to pursue if you wish, but Grand Elder, I ask that you come back to Yuzushio village with me and officially announce to the entire clan that Mito is to be betrothed to me. Izuna strolled over unhurriedly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Grand Elder, Clan Chief, they're back? Does that mean they've already defeated Kagaya? Isn't that Uchiha Izuna? Why is he returning with them? As Uzumaki Hiroshi and Uzumaki Hikaru led their forces back to the village, the surrounding clansmen instinctively assumed that Kagaya had already been defeated, and a wave of joy swept through them. But in the next instant, as they spotted Izuna walking calmly beside them with that faint smile, the jubilation in each Uzumaki heart was swiftly replaced by shock. Izuna had utterly overwhelmed Kagaya Manyo, a foe at the level of a clan leader, with almost effortless ease. Though Izuna hadn't made a show of his power, this was the unanimous opinion among all the onlookers, led by Uzumaki Hiroshi. Even on the battlefield, Izuna had only revealed a fraction of his techniques. Most notably, he hadn't even unleashed his signature move, the power of the two tails. If he did, Yuzushio village might have been flattened in the blink of an eye. Despite the presence of so many Uzumaki shinobi skilled in sealing jutsu, Hiroshi knew he had no reason to fear Izuna's two tails quite so much. But if a fight broke out within the village walls, the devastation would be unimaginable. So, he chose to endure for now. Grandfather. From afar, Mito ran up, hesitating as she spotted Izuna, but the first name she called was her grandfather's. Izuna glanced around, noticing that Hashirama Senju was nowhere to be seen. Of course, no matter how strong that guy was, there was no way he could pull off instant transmission like in Dragon Ball. Even relying on Tobarama Senju's Flying Thunder God technique, it would probably take several hours for him to arrive. Hiroshi looked up at his granddaughter. She had already changed out of her wedding white kimono and donned the same plain white robe she wore a year ago, the day Uchiha Izuna had taken her away. Although her anxious gaze was fixed on him, The old and shrewd Hiroshi could easily tell that Mito kept darting subtle glances toward Izuna from the corner of her eye. Questions like when did this start no longer needed to be asked. The wrinkles on Hiroshi's face twitched, and after a long moment, he finally uttered 2 words, "Go on." Mito's lips parted, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her grandfather. After a few heartbeats, she knelt deeply, bowing her head to the ground in gratitude for his love and care. Rising, Mito hurried toward Izuna's side. Lowering her voice, she was just about to ask something, but before she could speak, Hiroshi suddenly pressed his hands together to form a seal. Chakra surged from that aged body, like a key unlocking a forbidden gate, instantly activating something hidden. Walls of light rose up from all directions around Uzushio village, encircling it and forming a dome-shaped barrier. On the semi-transparent, golden shield, the unique golden sealing script of the Uzumaki clan shimmered faintly, appearing and disappearing like a mirage. This is the Kenpira barrier of the Uzumaki, the very last line of defense protecting the village. Just as Mito was about to speak to Izuna, she gasped in shock, staring at Uzumaki Hirokai in disbelief. "Grandfather, you—" Izuna took Mito's hand, stepped forward, and narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. "So, you want to play word games with me, elder? Don't even think about summoning the 2 tails, Uchiha Izuna." Uzumaki Hirokai showed no fear of the chill radiating from Izuna. He replied calmly, "The highest level of barrier ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan. The last shield protecting our village. It's also designed to suppress tailed beasts." Boom, boom, boom. From the west, countless fireball jutsu exploded against the barrier, but could not shake it in the slightest. Izuna recognized them at once. They were all Uchiha fire techniques. "Looks like your clansmen are growing impatient, but it's pointless. Even if your father, Uchiha Taijima, and Senju Butsuma joined forces, they couldn't break this barrier easily." Izuna sneered. "How confident you are. But no matter the jutsu, kill the caster and it usually breaks, doesn't it?" No sooner had he spoken than chakra surged wildly within him, whipping his hair into the air. Suddenly, he felt the trembling of the small hand clutched in his right. Turning to look, he saw Mito, her eyes brimming with tears, shaking her head desperately, biting her lips to stifle her sobs. "TCH." Izuna clicked his tongue in annoyance, suppressing his killing intent and chakra for the moment. "Grandfather." Mito's tearful eyes looked pleadingly at Uzumaki Hirokai, but all she received was a fleeting look of tenderness from him, gone in an instant, replaced by an endless, icy resolve. "I am old," Hirokai said coldly, "and I fail to see your feelings. But family matters are family matters. Clan matters are clan matters. Even if I must bear the name of villain, I, Uzumaki Hirokai, cannot allow an Uchiha to leave." He spoke with chilling finality. If Kagaya and the Uchiha had truly joined forces and attacked from both sides just now, it might have been dangerous. But now, Kagaya has retreated. Our clansmen and the Senju ninja stationed at the borders have all returned. Our combined forces now number over 2,500. You brought barely 600 Uchiha. Hirokai narrowed his eyes at Izuna. "And here you are, trapped inside the Kenpira barrier, unable to draw on your tailed beast power. Do you really think you can escape?" Escape? In an instant, it was as if Izuna had just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. His smile vanished immediately. "Do I need to run away? I was only giving you some respect because of Mito, and now you're glaring at me as if I've crossed the line." No. Mito was so anxious that tears kept streaming down her cheeks. After all that had been done, was a bloody confrontation still inevitable in the end? Don't blame yourself. Perhaps it was the sight of his granddaughter's tears that touched the softest part of his heart, for Uzumaki Hirokai finally said, "Now you no longer have to live for the sake of the Uzumaki's interests, sway. No, Uchiha Mito." In the world of the Hokage, the old Japanese custom from a previous life persisted. When a woman married, she would take her husband's surname. But Hirokai's words were far more than a simple name change. He was severing her entirely from the Uzumaki clan. "Grandfather," Mito whispered, gripping Izuna's hand even tighter. Deputy Chief, are you all right?" From outside the barrier, the anxious voices of other Uchiha shinobi could be heard. It seemed that while the barrier could block attacks, sound could still pass through. Izuna gathered chakra in his throat and shouted, "All Uchiha, focus on the Uzumaki and Senju reinforcements. Don't worry about me. With this bunch of misfits, I have nothing to fear." After a brief silence, the Uchiha outside responded with an excited shout. "Yes, but please take care, Deputy Chief." Uzumaki Hirokai's voice turned cold. "Uchiha Izuna, such arrogance. I just don't want to kill her family in front of Mito." Don't push your luck with me again and again. After Senju Yuma, you're the second person who's truly made me want to kill. Silvery white chakra rose from Izuna's skin like flames licking at his body. He was going to use Susanoo right from the start. Brother, wait. I'm nearly out of chakra too. Tobirama, Senju half-crouched, pressing a hand to his lower abdomen. The two brothers were now in the sea between the Senju territory and the land of whirlpools. When they learned that Uzushio village was about to be caught in a pincer between the Uchiha and Kagaya clans, Hashirama Senju immediately ordered the entire clan's forces to march for Uzushio village. He and his brother, with Tobirama's help, used Flying Thunder God to travel there at top speed. But halfway through the journey, Tobirama's chakra was nearly depleted. He'd never had the reserves of Hashirama or Izuna, and his mastery of Flying Thunder God was only at the first stage, nowhere near Izuna's 3-stage level. This was already his limit. You've done well, Tobirama. Leave the rest to me. Hashirama patted his brother's shoulder, then prepared to continue on alone toward the land of whirlpools. Big brother, you must be careful. The opponent is Uchiha Izuna, Senju Tobirama said with concern. Don't worry, I'm confident. Hashirama replied with reassurance, leaving these final words before rushing toward Uzushio village at his fastest pace. Several hours later, Hashirama finally set foot on the land of whirlpools, an island nation. Almost all the ninja from both clans who had been guarding the border had withdrawn. Clearly, a war had broken out, and the sentries had rushed back to Uzushio village. Realizing this, Hashirama pushed his speed to the absolute limit. The closer he got, the clearer he could hear the roar of ninjutsu bombardments and the clash of blades echoing in the distance. He was taking the western route, and so he understood that the first group he'd encounter would be the Uchiha. Let's hope things haven't reached the point of no return. Hashirama prayed silently in his heart, finally nearing Uzushio village. Yet, when the village's outline came into view, a translucent golden hemisphere enveloping the entire perimeter brought him up short. That is also a barrier? Hashirama murmured in hesitation. Suddenly, the air was split by a piercing, crackling sound of thunder, followed by the fierce shouts of young ninja. Chidori! They've already started fighting. Darting swiftly through the woods, Hashirama finally arrived at the battlefield where the Uchiha were locked in combat with a small contingent of Uzumaki and Senju ninja. Leading the Uchiha were mostly adult shinobi, but there were also a few boys only 12 or 13 years old, all engaged in fierce battle against the two clans. As Hashirama arrived, he saw Uchiha Chuenya's left hand blazing with lightning as he charged at an Uzumaki Chunin, his Chidori striking the man's shoulder. The Uchiha truly breed prodigies. Hashirama thought, a chill running through him. In the next instant, he leapt into the center of the battlefield and shouted, "Stop!" Both sides froze and turned to look. On the Uzumaki Senju side, the ninjas' faces broke into ecstatic grins. The clan leader, thank goodness. Their side already had an overwhelming advantage in total strength, and now, with Hashirama himself present, victory was all but assured. The Uchiha, on the other hand, instantly looked grim. Damn it, how did he get here so fast? You all held out longer than I expected, Hashirama said with genuine admiration. He had assumed that, with the Uchiha and Kagaya forces attacking from both sides, they would have already broken into the Uzumaki village. It's all thanks to our village's barrier. An Uzumaki Jonin spoke up. Don't be afraid. At that moment, Uchiha Kwanai called out loudly. Even though Hashirama is here, we still have our vice-clan leader. Hold out until he arrives. With just a single sentence, Uchiha Kwanai lifted the spirits of the entire Uchiha clan, which had only just begun to sink. Truly worthy of being called the clan of warriors, the Uchiha, someone remarked. To see a boy of only 13 or 14 showing such courage, Hashirama Senju couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration well up inside him. But immediately after, a wave of sorrow swept over him. Just like when he was a child, so young, and already forced onto the battlefield. Was it really impossible to create an era where all shinobi could live together in harmony? Where is Izuna? He asked. Hashirama had noticed that while the entire Uchiha force was gathered here, their leader, Izuna, was nowhere to be seen. Clan leader, Uchiha Izuna has been trapped inside a barrier by the Grand Elder. A Senju ninja stepped forward to explain. Hashirama turned and looked toward the barrier wrapped in golden light, frowning. Inside there, what on earth was going on? How could the leader, Izuna, be inside the barrier alone, while everyone else was outside? Having only just arrived, Hashirama tried to make sense of the situation, but a flurry of questions swirled in his mind. The same Senju ninja spoke again. Clan leader, please give the order. Let's subdue all the Uchiha here first, Then we can join forces to attack Uchiha Izuna together. In an instant, every Uchiha's face changed, and they swiftly raised their weapons. They had all heard tales of Hashirama Senju's strength. Glancing at the new generation of Uchiha, led by Kwanai and Soren, Hashirama sighed inwardly, then called out in a commanding voice, "Everyone, listen to my orders." At that moment, as all the Uzumaki and Senju present braced themselves for his command to attack the Uchiha, Hashirama's next words caught everyone off guard. "Keep watch over the Uchiha shinobi. I'm going into the village to see what's really happening." "Clan leader, how could you?" The Senju shinobi exclaimed in shock, but Hashirama raised his hand before anyone could speak, silencing them. "Follow my orders." As he spoke, Hashirama released the overwhelming chakra he had once displayed during the Impure World reincarnation, the same force he had used to warn Tobarama. The sheer pressure sent a chill through the hearts of all three clans present. "You understood," his subordinates stammered. Only after hearing their reply did Hashirama feel at ease enough to hurry toward the village. When he reached the entrance to Uzushio village, Hashirama pressed his palm against the barrier, sensing the chakra flowing through it. He murmured to himself, "Such powerful chakra. This isn't something Elder Guanghai could have created alone. There must be someone hidden somewhere, maintaining the barrier. Guanghai's chakra merely serves as the key to activate it." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from within the village. In the blink of an eye, even from Hashirama's vantage point, several houses inside the barrier were reduced to dust. "Kwana!" Hashirama Senju cried out in alarm. Because of the distance, he could only make out a vague outline from where he stood, but that was unmistakably Kwana's Susanoo. He had to get inside fast. But what about this barrier? Should he force his way through with brute strength? As Hashirama hesitated, unsure of the best course of action, suddenly a Uzumaki ninja inside the barrier spotted him and rushed over in delight. "Clan leader Hashirama, you're here. Can this barrier be opened?" Seeing this, Hashirama immediately asked, "That, only the Great Elder or members of the Supreme Council know how to open the barrier." The Uzumaki ninja replied with hesitation. "Can you call them over? Quickly." Hashirama urged anxiously. Inside, Susanoo stood in its armored form, the right hand gripping a sword wreathed in the black flames of Amaterasu, while from the left palm a spinning Yasakani Magatama whirled at high speed, as if ready to be unleashed at any moment. Kwana stood within, holding Mito's hand, his gaze cold and distant as he surveyed the whirl of Uzumaki and Senju shinobi around them. Damn that Kagaya, with such a perfect opportunity, and still she didn't take out more of them? Kwana muttered inwardly. Adamantine ceiling chains. Countless chains, their surfaces shimmering with golden light, erupted from the ground, lashing themselves around Susanoo's arms. This was a sealing technique devised to suppress tailed beasts, so potent that, in skilled hands, it could even restrain the Nine Tails itself. It could both attack and defend. Yet in the next instant, another arm sprouted from Susanoo's right side. Flames of Amaterasu gathered into a long sword, which cut downward in a sweeping arc. With a mighty crash, the chains were shattered, broken to pieces, and scattered to the ground. Deprived of chakra, they quickly crumbled away into dust, vanishing on the air. "Pity I'm neither a tailed beast nor a Jinchuriki," Kwana remarked coolly. To him, these Uzumaki techniques were nothing more than advanced sealing jutsu. Troublesome, perhaps, but lacking any special restraining power against him. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. Earth style, Heaven's Fall Clay. Such a barrage of complex elemental jutsu. Only the Senju and Sarutobi clans in all the Warring States era could unleash them in concert. Kwana's gaze flickered as he controlled Susanoo, raising its sword to meet the attacks. Such petty tricks. Don't embarrass yourselves in front of me. With a thunderous roar, the black flames of Amaterasu swept through the air, shrieking as they collided with the intricate array of elemental jutsu, instantly neutralizing them. Before the Senju shinobi could recover, Susanoo's left hand hurled the spinning Yasakani Magatama. "Everyone less is a nuisance spared on the battlefield later," Kwana said coldly. "Get out of the way." The dozen or so Senju shinobi on the far side gasped in horror, scrambling to dodge. But Kwana's voice was icy and final. "Too late." "What style?" "Great Force Wall." The ground began to shake violently as countless vines surged up from the earth, rising like impenetrable earthen walls to form a thick wooden barricade. A sharp crack split the air. The Yasakani Magatama crashed through the wooden wall, but its trajectory was diverted, sending it hurtling into one of the distant houses of Uzushio village. They arrived this quickly? Izuna's expression grew tense. He watched as the wooden vines gradually retracted into the ground, and a figure sped toward them from afar. "Hashirama, clan leader." Both the Uzumaki and Senju couldn't help but show expressions of delight at the sight. This was the most formidable reinforcement they could hope for. Senju Hashirama. For Mito, who stood timidly behind Izuna, Hashirama only spared a fleeting glance before raising his hand and shouting, "Stop!" At those words, everyone froze in collective bewilderment. None could quite grasp what Hashirama meant, but recalling his overwhelming power, they hesitated and ceased their attacks. Even Izuna halted Susanu's pursuit. Of course, it wasn't out of fear of Hashirama's strength, but because he had already guessed what Hashirama intended to do. Hashirama swept his gaze around and declared in a commanding voice, "I've already heard from Lord Juko about everything that happened." Uzumaki Juko, a high-ranking ninja of the Uzumaki clan, had just helped Hashirama open the Kenpira barrier, allowing him to enter without resorting to destruction. He had also recounted the events leading up to this moment. Hashirama continued, "Since Izuna has kept his word, neither allowing the Uchiha to attack nor betraying his promise to help the Uzumaki and Senju repel Kaguya, it stands to reason that we, too, must honor our integrity and let him leave as promised." Uzumaki Hirumi drew a sharp breath. He wanted nothing more than to retort, insisting that Uchiha Izuna was hardly a man of his word. He was simply seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos. And just like Kaguya, the Uchiha army had appeared outside Yuzushio village in an instant, using methods unknown. Anyone could see this was all premeditated. Yet, the resolve on Hashirama's face and the stirring conviction in his voice left everyone momentarily speechless, unable to argue. Behind Izuna, Mito's disbelief was written all over her face. Until today, she had never truly spoken with Hashirama, only heard others describe his temperament and style. Now, seeing him with her own eyes, she could tell at a glance, whether or not she liked him, that this man was fundamentally different from the rest. Integrity? A promise? Had these words come from anyone else, Izuna would have scoffed and struck them down without a second thought. Yet, hearing them from Hashirama's lips, the words seemed to carry a different weight. Perhaps it was that Azura bloodline, born with a gift for stirring hearts with words. More precisely, though, it was the innate aura of unwavering righteousness that radiated from Hashirama's Senju. If you think about it, in this warring states era, rife with betrayal and shifting allegiances, the fact that Hashirama would later establish Konoha single-handedly must have had everything to do with his steadfastness and his word being as good as gold. Now, if it had been someone like Izuna, widely recognized as the era's leading schemer, who suddenly declared, "I want to create a village where all shinobi clans can live together in harmony," everyone would have thought he was laying a trap, luring them in only to slaughter them all. It could only be someone like Hashirama, who had always placed great importance on keeping his promises, who could draw so many great clans together in those troubled times. Uzumaki Hirokai finally spoke up. "The promise was only that we'd let him take Mito away. We never said we wouldn't try to stop them." After the last battle, it was clear to everyone that while Uchiha Izuna was a shade stronger than Hashirama, it was only by the narrowest of margins. Now, with so many of their own people here, and with Hashirama himself present, that slight difference in strength could easily be overcome. If they could take down Uchiha Izuna now, the entire Uchiha clan would suffer a devastating blow. After all, there would never be another opportunity like this. Hashirama spoke gravely. It's precisely because of betrayals and broken promises like these that the grudges between clans have only deepened throughout the Warring States period. If I want to change this world, my word must be my bond. Elder, I ask for your approval. In the next moment, Hashirama's tone shifted. If you do not agree, I will not stand in your way. But I will not participate in this battle. That final sentence was the true turning point. With the clan leader's command, all the Senju shinobi immediately ceased their attacks. After a fierce inner struggle, Uzumaki Hirokai finally forced out two words through gritted teeth, "Stand down." Seeing this, Izuna dispelled his Susanoo, glanced at Hashirama, and said, "Ending this era is what we want as well." Hashirama was overjoyed at these words, and in the next instant wanted to say, "Why don't our two clans unite?" But, noticing the current tension, he found himself unable to utter the words. Swallowing them back, he fell silent. Izuna turned and took Mito's hand, leading her away. Mito cast one last lingering look at the village, pressed her cherry lips together, and finally departed with Izuna. "Chief, are we really just going to let Uchiha Izuna leave like this? If word of this gets out, it'll be an unbearable humiliation for the Senju." A crowd of Senju shinobi gathered around. Compared to Uzumaki Mito, what concerned them most was their clan's honor. But Hashirama wore a faint smile. It was only his reputation at stake, not his integrity, and that he would never lose. At this moment, Hashirama seemed to embody Han Exen, who once suffered public humiliation beneath a man's legs, yet endured it for the sake of his greater ideals. For the dream of tomorrow, today's disgrace meant little to him. Withdraw. After reuniting with Uchiha Kaniya and the others, Izuna gave the order to leave Uzushio village and return to the Uchiha clan grounds. Mito kept her head bowed, silent and withdrawn. Izuna responded only by holding her hand, gently leading her away from the village. At this moment, only time could ease the wounds in her heart. Deputy Chief, after suffering such humiliation, I fear the Senju and Uzumaki will retaliate. Uchiha Kaniya and his companions walked alongside Izuna, speaking in hushed tones. To think, just as the Senju and Uzumaki were about to unite through marriage, someone had come and stolen the bride. No less than the clan leader's fiancé. As one of the strongest clans of the warring states, there was no way the Senju would swallow this insult. Even if Hashirama Senju himself showed no visible anger, his followers would never let this go. Don't worry, they won't. Or at least, not for now. Izuna had anticipated this outcome. That was why he used the identity of Kite to draw the Kagaya clan into this tangled mess, aiming to drain the fighting strength of both the Uzumaki and Senju. Though Kagaya Manryu and his people hadn't performed as spectacularly as Izuna had hoped, taking down only a few Senju and Uzumaki shinobi, they still managed to produce a significant effect. After all, the Senju weren't like that blockhead Sasuke Uchiha, charging into battle heedless of the power gap, shouting for revenge without a second thought. The Senju needed to gather their strength and wait for the right moment. At the very least, they would wait until the autumn harvest, when their supplies would be plentiful. That meant at least half a year. But after that, the Uzumaki would fully side with the Senju, joining the war and facing the Uchiha on the battlefield. If only he'd taken the chance to eliminate Uzumaki Hirokai, that stubborn old man, on the battlefield when he had the chance. Izuna brooded darkly to himself. Meanwhile, as soon as Izuna led Mito and the Uchiha shinobi away, Hashirama Senju immediately convened a high-level joint meeting with Uzumaki Hirokai. At the start of the meeting, Hirokai had intended to apologize on behalf of the entire Uzumaki clan. Unexpectedly, Hashirama was the first to bow deeply, a full 90 degrees, before Hirokai and his people, his voice solemn and resonant. I am truly sorry, honored elders of the Uzumaki. Despite the Senju's protection, we allowed the Uchiha and Kagaya to interfere so deeply. On behalf of the entire Senju clan, I, Hashirama, apologize to the Uzumaki. Chief, the Senju present were utterly stunned. Uzumaki Mito had been taken away by Uchiha Izuna. To all appearances, it was the Uzumaki who had suffered the loss. How had it ended up with Hashirama apologizing? Yet, Uzumaki Hirokai and the others were left speechless by Hashirama's gesture. For several seconds, they stood frozen in shock before Hirokai hurried forward, supporting Hashirama's arms and exclaiming anxiously, "No, no, please. Hashirama, you'll be the death of this old man if you bow like that. No, this is truly a failing on the part of the Senju." Uzumaki Guanghai quickly shook his head. Then his expression darkened as he declared, "Uchiha Izuna has gone too far in bullying the Uzumaki. Today, I announce that the Uzumaki formally ally with the Senju to stand against the Uchiha. Gentlemen, does anyone object?" As he spoke, Uzumaki Guanghai glanced toward Uzumaki Hikaru and the other high-ranking members of his clan. "We have no objections." The Uzumaki responded in unison. With the unwavering support of the Uzumaki clan, the mood among the Senju eased, if only a little. A Senju Jonin spoke up, "Clan leader, now that we've returned, should we immediately declare all-out war on the Uchiha?" "No," Senju Hashirama refused without hesitation. "It's not even a few months since the last battle. At the very least, we must wait until the autumn harvest when our supplies are abundant." This was a battle that could not be avoided, but even so, they had to be fully prepared before taking action. Otherwise, their fate would mirror that of Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms era, who, for lack of preparation, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Sun when he attacked Eastern Wu. Senju Hashirama went on, "And right now, there's something even more urgent that we must investigate." Uzumaki Guanghai immediately chimed in. "You mean how the Uchiha and Kagaya managed to infiltrate our Uzumaki title village completely undetected?" At those words, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. The thought alone was enough to make their blood run cold. For an enemy army to suddenly appear in the heart of their stronghold, no matter the means, was terrifying beyond words. If they could descend on the Uzumaki title village today, what would stop them from doing the same to the Senju tomorrow? There are only two ways to get to the bottom of this, aren't there? Uzumaki Guanghai turned his gaze to Senju Hashirama. Yes. Hashirama nodded, not spelling things out, but everyone present understood. The Uchiha and Kagaya clans. The truth could only be pried from the lips of one of these two. And the choice between them was obvious. Clan leader, how many should we send to confront the Kagaya? A Senju ninja promptly stepped forward to ask. We're not declaring war. We just want to uncover the truth. Diplomacy first, force second. After thinking for a few seconds, Hashirama said, I can handle this alone. This question hung over the Uzumaki and Senju like a nightmare, haunting them day and night. The sooner it was resolved, the better. Having made his decision, Hashirama wasted no time. He set off alone, crossing the sea to the island where the Kagaya clan resided. With his immense chakra reserves, it took him less than half a day. By dawn, he had reached the island. So damp. As he set foot on land and took in the island's oppressive humidity, Hashirama couldn't help but remark to himself. No wonder the Kagaya had coveted the land of whirlpools for so long. With a climate like this, crops hardly stood a chance. Even finding enough to eat was a challenge, let alone thriving. Who goes there? Senju Hashirama had just set foot on the island, barely half a mile in, when two Kagaya clan shinobi, hair tied up, dressed in white, blocked his path. Hashirama brought his fists together in greeting. I am Hashirama of the Senju clan, here to request an audience with the Kagaya chieftain. Hashirama Senju? Hearing that name, both men were visibly startled. The Kagaya on the right moved his lantern closer, letting its faint glow illuminate Hashirama's face. It really was Hashirama. After a brief, tense silence, one of them spoke. Wait here. I'll go inform the clan leader. Hashirama raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. Only someone like him, possessing such formidable strength yet maintaining such a gentle temperament, could remain so courteous in this situation. If it had been Izuna or Madara, they'd have likely cast a genjutsu without a second thought. While Hashirama made his way to Kagaya's island, Izuna was also leading his forces back to the Uchiha territory. Madara himself came out to greet them. At the entrance to the compound, both Uchiha clansmen and hired workers from outside couldn't help but cast curious glances at the woman beside Izuna, the deputy chieftain's wife. Madara tried to exchange a few pleasantries with Mito, his sister-in-law, but socializing with women was never his strong suit. After just a few awkward sentences, he and Izuna quickly shifted the conversation back to matters of war. Madara and Izuna walked down the main avenue, with Mito following a few steps behind. With your plan, Izuna, the Senju won't dare declare war again so soon, Madara remarked. Izuna replied, though we disrupted the marriage alliance, the Kagaya still managed to wear down much of the Uzumaki's strength. At the very least, the Senju should wait until after the autumn harvest in 6 months before starting another war. Indeed, there was no way the Senju would simply swallow this humiliation. But as a clan that had thrived for centuries, they would not let their anger override their judgment. It had only been a few months since the last war. No matter how furious they were, they would surely weigh their options. Besides, last time, it was the Uchiha who had bested the Senju. With that battle after the harvest, it will be our third clash with Hashirama and his people, won't it? Madara mused, his eyes thoughtful. That's nothing compared to the countless battles between our fathers, Madara and Butsuma, over the decades, Izuna replied with a wry smile. Madara couldn't help but smile as well, though his expression barely changed compared to Izuna's. Before they knew it, the brothers had reached the vicinity of their homes. Soon, they would go their separate ways. This time, Madara's smile was a touch more noticeable. All right then, I'll leave you two to your evening. With those brief words, he turned and walked off in another direction. Izuna just shrugged and smiled, taking Mito's hand and leading her toward their residence. Mito looked around in silence, taking in the place that would now be her home. Vice clan leader. As they reached the doorway, two young maids of Uchiha descent, assigned to attend to Izuna's daily needs, bowed respectfully, one on each side. You two may leave for now. Izuna waved them off with a gentle motion. Yes, sir. Both women bowed again in unison, then hurried away in small, quick steps. When their eyes met Mito's, a flicker of hostility slipped through their gazes. Once, they had been the ones with the best chance. Even if they could not become the main wife, bearing Izuna a child would have meant their offspring might one day lead the clan. Their own standing and quality of life within the family would have soared. But with Mito's arrival, that chance now seemed to slip further from their grasp. They were just glaring at me, you know. At last, a faint smile appeared on Mito's face. Yet her tone was not that of a coy woman tattling, but rather a teasing joke at Izuna's expense. I've stayed pure all this time just for you, you know. Izuna pressed a light kiss to Mito's forehead, grinning mischievously. Oh please, what a grown man doing boasting about staying pure. Mito's cheeks flushed scarlet as she spat out the words, trying to pull her hand free, only for Izuna to grip it all the tighter. The scene reminded Mito of the year before, when she had been captured and brought to his camp. Sometimes, late at night, this scoundrel would slip into her tent, making all sorts of shameless requests. From now on, you're the mistress of this house. Izuna drew Mito indoors as he spoke. Home. Mito let the single word slip softly from her lips. Izuna's hand slid to her shoulder, pulling her close. With his mouth near her ear, he whispered, or perhaps, we could add a few more family members? Though Mito would not turn 18 for a few more days, she could hardly miss the innuendo in Izuna's words. Her pretty face blushed as red as her flowing hair. Unable to break free from his grasp, she raised her delicate fists instead and rained a flurry of playful blows against his chest. Izuna only laughed heartily, then caught her pink lips with his own. The two of them, side by side on the wooden walkway beside the courtyard, soon found themselves lost in each other's embrace. Had anyone come through the main gate just then and glanced their way, they would have witnessed the entire scene. Yet that night, Izuna did not fully claim Mito as his own. After all, she had only just come back with him to the Uchiha, still shadowed by the pain of leaving her old life behind. No matter how impatient, Izuna would not take advantage of her vulnerability at a time like this. After all, he already had this delicacy between his lips. Why rush to swallow it? There was no need for haste. With the Senju and Uzumaki unlikely to attack anytime soon, Izuna could finally savor the decadence of having a beauty in his arms. Meanwhile, as Izuna and Mito reveled in their stolen moment, Hashirama Senju had already concluded his meeting with Kagaya Manyo. It was only because the visitor was Hashirama Senju that Kagaya, with his notoriously eccentric temperament, was willing to settle down and talk. This was the man who, along with Izuna, was hailed as one of the twin heroes of the warring states. Through conversation, Hashirama learned from Kagaya of the existence of Tsubame. The Uchiha, too, had used the unique and extraordinary ninjutsu of Tsubame to teleport instantly to the land of whirlpools. Yet, even Kagaya Manra couldn't tell Hashirama much about this Tsubame. From Manra's account, however, Hashirama realized that this technique bore a striking resemblance to his own brother Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. Both involved creating a barrier with special markings, then instantaneously transferring within the confines of that barrier. It seemed that in terms of space-time techniques, Tsubame was even more formidable than Tobarama. But as for the true identity of Tsubame, Hashirama had not the faintest clue. Why had this person chosen to assist the Uchiha and Kagaya in attacking the land of whirlpools? Was it out of enmity toward the land of whirlpools? Or was it directed against the Senju? If one were to start counting, there would be far too many suspects. The conversation with Kagaya Manra ended on a relatively peaceful note. Hashirama swiftly returned to the land of whirlpools, and from there led his people back to the Senju compound. Just as Izuna had foreseen, neither the Senju nor the Uzumaki were willing to swallow this humiliation, but given the circumstances, they could not act on their desire for revenge right away. At the very least, they would have to wait until after the autumn harvest in half a year, when food supplies would no longer be a concern. Although the Senju appeared outwardly more amiable than the Uchiha, their pride and ambition were in no way inferior. Even with the odds against them, there was still no shortage of voices, both among the leadership and the lower ranks, clamoring indignantly. No matter how unfavorable the situation, they insisted on refusing to yield an inch to the Uchiha. Our clan leader's fiancé was taken by the Uchiha. How will the Senju hold their ground among the many clans of the warring states in the future? Hearing Tobarama's report, Hashirama couldn't help but rub his temples in frustration. He could endure, but his subordinates could not. Brother, I can't swallow this insult either, but I respect your decision, Tobarama said, his anger barely contained. Yet, as the born political strategist he was, Tobarama forced himself to hold back. Then, with a shift in tone, he added, still, we must find a solution to this matter. If not, it's one thing for our clan to be enraged, but being looked down upon by the other clans of the warring states, that's a much graver matter. More than a month passed. As deputy clan leader, Izuna was occupied day and night with the affairs of the clan. The one thing that brought him comfort after a long day's work was having Mito herself deliver a steaming, freshly prepared meal to his room. She would then walk behind him and gently knead his shoulders and temples. As a man in his early 20s, vigorous and full of youthful energy, Izuna naturally found himself, after relaxing, unable to resist pulling Mito into his embrace, showering her with tender affection. Another day was drawing to a close. As dusk settled in, Izuna held Mito tightly in his arms, pressing his lips hungrily against hers, eager to explore her soft tongue, when suddenly Uchiha Izuna's voice called from outside the door. Vice Chief, the clan leader has convened an emergency council. Reluctantly, Izuna released Mito's rosy lips, his mood clearly soured. Understood. Wait for me in the council hall, he replied. Yes, sir. With a flicker of shadow at the doorway, Uchiha Izuna was gone. Mito smoothed her hair, which had been tousled by Izuna's ardent embrace, and shot him a playful glare. It always ended up like this after a massage. She tidied up Izuna's clothes for him. Noticing his dissatisfied scowl, Mito couldn't help but laugh softly. She rose on tiptoe and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek before watching him leave. The memory of the heat pressing against her lower belly still lingered, making her cheeks burn fiercely. He was always so forward with his touches, yet never pushed her to cross that final line. It must be so difficult for him, she thought, blushing even deeper. Perhaps it's time I gave myself to him, too? Council hall. Moments ago, Izuna had been lost in tender moments with Mito, so naturally, he was the last to arrive. By the time he entered, Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Inka, Uchiha Sashu, and the other senior leaders, those closest to Madara and Izuna, were already present. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting, Izuna said, though his flat tone betrayed no real remorse. Oh, not at all. We were simply early, someone replied with a knowing smile. Everyone in the room, except for Madara, who remained unattached, was married. They all understood perfectly well why Izuna had arrived late. As for Madara, he'd been the first one there, looking just a bit pitiful. This time, it was Sashu's covert investigation division that uncovered an urgent matter, Madara announced, getting straight to the point. He stood and unfurled a new map hanging on the wall. Several spots on the map were circled in red. These were small clans scattered on the northern outskirts. The Mibu clan, the Shingitsu clan, the Yamashiro clan, all marked with crimson rings. With a sharp slap on the map, Madara's irritation was plain in his voice. The covert division has discovered that these minor clans have been secretly shipping grain to the Senju territory in recent days. Even Izuna's eyes narrowed at that revelation. He had assumed the Senju would never declare war before the autumn harvest. Yet, lulled by thoughts of love, he'd overlooked the obvious. If you lack grain, you can always borrow it. Borrowing grain, is it? Uchiha Izuna said gravely. I'm afraid the matter is far more complicated than a simple loan. Uchiha Sashu, the man who'd led the investigation, interjected. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Izuna pressed, his brows knitting in concern as he turned to Sashu. Uchiha Sasuke stood up and walked to the map. Picking up a pen at the side, he drew a line connecting several small clans and explained, Everyone, please take a look. Geographically, these small clans are all located to the north of the Senju territory. According to what our intelligence division has discovered, the route trends northeast. The shinobi clans in this area have, one after another, begun to secretly support the Senju. As he spoke, Uchiha Sasuke continued to trace along the marked path, elaborating, if we allow the Senju to keep moving forward like this, then the next clan they'll try to ally with might be the Hatake clan. Izuna interjected. Indeed, if they continued following the route Sasuke had outlined, the next in line would be the Hatake. Yes, this was the ancestral shinobi clan later famed as the Hatake 50-50 in future generations. This clan was small in number, with a total fighting force of around 300, making them, at best, a second-tier elite force. Yet, there were few shinobi clans who dared underestimate them. Masters of swordsmanship and lightning techniques, they were considered the elite among warring states shinobi. One could say they were a somewhat weaker version of the Kagaya. But if they were ever to go head-to-head with the Kagaya in all-out war, who would win or lose was anyone's guess. Thinking of the Kagaya, Izuna's expression shifted subtly again. He blurted out instinctively, Wait, what about the Kagaya? In fact, the Kagaya weren't far from the Senju's territory. They were also quite close to the land of the so-called Senju-allied Uzumaki. Since the Senju had already started wooing so many shinobi clans, there was no reason the Kagaya wouldn't seek allies as well, right? Of course, this sounded like pure fantasy, especially since just last month, the Kagaya had attacked the Uzumaki and killed quite a few Senju shinobi. By all reasonable logic, the Senju would never try to ally with the Kagaya. However, Izuna knew all too well, never judge Senju Hashirama by ordinary logic. In the original story, he even managed to make the Uchiha his allies, so why not the Kagaya? Everyone else believed there was no way the Senju would try to form an alliance with the Kagaya. But besides Izuna, Madara, who understood Hashirama better than anyone, also thought there was a very real chance Hashirama would reach out to the Kaguya. If that's the case, things could get very dangerous. Madara's expression turned grim. Those smaller clans can at most provide us with food and logistics, but the Hitaki and the Kaguya are different. If they join the Senju, their overall strength will surpass our Uchiha. The Uchiha clan, though proud, were not blind to reality. After all, this wasn't the era when the Uchiha's arrogance led to their downfall, like when none of them became the fourth Hokage and their judgment was clouded by pride. If the Hitaki and Kaguya were to join forces with the Senju, the Uchiha would undoubtedly be suppressed. At that point, even Izuna alone might not be enough to turn the tide. Although the others didn't quite understand why both Izuna and Madara were so convinced that the Senju would seek out the Kaguya clan, seeing the two of them so certain, they decided to set aside their confusion for the moment and focus on how to address the immediate problem. Clan leader, deputy clan leader, in your opinion, will the Senju target the Hitaki next, or will they go after the Kaguya? Uchiha Inka sought their guidance. I think it's quite possible they'll split their forces and move on both fronts at once. Izuna narrowed his eyes. What we need to do now is make sure they don't form any alliances. Once the Senju's coalition grows stronger, who knows how clans like Sarutobi, Shimura, Hyuga, and the Inoshikacho will react. Madara nodded his agreement. If that's the case, then we too should divide our forces, with Kaguya and Hitaki as our targets. I'll take care of Kaguya. Brother, you go after Hitaki. Izuna offered. Though it was hard to say who would win in a clash between Hitaki and Kaguya, after weighing the odds, Kaguya still held the advantage. You could say it was a 70-30 split, Hitaki with 3, Kaguya with 7. So Izuna chose to take on the tougher opponent himself. However, Madara quickly grasped Izuna's intention. He recalled that in battle after battle, it was always Izuna who resolved the critical moments. As the elder brother and clan leader, he found himself constantly protected by his younger sibling. That thought stoked Madara's stubborn pride. He spoke in a low, forceful tone. No, I'll deal with Kaguya. Izuna, you handle Hitaki. Hey, clan leader. That might not be the best arrangement. It's more appropriate for the deputy clan leader to handle Kaguya's side. At Madara's decision, Uchiha Ise and the others couldn't help but grow anxious. Though the Uchiha hadn't crossed swords with Kaguya many times in their history, they'd all heard tales of her fearsome Shikatsumiyaku, her deadly bone technique. Comparing Hitaki and Kaguya, Kaguya was clearly the greater threat. They never spoke of it openly, but everyone knew that Izuna's strength now far surpassed Madara's. From any perspective, it made more sense for Izuna to take on Kaguya while Madara went after Hitaki. Issei and the others couldn't help but wonder, did Madara really not see this? Izuna stayed silent by his side. Of course Madara understood, but his fierce pride simply wouldn't allow Izuna to take the lead, nor could he bear the thought of becoming the one who needed protection, rather than being the protector. When Izuna saw the resolve in Madara's eyes, he knew that this was a decision that not even the strength of 9 oxen could change. As long as we don't run into Hashirama Senju, we should be fine. Izuna thought silently. Though Hashirama was the forerunner of Naruto Uzumaki's famed powers of persuasion, in the end, he was still just one man. To suddenly convince so many clans to act as one, surely he'd have mobilized a great many people. Izuna and Madara's actions could both lead to an encounter with Hashirama Senju, but the crucial question was, who would cross paths with him first? Given the situation, Izuna could only hope that he would be the one to meet Hashirama. Right now, if Madara faced Hashirama, even if he wasn't outright crushed or utterly defeated, he would at the very least be thoroughly suppressed. There was no escaping that. Izuna didn't try to stop Madara. Instead, he glanced sideways at the other elders below. For now, keep a tight watch on the roads leading from the Senju to the Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans. If Hashirama manages to win them over as well, things will get much more complicated. Great clans all carry their own pride, much like the lords of the 3 kingdoms in Izuna's previous life. Everyone wants to rule the world alone. Everyone dreams of being the one to unite this war-torn era. Compared to the lesser clans, the great clans are far less likely to join forces with others. But the real problem is, you can't judge Hashirama Senju by ordinary logic. If his way with words were to go up against Naruto Uzumaki's, it's anyone's guess who would come out on top. Yes, sir. A chorus of voices rose in response from below. So be it. This time, Izuna would leave it up to fate. After the meeting ended, Madara returned to his own residence. Compared to Izuna's household, which now had the gentle Mito as his wife, Madara's home felt much emptier. Clan leader. A servant appeared at the door, carrying a brand new set of blood-red armor. What is it? Madara, who was preparing his ninja tools to set out against Kagaya, turned to look toward the entrance. The servant placed the armor before Madara and bowed. Lord Izuna had the armory craft this new set of armor for you, and he asked me to deliver it personally. Madara gave the armor a quick glance and nodded. I see. Thank you. You may go. Yes, sir. Once the servant left and Madara was alone again, he went back to organizing his weapons. At that moment, he remained unaware that on the inside of the shoulder guard, a black marking shaped like a tadpole was hidden. Izuna was also intrigued by the Hitaki clan, a clan that once boasted 300 warriors during the Warring States era, but by the time of the Fourth Great Ninja War, seemed to have dwindled to just one, Kakashi Hitaki. He immediately ordered Uchiha Izuna to bring him all the records the clan had preserved about the Hitaki. Neither during Izuna's time after transmigrating here, nor during the original host's more than 20 years of life, had there ever been direct combat with the Hitaki clan. Because of this, the information the Uchiha had on the Hitaki was rather limited. The last recorded battle between the Uchiha and the Hitaki had taken place not long after Izuna and Madara were born, when Taijima Uchiha led the clan into a clash with the head of the Hitaki. Their formidable swordsmanship and mastery of lightning release had left a deep impression on Taijima, who was not yet 30 at the time. The entire clan's average strength was remarkably high, but their only flaw was their small numbers. The total fighting force barely reached 300. Who knows if there's something wrong with their genes? Now, the former head of the Hitaki clan, a man who had once given even Uchiha Taijima a headache, was dead. The newly appointed leader was named Hitaki Suya. At 34 years old, he was not particularly old compared to other clan heads. He had spent much of his time fighting in the north, and, according to the intelligence division, his strength was on par with the Kage. He specialized in lightning and wind release, two chakra natures known for their fierce offensive power. Judging by his attitude towards both the Uchiha and the Senju, Suya seemed to maintain a position of neutrality. Perhaps, all he wanted was for the Hitaki clan to survive in this age of constant warring, nothing more. Still, though the Hitaki were not as fearsome as the Uchiha or Senju, they were a difficult pack of hyenas, not as mighty as tigers, but dangerous enough that if provoked, they could tear away a chunk of flesh. For that reason, even if most ninja clans saw them as second-rate, none would go out of their way to pick a fight with them. Izuna. Mito entered with a tray in her hands, the food atop it sending up gentle wisps of steam. Izuna glanced out the window at the sun, now slipping below the horizon. He hadn't realized it had gotten so late. Mito, I'll be heading out tomorrow, so there's no need to prepare dinner for me. He rose from his seat and went to meet her. All right. Mito was a gentle and thoughtful woman. Though not quite 18, she was well aware of her place and knew it was not her position to interfere in the Uchiha clan's affairs, so she didn't press him further. That night, Izuna had intended, as he had for the past few nights, to fall asleep with Mito in his arms. He had never believed the nonsense that such intimacy would sap his strength, but Madara's stubbornness today had left him a little on edge. Thinking back, the pride and ambition of Uchiha Madara in the original story were plain enough. In truth, it was remarkable he'd held out this long. But what Izuna hadn't expected was this. Before bed, Mito took her time bathing and grooming, then appeared before him in a sheer robe, lips pressed in a nervous line. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. You should bathe too, shouldn't you? Mito usually washed up before Izuna went to bed, and was always lying in wait by the time he turned in. She had never given him such a look, nor made such a suggestion. Scooping her up in his arms, he carried her toward the bath. Mito let out a startled gasp. Let's bathe together, Izuna teased, a mischievous grin on his lips. Hours later, Izuna exhaled deeply, gazing down at Mito's flushed and beautiful face, finally finished with his rather rough attentions. Seeing Mito lying there, soft and spent, a sly smile tugged at his lips as his hand roamed across her delicate skin. A sharp slap landed on the back of his hand. Mito, having finally managed to open her eyes, shot him an exasperated glare. What's gotten into you tonight? Izuna whispered, his lips brushing her ear. Mito licked her lips, which had become a bit dry from her earlier shouting. Her beautiful eyes closed slightly as she murmured in a low voice, You're all I have left. Izuna was momentarily taken aback at her words, but then he gently drew her delicate body into his arms, as if wanting to merge her entire being with his own. You're in pretty good spirits, Izuna. The next morning, Izuna and Madara met at the entrance to their clan's territory. Each was preparing to head out, one to the Hitaki clan, the other to the Kagaya clan, to prevent them from siding with the Senju. Izuna's face showed a flicker of surprise at the comment, but then he chuckled softly. Is it that obvious? Madara, uncharacteristically, shrugged and teased. You can hardly hide the grin on your face. Izuna didn't mind at all. After all, he had finally won over Mito. No matter how high his status, this marked his true transformation from a boy into a man, and with the woman he loved. How could he not be overjoyed? In terms of the operation, both Izuna and Madara were each leading a team of 10. With more people, the risk of being discovered rose. This was especially true for Madara's group. To reach the small island where the Kagaya clan resided, they would have to pass by the Senju lands and the waters near the land of whirlpools. Both clans were famed for their exceptional sensory abilities. Back when he'd seized Mito, Izuna had left a flying thunder god mark in the land of whirlpools, and he'd left another on the Kagaya island during his last visit. He had considered helping Madara in the guise of Tsubame. But on further thought, assisting the Uchiha too conspicuously as Tsubame would easily arouse suspicion. After all, that identity was far too sensitive, not something even the Uchiha themselves could be allowed to know. If memory served, in the original story, the Kagaya were a shinobi clan from the land of water, weren't they? Though their island was always situated between the land of whirlpools and the land of water. It wouldn't be surprising for them to ally with either side. Perhaps in the original story, Hashirama's overwhelming wood release made his path to defeating the Uchiha much smoother, so there was no need to ally with the Kagaya. But now, with his intervention, the original timeline had shifted dramatically. The Kagaya had now become entangled in this conflict as well. All things considered, both Izuna and Madara's missions could bring them face to face with Hashirama. Only fate would decide. Life is unpredictable. Even Izuna couldn't foresee every twist and turn. Including himself, Izuna and Madara each led an 11-man squad as they set out. Deputy Chief, once we reach the Hitaki territory, what exactly should our next move be? As they advanced, a jonin from the Uchiha behind him spoke up with a question. Their goal was to prevent the Hitaki from siding with the Senju, but the specifics of their plan remained undecided. Would it be negotiation? Or would it come to force? We'll play it by ear. Izuna raced ahead, swiftly leaping from branch to branch, and called back. If we can reach them before the Senju, and open talks before fighting, that would be ideal. I'm not a bloodthirsty killer. If things can be settled without force, then there's no need for violence. But if the Senju arrive before us, or if they've already struck a deal with the Hitaki, then there's no point holding back. We fight. As he spoke, Izuna's gaze turned cold and ruthless. And not just the Hitaki. We need to show everyone in the Warring States era what it means to side with the Senju, to stand against the Uchiha. It's a terrifying thing to do. Yes, sir. The 10 Uchiha Jonin behind him stood and shouted in unison. The Hitaki clan's territory lay on the northeastern coast of the Land of Fire. It was a clan domain shaped like a port town. The advantage of such a place was clear. It meant they could rest easy about at least half their borders. After all, the sea was on one side. No enemy was likely to launch an attack from the ocean. On top of that, coastal lands weren't suited for agriculture. While there was fishing, it couldn't compare to the vast farmlands, mines, and sprawling underground businesses of mighty clans like the Senju or Uchiha. According to the Intelligence Division's investigation, Hitaki Suya wasn't like Geku Kazunami, the man Izuna had killed, who had longed to see his clan rise among the great powers of the Warring States era. Though Suya was a formidable shinobi at Kaga level, his temperament resembled the third Hokage's. More than anything, he wished for his clan to survive these chaotic times and see peace. He had never considered forging that peace by force of his own might. It took Izuna's squad 2 days and a night to reach the outskirts of the Hitaki clan's territory. There, they rendezvoused with an intelligence ninja from the Umbu. Upon arrival, Izuna and his team saw that the intelligence operative was badly wounded, his right arm wrapped in thick bandages. With the Sharingan, they could see his arm had nearly been severed. Sensing Izuna and the others staring, the intelligence ninja gritted his teeth and said, "It was Senju Tobarama." Tobarama Senju? The Senju's fastest shinobi? The Senju's deputy clan leader? He came to the Hitaki. The Uchiha Jonin began murmuring among themselves. Izuna's eyes narrowed slightly as he signaled for the intelligence ninja to continue. Fighting through the agony in his shoulder, the intelligence ninja went on, "The deputy clan leader, you arrived just a bit too late. Yesterday evening, Senju Tobarama led a small team straight here. I never expected his sensory abilities to be so sharp. He spotted me almost immediately." He broke off, coughing violently, but pressed on. I barely escaped with my life from his flying thunder god slash. "Take him down to rest," Izuna ordered with a wave of his hand. After the wounded man was led away, Izuna fell deep into thought. But first he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Madara, luck really isn't on your side. Since Tobarama Senju had appeared at the Hitaki clan, then it was almost certain that Hashirama Senju had gone to the Kagaya clan. Izuna really should have thought of this from the start. The strong would face the strong. The weak would face the weak. After all, the Kagaya clan's strength was a cut above the Hitaki's. And between the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobarama, it was only natural that the stronger one, Hashirama, would try to persuade Kagaya, while Tobarama, slightly weaker, would deal with Hitaki. But people always tend to believe what they want to believe, and Izuna was no exception. Now, all he could do was pray for Madara's safe return from Hashirama, knowing he couldn't protect him forever. Deputy Chief, the Senju have already gotten there ahead of us. What should we do now? The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse, and the Uchiha Jonin nearby grew anxious. We still don't know if Tobarama Senju has actually succeeded in persuading them. Izuna signaled for everyone to stay calm and not let panic cloud their judgment. Tobarama Senju was certainly a shrewd and seasoned politician, but compared to his brother, the inheritor of Hashirama's legendary persuasive skills, he still fell a little short. The Hitaki were a formidable clan too. They wouldn't be swayed in a single night. All of you, stay hidden outside the Hitaki clan's territory. I'll go alone to find out the result of their negotiations. Wait for my signal before taking any action. Izuna made his decision aloud. Deputy Chief, you're going alone? Even knowing the extent of Izuna's power, his men couldn't help but worry. After all, venturing alone deep into enemy territory, most people would consider it a mission with little chance of survival. Tobarama Senju's sensory technique is incredibly sharp, as you've already heard. If you come with me, he'll sense you in an instant. There's no point. Izuna didn't mention that Madara, Hashirama, and Tobarama, all names destined to be etched in the history of the ninja world, were each drawing closer to their future peaks. Leaving aside Madara's Rinnegan and Hashirama's true several thousand hands, even Tobarama's abilities were quickly catching up to his legendary status in the original chronicles. Especially after realizing just how far behind he'd fallen compared to the other three, Tobarama had dedicated himself to intense training over the past 2 months. Now, his sensory abilities were approaching the very limits of what a ninja could achieve. When he led his Senju squad into the Hitaki clan's domain, he sat down and quietly used his sensory skills to scan the entire territories. Chakra signatures. In that moment, he knew the total population of the Hitaki clan and exactly where each person was located. At this moment, inside the Hitaki clan's council hall, both sides were in negotiations. Tobarama Senju was doing his utmost to persuade Hitaki Suya to join the Senju. As a politician, Tobarama Senju wasn't touting any grand ideals of village building the way Hashirama would. Instead, he approached the matter from a practical standpoint, first explaining to Hitaki Suya just how many ninja clans had already pledged allegiance to the Senju, while the Uchiha remained isolated and alone. He went on to say that if the Hitaki clan were to side with the Senju, there was a real possibility that the endless era of warring states could finally come to an end. Though Hitaki Suya was not particularly old, he was no fool. He could clearly tell that Tobarama Senju was exaggerating certain points. Take, for example, the latter claim that this could bring an end to the warring states era. The Uchiha were not so easily defeated, to say nothing of the Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura clans, each of them formidable in their own right and not to be underestimated. If the tides of war were to shift, who could say what actions these clans would take? Yet, there was some truth to Tobarama's words. Should the Hitaki side with the Senju, then in the next clash between Senju and Uchiha, the Senju would have an overwhelming advantage in the early stages. But this would also mean that the Hitaki clan would be added to the Uchiha's blacklist. To offend the Uchiha, a clan notorious for their madness, was not a burden just anyone could bear. Even the powerful Uzumaki clan only resolved to assist the Senju against the Uchiha after enduring the utter humiliation of seeing Mito Uzumaki taken from them. As Hitaki Suya weighed his options, wondering what course of action to take, a Hitaki guard suddenly rushed into the council hall. Leaning close to Suya's ear, he whispered a few words. Suya's expression changed dramatically. Unable to contain himself, he demanded, "How did you let him in so easily?" "I'm sorry, sir. It seems his strength far exceeded our expectations," the Hitaki guard replied, his face filled with frustration. Tobarama Senju furrowed his brow, tapping his index finger against the tatami mat before him. In an instant, his sensory abilities swept across the entire Hitaki compound. Immediately, Tobarama sensed the change. Yesterday, he had counted a total of 1,280 people within the Hitaki clan, warriors, women, children, servants, and support staff included. But now, there were 1,281. And this extra person's chakra was, apart from his own brother Hashirama, the most familiar chakra he had ever sensed in his life. And, at this very moment, that person was standing right outside the door. Tobarama called out in a cold voice, I didn't expect the Uchiha's vice chief to be so polite. I thought you'd simply force your way in. Indeed, the new presence at the entrance, the unfamiliar chakra, belonged to none other than Izuna. Everyone inside the council hall was shocked at Tobarama's words. Izuna, Uchiha had come? Hatake Suya bit his lower lip, then raised his hand and said, "Let him in." "Yes, sir." Moments later, the doors to the meeting room swung open, and Izuna walked in with a gentle smile. "Haha, Tobarama, your sensory techniques have improved again, truly impressive. I suppose sneak attacks are useless against you from now on." However, Madara's next words instantly startled Tobarama Senju and the other Senju clan members present. "What a pity, your strength is still so lacking." Tobarama's neck flushed red with anger at Madara's remark. On the other hand, the members of the Hatake side nervously swallowed hard. Some of them could hardly believe their ears. What did he just say? Tobarama Senju is lacking in strength? Even Uchiha Taijima or Butsume Senju, if they were alive today, wouldn't dare make such a claim, right? What was even more unbelievable was that Tobarama didn't even try to refute him. Could it be that this Uchiha Emperor of the Sharingan truly possessed such power? "Lord Hatake Suya, this is our first meeting. I am Uchiha Madara," Madara said, cupping his fist with a smile toward Hatake Suya. "An honor," Hatake Suya replied, his face grave and cautious. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "At the moment, I am in the middle of a conversation with Lord Tobarama. Perhaps, Lord Madara, you could—" "There's no need for that," clan head Hatake, Tobarama interjected. "I've said all I have to say. From here on, let Vice Chief Madara speak. Vice Chief, would you prefer that we leave you to it?" As he spoke, Tobarama's gaze swept toward Madara. No need. There's nothing here that can't be said openly. I'm not some schemer hiding in the shadows, after all." Madara's laughter rang out. Tobarama and the others darkened at his words. Who couldn't hear the veiled jab in Madara's tone? But wasn't Madara being a bit shameless? He'd pulled more than a few cunning tricks himself, yet here he was, claiming he wasn't a schemer. Whatever Vice Chief Tobarama has just told Lord Hatake, I can more or less guess. No doubt it's about how much reinforcements the Senju have rallied, how overwhelming their advantage is, and how many spoils they'll share with the Hatake once Uchiha is defeated. Madara grinned. "My offer is much simpler and more straightforward." His expression grew serious. "I only hope that the Hatake clan does not participate in this battle. Clan head Hatake, if your people continue to remain neutral, that will be enough." Madara had no intention of recruiting the Hatake into this war. After all, if you looked at the geography of the three clans, Hatake, Uchiha, and Senju, the Hatake were situated closer to the Senju and farther from the Uchiha. Moreover, the Senju could offer immediate incentives like land or resources, while the Uchiha had nothing enticing enough to put on the table. The distance was simply too great. Even if they wanted to give land, it would be impossible. And persuading the Hatake to ally with the Uchiha was even less likely. With such distance, if the Hatake agreed and the Senju turned against them, it would be nearly impossible for the Uchiha to send support in time. In the end, if Hatake Suya wanted to remain neutral, then so be it. Hatake Suya fell silent for a moment. Caught between two tigers, this wolf knew that taking sides would mean danger no matter which way he turned. But now, even declaring a desire to remain neutral would be the same as agreeing to Uchiha Izuna's proposal, which in effect would offend the Senju. For a moment, Hatake Suya clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. Several minutes later, seated just behind and to the right of Suya, one of the three great masters of the Hatake clan, the elite Jonin Hatake Jin, finally spoke. Perhaps the representatives of Uchiha and Senju could wait a little. We need to discuss this among ourselves. Tomorrow, we'll give both sides our answer. Once Tobarama Senju and Izuna had left the hall and been escorted to their guest rooms, the chamber was immediately abuzz with a heated discussion among the senior ninja of the Hatake clan. Damn it! What are we supposed to do now? This is bad. Whether we offend the Senju or the Uchiha, it won't end well for us. If we make the wrong choice, our Hatake clan could be utterly destroyed. As the room erupted into debate and indecision, Hatake Jin, the elite Jonin who had spoken earlier, addressed the clan leader again. "Chief, I believe we should accept Uchiha Izuna's proposal. To get involved in a clash between these two wild beasts, the Uchiha and the Senju, would only lead to needless casualties for our already small clan. It's better to maintain neutrality." No sooner had Jin finished speaking than someone immediately objected. "But if we declare our neutrality now, isn't that the same as offending the Senju?" "That's right. The Senju are right on our doorstep. If they decide to attack, do you really think the Uchiha would come to our aid? And even if they wanted to, could they even get here in time? Jean was left speechless by these arguments. Once again, the room dissolved into chaos. A few minutes later, another Hataki ninja, this one with striking silver hair, raised his voice. Enough. Stop arguing. At his words, everyone fell silent and turned to look at him. This was Hataki Sakujitsu, ranked above Jean and the second strongest in the clan. Sakujitsu respectfully gestured to Suya and said, "Clan leader, which side do you lean toward?" Suya's brow furrowed deeply. "To be honest, I don't want our clan drawn into the conflict between the Uchiha and the Senju. We're already few in number. If we get caught in a war of this scale, who knows how many we'll lose?" Sakujitsu replied, "Clan leader, with all due respect, in the current era of the ninja world, neutrality is no longer an option for our Hataki clan." Suya, Jean, and the others all frowned in confusion, turning questioning gazes toward Sakujitsu. Sakujitsu took the initiative to explain, "Today, with the sudden rise of geniuses like Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama, the entire course of the Warring States era is about to change. For hundreds of years, the two great clans, Uchiha and Senju, have been locked in a fierce struggle for supremacy. But in this generation, that era is destined to end for. These two sides have left all others far behind. The moment one of them falls, the other will gain an overwhelming advantage and swallow up their rival's entire ninja clan." As Kagami Sakumo spoke these words, cold sweat broke out on everyone's brows, yet no one could deny the harsh truth he described. Just consider, if Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara were to die first, there would be no one left in the Uchiha clan capable of resisting Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama. The Uchiha would be wiped out by the Senju. The reverse holds true as well. If Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama were to die first, the Senju would have no one able to stand against the Uchiha brothers, and the Senju would be destroyed by the Uchiha. In other words, the Warring States era would give way to absolute dominance by a single clan. This state of affairs would last at least until the reigning side died of old age. That's why we must take a side and make our position clear. Kagami Sakumo continued, "If we stubbornly insist on remaining neutral, not to mention that we've already offended the Senju, do you really think the Uchiha would spare us afterward? In the end, we'd be pleasing neither side." Sakumo's reasoning resonated with everyone. They had to admit he was absolutely right. The times had changed. The Hataki clan could no longer afford to stay neutral. "So, Lord Sakumo, do you mean we should ally with the Uchiha? Or the Senju?" Hataki Jean asked quietly. "The Senju," Sakumo replied without hesitation. "Our clan lands are close to the Senju and far from the Uchiha. Naturally, it makes sense to side with the Senju. Besides, the Uchiha are notoriously difficult to get along with, as I'm sure you've all heard before. Forming an alliance with them would make it even harder to ensure smooth cooperation and mutual benefit. From every angle, it's clear we should stand with the Senju." Sakumo's logic was sound. If you had to choose an ally, you'd pick the one closest to you. To put it simply, people always prefer their workplace to be near home. It's more convenient, and it brings a sense of security. At this point, Hataki Suya finally spoke up, his tone grave. "But have you considered what will happen if, tomorrow morning, we declare our allegiance to the Senju? What will Uchiha Izuna do then?" At his words, everyone turned pale and beads of sweat formed on their faces. A senior jonin, his voice trembling, ventured, "He might launch a massacre in our clan lands, mightn't he? Indeed, once we become enemies, Uchiha Izuna would see no reason to show mercy. He would surely strike at the heart of the Hataki clan. And that's not even considering that Izuna is now regarded as perhaps the strongest man in the Warring States. Even if he were merely a typical clan leader, if he unleashed havoc in the heart of our territory, the resulting casualties would be beyond imagining. It's just as they say, once an enemy breaches your city's walls, victory or defeat is almost always decided, especially when you consider the fearsome reputation Izuna has earned in past battles. That was the man who single-handedly wiped out hundreds of allied forces from both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. In that battle, the number of enemy shinobi felled by Izuna alone far exceeded the total tally of all the Hataki fighters combined. For a moment, everyone was left with a headache. It felt as if the problem had come full circle, right back to where it started. Even if they counted the reinforcements brought by Tobirama Senju, it still seemed hopeless. At this moment, Hataki Sakutsuki spoke up. "Clan leader, I have a plan that could save us from this disaster." Hataki Suya brightened at his words. "Quick, tell us. Tomorrow, we'll agree to Izuna Uchiha's request and publicly declare our neutrality." No sooner had Sakutsuki spoken than several people looked puzzled, eager to ask why. Sakutsuki raised his hand, signaling everyone to keep quiet and listen. He continued, "Once both Uchiha and Senju know we're neutral, neither side will have reason to strike at us. At least, not for a while. Then, once Izuna Uchiha has completely withdrawn, we'll secretly send envoys to the Senju, expressing our willingness to form an alliance. In this way, won't we have sidestepped this catastrophe?" Everyone was overjoyed at this suggestion. So that was it. This could indeed spare their territory from Izuna Uchiha's wrath. Hatake Suya nodded his approval. "Very well, we'll do as you suggest, Sakutsuki. Afterward, you will serve as our envoy to the Senju." "Yes, sir." Of course, Izuna was no mind reader. He had no way of knowing what the Hatake clan was plotting. But must be said, the Hatake leaders had overlooked a grave flaw. While this might save them from Izuna's assault for now, such duplicity was perilously close to betrayal. Did they really think Izuna would simply let it go in the future? Unless, after joining forces with the Senju, they could utterly destroy the Uchiha. Otherwise, once this great war ended, the Hatake would surely face the Uchiha's unending fury.